transcending through time. Qin Yun was granted a marriage by the emperor, commencing his journey by marrying the foremost female warrior of the Qin. However, the emperor, wary of the female warrior's prowess, feigned a blessing while covertly suppressing her. In an instant, Qin Yun appeared to have entered paradise, yet in reality, he had plunged into hell. Fortunately, the system awakened. On the first day of marriage, reward, supreme bone. On the second day of marriage, reward, 10 years of arduous training. On the third day of marriage, reward, the secret of all characters. Years later, Qin Yun stood at the pinnacle of the world. Would he dispose of the ungrateful emperor? Qin Yun, today I shall slay the sovereign, and the exalted, formidable first female martial deity. Qin Yun, today you shall call me father. Chapter 001. The first day of marriage. First, we bow to heaven and earth. In the Tang residence of the Qin dynasty, the atmosphere was festooned with lights and decorations. Today, the Tang residence was alive with celebration as a couple wedded, drawing a multitude of guests. From the grand hall of the Tang residence, one could gaze outward at the throng. The expansive estate was nearly suffocated by the crowd. Even the main thoroughfare outside was a sea of humanity. In Qian, few weddings could boast such a grand spectacle, and the reason this marriage commanded such attention was the bride, Tang Guiyao. Tang Guiyao, name imbued with grace. Indeed, she was a paragon of talent and beauty, renowned as the most exquisite woman in Qian. Born into the Tang family, a lineage celebrated as the foremost noble house of Qian, her ancestors were founding figures of the dynasty. For centuries, the Tang family had fortified the realm and expanded its territories, becoming a pivotal force in the ascendancy of Qian. In such an esteemed environment, Tang Guiyao was showered with affection from a young age. Yet the Tang family bore no male heirs, leaving the reins of power in the hands of a woman, which often elicited sympathy from onlookers. Just when many believed this illustrious warrior family might fade with Tang Guiyao's generation, she erupted with formidable talent and cultivation, achieving remarkable military exploits over the ensuing decades. During the third year of Emperor Qiming's reign, she guarded the Watchcloud Pass alone and repelled the barbarian hordes, instilling fear in their hearts. In the 10th year of Emperor Qiming's rule, as the barbarians launched a surprise attack, she single-handedly decapitated their leader. By the 15th year, she personally led her troops to quell the barbarian uprising, extinguishing the greatest crisis faced by Qian. At this juncture, her military achievements eclipsed those of her forebears, earning her the title of the first female warrior of Qian and the honor of being named the National Guardian General by the emperor himself. Over the following decades, she waged campaigns across nations, transforming Qian into the most prosperous realm on the continent. If the Tang family represented the martial lineage of Qian, then Tang Guiyao stood as the pillar of the nation, single-handedly ushering in an unprecedented era of glory. Today, this legendary woman, blessed with both beauty and strength, was to be wed. The populace could hardly fathom this, for the Tang family must carry on the legacy of their ancestors. However, the identity of the marriage partner left many bewildered. As the wedding unfolded and the officiant proclaimed, "Bring them to the bridal chamber," a sense of confusion enveloped the crowd. What stature does the general of the state possess? Surely, the one he weds should be of royal lineage, or at the very least, a scion of a prominent family, one befitting his status, murmured the onlookers. Qin Yun, a descendant of the Qin family, what merits does he possess? Compared to the Tang family, let us not forget that the Qin clan is merely a diminutive faction, and Qin Yun himself is deemed a failure, rumored to possess such poor aptitude that he cannot cultivate at all. How could such a person be worthy of the goddess? Numerous voices echoed in dismay. This disparity is unfathomable. I am even more perplexed as to why the general of the state consented. At that moment, one could only imagine the sorrow felt by countless talented youth. Tang Guiyao was undoubtedly revered as a goddess among the young elite of the great Qin dynasty. If she were to marry into royal blood, they might begrudge it internally, but to wed a man far beneath them in stature was utterly intolerable. Hush, silence. It has been said that this union is a decree from the emperor, whispered one who was privy to the details. Even if it is an imperial decree, it seems rather frivolous, does it not? Does the Qin family not fear tarnishing the esteemed lineage of the Tang household? Came a murmured response. Upon hearing this, many fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue and contemplation. In the grand hall, As Qin Yun listened to the murmurs and beheld the resplendent figure beside him adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, he felt a disconnection, as if caught in a dream. Indeed, he was a transmigrator, but not one who had just recently crossed over. Rather, he had been reborn as an infant 20 years prior. In the realm of cultivation, upon his initial arrival, he experienced a thrill at the merging of memories with his new surroundings. Yet, the innate talent of this body was akin to a bucket of cold water, dousing his excitement. Being unable to cultivate in such a world rendered him a rarity, a veritable oddity, rarer than even the most gifted. Fortunately, several years prior, Qin Yun finally awakened a system. However, this system was peculiar, assigning him a singular task: to marry the formidable warrior Tang Guiyao. What a bitter irony! Why not command me to ascend the throne directly? Qin Yun could not help but voice his frustrations. Yet, little did he know that one day, fortune would indeed smile upon him. An imperial decree arrived, mandating his marriage to Tang Guiyao. Qin Yun was amused. How could one argue against the protagonist's halo? Nevertheless, with 2 lifetimes of experience, he understood the implications behind this decree. Tang Guiyao, with her remarkable contributions, wielded immense influence both in the court of the great Qian and the military, surpassing even the emperor's own power, which made the sovereign wary. For a seemingly worthless individual like him to marry Tang Guiyao was nothing more than an attempt to suppress her, with him merely serving as a pawn. His selection was based solely on his utter inadequacy. The marriage was a test of Tang Guiyao's stance. Acceptance signifies a life of domesticity, urging her to embrace the role of a devoted wife and mother while relinquishing military authority, thus promising a future of tranquility. Rejection, on the other hand, equates to defiance, inevitably leading to a sharpened resolve. The animosity between the emperor and the female warrior goddess is a matter in which Qin Yun has little desire to engage, even as he becomes a mere pawn, drawing scorn from various prodigies. Yet, Qin Yun remains unfazed. After all, this emperor of the Qin dynasty has inadvertently aided him in fulfilling the tasks assigned by his system. Is this moment finally upon us? As he gazes at the unfolding scene, Qin Yun collects his thoughts, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Subsequently, adhering to customary rites, he is led into the bridal chamber. Inside, Tang Guiyao pays him no heed and departs immediately, as the head of the Tang family must attend to esteemed guests. Though this wedding signifies a union, Qin Yun is acutely aware that he is merely an adopted son-in-law. The term adopted son-in-law murmurs in his mind, eliciting a wry smile. While others traverse realms, achieving greatness, he finds himself aspiring to the role of a mere son-in-law, a notion that strikes him as somewhat ludicrous. However, he harbors no resentment despite the humble status of an adopted son-in-law. With the awakening of his system, what significance does it hold now? System, he calls softly into the empty chamber. At that moment, a melodious voice responds. Ding! On the first day of marriage, reward, supreme bone. Supreme bone? The mention of these words momentarily stuns Qin Yun, only to be swiftly replaced by a look of elation, his breath quickening with excitement. In this instant, he feels a surge of emotion that nearly brings him to tears. After 20 years of traversing this world, today marks the day he can finally begin his cultivation, freeing himself from the shackles of a useless physique. Moreover, to attain the supreme bone physique instantaneously is monumental. Such a constitution is the pinnacle within the realm of cultivation. It is extraordinarily formidable, almost terrifying. He is aware that Tang Guiyao possesses a unique constitution known as the divine fetal body. Yet even this pales in comparison to the supreme bone. To possess the supreme bone is tantamount to securing the right to ascend as a supreme being. Casting a glance around the empty room and sensing the faint sounds of merriment from afar, Qin Yun grits his teeth and chooses to absorb the supreme bone. Truth be told, he harbors concerns about any potential anomalies arising from this process. A tall tree attracts the wind. A useless individual suddenly awakening an extraordinary physique is bound to attract attention. Yet his worries prove unfounded. The absorption of the supreme bone stirs no uproar. Only a tranquil calm envelopes him. The bone, exuding a captivating purple hue, mesmerizes the senses, radiating a brilliant violet light. Ancient runes shimmer upon its surface, etched with the marks of time, evoking a sense of antiquity and weightiness, while simultaneously embodying the essence of Naturia's spectacle of the Grand Tao. Before long, the supreme bone melds with Qin Yun, integrating seamlessly into his chest, replacing one of his bones. In that moment, Qin Yun feels his bloodline surge, as if 1,000 galloping steeds are racing within him. The extraordinary power of the supreme bone soon manifested, enhancing his physique and bloodline. Remarkably, even his comprehension began to surge, as Qin Yun sensed a newfound clarity in his thoughts, instilling within him an immense confidence. The most perplexing problems of the world appeared deceptively simple before him. With a resounding boom, Qin Yun's body trembled, as if some shackles within him had been shattered. He found himself enveloped in a state of exquisite comfort. At that moment, his cultivation level commenced a meteoric rise, from the first layer of qi refinement to the second, then the fifth, swiftly advancing to the ninth layer. This instantaneous transformation was unprecedented for Qin Yun, marking a profound departure from his former self. In this moment, he shed his mortal coil, emerging as a true practitioner, the might of the supreme bone propelling him directly to the pinnacle of the qi refinement realm. The qi refinement realm is the initial stage of cultivation. Though the journey is often arduous, requiring ordinary individuals a decade or more to breach this threshold, the path to perfection within this realm demands an additional span of years. However, this notion applies solely to common folk. The pace of prodigies is incomparable. A single supreme bone effectively allowed Qin Yun to leap over 2 decades of cultivation. How incredibly formidable! As the tumultuous energy within him began to settle, Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes, brimming with exhilaration from the power coursing through him. He yearned to test his newfound strength, yet hesitated, opting for discretion to avoid drawing attention. Noticing the unpleasant odor emanating from his body, he proceeded to cleanse himself in a nearby water barrel. These were merely the impurities expelled from his bloodline. With their elimination, his physique appeared increasingly pure and pristine. After indulging in a warm bath, Qin Yun leisurely began to dress. However, he did not anticipate that at this moment, Tang Guiyao would return. What she encountered was an image of him, disheveled and with damp hair. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Tang Guiyao paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, before she settled onto the bed, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. She exuded a fragrant aroma, a subtle sweetness mingled with a hint of alcohol, her gaze slightly dazed. Even though Qin Yun had encountered many beautiful women in his past life, he could not deny the ethereal beauty of this woman, graceful and otherworldly, unlike anything from the mortal realm. Yet, she radiated an icy demeanor, creating an unbridgeable distance. Who permitted you to bathe? What thoughts occupy your mind? Do you believe that by becoming a son-in-law of the Tang family, you have assumed dominion over this estate? Do you think that the emperor's decree of marriage grants you the liberty to act with impunity? On the contrary, henceforth, you must learn to be compliant and refrain from causing disturbances or harboring any unworthy aspirations. Tang Guiyao sat upon the bed. Her voice, devoid of any emotional undertones, resonated coldly, accompanied by an undeniable aura of authority. Has she set the rules for me? Although Qin Yun is aware of his status as a son-in-law, this woman is exceedingly overbearing. Is it such a crime to have taken a bath? What could one possibly think? Even a clay figurine possesses a spark of spirit, let alone Qin Yun, a man of the 21st century. To be frank, he would welcome a conflict with this woman ideally. He would wish for an immediate divorce. One must understand that the Tang residence is no peaceful haven. Offending that sovereign could result in repercussions for his entire clan. Qin Yun yearns to sever ties with the Tang family as swiftly as possible. Moreover, his marriage to Tang Guiyao was merely a means to fulfill a system task, and now that the task has been accomplished, there is no longer any necessity to remain within the Tang household. At this moment, as Tang Guiyao attempts to assert her dominance over him, Qin Yun is far from intimidated by her tactics. Yet, as words linger on the tip of his tongue, a flicker of concern arises within him. He immediately inquires within his mind, "System, if I were to divorce this woman, would you cease to exist?" As long as the host remains married to Tang Guiyao, rewards will be issued. Daily divorce will terminate all benefits, and this system will vanish forever. The system's cold voice resonated, leaving Qin Yun momentarily stunned. Great. He must endure his stay in the Tang residence. Once divorced, what would become of his journey? He is merely at the qi refining stage. It seems I must bear the humiliation for now. I cannot afford to provoke this woman. Divorce would render everything null and void. Let me bide my time. I shall depart once I am sufficiently powerful. Qin Yun mused quietly to himself. Even Gojian endured hardships in silence. A true man must know when to yield and when to assert himself. Furthermore, this woman appears to have no peculiar inclinations. She simply desires him to remain compliant. As long as they maintain a mutual distance, there should be no trouble between them, he reasoned. From now on, outwardly we shall present ourselves as a couple. Yet in reality, we need not intersect in any meaningful way. Do not mention anything to His Majesty otherwise. I shall ensure you pay a price beyond your imagination. With lips slightly parted, her cold voice once again echoed, laden with an unmistakable threat. Chapter 003. The path to enlightenment is within reach. Though Tang Guiyao's words were somewhat unpalatable, they resonated deeply with Qin Yun. The notion of remaining indifferent was precisely what he desired. Furthermore, Tang Guiyao's insistence that he refrain from lodging complaints with the emperor indicated that she had no immediate intention of pursuing a divorce, wishing instead to maintain their current arrangement. This was exactly what Qin Yun hoped for, as he feared that her capricious nature might compel him towards separation, thereby thwarting his ambitions for personal growth. In a certain sense, their objectives had indeed converged. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun responded simply. The brevity of his reply, coupled with his composed demeanor, momentarily startled Tang Guiyao, who sat before him. Admittedly, she had anticipated a more volatile reaction from him, perhaps anger or even fear of her assertiveness. She had prepared herself for a prolonged entanglement, wary of a potential rejection that might incite the emperor's suspicion towards her. Yet now, faced with his serene and unruffled response, she found herself unexpectedly relieved. This man exhibited an understanding that spared her from numerous complications. Tonight, you shall sleep there, she stated coldly, gesturing towards the floor in the corner. Qin Yun understood her intent. The notion of sharing the bed was utterly absurd, and vacating to another room was out of the question, especially on such a significant night. Should he leave, news would surely reach the emperor by dawn. Considering the emperor's extensive network of spies embedded within the Tang household, while he comprehended her stance, the somewhat commanding tone still prompted a frown from him. A woman directing his actions was somewhat irksome. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, dutifully curling up with the blanket in the corner. As the candles extinguished, silence enveloped the room. The moonlight cast a tranquil glow, yet this night was destined to be sleepless. Tang Guiyao removed the heavy adornments from her hair and slowly reclined. The moonlight illuminated her features, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions in her eyes. What maiden does not dream of love? Tang Guiyao had once envisioned her marriage with grand aspirations. Her husband, in her mind, would be a radiant figure, a partner in both cultivation and battle, a complement to her path. Yet now, the reality of her husband starkly contrasted with her fantasies. A failure, incapable of cultivation. Such a fate is perhaps the greatest tragedy of all. A wave of complexity washed over her as she reflected upon her years of dedicated service to her country, exhausting herself only to be met with relentless suspicion. Even the matter of her marriage had been reduced to a means of subjugation wielded by the emperor. In contemplating this, Tang Guiyao's heart was enveloped in a profound melancholy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yun remained awake, not lost in fanciful thoughts, but rather eagerly anticipating the arrival of the midnight hour. If all went as expected, it would mark the second day of his nuptials. Indeed, as the silver moon dipped in the western sky, the chilling yet melodious voice echoed once more in Qin Yun's mind. Ding! Second day of marriage. Reward: 10 years of arduous cultivation. Upon hearing this proclamation, Qin Yun could not suppress a surge of excitement. To cultivate for 10 years implied an unceasing endeavor. A decade of relentless practice equated to a sleepless existence, tirelessly honing his skills. One can only fathom the immense power that awaited him. He promptly chose to absorb the reward. Having previously merged with the Supreme Bone during the day and achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he harbored no fears of any unforeseen disturbances. It seemed that this system could effectively mask the fluctuations of his power. As anticipated, there was no outward manifestation of energy. He merely lay there, yet within him, a tempest was brewing. The decade of arduous cultivation transformed into formidable strength, and in that instant, his path of enlightenment surged forward at an unprecedented pace. Foundation establishment. This marked the second threshold of cultivation. Transitioning from qi refinement to foundation establishment typically required years of diligent effort to surmount. Yet, in a mere heartbeat, Qin Yun ascended to this realm and began his relentless pursuit of even higher levels. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, spirit concentration. These were the 3 stages of the Tao foundation, followed by the oceanic realm, the great ability realm, and the saint realm. As for the realms that lay beyond, Qin Yun was yet unaware. At this moment, he commenced his assault on the spirit concentration realm. Foundation establishment 3rd layer. Foundation establishment 5th layer. Foundation establishment 8th layer. His progression through the realms was akin to riding a rocket. A decade of sleepless toil constituted an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Indeed, even if many toiled for 10 years, few could grasp several realms. However, it must be understood that Qin Yun was not the same as he had been yesterday. With the supreme bone, he was a prodigious talent, and to contemplate the terror of 10 years of cultivation was staggering. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Ultimately, Qin Yun's realm ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. 10 years of relentless cultivation to reach this zenith surely marked him as an extraordinary talent. One must realize the countless foundation establishment elders that existed in the world. It could be said that Qin Yun now overshadowed 90% of cultivators globally. This is not to suggest that cultivators in general possess weak talents, but rather that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Cultivation is an arduous journey against the heavens, akin to millions traversing a narrow bridge. Each realm represents a significant threshold, with only a few able to cross. 10 years of foundation establishment is undeniably remarkable. Of course, those prodigies in the outside world, like Tang Guiyao, advanced at a considerably swifter pace. After all, arduous cultivation is but one aspect. These prodigies concurrently expended vast resources in their training. As he opened his eyes once more, he noticed that the sky had brightened considerably. Feeling the power coursing through his body as if it were an extension of his own will, Qin Yun could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This marriage was something he could never abandon. The prospect of achieving enlightenment and ancestral status was within reach. Experiencing the wonders of the system only strengthened Qin Yun's resolve to endure humiliation and carry the burden. With such a system at his disposal, he would gladly endure the prospect of sharing a bed with Tang Guiyao each day. Chapter 004. The Secret of the Word. All the following day, Qin Yun was roused from his slumber by a rustling sound. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Tang Guiyao being attended to by her maid, preparing herself for the day. Today, she exuded an air of competence, donned in a fitted white attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure. The vibrant charm she possessed yesterday had given way to a commanding presence befitting a female warrior. Do not venture outside, nor engage in idle chatter, Tang Guiyao stated coldly as she stepped out, casting a glance at Qin Yun before turning on her heel and departing without awaiting his response. Qin Yun found himself somewhat at a loss for words regarding the woman's aloof demeanor. Her lofty, disdainful gaze was truly irksome. However, he remained indifferent, for he was not here to cultivate a harmonious marital relationship with her. Just wait. The day will come when you will call me father, he mused to himself as he began to tidy up. The maid, observing that Qin Yun had not graced her mistress's bed and noting her icy attitude, wore a subtle smile that hinted at mockery and sympathy. Ultimately, she left without uttering a word. Qin Yun took note of the Tang family's disregard and coldness. Yet he merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to dwell on it. Being a mere shadow was not so bad. It would not be long before he transformed into a colossus that would shake the very earth beneath him. Having arranged the bedding, Qin Yun stepped outside. The sun was pleasant, casting a warm glow that enveloped him, and he could not help but feel a sense of ease. According to custom, newlyweds were expected to pay respects to their parents with tea, but the Tang family was sparse in numbers. Tang Guiyao's parents had passed away long ago. Thus, Qin Yun was spared much trouble, free from the concerns of potential mother-in-law conflicts. He found a secluded pavilion, settled himself, and poured himself a pot of tea. Numerous servants passed by, yet none acknowledged him, at most offering a perfunctory salute. Qin Yun relished this tranquility. As he sipped his tea, a young maiden approached gracefully from a distance. The servants en route treated her with utmost respect, bowing as she passed. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16. Her face exquisitely delicate, bearing a resemblance to Tang Guiyao, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. From the servants, Qin Yun learned that she was the second young mistress of the Tang family, Tang Yunli, the only sister of Tang Guiyao. The girl was lively and spirited. Yet to Qin Yun's surprise, she ultimately stood before him, offering him a cup of tea. Yunli presents tea to her elder brother, she declared. According to tradition, it was indeed customary for younger generations to offer tea to their newlywed elders. However, in the Tang residence, with Qin Yun's humble origins, even the household servants regarded him with indifference, let alone this second young mistress. He felt an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation. Noticing Qin Yun's hesitation, Tang Yunli smiled gently, revealing a pair of dimples, and placed the cup of tea before him. She then glanced around. Has sister gone to resign from her position at the Ministry of War? Perhaps, Qin Yun replied. Regarding the intentions of the second young lady, Qin Yun found himself somewhat perplexed. She was no child, at the age of 16 or 17. She should comprehend that her sister's marriage to him was indeed a matter of disgrace. Throwing a tantrum would have been understandable. Yet her calm demeanor and profound respect towards him stirred an unsettling feeling within his heart. After exchanging only a few words, Qin Yun departed directly, while the second young lady remained respectfully bowing in farewell. On the first day of marriage, the days were rather dreary, with no one in the manor to converse with him. As night deepened, Tang Guiyao still had not returned, which spared Qin Yun the awkwardness of sharing a roof with that woman. Ding. On the third day of marriage, reward, Jie Zi all-character secret. At the hour of Z, the system's crisp, icy voice rang out, bringing a flicker of joy to Qin Yun's countenance. Although life in the Tang household was quite monotonous, one could not deny that the system was extraordinarily powerful. Jie. This referred to the pinnacle of 9 secret arts, the most formidable techniques. Among them, the Jie Zi focused on offense, and once activated, it could enhance a person's combat strength by approximately tenfold. It was nothing short of miraculous. With this secret art, one would be virtually invincible within the same realm, possessing the capability to battle across tiers. Cultivation. As Qin Yun concentrated, a profound understanding surged into his consciousness. The incantation for Jie Zi was quite simple, comprising merely a few dozen characters. However, the characters themselves were entirely obscure, and comprehending them felt overwhelmingly complex. There existed a sense of profound simplicity intertwined with elusive profundity. Nonetheless, the advantage of the system lay in its ability to allow Qin Yun to assimilate all rewards. Before long, he had mastered this secret art, not that he had perfected it to its limits, but rather that he understood how to cultivate and refine it. Jie Zi. Until he had thoroughly grasped it, Qin Yun could hardly contain his excitement. 9 secrets united, invincible under heaven. This was an age-old adage. The 9 secret arts were so extraordinary and powerful that their essence was difficult to fathom. Moreover, the era of the 9 secrets was far too distant, leaving only various legends regarding them. Many believed that the 9 secrets had long since dispersed among the world, or perhaps had been lost to time entirely. Qin Yun had never anticipated that he would now acquire one of the legacies of the 9 secrets. This was truly an unimaginable fortune. Subsequently, he activated Jie Zi and began to practice. Indeed, his combat strength underwent a dramatic transformation. The tenfold enhancement propelled his offensive capability to an extraordinarily terrifying level. If this continued, it would not be long before he could rise as the strongest in this realm. Thus, he resolved to remain patient, enduring the calm of the moment for the promise of a vast future. As the night deepened, the room fell silent, and Qin Yun once again slipped into slumber. The following day, the Tang manor remained unchanged, and Tang Guiyao was still absent. Qin Yun has thoroughly adapted to life under another's roof. Although somewhat constrained, he finds himself growing stronger each day, and remarkably, he does so while remaining at ease. There is no need to endure the hardships of rigorous training or the solitude it entails. This sensation has gradually ensnared Qin Yun in its allure. However, the only source of discomfort for him is the presence of the second young lady. The following day, as Qin Yun basked in the sun atop the roof, he once again encountered her, seemingly by design. This time, he engaged in only a brief exchange before hastily concocting an excuse to take his leave. The second young lady consistently instills a sense of unease within Qin Yun. Her demeanor is innocuous, yet he feels that if she were to throw a tantrum or speak harshly, he would be more accepting. Instead, her excessive deference towards him raises his suspicions. Qin Yun cannot shake the feeling that she harbors ulterior motives. The most perilous of individuals are those who conceal daggers behind smiles. Since I remain oblivious to your true intentions, might it not be prudent for me to keep my distance? Chapter 005. The second young lady of the Tang family on the 4th day of marriage, as the clock struck midnight. A melodious voice resonated once again within Qin Yun's mind. Absorb. Startled, Qin Yun immediately settled into a meditative position, opting for absorption. The arduous cultivation was precisely what he lacked at this moment, for despite the formidable powers of the 9 secrets and the supreme bone, only through dedicated practice could one's realm be swiftly elevated. The exhilarating prospect of rapid enhancement was irreplaceable by anything else. Boom. 30 years of rigorous training, thrice the previous amount, flooded Qin Yun with an energy as vast as the ocean. This energy coursed through his being, ushering in a terrifying sublimation. Spirit gathering realm. In an instant, he transcended the foundational barrier, stepping into the spirit gathering stage, and began his advance towards the oceanic realm. The essence of spirit gathering lies in the manifestation of one's primordial spirit. The spirit reigns supreme, while the body serves as an auxiliary. A person's potential resides within the primordial spirit, and only through its birth can an infinite future unfold. However, refining the primordial spirit, the final step of the three-part foundation, is exceedingly arduous. The spirit is ineffable, and the manifestation of one's primordial spirit is a formidable challenge that demands extensive time and experience. Countless individuals have ultimately faltered at this stage, unable to take that crucial step. The difficulty is immense. Shedding the mundane path and embarking on the path of transcendence constitutes a qualitative leap. Even prodigies require substantial time to ponder, endure guidance from their mentors, and invest considerable opportunities at this level. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Qin Yun encountered such a monumental threshold. At this instant, a translucent figure sat cross-legged upon his spiritual platform, representing his primordial spirit. The moment the primordial spirit was birthed, Qin Yun underwent a profound transformation. He gained divine consciousness, allowing him to perceive the shifting winds and clouds within 1,000 miles while seated in his chamber. This is the essence of spiritual travel beyond the earthly realm. Upon entering the spirit-gathering realm, even within the ancient dynasty of Deqian, one could be regarded as a formidable figure. Should Qin Yun seek to establish merit and a legacy, he could easily become a general. At merely 20 years of age, achieving such a milestone is indeed rare within the confines of Deqian. Even the second young lady of the household, endowed with exceptional talent, remains ensnared in the foundational stage. It is evident how significant Qin Yun's attainment in the spirit-gathering realm truly is. Boom. The 30 years of rigorous training did not cease upon Qin Yun's entrance into the spirit-gathering realm. The oceanic force merely diminished imperceptibly. Spirit-gathering level 2. Spirit-gathering level 3. Spirit-gathering level 4. Within this realm, each step towards advancement was immensely challenging, yet the power gained was equally profound. Qin Yun could distinctly sense the figure upon the spiritual platform solidifying, while his divine consciousness expanded, growing increasingly robust. Spirit-gathering level 5. Ultimately, Qin Yun ascended to the 5th layer of the spirit condensation realm, and the vast power within him finally subsided. After all, the spirit condensation realm is exceedingly arduous. Achieving perfection within it requires an interminably lengthy passage of time. Although 30 years of arduous cultivation is substantial, it pales in comparison once one crosses into this realm. Such is the nature of cultivation. Time and years are rendered almost worthless. What is truly needed for cultivation is a plethora of resources. Those exceptional masters are nurtured through an astonishing accumulation of resources. However, upon reaching this level, Qin Yun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, considering his journey into cultivation, it had barely been a mere 4 days. To have attained the 5th layer of the spirit condensation realm in just 4 days. If this were to be known, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. One might even speculate that the renowned war god of Deqian, Tang Guiyao, would feel a tinge of melancholy in comparison. Yet, all of this remained shrouded in secrecy. Qin Yun understood that the system was immensely powerful, destined to accelerate his cultivation speed, and consequently, he could not reveal his extraordinary abilities to the outside world. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. A once downtrodden individual suddenly transformed into a top-tier genius. His strength soaring to that of a general would surely incite national uproar and prompt investigations into his background. This would undoubtedly spell endless trouble for Qin Yun. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yun stepped into the 5th layer of the spirit condensation realm. The night was cold and deep, yet the bed within the room lay empty. This evoked thoughts of Tang Guiyao in his mind. From Tang Yunli, he learned that Tang Guiyao had gone to the Ministry of War to resign. Undoubtedly, the Deqian Emperor's intimidation had played a role. This goddess of war sought compromise rather than confrontation with the emperor. However, it stands to reason that relinquishing military power would be a troublesome affair for such a general. Otherwise, she would not have been absent for so long. Speaking of military authority, Qin Yun could not help but admire the Deqian Emperor's tactics. Tang Guiyao's influence was overwhelming. With the formidable military forces of the Deqian dynasty almost entirely under the control of the Ministry of War, one can imagine the extent of such power. There were even rumors circulating among the populace that the great generals of Deqian did not heed the emperor's commands, but instead were wholly obedient to Tang Guiyao. Some even referred to her as the Empress of the military. What a daunting title that is. It is no wonder that the Deqian emperor harbored suspicions towards Tang Guiyao, who would dare to allow such a person to wield military authority. Thus, the emperor resorted to suppression. The arrangement of marriage, bestowing a once downtrodden individual upon the war god, was a blatant humiliation. It suggested that she should remain content in her domestic role, tending to her husband and children, and surrender her military authority. Yet, Tang Guiyao had no choice but to acquiesce. Refusal would equate to rebellion. This compelled her to voluntarily relinquish her military command. One must admire the Deqian Emperor's stratagem. Only through Tang Guiyao's voluntary submission could the military of Deqian avoid upheaval. If the emperor were to adopt a more aggressive stance and demand it outright, it is likely that the military cultivators would be the first to object, inciting significant turmoil. This arrangement of marriage cannot merely be deemed a conspiracy. It is, in fact, an overt maneuver. And yet, one is left with no choice but to accept it. Upon this thought, Qin Yun could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Tang Guiyao, though she was not to his liking, always exuding an air of superiority and disdain. It seemed that her unfortunate fate was not entirely unwarranted. Her illustrious military achievements had brought her little more than suspicion and envy, which was truly lamentable. However, all of this was none of his concern. The intricate web of deceit belonged to the royal family and Tang Guiyao. At present, he yearned only to recline in peace and quietly grow stronger. On this particular day, Qin Yun remained in his abode until midday. As expected, the second young lady of the Tang family came seeking him. Yet, this time, Qin Yun did not even grant her an audience. He simply concocted an excuse and closed the door to visitors. To be honest, the second young lady's overt enthusiasm, bordering on excessive attentiveness, had become quite a dilemma for him. Navigating a relationship with someone who concealed their true intentions behind a facade of charm was exceedingly daunting. Nightfall descended once more. As the hour of the rat approached, a smile once again graced Qin Yun's face. For after a day of repose, his rewards were once more at hand. Chapter 006, Considered Family Ding. On the 5th day of marriage, reward, the Heavenly Emperor Fist Scripture. Martial arts? When the 4 characters of the Heavenly Emperor Fist Scripture flashed into Qin Yun's mind, his eyes gleamed with excitement. It is crucial to note that what he currently lacks most is a formidable offensive technique. The Supreme Bone, the Secret of Characters, and even cultivation are ultimately reflections of one's inner self, while a powerful offensive technique can truly manifest one's strength in its entirety. The name Fist Scripture inevitably evokes such associations. As Qin Yun anticipated, the Heavenly Emperor Fist Scripture is indeed a set of offensive martial arts. This ancient scripture embodies an unparalleled divine technique of combat, fierce and unyielding, relying solely on one's fists to vanquish foes, eschewing all weapons. It asserts that one's fists are sufficient to dominate the world. Qin Yun delved into its essence, and his heart was profoundly stirred. This scripture is extraordinarily fierce and powerful. If cultivated to its utmost, it could obliterate everything in existence. The intention behind the fists is astonishing. Forsaking all weaponry in favor of self-belief. This embodies an invincible conviction. While initial training may be slow, once mastered, the prowess of this fist scripture will become utterly unimaginable. Qin Yun sighed softly, feeling an intrinsic connection to this scripture. He preferred a low-profile approach, and this fist scripture reveals its true might only when perfected, creating a sense of harmonious convergence. A product of the system must be of exceptional quality, naturally aligning with my essence. With a sense of profound resolve, Qin Yun immediately sat cross-legged and commenced his training. The techniques are few, merely 3 to 5 forms, yet each is intricately complex, imbued with intense martial intent, unyielding and relentless, exuding an aura of invincibility. In a trance, Qin Yun seemed to witness a towering figure standing amidst chaos, engaging in grand battles, annihilating all. With terrifying fist radiance piercing through the cosmos, blood spilling into the void beneath the might of iron fists. Time passed, second by second. After an indeterminate duration, Qin Yun finally awoke, and at that moment, he sensed subtle ripples of energy emanating from his fists. Fist intent. Indeed, it is the essence of the fist. Just as one comprehends sword intent after mastering the sword path, fist intent embodies the soul of this offensive technique. It can be said that mastering this intent, even ordinary techniques will wield significantly different powers. With this offensive technique, combined with the Supreme Bone and the Secret of Characters, I am truly invincible in the realm of focus. Qin Yun whispered to himself, reflecting on this realization. Subsequently, he lay back down and fell into a deep slumber, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of peace and tranquility. This calmness is a gift that only strength can bestow, having traversed 2 decades since his arrival. Qin Yun now possessed an unprecedented serenity. The following day, Qin Yun slept soundly until midday, only to be awakened by a persistent knocking at the door. Upon opening his eyes, he recognized the voice of the second miss of the Tang family. Naturally, he preferred to avoid her, yet this time, she seemed remarkably insistent, unwilling to depart. Qin Yun felt helpless. He truly did not anticipate that the second young lady would be so troublesome. He had initially believed that her childish antics would fade if he simply ignored her for a few days. However, he soon discovered her stubbornness. After some contemplation, Qin Yun resolved to confront this challenging second young lady. Now at the stage of concentration, he was curious to see what kind of mischief this young girl, merely in the foundation establishment stage, could possibly stir. "Brother, why do you always avoid me?" Upon opening the door, he was greeted by her delicate face, clear eyes, and a slightly aggrieved expression. "Why are you always pestering me?" Qin Yun retorted directly. Although the second young lady of the Tang family was indeed beautiful, unlike Tang Guiyao, she possessed a frail, gentle demeanor. Yet, after days of pent-up frustration, Qin Yun had no intention of showing her any tenderness and questioned her coldly. Tang Yunli was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to say. Her gaze flickered, and she gradually lowered her head. "So, my brother truly despises me." As those words escaped her lips, silent tears streamed down her cheeks. This caught Qin Yun off guard. He had anticipated that she might react with anger or hysteria, but he did not expect to witness such a vulnerable display. It is often said that women are as fragile as water. Yet Qin Yun had never seen anyone shed tears from a mere inquiry. How exceedingly delicate. Gazing at this innocent girl with clear, harmless eyes, Qin Yun found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to decipher her intentions. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Qin Yun's moment of distraction, Tang Yunli had already fled. Her slender figure, softly sobbing, evoked a profound sense of melancholy and heartache. What kind of mischief is she up to? Qin Yun shook his head in silence, closing the door and returning to his bed. However, sleep eluded him. Tang Yunli's gentle side and her aggrieved posture lingered in his mind, preventing him from finding peace. Could it be that I have misunderstood this second young lady? Qin Yun murmured softly to himself. Having married Tang Guiyao as her sister, any normal person would naturally feel resentment towards him, the son-in-law. They would likely make things difficult for him. Yet, Tang Yunli's actions contradicted this expectation. This perplexed Qin Yun. His experiences from 2 lifetimes told him that matters were never simple. Nevertheless, the image of Tang Yunli's gentle demeanor and her desolate figure made him feel that her behavior stemmed from instinct rather than pretense. After much contemplation, Qin Yun resolved to meet this second young lady once more. He found himself more inclined to believe in her sincerity. If she were indeed feigning such vulnerability, it would be frightening, far beyond what a girl of her age should possess in terms of cunning. Under the blazing sun, Qin Yun ultimately decided to seek out this second young lady. In a nearby pavilion, he spotted Tang Yunli, who was quietly sobbing to herself. "The emperor has bestowed upon me the honor of marrying you and your sister. You must comprehend the implications of the emperor's decree. If that is the case, why then do you still regard me with such reverence?" Qin Yun, unreserved, posed the question directly. Upon seeing Qin Yun's arrival, Tang Yunli was somewhat taken aback, yet promptly wiped away her tears and stood to pay her respects. This instinctive reaction did not escape Qin Yun's notice. "I understand the emperor's intentions. This marriage is merely a means to subdue my sister. However, this is the emperor's misjudgment, and it bears no connection to you, dear brother." Tang Yunli replied softly. Her words left Qin Yun momentarily speechless. "So, you cling to me daily." Qin Yun regarded the petite woman before him with a mix of emotions. "Since you have just arrived at the Tang household and are unfamiliar with everything, it is only natural for your sister to desire to grow closer to you," Tang Yunli gently articulated. "After all, with your arrival at the Tang residence, you have become family." In that instant, Qin Yun was utterly taken aback, rendered motionless in place. Chapter 007. Obsession with family. When the words family slipped from Tang Yunli's lips, a surge of complex emotions stirred within Qin Yun's heart. It was a sentiment he had not felt for a long time. After traversing 2 decades, this was the first time he experienced such feelings in this life. Born into the Qin family, a modest clan, he was the son of the family head, yet his mother was merely a lowly maid, rendering him a mere illegitimate child with a lowly status. Shortly after his birth, his mother passed away. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Had he possessed any talent for cultivation, perhaps his fate might have been different, but alas, he was devoid of such abilities. It is easy to imagine how he endured these 20 years. Following his mother's demise, the concept of family had become a relic of the past. Yet now, Qin Yun was astonished that this little girl, Tang Yunli, would utter such a term. So it was. Qin Yun mused, a profound complexity blossoming within him. He had assumed that this second daughter of the Tang family harbored ulterior motives, feigning respect and kindness while secretly plotting against him. It was not unreasonable for him to think this way. The Tang family was a prestigious lineage of significant standing in the Great Qian, and daughters raised in such families were typically pampered and often proud, if not outright willful and difficult to engage with. However, Qin Yun could never have anticipated that this girl would be so innocent and kind-hearted. As Tang Yunli had articulated, she was but a pawn in the emperor's scheme to suppress Tang Guiyao. What power did he possess to change that? Who among the Tang household considered his plight? Only this little maid, indifferent to his humble origins, offered him tea on their second day of marriage and referred to him as her elder brother. One could not help but feel a warmth emanating from this second daughter of the Tang family. Our Tang family, though scarce in numbers, should live in harmony and support one another, Tang Yunli softly expressed. In the span of 2 lifetimes, gazing upon this innocent young woman, Qin Yun gleaned much. Perhaps her character was deeply influenced by her upbringing. Her parents had also passed away in her early years, leaving her with only an elder sister, while Tang Guiyao, radiant and formidable, was often away at war. It might be this very circumstance that made the girl cherish family ties and yearn for affection. Reflecting on this, Qin Yun felt a surge of compassion for the pitiful young maid. Brother, if you have time, would you accompany me for a meal? It has been ages since anyone shared a meal with me, Tang Yunli implored, her large eyes glimmering as if pleading. Although she had cried earlier due to his words, she bore no true resentment and sincerely invited him. All right. This time, Qin Yun did not refuse the young woman, readily agreeing. They shared a meal together and then strolled leisurely around the estate. As they spent time together, Qin Yun increasingly sensed Tang Yunli's genuine sincerity and kindness. Like an innocent blank slate, born into the illustrious Tang family, she possesses none of the airs one would expect from a canary, resembling rather a pure white lotus untouched by the mud. Furthermore, this girl is remarkably intelligent, endowed with commendable talent for cultivation. At such a tender age, she has already reached the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm and is on the brink of attaining the 8th. She is a prodigy, yet also a pitiable soul yearning for recognition, languishing in obscurity. The brilliance of Tang Guiyao eclipses all, rendering it exceedingly difficult for anyone to notice the radiance of the second Miss Tang. It is truly unimaginable how a single family could nurture 2 women of such starkly contrasting dispositions. Qin Yun reflected on Tang Guiyao, her aloof demeanor and haughty disposition prompting him to shake his head. As the day progressed, Qin Yun experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Nightfall descended silently. When the hour of the rat arrived, the enchanting voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. On the 6th day of marriage, reward, 50 years of arduous cultivation. Having grown accustomed to the lavish rewards, Qin Yun commenced his practice in the empty chamber. 6th level of the spirit concentration realm. 7th level. 8th level. 9th level. The terrifying foundation of 50 years of cultivation propelled him into the pinnacle of the spirit concentration realm. Regrettably, he could not advance further, unable to cross the formidable threshold of the Sea of Convergence realm. Once his progress halted, Qin Yun did not hasten to awaken. Instead, he sought to comprehend his own power. The energy bestowed by the system not only accelerated his cultivation speed to that of a rocket, but also was grounded in the substantial foundation of 50 years of diligent practice. Encompassing all insights regarding cultivation, Qin Yun meticulously contemplated, deepening his understanding of this realm. Suddenly, a resonant sound reverberated, startling Qin Yun from his introspection. It was a wave of spiritual energy, disconcerting yet devoid of any discernible pattern, instilling a sense of chaos. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sky ablaze in crimson. Is it on fire? This was Qin Yun's immediate thought. However, in this world of cultivation, a fire was an impossibility. Outside, footsteps were in disarray, as numerous individuals hurried through the courtyard. Stepping outside, Qin Yun observed several servants of the estate rushing towards the direction of the crimson light. The sky glowed red, with spiritual energy surging like a boiling abyss. A beam of energy shot into the clouds, forming a spiritual lotus that spun and condensed the surrounding spiritual energy. Curiously, the lotus was red, and the emanating waves of spiritual energy were exceedingly chaotic. Second Miss is endangered during her seclusion. We must act swiftly. Voices echoed from all directions, as figures leaped into the sky, hastening toward that direction. These were all cultivators of the Tang estate. In this world of cultivation, given the Tang family's stature, even the servants were cultivators. Has Tang Yunli succumbed to madness? Standing in the courtyard, gazing at the distant clamor and the crimson sky, Qin Yun murmured, The scarlet lotus and the tumultuous, surging spiritual energy were unmistakable signs of descent into madness. During the day, Qin Yun had sensed that Tang Yunli was on the verge of reaching the 8th level of foundation establishment, poised for a breakthrough within a day or two. However, he never anticipated that this girl would fall into madness. Chapter 008, Supreme Perspective Over the Ages, A Descent into Madness. It is during cultivation that one must be most wary of encountering this peril, which can be deemed a calamity for any practitioner. Should one be endowed with great fortune, they might manage to suppress it. Yet for those with a fragile mindset, the consequences can be dire, ranging from the destruction of their foundational path to the ultimate demise. Qin Yun was somewhat taken aback. The second young lady of the Tang family, a person of remarkable talent, could also succumb to madness during the foundational stage. Moreover, judging by the state of the spiritual lotus, the dangers it harbored were exceedingly grave. Thus, the path of cultivation is indeed a treacherous journey, fraught with unforeseen dangers that make reaching the end a formidable challenge. Thinking of the sincere and kind-hearted second young lady of the Tang family, Qin Yun felt a pang of compassion. However, resolving such madness is not a matter to be easily undertaken by outsiders. If one cannot suppress it themselves, any external assistance may become ensnared by the same dark forces, potentially awakening their own inner demons, leading to the destruction of their foundational path, or even their demise. Unless the one providing assistance possesses formidable strength and an unwavering heart of righteousness. Yet, given the current state exhibited by the second young lady, it is evident that such a person must be at least a master of the oceanic realm, and such individuals are largely found within the military. The Tang family likely lacks such a presence. Contemplating this, Qin Yun hesitated. The supreme bone is extraordinarily unique and can be said to be innately aligned with the path. If he were to utilize the supreme bone to suppress Tang Yunli's inner demons, it might indeed prove effective. However, this is the Tang estate, teeming with cultivators and under the watchful eyes of the emperor. Should he intervene, the uniqueness of the supreme bone would inevitably be revealed. If he were to expose himself, his tranquil days of growth and empowerment would come to an abrupt end. After all, it is well known that he is a waste of potential. The revelation of the supreme bone would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Setting this concern aside for the moment, he recalled that his marriage was bestowed upon him by the emperor as a means to suppress Tang Guiyao. If his supreme bone were to be exposed, it would be tantamount to his ascension as an unparalleled prodigy. How could the emperor, in such a scenario, allow him to unite with Tang Guiyao? A powerful alliance would surely provoke the emperor's ire, and he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Even if not lethal, it would result in a separation, leading to the complete dissolution of Qin Yun's system post-divorce. The stakes were too high, compelling Qin Yun to weigh his options carefully. Just as he was immersed in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in that domain. It was an elderly man, whom Qin Yun recognized as the steward of the Tang estate. The man's aura was exceedingly powerful, standing tall amidst the heavens, and when his profound energy surged forth, it sent tremors through all present. A master of the oceanic realm? Having reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm, Qin Yun could distinctly sense the elder's level of cultivation. This brought a slight relief to his heart. Surely, such an elder would be capable of guiding Tang Yunli through this perilous ordeal. With that thought, he ceased to worry. Returning to his chamber, he extended his consciousness to observe the unfolding events in that realm. No need for concern. Allow me to endeavor. The elderly man, with his flowing white hair and vibrant eyes, stood resolutely in the sky, dismissing the crowd before stepping forward. He sat cross-legged amidst the void, radiating his profound insights. Such an act elicited a silent nod of approval from Qin Yun. The peril of succumbing to madness is no trivial matter. Even the mightiest of masters cannot rely solely on their formidable cultivation to confront it. They must comprehend the fundamental errors in one's practice and subsequently devise a means to guide and assist in overcoming the tribulations. At present, the elderly man was embodying this very principle. Yet, merely moments later, he abruptly expelled a mouthful of blood, and upon regaining consciousness, he appeared even more aged, seemingly having paid a grievous price. The old man's demeanor was feeble, and he promptly instructed those nearby. The Tang family's inheritance is too formidable. It is beyond my capacity to guide. Hurry and summon the family head back. Only the family head can provide salvation. Haste is of the essence, or else the second young lady is in grave danger. Qin Yun distinctly heard these words, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that even a formidable master of the sea-gathering realm could not assist the young Tang Yunli, a mere foundation establishment girl. However, he swiftly grasped the entirety of the situation. The Tang family, a prestigious lineage of great renown within the Deqian, boasted an exceptionally powerful legacy of techniques. Yet, such formidable methods invariably come with a fatal flaw. They are exceedingly arduous to cultivate. It was likely that the second young lady of the Tang family had fallen into madness due to the overly complex nature of their techniques. Moreover, such teachings are not lightly imparted. The Tang family's inheritance is not for outsiders to learn. Although a master of the sea-gathering realm possesses significantly greater power than one of the foundation establishment realm, the disparity in the levels of cultivation techniques renders this elder incapable of providing substantial assistance. With Tang Guiyao missing for days, and now utterly untraceable, seeking her out and awaiting her return would likely prove futile. Qin Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The dangers of succumbing to madness are exceedingly grave. Delay is not an option. At this moment, Qin Yun's emotions were profoundly intricate, akin to two inner voices clashing within his mind. One must prioritize their own interests. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Though this young girl possesses a pure heart and treats others with sincerity, their acquaintance has been fleeting, merely a chance encounter. Qin Yun softly murmured, shaking his head as he withdrew his consciousness. He did not wish to involve himself in the affairs of the Tang family. His acquaintance with this girl had been brief, and exposing himself for her sake seemed utterly unwarranted. One must be resolute to remain steadfast. Having traversed 2 decades, Qin Yun had witnessed the myriad cruelties of the world. Kindness and compassion, in the end, seldom yield favorable outcomes. Yet, in this moment, Qin Yun's heart could no longer find tranquility. The image of her clear eyes and sincere smile lingered in his mind, indelible. Family. Those 2 words echoed in his ears, resonating endlessly. Enough. With a determined expression, Qin Yun abruptly closed his eyes. As his consciousness reached out, the power of his primordial spirit enveloped the realm around him. In that instant, the supreme bone radiated with divine light within him. Countless minuscule characters erupted forth, delineating the most obscure paths of the world, filling the expanse. What transpired? In that moment, all present felt a terrifying surge of energy. The winds and clouds shifted ominously, as if some dreadful entity was on the verge of awakening. Boom. In the celestial realm, where resplendent light radiates, a magnificent figure emerges from the boundless river of time. It is an extraordinary apparition, a formidable ancient supreme being, standing resolutely amidst the currents of eternity, gazing down upon the world and regarding all living beings with disdain. What is this? Everyone is captivated by this wondrous vision. Although the face of this figure is shrouded in an endless mist of chaos, obscuring its true form, its towering presence is undeniably remarkable. Enveloped in the laws of the universe, it resembles a deity, ruling over heaven and earth, seated within the river of time, surveying the ages. A sense of awe surges through the hearts of onlookers, compelling them to instinctively revere. Chapter 009. Good causes, good effects. A golden radiance, fierce and overwhelming, enveloped the sky, with purple mist swirling, exuding an indescribable grandeur. An ancient supreme being, emerging from the river of time, manifested in the realm. His towering figure and terrifying aura causing everyone's hearts to tremble uncontrollably. People understood that this was merely an extraordinary phenomenon, an illusion, not a tangible reality. Yet, they could not help but shudder, as if a divine projection had descended. Even a mere glance felt as if the very essence of the universe bore down upon them, threatening to subdue this vast world. What could this be? Why did such a terrifying phenomenon arise? Many were perplexed. The spectacle was so astonishing that it shattered their perceptions. In myriad cities, throngs of people surged forth, eager to capture the source of this anomaly. However, it was destined to be impossible. Oh no! The second young lady was on the verge of a breakthrough, teetering on the brink of madness. This was a moment of crisis. If disturbed by this phenomenon, calamity would surely follow. Only the Tang household was engulfed in chaos. The elder spoke, inwardly sensing the gravity of the situation, his heart laden with profound worry. Yet, at that moment, the majestic ancient supreme being clasped his hands together, and in an instant, a serene energy spread across the heavens and the earth. The towering statue radiated brilliant light, exuding an aura of peace, and wherever its illumination reached, all felt an unexpected tranquility descend upon their hearts. Comprehend the harmony and bow to me. It seemed as though a voice was softly chanting in the air. Intricate verses filled with boundless truths resonating throughout the cosmos. People clearly observed that when this voice emerged, the once crimson sky calmed, and the ethereal lotus gradually stabilized, its brilliance becoming crystalline. This divine sound held remarkable efficacy. The elder was taken aback, his demeanor finally softening. Simultaneously, within the room, Qin Yun's primordial spirit surged forth, enveloping Tang Yunli with his consciousness. In this moment, he could distinctly see the young woman seated cross-legged upon her bed, her brow furrowed, her aura in disarray. The supreme bone could suppress all, its divine effectiveness boundless, bringing peace to the mind and spirit. Yet, that was all it could do. To aid Tang Yunli in her breakthrough, guidance was required. Qin Yun observed intently, searching for the root of her confusion in her cultivation. Soon, he pinpointed the issue. Although he had not practiced the Tang family's teachings, his own methods and secret arts were among the finest in the world. Being at the pinnacle of the spirit consolidation realm, the perplexities of the foundation establishment stage appeared to him as clear as a child's homework. Drawing in spiritual energy to cleanse the spiritual platform, traversing the 100 convergence spirit cavities, entering the palace of acumen, and navigating the spirit meridian. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to her. As Tang Yunli, perpetually ensnared in confusion, heard this voice, it was as though a drowning person had grasped a life-saving straw. Her tightly knitted brows finally unfurled, and a look of relief blossomed upon her face. Boom! The surge of energy within her body roared forth, and in an instant, all disorder vanished, giving way to tranquility. At this moment, her realm shattered the barriers, ushering in the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yun felt a sense of tranquility wash over his heart. The situation had been perilous, yet ultimately safe. The girl before him was remarkably astute. With merely a nudge in the right direction, she grasped the essence of the matter, prompting him to nod subtly in approval. Esteemed elder, who might you be? In the aftermath of her ordeal, Tang Yunli's voice resonated, an ethereal conversation existing solely between the two. She sensed a formidable presence beside her moments ago, one that had guided her through the crisis. It must be your benevolent influence, Qin Yun mused softly. Sow the seeds of virtue and reap the rewards. All is a manifestation of your own making. He contemplated briefly before continuing. At times, one must concede to the whims of fate. Had it been just a few days prior, Qin Yun would have remained an indifferent observer during Tang Yunli's tribulations. Yet today, he witnessed her kindness and sincerity. And in that moment, he dispelled the misunderstandings that clouded his judgment regarding her. Thus, he chose to intervene. It felt as though everything unfolded according to a predetermined design. Please, venerable elder, reveal your name. I shall surely repay your kindness, Tang Yunli implored. This time, Qin Yun merely smiled faintly, offering no further reply as he departed. He could not disclose his identity. It was his most profound secret, one he would guard jealously until he attained greater strength, ensuring that no one but himself would uncover it. Elder? Elder! Tang Yunli called out urgently, her voice soft yet filled with desperation, but gradually. She sensed the absence of that presence. The aura was fading, nearly vanishing altogether. In the next moment, she opened her eyes, stepping outside in pursuit of something elusive. Yet she could no longer feel it. At that instant, a profound emptiness enveloped her heart. Second miss, you have successfully overcome the challenge. A throng of servants from the Tang family gathered around her, and the elderly gentleman who had witnessed Tang Yunli's safety was both astonished and elated. Uncle Chun, in my hour of need, a wise individual guided me, Tang Yunli proclaimed, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Considering the extraordinary phenomenon that had just transpired, a tumult of emotions stirred within them. But who could this person be? Tang Yunli murmured, as if questioning both Uncle Chun and herself. The steward, equally perplexed, pondered how this reserved second miss, who seldom ventured out and had few acquaintances, could possibly know such an extraordinary figure, one capable of conjuring such a terrifying spectacle. Perhaps it is the Master-S arrangement. He may have long positioned such a formidable protector by your side. When he returns, all will be revealed, Uncle Chun suggested thoughtfully. That may be so, Tang Yunli nodded, her expression tinged with complexity, as she sensed this was not likely her sister's doing. Within the confines of the room, Qin Yun gradually opened his eyes. As he departed, the celestial phenomenon above dissipated, retreating into the hidden corners of the world. Though the supreme bone is immensely powerful, its utilization inevitably brings forth strange phenomena, which is indeed a source of considerable vexation. Qin Yun murmured softly. To be candid, he harbored no desire for such anomalies to manifest, as the ensuing turmoil would not bode well for him. At present, he merely wished for the disturbances caused by his actions to be swiftly quelled, sparing him from suspicion. Subsequently, Qin Yun reverted to his nonchalant demeanor, reclining against the wall. Perhaps the exertion of the supreme bone had drained him, for after a brief moment, he succumbed to a deep slumber. However, little did Qin Yun anticipate that while he lay in profound sleep, Those outside were destined to remain awake throughout the night. Chapter 010. The Return of Tang Guiyao. In the vast expanse of the void, an imposing figure traversed the river of time, manifesting amidst the realms of heaven and earth. This extraordinary phenomenon sent ripples across the land, prompting widespread speculation regarding its origins. The entire nation was captivated. Throughout the great Qin territory, masters from every city stirred into action, and to their astonishment, even notable figures from the imperial capital emerged in search of the source of this anomaly. The winds of change swept through every corner, with streets and alleys buzzing with discussions. Some declared it a resurrection of the divine, while others proclaimed the arrival of an immortal. The spectacle was undeniably remarkable, a portent of significant consequence. The hearts of the people ignited with fervor. In a single night, the tranquility of the great Qin was shattered, plunging it into a state of fervent unrest. Even sects and factions near the borders of Great Qin began to stir, their ambitions swelling. Ultimately, after extensive inquiry by some of the most revered figures on this land, a revelation emerged: the Supreme Bone. When these three words echoed across the realm, it ignited a fervor unlike any other. The Supreme Bone is one of the most formidable physiques known to man. Those who possess the Supreme Bone are destined to become unparalleled sovereigns, gazing down upon the myriad of beings. A wave of trepidation swept through the populace. Historically, the Supreme Bone has always been a powerful force, one of the mightiest constitutions in existence. Anyone endowed with the Supreme Bone has invariably left an indelible mark upon the annals of history. Its brilliance has illuminated the ages, rendering it a rare and extraordinary physique. For countless years, the Supreme Bone has not graced the world again, deemed too formidable and defiant to be tolerated by society. Is it truly the Supreme Bone? If so, this land is destined to witness the birth of a sovereign. Countless hearts trembled at the prospect. Simultaneously, an urgent quest commenced to uncover the origins of the Supreme Bone's manifestation. The emergence of the Supreme Bone holds immense influence, casting ripples far and wide, instilling a sense of unease and a myriad of questions within all. To what heights has it ascended? What purpose does it serve by revealing its divine efficacy within Great Qin? Should it belong to the people of Great Qin, there is no doubt that the realm will experience a resurgence akin to the rise of Tang Guiyao. However, if it bears hostility towards Great Qin, it will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. The source must be uncovered at all costs. The reasons behind the manifestation of the Supreme Bone unearthed. On that very night, within the imperial capital, a decree was issued. With the emergence of this edict, masters throughout the capital sprang into action, their expressions taut with anticipation. At the Tang residence, Qin Yun awoke well past noon, stretching lazily before stepping outside, where he beheld a graceful figure. In the courtyard, she was tending to the flowers and plants. "Brother, I noticed your courtyard seemed a bit desolate, so I had someone bring you some flora. These flowers were personally planted by me," Tang Yunli said, a sweet smile adorning her face. Dressed in a pink gown, devoid of makeup, she possessed an innate beauty, resembling a celestial blossom. Standing there, even the most stunning flowers paled in comparison. "I heard you encountered difficulties in your cultivation last night. Are you all right?" "Unfortunately, I am unable to cultivate and cannot assist you in any way." Qin Yun spoke, feigning concern while discreetly observing Tang Yunli's subtle expressions. After all, the two had shared close proximity the previous night, and Qin Yun was apprehensive, fearing that the girl might draw unwarranted associations. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. Tang Yunli exhibited a demeanor that was quite natural. She merely shook her head gently and, with a soft bow, expressed, "Thank you, brother, for your concern. I am quite well." They casually found a spot to sit, and attendants brought over 2 reclining chairs. Under the blazing sun, the two reclined languidly, basking in the warmth. Immersed in this serene atmosphere, Qin Yun's heart felt remarkably tranquil. He mused that such a life was indeed pleasant, sunbathing daily, receiving accolades by night, and occasionally enjoying the company of a charming sister-in-law for conversation. Surely, this could be considered a slice of paradise, something many men yearn for yet cannot attain. Had this kind-hearted sister-in-law been his bride, his days would undoubtedly have been even more delightful. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Qin Yun's lips. Of course, this was not an illicit fancy. He harbored no improper intentions towards his sister-in-law, merely indulging in a whimsical notion. After all, his nominal wife was far less agreeable in comparison to this petite woman. Just as they lounged lazily in the sun, a figure clad in simple attire intruded. It was none other than Tang Guiyao. She appeared considerably haggard, bearing an air of exhaustion from the trials she had endured in recent days. Upon seeing Tang Yunli unharmed, Her anxious heart finally eased. However, upon witnessing Qin Yun and Tang Yunli basking in the sun, the formidable first female warrior of Qin was instantly incensed. "Sister, you have finally returned," Tang Yunli exclaimed, rising to greet her weary sister, her delicate face betraying a flicker of concern. Yet, Tang Guiyao's expression was frigid, chilling to the core. "No wonder you have strayed from your path. Neglecting your training while spending your days with such individuals has left you vulnerable," she chastised coldly, akin to reprimanding a child, without a trace of compassion. This caused Qin Yun to furrow his brow slightly. He had assumed that Tang Yunli's yearning for familial bonds stemmed from her sister's prolonged absences due to warfare. Yet now, he realized that it was not solely for that reason. This woman possessed an overly domineering nature. Just after his sister had endured a harrowing ordeal, she uttered such words. Qin Yun could not label Tang Guiyao as heartless. He understood that she still cared deeply for her sister's safety, or else she would not have hurried back. Yet, such a temperament inevitably distances her from others, often inflicting harm upon those she holds dearest. "Sister, I have been negligent in my training, causing you worry. However, this does not concern brother," Tang Yunli replied. "After all, he is our family. Having just arrived at the Tang residence, everything remains unfamiliar." Tang Yunli spoke softly, her voice delicate and frail, appearing as fragile as a blank sheet of paper before Tang Guiyao. She dared not meet her elder sister's gaze, bowing her head, and as she spoke, her words dwindled to a mere whisper, lacking in conviction. Brother? Family? These two terms seemed to elevate Tang Guiyao's anger to unfathomable heights. How could one who is incapable of cultivation be regarded as family? A century hence, your youthful visage will remain unscathed by the ravages of time. Yet what of him? With white hair and a feeble form, he may have long since turned to dust. You would consider such a person as family? Do you intend to lead a life of mediocrity like his? Tang Guiyao chastised. In that moment, the seemingly delicate woman abruptly lifted her head, meeting Tang Guiyao's gaze with unwavering resolve. "How can you speak like that?" It was the only retort she could muster in response to her sister, though she appeared fragile, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if on the brink of shattering. Yet this time, she did not avert her gaze, steadfastly confronting her sister. Chapter 011. Who is the master? Reclining on a chair, Qin Yun remained remarkably composed as he listened to the heated exchange between the two. It was as if the male protagonist, the subject of their dispute, was merely an outsider, not himself. Yet, how could Qin Yun not feel anger? Such disdain, such an attitude, what man could possibly endure it? However, this world operates on the principle of strength. In the eyes of the powerful, the lives of the majority of the weak are as inconsequential as that of ants. Moreover, as a mere cripple bound in marriage to Tang Guiyao, the first female war deity of the great Qian, it was inevitable that any resentment directed toward the emperor would be redirected toward him. Qin Yun did not wish to engage in futile arguments, for no matter how he contended, it would only serve to reveal his impotent rage. He understood that one day, he would evolve into a being that commanded the reverence of all. That realization was sufficient. The esteemed female war deity of the great Qian might not retain her air of superiority in the future. In truth, after Tang Guiyao had spoken her piece, she had continued to scrutinize Qin Yun's demeanor. She anticipated that he might respond with impotent fury or flee in disarray. Yet, she never imagined that he would display such tranquility. It mirrored the composure he had exhibited on their wedding night when he faced her demands with unflappable calmness, as if nothing could perturb or shake his inner peace. Was he truly an ordinary mortal? Was he merely a lowly, illegitimate child of the Qin family? Tang Guiyao questioned herself internally. If he were a cultivator, then his composure would be utterly formidable. Like a deep pool, his stillness belied an unwavering confidence. The greatest potential of a cultivator lies within their Tao heart, which ultimately determines their future accomplishments. Such a mindset guarantees extraordinary achievements. Yet, here stood a man who was, after all, an incapable mortal. With this thought, Tang Guiyao shook her head slightly. "Come with me," she said, her expression softening considerably as she addressed Tang Yunli before departing on her own. Tang Yunli stood rooted to the spot for a long while, seething with anger, yet ultimately lowered his head. "Brother," the young girl uttered, her eyes shimmering with regret. "Go ahead," Qin Yun replied with a faint smile, thus speaking. "Supreme Bone? Sister, are you sure this is true?" A voice of astonishment echoed from outside the study. Inside, Tang Guiyao sat at the desk while Tang Yunli stood there, his mouth agape, a look of utter shock on his face. There can be no mistake. The phenomenon that appeared that night was identical to the description of the Supreme Bone in ancient texts. Only the Supreme Bone manifests such astonishing phenomena. Tang Guiyao remarked softly, her expression intricate. Meanwhile, Tang Yunli remained completely frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. The Supreme Bone has not manifested for many years, being hailed as one of the mightiest physiques in existence. It was believed that it had become a relic of the past, absent across multiple eras. Yet now it has revealed itself. An endless astonishment graced Tang Yunli's countenance. One cannot blame her for such a reaction. The supremacy of the Supreme Bone is universally acknowledged. It is regarded as an unparalleled divine body, with few physiques capable of rivaling it. Throughout the annals of history, any individual endowed with the Supreme Bone, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, ultimately achieves remarkable accomplishments, nearly ascending to the pinnacle of existence and becoming the sovereign of the cosmos. The world abounds with tales of prodigious masters possessing the Supreme Bone and the cataclysmic battles they have waged against the ultimate dominators. Perhaps this physique has never truly been extinguished. Tang Guiyao mused softly. Regardless, it has finally emerged. In this lifetime, we may witness the birth of an extraordinary supreme being that will overshadow this era. This will be the lament of all the exceptional talents of our time. As she uttered these words, Tang Guiyao's expression was exceedingly complex. She herself was far from ordinary, being a divine embryo with terrifying innate gifts. Yet, even she felt a shadow of despair in the presence of the Supreme Bone. Such a physique is overwhelmingly powerful, having claimed the lives of countless divine bodies over the ages. If a person possessing the Supreme Bone were to rise in the future, even she would likely find herself eclipsed. Let us not dwell too much on this. Although the phenomenon of the Supreme Bone is manifesting within our realm, it is ultimately not our concern. Whether as friend or foe, His Majesty will handle it. It is not an affair of the Tang family, Tang Guiyao stated, shaking her head. However, upon hearing this, Tang Yunli appeared momentarily stunned. Sister, there is something I have yet to share with you, Tang Yunli said slowly. Her expression tinged with anxiety. Last night, I did not overcome the heart demon by my own means, but rather, I was guided by an esteemed individual. What? Tang Guiyao's face changed abruptly, and she sprang to her feet. Subsequently, Tang Yunli recounted everything that transpired with that venerable figure from the previous night in meticulous detail. This was her small secret. While the phenomenon of the Supreme Bone astonished the world, this secret was known to but a few. As she listened to Tang Yunli's account, Tang Guiyao's expression grew increasingly grave. When her sister finished speaking, she stood there, motionless, for a protracted period. How astute she was. The Supreme Bone's manifestation was astonishing, appearing in Dakian with uncertain intentions and motives. No one knew what the individual wielding the Supreme Bone intended. However, from the descriptions provided by the people, it could be inferred that the individual seemed to be preaching, with no cataclysmic devastation occurring. Instead, they merely recited a melody of profound teachings that instilled tranquility in the hearts of the listeners. Prior to this, Tang Guiyao had been unable to fathom the purpose behind the actions of the one possessing the Supreme Bone. However, after hearing her sister's narrative, she realized that the reason the esteemed figure had employed the divine efficacy of the Supreme Bone was to aid her sister in overcoming her challenges. This revelation left her momentarily speechless. The Supreme Bone is a rarity in the world. Its possessor must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual. She mused that she had never encountered such a person, and her younger sister had hardly ventured beyond the confines of their home. How could such an exceptional being possibly come to the aid of her sister? Tang Guiyao was utterly astonished, her brows furrowed as her mind raced with contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Yunli, observing this scene, began to grasp a suspicion that had lingered in his heart. Just yesterday, she had felt a sense of relief, believing that her sister had befriended a remarkable figure who had arranged to protect her. However, judging by her sister's demeanor, it was evident that she did not recognize this esteemed individual. Who could this person be, who has bestowed upon me such immense favor? Chapter 012. A gentle countenance. The moonlight cascaded through the window, filling the room with a serene glow, illuminating the simple furnishings and a few ancient paintings, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. In the corner, Qin Yun lay awake, waiting for the arrival of the midnight hour. Ding! On the 7th day of marriage. A reward of the celestial scripture, the heavenly emperor's ancient canon. At that moment, a melodious sound resonated within his mind, prompting Qin Yun to sit up abruptly. The heavenly emperor's ancient canon. Undoubtedly, it was a scripture for cultivation. The initial steps of qi training, foundation building, and spirit condensation are merely the beginnings of the journey. The foundation of the Tao, which does not particularly require an ancient scripture. However, the subsequent stages of cultivation necessitate an ancient canon as an indispensable tool. Without such a scripture, one might as well sever the path ahead, for no amount of effort could transcend that boundary. The significance of ancient scriptures is self-evident. Furthermore, the transmission of such teachings is not taken lightly. Aside from innate limitations, the constraints imposed by ancient scriptures can be a source of great frustration. The ancient dynasties and sacred places of this world are formidable largely due to their possession of complete ancient texts. This explains why prodigies and talented individuals strive relentlessly to seek out these sanctuaries for their cultivation. Now, the scripture Qin Yun had acquired was likewise a complete ancient canon, documenting all realms of cultivation, elucidating its essence, and clarifying the path of practice. What is the essence of a timely gift? This is it. It is no exaggeration to say that possessing such an ancient scripture grants Qin Yun the qualification to establish a sect, even enabling him to forge a power akin to that of the sacred places, provided he possesses strength comparable to that of a sovereign or emperor. Thus, seated cross-legged under the night sky, Qin Yun commenced his cultivation of the heavenly emperor's ancient canon. This practice was exceedingly intricate. Although he had not previously engaged with other ancient scriptures, he could distinctly sense that the heavenly emperor's ancient canon far surpassed all earthly traditions. Its profound mysteries and inexhaustible truths could be likened to the great Tao itself. The concise cultivation mantra was imbued with boundless profundity, possessing an essence that was both natural and elegantly simple. As Qin Yun sat in meditation, his mind became profoundly tranquil. In the depths of his consciousness, he seemed to perceive a majestic figure seated against the vast cosmos, turned away from all beings, elucidating the profound truths of the great Tao. Boom! Qin Yun's heart surged with emotion, the resonance of the Tao's voice echoing like a galloping army, producing a magnificent celestial sound that reverberated through him. He listened intently, savoring each insight. Though his realm did not visibly advance, his strength underwent a transformative shift after immersing himself in this ancient scripture. By the time he concluded his practice, dawn was approaching. Content: Qin Yun surrendered to sleep. Meanwhile, in the study, two women bore expressions of mild fatigue, having spent the entire night pondering the identity of that enigmatic figure. This question filled both with an insatiable curiosity. A being endowed with supreme talent. It is no exaggeration to assert that such an entity is destined for unimaginable achievements, meriting the attention of all sacred lands and ancient dynasties. This is independent of his cultivation level. It is purely a matter of innate ability. Yet, this very individual has chosen to assist Tang Yunli in overcoming challenges, leaving both of them utterly perplexed. The sisters spent an entire night in restless contemplation, racking their brains, but even after recounting all the acquaintances they had known, they could find no suitable candidate. Sighing softly, Tang Guiyao remarked, "In my view, he may have no connection to either of us. He merely passed through this place and casually rescued you. As for his assertion of sowing good seeds and reaping good fruits, it may simply be an arbitrary justification. After all, should such a person mature, he would undoubtedly possess a status far beyond our reach, and if he never develops, he would not easily reveal himself." Perhaps his response was merely a spontaneous utterance. Could someone truly come to my aid without reason? Tang Yunli pondered hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Guiyao shook her head slightly, admitting that she too found it hard to believe that anyone would come to help her sister without cause. In this world, love is never without reason. Yet, while the rationale seemed tenuous, aside from a chance encounter and a casual act of kindness, what other explanation could there be? Sow good seeds, reap good fruits. Tang Guiyao wished to ponder no further, but Tang Yunli continued to murmur these words. She sensed that this individual would not have spoken so without motive. Surely there was a reason behind it. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable warmth from him, as if he were a dear one close to her. However, as she rarely ventured out and had no friends in the court, nor in the outside world, she wondered where such good seeds could be sown. Just then, she was jolted by a sudden realization as a gentle face appeared in her mind. Sow good seeds, reap good fruits. Could it be? Tang Yunli's pupils widened in astonishment. Yet, just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she hesitated. What are you thinking? Tang Guiyao, noticing her sister's expression, suddenly became intrigued. However, Tang Yunli merely shook her head slightly. This notion seemed so absurd that even she found it hard to believe, let alone her elder sister. Voicing it would surely invite a scolding. Besides, she herself did not truly believe it. They were two entirely different individuals, worlds apart. It could not possibly be him. I shall not dwell on it any longer. Even if I were to think endlessly, I might truly not know him. I can only hope to encounter him again in the future. Such a great kindness must be repaid, Tang Yunli said softly, with a bemused smile at her sister's demeanor. Tang Guiyao retorted, "What are you thinking? Such a person is elusive and perhaps a sovereign figure, his status transcendent. Encountering him even once is already a great fortune. How could you expect to meet him twice? Upon hearing these words, a fleeting sense of despondency crossed Tang Yunli's expression. At this moment, Tang Guiyao seemed to recall something. Her countenance turning grave as she inquired, the guidance from that eminent figure, aside from us sisters, no one else is aware of it, correct? Only Uncle Chun and a few cultivators in the manor, Tang Yunli replied without giving it much thought. She was completely oblivious to the fact that, upon uttering this statement, Tang Guiyao's complexion had drastically changed. This is bad. Tang Guiyao froze momentarily, a wave of foreboding surging within her. Chapter 013. Entering the palace to meet the sovereign. Follow me into the palace to meet his majesty. The cold, unfeeling voice stirred Qin Yun from his slumber, akin to a chilling winter breeze. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a face of exquisite perfection. Tang Guiyao stood there, adorned in simple garments, exuding an air of tranquility. Why should I, a mere commoner, venture to pay homage? Qin Yun retorted lazily, his indifference apparent. I have been occupied of late. Since it is the emperor's decree of marriage, it is only fitting that I express gratitude afterward, Tang Guiyao explained, her tone remaining frosty. Indeed, according to protocol, one should properly thank the emperor for a bestowed marriage. Nevertheless, Qin Yun was taken aback. This woman was not one to adhere to convention easily, especially regarding expressions of gratitude for such matters. What had prompted this change? He recalled the conversation Tang Guiyao had shared with Tang Yunli the previous night. Without further ado, he bathed and donned a simple white robe, accompanying Tang Guiyao into the imperial palace. The Tang family held a significant position within the Great Qian, acting as the emperor's right hand, and thus, their residence was not far from the royal city. Yet, the distance was still beyond ordinary comprehension. The vastness of Great Qian's territory was immense. Even the busiest thoroughfare of the capital reflected this. It is said that for a mortal to meet the emperor, one might walk a lifetime and still not reach the palace. The two did not travel by steed or palanquin. With a mere wave of her hand, Tang Guiyao conjured ripples in the air, and in an instant, the cosmos shifted, stars realigned. Such power left Qin Yun in quiet awe. He could not deny that, though she was not particularly endearing, her prowess as the foremost warrior of Great Qian was indisputable. Even at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, he found it challenging to gauge her true level, let alone her actual combat strength. She was akin to an unfathomable deep pool. When they reappeared, a magnificent celestial palace materialized before them. It was an ethereal abode, towering and majestic, suspended in the void, suffused with imperial majesty and an overwhelming aura of dragon energy, accompanied by an indescribable oppressive force that enveloped them. The heavenly court? Qin Yun's heart was profoundly moved. The sight of such a celestial palace evoked an otherworldly sensation. He finally comprehended why the Qin family held the Qian emperor in such reverence. It was indeed a divine spectacle that stirred the souls of all who beheld it. Since we are now wed, in a certain sense, you belong to the Tang family. Tang Guiyao's words were devoid of the previous coldness and commanding tone. The Tang family does not require you to do anything, but in public, I hope you will uphold the family's reputation. As they approached the celestial palace, each step they took conjured steps beneath their feet, leading them directly to the grand hall of the transcendent palace. Throughout this journey, Tang Guiyao's emotions were complex. The reason for their audience with the emperor was indeed rooted in the previous night's conversation. In the Tang household, the watchful eyes of the Qian emperor were ever present. Given that the matter of his younger sister receiving guidance from a master had reached the ears of the Tang family, it was only natural that it would also come to the attention of the Qian emperor. If the Tang family were to harbor a formidable individual with supreme lineage, the news would undoubtedly reach the emperor. Tang Guiyao was understandably apprehensive about inciting the emperor's suspicion. After all, those possessing supreme lineage could not be taken lightly. If the emperor were to suspect that she was secretly nurturing her own power, it would spell disaster. Thus, she felt compelled to come forth and confess everything. The celestial palace stood majestically, and after a prolonged wait, the grand doors of the palace slowly opened. The two entered the palace in succession. Inside, the vast hall was tranquil and empty. At the far end, upon the throne, sat a singular figure adorned in imperial robes, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ruler would be a woman, the formidable empress of the Great Qian. The sovereign of the Great Qian, who stood on equal footing with the lords of the sacred lands, was indeed a woman. This revelation left Qin Yun in a state of astonishment. In this realm of cultivation, where notions of gender superiority were absent and strength reigned supreme, The presence of a female emperor ruling the great Qin was certainly unexpected. At that moment, Qin Yun's thoughts wandered to the many tales he had heard. He recalled the rumor that the empress had once been the closest friend of Tang Guiyao. They had trained together since childhood, their ages alike. He had dismissed this as mere fabrication, yet today, he began to comprehend that perhaps there was truth to it. Their ages were indeed similar. And Tang Guiyao's illustrious reputation had emerged during the empress's reign. It could be said that it was Tang Guiyao's singular efforts that had fashioned the unparalleled brilliance of the great Qin under the empress's rule. It was no wonder that the emperor would resort to a marriage alliance to suppress Tang Guiyao. Only a woman could truly understand another woman's heart, knowing precisely how to wield the sharpest blows of suppression. Contemplating this, Qin Yun felt a twinge of discomfort. A single woman was not to be feared. What was truly daunting was finding himself embroiled in the turmoil of conflict between two formidable women. Often, it was the men who suffered the most in such entanglements. "What brings you to the palace, my dear minister?" The empress's tone was gentle, accompanied by a subtle smile, yet the underlying authority was unmistakable, demanding respect. "To express gratitude for your majesty's marriage decree," Tang Guiyao replied succinctly. Even upon entering the palace to pay her respects, she refrained from bowing, let alone performing a formal obeisance. Standing quietly, clad in simple attire, she radiated an air of strength and invincibility. No wonder the empress would seek to suppress her. Regardless of their close relationship, one must always recognize the distinction of their roles, Qin Yun mused. Tang Guiyao's demeanor was unyielding. Her accomplishments overshadowed many. And it was hard to imagine any ruler, not just the empress, who would not feel a sense of apprehension towards her. "Ah, I observe that you appear quite well. My dear minister, it seems marital life is treating you splendidly," the empress remarked. At her words, the atmosphere in the hall noticeably chilled. Tang Guiyao stood there, her expression darkening. "Thanks to your majesty's great fortune," she replied tersely. Beside her, Qin Yun felt a surge of alarm. These two women are not easy to deal with. Although they appear amiable on the surface, beneath lies a tension that is palpable. Yesterday, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged within the borders of the great Qin, with rumors suggesting that it signifies the revelation of the supreme bone. How does Lady Tang perceive this matter? The empress responded with a light laugh. Yet her gaze revealed a chilling intensity. Chapter 014. Better to err in killing than to let go. I have come precisely for this matter. Last night, when the strange phenomenon manifested, my younger sister encountered some peril during her trials. She claimed to have received assistance from a remarkable individual, which enabled her to navigate through this tribulation unscathed. I suspect that the anomaly of the supreme bone may be related to this extraordinary figure. Tang Guiyao spoke thus, maintaining a stance of neither servility nor arrogance. Her candor caught Qin Yun off guard, yet he soon found solace in the realization that, with the emperor being aware, taking the initiative was indeed the wisest course of action. Concealing matters would only breed further suspicion. Is it true? Such a thing exists. One must admit, although the empress understood the situation thoroughly, she still put on a facade of surprise. The supreme bone is one of the most potent physiques in existence. A glance at ancient history reveals that in the most archaic epochs, the strongest beings of each era invariably bore the mark of the supreme body. Could such a remarkable individual truly have ties to the younger sister of the Tang family? The empress chuckled lightly, a hint of intrigue gracing her expression. Naturally, there is no connection. I surmise that this person merely passed by and lent a hand out of chance. Tang Guiyao replied softly. Is it possible that you are so certain, Minister Tang? Would a being possessing the supreme bone offer assistance to your sister without reason? The empress inquired, her laughter laced with skepticism. Tang Guiyao stood resolutely, calmly meeting the empress's gaze, her tone icy. What does your majesty think? In that instant, the grand hall descended into profound silence, a stillness akin to death. Even Qin Yun felt an ominous chill. This woman possessed a formidable spirit, unwilling to yield even before the empress. He mused silently. The Tang residence was certainly not a place to linger. The empress most likely harbored murderous intent towards Tang Guiyao, and it was far more than mere suspicion. Should a day of calamity befall them, without sufficient strength, he too would be unable to evade a tragic fate. I believe that those who possess the supreme bone must exercise great caution before they mature, daring not to reveal their extraordinary nature, and would not unveil their secrets to rescue an unfamiliar person. The empress's expression turned dark. However, she soon donned a smile, shifting her tone. Yet, this individual's identity remains unclear. They may indeed be a formidable force. Furthermore, as far as I know, the Tang family's younger sister typically leads a reclusive life, making it improbable for her to be acquainted with such a person. Wouldn't you agree, Minister Tang? Her gentle words and beautiful smile, however, carried an undercurrent of chill and menace. "Your Majesty is astute." Tang Guiyao could only respond with those 4 words. "You may withdraw. I am fatigued." The Empress gestured for Tang Guiyao to leave. Yet, just as Qin Yun prepared to turn away, that authoritative voice resounded once more. "Qin Yun, I have a few words to share with you." Upon hearing this, Tang Guiyao slowly turned, casting a glance at the Empress and then at Qin Yun. Departing in silence with an air of tranquility, Qin Yun found himself at a loss for words. While Tang Guiyao was challenging to deal with, at least she was forthright. However, this Empress, in her current actions, had expelled Tang Guiyao and chosen to keep him in the palace, clearly entangling him in their conflict. Her intentions were suspect. "Qin Yun, a mere mortal like you, do you comprehend who has bestowed upon you your current status?" The Empress spoke softly. Internally, Qin Yun felt 1,000 curses surging within him, yet he maintained a facade of calm, replying, "The commoner understands." "That is good to hear. You may leave now. I trust that if ever there comes a day when I seek information, you will be the first to alleviate my concerns, will you not?" The Empress continued in a low tone. This statement caused Qin Yun to pause momentarily. Was she attempting to win him over? Or perhaps sow discord? He chose not to respond and silently withdrew. However, just as he was about to turn away from the palace, he spun back around. "Your Majesty, as a mere commoner, I fear I cannot alleviate your burdens. Moreover, I am, after all, a member of the Tang family," Qin Yun stated, neither submissive nor arrogant. Undoubtedly, the Empress desired him to pledge loyalty, and many would hastily choose the side of the sovereign in such a struggle. Yet, Qin Yun understood the depths of her cunning. Even in servitude, a good end would be far from assured. Thus, it was better to abide by his true convictions. This was not to imply allegiance to Tang Guiyao, but merely to clarify his own stance to avoid future complications. Silence enveloped the grand hall, and after a prolonged moment, the Empress finally spoke. "Very well. Remember your choice today." Without lingering further, Qin Yun departed the hall. The moment he stepped through the door, the serene expression on the Empress's face vanished, and the void within the hall erupted with a resonating force, the very laws of nature trembling. "A useless wretch, do you truly believe I rely on you for anything? How audacious! How long has it been since your marriage to Tang Guiyao, and you already consider yourself a member of the Tang family?" The Empress's gaze turned icy. Her intention was never to genuinely recruit Qin Yun. Rather, she sought to suppress Tang Guiyao while conveniently co-opting Qin Yun to usurp all that belonged to her. Yet, the Empress had never anticipated that this mere mortal would dare to defy her. "Your Majesty, why trouble yourself with a commoner? He is but an ordinary man, lacking in experience," interjected the elderly eunuch beside her. His age and resplendent court attire attested to his distinguished status. "Do you truly think I am vexed by that mortal? My ire is directed at Tang Guiyao. Her disrespect towards me has grown ever more pronounced," the Empress replied, her tone solemn. "General Tang has been nurtured in the military since childhood, harboring deep ties to her comrades. Now that you have stripped her of her command and forced her to wed a commoner, it is only natural for her to feel resentment. Such grievances indicate that your suppression is effective, does it not?" The eunuch remarked with a persistent smile. The Empress's expression softened considerably, though it still bore a hint of displeasure. "Is it truly effective? The manifestation of the supreme bone is likely connected to the Tang family. I surmise that this individual is a formidable presence meticulously placed within the Tang residence by Tang Guiyao. However, due to Tang Yunli's descent into madness, this individual has prematurely revealed themselves. Tang Guiyao harbors a hidden supreme body, and her ambitions are undoubtedly vast. Does she truly believe that a few confessions will suffice to deceive me?" A flicker of murderous intent danced in the Empress's eyes, regardless of the circumstances. Tang Guiyao cannot be allowed to remain. Her presence breeds unease and will inevitably lead to calamity. At the moment those words escaped her lips, the expression of the old eunuch shifted dramatically, for he distinctly sensed the Empress's lethal intent. "Your Majesty, it is paramount to maintain harmony. General Tang enjoys considerable prestige within the army. Should turmoil arise, enough." Yet, before the old eunuch could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the Empress. "I do not require your guidance on how to proceed. I am acutely aware that I cannot act against her just yet. However, the matter of the supreme bone demands resolution. Do you think a mere statement can quell my concerns? She must be punished. All her ambitions must be stifled in their infancy." The old eunuch spoke with a heavy heart. "All of this remains mere conjecture. Perhaps the supreme bone is truly unrelated to the Tang family?" At that moment, the Empress's icy gaze fixed upon the old eunuch. Her words deliberate and measured, better to mistakenly slay than to let escape. The old eunuch fell silent, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. His demeanor one of resignation. He bowed respectfully and retreated quietly. Chapter 015. One's own position upon stepping out of the palace. Qin Yun beheld Tang Guiyao, standing a short distance away. Keep a close watch on my every move. Observe the actions of the Tang family meticulously. Perhaps one day, you shall ascend to prominence and become a court official, she remarked abruptly, a flicker of disdain flickering in her eyes. Qin Yun understood that this woman had clearly misunderstood the situation. It was not entirely her fault. The empress had retained him within the palace, and any rational individual would assume he had allied himself with her. After all, he was merely a common man, while the empress, a figure of supreme authority, could bestow even the slightest favor, causing any ordinary man to fall into reverence. Reflecting on this, Qin Yun shook his head, unwilling to offer any explanation. For any attempt at clarification would seem futile. This woman was too arrogant and dismissive of all else, believing only in her own convictions. No matter how eloquently one might argue, she would remain unconvinced. Without a word, Qin Yun turned and walked away. Sighing softly, Tang Guiyao gazed up at the sky, her eyes reflecting a labyrinth of emotions. The emperor's suspicions and the retrieval of military power were burdens she could endure. Yet the fact that the empress sought to claim even a commoner by her side left her feeling profoundly lost. After dedicating her life to warfare and battles, this was the outcome she faced. Contemplating the former glory of the Tang family during the height of the great Qin dynasty, contrasted with her current precarious position, her heart was engulfed by an overwhelming chill. Truth be told, she had considered resistance, had thought of defiance, but despite her outward demeanor of nonchalance, she was gripped by an inner trepidation. The future of the Tang family weighed heavily upon her. The moment she entertained thoughts of rebellion, she felt the burden of her ancestors' legacies, leaving her with no face to confront them. For generations, the Tang family had forged the brilliance of the great Qin with their blood and flesh. Would she truly forsake all that for her own discontent? Could she allow her grievances to plunge the peaceful era of the great Qin dynasty into chaos? The cost of such a choice was far too great compared to her personal grievances. Thus, she resolved to compromise, enduring, swallowing her bitterness in silence. General Tang. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance as an elderly man approached. Upon recognizing him, Tang Guiyao's icy demeanor softened considerably, and she gently bowed in greeting. Guiyao pays her respects to Lord Wang. This Lord Wang was indeed the grand eunuch who served the empress, having loyally attended 2 emperors, earning their utmost trust. Over the years, he had spoken many kind words on behalf of the Tang family in the emperor's ear, and for this reason, Tang Guiyao held a deep respect for the elder. The empress is quite upset with you today. Sometimes, we as subjects must learn to be patient and humble. The foundation of the great Qin can only be preserved through harmony between ruler and subjects, can it not? Lord Wang gently advised. I have done all that I can. What more can I do? Tang Guiyao replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Let her have her way. Sighing softly, with a deep sigh, Lord Wang understood the anguish that weighed upon Tang Guiyao's heart, yet he still inquired, have you truly made an effort? If you had indeed strived, that ordinary man would not have dared to confront his majesty today, nor would he have so callously rebuffed the emperor's overtures. Hearing these words, Tang Guiyao was struck dumb. He rejected the emperor's advances? What did he say? As Lord Wang recounted Qin Yun's words in detail, Tang Guiyao found herself completely immobilized. She turned her gaze towards the outer city, her demeanor somewhat dazed. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She had never anticipated that Qin Yun would so resolutely refuse the emperor's offers. She herself lacked the courage to resist, choosing instead to compromise and yield. Yet, this mere mortal had rejected the emperor with such decisiveness. After all, I am a member of the Tang family. Contemplating Lord Wang's exact words, a strange warmth blossomed within her. The Tang family's declaration was difficult for her to uphold, yet Qin Yun, an outsider, articulated such sentiments. Reflecting on her earlier remarks directed at Qin Yun, her heart swelled with conflicting feelings. With a graceful motion of her hand, the sun and moon shifted. In the next instant, she stood before Qin Yun. Why did you utter such words? You should have acquiesced to the emperor. What benefit does this refusal bring you? Tang Guiyao spoke softly, her tone devoid of its previous chill, softened considerably. This marked the first time she addressed this man in such a manner, and it was also the first occasion she felt a decrease in her aversion towards him. Upon hearing Tang Guiyao's words, Qin Yun comprehended everything. My refusal of His Majesty was not for your sake, it was solely for my own. Although I am but a pawn, I am still a man with my own principles. Having entered the Tang family, I am now one of them. It is unreasonable to collude with outsiders against my own kin, Qin Yun articulated with a calm dignity that evoked memories for Tang Guiyao of their wedding night. In that moment, she felt as though she was truly meeting this man for the first time. Come, return with me, she softly urged, gesturing with her delicate hand to form a sigil, inviting Qin Yun to approach. However, Qin Yun shook his head. There is no need to trouble the general. Though I am but a mortal, I possess 2 legs and can walk back myself. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving Tang Guiyao utterly speechless. She had always regarded this man as insignificant, yet today, he imparted an entirely different impression. Upon arriving at the imperial city, she had cautioned him not to tarnish the Tang family's reputation, yet in the presence of the Empress of Deqian, even she could not maintain her standards, forced instead to continually capitulate and concede. Yet Qin Yun, an ordinary mortal, resolutely upheld his principles. And the words the Tang family poignantly encapsulated the noble character of the Tang lineage. Gazing at the figure departing with unwavering resolve, she recalled her previous assumption that he had allied himself with Emperor Qian, along with the words she had spoken to him. In this moment, Tang Guiyao found herself feeling somewhat pitiable and absurd. Chapter 016. The young master of the Li family. It was not until the late hours of the night that Qin Yun returned to the Tang residence. Inside the room, Tang Guiyao lay quietly in the inner chamber, tossing and turning. Qin Yun could distinctly hear the sound of her breathing. Clearly, Tang Guiyao was once again plagued by insomnia. To Qin Yun's surprise, he discovered a small bed placed in the corner where he usually slept, evidently prepared by Tang Guiyao. After a moment's contemplation, he lay down upon it. However, neither of them engaged in conversation, and the night passed in silence. Ding! On the 8th day of marriage. Reward, 1 layer of boxing intent. At the hour of the rat, the cold voice echoed once more. A layer of boxing intent was indeed unexpected for Qin Yun. Much like sword intent, boxing intent signifies the essence of a fist. This essence is intangible, yet undeniably real. When a particular divine skill or technique is cultivated to a certain level, a portion of Dao intent will manifest. The higher the realm of intent, the greater the depth of one's cultivation, naturally resulting in enhanced combat prowess. However, such intent is exceedingly difficult to cultivate, closely tied to one's innate talent. More importantly, it requires relentless practice and profound comprehension. In this world, most individuals focus solely on their realms, and due to the considerable energy required for cultivating Dao intent, they often neglect their realm advancement. Thus, the majority do not delve deeply into the realm of intent. Previously, after practicing the Heavenly Emperor Fist, Qin Yun had grasped a faint trace of boxing intent, barely perceptible. Now, receiving a layer of boxing intent as a reward propelled his mastery of the boxing path to a significant new level. Although his realm remained unchanged, his combat strength underwent a dramatic transformation. While appearing to sleep with closed eyes, Qin Yun utilized his primordial spirit to perform the technique. Acutely sensing the changes brought about by this layer of boxing intent, he could distinctly feel that his grasp of the Heavenly Emperor Fist had deepened considerably. This layer of boxing intent allowed him to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor Fist to an exceptionally profound level, saving him decades of arduous training, even with his supreme bone. The night passed in silence until dawn approached, at which point Qin Yun finally drifted off to sleep. When he awoke the next day, the woman in the inner chamber had already departed at some unknown hour. Upon opening the door, he beheld Tang Yunli, who was carefully tending to the flowers nearby. "Brother, you are awake. Sister has been summoned away from home and will be gone for some time. Shall we go stroll through the streets?" Tang Yunli approached, her smile radiant, clad in a flowing white dress that made her appear like an ethereal fairy beneath the sunlight. "Summoned?" Qin Yun replied, slightly taken aback. Tang Guiyao had her military power confiscated. Though she held a general's position, she was essentially no different from an ordinary person, completely overshadowed by the Empress. Why was she suddenly summoned? Recalling the Empress's demeanor during his visit to the palace yesterday, Qin Yun felt an unsettling peculiarity. "Perhaps we should not go," he suggested, sensing that the imperial city felt somewhat unstable in Tang Guiyao's absence. "Come now, today is the 17th. The streets are bustling with life. Normally, my sister is quite strict, and I seldom venture outside. This rare opportunity calls for a stroll together, doesn't it? Brother-in-law." Tang Yunli's face wore a look of distress as she tugged at Qin Yun's arm, shaking it earnestly. Reluctantly, Qin Yun nodded in agreement. In stark contrast to her sister, Tang Guiyao, Tang Yunli was an entirely different person. While her sister exuded a commanding presence, she, on the other hand, embodied the delicate essence of a girl who could cry for a long time after a mere scuffle. It was truly hard to resist such a charming display of affection from this young lady. Women, as a rule, possess an innate fondness for shopping, and Tang Yunli was no exception. As they strolled through the vibrant marketplace, the trinkets and jewelry on display were utterly novel to a girl raised in the confines of a noble household. "Uncle, how much is this?" Tang Yunli addressed the vendor with utmost politeness, her demeanor reflecting the grace of her name. Such courtesy was indeed rare for someone of her stature. The merchant, delighted by her charm and referring to her as a little girl, would surely be astounded if he knew she was the second young miss of the Tang family. The street thrummed with activity, being one of the main thoroughfares outside the imperial city. People bustled about, not just common folk, but also a multitude of cultivators, the latter vastly outnumbering the former. The two of them, dressed in the garb of ordinary citizens, navigated through the crowd. Whenever Tang Yunli spotted a little beggar by the roadside, she would pause, generously offering coins to alleviate their plight, just enough to help without inviting danger upon herself. Even stray cats and dogs encountered along the way received her gentle touch and careful feeding. This young woman seemed like a celestial bodhisattva, sincere and kind, and being in her presence imbued Qin Yun's life with a serene beauty. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed from afar, and the ground began to tremble beneath them. In the distance, a formidable cavalry of fearsome beasts surged forth like a tempest, sweeping through the street. Many onlookers expressed their discontent, yet upon witnessing the ironclad riders, their expressions turned pale. "It's the Li family's cavalry," they exclaimed. Passers-by hurriedly scattered, panic-stricken, instinctively parting to grant the army a wide berth. The Li family? Qin Yun pondered as he absorbed the murmurs within the crowd. Having entered the Tang family's domain, he had become somewhat acquainted with the dynamics of the great Qian kingdom. The Li family was indeed another prominent clan within it. If the Tang family represented the left arm of Great Qian, then the Li family could be likened to its right. Of course, this was the case before the empress took power. After her ascendance, Tang Guyao began to rise, defying expectations and overshadowing all, elevating the Tang family's status to heights previously unmatched, far surpassing the Li family. However, recent rumors suggested that the empress was once again favoring the Li family. Currently, the head of the family was a young master, though still in his youth. He was a prodigy with considerable renown in the military. With a resounding roar, dust swirled as the cavalry thundered past, instilling fear in everyone who scrambled to evade the onslaught. Stray dogs and cats, startled, fled in all directions, and as the cavalry swept through, some unfortunate creatures were trampled into mere bloodied remnants. "Hold on." Tang Yunli frowned slightly, unable to bear witness to the gruesome scene before her. She positioned herself in the street, shielding a small kitten. Halt the iron steeds. Commanding figures atop the formidable beasts encircled Tang Yunli, looming over her while refraining from direct contact, mocking her with their derisive laughter. Ignoring their taunts, Tang Yunli gently placed the kitten on the side of the street. Suddenly, a heavy foot descended, crushing the innocent creature into a bloody pulp right before her eyes, staining the hem of her white dress with crimson. A man emerged from the ranks of the Iron Cavalry, his towering figure and chiseled visage exuding an air of ruthless bravado as he laughed at the unfolding tragedy. Chapter 017. Sending you to your demise. Tang Yunli's delicate face turned pale, yet her gaze remained fixed on the man before her, brimming with indignation. "How could you be so cruel?" She gritted her teeth. The crowd offered her no response. The palpable aura of bloodlust enveloped them, chilling every heart. The ferocious beasts under their command continued to constrict the encirclement, leaving Tang Yunli with no avenue of escape. Some riders brandished their iron hooves, menacingly stomping down and carving deep trenches into the earth, a sight that was truly harrowing. Tang Yunli's complexion grew even more ashen, though she was a cultivator. She had only reached the foundational stage, while those surrounding her were predominantly at the level. Moreover, having been coddled by Tang Guyao since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation. As Tang Yunli was forced to the ground, laughter erupted among the onlookers, their taunts and jeers relentless. The leading general laughed heartily, unabashedly scrutinizing Tang Yunli from head to toe. Qin Yun suppressed the urge to intervene. The Tang family held significant influence, and despite the pressures faced by Tang Guyao, he doubted anyone in the Qian Empire would dare to harm Tang Yunli. "Miss Tang Yunli, is it?" the general inquired, leaving Qin Yun momentarily stunned. The audacity of the man, knowing her identity yet still daring to act, struck him with foreboding. It became evident that this was a targeted offense against Tang Yunli. What were their intentions? Reflecting on the Empress's demeanor from the previous day and Tang Guyao's summons today, Qin Yun felt a dark premonition brewing within him. This could very well be the Empress's directive, aiming to suppress Tang Guiyao and strike at Tang Yunli. A disquieting feeling surged within Qin Yun. It was said that the sisters of the Tang family were unparalleled beauties, and witnessing Tang Yunli today confirmed this notion. I have resolved to inform His Majesty, requesting that you be bestowed upon me. What say you? The general declared. Are you not afraid of my sister? How dare you? Tang Yunli retorted, her voice trembling like a cornered deer, yet she mustered her courage to confront him. The general's laughter grew more pronounced upon hearing her words, and he coldly replied, do you truly believe the Tang family is still the same as it was yesterday? A mere girl dares to threaten me? At that moment, Qin Yun discerned from the crowd that this general was none other than Li Chengfeng, the heir of the Li family, a prodigious talent and a notorious dandy within the military. Suppressing his instinct to act, Qin Yun scanned the onlookers. Among them were several skilled individuals who, upon learning of Tang Yunli's identity, displayed signs of discontent. Nevertheless, none dared to speak out, clearly intimidated by Li Chengfeng. It was evident to all that the Qian emperor intended to elevate the Li family, using the opportunity to suppress Tang Guiyao. At such a critical juncture, no one would dare disrespect this scion of the Li family. General, Qin Yun finally stepped forward, unwilling to reveal himself, but equally disinclined to allow Tang Yunli to look down upon him. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, the general's actions. Qin Yun began. However, before he could finish speaking, Li Chengfeng raised his formidable iron hoof and stomped down, clearly aware of Qin Yun's identity. You, a mere mortal, dare to instruct me? Bang! Qin Yun made no attempt to resist and was unceremoniously kicked away. He coughed up blood, his chest caved in, and fell unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Nevertheless, Qin Yun's mind remained remarkably clear. The presence of Li Chengfeng had ignited a desire for vengeance within him. Yet, he did not let anger cloud his judgment. He understood that surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, this was not the time to act. Patience was required. Then, he heard Tang Yunli's heart-wrenching cries, accompanied by Li Chengfeng's mocking laughter. Take the second young lady of the Tang family away. Tonight, I shall consummate our union. The sound of iron hooves faded into the distance, and the previously silent crowd erupted into a cacophony. Was the Tang family truly on the verge of decline? How dare the young master of the Li family brazenly abduct the second young lady of the Tang family in broad daylight? The emperor seemed intent on suppressing the Tang family, while promoting Li Chengfeng, which emboldened him. As long as he did not overstep, the emperor would surely protect him. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. Everyone could sense the current turmoil in the Deqian realm. The Li family had emerged as a rising star, while Tang Guiyao had been forsaken by the emperor. At that moment, Qin Yun regained consciousness and staggered away from the crowd. A murmur of sympathy arose among the onlookers, as they beheld the figure of the once mighty war god of Deqian, reduced to a mere mortal, nearly beaten to death by a single kick. How tragic! Qin Yun coughed blood and stumbled away from the throng, retreating to a desolate corner. Straightening his back, he pierced through the void, his heart ablaze with murderous intent, his form as swift as lightning. Qin Yun comprehended that all of this was orchestrated by the empress. It was likely that she intended for Tang Yunli to perish, using Li Chengfeng as a pawn to deliver a warning to Tang Guiyao regarding the recent incident with the supreme body. As for whether the pawn would face retribution, that held no significance for the empress. The most infuriating aspect was Li Chengfeng's reckless arrogance. He genuinely believed the empress would shield him. Emboldened enough to strike at Tang Yunli, Qin Yun's eyes glinted coldly, and he charged toward the distant sky, perhaps out of impatience. Li Chengfeng did not return home, but instead sought refuge in a secluded residence, which appeared to be a private estate of the Li family. Qin Yun pursued him to this location, intending to make his move, as Li Chengfeng's absence from his home was advantageous for him. Expanding his consciousness, he assessed Tang Yunli's condition and felt somewhat reassured. Tang Yunli had merely lost consciousness and was not gravely injured. With a decisive stride, Qin Yun entered the courtyard. Inside, fierce beasts roared. These creatures were not only physically formidable, but also possessed remarkable intelligence. Upon Qin Yun's entrance, the beasts howled, straining against their chains, eager to charge at him. Sensing the disturbance, multiple figures burst forth from the room. Qin Yun had no intention of striking clandestinely. Among them, aside from Li Chengfeng, who was a formidable presence at the sea unification realm, the others were merely at the spirit condensation realm. Although he too was at the spirit concentration stage, he regarded everyone else with indifference, feeling only that Li Chengfeng posed a bit of a challenge. Who are these people? As those figures emerged, a sharp exclamation pierced the air. However, when the group beheld the newcomers, they were momentarily taken aback. You're not dead? The crowd's expressions softened slightly. A mere waste. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, dares to come here to seek his own demise? A general scoffed, his demeanor dripping with arrogance. Indeed, Qin Yun also managed to force a congenial smile, appearing quite refined, devoid of any hint of aggression. Here to escort you to your demise. Yet, in the next moment, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chapter 018, Battle Across Borders. Boom. The moment Qin Yun's words fell, he moved with such speed that his form became a blur. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air. The Heavenly Emperor fist. His iron fist radiated brilliance, dazzling as the sun itself, and struck directly upon the formidable general before him. In an instant, flesh and blood erupted. A general of the condensation realm was obliterated into a shattered corpse, disintegrating within the courtyard. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, all too swift for anyone to comprehend. The onlookers stood frozen, their expressions wrought with astonishment, utterly bewildered by how an ordinary mortal could wield such immense power. Even more astonishing was the fact that this individual, who had clearly manifested an aura of the condensation realm, could overpower others of the same realm with a single blow. A general, having survived countless battles and honed through the crucible of combat, was typically a formidable force, rarely encountering rivals of equal standing. Even when facing opponents of higher cultivation, they commanded respect. Yet, to be reduced to mere fragments by Qin Yun's singular fist was a testament to an unfathomable level of might. Everyone remained in a stupor. Struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, their gazes riveted upon Qin Yun. One general attempted to utter a word, but Qin Yun showed no intent to hold back, striking decisively and mercilessly. The unfortunate general, caught in Qin Yun's distant blow, was instantly turned into a puddle of blood, sending waves of crimson cascading through the air. The collective shock left everyone paralyzed, their bodies weak with an overwhelming chill, abandoning any notion of confrontation and fleeing in terror. Yet, Qin Yun was a blur of motion, unleashing a flurry of strikes that filled the courtyard with shadows of his fists, sealing off any escape. As the punches fell, cries of anguish and despair echoed throughout. But moments later, silence enveloped the space. All the generals lay slain, their remains vanished, transformed into mere pools of blood that stained the small courtyard. What is this commotion? At last, a disturbance arose within the room, as the young master of the Li family, consumed by fury, kicked open the door and stepped out. However, the sight that greeted him rendered him momentarily speechless. The courtyard was drenched in blood, scattered remnants of dismembered bodies littered the ground, and the stench of carnage pervaded the air. Even more shocking was the realization that the perpetrator of this massacre was none other than the seemingly refined and gentle individual who appeared devoid of any fighting prowess. You. Li Chengfeng's eyes widened, fixated on Qin Yun with a look of utter disbelief. You are a cultivator. Li Chengfeng stood there, entranced, his eyes swirling with horror and complexity. Qin Yun had undeniably become one of the most renowned figures in the Great Qian recently. For it was common knowledge that the man of the Great Qian's foremost female war goddess was a supposed cultivational failure. Initially, many had doubted this, investigating every aspect of Qin Yun's life, yet the undeniable truth lay before them. The people were left in a state of confusion and wonder. Later, upon realizing that this was Emperor Qian's method of suppressing Tang Guiyao, the people gradually accepted that Qin Yun was indeed a complete failure. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by the emperor. Yet, this very failure, today, managed to slay many of his formidable generals, overpowering them with sheer force while remaining in the same realm. How astonishingly intimidating. You have concealed yourself so deeply, Your Majesty, that the world has been deceived. A mere failure possesses such formidable combat prowess. It is truly unfathomable how a small clan like the Qin family, without providing you any resources, could nurture someone of your caliber. Upon coming to this realization, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but express his astonishment. At just 20 years of age, at the pinnacle of the spirit convergence realm, this is indeed profoundly intimidating, for even some prodigies, expending endless resources, find it arduous to reach such heights at this age. Moreover, Qin Yun has been hidden away, making it impossible for his family to cultivate him. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of fear. It was only at this moment that he recognized the man before him, appearing gentle and unassuming like an ant, harbored such terrifying potential. Amidst his shock, murderous intent began to stir within him. If several decades were to pass, it was conceivable that even I might fall to your hands. Alas, you have ultimately revealed yourself and encountered me. Your end is nigh. With eyes sharp as an eagle, Li Chengfeng sealed off the surrounding space, preventing Qin Yun from escaping through any secret techniques, determined to eliminate him without fail. Qin Yun sensed everything, Yet his demeanor remained remarkably calm and composed. The revelation may have come a bit too early, but I believe that eliminating you should suffice. His tranquil voice, though brief, exuded boundless confidence, momentarily taking Li Chengfeng aback. However, a cold smirk soon appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you truly believe you can instill fear in me? Ultimately, you are merely at the spirit convergence realm. How could you possibly bridge such a vast gap? Boom. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng launched his assault. A flash of crimson brilliance erupted as he wielded a blood-red spear. This supreme general's aura surged forth, his immense power crashing toward Qin Yun like a mountain of demonic might. Thud! The blood-red spear blazed brilliantly, piercing through the void, enveloping Qin Yun in an overwhelming wave of killing intent. The secret of all characters. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Qin Yun did not dare to be negligent and immediately activated the secret of all characters. In an instant, his combat strength surged exponentially, reaching an extreme pinnacle. Boom! As fist met spear, the courtyard was reduced to rubble in an instant. The blood-red spear trembled violently, nearly slipping from Li Chengfeng's grasp. This caused his expression to shift, for he had not anticipated Qin Yun's offensive power to be so terrifying. Kill! A cry of slaughter erupted from Li Chengfeng's lips, and in an instant, the sky was filled with bloodlight. The shadows of spears coalesced into one, and at that moment, a tremendous killing intent emanated from the spear's tip. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Qin Yun did not retreat, meeting the attack with the Heavenly Emperor Fist enhanced by the secret of all characters. Bang! Bang! The fist and spear clashed repeatedly, igniting brilliant sparks. Both combatants relentlessly engaged without any defense, for their paths were solely focused on offense. A faint tremor reverberated as Li Chengfeng was sent flying. His chest caved in, leaving a striking imprint of a fist. Yet, Qin Yun too was pierced through the shoulder by the long spear, blood cascading down. How could you be so formidable? After suffering a significant setback, Li Chengfeng no longer regarded Qin Yun with the earlier disdain. His eyes were filled with astonishment, even betraying a hint of fear. To engage in battle across such a vast disparity in realms and reach this level, one could hardly describe him as merely a genius. He was a prodigy of unparalleled excellence. Qin Yun was equally taken aback. Li Chengfeng proved to be even stronger than he had anticipated, making it momentarily difficult for him to secure a decisive victory. This stirred a sense of unease within him, although this place was remote. The commotion they stirred could potentially attract the attention of powerful individuals within the Dacian realm, placing him in a precarious position. He could no longer afford to hold back. He must swiftly eliminate Li Chengfeng, for revealing his identity would entail insurmountable troubles. Qin Yun murmured to himself, contemplating the invocation of the divine power of the Supreme Bone. Once unleashed, the Supreme Bone would manifest terrifying phenomena, thus he was reluctant to reveal it. However, at this moment, he could no longer afford the luxury of hesitation. Chapter 019. Concealed achievements and fame. With a soft sound, an endless swarm of tiny figures emerged from Qin Yun's chest, and the bone at his heart radiated an unparalleled divine brilliance. In an instant, the winds shifted, and an ancient aura surged forth, enveloping the vast sky, where faint echoes of a flowing river could be discerned. Boom! In the next moment, a towering manifestation of divine essence appeared in the void, its radiant light blinding, and its colossal form obscuring the heavens. The Supreme Presence gazed upon the ages. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, Qin Yun sensed the disturbances resonating throughout the great Qin territory. Li Chengfeng, witnessing the manifestation of Qin Yun's supreme bone power, stood frozen in utter disbelief. "It is you." His expression was one of terror, his face pale with astonishment. Previously, the appearance of the supreme phenomenon had sent shockwaves across the land, prompting skilled practitioners from the imperial city to emerge, eager to uncover its origins. Yet, Li Chengfeng could not have fathomed that the source of such national upheaval, the revered supreme body, hailed as one of the mightiest physiques, belonged to the very man before him, the one deemed a waste by the great Qin monarch. In that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through Li Chengfeng's body. The man before him had concealed his true strength so deeply that it inspired an unprecedented fear within him. "Indeed, it is I," Qin Yun spoke, simultaneously unleashing his power. The divine light of the supreme bone radiating brightly, enhanced by the secret of Jie. In that instant, he unleashed his full strength, ascending to a terrifying level of power. Boom! His iron fist shone with divine radiance, becoming the most resplendent beam of light. This time, Li Chengfeng could no longer withstand the assault. Under Qin Yun's relentless onslaught, he was forced to retreat step by step, each punch crashing down with thunderous force, shaking his very core. Uff! Li Chengfeng continuously coughed up blood, and within moments, he could no longer withstand Qin Yun's ferocious attacks. His body was on the verge of shattering, visible cracks marring his form. "Spare my life." In his final moments, fear filled Li Chengfeng's eyes as he pleaded. However, Qin Yun showed no mercy, responding with a single punch that swiftly brought an end to everything. The overwhelming force of his fist struck with such terrifying might that even the void trembled. Li Chengfeng was reduced to a lifeless corpse, his spirit extinguished, collapsing to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yun finally exhaled. It must be said that the realm of Huihai was indeed formidable, vastly different from the realm of Ningxin. Were it not for the support of the Supreme Bone, it is likely he would not have been able to defeat Li Chengfeng today. Subsequently, Qin Yun hurriedly entered the room, extending his divine sense to check on Tang Yunli's condition. Fortunately, the girl was unharmed, merely sealed by Li Chengfeng's power, temporarily losing consciousness. Afterward, Qin Yun carried Tang Yunli away. To be safe, he further employed a sealing technique to block her perception, fearing that she might awaken and discern his true identity. Once again, he reiterated his resolve. Qin Yun wished for no one to uncover his secrets, for they were his greatest asset. In the realm where the wood stands out amidst the forest, it is inevitably subject to the winds that may uproot it. When one is vulnerable and exposed, the consequences are all too predictable. This, however, does not imply that Qin Yun harbors any belief that Tang Yunli would bring him harm. Rather, it seems unnecessary. What would it matter if she were to discover the truth? It would only add another individual to the ranks of those who safeguard his secrets. As Qin Yun exited the courtyard, he did not forget to eliminate the formidable beasts that had emerged with sentience. At that moment, these creatures trembled visibly before him, their legs quaking in fear. Such intelligence rendered them too dangerous to be spared. Qin Yun could not afford to leave any trace of himself, and thus, he swiftly dispatched the beasts. Following this, he scoured the premises, annihilating every living being in sight, even crushing the ants beneath his feet. In the courtyard, the blood that dripped from his shoulder was meticulously erased by Qin Yun using the ancient scriptures of the Heavenly Emperor, obliterating all evidence of his presence. Once he had accomplished this, he departed with a sense of tranquility. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Tang Yunli, cradled in his arms, though deprived of her senses and consciousness, remained aware at a deeper level. "Who are you, esteemed one?" Tang Yunli's consciousness struggled within an ethereal void, yearning to communicate with Qin Yun. Yet such attempts were fated to fail. At this juncture, she found herself sealed by Qin Yun, unable to even perceive her own body. Upon realizing her inability to reach out to him, Tang Yunli composed herself. No one knew that at the moment Li Chengfeng was gravely injured, the seal had weakened, allowing Tang Yunli to vaguely hear the conversations outside the courtyard. Moreover, due to the nature of the seal, she distinctly felt the astonishment and horror that enveloped Li Chengfeng in his final moments. "Who are you? Why did the young master of the Li family react with such astonishment upon seeing you?" Tang Yunli pondered these questions, her intellect unparalleled and her thoughts intricate. She understood that this individual must be someone well known to the young master of the Li family, yet also someone inconspicuous. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such surprise in the face of his demise. Who could it be? This query became a source of profound contemplation for Tang Yunli, occupying her thoughts incessantly. Cradling Tang Yunli, Qin Yun silently returned to the Tang residence. After locating an empty courtyard, he gently placed her down, only to expel a mouthful of blood before collapsing himself. Shortly thereafter, the urgent cries of the Tang's servants pierced the air. "We have found the second young lady. Hurry." Accompanied by the rustle of hurried footsteps, Qin Yun could distinctly sense the throng of people carrying Tang Yunli away. After a moment of waiting, the courtyard remained enveloped in silence as the clamor faded into the distance. "It is not you." Qin Yun lay on the cold ground, listening to the receding noise, cursing inwardly. There is still someone here. In the outside world, the appearance of the Supreme Bone phenomenon once again sent ripples through the realm. Still within the boundaries of the Great Qian, was this person truly a member of the Great Qian? What purpose did the manifestation of the Supreme Bone serve? Before speculation could take root, a decree from the palace descended. Masters from all corners of the realm fervently scoured the land of Deqian, driven by an almost frenzied urgency. It wasn't the trace of the Supreme Bone's origin that guided them. Such origins are elusive, their manifestations merely ethereal signs in the heavens, leaving no tangible evidence. Rather, it was the allure of the fierce battle that drew them in. The Daqian dynasty, with its profound historical depth, has established an exceptionally comprehensive legal system. In a nation flourishing in peace and stability, combat is strictly forbidden. Qin Yun and Li Chengfeng had already engaged in a clash that could be deemed of the realm of the Gathering Sea, the aftermath of which was astonishingly powerful, undeniably attracting attention. As the crowd entered the courtyard, their eyes fell upon the battered and lifeless body of Li Chengfeng, riddled with injuries. In that moment, all were rendered speechless. Chapter 20. The supreme body at 20 Li Chengfeng is dead. This news swiftly reverberated throughout the realm of Deqian, igniting a tremendous uproar. Li Chengfeng, the scion of the Li family, a lineage that rivals the illustrious Tang clan, a rising star in Deqian. It can be said that he was a celebrated figure in Deqian, basking in extraordinary prominence, with many choosing to steer clear of him, fearful of provoking his wrath. Yet, no one anticipated that this young master would meet such a tragic end. His demise was nothing short of harrowing. Given the current prestige of the Li family, who would dare to take his life? With Li Chengfeng's formidable combat prowess, who could possibly vanquish him? This incident was a significant affair, sending ripples through Deqian. And naturally, people began to associate it with the phenomenon of the supreme bone. Speculations arose that Li Chengfeng's death might be linked to the extraordinary manifestation. The court promptly dispatched individuals to investigate, and ultimately, this conjecture was unequivocally confirmed. In the expanse of Deqian, there had only been one altercation that coincided with the appearance of the supreme bone phenomenon. It could hardly be mere coincidence. Within the palace hall, the empress sat imperiously, her countenance dark and foreboding, an aura of terrifying authority emanating from her, causing all to tremble. "What have you discovered?" the empress inquired, fixing her gaze upon an elder seated below. The elder was a custodian of Deqian's laws, his family's legacy both peculiar and formidable, possessing the ability to trace energies. Through this inheritance, the elder had served as a detective of unparalleled skill for generations. Few mysteries could elude his keen insight. It undoubtedly points to the supreme body's involvement, the elder declared. A profound silence enveloped the hall, for this response had long been anticipated. This individual was a master of martial arts, adhering to the path of boxing, and it was evident that Li Chengfeng and his companions had all fallen victim to the lethal force of boxing energy. With the atmosphere of their residence thick with a profound boxing intent, I surmise that this boxing intent has been cultivated for no less than a century. Otherwise, it could not possess such depth. With the elder's pronouncement, the hall fell into a complete hush. Within each heart, a dense complexity began to brew. The path of Tao is the most arduous to cultivate. Initially, it remains unmanifested, but once one attains the Tao, their combat capability undergoes a terrifying transformation. A being endowed with supremacy, simultaneously mastering boxing intent, undoubtedly instilled trepidation and apprehension in all present. Such an individual, if allowed to flourish, would be exceedingly formidable. Yet, a flicker of doubt also arose within the minds of the onlookers. If the supreme bone had indeed been cultivated for a century, then in the presence of Li Chengfeng, it should have been an overwhelming victory. After all, Li Chengfeng was merely a practitioner at the sea-gathering realm. How could he contend with a century-old supreme body? Yet, why did the phenomenon of supremacy manifest? Why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A century-old supreme body is a terrifying force, and before it, Li Chengfeng would surely appear as an insignificant insect. To slay Li Chengfeng, why resort to the supreme bone? Was it a deliberate attempt to draw attention? Is it possible that they intended to provoke curiosity? One courtier ventured, expressing this perplexity. Indeed, if the supreme bone sought to be in the limelight, it would have revealed itself during the last encounter. It is evident that this entity wishes to remain concealed and would not easily employ the supreme bone, another courtier interjected. Indeed, this had previously perplexed me. However, I discovered a drop of blood at the scene. As the elder spoke, he turned his palm, revealing a solitary droplet resting in his hand. This blood, extracted from Li Chengfeng's weapon, did not belong to anyone present and must undoubtedly belong to the supreme body. All traces and essences within the blood had been erased, indicating that this individual, as speculated by many, was unwilling to reveal himself. The elder paused momentarily before continuing. Nevertheless, blood is the essence of life. Even though he has obliterated all traces, he cannot erase the vitality contained within this fluid. From my estimation, the vitality suggests he is around 20 years of age. He likely possesses a nascent level of cultivation and, in a fierce battle with Li Chengfeng, was wounded and compelled to utilize the supreme bone to slay him. Truly, he is a godsend investigator. If Qin Yun were present, he would surely be astonished at how effortlessly the elder unraveled the entirety of the situation, reconstructing the scene as it once was. Yet, upon hearing these words, everyone present was rendered speechless. 20 years old. How could that be possible? Even a supreme body could not reach the sea of convergence at such a tender age, let alone cultivate with martial intent. Was there an error concerning the vitality within the blood? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The truth is as such. The elder's calm voice resonated, each word striking like thunder, reverberating through the bodies and souls of all present. 20 years old, having attained the sea of convergence and possessing martial intent. Everything defied comprehension, shattering preconceived notions of cultivation and the understanding of the supreme body. Such extraordinary talent seemed almost otherworldly. It was simply unfathomable that a supreme body could achieve such feats at this age. The crowd remained in a state of disbelief. The elder sighed softly, stating, "The supreme bone, severed from the ages, has not emerged for tens of thousands of years." Ancient sages speculated that this was due to a profound shift in the laws of heaven and earth, leading to its cessation. Perhaps it is also because of the extended duration of this cessation that the current generation of supreme bodies is exceptionally radiant, accumulating profound power that far surpasses the ancient ones. At that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence, with all present rendered mute. The enigma of why the supreme body shone so brilliantly remained unsolvable. Yet, all understood that the supreme body of this era was extraordinarily formidable and terrifying, exhibiting an astonishing rate of growth. If they were not allies, they would undoubtedly become an insurmountable foe in the future. Why did Li Chengfeng perish in the courtyard? After a lengthy silence, the Empress's voice broke the stillness. At this juncture, those privy to the truth bowed their heads, fearful that the Empress's wrath might befall them. Ultimately, the elder elucidated everything. Li Chengfeng had abducted Tang Yunli in the bustling market, a fact that could not be concealed. Upon learning that this incident stemmed from Tang Yunli, the Empress's expression shifted to one of profound complexity. The manifestation of the supreme bone had occurred twice. Both instances are related to Tang Yunli. If it were the first time, one might attribute it to mere coincidence. But what about this occasion? The Empress's expression gradually darkened, and within her gaze, a chilling radiance flickered. In that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of terrifying malice, piercing through the very essence of their souls, instilling a profound sense of dread. Chapter 021. Tang Yunli's speculation within the palace. An oppressive silence engulfed the atmosphere, as no one dared utter a word. The Empress's formidable presence was laid bare, instilling fear in all who were present. "Withdraw," her calm voice resonated after a long pause. Seated upon her exalted throne, her eyes gleamed with a cold light, exuding an aura of boundless authority. "Bring Tang Guiyao back." Beside her, the court official let out a soft sigh upon hearing her decree. He understood that the Empress had truly resolved to take drastic measures this time, leaving no room for persuasion. The second daughter of the Tang family had twice been associated with the manifestation of the supreme body, and their ever-suspicious sovereign could no longer tolerate the Tang clan. Moreover, this generation's supreme body was exceptionally enchanting, surpassing any from antiquity, with talents and foundations that were astonishingly extraordinary. The official could foresee that the Empress's forthcoming actions towards the Tang family would no longer be mere suppression, but a genuine confrontation. The court was on the brink of turmoil. With a silent murmur in his heart, the official chose to say nothing and slowly retreated. At the Tang residence, Tang Yunli awakened from her slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately commanded the skilled individuals in her household to gather information regarding the supreme body. The palace had already confirmed this news, which was known among numerous court ministers. Thus it was impossible for the Tang family to remain oblivious. 20 years old, this revelation left Tang Yunli momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the person who had saved her twice was so remarkably youthful. Achieving such prowess at merely 20 years of age, one could surmise that even her own sister would pale in comparison. Wait, however, upon learning the age of the supreme body, a sudden thought struck her. The appearances of the supreme body had both occurred in relation to her. The first instance was during her moment of demonic turmoil when the supreme body manifested. The second instance was when it appeared while she was taken away by Li Chengfeng. Could it be that the supreme body was by her side, perpetually safeguarding her? When this notion surfaced, Tang Yunli felt a jolt. In truth, ever since her last encounter with the supreme body, which saved her from her turmoil, she had harbored such thoughts. She always sensed that the supreme body treated her with kindness, akin to a beloved family member. This time, her conviction in this supposition was further solidified. A 20-year-old stood right beside her. Upon realizing that this individual was the supreme body, Li Chengfeng was enveloped in profound astonishment, indicating that the identity of this person was indeed unexpected for him. This individual had remained concealed in the shadows, exhibiting a remarkably low profile, for otherwise, It would not have elicited such surprise from Li Qingfeng. Who could this person be? Seated in her chamber, Tang Yunli furrowed her brow, her mind racing with thoughts. She felt as though she were nearing the truth, and the overwhelming excitement within her was difficult to contain. Yet, the visage in her mind remained strikingly elusive. Despite the profound sense of familiarity, she could not seem to grasp it. Who are you truly? Tang Yunli was in a state of turmoil, acutely aware that this individual lingered in her vicinity, igniting an insatiable curiosity within her to unravel the identity of this person. She racked her brain, meticulously pondering every detail about that indistinct figure. Sow good seeds, reap good fruits. Suddenly, this phrase echoed in her mind, and in that instant, the vague silhouette began to crystallize in her thoughts. Clad in a white garment, he was strikingly handsome and elegant, perpetually adorned with a benevolent smile, never harboring ill will towards others. It must be him. Tang Yunli was momentarily taken aback by her own realization, yet a profound conviction washed over her. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. Only he possessed such remarkable ordinariness. Only he, a mere mortal, could astonish Li Qingfeng to such an extent when revealing his supreme form. Indeed, when he first arrived at the Tang residence, I treated him with kindness. Perhaps this was the very essence of the phrase sow good seeds, reap good fruits. He was the only one by my side during both the previous incident of madness and this recent commotion in the marketplace. And it was only he who could save me in my most perilous moments. Tang Yunli murmured softly, her face a canvas of complex emotions. Surprise, disbelief, excitement, elation. Everything pointed to that man, and the more she contemplated, the more she became convinced, almost certain. In the next moment, she dashed out, hastening towards the central courtyard, eager to validate her conjectures. However, what lay before her shattered her assumptions in an instant. In the central courtyard, servants were bustling about. White mourning cloths already draped, and the imposing black coffin in the center was strikingly conspicuous. At that moment, Tang Yunli found herself frozen in disbelief. This is... She dared not comprehend as she seized a servant to inquire, what has happened? Young master was injured by Li Qingfeng during the commotion in the marketplace, and when he returned with you, he was already unconscious. We have summoned skilled healers, but his meridians are severed, his organs gravely damaged, and his breath faint. He is unlikely to survive the day. Thus, we have begun preparations for the funeral, the maid replied, her voice trailing off as she lowered her head, aware of the close relationship between the second young lady and Qin Yun. In that moment, Tang Yunli was utterly stunned. She recalled vividly how Qin Yun had been rendered unconscious by a ferocious beast while defending her in the marketplace. This cannot be. In an instant, her complexion drained of color, and the exhilaration that had once surged within her was replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. She feared that her suspicions might be unfounded, that everything was merely an illusion. This cannot be, Tang Yunli declared vehemently, her tone uncharacteristically fierce, startling the maid. She then rushed into the room. Inside, the stench of blood permeated the air. The sheets and bedding where Qin Yun lay were soaked crimson, blood still dripping from the corners, the acrid scent invading her senses. Qin Yun lay there, his complexion ashen, occasionally spitting out blood. His chest had caved in significantly, the blood staining his white garments, a hoofprint that was utterly shocking. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yunli felt an overwhelming sense of unease, yet she still approached with a glimmer of hope. Grasping Qin Yun's hand, she extended her consciousness to ascertain his condition. In the next moment, that flicker of hope was utterly shattered. The results of her probing mirrored the words of the maid. Qin Yun's meridians were all failing, and his internal organs exhibited varying degrees of damage. His life force was faint, nearly extinguished. Brother, upon sensing Qin Yun's state, Tang Yunli cried out in despair, collapsing into tears. Chapter 22. The Art of Deception. At this moment, Tang Yunli was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt and shame. Qin Yun had transformed into this state to defend her, yet when he regained consciousness, his thoughts immediately gravitated towards the matter of the supreme body, mistakenly believing that it was embodied in his elder brother before him. Despite his dire condition, teetering on the brink of death, he had still harbored doubts about him. What was he truly thinking? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tang Yunli's emotional turmoil intensified, her heart heavy with sorrow as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Witnessing her in such a heart-wrenching state, Qin Yun felt a pang of guilt welling up within him. Truth be told, he had no desire to deceive this innocent girl. Yet this charade was the only means to obscure the past and absolve himself of suspicion. This child was far too perceptive, without a display of distress. It was unlikely he could successfully mislead her. The injuries he bore were merely feigned. As for why Tang Yunli had not discerned the ruse, it was simply due to the profound nature of the Heavenly Emperor scripture. This scripture was the most potent of its kind, far surpassing the Tang family's teachings, rendering any attempts to gauge its effects futile. Of course, Qin Yun had no intention of exiting the stage just yet. He merely sought to clear his name. He had even concocted a backup plan, fabricating a tale that the Supreme Body had bestowed upon him a miraculous elixir to restore him to his former self. With the Supreme Body's involvement, this would further absolve him of suspicion. Sister, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Qin Yun murmured as he gradually regained consciousness, his breath unsteady and fragmented. If he was to act, he must commit fully, otherwise he risked failing to deceive the girl. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yunli's tears flowed more profusely. Brother, you must hold on. Sister is on her way back. She will surely heal you. Seeing Tang Yunli before him, Qin Yun nodded with a sense of reassurance. This child was indeed as benevolent as a little bodhisattva. To elicit such tears from her was disheartening, especially since she was his own sister-in-law. It was a source of deep shame for him. Thus, he gently implored, "Little sister, please rub my chest. It feels so heavy." For several days, Qin Yun maintained his precarious state, teetering on the edge of life and death. After all, he was but a mortal, and having sustained such grievous injuries, his condition could not be anything but dire. If one were to act, it must be with utmost realism. Consequently, a rather theatrical scene unfolded within the Tang residence. The young master has ascended. Quick, prepare the coffin. Wait, the young master has awakened. Hold on a moment. The young master has ascended again. Bring in the coffin. No, wait, the young master has awakened again. This time, the young master has truly ascended. Hurry and bring the coffin. Finally, we can eat. Hold on, let us wait to eat. The young master has awakened once more. The Tang residence was in a state of uproar, with many awaiting the funeral of Qin Yun, the son-in-law of the Tang family, where decorum was of utmost importance. The courtyard was filled with a multitude of people. However, 3 full days passed without anyone having seen Qin Yun lying in his coffin. Alas, the life of the Tang family's son-in-law is indeed resilient, sighed an elderly coffin seller, leading his starving little granddaughter. Ding. On the 9th day of marriage, rewarded with 80 years of arduous cultivation. Ding. On the 10th day of marriage, rewarded with 100 years of arduous cultivation. Ding. On the 11th day of marriage, rewarded with a layer of boxing intent. Each midnight of those 3 days, the system's voice resonated punctually. Although Tang Yunli had remained by Qin Yun's side throughout, the presence of the system allowed Qin Yun to absorb these benefits without restraint. 180 years of diligent practice had finally enabled him to break through to a significant realm, transforming him into a formidable presence at the Gathering Sea stage. At this level, within the Great Qian, one could be regarded as a renowned general, capable of defending a territory and safeguarding its people. It is noteworthy that even Li Chengfeng, the young master of the Li family, had only recently reached the Gathering Sea stage. The implications of attaining such a realm are indeed formidable. Of course, the high status of Li Chengfeng is not solely attributed to his own strength. Rather, it is his potential that garners the most attention. Achieving the Gathering Sea stage at just over 100 years of age renders his future prospects considerable. It is precisely this potential that has elevated him to the position of young master within the Li family. The 180 years of cultivation were not without substance. The insights gained were profound. Even Qin Yun's comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor scripture had reached a deeper level. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the enhancement of his own strength, including mastery over his magical powers and the tremendous force to shift mountains and part seas. Now, he believed he could traverse the void with relative ease. Yet, when compared to Tang Guiyao's effortless grace, there remained a significant distance. Qin Yun reflected upon this. While he celebrated his breakthrough, he was also struck by a profound sense of awe. The Gathering Sea stage represents a notable achievement on the path of cultivation. Yet recalling Tang Guiyao's elegant hand gestures that seemed to shift the stars left him even more astounded. Though he too could now cross the void, he could not hope to do so with the same natural ease as Tang Guiyao. Her gestures, devoid of any trace of earthly toil, possessed an ineffable quality of the natural way. The depth of her strength was indeed terrifying. She must surely be a formidable being of substantial power. Qin Yun speculated. It must be said that although Tang Guiyao's demeanor was haughty, she undeniably had the credentials to be so. The first war god of the Great Qian, with a legacy of remarkable achievements, stood as a monumental figure in the hearts of the people, a challenge to surpass. Yet, Qin Yun did not feel disheartened. After all, how many years had Tang Guiyao spent in cultivation? And he, on the other hand, had only embarked on his journey. Today marked merely the 11th day since he began his cultivation, and he had already reached the gathering sea stage. Should this news be shared, it would surely send ripples across the world, leaving all prodigies and beauties in a state of dismay. In merely a year's time, I shall undergo a profound transformation. Qin Yun focused his thoughts, dismissing any frivolous distractions. Subsequently, he absorbed the essence of that layer of martial intent, reaching a formidable level. The path of enlightenment is inherently arduous, and among practitioners in this realm, few delve deeply into such fields. One could assert that, concerning Qin Yun's martial intent alone, there are scarcely any within the great Qian Empire who could rival him. The deepening of his martial intent heralds a seismic enhancement in his combat prowess. Had he returned to 3 days prior, when he stood merely at the pinnacle of the concentration realm, the martial intent he now possesses would enable him to vanquish Li Chengfeng without the necessity of employing the Supreme Bone. Chapter 023. The overbearing Tang Guiyao. On the 3rd day, Tang Guiyao returned. No one knew where she had been dispatched by the Empress, but it was evident to all that her countenance was exceedingly poor, indeed, at its nadir. Li Chengfeng had abducted Tang Yunli in the bustling market, and at that very moment, Tang Guiyao was away on the Empress's orders. If one were to claim that the Empress had no involvement in this matter, who would be inclined to believe such a notion? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would perceive that this situation was not merely a coincidence. Upon seeing that Tang Yunli was unharmed, Tang Guiyao's expression softened considerably, yet it remained chillingly severe. Subsequently, she entered the room and administered a pellet of elixir to Qin Yun. In the realm of cultivation, miraculous potions are hardly scarce, and having fought through a lifetime, Tang Guiyao was never lacking in resources. This was a 3rd-grade elixir, and whether it would restore him to life depended entirely on his fortune, as Tang Guiyao remarked, granting Qin Yun a reason to continue living. However, when the onlookers learned that this elixir was of the 3rd grade, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, with the 1st being the highest and the 9th the lowest. A 3rd-grade elixir is exceedingly rare in the world, and even in the grand realm of Deqian, it would be difficult to find more than a handful. Such an elixir is immensely precious and possesses astonishing efficacy. People were genuinely astonished that Tang Guiyao would bestow such a treasure upon Qin Yun, a mere mortal unworthy of such a gift. Many felt a sense of disbelief. In truth, Tang Guiyao had indeed contemplated disregarding the fate of this man. Had it been prior to this moment, she would certainly not have cared, let alone expended such a valuable elixir. Although this man was her husband, in her eyes, his life or death bore no consequence to her. She even harbored a desire to witness his demise, thereby nullifying the arranged marriage. Yet, it was precisely because this man had put himself in harm's way for her younger sister that her feelings grew complicated, preventing her from remaining aloof. Yunli, come with me. After administering the elixir to Qin Yun, Tang Guiyao ushered Tang Yunli into the study. The Supreme Body had twice been involved in matters concerning her sister. Even Tang Guiyao could not help but harbor doubts about whether such a being existed in her sister's vicinity. Speak, who is this person? And why do you conceal it even from me? Faced with her sister's inquiries, Tang Yunli felt a bitter pang within. Did she not understand the significance of the Supreme Body's identity? Sister, I truly do not know who this person is, Tang Yunli replied. This individual influences the future of our Tang family. The Empress's summons for my return surely seeks an answer. If I cannot provide one, our family shall face ruin. Tang Guiyao had long refrained from disclosing the Tang family's current predicament to her sister, but now she found it necessary to speak. Sister, I comprehend everything. Yet I genuinely do not know who this person is. Tang Yunli's response caused Tang Guiyao's brow to furrow deeply. The younger sister, whom she had watched grow up since childhood, possessed an uncanny ability to discern truth from falsehood. Tang Guiyao understood that her sister genuinely remained oblivious to the identity of the Supreme Bone. This individual had intervened twice on her behalf. Could it be that she harbored no inkling of suspicion? Tang Guiyao inquired, her tone considerably softened, imbued with a glimmer of hope. Yet, Tang Yunli bowed her head. How could she not have conjectured? Yet, the very idea was so preposterous that she hesitated to voice it to her elder sister. Perhaps sensing her sister's current predicament, Tang Yunli clenched her teeth and ultimately divulged all her speculations. This person instills in me a profound sense of familiarity. I cannot shake the feeling that he is akin to a brother. He lurks in the shadows, youthful and reminiscent of my brother. But my brother is. Upon reaching this point, Tang Yunli distinctly observed a shift in her sister's demeanor. Before she could elaborate further, Tang Guiyao abruptly sat up. What nonsense occupies your mind? How utterly absurd. How could you associate such notions with a mere cripple? Tang Guiyao's face bore a hint of anger. In her perspective, even if this individual were merely a servant in the household, he could never be Qin Yun. The label of wastrel alone sealed his fate. What infuriated her most was her long-standing desire to keep her sister at a distance from Qin Yun. To her, Qin Yun was not merely a mortal. He was an outsider. While cultivators enjoyed prolonged lifespans, mortals were granted but a fleeting century. Investing emotions in such individuals would ultimately lead to emptiness. It would be acceptable if they were kin, but Qin Yun was merely an outsider. Yet, Tang Guiyao could hardly fathom that in her sister's heart, Qin Yun had already attained such a significant status, one she relied upon. Otherwise, how could she have conjectured that the supreme body belonged to Qin Yun? Had it not been for his intervention during your recent troubles, do you think I would have come to his aid? Tang Yunli, I warn you, do not grow too close to him. Tang Guiyao's voice turned icy. At that moment, Tang Yunli lowered her head, refraining from rebuttal. She dared not contest her sister's words. Even she recognized the absurdity of her conjecture and felt it unwise to share it with her sister. Go now, leave me be. Subsequently, Tang Guiyao expelled Tang Yunli from the room, retreating to her study, her heart a tumult of emotions. Whether it was due to Tang Yunli's mention of Qin Yun, she began to reflect on all the clues surrounding the supreme bone. Within her heart, a seed of doubt concerning Qin Yun began to take root. There were indeed many similarities. Recollections of their wedding night and that journey to the imperial city flooded her mind. Even Tang Guiyao had to concede that, were she to remove her tinted glasses in viewing Qin Yun, based solely on his character, who would believe him to be a mere mortal? Ultimately, Tang Guiyao shook her head, feeling as though she had begun to entertain absurdities herself. It cannot be him. He is merely a mortal. While the supreme body is an unparalleled prodigy, a talent beyond compare, even surpassing my own, Tang Guiyao murmured, dismissing the thoughts swirling in her mind. Tang Guiyao has returned. This news sent shockwaves throughout the realm of Deqian. Everyone realized that the recent tumultuous events might soon find resolution. Just as anticipation reached a fever pitch, no one could have foreseen that on the very day of Tang Guiyao's return, the Li family, a superlative clan second only to the Tang family, would be eradicated from existence overnight. Every member of the Li family, from the venerable patriarch to the esteemed guests, perished, slain by unseen hands. This revelation sent ripples across the land. The Li family, steeped in a rich historical legacy, was known for its formidable strength, with countless hidden masters lying in wait. Who could possibly shake the foundations of the Li family? Before speculation could take root, the news spread. It was Tang Guiyao who had annihilated the Li family. Furthermore, her words resonated across the realm. I have fought for half a lifetime to secure the peace and prosperity you now enjoy. While you revel in this era of tranquility, wielding power beyond measure, let it be known that your authority is not to be used against the members of the Tang family. Upon her declaration, the world erupted in astonishment. Chapter 024. The subtle machinations of fate. Upon her return, Tang Guiyao stirred the entirety of the great Qian dynasty. To uproot a family of such extraordinary stature required immense courage and audacity. It was clear to all that her actions were intended to instill fear across the realm. Those who dared to lay hands on the Tang family would surely face dire consequences. She remained the same formidable woman, having grown amidst bloodshed and warfare, carving out her illustrious reputation through sheer might and ruthlessness, showing no mercy. At this juncture, people began to awaken to the reality of their circumstances. For years, the Tang family had endured oppression while Tang Guiyao had silently borne the brunt of adversity. During times of diminishment, she remained voiceless. In the face of military disarmament, she displayed an unwavering calm. Many had been lulled into a false sense of security, believing that the era of Tang Guiyao had irrevocably passed. Yet now, in a fit of rage, she had annihilated the Li family, leaving the populace in shock. This woman, who had emerged from the crucible of war with remarkable achievements, remained fiercely dominant and unyielding. To underestimate or threaten her would only elicit a response steeped in bloodshed and unrelenting force. This incident reverberated throughout the great Qian, compelling everyone to realize that the Empress and Tang Guiyao were indeed on a collision course. While Tang Guiyao possessed the strength to obliterate the Li clan, she lacked the authority to do so. The Li family was a favored lineage of the Empress, and her actions amounted to a direct affront to imperial favor. In the ensuing days, an undercurrent of tension swept through the great Qian, as all sensed that upheaval was imminent. Eyes were fixated on the impending confrontation between the Tang family and the throne. Soon enough, an imperial decree summoned Tang Guiyao to the palace. On that day, the main thoroughfare leading to the imperial city was abuzz with throngs of spectators, all acutely aware that the tumult would reach a resolution. Would Tang Guiyao relinquish her supreme physique? Who truly possessed this enigmatic power? Following the destruction of the Li family, how would the empress choose to address Tang Guiyao? Amidst a swirl of uncertainties, a multitude gathered, including several outsiders, all pondering that the future of the great Qin might hinge upon the events of this day. The stakes were monumental, potentially charting the course of this land for generations to come. However, what transpired within the palace defied expectations. Tang Guiyao did enter. Yet the nature of her discourse with the empress remained shrouded in mystery. Whose supreme physique was it? How would the turmoil surrounding the Li family be resolved? No tidings emerged to shed light on these queries. As evening descended, Tang Guiyao emerged from the palace, visibly weary. Only a solitary piece of news escaped the palace walls. She had been demoted to the desolate fringes of Great Qin, tasked with seeking resources for the realm. This borderland was fraught with peril, containing both boundless resources and grave dangers. Embarking on an expedition into the Forbidden Zone was undoubtedly a treacherous endeavor. Yet, in light of this outcome, the public was met with profound astonishment. Although the Forbidden Zone posed significant hazards, many felt that the Empress's punishment should have been far more severe, considering the irreconcilable enmity that had developed between them. Furthermore, the downfall of the Li family provided the Empress with a compelling justification to eliminate Tang Guiyao entirely. But why did the Empress choose to spare the life of Tang Guiyao, sending her forth to explore the perilous Forbidden Zone? That region is fraught with danger, harboring countless secrets. Throughout history, no one has ever ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Zone and returned alive. The Empress is merely extracting the last vestiges of value from Tang Guiyao. After all, embarking on a journey to the Forbidden Zone is akin to a death sentence. Tang Guiyao is the war god of Qin, possessing immense prestige within the military, should the emperor choose to execute her. The morale of the Qin army would undoubtedly plummet. Many voices buzzed with speculation and discourse regarding this matter. The empress's treatment of Tang Guiyao could only be considered a reluctant measure in the eyes of the populace. Even more perplexing to the world is the fate of the supreme body. He is young and formidable, endowed with the supreme bone and adept in the martial arts, having cultivated an extraordinarily profound mastery in the path of combat. Can the emperor rest easy with such a powerhouse lurking? No one truly believes that the empress would simply relent and cease her pursuit of the Tang family. Yet, the reality is precisely that. Following this, no further news emerged from the palace, maintaining an eerie silence that left everyone feeling a sense of foreboding. Tang Guiyao departed from the Tang household once more. The day after her departure, Qin Yun's injuries had healed, and he was restored. "Your sister's third-grade elixir is indeed powerful," Qin Yun remarked with admiration. That third-grade elixir provided him with a reason for recovery and spared him the trouble of fabricating excuses. In recent days, he had garnered nearly 300 years' worth of arduous cultivation, allowing him to ascend to the 7th layer of the sea-gathering realm, drawing ever closer to the realm of the mighty. No one doubted Qin Yun's recovery. Tang Yunli was particularly excited, considering Qin Yun's revival a miracle. After all, even her sister had been uncertain whether the third-grade elixir could heal him. Regardless, the turmoil stirred by the Li family had finally subsided, and no one around him questioned Qin Yun's identity any longer. A semblance of peace returned, and life seemed to revert to its former state. Yet, only Qin Yun understood that this matter would not conclude so easily. He had encountered the Empress and had experienced her methods. Her suspicious nature meant that even someone like Tang Guiyao would be scrutinized. Would she truly cease her inquiries into the supreme bone? To many, it might seem that even if the Empress wished to investigate, she would find it impossible due to the lack of any clues. However, Qin Yun knew that the Empress would never simply back down. The more tranquil the surface, the more it indicated that the Empress was scheming something beneath. Tang Guiyao's departure to the Forbidden Zone on the borders of Qin became common knowledge, and it appeared increasingly peculiar. With the guardian spirit gone, the second young lady of the Tang family would likely face peril once more. The incident where the Li family abducted Tang Yunli in broad daylight might well repeat itself. Qin Yun sighed softly, reflecting on the situation. With 2 previous actions linked to Tang Yunli, attempting to force the supreme body into the open, there can be no doubt that targeting this second young lady of the Tang family would serve as an excellent tactic. Qin Yun understood that it would not be long before the crises of yesteryear would once again unfold. What perplexed him, however, was the seemingly effortless manner in which Tang Guiyao departed. If he could perceive this layer of complexity, then surely she could as well. That woman was not a mere brawny fool, but rather a blend of courage and cunning. Otherwise, she could not have maintained her pride while safeguarding the Tang family under the Empress's protection for so many years. After all, she was her sister. Did she not harbor any concern? Although imperial commands are not to be defied, Qin Yun couldn't shake the feeling that Tang Guiyao's departure was rather too decisive. He pondered extensively, yet answers remained elusive. Ultimately, he grew weary of such reflections, resigning himself to the notion that challenges must be met with fortitude. Even if he foresaw the Empress's forthcoming stratagems, he had no choice but to confront them. Whether through clandestine plots or overt machinations, evasion seemed futile. He could not stand idly by and watch his sister-in-law fall victim to the Empress's cruelty. At present, all he could do was seize every opportunity to enhance his own strength, striving to protect the second miss of the Tang family without revealing his identity. Chapter 025. Time like a blade. As the moonlit night reached the hour of Z, a melodious voice resonated in Qin Yun's mind, punctually announcing itself. This time, even with Qin Yun's cultivated composure, he was taken aback, sitting up in astonishment. 500 years of arduous cultivation. One could only fathom the vastness and grandeur of such an immense span. It is a staggering figure, embodying a concept so immense that it defies verbal expression. Indeed, it must be said that the system has become increasingly generous. As the duration of his marriage extended, the rewards bestowed have grown ever more bountiful. One cannot help but wonder if there will come a day when he is rewarded with ascension to immortality. A playful smile graced Qin Yun's lips as a wicked thought flickered in his mind. He understood that anything is possible, so long as he remained steadfast in his marriage. That day would certainly not be too distant. At this rate, within a year at most, his prowess would ascend to a truly formidable level. Yet, it must be noted that as the time for cultivation progresses, the energy required becomes increasingly immense. 500 years may seem daunting, but in relation to his current 6th level of the Oceanic Realm, it is not as overwhelming as it appears. The Oceanic Realm, the 4th stage of cultivation, signifies the birth of the law sea within one's body. At this juncture, a true practitioner must cultivate a profound understanding of the Tao, and the deeper one ventures into the realms, the more crucial this understanding becomes. The growth derived from arduous cultivation is inherently limited. This is not to imply that the supreme bone is frail, but rather that the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. It is a treacherous journey. Countless souls traverse a precarious bridge, and without guidance or resources for nurturing, relying solely on arduous cultivation to progress is utterly impossible. If cultivation could be achieved merely through toil, saints would abound in every corner of the world. Of course, while cultivation emphasizes insight, Qin Yun's growth through sheer effort has been remarkably rapid. After all, the so-called 500 years is but a single day for him. Any notions of insight pale in comparison to the sheer magnitude of numbers, as all obstacles will ultimately be swept away. As he focused his thoughts, a warm current surged within Qin Yun's body, initially flowing like a gentle stream before erupting into a tumultuous sea. The roar within him resonated as the law sea stirred, unleashing tremendous waves of power. This terrifying essence of 500 years of cultivation transformed into the most solid strength, propelling his realm to unprecedented heights. With a thunderous sound, the 6th level of the Oceanic Realm shattered, leading him to the 7th level, the 8th level, the 9th level. In an instant, Qin Yun experienced a metamorphosis across 3 minor stages, with his strength reaching the pinnacle of the Oceanic Realm. At this juncture, the boundless energy he had summoned had barely consumed a trace of its vastness, yet it now faced an insurmountable barrier. Before him lay an expansive chasm, akin to a celestial shackle, obstructing Qin Yun's advance. The Great Ability Realm, true to its name, attaining this stage signifies the real emergence of unparalleled power, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and plucking stars from the heavens, a strength that transcends the mundane. A terrifying celestial shackles loomed ominously, obstructing Qin Yun's advance. As a dreadful will of the heavens descended, permeating the air with a chilling pressure that was utterly devastating. This formidable barrier had undoubtedly prevented countless souls from crossing its threshold, leaving them forever stranded. Now, Qin Yun found himself confronting this great blockade. With a tranquil mind, he maintained an inner serenity. 5 centuries of arduous cultivation had crystallized within the ocean of law, and now, propelled by the operation of the Celestial Emperor's scripture, he launched a fervent assault upon the shackles. Bang! The muffled sound reverberated time and again, reminiscent of a ghostly king knocking upon the door. Qin Yun could distinctly sense that, under such a terrifying onslaught, the shackles were beginning to crumble, to be annihilated. With unwavering determination, he maximized the speed of the Celestial Emperor's ancient scripture, channeling 500 years of cultivation to relentlessly batter the barrier. At long last, the shackles dissipated, and Qin Yun ascended to a new realm, the Great Power Realm. It could be said that it was Qin Yun's sheer perseverance over 500 years that shattered this barrier, without any reliance on fortuitous encounters or elixirs, purely through raw force. Although this method consumed considerable time and the path of cultivation was exceedingly long, his newfound realm was undeniably solid. It was a testament to his relentless efforts, not merely a product of resource accumulation. This approach bore the advantage of significantly enhancing his combat prowess, far surpassing that of others at the same level. The endless toil of cultivation, while fraught with hardship, ultimately yielded its corresponding rewards. Upon reaching the Great Power Realm, however, the potency of 5 centuries of diligent practice began to wane, and the tumultuous ocean of law gradually subsided. At this moment, Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes. Though seated, he appeared increasingly ethereal, akin to a transcendent being. His profound gaze resembled an infinite galaxy, its light shimmering and captivating. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all extraordinary phenomena vanished, and Qin Yun resumed the guise of an ordinary mortal. Achieving the Great Power Realm placed him among the core combatants of Deqian. In certain sects, a being of great power was comparable to an elder. Qin Yun murmured to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The path to immortality is still long, and the Great Power Realm is but a fleeting glimpse along the way. However, attaining such a status at his age is a rarity in this world, both ancient and modern. Subsequently, Qin Yun gathered his thoughts and, having completed his cultivation, succumbed to a languid slumber. Meanwhile, in a lush and verdant mountain forest, 2 elderly figures sat cross-legged atop a peak, gradually opening their eyes. The moon hung dimly in the night sky, while a gentle breeze stirred their robes and white beards. The characters Qin Yun were prominently emblazoned on their garments. It had been a long time since their return. Reflecting on the past, they reminisced about their childhood when they departed from their homeland to join the Qin Yun sect for cultivation. It had been nearly 500 years since that fateful separation. One elder sighed softly. Time cuts down the prodigies. 5 centuries have passed, transforming the landscape. The 2 young lads we once were have now become elders within the Qin Yun sect. Returning to this place evokes profound sentiments. At that time, the Great Qian was not as grand as it is today. It was merely a small nation. Now, however, it stands on par with the Qin Yun sect. The Li family was once thriving, yet now. Upon uttering these words, another elder let out a soft sigh. The Li family has fallen, yet we remain. Tang Guiyao has extinguished the Li family, and thus we shall eradicate the Tang clan. The elder spoke softly, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. Currently, the Great Qian is teeming with masters. Our actions must still adhere to the imperial edicts of the Qian emperor. Otherwise, even if we annihilate the Tang clan, we shall not safely depart from the Great Qian. Eliminating the Tang clan is but a secondary concern. Our primary objective is to unearth the supreme body behind it. Only then will the Qian emperor permit our departure and exact vengeance upon Tang Guiyao for the Li family. Another elder, arms crossed behind him, began to speak. If we target that girl, the supreme body will reveal itself, and then all shall be possible. With Tang Guiyao absent from the borders of the Great Qian, those 2 young ones, a foundation establishment cultivator and a gathering sea cultivator, pose no significant threat. The elder murmured, "Let us depart." With this gentle utterance, a soft breeze swept across the land. The figures of the 2 elders vanished in an instant. Chapter 026. A desperate pursuit of death. The moonlit night was serene. Yet the winds, not yet fully into autumn, carried a hint of chill. As the breeze wafted through the window, Qin Yun instinctively wrapped himself tighter in his blanket. Suddenly, he jolted awake. A surge of murderous intent gripped him. Indeed, it was an overwhelming aura of hostility. In his perception, 2 terrifying presences surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the land and heading straight for the Tang family. So it has finally arrived. Qin Yun's gaze deepened, sparkling like the galaxy, his expression devoid of surprise. Enveloped in tranquility, he had anticipated this moment. Nearly 10 days had passed, and inevitably, the inevitable had come to fruition. It was far more dreadful than he had imagined. The visitors to the Tang family were none other than 2 formidable beings. In an instant, a scream shattered the tranquility of the moonlit night. The murderous intent engulfed the Tang family, a deluge that overwhelmed the courtyards and snuffed out countless lives in a heartbeat. An enemy attack. Cries and wails echoed, resonating through the small courtyards, where bodies lay strewn about, the stench of blood pervading the air. Some ran for help, while others collapsed in pools of blood, their forms shadowy and indistinct. In that moment, the Tang family had transformed into a hell on earth. A massacre. Indeed, It was an annihilating slaughter. Following the suppression of Tang Guiyao, the Empress had weakened the Tang family by relocating their skilled guardians and some of their protectors. The Tang family had long lost its former strength, now merely a hollow shell, grand in appearance but lacking substance. With the arrival of these two mighty beings, they faced no opposition whatsoever. A single hand could obscure the sky, a mere breath could collapse palace after palace. Such was the divine might of their presence. How could one possibly defend against it? Wherever they passed, death followed, viewing all as insignificant as ants. These were two harbingers of death, showing no mercy. Inside his room, Qin Yun perceived all that transpired, yet he remained unmoved, lying there, the light in his eyes flickering. The Tang family, situated near the imperial city, was the most prosperous metropolis of the Qin dynasty, interconnected with various cities, each harboring formidable masters. The attack on the Tang family could not go unnoticed, and the prolonged absence of aid was undoubtedly sanctioned by the Empress. Qin Yun refrained from intervening because he understood that she was compelling him to reveal himself. Of course, he could not simply stand by and watch the slaughter unfold. He had suspected the truth long before. Even if it were an open plot, he could not evade it. More significantly, Qin Yun felt that Tang Guiyao was still present, not having departed from the Tang family, but rather lurking in the shadows, ever watchful. That woman, a paragon of beauty, martial prowess, and wisdom. Could she truly be oblivious to the Empress's intentions? Her departure had been too abrupt and decisive. Could she really abandon her own sister? Qin Yun did not believe it. He sensed that Tang Guiyao's departure was shrouded in mystery. Perhaps she was lying in wait in the shadows. Not only the Empress anticipating his move, but also Tang Guiyao herself, poised for action. Thus, Qin Yun remained steadfast, turning a blind eye to the chaos unfolding before him. The deceased were all members of the Tang family, with no connection to him. He believed that if Tang Guiyao was truly lurking in the shadows, she would undoubtedly be unable to contain herself even more than he. The atmosphere outside was fraught with a menacing presence, overwhelming the Tang family, causing everyone to tremble. The sounds of slaughters echoed like a deluge, claiming one life after another. Do not kill anymore. At a certain moment, a voice of fury rang out, startling everyone. It was Tang Yunli, who had unexpectedly stepped forward. She appeared in that small courtyard, confronting the two formidable beings head-on. Like an enraged fawn, her face was ablaze with fury, her slender form trembling violently. Whether from fear or rage, it was hard to tell. Kill me if you must. Surely that is why you have come. Tang Yunli clenched her delicate fists, her voice resounding with anger. In the courtyard, the two elders exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. They were indeed here for Tang Yunli, as she was all that remained of the Tang family. However, more critically, they sought to draw out the supreme entity hidden behind her. In their original plan, they intended to methodically eliminate the Tang family, believing that in the midst of this bloodbath, the supreme entity would reveal itself. Yet, they had not anticipated that the timid girl, who should have been trembling amidst the carnage, would boldly present herself and seek death. This unexpected turn of events left them momentarily stunned. Are you not afraid of death? One elder inquired softly, his eyes glinting with a frigid malice. There is no need for more words. If you wish to die, then do it swiftly. However, Tang Yunli's response once again left the two elders taken aback. They had discerned her intention to seek death actively. Yet, they could not kill her just yet. She was their last trump card to compel the supreme entity's appearance. If they were to slay her, they feared they would truly be left at a loss. Brother, are you certain the supreme bone will indeed manifest? There has been not a whisper thus far. One elder murmured, questioning his companion. The elder remained silent, his expression revealing a complex turmoil. He found himself in a precarious position. Your calculations are destined to fail. Yet, Tang Yunli seemed to have discerned the thoughts of the two elders and boldly voiced this. Subsequently, her aura began to soar, a blazing light emanating from her being, her head aglow as if she were about to ignite. In that moment, Tang Yunli was resolute, casting one last deep glance into the heart of the courtyard, a sense of relief washing over her features. Not good. The two elders were alarmed. It was evident that Tang Yunli intended to detonate her own Dao fruit, to end her life right then and there, prompting them to act swiftly. After all, they were two powerful beings, in their eyes. A fledgling in the foundational stage held little mystery. The searing light was soon suppressed. The elder extended his hand, grasping Tang Yunli in his palm, his eyes glinting with cold determination. You wish to die, do you? Very well, I shall grant you this wish, but it shall not be so easy. A terrifying aura swept across the land like a cold wind, plunging the realm into an instant chill of winter. The intent to kill was palpable. The elderly man unleashed his power, gradually extinguishing Tang Yunli's vitality, tormenting her primordial spirit, and annihilating her corporeal form. No. The intense agony made Tang Yunli's body tremble. She was on the brink of unconsciousness, yet still managed to voice those two words, as if issuing a warning. Within the confines of the room, at that moment, Qin Yun could no longer contain himself. Tang Yunli was exceptionally intelligent. Although Tang Guiyao had never divulged the current plight of the Tang family to her, how could she remain unaware? The Supreme Body's appearances were both tied to her. She understood that only she could compel the Supreme Bone to manifest. However, the formidable adversaries before her were overwhelmingly powerful, two terrifying beings. She realized that even if the Supreme Body were to emerge, it would likely only culminate in tragedy. Thus, she willingly chose to face death, intending to sever herself from the scene to avoid implicating anyone else. The final utterance of no served as a reminder. Qin Yun comprehended it all, grasping the essence of this little woman, and he cast a lingering glance towards the courtyard where he resided, filled with sorrowful farewell. He hesitated no longer and took a decisive step forward. Chapter 027. Confrontation with a thunderous roar, Qin Yun burst forth from the shroud of night, emerging into a realm that drew the gaze of many. In such a spotlight, revealing his true visage was not an option. With the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor coursing through him, he concealed his presence and traces, even his features enveloped in a veil of chaotic mist. Yet, in that very moment of emergence, he was taken aback. For, simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the boundless starry sky, as a breathtaking figure materialized. Tang Guiyao. As Qin Yun had anticipated, this woman had never truly departed, remaining hidden in the shadows, safeguarding the Tang clan, and seizing this opportunity to await his appearance. However, he did not foresee that she would emerge at the same moment as he did. At that instant, an expression of profound astonishment crossed Tang Guiyao's face. Their simultaneous arrival rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. In the courtyard below, the two formidable beings felt an overwhelming shock. The appearance of the Supreme Body was expected, yet the manifestation of Tang Guiyao sent chills down their spines. Eliminate that girl. At this critical juncture, the elder at the forefront quickly regained his composure, disregarding his own safety as he sought to use Qin Yun as a shield. Boom. Qin Yun struck, his fist erupting like a dragon, a blazing fist of light piercing the darkness. Meanwhile, Tang Yunli also unleashed his power, a celestial blossom unfurling, radiating a terrifying intent to kill. In an extraordinary display of synchronicity, they both launched their attacks toward the elder. The anguished cries of the two elders echoed simultaneously as one was obliterated by Qin Yun's fist, shattered into countless pieces. The other elder met his demise at the hands of Tang Guiyao, her celestial brilliance piercing through him, obliterating both his form and spirit. In their final moments, an expression of profound astonishment flickered across their faces. Powerful beings. They had never anticipated the appearance of Tang Guiyao, nor could they comprehend that the Supreme Body they had plotted against possessed an aura of such formidable prowess. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, far too swiftly for comprehension. After vanquishing the two elders, Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao exchanged a moment of mutual surprise. Boom. At that instant, Qin Yun ceased his hesitation, pivoting swiftly to flee, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the distant void. Wait, Tang Guiyao called out, relieved to see that Tang Yunli was merely temporarily unconscious. Without delay, she too took off in pursuit of Qin Yun. Damn it, this woman truly had the patience to remain hidden. Qin Yun cursed inwardly as he sensed her increasingly approaching presence behind him. He had never imagined that his suspicions would be confirmed. Tang Guiyao had indeed remained concealed, biding her time and revealing herself only at the last moment. It was evident she had been waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At this moment, Qin Yun had fully activated the ancient scripture of the Celestial Emperor, employing the secret technique of the Jie character to enhance his speed. He could not afford to reveal himself before this woman. After all, he had kept his true self hidden even from Tang Yunli. How could he allow his secrets to be known by her? Yet, to his astonishment, Tang Guiyao relentlessly followed him. Despite Qin Yun's instantaneous retreat over nearly 1,000 miles, he was unable to shake her off. Could the Tang family's secret arts possess such extraordinary capabilities? Qin Yun was left speechless. The ancient scripture of the Celestial Emperor was profoundly mysterious, the most potent ancient text in existence, primarily focused on cultivation rather than agility. Few could match his speed in this world, especially with his use of the Jie technique. Yet this woman still managed to keep pace with him, making it quite a conundrum for Qin Yun. Boom. Qin Yun accelerated into a dense mountain range, where the vastness of the night revealed towering peaks and an expansive plain in the distance. Ultimately, he came to a halt, ceasing his flight. The efficacy of the Jie technique was limited in time, and sooner or later, this woman would catch up to him. Should he inadvertently stumble into a sect's territory, it would spell trouble for him. As expected, moments later, Tang Guiyao appeared amidst the heavens and earth, gracefully suspended in the void. Clad in white, her exquisite face and delicate figure resembled a sprite under the moonlight. She remained poised in the ethereal space, neither attacking nor advancing, simply gazing at him. With a complex light flickering in her eyes, she could sense that the individual before her, despite having reached a formidable level of power, was undoubtedly of the supreme physique. This revelation sent a chill through her. Based on previous conjectures, this individual's strength was presumed to reside within the realm of the gathering sea, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, seemingly indifferent to the demise of the Tang family. What a calculated and patient maneuver. Qin Yun broke the silence, his voice hoarse, his face shrouded in chaotic energy, a testament to the divine efficacy of the celestial emperor's scripture. Unless there existed a cultivation method more powerful than the ancient scripture, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to discern his true identity. Tang Guiyao stood there, her beautiful eyes radiating intense light, as if attempting to pierce through Qin Yun's faade. Yet, she could perceive nothing, which left her inwardly astonished. "Who are you?" Tang Guiyao inquired, her demeanor chillingly cold. "Why should I tell you? Why do you pursue me so relentlessly?" Qin Yun replied, his voice gravelly, akin to a night owl. With an edge of sorrow. With a swift gesture, Tang Guiyao summoned a black spear that hovered in her palm, its tip directed at him. "Reveal your name." Her commanding presence unleashed a terrifying aura that reverberated through the mountains. "I have saved your sister multiple times. I have shown kindness to your Tang family. Are you truly intent on making an enemy of me?" Qin Yun retorted coldly, his mind reflecting a hint of anger. "I do not intend to attack you. I merely wish to know your identity. Though you have rescued my sister, you have nonetheless plunged the Tang family into suspicion. I must ascertain your identity and the reasons behind your protection of her," Tang Guiyao murmured, her tone lacking some of its usual chill. "Should I then inform Emperor Qian? Is it your intention to reveal my identity in order to alleviate the crisis facing the Tang family?" Qin Yun replied with a sardonic smile. "Is the crisis of the Tang family truly a consequence of my actions? The Emperor's distrust stems from you, or is it from my status as a supreme body?" In the distance, Tang Guiyao fell silent, pondering for a considerable time without responding. "Disclose your name," she eventually said, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions, yet unable to conceal her inherent dominance and authority. "What if I choose not to?" Qin Yun inquired. "You have no choice in the matter," Tang Guiyao retorted coldly. And with a swift motion, she charged at Qin Yun, declaring, "I shall unveil it myself." Chapter 028. The Divine Fetus and the Supreme Bone Beneath the Night Sky. A palpable aura of menace hung in the air, the biting cold wind carrying an ominous intent. Tang Guiyao advanced with her long spear, her presence shattering the clouds. The chill emanating from the spear tip striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. "Is this how you treat a benefactor of the Tang family?" Qin Yun's voice cut through the tension, laced with barely concealed fury. This woman had always been domineering, and while he could somewhat comprehend her disdain for him, being an ordinary man, it was incomprehensible that she would disregard the debts of gratitude owed for his repeated rescues of Tang Yunli and now sought to harm him. This ignited a fire of anger within him. Tang Guiyao offered no reply, her focus solely on the assault. With a fluid motion of her arm, she conjured countless spear shadows that danced ominously in the air, their cold glimmers piercing through the void, all aimed at Qin Yun. "Damn it!" Qin Yun cursed under his breath, steeling himself with determination to teach this woman a lesson. He was no longer the same as before. His unparalleled physique and mastery of the ancient scriptures of the Heavenly Emperor, along with an arsenal of secret techniques, left him unafraid to engage her in battle. He unleashed the Heavenly Emperor fist. Amidst the flurry of spear shadows, Qin Yun retaliated solely with his iron fists, their brilliance tearing through the night sky. The clash of their forces ignited a spectacular display of sparks as they contended fiercely. The Heavenly Emperor fist was unmatched, a technique renowned for its offensive prowess. With his profound understanding of fist intent, Qin Yun's strength was nothing short of astonishing. He could be deemed invincible within his realm. Even though Tang Guiyao possessed peak-level combat power, he harbored no fear. Their fierce battle raged on, a grand spectacle of power that reverberated through the void, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction. Divine energy surged outward, and in an instant, the once pristine plains were reduced to ruins. Qin Yun's fighting spirit sword. Yet, Tang Guiyao felt a growing unease. The world speculated about the supreme body's undisclosed cultivation, theorizing that its combat strength lay within the oceanic realm, as it would be impossible to contend with Li Chengfeng otherwise, utilizing the divine effects of the supreme bone. However, what she felt now contradicted all rumors. Both his realm and fist intent far exceeded what was purported. Had it not been for the striking similarities between him and the supreme body, she might have believed them to be entirely different individuals. With each engagement, her apprehension deepened. The man before her wielded a terrifying power, his offensive capabilities reaching an alarming level. It was unfathomable for a man in his 20s to possess such extraordinary prowess, hidden away in the shadows. Yet how could he have acquired such a remarkable legacy and attained such a lofty realm? Boom! As their battle reached a critical juncture, both fighters were forced to retreat. In the aftermath, Tang Guiyao ceased her assault, standing resolutely, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Even she could not deny the brilliance and radiance of the man before her, eclipsing her own prowess. He was undeniably a paragon of talent, and it would not be long before his combat strength surpassed her own. This realization birthed a pang of melancholy within her heart. Since her rise, she has seldom encountered such a formidable adversary. Typically, she has effortlessly crushed those around her, subduing them with ease. Yet now, despite her realm being above the supreme body, she finds it increasingly challenging to suppress the individual before her. I harbor no desire to be your enemy, nor do I wish to leverage your identity to incite His Majesty's suspicion towards the Tang family. I merely wish to ascertain who you are, nothing more, Tang Guiyao stated, standing resolutely. In truth, her stealthy presence was motivated by this very curiosity. The supreme body is intricately linked to Tang Yunli, and with such a person lingering near her sister, how could she feel at ease? Thus, she was compelled to unveil the identity of the supreme body. Is that all? You come at me with hostility. Is this how you treat a benefactor? Qin Yun retorted, his anger still palpable. I cannot disclose my identity. If you wish to avoid enmity, then do not impede my departure. After a pause, he continued. Frankly, he had no desire to confront Tang Guiyao. She was a tenacious opponent, her cultivation nearing that of a saint, making her akin to a semi-saint. Undoubtedly, she was a formidable foe, and escaping her entanglement would prove arduous, fraught with peril and devoid of benefit. That will not suffice, Tang Guiyao countered, shaking her head. Since fate has brought us together today, I must know your identity. Her resolve was unwavering, beyond Qin Yun's protective instinct for her sister. Tang Guiyao was intrigued and astonished by the combat prowess of the supreme body. She yearned to uncover the identity of this individual and the source of their remarkable strength. She sensed that their secret techniques, methods, and physique were of unparalleled excellence, undoubtedly marking them as an overwhelmingly powerful adversary destined to surpass her. This ignited Tang Guiyao's competitive spirit and curiosity. Since her ascension, she had never been so eager to uncover the intricacies of another. Then there is nothing left to discuss. We must engage in battle. Seeing this, Qin Yun chose silence, recognizing that her domineering nature left no room for retreat. You are not my match. I do not wish to harm you, Tang Guiyao declared, mindful of the supreme body's past benevolence, and thus had refrained from unleashing her full power, hoping to prompt Qin Yun to reveal all. Yet, I wonder if someone at the pinnacle of their power can accept a crushing defeat, Qin Yun replied, laughter escaping him. These words caused Tang Guiyao's expression to shift dramatically. She discerned that the supreme body possessed sufficient confidence to confront her, a provocation to her dignity as an unparalleled warrior. Let us battle. You shall pay for your arrogance. Tang Guiyao responded coldly. In that moment, the aura of a semi-saint erupted from Tang Guiyao, an overwhelming force that enveloped the air with a sense of suffocating grandeur. Above, in the celestial realm, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A majestic figure sat poised in the moonlit sky, ethereal and resplendent, cradling a child, both emanating an astonishing divine power. The divine fetal Tao body. It must be said that Tang Guiyao is indeed formidable. At such a tender age, she possesses the combat prowess equivalent to that of a semi-saint. It will not be long before she ascends to the ranks of a true saint. No wonder the Empress holds her in such high regard. A saint, an entity that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sovereigns of the world. Who wouldn't be wary of such a presence? Very well, let the battle commence. In this moment, Qin Yun no longer holds back. The divine light of the supreme bone radiates magnificently, and from the heavens above, the resounding melody of rushing waters fills the air, akin to 1,000 galloping steeds, producing a grand symphony of the celestial path. A towering figure of supreme authority emerges within the flowing river, gazing down upon the world, surveying all creation. Chapter 029. The Battle of Tangguyao. At this juncture, the rivalry between the two had reached a fever pitch, transcending mere identity or status, and could be regarded as a battle of prodigies. Tangguyao's competitive spirit was ignited, determined to uphold her undefeated legacy and vanquish the supreme body, safeguarding her indomitable resolve. Boom. The sky was awash in crimson, resplendent with myriad hues, a breathtaking spectacle. The manifestations of the supreme body and the divine fetal body emerged simultaneously, shrouding the heavens and the earth, their radiant brilliance tearing through the darkness. At this moment, many turned their gazes toward the scene, feeling an overwhelming, terrifying wave of energy that sent shivers through their hearts. In the prosperous realm of Deqian, under Tangguyao's protection, the nation thrived in peace. Such a battle of this caliber had not been witnessed in an age. Who could compel the war god of the Tang family to manifest such extraordinary phenomena? Many were left in astonishment. Although the Tang family had recently faced suppression, in the hearts of countless individuals, Tangguyao was undeniably the most formidable sovereign of this land. It had been years since the divine fetal body had made an appearance, a scene only witnessed when Tangguyao confronted a formidable foe. Was it the supreme body? How could he force the war god of the Tang family to such extremes? Wasn't the supreme body supposed to have been benevolent towards the Tang family? Why then did they engage in such a fierce conflict? Each person was filled with uncertainty, marveling at the combat prowess of the supreme body, which subverted their preconceived notions of him. They were perplexed by the apparent close ties between the two and yet the ferocity of their clash. However, all of this was destined to remain unanswered, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment. Boom. Regardless, the grand battle erupted. The two ascended into the firmament, unleashing their formidable powers, each collision striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Any residual shockwaves from their confrontation threatened to bring about widespread devastation. Everyone recoiled, fearing the repercussions of the ensuing chaos. How could this be? Shock and disbelief were etched upon every face. Rumors had it that the combat strength of the supreme body was on par with the convergence of the seas, yet now, the aura he emanated clearly indicated a level of great mastery. Moreover, he could stand toe-to-toe with Tangguyao, their combat a fierce contest of equal might. Like dragons entwined in the clouds, this astonishing spectacle left everyone utterly astounded. Tangguyao, the war goddess of this land, was revered as a divine figure in the hearts of many. Yet now, this recently emerged supreme body could contend with her on equal footing. How could the masses possibly reconcile this? Was it not said that he was merely 20 years of age? At 20, possessing the combat strength of the convergence realm was already remarkable. How could he achieve such prowess? Disbelief was painted across every expression. Despite Qin Yun being shrouded in obscurity, the vitality emanating from him was unmistakable, a vigor that only youth could possess, impossible to conceal or diminish. To wield such extraordinary combat strength at the age of 20 and engage in a stalemate with the greatest female warrior of Deqian was beyond comprehension for all present. Is this the supreme body? One of the most powerful physiques throughout history. There are rumors in the world that this generation's supreme body is exceptionally enchanting, for it has transcended the ages. This supreme body has accumulated strength over time, far surpassing all its ancestors. Some elders stand at a distance, sighing in awe. Yet, even so, witnessing the supreme body display such prowess is still hard to accept. At 20, even a genius is merely at the foundational stage, the gathering spirit realm. The great power realm defies all logic. Boom. The fierce battle escalates, with both sides exhibiting boundless techniques, continuously clashing, from the plains into the starry river. The thunderous roars resonate, and brilliant light rains down, illuminating the world. Everyone is filled with astonishment. The supreme body is even more formidable than imagined. Its heritage, its techniques, its philosophical essence, all of it is astonishing. People cannot fathom how such a young individual could possess such extraordinary depth. Concealed in the shadows, how did they grow to this point? Observing the figure shrouded in mystery, all felt an endless enigma and surprise. This person seemed to have leaped forth suddenly. At such a tender age, they emerged bearing a terrifying legacy, secret arts, and profound wisdom. Everything defies reason, making it hard to believe. Boom. The battle rages on, with the two combatants relentlessly exchanging blows, fists and weapons colliding, shattering the void. I do not wish to fight you to the death. All I ask is for you to reveal your identity. Tangguyao spoke at that moment. By now, she fully sensed the might of the supreme body. She understood that to triumph over it would require her utmost effort. To settle the outcome, Only a life-or-death struggle would suffice. Otherwise, surpassing the Supreme Body would be exceedingly difficult. She did not want to engage in a lethal battle with the Supreme Body, especially since it had shown kindness to the Tang family. There is no need to wager your life. I can easily subdue you, Qin Yun declared. Everyone was left in stunned silence. To say such words to the foremost war god of the great Qian was astonishing. It exuded a sense of invincible confidence and restrained dominance, resonating like a great bell, shaking the hearts of all present. Tang Guiyao's expression flickered with anger. She had always been assertive, and hearing such words for the first time, feeling underestimated, ignited her fighting spirit. At this moment, she cast aside all concerns and fought with all her might, seeking only victory or defeat. Frankly, she yearned for a thrilling clash. A formidable adversary like the Supreme Body was rare, and facing one at the initial stage of great power was unprecedented. This spoke volumes of her opponent's brilliance. However, the more she acknowledged this, the more she refused to accept her own dimming light. Victory was imperative. Kill. Tang Guiyao's battle intent surged as she uttered the word, unleashing her full power in an offensive charge. The black spear danced continuously, its speed unhurried, yet it seemed to embody a trajectory of the Tao, filled with boundless profundity. The spearhead imbued with an inexorable killing intent. Boom. Simultaneously, Qin Yun no longer held back, activating the secret of the myriad characters. The secret of the character Jie, one of the 9 mysteries, is a force that resonates through the ages, capable of enhancing an individual's power in every conceivable way, be it combat prowess, spiritual essence, swiftness, or intellect. Every advantageous aspect compounds exponentially, resulting in a terrifying magnitude. In such a state, Qin Yun's mastery of the ancient scriptures of the Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Emperor's fist, and even the Supreme Bone has surged to an unimaginable level. Invincibility within the same realm is no mere boast. With a thunderous impact, Qin Yun unleashed his punch, seemingly serene yet imbued with overwhelming ferocity. The void before him collapsed, as a formidable divine force erupted from his fists. Akin to a volcano in full eruption, the heavens trembled violently, causing everyone present to shudder. Under such immense pressure, many in the expanse above staggered and fell to the ground. Tang Guiyao bore the brunt of this onslaught, enduring a direct hit from Qin Yun's fist. Her form was violently propelled backward, a stream of blood escaping her lips, as she was thrust nearly 1,000 feet away. In that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 030. The melancholy of Tang Guiyao. The moonlight was tranquil, and the distant sky was shrouded in a hazy presence of numerous figures, yet not a whisper escaped their lips. All stood frozen, their faces etched with expressions of astonishment as they grappled with the shocking revelation. Tang Guiyao had been defeated. This news struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the hearts of all, causing an involuntary tremor within each individual. A supreme warrior, hailed as the guardian of the great Qian, Tang Guiyao was regarded as an unparalleled master within the realm. To the world, her life was a tapestry of miracles. She was extraordinarily enchanting, rapidly ascending to prominence after revealing her formidable cultivation talents, vanquishing formidable foes along her path, and earning monumental accolades. Throughout her life, she had remained undefeated, her prowess reaching its zenith, leaving no one capable of contesting her might. Yet the events unfolding before them were utterly unfathomable. Tang Guiyao had succumbed, and her defeat was absolute. A single blow had sent her reeling, blood spilling forth in a shocking spectacle. The crowd remained spellbound, as if the vast mountain within their hearts had crumbled at that moment. How could this be? How could the Supreme Body be so overwhelmingly powerful? No one could reconcile such an outcome. The declaration of the Supreme Body had emerged merely days ago, and rumors suggested that he had not yet fully matured, thus deliberately concealing his identity. To many, he appeared merely as a junior. However, everything had taken an unexpected turn. This individual exuded such strength that he shattered the invincible myth surrounding Tang Guiyao, stepping upon her esteemed reputation to forge an extraordinary miracle. In the distance, Tang Guiyao's demeanor was one of profound desolation. The blow had not claimed her life, yet the weight of her defeat was palpable. Her expression was a tapestry of complexity. Throughout her life, she had vanquished powerful adversaries, carving a miraculous path to her current exalted status. Yet now, she tasted the bitterness of defeat at the hands of a youth possessing the Supreme Body. The aftermath of her loss birthed a heart-wrenching pain. The collective sorrow of the onlookers resonated with her, as they empathized with the turmoil within her heart. They understood that although Tang Guiyao had fallen, it was not due to a lack of brilliance. She was a myth, a force that had instilled fear in countless foes, her combat prowess undeniably remarkable. Yet, her opponent was simply too formidable. His heritage, secret techniques, and philosophical insights were all terrifyingly magnificent, dazzling in their brilliance. Why? Tang Guiyao mustered the strength to question the figure beneath the stars. She was bewildered, truly unable to comprehend. Her defeat was thorough, marking an unprecedented downfall. This realization filled her with sorrow, for she knew that even if given a second chance, the outcome would remain unchanged. She would still be suppressed by the supreme body. The opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an insurmountable mountain, instilling within her a sense of helplessness, whispering to her that this individual was invincible. This was a sensation she had never experienced. She had always been the one to trample others, defying stronger foes with a lower realm, becoming their nightmare. Yet now, someone had cast a shadow upon her heart. It was for this reason that she remained in confusion, uncertain of why Qin Yun exhibited such formidable strength. Tang Guiyao pondered deeply. She had cultivated to her utmost limits, believing herself invincible within her realm, unmatched by any of the foremost talents in the world. Yet, how could she be vanquished by Qin Yun? What a terrifying chasm of disparity this was. Her expression was fraught with complexity. She could accept defeat, but to be bested by one she deemed inferior was profoundly disheartening. She yearned to uncover the reasons behind this. Qin Yun stood suspended in the void, making no move to depart. Although he held a certain disdain for the person before him, considering her temperament somewhat disagreeable, she was nonetheless his nominal spouse, one who had once bestowed upon him a third-tier elixir. Witnessing the usually assertive woman now shrouded in sorrow, he felt an unexpected twinge of compassion. I have traversed this path without relying on any miraculous elixirs or ancestral legacies to enhance my power. My journey has been one of relentless self-discipline. Qin Yun spoke after a moment of silence. Indeed, all his accomplishments stemmed from arduous training, day after day, year after year. Even when faced with obstacles, he had relied solely on the grueling passage of time to break through, shunning external aids. While this approach might seem clumsy and the years of painstaking effort vast, it had rendered his cultivation exceptionally robust. This foundation was the essence of his formidable prowess. Of course, his physique, lineage, and understanding of the Tao were all extraordinarily formidable. Yet, it was precisely due to this solid foundation that he could unleash such terrifying combat strength. What? Upon hearing these words, not only Tang Guiyao, but everyone present was rendered speechless, their faces painted with disbelief. Qin Yun was astonishingly young, merely in his 20s. At such an age, without any resources to nurture his abilities, relying solely on self-discipline, achieving even the foundational stage seemed implausible. Yet here he stood, a true powerhouse. This was inconceivable. It defied all logic. How could one so young ascend to such heights merely through arduous effort? Even with a supreme physique, such an ascent was unimaginable. It was utterly impossible for a single individual to defy the heavens in such a manner. The crowd erupted into an uproar, with Tang Guiyao herself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the reality of it all. Yet, the truth remained. Just because one could not achieve something did not mean others could not. The world is vast, teeming with exceptional individuals. Belief or disbelief rests entirely upon oneself, as Qin Yun proclaimed. His rate of cultivation was already beyond the realm of common understanding. Remarkably, he had reached his current level in less than a month since embarking on his journey. Transforming from a mere mortal into a formidable being in just a month was nothing short of astonishing. Having delivered this statement, Qin Yun intended to depart, for the throng of onlookers was increasing, bringing him no advantage. Wait, Tang Guiyao's voice unexpectedly called out, her tone imbued with a hint of pleasantry. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. This woman, known for her assertiveness and aloof demeanor, had never shown deference even to the emperor, let alone to Qin Yun, whom she had always regarded with disdain. This was an unexpected experience for Qin Yun. In the realm of power, the victors reign supreme, while the vanquished are cast aside. The power. Qin Yun silently reflected, yet he came to a halt and turned around. I have another question that remains unclear, Tang Guiyao remarked, her expression a mixture of complexity. If you seek to inquire about my identity, there is no need for further words. As you have stated, to uncover my identity is not within your purview, Qin Yun replied coldly, his voice hoarse. This statement cast a shadow over Tang Guiyao's heart. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Why did you resort to using the Supreme Bone to deal with Li Chengfeng? Is it that with your strength, you could not easily eliminate him? This query was one that perplexed everyone. In the minds of the people, the combat prowess of a supreme body was believed to be limited to the ocean convergence realm, deduced from Li Chengfeng's capabilities. Yet now, they began to comprehend that this was not the case. The use of the supreme bone by this individual must be for a reason beyond mere strength. But what could it be? The enigma surrounding him was too profound, leaving all in a state of curiosity. Chapter 031. The search for the supreme body. Tang Guiyao's words drew the attention of all towards Qin Yun. Curiosity enveloped him, as every aspect of his being ignited an insatiable interest among the crowd, particularly regarding the enigma of how one could conquer Tang Guiyao. Why, in the past, did he need to utilize the supreme bone against someone like Li Chengfeng? Why expose himself? Faced with these inquiries, Qin Yun chose silence and departed. This matter was fundamental to him, and divulging it was out of the question. When he vanquished Li Chengfeng, he was merely at the condensing spirit realm, transcending boundaries in battle and exerting all his might. Yet, in his confrontation with Tang Guiyao, he had ascended to the realm of the mighty. Should he reveal the reasons behind this, it would undoubtedly stir a sensation. Who in the world could possess such rapid cultivation? Once the truth emerged, all gazes, not just from this land but from various realms, would be drawn to him, bringing him nothing but harm. Thus, Qin Yun left. The earth lay in silence, and a hint of melancholy flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Their desire to comprehend his every facet was palpable, his identity, his lineage, the secrets of his techniques. Regrettably, the supreme body was too cautious and astute to unveil even the slightest detail about himself. Many sighed, a sense of regret hanging in the air. They understood that encountering the supreme body again might be exceedingly difficult. He moved like a wraith, cloaked in mystery, a radiant beacon illuminating the world, leaving an indelible mark upon the hearts of all. Like an eternal masterpiece, he would be remembered for a lifetime. Numerous individuals stirred with intention, gazing in the direction he had departed, yearning to follow. The commotion had attracted many of the most formidable experts from within the great Qian. Yet, despite their burning curiosity, none dared to pursue him. The supreme body's might was unparalleled. Even Tang Guiyao had faced a crushing defeat. Who would dare challenge him? To provoke such a figure would spell disaster. Who indeed was he? The crowd stood, their eyes fixed on the path he had taken, reluctant to disperse. As this question lingered in their minds, refusing to fade, Tang Guiyao remained amidst the throng, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She had suffered a significant defeat, bested by a youth, an ordeal that would bring shame to any prodigy. She felt this humiliation acutely. Yet, what troubled her more was her ignorance of his identity. To be defeated without knowing one's adversary was a profound sorrow. In this moment, Tang Guiyao found herself cultivating a unique sentiment towards this man, an emotion previously unknown to her. Who could he possibly be? She sensed that this individual must be acquainted with her. Otherwise, how could he understand the plight of the Tang family and shield her sister? Yet, she found herself unable to speculate. His power radiated with unmatched brilliance. None in his vicinity bore such luminescence. The supreme bone revealed itself once more, sending ripples throughout the great Qian, creating a sensation across the land. Simultaneously, when the news of Tang Guiyao's defeat spread, it sent emotions soaring to an unprecedented peak. The fall of Tang Guiyao was beyond the realm of belief. She was an invincible myth, an eternal legend, a colossal mountain pressing upon the hearts of the great Qian cultivators, seemingly insurmountable. Yet, her defeat was utterly complete. The majestic mountain crumbled, and a more terrifying divine peak descended, leaving everyone breathless. This night, the people of Great Qian were destined to be sleepless. The news created a sensation, triggering a tempest across the lands. A supreme body, already possessing formidable combat prowess, emerged unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard and shaking all realms. A supreme body of the great ability realm could no longer be underestimated. People realized that it would not be long before this supreme body ascended to the level of a sage, standing shoulder to shoulder with the many holy lands and ancient sovereigns of the world. This revelation unsettled the various orthodoxies, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace. Such a formidable adversary was destined to become a significant threat, potentially impacting the status of the great holy lands and ancient dynasties. More alarmingly, this individual lurked in the shadows, their identity unknown. The leaders of the holy lands and ancient emperors, having amassed countless enemies throughout their rise, feared that this person might harbor old grievances against them. It was imperative to uncover this individual and discern their true identity. In a single night, the major holy lands and ancient dynasties sprang into action, with countless experts flooding into Great Qian, covertly investigating all matters. Most anxious among them was the Empress of Great Qian. Upon learning that the supreme body had attained a level of combat power commensurate with great abilities, She stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. Although the identity of the supreme body remained shrouded in mystery, their 3 interventions had all been linked to Tang Yunli, establishing an undeniable connection to the Tang family. The Empress had long suppressed the Tang family, and the emergence of the supreme body made her acutely aware of a looming threat. Thus, when the masters from the various orthodoxies surged into Great Qian, the Empress chose to remain silent, intending to leverage this force to unearth the identity of the supreme body. In her dealings with Tang Guiyao, this time, the Empress refrained from imposing further punishment. It was not that she lacked the desire to do so, but rather that she had lost the justification to continue oppressing Tang Guiyao. The battle between the supreme body and Tang Guiyao had drawn the attention of the world, with many witnesses present, thus sufficiently proving that Tang Guiyao was entirely unaware of the supreme body's identity. This also served as a testament to Tang Guiyao's innocence. Naturally, however, the matter of innocence held little significance for the Empress. She could not overlook the Tang family. Ultimately, she resorted to the pretext of defying the imperial decree to dispatch Tang Guiyao to that forbidden zone, this time with numerous experts from the imperial city personally escorting her, ensuring that the previous instances of Tang Guiyao lurking in the shadows to protect her family could not occur again. The tempest surrounding the supreme body swept across the realm. Even a 3-year-old child in the mortal world was aware that a supreme body lay dormant within Great Qian, a testament to its terrifying influence. As the center of this upheaval, the Tang family, naturally, received considerable attention from the various orthodoxies. Qin Yun could sense that, in recent days, an unknown number of experts were lying in wait, secretly investigating every individual. Almost every life within the estate was under scrutiny. Even the few stray cats, dogs, and wild foxes raised by Tang Yunli are accompanied by numerous skilled individuals lurking nearby. People are apprehensive that the supreme body might belong to the demon clan, fearing they might miss any subtle hints. Ironically, the very subject of this scrutiny, Qin Yun, enjoys an extraordinary tranquility in his surroundings. Initially, he attracted some attention, but it was soon abandoned. His mortal status, incapable of cultivation, provided him with significant concealment. Qin Yun's identity is remarkably clear, a bastard of the Qin family. A mere layer of his identity that prevents anyone from associating him with anything more significant. For 2 decades, he has remained an ordinary mortal. This is not an act, but a genuine reality. Throughout these 20 years, he has revealed too many traces of a mundane existence to be merely feigned. A person's innate talent is inborn. No matter how one tries to disguise it, the essence of one's being at birth cannot be concealed. It will inevitably be discerned by others. Various clues ensure that Qin Yun will not raise suspicions. Why pay attention to this so-called waste? Even if the supreme body were to manifest, it would not belong to this individual. This is a sentiment Qin Yun frequently hears whispered from the shadows. In response, he merely chuckles, content in his solitude, as no one around him pays him any heed. Chapter 032. The Greatest Righteousness, for the Nation and the People Ding. On the 45th day of their marriage, the reward of puppetry was bestowed. As its name suggests, puppetry allows for the creation of puppets, inscribing one's own mark upon a cultivator, thereby enabling manipulation of that cultivator. This is a divine art that defies the heavens. Once imparted to the demon clan, it has since been lost and severed following the clan's demise years ago. In recent days, Qin Yun has led a remarkably tranquil life. With Tang Guiyao absent from the estate, he is spared the need to navigate her moods. Each day, he indulges in wine, tea, and fishing, living a leisurely existence. Naturally, he remains diligent in his cultivation. Over the past few days, his realm has ascended to the 6th layer of the great ability stage. Although this progression has been somewhat slow compared to before, the path of cultivation invariably grows more arduous with time. Nonetheless, this gradual advancement is steady and substantial. Aside from the growth in his cultivation, his martial intent has deepened significantly. The Heavenly Emperor Fist is on the brink of reaching its full potential. Achieving such a state typically requires centuries of arduous training. Yet he has effortlessly stepped into this realm. Having reached this stage, his training in martial intent has entered its latter phase. The path of martial arts inherently becomes increasingly formidable, indicating that Qin Yun's strength has undergone another terrifying transformation. Within the Tang residence, everything remains unchanged. However, a piece of news has ignited turmoil within the imperial city. In the grand hall of the palace, the Empress, with hair cascading to her waist and a visage as exquisite as it is frigid, finally revealed a smile today. This rare expression evoked a sense of nostalgia among all present. Even the esteemed eunuch was taken aback. Since the emergence of the supreme body, The Empress's temperament had plummeted to its nadir, frequently exuding an unparalleled killing intent. To be in the presence of the Empress is akin to being near a tiger. Her fluctuating emotions often instilled boundless trepidation in the eunuch. His fear of her stemmed not solely from her imperial status, but also from his awareness of her formidable power. Such a fearsome woman, in a state of utter discontent, what could possibly bring forth her smile? The eunuch gazed at the Empress, noting the letter in her hand, stirring a sense of disturbance within him. It was indeed this letter that had shifted the Empress's mood from gloomy to bright. What secrets lay within? His curiosity piqued. Perhaps noticing the eunuch's unease, the Empress waved her hand, sending the letter flying towards him. He bent to receive it with both hands. However, upon glimpsing the envelope, his expression shifted from anticipation to astonishment. The contents of the letter were brief, concluding with 5 stark words. Tang Guiyao's final words. Had something befallen Tang Guiyao? The eunuch stood stunned, those 5 words igniting a foreboding sensation within him. In that moment, he comprehended why the Empress had shown signs of joy. She had long harbored murderous intent towards Tang Guiyao. However, due to Tang Guiyao's esteemed position within the military, there lingered a sense of trepidation, preventing any overt attempts on her life. Thus, she was subjected to continuous suppression. It can be said that Tang Guiyao is a thorn in the Empress's heart. Presently, apart from the tidings of the supreme body that can elicit a smile from the Empress, it seems that only the demise of Tang Guiyao could bring a gentle smile to her face. The Empress's demeanor unsettled eunuch Wang, who promptly scrutinized the contents of the envelope. It contained a brief message from Tang Guiyao to Tang Yunli, stating that she had been pursued within the Forbidden Zone, inadvertently delving into its depths, and was now trapped in the mountains, unable to escape. Severely injured and ensnared in the Forbidden Zone, she felt utterly despondent, hence her decision to pen a farewell note. The letter was delivered by a skilled individual from Deqian who had shared the Forbidden Zone with Tang Guiyao, thus having means of communication. Tragically, the letter never reached the Tang family. It was intercepted by the Empress. Eunuch Wang was momentarily stunned. The Forbidden Zone, a term that evokes terror, a realm of death. The specific area where Tang Guiyao was ensnared was even more perilous, steeped in profound history and fraught with unimaginable dangers. Over countless epochs, innumerable sects and factions have coveted that Forbidden Zone, and countless experts have ventured within, seeking what they deemed opportunities. Yet, not a single soul has emerged alive. Though Tang Guiyao is not dead, being trapped in the Forbidden Zone renders her fate no different from death. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within eunuch Wang. With a soft sound, the envelope in his hand ignited, turning to ashes at a mere gesture from the Empress. The contents of this letter must not be divulged to others. Let her depart silently, the Empress whispered. Eunuch Wang's gaze grew even more complex as he comprehended the Empress's intentions. She wished for Tang Guiyao to die quietly, for if the news of her death were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the military. Furthermore, as Tang Guiyao was not yet dead, merely trapped in dire straits, should this become known, the military experts would surely rush to her aid and reproach the court for inaction. This was not the outcome the Empress desired. Only with Tang Guiyao's demise could the world remain oblivious until it was too late, irrevocable, by then. Even if the people were reluctant to accept it, they would have no choice but to do so. Should even Tang Yunli be kept in the dark? Eunuch Wang tentatively inquired. Yet, all that met his question was a chilling glare. In that instant, a tumult of conflicting emotions stirred within eunuch Wang. Tang Guiyao had dedicated her life to establishing remarkable achievements for Deqian, laboring tirelessly. And now, facing imminent peril, she was aware that someone awaited her return. Hence she left a farewell note, seeking to sever their hopes. Yet, even this was denied. To be buried in a foreign land, with her cause of death sealed in silence, to depart without a sound. This was undoubtedly an injustice for Tang Guiyao, a profound sorrow. Eunuch Wang gazed with a complex expression at the Empress, a deep sense of melancholy welling within him. As night deepened, eunuch Wang found sleep elusive, tossing and turning restlessly. Little Guiyao, and your majesty, you two have been watched over by this old man as you grew up. Yet I never anticipated that your relationship would reach such a dire state. The elder sighed heavily, standing before the window, gazing at the round moon in the sky, a myriad of emotions stirring within him. If it were possible, he truly wished for Tang Guiyao's survival. In the elder's eyes, the stability of the great Qin dynasty relied on the harmonious governance within and the defense against external threats, with Tang Guiyao being fundamental to this balance. Yet now, she was ensnared deep within a forbidden zone, perilously close to doom. What could he do? Even if he revealed the contents of the letter to Tang Yunli, what difference would it make? The elder sighed again, his stooped figure appearing exceedingly desolate in the night. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lifted his head with renewed vigor. Indeed, the Tang family possesses a supreme being intimately connected to Tang Yunli. If they were to learn of Tang Guyao's peril, they might act out of loyalty to him. That being is an unparalleled prodigy, undoubtedly possessing the means to rescue little Guyao. A glimmer of hope sparked in the elder's eyes, illuminating his countenance. Prepare the palanquin. I must leave the palace. He then spoke to those outside, his gaze complex, tinged with excitement, yet shadowed by sorrow. The night was tranquil, and under the moonlight, his voice was hoarse as he murmured softly, "Your Majesty, it is not disloyalty on my part. The greater duty lies in serving the nation and its people, and this is the only course available to me." Chapter 033. The letter of separation. In the stillness of the night, at the hour of the rat, a familiar voice resonated in Qin Yun's mind. He remained calm and composed, having long since acclimatized to such occurrences, and peacefully closed his eyes to sleep. However, he was suddenly awakened. The phrase Xing Zimi jolted him into full alertness, and a wave of euphoric delight swept across his handsome visage. This was because Xing Zimi was one of the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets represent the most formidable techniques across 9 distinct realms, unmatched in their potency, defying the heavens to their utmost degree, with no other techniques or divine powers able to rival them. Xing Zimi pertains to body techniques, a divine art of movement renowned for its unparalleled swiftness. Once mastered, it bestows upon its wielder a speed that is second to none, rendering all adversaries insignificant in comparison. Qin Yun immediately cleared his mind and began to ponder deeply. Like Jie Zi, the incantation of Xing Zimi was equally concise, comprising merely a few hundred characters. Yet, it was profoundly intricate, with each character imbued with boundless profundity. The overwhelming awe that the 9 secrets inspired surged within Qin Yun once more. With the divine speed of Xing Zimi, even when faced with insurmountable foes, he could effortlessly escape. Moreover, this technique was exceptionally effective in offensive maneuvers. Its unmatched rapidity, when combined with any form of attack, was undeniably extraordinary. Qin Yun was filled with immense joy and gratitude. He had never anticipated that within just a month, he would acquire 2 of the long-lost 9 secrets. If this trend continued, by the end of the year, he might indeed gather all 9 secrets. The thought of uniting the 9 secrets sparked a profound sense of anticipation within him. Without further hesitation, Qin Yun commenced his training. Although the 9 secrets were remarkably complex, with the aid of the system, mastering them would pose no issue for him. Boom. The moment the incantation of Xing Zimi resonated in his ears, his heart reverberated with intensity. The Jie Zimi began to operate uncontrollably, akin to the sound of the great Tao echoing around him, a majestic celestial melody that was deafeningly profound. Throughout the night, Qin Yun remained entranced in this state. He effortlessly grasped the essence of Xing Zimi, understanding how to cultivate it further. Nevertheless, he continued to diligently practice, striving forward with unwavering resolve. The power of Xing Zimi captivated him entirely, ensnaring his soul in its allure. He mused softly. Had he possessed Xing Zimi when he first encountered Tang Guiyao, she would undoubtedly have been unable to catch him. In the past, he had been unable to shake off her pursuit, not due to a lack of strength or insufficient cultivation. Rather, it was because Tang Guiyao possessed a remarkable body technique. Thus, while body techniques had been a shortcoming for Qin Yun, with Xing Zimi, this flaw would vanish, transforming into a distinct advantage that would elevate him above others. The pinnacle of the realms, nothing could surpass it. Once mastered, it could be said that nothing in this world could rival Qin Yun's speed. In this state, Qin Yun continued his cultivation until the following day. A maid's voice broke his tranquility. "Young master, the second miss requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun gradually awakened, tidied himself briefly, and made his way to Tang Yunli's courtyard. Within the courtyard, he encountered the young woman, who appeared quite haggard with swollen, red eyes. Upon seeing Qin Yun, she once again became choked with emotion. Tang Guiyao is in trouble. Observing Tang Yunli's condition, Qin Yun understood everything. As Tang Yunli continued, her words confirmed his suspicions. Last night, Lord Wang had visited, revealing that Tang Guiyao was trapped in a forbidden zone, her life hanging in the balance. Furthermore, Lord Wang had brought back a letter from Tang Guiyao, which he had meticulously copied and left behind. The letter urged Tang Yunli to find a way to leave the Great Qian and to conceal their identities. The Tang family was dwindling in numbers, and the content of the letter was succinct, primarily expressing deep sisterly affection for Tang Yunli. It also mentioned Qin Yun, stating, "Though we are husband and wife, there exists no bond between us. Our marriage has merely been a farce. Now that the Tang family's fortunes have waned, His Majesty will inevitably turn against us. If you wish to survive, you must forge your own path. As for our union, let it come to an end here. Let us part ways. I have always been strong-willed, priding myself on my talents, never intending to be a dutiful wife and mother. If there were indeed someone who could alter my intentions, they would surely be extraordinary, a person of immense stature and recognition, a paragon of greatness. Qin Yun, we belong to different worlds and should not intermingle. I do not wish to bear such a stain upon my death. I hope you can agree to conclude this matter, fulfilling my final wish. Upon reading this farewell, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Tang Guiyao wishes to divorce me? This news struck him like a thunderbolt, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It was not that he was particularly attached to the woman. Rather, he was concerned that the system would vanish as a result. Once divorced, the system would disappear forever. This was what the system had warned him, which was why Qin Yun had stubbornly insisted on remaining in the Tang residence. However, after a moment's reflection, he felt reassured. Surely, there was no cause for alarm. After all, he had just received a reward the previous night, and the timing of the letter's composition by Tang Guiyao was uncertain. Divorce, it seemed, could only occur if both parties agreed, thus ending the causal relationship. For now, it was merely Tang Guiyao who harbored such thoughts. As long as he disagreed, the system would not vanish. Qin Yun's heart settled for the moment. Looking back at the contents of the envelope, he felt somewhat speechless. If one were to claim that Tang Guiyao's nature was malevolent, she was still aware that the Tang family's fortunes had declined, cautioning herself to seek a means of survival. Yet, if one were to argue that she was sincere, she still insisted on the divorce, believing that her marriage to him, Qin Yun, was a blemish she refused to bear even unto death. Qin Yun was left speechless, his heart a tumult of emotions. This woman, indeed, possesses an extraordinary pride. Even on the brink of death, she remains troubled by the nuptials. The sacrifices she endured to marry him, Qin Yun, are beyond comprehension. She refuses to let go, even in death, though it is true that Qin Yun, an ordinary man, is unworthy of her. Such reasoning does little to alleviate the heartache experienced by anyone in a similar plight. A man, faced with his wife's impending demise, is implored to grant a divorce, as she expresses her unwillingness to bear the stain of their union. How profoundly tragic this is for a man. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the system, Qin Yun would be overwhelmed by an urge to immediately acquiesce and sever ties with her. Chapter 034. Desiring to enter the Forbidden Zone. Brother, what shall we do? Tang Yunli wept, her tears flowing freely. In her eyes, her sister had always been a towering figure, seemingly omnipotent. Yet now, the arrival of this letter shattered her faith, leaving her in despair, helplessness, confusion, and panic. Only Qin Yun remained as her pillar of support, allowing her to finally unravel her facade of strength in his presence. In the void, this poignant scene was witnessed by many, who could not help but sneer at Tang Yunli's state. They deemed her desperate, seeking counsel from Qin Yun, a mere mortal, questioning what he could possibly do. Presently, her only recourse lay with the Supreme Body. However, it seemed that even the Supreme Body might not intervene. The Forbidden Zone was perilous beyond measure, and the current strength of the Supreme Body was far from adequate. Moreover, the Supreme Body had only a tenuous connection with her, seemingly unrelated to Tang Guiyao, especially considering their history of fierce conflict, making it improbable for them to risk entering the Forbidden Zone to rescue her. The murmurs in the void reached Qin Yun's ears. He remained silent, offering silent comfort to Tang Yunli. She was a simple and fragile woman, evoking a sense of pity. As night deepened, Tang Yunli knelt in the center of the courtyard, refusing to rise. Everyone understood that she was pleading with the Supreme Body, pinning her last shred of hope for Tang Guiyao's return on it. From a distance, Qin Yun observed this scene, letting out a soft sigh before retreating indoors. Although he harbored no fondness for Tang Guiyao, he realized that he could not remain indifferent to her peril. The motive was not rooted in his feelings for Tang Yunli, but stemmed from a straightforward reason: the system. Should Tang Guiyao truly perish, the system would undoubtedly vanish completely. This system was the very foundation of his existence and strength in this world. Unless he were to reach a level of invincibility, he would never allow the very basis of his power to slip away so easily. While Tang Guiyao's letter had indeed provoked anger, Qin Yun gradually regained his composure. There had never been any genuine affection between them, so why harbor ire? Marriage was merely a mutual arrangement, each with their own agenda. Of course, if Tang Guiyao were steadfast in her desire for divorce, he would not cling to the Tang family out of desperation. The current divorce, to be frank, was merely a reflection of Tang Guiyao's belief that her demise was imminent. Her long-suppressed emotions erupted, perceiving her union with a mere mortal like Qin Yun as a blemish. But was Qin Yun truly just a mortal? To agree to the divorce now, indulging in transient satisfaction, would hold no significance. Had she not expressed her intent to marry the supreme body, heralded as the potential embodiment of supremacy? If anyone were to hold the greatest hope of achieving supremacy, it would undoubtedly be Qin Yun. He alone knew whether he could truly become supreme. And when that day eventually arrived, how would Tang Guiyao feel? At that moment, would it be Tang Guiyao seeking divorce? Or would it be Qin Yun who chose to part ways? Such questions lingered in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun ultimately resolved to venture into the Forbidden Zone. However, prior to embarking on this perilous journey, he deemed it necessary to make certain preparations. The Forbidden Zone lies at the fringes of Deqian, a remote and treacherous expanse, and his sudden disappearance would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. With that thought in mind, Qin Yun extended his consciousness to perceive the subtle fluctuations of the outside world. In the void, he discerned numerous figures, closely monitoring all activities related to the Tang family. These individuals were masters of stealth, adept at concealing themselves in the shadows, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Yet, equipped with the walking secret, Qin Yun found their skills trivial. No matter how formidable they were, their concealment could not escape his awareness. The Forbidden Zone is fraught with dangers, and the current prowess of the Supreme Body is far from sufficient to tempt fate. The imminent demise of Tang Guiyao, a legendary general, would be a sorrowful loss. Many gazes converged upon the courtyard, fixated on the graceful figure kneeling on the ground, accompanied by low whispers and murmurs. Abruptly, a voice resonated, echoing in the ears of all present, sending a shiver down their spines and raising the hairs on their necks. The Supreme Body. At that moment, everyone instinctively associated the presence with the enigmatic figure of the Supreme Body, for the Tang family was known to harbor such a mysterious entity. There was no time to ponder how the Supreme Body had been detected. In an instant, cries of horror filled the air. Bang, bang, in the stillness of the void. Unexpected fist imprints materialized, followed by a surge of blood mist, painting the night with vivid crimson blossoms. Qin Yun had intervened, intent on teaching these individuals a lesson, causing them to retreat in panic as the formidable nature of the Supreme Bone became evident, leaving all as jittery as startled birds. With a flurry of movements, Qin Yun unleashed his secret techniques, dispatching terrifying figures that fell into the Tang family's domain. Soon, the night descended into silence, void of any further sounds. Inside the house, a new figure appeared beside Qin Yun, a young man clad in white, prominently bearing the characters Wanchu, whom Qin Yun seized and pulled into the room. The Wanchu Holy Land? Have they set their sights on me as well? A smile played upon Qin Yun's lips. The young man, filled with terror, stared at Qin Yun's face, his expression reflecting disbelief. It's you. His eyes widened, pupils constricting in sheer shock. Indeed, it is I. Qin Yun replied with a refined demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he swept his hand, releasing a torrent of blood blossoms. The astonishment etched on the man's face lingered even in death. Subsequently, Qin Yun employed puppet techniques to refine the man's primordial spirit. Not until the deep hours of the night did Qin Yun complete his tasks. He then exited the room, cloaked in the walking secret, concealing his aura and trace. Silently appearing before Tang Yunli. I shall rescue your sister, Qin Yun stated succinctly before departing. The journey ahead was long, and he could not bear to leave the girl kneeling in despair, thus revealing himself to provide her with reassurance. Senior, Tang Yunli rose to his feet, striving to pursue, yearning to utter something, yet in an instant, Qin Yun's figure vanished without a trace. Who on earth are you? Tang Yunli stood there, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Suddenly, a thought struck her mind, an idea emerging in her consciousness. Without hesitation, she turned back towards the Tang family's courtyard. Meanwhile, outside, chaos erupted. Numerous experts monitoring the Tang family, previously like startled birds, returned once again. They witnessed the scene of the Supreme Body departing, bidding farewell to Tang Yunli. The reason Qin Yun took action was not to fend off these individuals. Amidst the gathering of formidable masters, including several of saintly caliber, it was impossible to repel them. The motive behind the confrontation and the ensuing bloodshed was merely to obscure the disappearance of a certain individual, a mere sleight of hand. Chapter 035. The bittersweet suffering of the maiden. The Supreme Body has made its move. Heaven, is it risking its life? With such prowess, rescuing Tang Guiyao is utterly unrealistic. It seems that the relationship between Tang Guiyao and the Supreme Body is far from simple. The Supreme Body's audacious venture cannot solely be attributed to Tang Yunli, can it? Regardless, this may culminate in tragedy. The Supreme Bone is unlikely to retrieve Tang Guiyao, and it may very well perish within the Forbidden Zone. The atmosphere is abuzz with fervent discussions and clamorous voices. This individual has always been cautious, never revealing his identity, not even to the Tang family. Why then this reckless impulsiveness? The future Supreme, with such terrifying potential, how could it dare to take such risks? Countless people murmur in astonishment. In the eyes of the onlookers, the combat prowess of the Supreme Body is merely at the level of a great power, not even reaching that of a saint. The Forbidden Zone is far too perilous. Even saints perish within its bounds. Throughout the ages, numerous top-tier experts have ventured into that perilous territory, yet none have returned alive from its depths. It is a realm devoid of life, where none are spared. To delve deeper is to court death. Everyone struggles to comprehend why the Supreme Body, who had engaged in fierce combat with Tang Guiyao just days prior, would now choose to embark on such a perilous journey. Is there some extraordinary treasure that emboldens it against the dangers of the Forbidden Zone? Some speculate thus. However, this notion is swiftly dismissed. Based on their understanding of the Supreme Body, people are nearly certain that it lacks any background or lineage, standing alone. How could such a person, a mere 20 years of age, possess a treasure of significance? Most likely, it is due to a profound bond with Tang Guiyao that prompts this intervention. The previous skirmish with her does not imply much. It could be due to the connection with Tang Yunli. This individual may have significant ties to him. Alternatively, it is possible that he is entirely oblivious to the perils of the Forbidden Zone. At 20, he is far too young, unaware of the grave weight those two words carry. Speculation abounds regarding the motivations behind the Supreme Body's actions. Nonetheless, all concur that should the Supreme Body venture deep into that Forbidden Zone, it is unlikely to return alive. The realm of death is an ironclad rule. For eons, no one has succeeded in breaking it. To reach out toward that forbidden territory, to explore its mysteries, will undoubtedly exact a heavy toll. The Supreme Body has taken action, heading into the Forbidden Zone in a bid to rescue Tang Guiyao. This news spread like wildfire overnight, causing a stir across various sections. The rare Supreme Body, with limitless potential for the future. Such a figure typically avoids those treacherous lands at the onset of their growth. Yet, the Supreme Body chooses to defy convention and seeks to penetrate the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a decision that, to the public, is anything but wise. Throughout history, the more dazzling the prodigy, the more they exhibit such tendencies, pride to the utmost, believing themselves favored by fortune, capable of turning calamities into blessings and achieving remarkable feats. Yet, how many gifted individuals have been devoured by that realm of death throughout the ages? The Supreme Body shall not be an exception. It will undoubtedly pay the price for its arrogance and pride, following in the footsteps of those illustrious predecessors. Meanwhile, the masters of the various orthodoxies secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Should the Supreme Body fall in such a manner, it would indeed be a favorable outcome for them. The existence of such a prodigy lurking in the shadows was profoundly unsettling, robbing many of their sleep. At last, a good night's rest seemed attainable. In this moment, countless sovereigns lamented similarly. The tempest swiftly swept across the realm, with the heart of the storm centered in the Grand Qian court. Within the palace, the Empress received the news without delay. At this moment, her countenance radiated boundless joy, an endless brightness illuminating her features. To her astonishment, the news that spread forth brought unexpected delight. With the demise of the Supreme Body and Tang Guiyao, the internal troubles of the Great Qian were seemingly resolved. The Empress's face blossomed with an infinite smile. Yet, beside her, the figure of the Grand Eunuch, who had accompanied two emperors, was conspicuously absent. In the Tang residence, under the veil of night, Tang Yunli arrived at the central courtyard. Her heart raced fervently, for at this moment, she sought to validate a long-held suspicion, the identity of the Supreme Body. Previously, she had sown the seeds of this belief in her heart, convinced that Qin Yun was indeed the Supreme Body. The similarities between them were striking, almost uncanny. Each appearance of the Supreme Body evoked a sense of familiarity within her, a sensation akin to what Qin Yun stirred in her soul. Despite her suspicions being repeatedly dispelled, the incident involving Tang Guiyao had rekindled her reliance on Qin Yun, revealing that the seed of doubt remained deeply rooted within her. Her heart was laden with uncertainty. Yet, Tang Yunli had never dared to seek confirmation, as the circumstances rendered it impossible. Each time the Supreme Body manifested, she was either unconscious or absent from the Tang household. This time, should the Supreme Body depart and Qin Yun be absent from the room, undoubtedly, all speculations would be validated. The courtyard lay enveloped in silence. In this stillness, Tang Yunli could solely hear the frantic beats of her own heart. her anxiety unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, she stood outside Qin Yun's chamber, but was momentarily paralyzed, for she could distinctly hear the rhythmic sound of breathing emanating from within, suggesting that Qin Yun had indeed succumbed to slumber. Is it truly not you, brother? In this moment, a myriad of emotions swirled within Tang Yunli, and ultimately, gritting her teeth, she resolved not to abandon her quest, pushing open the door. Yet, the sight that greeted her within was steeped in bitterness. Qin Yun's handsome visage appeared before her, lazily rising, with a hint of surprise. Little sister? At this moment, the last vestige of hope within Tang Yunli shattered completely. I merely wished to see my brother. She fabricated a casual excuse, hastily retreating. Her heart was tumultuous. In that moment, she could hardly conceal a profound sense of loss. Not a brother. The young girl leaned against the wall, softly murmuring, her voice tinged with sorrow, her delicate figure appearing desolate, an ineffable sense of loneliness enveloping her. It was evident that she already possessed the answer, yet in this moment, the bitterness within her heart remained undeniable. Fortunately, she had anticipated your move. Everything concerning the Tang family could hardly escape Qin Yun's awareness. At this moment, within an immense mountain, Qin Yun smiled faintly, reflecting on his sentiments. This was the preparation he had undertaken prior to venturing into the Forbidden Zone. Create a commotion, capture an individual, and mold them into a puppet of his own. Deceive the heavens and swap the sun. Allow that puppet to assume his identity for a few days. The art of puppetry could refine a person's primordial spirit, compelling them to obey his every command, with their thoughts and observations autonomously transmitted to Qin Yun's consciousness. He would wield the power of manipulation. As for the identical appearance, it was merely a technique of disguise. In this fantastical realm, altering one's visage was relatively effortless. Puppetry, a supreme secret art of the demon clan, could certainly be deemed extraordinary. However, since acquiring it, Qin Yun had not diligently practiced. This puppet would last at most a month before its markings faded, transforming into a cold corpse. This was, of course, under the condition that he refrained from intervening. Nevertheless, this puppet was merely intended to portray Qin Yun as an ordinary mortal, tending to flowers and fishing each day. A month's time should suffice. It is time to depart. Qin Yun cast a final glance at the resplendent Dacian imperial city, softly lamenting, I hope Tang Guiyao can endure, lest my elaborate schemes ultimately come to naught. Chapter 036. Exploring Mount Tai. The desolate expanse of the borders of Deqian presents a stark and barren landscape. This is a forsaken land, sparsely populated, where the vast mountain range stretches endlessly, seemingly devoid of life. Hidden within this immense wilderness lies the so-called Forbidden Zone, known as Mount Tai. This ancient name evokes a profound mystery, steeped in a rich historical legacy that bridges the realms of antiquity and the present. This location possesses an extraordinary uniqueness. In ancient times, it was revered as a place for ascension to immortality. Legend holds that successive generations of emperors chose to entomb their remains here, and some even established their sacred grounds amidst its heights. Mount Tai, though boundless, is adorned with ancient structures that stand tall, exuding an aura of time-worn nostalgia and a mysterious essence that stirs the imagination. It compels one to ponder why these sovereigns, having reached the pinnacle of human cultivation, opted for this sacred burial site. For countless years, humanity has sought to unveil the secrets that lie within, drawing both ordinary practitioners and unparalleled masters to its enigmatic allure. Alas, the mysteries of Mount Tai remain largely unexamined, even in this modern age. The world continues to grapple with confusion and uncertainty regarding this boundless mountain shrouded in enigma. Its profound mysteries evoke a sense of reverence, as if no matter how much time passes or how many souls have perished, its secrets remain forever concealed. Upon learning that Tang Guiyao was trapped within, Qin Yun delved into ancient texts to uncover various aspects of Mount Tai's civilization, thus gaining insight into its profound nature. At this moment, he traversed the void, stepping into the vast mountain range. Mount Tai towers into the clouds. Even from 1,000 miles away, its grandeur is unmistakable, radiating an imperial aura that instills a sense of awe, as if a single individual could command the passage of 1,000 men. The weight of time resonates throughout the air, stirring emotions within the heart. Qin Yun, undeterred, plunged deeper into the mountains, forging a path toward Mount Tai. Occasionally, he encountered other practitioners and experts. This forbidden zone, located at the border of Deqian, is not merely a backyard of the realm. Rather, it is a confluence of various factions, a veritable melting pot of ambition and intrigue. All who venture here are driven by the desire to explore the infinite mysteries of Mount Tai. De Qian, too, harbors hopes of discovering ancient scriptures within this boundless mountain range. Without such texts, cultivation remains an unattainable dream for practitioners across the world. Presently, despite De Qian's formidable power, it pales in comparison to the sacred lands and ancient dynasties, primarily due to its lack of ancient scriptures. The imperial texts of De Qian can at best lead one to the attainment of sainthood. To ascend further, one must brave the forbidden zones, risking life and limb in the pursuit of knowledge. Mount Tai, steeped in mystery and the legacy of numerous emperors, has never been devoid of explorers, regardless of its inherent dangers. As Qin Yun advanced, he skillfully employed the unmatched technique of the Jie Zi Secret, deftly avoiding the presence of other practitioners, wishing to avert any tumult. Soon, he traversed the mountains and arrived atop Mount Tai. The mountain, enveloped in a swirling haze of chaos, radiates an aura of profound mystery, resonating with an essence that captivates the spirit. In this place, Qin Yun discovered numerous Taoist temples and ancient structures, each adorned with terrifying inscriptions and indistinct, archaic patterns. The earth and the void subtly shimmered with Taoist light, indicative of an unparalleled array, a lethal formation laid by extraordinary masters. Although most of it lay in ruins, it remained exceedingly perilous. One could say that to venture here would mean a near-certain death. Possessing the Jie character secret, Qin Yun navigated through with relative ease. Yet he did not linger excessively, for he was aware that Tang Guiyao was trapped deep within Mount Tai. At the summit of Mount Tai, Qin Yun searched within a Taoist temple, where he discovered several passages leading into the heart of the mountain. Indeed, the imperial tomb was intertwined with Mount Tai. Qin Yun mused that he was not the first to arrive here. These passages had evidently been constructed by ancient sages, leading into the imperial tombs hidden within the mountain. One could not help but admire the dedication of these descendants, who had excavated even the secluded Taoist temples of several generations of emperors, not knowing how many lives were lost in the process. After investigating briefly, Qin Yun stepped inside. The summit of Mount Tai held little of interest. All the mysteries lay within the mountain itself, and he believed that Tang Guiyao must be among them. Inside the passage, a chilling wind howled, emitting a mournful sound. As Qin Yun advanced, the ground beneath him crackled, revealing a grayish-white expanse, not ordinary soil but rather ashes, emanating a sinister aura. Even after walking a considerable distance, the ground remained thickly coated with this ashen residue. It was truly unfathomable to consider how many lives had perished here. Suddenly, a horrifying presence surged ahead, marking the threshold of a brand new realm, the interior of Mount Tai. Qin Yun heightened his vigilance, for he suspected that a royal tomb lay ahead. Despite possessing the Xing character secret, he dared not to be careless. Upon entering this new world, the landscape unfolded wide before him. Indeed, it was a royal mausoleum, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, housing countless Taoist temples and resplendent palaces, an epitome of opulence. However, the ground was strewn with countless bones, a macabre sight. Some glimmering with gold, hinting at an unfathomable strength once possessed by the deceased. The realm of the dead was not a mere phrase, it was a chilling reality. Qin Yun sighed, even his resolute heart quaking at the sight of so many lifeless remains. The tomb felt as frigid as an ice cellar, the biting wind striking his skin like a blade. His only desire was to find Tang Guiyao and depart swiftly. The imperial palace was shrouded in mystery, a place long coveted by many, yet Qin Yun had no intention of exploring its depths. He merely wished to leave in haste. With his system at his disposal, he held no interest in the legacies or techniques of emperors. Fortunately, he successfully located her. Within a Taoist palace, Tang Guiyao lay there, on the verge of death. Her breathing faint when Qin Yun found her. Blood pooled before her, and her wounds were gruesome to behold. This was the first time Qin Yun had witnessed her in such a disheveled state. She had always exuded a commanding presence, a figure of immense power and splendor. Yet now she appeared utterly haggard, her complexion pale, her true spirit dissipating, and her skin rendering translucent, revealing the blood and bones beneath. Sighing softly, Qin Yun felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Although he harbored a disdain for this woman, even expressing a certain degree of aversion towards her temperament, at this moment, he felt no semblance of joy. The once mighty warrior, who basked in glory, had succumbed to such a lamentable fate, evoking a sense of melancholy. The supreme blood possessed miraculous properties, capable of healing her wounds, murmured Qin Yun. The peculiarity of the supreme bone lay not only in its formidable talent and combat prowess, but also in the extraordinary efficacy of its blood. which ranked among the most potent constitutions in the world. This was no mere boast. Tang Guiyao had suffered significant injuries from her ordeal. It could be said that her situation was dire, and even a third-grade elixir might prove insufficient for her recovery. However, the supreme blood offered a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, Qin Yun sliced open his palm and brought it to the woman's lips, allowing the crimson liquid to flow forth. Chapter 37. The supreme blood heals the fair lady under the moonlit sky. The cold and shadowy imperial palace lay in silence as blood trickled from Qin Yun's palm. A purple glow shimmered, within which words cloaked in a mystical aura swirled, resembling incomprehensible patterns of celestial and earthly significance. The supreme body, with its blood imbued with extraordinary efficacy, harbored formidable potential. When administered to Tang Guiyao, she regained a semblance of consciousness in mere moments, awakening with a gentle sigh. Feeling the wondrous force coursing through her veins, her gaze fell upon a figure shrouded in chaotic energy. At that moment, an expression of profound astonishment illuminated her countenance. "It is you," she uttered in a faint whisper, her voice barely audible, yet her astonishment was unmistakable. Clearly, she recognized him as the supreme body. However, confusion lingered in her mind as she pondered why he had come to this place and why he sought to save her. Yet, in her weakened state, uttering those two words seemed to drain her of all strength, and she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Beneath the moonlight, Qin Yun bestowed upon Tang Guiyao the precious supreme blood. This was no ordinary blood. It was his essence, a treasure of immense value derived from his supreme origin. Utilizing the supreme blood would not harm his constitution, yet it would inevitably affect his lifespan. Moments later, Qin Yun's complexion turned ashen. At that instant, Tang Guiyao stirred awake again. "Do we know each other?" she inquired, her surprise evident at the appearance of the supreme body. She could not fathom why someone connected to her sister would traverse such distance to rescue her. After all, this was a forbidden zone. Who would risk their life for an outsider? Moreover, he was currently supplying her with supreme blood essence to aid in her recovery, a significant act of kindness. Thus, she posed her question, believing they must be acquainted, or else he would not go to such lengths for her sister. Qin Yun remained silent for a moment before nodding. "In a sense, yes. We share a history," he replied. He wished to avoid influencing her emotions, knowing well her pride was monumental. If an unrelated person were to save her, she might reject their aid. This response, however, stirred a tempest within Tang Guiyao, causing her heart to race violently. Having encountered the essence of the supreme bone, she had once entertained similar thoughts. Yet, despite recalling all those she had known, she had never identified such a formidable presence. Little did she anticipate that she would finally receive a definitive answer. "Who exactly are you?" Tang Guiyao asked, her gaze filled with complexity. This time, Qin Yun refrained from answering. It was a secret he could never divulge. Fortunately, Tang Guiyao slipped into unconsciousness once more. She was exceedingly frail, her body marred with gruesome wounds, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. These injuries were life-threatening, nearly claiming her existence. A half-saint, endowed with formidable vitality, had fallen to such a dire state. It was unimaginable what she had endured within the forbidden zone. Qin Yun did not forcibly remove her. Instead, he resolved to allow her the time to recuperate here. The outside world, the forbidden zone, was fraught with peril, while this place offered a semblance of tranquility and safety. To take her away by force, even with the assistance of the secret technique, could lead to unforeseen calamities, particularly when carrying another person. His concern was not solely for Tang Guiyao's safety, but also a desire to avoid the futility of his efforts. The following day, Tang Guiyao finally awakened once more. Her condition markedly improved. Her skin no longer appeared so translucent, and a hint of vitality returned to her delicate visage. What had transpired? This time, Qin Yun did not afford her the opportunity to speak first, directly inquiring instead. After a moment of silence, Tang Guiyao recounted everything in detail. It turned out that after being dispatched to the Forbidden Zone by the Empress, she had explored the area alongside experts from Deqian. By chance, she stumbled upon a stone tablet within the Forbidden Zone, which bore the legacy of an emperor. Tragically, the news could not be contained and spread swiftly. On that very day, they were besieged by various major sects and factions, overwhelmed by their formidable adversaries. The experts from Deqian were all slain, and even Tang Guiyao found herself unable to resist, ultimately retreating deeper into the Forbidden Zone to hide. In her tumultuous flight, she arrived at this sacred palace. However, she was utterly exhausted, unable to leave this place due to her grievous injuries. Qin Yun listened intently to Tang Guiyao's account, finding it in line with his expectations. It appeared that she would need to recuperate here. The outside world would undoubtedly be guarded by powerful foes, rendering her incapable of independent action. He pondered that even if he took her with him, they would likely be unable to evade those pursuing them. After sharing her story, Tang Guiyao fixed her gaze upon Qin Yun's face. Despite being shrouded in an overwhelming haze of chaos, she could sense a profound tranquility emanating from him. The allure of the treasure was undeniable. The stone tablet contained the legacy of an emperor. Who would not covet it? This legacy belonged to a figure of the highest caliber in the realm of human cultivation, a person whose mere ancient inscription could embody boundless profundities, inviting a lifetime of study. Yet, she never anticipated that the individual before her would remain so composed. This confirmed a suspicion that had lingered in her heart. The man before her undoubtedly possessed a terrifying ancient legacy. During her previous encounter with the Supreme Body, Tang Guiyao had sensed the formidable nature of its legacy, and now she was even more convinced. The person before her seemed entirely indifferent to the emperor's legacy. But what kind of legacy did he truly possess? The Qin, a dynasty whose supreme technique was merely that of a saint. How could such a person emerge from it? All of this left Tang Guiyao in a state of bewilderment. Her curiosity about the person before her had reached an unparalleled intensity. By the way, this place is fraught with danger. How did you come to be here? Tang Guiyao seemed to recall something, posing the question that had long puzzled her. The Forbidden Zone was notoriously perilous, and this location was the Imperial Mausoleum, deep within that very zone. Her entry here was a matter of sheer happenstance. A stroke of luck, yet it had nearly cost her life. The outside world was littered with skeletal remains, a testament to the grave dangers that lay within. Even a sage would find it exceedingly challenging to navigate this realm. Yet, how was it that this individual, possessing merely the strength of a supreme being, could traverse the Imperial Mausoleum unscathed? Rest well, Qin Yun opted once again to evade the inquiry, unwilling to divulge too much. Tang Guiyao fell silent, her expression a tapestry of complexity. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. I wish to know one thing, and I implore you to tell me. Who exactly are you? What connection do you have with my Tang family, with my sister, and with me? As she lay there, her exquisitely flawless visage no longer bore the lofty demeanor of the past. Instead, her eyes reflected a glimmer of desperation. Her insatiable curiosity about the Supreme Body overwhelmed her. Chapter 38. The Ancient Serpent of the Divine Pool. In response to Tang Guiyao's inquiries, Qin Yun could not possibly divulge everything. Just focus on your recovery, was his perfunctory reply. However, from that moment on, this obstinate woman resolutely refused to accept his blood essence. As the days passed, observing Tang Guiyao grow increasingly feeble, Qin Yun found himself at a loss for words. Do you intend to threaten me with death to compel me to reveal all? He said with a hint of exasperation. It is not a threat, Tang Guiyao sighed, her exquisitely sculpted face marred by bitterness. I do not know your true identity. In fact, I cannot claim to know you at all. This blood essence is the very essence of your lifespan. The loss of it would detrimentally affect your longevity. How can I, with a clear conscience, accept such a gift? Perhaps you possess unparalleled talent and boundless potential, rendering this slight sacrifice of lifespan inconsequential to you, but to me, it is a divine grace, and I refuse to owe you anything, even if it means my demise. Faced with such a stubborn woman, Qin Yun felt increasingly helpless. The Tang family lineage is sparse. Should you perish, your sister would be left alone. Do you truly believe she can safely depart from Qin? He remarked, furrowing his brow. This statement indeed stirred something within Tang Guiyao, yet her resolve remained steadfast. In his exasperation, Qin Yun seized the opportunity during her moments of weakness and unconsciousness to impart his supreme blood essence. Yet, this was merely a temporary remedy, barely sustaining her life. The injuries she sustained were grievous, akin to those inflicted by a divine force. Despite the miraculous nature of the supreme blood, she was unwilling to absorb and refine it, making her recovery exceedingly difficult. I understand your intentions, she replied. I do not wish to owe you anything, nor do I dare to disappoint. Legends speak of a divine pool within the imperial palace, said to possess remarkable effects. Could you take me to the divine pool? Upon regaining consciousness, Tang Guiyao expressed this desire. She sought to draw upon the pool's power for her own healing, preferring not to burden Qin Yun with further expenditure of his blood essence. Although it meant accepting his kindness, this arrangement brought her a sense of relief. Very well, Qin Yun ultimately acquiesced. This woman was excessively stubborn, a trait he understood all too well, for he too had once been similarly resolute, unable to retreat from a conviction. Such obstinacy had forged his character, but had also cast him into an abyss of despair. Tang Guiyao was no different in her plight. Once a paragon of martial prowess, her downfall was inextricably linked to her disposition. Though she had long endured indignities before the empress for the greater good, her refusal to kneel or show deference was a testament to the pride that resided within her. Thus, in his rebirth, Qin Yun resolved to navigate life with greater finesse. The divine pool lay beneath a cliff within the imperial palace, a realm suffused with ethereal energy, resembling a sanctuary. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, where bones and corpses littered the landscape, it appeared as if it belonged to a celestial realm, far removed from the inferno of hell. Such forbidden zones are often fraught with peril, yet they also harbor immense opportunities. Within the divine pool, a mysterious efficacy resided, its crystalline liquid shimmering with faintly glowing runes. Tang Guiyao bathed in the divine pool, her entire being enveloped in an aura of boundless creation and vitality. As if this sacred water were the very root of life itself, imbued with extraordinary mystique. Renowned as the most stunning beauty of the great Qian, she resembled an iceberg, frigid, aloof, and radiating an intense brilliance that kept admirers at bay. Yet now, the liquid from the divine pool soaked her garments, accentuating her already enchanting figure and adding a hint of earthly allure. This scene was enough to stir even Qin Yun, a man who had encountered countless beauties, causing his blood to race with excitement. The divine pool was birthed from the extraordinary essence of the imperial path, and in this realm, there were no more than 3 such pools, each exuding unparalleled wonders. Come down, it will greatly benefit your recovery, Tang Guiyao invited. Even with her composure, a trace of awkwardness colored her cheeks. Despite having attained the status of a semi-saint, she remained untouched and had never been this close to a man. Moreover, she found such words somewhat frivolous and difficult to utter. However, considering the grace bestowed by the supreme body and the notion that a cultivator should not be restrained but rather focus solely on their practice, she spoke those words. Qin Yun felt a fleeting stir of interest, but it was merely a momentary impulse. He promptly stepped away from the divine pool, averted his gaze, and forced himself to refrain from looking or thinking about it. Although Tang Guiyao was undeniably breathtaking, and despite her being his nominal wife, he had never contemplated getting close to her. If the woman in the pool were his younger sister-in-law, he would have been more than willing to share a bath. But with Tang Guiyao, it was best to refrain. Truth be told, had it not been for the circumstances that compelled him to rescue this woman, he would have had no desire for any deeper connection with her. As he departed, Tang Guiyao felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by a warmth in her heart. Even the most powerful cultivator is still a woman, prone to feelings of awkwardness and restraint due to her femininity. A 20-year-old man, marked by youthful vigor, would prefer to distance himself, which fostered a sense of closeness in Tang Guiyao towards the supreme body. After leaving the divine pool, Qin Yun leaned against a tree trunk to rest. In the distance, ethereal mists swirled around, concealing the beauty bathing within. Yet inexplicably, he sensed a chill in the air, the silent operation of the walking secret allowing him to perceive a ripple of life's energy. This sudden awareness straightened his posture. In a forbidden zone of life, the presence of vital energy felt akin to entering a graveyard and encountering a specter. At that precise moment, as Qin Yun extended his consciousness, he distinctly sensed the source of that life energy. It was an ancient serpent, coiled around the tree, its body resembling an ancient vine. Had it not been for Qin Yun's mastery of the walking secret, he likely would have been oblivious to this creature's existence. This formidable ancient being, as colossal as a dragon, emanated the mysterious power of ages, its eyes flashing with a chilling intent, exuding a terrifying aura of lethal intent. The ancient serpent moved slowly, its massive form inching toward the divine pool. Is it a guardian beast? Qin Yun speculated. In this world, there exist numerous treasures, each guarded by its own sentinel, and the forbidden zones are often no exception. The origins of such beings are difficult to articulate. They exist to protect these precious artifacts, a manifestation of the extraordinary evolution of the imperial path. Qin Yun had no time for further contemplation and chose to act decisively. With a resounding crash, the Heavenly Emperor fist activated, unleashing a punch akin to a dragon's ascent. Chapter 039. The Secret of the Unmatched Character with the Enhancement of the Character Secret. It can be said that Qin Yun's speed was extraordinarily swift. The shadows of his fists flickered, causing the surrounding void to collapse. His might shattered mountains and rivers, unleashing a terrifying radiance of the Tao. Yet, to Qin Yun's surprise, the ancient serpent managed to evade his strike. With a roar that resembled the cry of a dragon, the ancient serpent summoned the forces of heaven and earth, its voice imbued with a murderous intent that resonated within the soul. Such formidable combat prowess. Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback. The serpent's aura was not overwhelmingly strong, but its latent potential was alarmingly fearsome. It embodied a manifestation of the Tao, and a trace of imperial essence was also discernible. Could it be due to the influence of imperial Tao energy? Qin Yun pondered. Retreat. This is a creature from ancient times, exceedingly ferocious and powerful, a foe that only a sage can confront. The resounding roar naturally alerted Tang Guiyao, who immediately called out a warning. However, in the next moment, she found herself rooted to the spot. The supreme body struck once more, utilizing both the character secret and the second secret in unison to unleash a fearsome punch. With a thunderous crash, the magnificent form of the dragon serpent was obliterated, reduced to a pool of blood and viscera, with remains scattered across the ground. Tang Guiyao stood there in a daze, utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. She could distinctly sense that the supreme body had grown stronger, whether in its aura, combat power, or the essence of the Tao. It had ascended to an entirely new level. It was infinitely more powerful than during their previous encounter. At that moment, Tang Guiyao's beautiful eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. How few days had passed since her last encounter with the supreme body. Back then, she had compelled it to unleash its supreme manifestation, yet now, in the face of an ancient adversary capable of easily injuring her, the supreme body appeared utterly unfazed. What a terrifying rate of cultivation, surpassing all reason. Even though Tang Guiyao had long understood that the person before her could not be judged by ordinary standards, the supreme body's performance yet again exceeded her expectations. Focus on your recovery. I shall protect your path. Tang Guiyao remained in a state of shock for quite some time until she heard the supreme body's words, which finally brought her back to her senses. At that moment, her heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. The ancient serpent was not the sole life form within this imperial tomb. As Tang Guiyao recuperated, traces of primordial beings continuously emerged. Golden-winged centipedes and five-colored toads, all guardians of treasure, were present to protect this sacred pond. Their strengths varied, yet all displayed combat abilities far surpassing their realms and auras. There were instances when fearsome beasts appeared, even causing Qin Yun to feel challenged. Fortunately, during these 2 days, there had been no real dangers. Qin Yun had exterminated all entities that sought to disturb Tang Guiyao's healing. Throughout these 2 days, Tang Guiyao's heart remained in a state of complexity. Observing the supreme body safeguarding her path stirred feelings within her that were difficult to articulate. The Tang family, although few in number, was a prestigious lineage. As the eldest daughter, she had been bestowed with great expectations from a young age, relentlessly training and battling to carve out a magnificent path of glory. Yet, this journey was a solitary one. Initially, she had the support of her kin, but eventually, she found herself alone, resolutely facing formidable foes. The blood and tears, the heartache and suffering, were understood only by her, swallowed in solitude. Yet now, there stood a man before her, shielding her from all peril and the ravages of war, granting her a sanctuary. To protect your path. These 4 succinct words stirred Tang Guiyao's spirit, enveloping her in a sense of security and an unprecedented warmth. Who are you truly? Why do you care for me so? In her heart, Tang Guiyao silently pondered, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for she understood that this man was destined to remain an enigma. Let us depart. This place is not meant for lingering. I have gathered some spiritual liquid. We must leave at once. 2 days later, as Tang Guiyao's injuries began to mend, she conveyed her intentions to Qin Yun. He nodded in agreement, harboring his own desire to leave. The imperial palace instilled in him a profound sense of unease, an acute awareness of impending danger. After all, they were merely at the entrance of this grand palace. The depths of Mount Tai concealed untold imperial tombs, and who could fathom the terrifying entities that lurked within? Were it not for his possession of the system, Qin Yun might have contemplated adventure and exploration. However, bearing such a precious treasure, he had no inclination to risk it, wishing instead to never set foot in this imperial burial ground again. Upon exiting the tomb, the world outside revealed a cacophony of individuals, a mingling of various practitioners. At the summit of Mount Tai, the ethereal patterns flickered, and shattered formations radiated an aura of peril. Qin Yun executed the secret of movement, guiding Tang Guiyao forward. Beneath his feet, a resplendent path of light unfurled, leading into the boundless void, adorned with enigmatic and obscure symbols. As Qin Yun advanced, each step seemed to transcend mountains, rivers, and skies, with the earth receding beneath him. His movements were shrouded in mystery, devoid of any discernible rhythm, intricate yet exuding an essence of simplicity. Every step felt so natural, untouched by the mundane. Like a wisp of smoke traversing the void, he strolled through the realm of mortals. All of this was keenly observed by Tang Guiyao, leaving her in a state of astonishment, as if struck by lightning, her very soul trembling. She could sense that Qin Yun's technique was a forbidden art, extraordinarily powerful. Throughout the years, she had battled across various lands, encountered numerous formidable individuals, and befriended masters of movement, delving into the mysteries of extraordinary techniques, thereby advancing the Tang family's legacy to uncover a pinnacle secret of movement. Yet, in the presence of Qin Yun's mastery, her own proud technique felt utterly rudimentary and inadequate. This was a formidable forbidden art unlike anything she had ever witnessed. The secret of movement, perhaps. These words surged within her mind, startling her with their mere emergence. Though she had never encountered the secret of movement, she had certainly heard its illustrious tales. Its reputation was far too resounding. It is said that the secret of movement, known as the Xingzi Mi, stands unparalleled in the realm of bodily techniques, allowing one to traverse any terrain without obstruction. This almost ethereal method of movement evokes thoughts of the Tao within Tang Guiyao. The resemblance is striking. It is undeniably an absolute taboo art, transcending the ordinary. Once employed, the impact it imparts is irreplaceable. Could it truly be the Xingzi Mi? At this moment, a complex and ineffable turmoil swirls within Tang Guiyao's heart. The Xingzi Mi is a forbidden secret technique, an ancient legendary art whose origins are so obscured by time that they are nearly impossible to trace. For eons, the world has shown no evidence of such a technique. It has been severed from existence for far too long, as people deem it excessively defiant against the heavens, believing it to be long lost. Yet, she never anticipated that she would witness the shadow of this formidable secret art in the presence of this young man with a supreme physique. How many unknown secrets do you harbor? What terrifying legacies lie concealed within you? Tang Guiyao gazes at the man before her, his figure indistinct, silently murmuring in her heart. In this moment, she seems to grasp why this man can traverse the perilous realms of life with ease. Yet simultaneously, she increasingly realizes that her understanding of him is profoundly lacking. She cannot see through him at all. It is akin to standing before an infinite divine mountain, brimming with endless mysteries. Each revelation of its hidden facets shatters preconceived notions and transforms one's understanding. Chapter 040. The future reckoning. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue, a gentle breeze caressed the earth, which was adorned in a brilliant golden glow. A resplendent avenue stretched forth, leading into the boundless depths of the void. Standing upon this luminous path was Qin Yun, accompanied by Tang Guiyao, as they ventured onward. Below them, the mountains teemed with cultivators, yet none seemed to notice this radiant thoroughfare. Qin Yun advanced as if traversing another realm, unnoticed by all. How could there be so many people on Mount Tai? Qin Yun pondered, gazing at the mountain beneath his feet. The throng of cultivators had multiplied exponentially since his arrival, with countless practitioners visible, including several formidable experts and some Holy Land science. Strange. Qin Yun furrowed his brow, unleashing his divine sense to capture the surrounding essence. Both secrets of movement were activated to ensure he remained undetected by any formidable opponents. For 7 days, Mount Tai had been eerily quiet. Tang Guiyao seemed to have perished. There had been no word of the supreme body, which perhaps lay entombed within the mountain as well. How audacious! Such a minor power dared to tread upon forbidden ground. Should he seek out the supreme body? It was said that this entity's legacy was formidable, rivaling that of the Holy Lands. He must explore this possibility. Aside from the legacy, this being possessed a supreme bone, which could be transplanted. One could only hope that the body had not grown cold, for the supreme bone still held miraculous properties. Additionally, the supreme blood was said to be extraordinary. Consuming it would dramatically alter one's constitution. Qin Yun extended his divine sense and intercepted fragments of conversation, suddenly enlightened to the truth. The multitude gathered on Mount Tai was, in fact, drawn by his presence. It seemed only fitting. Upon departing the Tang family, he had not concealed his whereabouts to spare Tang Yunli any concern. Most of these individuals had come in pursuit of the supreme bone. To acquire the supreme bone was tantamount to obtaining the supreme body, thus qualifying one for supremacy. Which gifted genius would not covet such power? Historically, those with a supreme body, lacking a powerful family backing, often succumbed to the grim fate of having their bones extracted. This was precisely why Qin Yun had sought to remain concealed. What he had not anticipated was the emergence of so many prodigious talents, all intent on claiming his bone and blood. Was it the Taichu Holy Land once more? Qin Yun discreetly noted the presence of several young men and women, choosing to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet, with experts from Taichu monitoring him, and the younger generation fixated on his essence, a reckoning would inevitably ensue. Let us depart from this place, Qin Yun spoke, as the patterns beneath his feet unfurled, propelling him into the distance. However, mere moments later, he pivoted and returned. For ahead, within the mountains, he discerned the silhouettes of numerous saints. Are they here to ambush me? The presence of these ancient saints instilled a sense of unease in Qin Yun. Undoubtedly, they had come for him, having preemptively set up formations to prevent his safe exit from the forbidden zone, intent on intercepting him mid-journey. I have never provoked you. A surge of nameless fury welled up within Qin Yun. He was entirely unfamiliar with these individuals. However, they had set up a lethal formation and deployed ancient saints to obstruct his path home. Their hearts are deserving of punishment. It appears that a return to Deqian is currently infeasible, nor is it possible within Mount Tai. I shall take refuge amidst these vast mountains. Qin Yun conveyed to Tang Guiyao. Possessing the secret of movement, he could disregard any killing formations and schemes, yet he had to consider Tang Guiyao, who, though recovering significantly, had not fully regained her mobility, let alone her combat prowess. She required time to recuperate. There were numerous ancient saints, and he felt a forced return to Deqian would likely result in unforeseen calamity. To be prudent, it was best to remain hidden in these mountains. The expanse of the mountains was boundless, akin to a dragon returning to the sea. Even if they sought him, it would be a daunting task to locate him. Moreover, it was unlikely anyone would conjecture that he had not concealed himself within Mount Tai, nor returned to Deqian, but instead hidden himself amidst these mountains. Once Tang Guiyao had fully healed, he would depart with her, at which point, no one would be able to impede their escape. Leave first. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Having escaped Mount Tai, you have already done me a considerable favor. In a few days, once my body has recovered, I shall return on my own, Tang Guiyao spoke, sensing herself a burden to the supreme body. This realization filled her with a complex array of emotions. Once, she had roamed freely, standing against formidable foes, revered as a guardian by countless individuals. Yet now, she felt herself a liability, which cast a shadow over her heart. Thus, she spoke, unwilling to further encumber the supreme body. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yun shook his head in refusal. This place was rife with confusion and numerous experts. Not to mention, Tang Guiyao had previously been pursued. Having successfully rescued her from Mount Tai, he had no desire to venture back. He was not in haste to return. The Tang family possessed a puppet to assume his identity, which would likely prevent any exposure. As for Tang Yunli's safety, he presumed it was secure. Currently, all attention was focused on Mount Tai, and his life and death were of great concern. Even the Empress would likely refrain from targeting a mere girl of 17 or 18. The puppet could maintain its guise for a month, and during this time, it should be sufficient for Tang Guiyao to restore her health. Do not overthink. These individuals are after me, not you, Qin Yun assured her. Upon hearing these words, Tang Guiyao pressed her vibrant red lips together, revealing a hint of bitterness, yet within her heart, a warmth blossomed. Stay right here and do not move. I shall return shortly, Qin Yun instructed Tang Guiyao, before vanishing in a flash. Moments later, he reappeared, a smile gracing his lips. What did you just do? Tang Guiyao inquired, curiosity flickering in her expression. Such inquisitiveness was rare. She was typically aloof and rarely displayed interest in anything. Qin Yun did not conceal the truth from her. He opened his palm to reveal a list, densely filled with names: Tai Chu, Dao Yi, Zhu Li, Hong Yu. Tang Guiyao's expression shifted slightly. What do you need to remember these for? Naturally, for future reckoning, Qin Yun replied with a light chuckle. Reckoning. The two words startled Tang Guiyao, leaving her momentarily speechless. Each name on the list represented a formidable lineage, a terrifying sanctuary. The sanctuaries exert their influence over the world. Who would dare to offend them? Especially with so many sacred places and lineages involved. To dare speak of retribution, wouldn't that invite enmity from all corners of the globe? At this moment, Tang Guiyao was left in a daze. Had such words been uttered by another, she would have deemed them arrogant and presumptuous. Yet, when spoken by the supreme body, she could only feel awe. It resonated with a powerful conviction, an invincible will. Strangely, she sensed that this day would indeed come to pass. At this moment, Tang Guiyao gazed at the supreme body, her eyes reflecting a deeper complexity. The person before her, gentle and refined, even when discussing retribution, spoke with a casual demeanor. Yet who could have guessed that within his Tao heart lay such conviction, such invincibility? Chapter 41. The half-moon couple. The vast mountain ranges stretch endlessly, their peaks cascading in a magnificent array. In these deep, uncharted woods, fierce beasts roam. with the roars of tigers and leopards echoing, while deer and monkeys frolic amidst the natural splendor. Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao journeyed forth, intent on finding a cave to temporarily reside in. Little did Qin Yun anticipate that amidst these towering mountains, he would stumble upon a quaint village, a village of mortals. A surge of nostalgia washed over him. In this lifetime, though he was but a mortal, those around him were predominantly cultivators, with families steeped in the ways of the arcane. Such an unadulterated village of common folk was indeed a rarity. The small hamlet featured an array of scattered doorways, with a narrow path weaving through, lined predominantly with humble earthen houses, embodying the serene beauty of the mountains and waters. Despite its simplicity, this mortal village bestowed upon Qin Yun a long-forgotten sense of tranquility. In the world of cultivation, rife with deceit and treachery, one's nerves are perpetually taut, leaving little room for peace of mind. It was midday, and wisps of smoke curled upwards from the village, the aroma of cooking wafting through the air, imparting a sense of earthly warmth. As the pair strolled through the village, many villagers cast curious glances in their direction. Children played in the fields, while an elderly farmer led his yellow ox along the path, an embodiment of pure and beautiful folk customs. What brings such a village to exist here? Tang Guiyao pondered, momentarily lost in thought. She could not fathom why a settlement of mortals would thrive in this formidable expanse, where ferocious beasts abound and the looming presence of Mount Tai renders it a perilous domain, one that even cultivators dare not enter. Yet, here was a village of unrefined mortals, living without any cultivation, an extraordinary sight indeed. Life is a relentless struggle for survival, Qin Yun mused, his thoughts trailing off, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Tang Guiyao, of course, could not comprehend, for she was a cultivator, born of strength. In contrast, Qin Yun had lived as a mortal in 2 lifetimes, experiencing the essence of ordinariness. Even those who may be regarded as insignificant by the powerful strive tirelessly, enduring against the odds to carve out their existence. The village boasted a modest population of around 100 souls. Men relied on hunting for sustenance, while women engaged in weaving. Despite the harsh conditions, they had thrived for generations in this vast mountain terrain. Perhaps we could find solace here, suggested Tang Guiyao, seemingly enamored with the place. Qin Yun nodded gently, his silence laden with complexity, as the surroundings invoked memories of a bygone era. And so, Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao took up temporary residence in this village, constructing a thatched cottage. The purity and simplicity of mortal life gradually endeared itself to Tang Guiyao, as she relished the escape from the clamor of cultivation, finding a spiritual solace. To avoid drawing attention, they both adopted new attire, seamlessly blending into the village's fabric. Qin Yun shed the chaotic mist that cloaked him, transforming into an ordinary man, though he refrained from revealing his true visage. Through the Emperor's Tao scripture, he conjured a fresh countenance, one he was intimately familiar with, having borne that face for over 20 years. Such unparalleled handsomeness is a rarity in this world, Tang Guiyao remarked upon first seeing him, though an inexplicable feeling lingered within her. Though the visage was undeniably unfamiliar, upon encountering Tang Guiyao for the very first time, a peculiar sense of familiarity enveloped her. It was as if she had encountered this person before, yet the origin of this sentiment eluded her comprehension. Let us focus on healing, she thought to herself. Time slipped by, and nearly half a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. The liquid within the divine pool was indeed extraordinary. Tang Guiyao consumed it daily, and her injuries were nearly fully mended. During this span, although Qin Yun had been reduced to a mortal, he continued to receive rewards daily, absorbing them incessantly. The bounty he had accumulated over these 2 weeks was nothing short of immense, the arduous years of cultivation amounting to nearly 2 millennia. 2 millennia, a number both staggering and formidable. While it may seem trivial in modern context, in the annals of history, such a duration could trace back to the Qin dynasty. 2,000 years of relentless toil and cultivation represented an unfathomable depth of experience. Regrettably, ascending to the realm of the great was exceptionally arduous. Every layer presented a new heaven, and despite his persistence, the journey remained painfully slow. Ultimately, after 2 millennia of effort, his realm had risen from the 6th layer of the great to the pinnacle of that realm, drawing infinitely closer to sainthood. He could be regarded as a half-saint, alas. He had yet to take that final step. In terms of cultivation, there now existed no discernible disparity between Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao. She had spent several centuries to reach her current stature, while he, in merely 2 months, had ascended from mortal to half-saint, a transformation that felt surreal to him. What would the proud and indomitable Tang Guiyao think, should she learn that he had achieved in 2 months what had taken her centuries? A mischievous thought flickered through Qin Yun's mind, though he had no intention of voicing it to undermine her. Uncle Feng, my mother has prepared some meat porridge for you. In a quaint and tidy courtyard, a little girl with skyward braids dashed in, presenting a steaming bowl of porridge before Qin Yun. Uncle Feng, as he was now known, derived his name whimsically from the phrase the confluence of winds and clouds. From within the modest dwelling emerged a woman, clad simply yet possessing an exquisite and flawless countenance. She gently pinched the cherubic cheeks of the little girl, her smile radiant. Go take this venison and fabric back to your mother. All right, Andy. The simplicity of rural life. The essence of human connection, distilled into a bowl of porridge and a piece of meat. Though humble, it was imbued with sincerity and warmth. The little girl beamed sweetly, carrying the venison and fabric as she scampered away. The woman who had emerged was none other than Tang Guiyao. Upon hearing the girl call her auntie, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face, revealing that the child evidently perceived them as a couple. Tang Guiyao refrained from offering any explanations, her smile softening as the momentary discomfort dissipated, as if she had grown accustomed to such perceptions. Nearby, Qin Yun observed the scene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. To be honest, he found it somewhat challenging to recognize Tang Guiyao. Was she truly the same woman, once filled with an unyielding pride and a disdain for all? One cannot deny that Tang Guiyao had undergone a remarkable transformation. Since her arrival in this earthly village, she seemed to have become an entirely different person. For the past fortnight, aside from his cultivation, Qin Yun had refrained from employing any magical powers, wholly immersing himself in the essence of this mountain village to savor the tranquility of the soul. Remarkably, Tang Guiyao exhibited a similar disposition. Each day, apart from their spiritual practices, they engaged with the villagers as if they were mere mortals. Qin Yun would shoulder his hunting bow, embarking on quests for game, with the venison serving as his proud achievement. Meanwhile, Tang Guiyao, in her recuperation, took to weaving. Initially, she often ruined the fabric, but now, she had become quite adept at her craft. Throughout these 2 weeks, their conversations remained sparse, and no melodramatic love story unfolded. Yet, to outsiders, they appeared to be a quintessential young couple. Chapter 42. A proper farewell. The night was serene, the gentle breeze whispering through the trees, accompanied by the soothing rustle of leaves that calmed the spirit. Inside the room, Qin Yun sat at the table, savoring several small dishes along with a jug of modest wine, a gift from the villagers. The people here were remarkably genuine, not isolating the 2 outsiders, but often bringing them food and drink, hoping they would adapt and remain, infusing a bit of vitality into their humble village. The wine, of course, was ordinary, brewed from coarse grains, lacking the richness and smoothness of the fine wines from the realm of cultivation, possessing instead a certain spiciness. Nevertheless, Qin Yun found himself quite fond of this flavor, often indulging in a sip during meals. Life, he mused, was akin to this common wine, bitter, sweet, and spicy. Drinking it was akin to savoring the essence of life itself. While the wines of the cultivation realm were exquisite, they lacked a certain depth of experience. Tang Guiyao stood nearby, fiddling with the dishes. Her enchanting figure, even in the coarse attire of the mortal realm, could hardly conceal her beauty. Yet, at this moment, she seemed devoid of her usual aloofness, imbued instead with a touch of warmth. At times, Qin Yun found himself lost in thought, wondering if this was still the same woman who once looked down upon all. The dinner was simple, modest yet complete with both wine and dishes. The 2 of them sat together at the table, quietly enjoying the meal. The atmosphere was tranquil, yet not awkward. Over the past half-month, everything had become a familiar routine, as natural as flowing water. You must be nearly healed now. Tomorrow, we shall leave this place and return to Duqian. Qin Yun spoke softly after taking a sip of wine. Tang Guiyao paused, her body momentarily taken aback by his words. She silently set down her utensils and nodded gently. All right. The single word carried a hint of bitterness. For a cultivator, half a month might be but the blink of an eye. Yet, at that moment, Tang Guiyao felt an inexplicable sense of having traversed lifetimes. The tranquility of this village was an experience unlike any she had ever known. For years, she had been ensconced in the royal court, her early life embroiled in battles and strife, and later, exhausted by the complexities of the Tang family and the royal family's dynamics. The serenity of the village afforded her rare moments of peace. Unbeknownst to her, she began to cherish this life, and even more so, the tranquility found in the company of this man. Once, she could never have envisioned a day when she would embrace the roles of wife and mother. Yet, in this half-month, the changes within her astonished even herself. Tang Guiyao understood that all of this was due to the man before her. The defeat he had suffered, the subsequent rescue from the Forbidden Zone, the bond forged through shared blood and gratitude, and now, this brief period as husband and wife, he had bestowed upon her emotions she had never experienced before. In the quietude of these 15 days, Tang Guiyao had unknowingly developed a profound sentiment for this man. It felt like a dream, a beautiful reverie. Yet, dreams must inevitably awaken. She remained the national guardian of Deqian, and none of this belonged to her. Tang Guiyao understood that their connection was but a fleeting intersection. Perhaps from here on, they would become strangers once more, with even a farewell proving to be elusive. I anticipated this day would arrive, though I did not expect it to come so swiftly. Tang Guiyao murmured silently within her heart. It's time to rest. We leave this place tomorrow. Qin Yun remarked, clutching his bedding as he departed the room, choosing to sleep on the stone platform in the courtyard. Observing the tranquil man, Tang Guiyao felt compelled to speak, yet the words eluded her, leaving her heart hollow and inexplicably filled with a sense of loss. The night was profoundly serene. Both individuals were destined for sleeplessness. Qin Yun was not reminiscing about Tang Guiyao's current transformation, but rather reflecting on the calmness of this mortal realm. It was undeniably peaceful here. Living in this place felt like a balm for the years he had once lived, a consolation for the life he had yet to complete. Perhaps one day, when I can relinquish everything, I shall return here to seek solace in the mountains, Qin Yun whispered softly, gradually closing his eyes to savor what might be his final night as a mortal. At dawn, Qin Yun knocked on Tang Guiyao's door. Inside, the room was immaculate, with tables, chairs, and utensils all meticulously arranged. Tang Guiyao had donned her former white attire, exuding the same ethereal elegance and serenity. Beside her lay some venison and several pieces of fabric. These items represent the fruits of our labor over the past 2.5 months. To abandon them would be a tremendous waste. Tang Guiyao spoke softly. Had this been before, Qin Yun would have found it hard to believe that this woman could utter such sentiments. She seemed so elevated, perhaps indifferent to the mortal struggles of life and death. How could she concern herself with such trivialities? Yet, he could sense that her experience in the village over the past half-month had profoundly altered her. Let us distribute them among the villagers. They originated here and should return here, Qin Yun suggested gently. After a brief silence, Tang Guiyao replied, life in the village is quite meager. These people have never witnessed the wonders beyond their realm. Instead, why not sell these items for some silver and procure gifts from the outside world for them? Pausing, her expression grew complex as she added, it would serve as a proper farewell. Her words seemed to encompass both the village and their shared journey. Qin Yun was somewhat taken aback, but did not refuse her proposal, acquiescing instead. In the past, he would have preferred not to have any connection with this woman. Yet now he had to concede that, while she did not invoke his fondness, he found it impossible to harbor disdain for her. With a graceful wave of her hand, the world around them shifted dramatically. They found themselves amidst a bustling marketplace, far removed from the village. A distance so great that the villagers might never set foot in such a place in their lifetimes. Yet, for cultivators, traversing such distances was effortless. A mere gesture brought them to a realm beyond the reach of ordinary existence. In that moment, Qin Yun began to comprehend the significance of Tang Guiyao's desire to procure gifts for the villagers. It was indeed meaningful. The two of them sold the meat and fabric amidst the marketplace, exchanging them for a modest sum of silver. The amount was meager, insufficient even for spirit stones. Just a handful of copper coins. Tang Guiyao cradled the coins in her palm, offering a resigned smile. The experience of the mundane world was profoundly precious to her. Yet she could only afford a meager handful of copper coins, which inevitably tugged at her heartstrings. Subsequently, they utilized the copper coins to procure a selection of hairpins, jewelry, small wooden swords, and other trifles. While these items held little monetary value, they were considered rare treasures among the villagers of that hamlet. Surely, they would appreciate such gifts. Tang Guiyao meticulously counted these seemingly worthless objects, adorning them with care, as if they were more significant than offerings to an emperor. Once everything was prepared, the two of them embraced a large bundle of items and made their way back to the village. However, upon their arrival, the sight before them left both of them utterly astonished. Chapter 043. I want you all to be buried with me, once a tranquil village, adorned with lush landscapes. Xiangning has now been transformed into a desolate wasteland. A ferocious blaze has consumed everything in its path. From a distance, the flames still rage, and the air is thick with swirling smoke. For the past fortnight, the dwelling they called home has been reduced to mere ruins. The structures have collapsed, and the smoke billows ominously. With a sudden crash, the gift in Tang Guiyao's arms fell to the ground. In that moment, an ominous premonition gripped both of them. With a flick of her delicate wrist, they instantaneously ascended to the heavens above the village. The sight before them rendered them both speechless. The narrow path that wound through the village was strewn with lifeless bodies, familiar faces now transformed into cold corpses. In the distance, a group of young men and women were engaged in laughter and conversation. Upon noticing the two figures emerging from the void, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. "Is that Tang Guiyao?" Someone questioned, the sound tinged with uncertainty. Then, all eyes turned to Qin Yun, their gazes ignited with fervor, the supreme body. At that moment, a wave of greed washed over the countenance of the young men and women, and they immediately sprang into action, surrounding Qin Yun. Is he truly the supreme body? How did he come to be here? Wasn't he supposed to have perished on Mount Tai? How could he have escaped unharmed? It was undoubtedly the supreme body. Accompanied by Tang Guiyao, he could not possibly be anyone else. These two must have unearthed a great treasure within the imperial tomb. And the supreme body's ability to escort Tang Guiyao to safety indicated he possessed some secret artifact. Murmurs of speculation arose. From all directions, young figures emerged, soaring into the sky to encircle Qin Yun and his companion. There were no fewer than 20 of these young men and women, and Qin Yun recognized several familiar faces among them, primarily the favored sons and daughters of sacred grounds, all distinguished talents of the younger generation. "Did you kill these villagers?" Qin Yun inquired, undeterred by their scrutiny, his voice heavy with discontent. It was a sorrow the likes of which he had never experienced before. "Are you the supreme body?" No one responded to his question. Instead, a playful smile graced the lips of a young woman among the crowd as she posed the inquiry. "Why must you kill these villagers?" Qin Yun pressed on, his tone laced with an icy resolve. At that moment, a young man emerged from the distance. Strikingly handsome and remarkable in appearance, his attire adorned with the words Dao Yi. Qin Yun recognized him as the son of the Dao Yi Sacred Ground, a formidable figure who had once participated in the pursuit of Tang Guiyao, a leader among the young generation and a paragon of excellence. Indeed, the young man replied with a light chuckle, dismissively nodding as if he had accomplished something trivial. Why must you kill? They are merely mortals. What threat do they pose to you?" A complex expression enveloped Tang Guiyao's face, her inner turmoil evident, reflecting her pain and confusion. "Exceptional talents like us gather upon Mount Tai, a rare occurrence. We are all ancient, thus we deliberated to seek a picturesque locale for a small gathering. The scenery here is quite lovely. Thus, we have chosen this place." The holy son of Dao Yi smiled gently and said, "Our gathering is akin to a celestial assembly. Naturally, we cannot tolerate the presence of lowly ants nearby, as it would mar our mood. Is that why you slaughtered the entire village?" Tang Guiyao found it difficult to comprehend and accept. The holy son of Dao Yi shrugged, a look of feigned innocence crossing his face. "What else could we do?" At that moment, a young saintess chimed in with laughter. "Their demise is indeed a blessing for them. To be chosen by us as the gathering place for our illustrious kind is a fortuitous fate they have cultivated. We should be thanked rather than scorned." Laughter erupted among the crowd, as if they had merely committed a trivial act. At this juncture, Qin Yun's expression darkened to an extreme, with murderous intent brewing silently within him. Tang Guiyao, on the other hand, was almost in a daze. To her, such reasoning seemed utterly absurd. The capriciousness of a group of spoiled youths had led to the loss of so many innocent lives. The brutality and bloodshed were appalling. Before this, perhaps even Tang Guiyao believed that the lives of mortals were no more significant than that of ants. However, half a month of village life had transformed her perception of ordinary people. Witnessing familiar villagers lying in pools of blood and recalling their gentle, sincere smiles pierced her heart with unbearable pain. She navigated through the sea of corpses, desperately seeking survivors, but despair engulfed her. All were dead, without exception, unable to resist, effortlessly obliterated by the means of the cultivators. Amidst that ocean of bodies, Tang Guiyao spotted a small figure, and she froze in place, her exquisite face etched with despair. It was a little girl, innocent and whimsical, carefree as a boy, often dirty-faced. She would tie her hair into pigtails, bringing Tang Guiyao porridge prepared by her mother, and would incessantly follow her, complimenting her beauty and calling her Auntie. "Little Belle," Tang Guiyao softly called out as she cradled the girl in her arms. Yet, the child had long since lost her vitality, her clear eyes filled with the final terror of life. "Little Belle." Tang Guiyao's voice was faint, steeped in sorrow, as she lowered her head in profound grief. She remained crouched there, motionless, clutching the lifeless body of the girl as if turned to stone. After a long while, she suddenly stood up, her eyes radiating a terrifying light. Standing amidst the sea of corpses, she threw her head back and let out a mournful wail. Ah! The lament echoed through heaven and earth, an endless sorrow, a sight of desolation. The biting cold of the world descended abruptly, as if winter had arrived overnight. And within Tang Guiyao, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted. In the skies above, many young men and women paused, momentarily stunned by the scene. They could not fathom why this usually aloof woman would display such an emotional upheaval over a group of mortals. Some found it somewhat amusing and wore faint smiles. I want all of you to accompany them in death. A mournful roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as Tang Guiyao strode forth. Her hair billowing like the wind, her gaze blazing with the intensity of the sun, exuding an aura of lethal intent that pierced the clouds. How arrogant! The young men and women appeared unfazed, their smiles radiant and increasingly brilliant. They were all esteemed figures, the saintess and saint of the sacred land. The pinnacle of the younger generation, regardless of their lineage or cultivation, none feared Tang Guiyao, especially when so many saints and saintesses joined forces. Saint Dao, he turned his gaze toward Qin Yun and spoke. I have answered your question. Now, shall it be your turn to respond to mine? Are you the supreme body? All eyes turned toward Qin Yun, for the supreme body was shrouded in mystery, possessing astonishing legacies and harboring countless secrets. These individuals had come to Mount Tai solely because of the supreme body, eager to uncover the truth. It is I. Qin Yun's response was direct and unambiguous, devoid of any hesitation or desire to conceal the truth, acknowledging everything with unwavering clarity. His candor left everyone astonished. Chapter 044. The hunt for the extraordinary. The atmosphere was electric, a cacophony of astonishment enveloping the crowd, each countenance reflecting the weight of revelation. Although there had been speculation, the moment Qin Yun confirmed the truth, it transformed the entire scene. The supreme body, shrouded in mystery, possessed an unparalleled constitution, nearly extinct in history. Not to mention the terrifying legacies he bore. Everyone had traversed great distances, driven by this singular purpose. They ventured into the forbidden zones, navigating perilous challenges, yet had met with failure time and again. And now, the living embodiment of the supreme body stood before them, igniting a fervor that was impossible to contain. It was as though they had traversed a treacherous path only to discover that the elusive treasure lay within their grasp. The renown of the supreme body echoed throughout the realms, and now it stood before them, a tantalizing enigma that they yearned to unravel. A saintly maiden revealed a glimmer of a smile, her gaze aflame with fervor. Since the emergence of the supreme body, tremors had rippled across the lands, with every soul intrigued by the quest to uncover the truth behind his identity. Though the supreme body's handsome visage captivated all, the elite amongst them discerned that this appearance was but a mere illusion. In that moment, the crowd surged, instinctively encircling him, forming an invisible barrier to prevent his escape. Kill! Tang Guiyao embodied this singular command, brandishing her spear as she charged forward, a tempest of murderous intent. The order was given to intercept her, but not to slay. She had unearthed the Emperor's legacy within the Forbidden Zone, and the plan was to subdue her before extracting her soul and memories. With a decree from the Holy Son of Dao Yi, 2 other Holy Sons immediately surged forth, engaging Tang Guiyao in combat. The young prodigies present exhibited near half-saint prowess. Although Tang Guiyao was unmatched in combat, she lacked the divine legacies that would elevate her above the esteemed Holy Lands. Qin Yun remained indifferent to Tang Guiyao's plight, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly of 17 holy sons and daughters. The supreme body was said to possess unmatched strength, and whispers suggested that after a prolonged absence, this generation of the supreme body had accumulated unparalleled power. The holy sons and daughters regarded Qin Yun, their excitement palpable. They were the elite of the younger generation, each brimming with pride, some even daring to challenge the supreme body. I shall face him, declared the holy son of Dao Yi, silencing the restless crowd. He stepped forward, towering over the rest, and with a mocking smile proclaimed, So, you've accumulated strength, have you? If I cannot defeat you within 10 moves, I shall take my own life here. His presence was formidable, exuding an aura that was not merely a display of strength, but rather an embodiment of profound potential. An expression of the formless Tao. Though he too was a half-saint, his manifestation of the Tao surpassed that of his peers by a significant margin. The Holy Son of Dao's proclamation sent a tremor through the assembly, embodying an invincible arrogance. With a cold smile, he suddenly surged towards Qin Yun, his eyes flashing with a glint of menace as he conjured an astonishingly powerful Tao seal. The sky was enveloped, resembling a celestial seal, causing the void to reverberate as if the very fabric of this realm were about to be overturned. Everyone's countenance shifted, for such a terrifying disturbance instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. Yet, Qin Yun did not waver. He summoned the might of the Heavenly Emperor Fist and unleashed it with fervor. The radiance of his fist blazed forth, transforming into a beam of cataclysmic light, eternally resplendent, as if it had become the singularity within this realm. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled violently, shattering the celestial seal. The overwhelming force of his strike cascaded upon the Saint Son of Dao Yi, rendering his form to mere fragments, obliterated on the spot, blood erupting in waves, and remnants scattering through the air. Both body and spirit were annihilated. Every onlooker was paralyzed by this scene, profoundly shaken. It was rumored that the Supreme Body was at the nascent stage of formidable power, comparable to Tang Guiyao's prowess, as he had previously invoked the divine efficacy of the Supreme Bone during their battle. However, the current events were beyond anyone's expectations. The Supreme Body was evidently much stronger, having ascended to the semi-saint phase, a terrifying pace of cultivation that left the onlookers in disbelief. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had vanquished the Saint Son of Dao Yi with a single blow. To the spectators, it seemed inconceivable that despite the Supreme Body reaching the semi-saint stage, the disparity between the two figures should be so immense. The Saint Son of Dao Yi was a leading figure among the youthful elite, undeniably formidable, even if the Supreme Body was hailed as the most powerful physique in history. The confrontation should have been a contest of equals rather than a complete rout. There was no hint of suspense. He was struck down with a single punch, blood splattering in the aftermath. What a terrifying display of martial prowess. No one remained unshaken, their hearts quaking with fear. The Supreme Body was indeed unparalleled, as historically, supreme beings were invincible within their realm, having hunted countless extraordinary physiques, and this generation's Supreme Body was even more formidable than its predecessors. Unconsciously, everyone took a step back, as a once great saint's son dissipated like mist, chilling the hearts of all present. Do you think you possess the qualifications to hunt me? Qin Yun addressed the crowd, his tone calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority, reminiscent of a young sovereign, invincible across the world, looking down upon all existence. This potent conviction reverberated through the hearts of all. Though the Supreme Body was indeed powerful, he was ultimately but one individual. They resolved to join forces and subdue him collectively. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, reigniting the fighting spirit within everyone. They were all extraordinary prodigies, most endowed with remarkable physiques, having reached this stage through countless perils and battles. Not a single one among them was a mere pushover. While Qin Yun was formidable, he could not intimidate them all. They coveted his blood and bones, and it was inconceivable for them to relinquish their ambitions out of fear. At this instant, a terrifying aura emanated from the crowd, collectively sealing off the heavens and earth, shrouding Qin Yun within, thereby forming an unparalleled threat. The fearsome prowess of the Supreme Body is well known, prompting others to avoid confronting him in solitary combat, instead opting to join forces and subdue him collectively on the battlefield. I am unfamiliar with your identities and have never provoked your ire. You have journeyed from afar, yet you seek to annihilate me. Initially, I intended to visit you in the future to demand an explanation, but it appears that an early reckoning shall suffice. Qin Yun spoke, his raven hair swirling fiercely, his garments billowing dramatically, exuding an indescribable aura of ethereality and dominance. Today, I shall hunt down the world's most exceptional talents. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of all present underwent a profound transformation. To proclaim the intent to hunt down the world's elite is indeed a declaration of immense strength. Chapter 045. The enigmatic chaos mountain. The heavens and earth lay in profound silence, a desolate stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Qin Yun's words reverberated through the hearts of all, a palpable killing intent sending shivers down their spines. They regarded the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden as the most esteemed beings in this realm, who would dare to utter threats of their demise. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Qin Yun took action. Faced with a multitude of prodigies, he chose to engage them directly, unleashing the secret of characters with unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, he plunged into the throng, while the Heavenly Emperor Fist manifested, casting a myriad of golden fist shadows across the expanse. The very fabric of reality collapsed under the force, the void erupting with a terrifying roar. Fist radiance shimmered, transforming into ominous beams of calamity. In that fleeting moment, a holy maiden let out a blood-curdling scream, her life extinguished on the spot. She, a beauty akin to a celestial being, was ruthlessly felled by Qin Yun's strike, Her form sent sprawling, blood erupting like a tempest, her body nearly unrecognizable. The sheer ferocity of his onslaught sent chills through the hearts of all present. Retreat! Someone bellowed, unwilling to confront Qin Yun. Though each among them possessed formidable strength, they were ultimately not of the same faction. Faced with Qin Yun, they could not unite as one. As he surged into their ranks, it was akin to a wolf among sheep. None dared to impede his advance, his overwhelming aura compelling all to withdraw. In the distance, Tang Guiyao witnessed this scene with clarity. Her heart shaken, her blood surging. One individual penetrated the crowd as if traversing a desolate expanse, his movements grand and powerful, fist shadows dancing, forcing a group of once dominant prodigies into retreat. Clad in white, with hair billowing like a tempest, he radiated an ephemeral beauty and unmatched heroism. What an invincible sensation that was! This moment became an eternal tableau, indelibly etched in Tang Guiyao's heart, an image she could never erase, forever unforgettable. Boom! Qin Yun, unmatched, descended upon the crowd like a sovereign, striking relentlessly. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blood ensued, cries of agony piercing the heavens. His speed surpassed all earthly limits. His power reaching terrifying heights, the killing intent he exuded left them paralyzed, devoid of any thought of resistance. Those marked by his gaze invariably met their doom, their fates sealed with his merciless blows. In mere moments, for prodigies fell, each obliterated by a single punch, their lives extinguished before the onlookers. Shock permeated the crowd, many trembling in fear. The ferocity of his assaults was overwhelming, rendering him invincible among peers, viewing the likes of these prodigies as mere insects. His might instilling a sense of despair. Do not panic. He is but one man. Can we not vanquish him? Someone shouted defiantly. Yet, he was swiftly ensnared by a colossal hand that blocked out the sun, unable to escape despite his struggles. Qin Yun's expression remained icy and merciless, his gaze like cold lightning. With a mere flick of his hand, a cascade of blood sprayed forth. Another unparalleled prodigy fell. All present were left in a state of shock, the sight far too horrifying to comprehend. Qin Yun's overwhelming might surpassed all reason. Capable of grasping a peerless genius as if it were but an ant, effortlessly obliterating it, and instilling boundless dread in the hearts of onlookers. The assembly of prodigies, their eyes ablaze with fervor, recognized Qin Yun as the most formidable adversary they had ever encountered since their ascent. Distancing themselves from him, they finally seized the opportunity to strike. With a thunderous roar, myriad divine lights flickered, and an immense surge of power erupted in an instant, shattering vast expanses of the void. Half-saint, infinitely close to sainthood, Qin Yun had transcended the mundane. The divine force he unleashed had the capacity to devastate the world. The collective assault of over a dozen prodigies trembled the very earth beneath them, a terrifying wave akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, intent on annihilating all in its path. As Qin Yun advanced, his pace unhurried, almost leisurely, he exuded an aura of supreme majesty. Yet, the mountains and rivers beneath his feet swiftly receded, his form akin to a wisp of smoke, colliding head-on with the overwhelming force around him. The void seemed to cleave asunder, leaving all in astonishment. Qin Yun alone stood firm, capable of contending with them all. This defied all logic. Was he truly human? A wave of shock washed over the crowd, their faces etched with terror. Qin Yun's might reshaped their understanding of a half-saint, for he was far too powerful, resembling a true saint. With a deliberate motion of his hand, though not swift, he emanated an aura of formidable profundity, as if inscribing the very essence of the Tao, imbued with a sense of the natural order. One after another, he etched, standing resolutely around him. Then, ceasing to hold back, he unleashed the secret of the character all. In that fleeting moment, his aura surged exponentially, and countless surged forth, unleashing cataclysmic power. Boom! The divine forces of the assembly were shattered, dissipating into the void. All faces paled. The individual before them was overwhelmingly dominant, appending their perceptions and instilling a deep sense of despair within their hearts. Even Tang Guiyao was taken aback. The battle prowess unleashed by the supreme body far surpassed what she had encountered in the forbidden zone against ancient beings. This left her in a state of shock. How could one's cultivation progress so rapidly and fearsomely in such a short span? In that moment, a previously perplexing question seemed to unravel. She had long wondered why the supreme body had employed the power of the supreme bone against Li Chingfeng. Now, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon her. Perhaps, at that time, the supreme body lacked the combat prowess of a high-level being, possibly merely at the level of the sea-accumulating realm, or even the spirit-consolidating realm. The thought startled even Tang Guiyao herself, yet she could not deny it. For this was the only explanation that fit. The Supreme Body's displays of strength grew increasingly fearsome, its cultivation speed astonishing, each revelation shattering their preconceived notions. Indeed, it must be so. If he were truly a formidable being, he could have effortlessly guided Yun Li during the initial rescue, without the need to resort to the Supreme Bone. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he have remained by my side all this time without consuming any celestial treasures? His strength has inexplicably surged from the initial stages of a formidable being to that of a half-saint. Tang Guiyao suddenly realized. As if the pieces of a complex puzzle had fallen into place, yet the astonishment within her heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. This undoubtedly harbors a secret capable of shaking the world. How long has it been since the Supreme Body first made its move? Merely 2 months. Yet now, he has already achieved the status of a half-saint, unparalleled in combat prowess. What a terrifying rate of cultivation this is. How can such a person exist in this world? Could it all be attributed to his extraordinarily unique constitution? He has explicitly stated that his unmatched combat strength stems solely from rigorous training. But how could such training yield results at this pace? It is beyond belief. At this rate, how long will it be until he reaches the pinnacle of excellence? At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was a tempest of emotions. She had resided in the village with this individual for half a month and believed she had gained some understanding of the Supreme Body, yet everything now felt utterly foreign. The person before her resembled an enigmatic and chaotic divine mountain, inscrutable and unfathomable. Chapter 046. Leaving no survivors, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeated the heavens and earth. Shattering the clouds above, Qin Yun unleashed his formidable power, delivering a series of terrifying punches that left everyone in a state of deep trepidation. What can we do? This man is overwhelmingly powerful, capable of shattering such might. The elite among us felt a profound chill, their hearts sinking into despair. The strength of the Supreme Body was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 individuals perished. These were not mere commoners, but rather unparalleled prodigies. Each a paragon of immortal legacy, the brightest stars of the sacred grounds. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the coming centuries, these individuals would rise to become sovereigns, ruling over their realms with unparalleled authority. Yet, to meet such a fate so easily, to be obliterated with such ease. How could one not feel terror? How could despair not take hold? Do not hold back any longer. Exert your utmost strength, or we shall surely perish here today. A voice rang out in that moment. Instantly, all present steeled their resolve, for they were the inheritors of unparalleled legacies, armed with countless hidden trump cards and divine techniques. These were their assets for future domination, treasures they wished to keep concealed. Yet now, faced with the Supreme Body, they had no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. Boom. As the words resonated, the skies unveiled endless celestial phenomena. A peerless sword materialized, its radiance cleaving the void. A great sun ascended, radiating brilliant solar light. A divine phoenix soared, showering the area with searing divine flames. One terrifying manifestation after another erupted, saturating the sky as if deities were awakening, creating a grand spectacle reminiscent of a divine war. Kill! Suddenly, a commanding shout echoed through the air. A towering golden-haired man charged towards Qin Yun. His physique was robust, seemingly forged from gold, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, resembling a supreme war god. This was the sun god body, famed throughout the world for its unmatched defensive prowess. Yet, the great sun fell, obliterated by a single punch from Qin Yun, without exception. Despite the extraordinary defenses of the sun god body, he was still sent reeling, blood spraying forth. Golden blood scattered through the air. At that moment, a holy maiden emerged from the void. She was a sword body, a lineage known for its formidable offensive capabilities. This maiden had been immersed in the sword path since childhood, pursuing a purely martial way, mastering the essence of the sword to an extraordinary depth. Her combat power was initially unremarkable, overshadowed by her contemporaries. However, having reached the semi-holy level, her profound understanding began to manifest, rendering her nearly invincible among her peers. Moreover, this holy maiden possessed an exceptional technique for concealing her presence, having remained hidden in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision at a critical moment. She was a formidable weapon. As the holy maiden appeared, a terrifying intent surged like a tide towards Qin Yun. Simultaneously, various formidable artifacts emerged from all directions. The elite, ensuring absolute certainty, summoned one astonishing weapon after another, each with a remarkable origin bestowed by their esteemed ancestors, cultivated through the principles of their paths. As they struck together, Intertwining their powers, an unparalleled lethal intent enveloped Qin Yun. It was a certain death trap. Brother Feng, Tang Guiyao was appalled, an endless terror igniting in her gaze. The horrifying tremors resonating within her, causing her heart to race. She did not believe that the supreme body could withstand such a blow, exerting all her strength to assist it. Yet, the two holy sons were far too formidable, relentlessly suppressing her, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. It was a scene of utter despair. However, no one anticipated that Qin Yun appeared to have foreseen everything. Almost as soon as he annihilated the great sun divine body, he unleashed a fist radiance, targeting the sword saintess. How could this be? The saintess's expression shifted dramatically, evidently unprepared for Qin Yun's swift response. Panic surged within her, but it was too late. She had no choice but to confront him head-on. Buzz! The long sword emitted a resonant hum, trembling violently. At the moment of collision with that fist radiance, the profound sword intent she had cultivated throughout her life began to shatter uncontrollably. How could it be? How could your Tao intent be so rich? The saintess was filled with astonishment. This was a clash of Tao intents. The supreme body was known for its fist intent, yet she could not have anticipated that Qin Yun's Tao intent would be so profound, surpassing her lifelong understanding. It was beyond her belief. Retreat. In an instant, the saintess turned and fled, realizing she was utterly outclassed in her own domain, a dreadful premonition taking root within her. However, it was all too late. Qin Yun raised his hand and forcefully swept forward, a torrent of blood erupting as he decapitated the saintess, a crimson column of blood gushing from her pristine neck. Boom! Simultaneously, Qin Yun continued to unleash punches, sending the myriad of heavy weapons flying, carving a vast path through the chaos. He strolled along this path, effortlessly summoning a blood-red spear and advancing forward. The expression of one of the holy sons changed dramatically. He had no thought of resisting, pivoting to flee with astonishing speed, a swiftness unmatched by most. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Qin Yun appeared before him like a specter. The blood-red spear pierced through him directly, lifting him skyward as if he were but an ant being skewered. Everyone's countenance shifted in horror. The supreme body was terrifying, able to lift a holy sun into the heavens. Such a figure, immensely powerful, seemed incapable of revealing any sign of weakness. Spare my life, I beg you. In his final moments, the holy sun completely broke down, sensing the threat of death, pleading incessantly for mercy. Yet, Qin Yun's eyes glinted coldly, mercilessly. With a powerful tremor, the holy sun's body disintegrated into a mist of blood, scattered in the void. This everyone was rendered speechless by the scene, a chill creeping into their hearts. Each individual possesses their own strengths, which are legacies of their heritage and attributes of their constitution, rendering them exceptional figures in various fields. United, they are formidable, capable of vanquishing even the divine. Yet now, in their respective domains of expertise, they find themselves utterly overwhelmed. The supreme body, akin to a prodigy, boasts unparalleled advantages across all arenas, ruthlessly overpowering opponents in their strongest disciplines. This has cast a pall over the hearts of all. Such overwhelming might raises the question, how can one dare to fight? At this juncture, no one wishes to continue the battle. The dominance of the supreme body has shattered their final vestiges of resolve. Brother Bone, it is futile, let us cease our efforts. We fully concede. No longer shall we contend, for we are no match for you. In this moment, the saints, both sons and daughters, refrained from further combat, standing in the void to pay their respects to Qin Yun, unwilling to engage any longer. Did you believe we were merely sparring? Yet, Qin Yun's words plunged the spirits of all into despair. Clad in robes as white as snow and exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being, he advanced step by step. You dare to strike at me, and yet wish to survive? I have proclaimed that today I shall hunt down all prodigies. With a merciless gaze, Qin Yun pressed forward, declaring, not a single survivor shall be spared. Chapter 047, Annihilation, Leave No Survivors. A succinct statement, delivered in a calm tone, sent a tremor through all present. The sons of various sacred lineages, nurtured through countless years and vast resources, represented the future hope of their sanctuaries. It could be said that even those more powerful than them rarely dared to harbor murderous intent. How much more so, when faced with so many holy sons and daughters? To slay a holy son would extinguish the future of a lineage, igniting an unquenchable vendetta. Who would dare to utter such a sentence? Yet at this moment, a palpable fear enveloped the hearts of all. The murderous intent emanating from the supreme body shook their souls to the core. This truly was an extraordinary being, exhibiting formidable and terrifying prowess. with no intention of leaving any survivors. Were you truly willing to pay any price? To eliminate us would mean incurring the wrath of all sanctuaries. Retribution would inevitably follow. And no matter where you hide, there would be no sanctuary for you in this world. A holy son barked, attempting to intimidate Qin Yun. Yet it was evident to all that his voice trembled with fear, his legs quaking. Indeed, brother divine bone, let us cease this hostility. We shall not pursue any grievances. If you truly seek to eradicate us, we shall not retreat, and will fight you to the bitter end. Another holy son interjected, half in threat, half in plea, a blend of grace and menace. However, Qin Yun's countenance remained as frigid as ice, utterly unmoved. Do you truly possess the qualifications for a fight to the death? Since I have resolved to settle accounts with you today, I have no intentions of letting you leave. What of slaughtering you all? Qin Yun's murderous intent was overwhelming. A terrifying aura emanating from him, causing all to feel a chill of trepidation. With each step he took forward, they retreated a fraction more. Though they spoke of fighting to the bitter end, at this juncture, none dared to advance. This crushing defeat had thoroughly subdued their spirits. Having been completely overpowered in their area of expertise, how could they possibly contend? They had exerted their utmost effort, yet the supreme body had not. That majestic phenomenon remained concealed. Such an immense disparity birthed an unfathomable despair in every heart. In the distance, Tang Guiyao observed all of this, her heart quaking at the supreme body's murderous intent. Having spent half a month together, she had perceived him as gentle, akin to a warm spring breeze. Yet now, he was so formidable, devoid of any mercy, ruthless in his slaughter, and tyrannical in his approach. Two contrasting natures coexisted within one individual, weaving together a unique allure. Boom. At last, someone could no longer withstand the supreme body's overwhelming murderous intent. As they watched him advance, unable to bear it any longer, they chose to flee. Though they were aware of the supreme body's extraordinary speed, rendering escape a faint hope, they still preferred to evade such a powerful presence. It was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving no glimmer of victory in sight. Boom. With a swift motion, a fist was unleashed, shattering the void, sending one individual hurtling through the air, disintegrating into a mist of blood and fragments, obliterated on the spot. Panic ensued, chilling everyone to the bone. The scene spiraled into chaos. No one dared to fight. All fled in every direction, employing their utmost speed, even their very essence igniting in a frenzied blaze. Yet, all was in vain. The dual secrets were simultaneously unleashed, amplifying the unparalleled speed of the Jie Zi Secret by several-fold, propelling Qin Yun to an almost unfathomable velocity. Shadows of the supreme body loomed throughout the sky, almost omnipresent. He was cold and merciless, relentlessly striking down the proud, as if crushing mere ants, leaving no one with the strength to resist. A series of anguished cries echoed, and moments later, silence enveloped the realm. No one escaped. Just as Qin Yun had proclaimed, he had hunted down the proud. At this moment, Tang Guiyao's gaze was profoundly complex. The formidable presence of the supreme body deeply moved her. What kind of invincibility was this? What overwhelming majesty? It was an eternal tableau, the void stained with blood, countless elites trampled beneath his feet, clad in white as pure as snow, black hair billowing, a fleeting brilliance. An unparalleled grace. A sense of melancholy gripped Tang Guiyao. Which daughter does not harbor dreams of love? She had once envisioned a future where her husband would fight alongside her, sharing in battles. She had even declared that if she were to marry, it would be to a supreme. Yet now, this very person stood before her, and yet she felt a profound sorrow. Before her was someone so radiant that even one as proud as she felt disheartened. How could she pursue such a figure? How could she follow him? Were it not for the threads of fate binding them, this supreme body had come to her aid after half a month's acquaintance. It was likely that they would never intersect again in their lives. They were truly beings from two disparate worlds. In his presence, she felt less than an ordinary person. What was I yearning for? It was merely a dream, an illusion that could never materialize, especially since I am already wed. Tang Guiyao murmured, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The two returned to the village, standing in a familiar place, yet the tranquility they once knew was utterly absent. There was a sense of sorrow. The village lay strewn with corpses, familiar faces sprawled in pools of blood. Tang Guiyao's heart was tumultuous. The dream had shattered. All was lost, and she would part ways with the supreme body. Even this village that had once held beauty for her was no more. I wish to bury them with my own hands, to grant them peace, she whispered. She had indeed changed, as though she had become a different person. Once, she would not have felt such empathy for mortals, but now she was transformed. Qin Yun stood resolutely, nodding silently. However, The commotion from the battle had been considerable. He realized that many powerful beings were likely converging on this location, including several ancient saints. Remaining here would surely invite troublesome complications. After some contemplation, Qin Yun ultimately activated his puppet technique. He refined 2 corpses, transforming them into a saintly son and daughter, thereby controlling their bodies. Simultaneously, they transformed their appearances, taking on the forms of themselves and Tang Guiyao, allowing the 2 puppets to masquerade as them and flee westward, thereby captivating the attention of the world. Although it was inevitable that they would eventually be discovered, gaining even a fleeting moment was deemed sufficient. Indeed, as Qin Yun had surmised, following the departure of the 2 puppets, a multitude of formidable beings hastened toward that direction. Qin Yun deployed the secret technique of Xing to prolong their time. Every second of delay was precious. All of this transpired under Tang Guiyao's watchful gaze, eliciting a ripple of astonishment in her eyes. Demon Clan, she murmured. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the 2 puppets, Tang Guiyao sensed that the secret technique employed by the Supreme Body was a Demon Clan technique, one of remarkable sophistication. The drawbacks of this technique were nearly negligible. Aside from the puppet's slight clumsiness, it was truly difficult to discern without careful observation. Could it be that there exists a technique of the Demon Clan? Brother Foam, you truly leave me perplexed. Tang Guiyao whispered silently, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 048. Return to the Great Qian. The tranquil village remained unchanged, its picturesque mountains and clear waters still captivating. Yet, a disquieting silence now enveloped it. The warmth of human connection had dissipated, leaving behind a desolate atmosphere devoid of its former vibrancy and simplicity. Scattered throughout the forest were small graves, marking the resting places of once ardent villagers, now transformed into cold stones. The trees rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Qin Yun sat beneath a tree, gazing contemplatively at the stone tablets, taking a sip of earthly spirits, feeling an inexplicable sorrow within his heart. He was no ordinary mortal. After 2 decades of traversing realms, he had seldom interacted with common folk, surrounded instead by fellow cultivators. Yet, after spending a fortnight in this place, he found himself lost in reverie, as if he had returned to a bygone era. Mortals, ultimately, were far too frail. A cultivator could extinguish their lives with a mere gesture, scarcely blinking an eye, let alone feeling pity, for in their eyes, mortals were but insignificant ants. Qin Yun felt a profound melancholy, yet he was powerless to effect change. The laws of the world were immutable, and human effort could scarcely alter them. In the distance, Tang Guiyao stood quietly. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, her figure exuding an air of desolation. It was evident that she bore a deep sorrow, yet she remained still, for she was no longer a mere child. As a figure of semi-holiness, a pillar of the nation, she felt the weight of grief, yet could shed no tears. Tang Guiyao stood there like a statue, remaining motionless through the night. Let us depart, she finally spoke in the morning, approaching Qin Yun with a weary countenance. Qin Yun said little, utilizing a secret technique to vanish from that place, heading towards the Great Qian. Most of the ancient saints had long departed, and Qin Yun had refined 2 puppets to draw attention, spreading rumors that diverted all gazes towards them. By the time people realized the truth, it would be too late. Nevertheless, within the vast mountain ranges, some ancient fiends still lurked, crafting formidable formations. With the aid of the secret technique, though accompanied by Tang Guiyao, the journey proved manageable. After several days of cautious travel, they returned to the borders of the Great Qian. Gazing at the majestic imperial city that loomed over the expansive plains, Tang Guiyao felt a tumult of emotions within her. What are your plans now? Qin Yun inquired, turning to her. Tang Guiyao shook her head and sighed softly. What plans could I have? I must report to His Majesty and surrender the inheritance. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Given the upheaval in the Forbidden Zone, the Emperor will likely not show you any mercy. In truth, Tang Guiyao was well aware of her precarious situation without needing Qin Yun's reminder. The Empress would not tolerate the Tang family, nor would she spare her. Having escaped the life-forbidden zone of Mount Tai and returned to the Great Qian, how is this not akin to entering another perilous realm? Have you ever considered rebellion? Or perhaps leaving the Great Qian with Tang Yunli? With your strength, such a feat should not be insurmountable, Qin Yun suggested gently. However, Tang Guiyao shook her head resolutely. The Tang family has served the Great Qian for nearly a millennium. As the current head of the Tang family, how could I abandon it? My heartfelt sentiments do not lie with you, but rather with the grand realm of Dakian. The people I protect are solely the citizens of Dakian. The time spent together has fostered a sense of trust in Tang Guiyao towards the man before her. These words, she has never uttered to anyone else but him. Qin Yun furrowed his brow, yet chose to remain silent. Whether Tang Guiyao is stubborn or loyally foolish ultimately concerns him not. He merely wishes that this woman does not drive him to a dead end. Should she truly perish, it would yield no benefits for Qin Yun, but rather significant losses. Thus, let us part ways, Qin Yun spoke, refraining from further persuasion. At that moment, Tang Guiyao's eyes became increasingly complex. Will we have the chance to meet again and fight side by side? She inquired. Perhaps even she was unaware of the tinge of reluctance that surfaced within her. Having shared a harmonious bond as a couple for half a month, they now stood on the brink of becoming strangers. Perhaps, Qin Yun responded to Tang Guiyao. His answer rather perfunctory. When brother you? Tang Guiyao hesitated slightly, yet ultimately voiced her curiosity. Who exactly are you? This question had long been nestled in her heart. The enigma of the supreme body, the terrifying legacy, the debt of blood and grace from the Forbidden Zone, their companionship in battle. All these elements ignited her insatiable curiosity. Tang Guiyao understood that even if she were to ask, the supreme body would not reveal its identity. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unable to restrain the desire to know everything. In her cool, clear eyes, the chill dissipated, replaced by boundless curiosity as she gazed intently at Qin Yun, as if seeking to pierce through him. In response, Qin Yun offered a weary smile. Why do you concern yourself so deeply with my identity? Perhaps one day, when I stand before you, you may no longer wish to call me Wind Brother, nor feel inclined to accompany me. His calm words, however, bore an undertone of self-mockery that Tang Guiyao discerned. This left her momentarily stunned. How could that be? He turned to leave. Yet, Qin Yun did not respond further, uttering only those two words before departing without a backward glance. With the application of a secret technique, he vanished without a trace, leaving no mark to pursue. Such decisiveness stirred within Tang Guiyao an endless complexity and profound bitterness. The half-month they had shared felt as if it had never existed, as if he were merely a figment of her imagination, a fleeting dream. Tang Guiyao stood there like a statue, silently gazing in the direction of the supreme body's departure, her heart filled with tumultuous emotions. Qin Yun returned to Daqian, but the world outside erupted in a storm of commotion. The supreme body had indeed entered Mount Tai, successfully rescued Tang Guiyao, and departed unscathed. The moment this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the realm. From ancient times to the present, few who have ventured into the depths of that forbidden zone have managed to return alive. Even those of ancient sage stature have faced near-certain demise, with scant hope of survival. Yet, the world could scarcely fathom that the supreme body, a being of immense prowess, would dare to enter the heart of this forbidden realm and safely escort Tang Guiyao back. How could this be possible? The life forbidden zone is a domain that commands utmost reverence, a resting place for emperors. How could a being of such caliber traverse it unscathed? This is utterly astonishing. Historically, those who have emerged from such perilous depths have invariably been the pinnacle of strength, the most formidable of warriors. How could the supreme body achieve this? The populace is astounded, none dare to believe it. Could it be mere luck? Many speculate thus, yet as this thought arises, they shake their heads in disbelief. The supreme body is known for its cautious demeanor, shrouded in secrecy, never revealing itself. Such an individual, destined for boundless achievements, would never recklessly gamble on luck to dare the perils of the forbidden zone. Surely, this person entered the depths with great confidence, perhaps possessing some formidable legacy that emboldened their audacity to confront the dangers of the forbidden realm. Given the character exhibited by the supreme body, the speculation among the masses is rife. Regardless, the truth remains evident. Despite the inherent dangers of the forbidden zone, the supreme body has indeed navigated it safely. This is nothing short of miraculous. Throughout history, many individuals of the supreme body's caliber have emerged, self-proclaimed as extraordinary, seeking to seize the fortunes of a lifetime within the life forbidden zone. Yet, without exception, such endeavors have culminated in their demise. Only the supreme body has truly succeeded. At the tender age of 20, during its youth, to have traversed an unparalleled forbidden zone. This, indeed, is a legendary feat, unprecedented and capable of reverberating through the annals of time. Chapter 49. Renowned across the world was abuzz. For the news of the supreme body's safe passage into the forbidden zone had caused an uproar. Discussions erupted in every corner, speculating on the secret arts and divine powers he might have relied upon. Just at this moment, another piece of news emerged, leaving people utterly astounded. There is no wall that does not let the wind through, and the revelation that the supreme body had slain 19 holy sons and daughters eventually spread like wildfire. These 19 holy figures had gathered in the mountains, intent on seizing his bones and blood, only to encounter the supreme body, who dispatched them all without a single survivor. The announcement of such an event sent shockwaves through the populace. Each of the 19 holy sons and daughters was not only renowned, but also held in the highest esteem across this realm. Any one of them, if they were to step forth, would shine as a paragon among the younger generation. Yet they had all been slain. Was it truly possible? The strength of the supreme body was said to be on par with that of Tang Guiyao. Even if he faced a holy son or daughter, it would be a fierce contest. So how could he have possibly defeated so many? Such a notion seemed fantastical. Surely, the supreme body could not be that formidable. Initially, no one dared to believe it, considering it to be mere rumor. However, the demise of the 19 holy figures was undeniable. This was monumental news that could not be concealed. Never before in history had so many holy sons and daughters perished simultaneously. These individuals were viewed as the future leaders of their respective sects, protected by sacred grounds, and unless they acted recklessly, their demise seemed inconceivable. Yet, it had indeed happened. The 19 holy sons and daughters had fallen, not at the hands of formidable adversaries, but by the hands of their own peers. This was an unprecedented event that would undoubtedly reverberate through the annals of history. What could have led to such an occurrence? Even if this generation's supreme body had reached extraordinary heights, his power should not have been so overwhelmingly superior. Many were left perplexed, speculating on the reasons behind this. To the public, it appeared that the supreme body was only equal to a holy son in combat prowess. Thus, it seemed implausible for him to have slain so many. However, the supreme body had undergone a transformation since emerging from the forbidden zone. His realm had ascended to the level of a semi-saint, allowing him to dominate the holy sons and daughters. Some cultivators who had visited Mount Tai and were privy to the truth shared revelations that deepened the mystery. Yet, this only astonished the world further. It had been nearly a month since the supreme body fought Tang Guiyao. A month prior, many had sensed that the supreme body's aura was merely at the initial stage of the mighty realm, and now he had already reached the semi-saint level. What a terrifying leap this was. Even a genius would likely require a century to achieve such a feat, yet the supreme body accomplished it in just 1 month. Upon receiving this news, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Never before had anyone demonstrated such an alarming pace of cultivation. The saying cultivation is like drinking water was often used to describe the rapid advancement of prodigies, yet no one could have anticipated that this day would come to pass. Indeed, there existed someone whose cultivation was as effortless as drinking water. In merely a month, he had progressed from the initial stage of the mighty realm to its pinnacle. Was this still a mere mortal? A prodigy indeed, without a doubt. This individual possesses the bearing of an emperor. Not only the younger generation of talents, but even the hearts of the formidable sovereigns tremble at such news. They pride themselves on their unparalleled gifts, believing themselves to be unrivaled throughout history. However, compared to the cultivation speed of the supreme body, they feel utterly crushed, akin to mere refuse. Achieving half-saint status within a month. This utterly shatters the reverence once held for cultivation, dismantles established perceptions, and obliterates the fearless resolve of all. These individuals have toiled for centuries, progressing incrementally. How can they possibly accept being overtaken in such a brief span? With such rapid advancement, how distant can the attainment of sainthood be? How far off is the day of ultimate transcendence? When that day arrives, who among the world's doctrines will not be subjugated by him? The entire realm is in uproar. No great sovereign can find solace, as the very mention of the supreme body evokes profound trepidation. This is an unprecedented threat. A young prodigy who has truly reached a point of undeniable significance. His might is overwhelming, having dispatched numerous adversaries without even employing the full extent of the Supreme Bone's divine effects. He has vanquished 19 prodigies, and astonishingly, did so without exerting his utmost strength. His intent in combat is astounding, reaching an unparalleled depth, nearing perfection. His offensive prowess is unmatched, his speed unparalleled, and the heritage he cultivates is exceedingly formidable and fearsome, crushing all prodigies across various domains. As time progresses, more details of that monumental battle emerge, each revelation akin to a volcanic eruption, stirring a cacophony of disbelief among the populace. The slaying of 19 prodigies is an occurrence without precedent. Historically, if a prodigy could vanquish 2 or 3 of their peers, their name would resonate through the ages. To eliminate 19 is a terrifying feat. The Supreme Body has forged his legendary tale with the blood and renown of these 19 prodigies, a legacy that will undoubtedly reverberate through history. Yet beyond all this, What astonishes the world even more is the Supreme Body's decisiveness and dominance. Despite his immense strength, he is but one individual, mercilessly severing ties with 19 prodigies. A blow that strikes at the very heart of their doctrines, undoubtedly incurring monumental consequences. How many throughout history have possessed such audacity? He is undeniably a harbinger of doom, perhaps even a demon. Should one dare to strike against him, he will undoubtedly retaliate, exacting a tremendous price. A sense of apprehension has arisen within many. Speculation abounds that this may indeed be a subtle warning from the Supreme Body. To challenge him, one must first weigh their own worth. With an astonishingly swift cultivation speed and unparalleled offensive capability, should a single strike fail to annihilate, there is no doubt that calamity will ensue in the future. Days pass, yet the news concerning the Supreme Body shows no signs of abating. Rather, it grows ever more fervent. The Supreme Body has mastered 9 secrets, and it is highly likely that he has grasped 2 of them. Potentially the secrets of the word all and the word action. There exists no wall that does not allow the passage of wind. The news of Qin Yun possessing the 9 secrets ultimately spread far and wide. The brilliance of the 9 secrets is blinding, and the power they unleash is astonishing, compelling people to draw connections in that direction. The world is abuzz with astonishment. Although the name of the 9 secrets echoes throughout the realm, they have long been severed and lost, scattered across distant lands, with not a trace of any single secret remaining in this world. Yet, what people did not anticipate was that this young sovereign bore the shadows of the 9 secrets, and indeed, 2 of them. The techniques and mystical arts he possesses are truly formidable, excessively defying the natural order. It is unfathomable from whence he acquired such arcane knowledge and skills. He is akin to a miracle, a figure seemingly emerged from the river of time. For how else could one possess such terrifying legacies and wield such overwhelming power? He does not resemble a person of this era at all. The origins of this individual are undoubtedly astonishing. Could he be a prince who has slumbered for eons, now awakened? Or perhaps he is a reincarnation of a deity? The curiosity surrounding the sovereign body reaches its zenith. Yet it is clear that all of this is destined to remain shrouded in mystery, far too enigmatic to be unveiled. Chapter 050. The foolish elder brother in the blood cloud domain of the demon clan. Beneath the boundless abyss, corpses lay scattered, shrouded in ghostly mist. With sinister energy surging forth, countless specters lamented, and demonic auras soared, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Is this truly a mere 20-year-old youth? Within the endless demon mountains, a deep sigh resonated, echoing with the weight of ancient epics. If I could possess this youth's body, my clan would dominate the world in this lifetime. At the moment the thought materialized, several wisps of black mist surged forth, vanishing into the distant sky. In the Hokkaido domain of the monster clan, a breathtaking woman draped in a flowing robe stood regal, reminiscent of a queen, her 9 foxtails swaying beneath the fabric. Has such a prodigy emerged among the human clan? In just a few months, their momentum has become increasingly formidable. If this continues, what will remain of our monster clan status? The queen lamented, her beautiful eyes gazing into the vast expanse, filled with complexity. In the true dragon domain, the essence of my true dragon lineage clashed with that of the supreme bone, destined rivals since time immemorial, vying for the path to enlightenment. The supreme bone lineage has withered, leaving my true dragon lineage unparalleled. Yet now, the resurgence of the supreme bone has reached a point that cannot be overlooked. This generation's supreme body is exceptionally alluring, and a confrontation with my true dragon lineage is inevitable. War against the heavens awaits. You must seek him out and eliminate him in his cradle. On the ancient divine mountain, 2 elders stood amidst the clouds, surveying the realm below. In this golden age, where prodigies arise, one would expect a fierce contest among heroes after centuries. Yet unexpectedly, it has been a single supreme body that has vanquished all rivals. This individual is too enigmatic and powerful, destined to be a formidable adversary on the path of emperors, threatening the status of our ancient divine mountain. The elder sighed, saying, if he is not slain now, we shall regret it in the future. In the pure land of the western desert, atop a sacred mountain enveloped in Buddhist light, an old monk slowly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance akin to 2 great suns in motion. He smiled gently, gazing into the distance for a moment, and uttered a soft whisper. This youth bears a connection to our Buddhist teachings. The name of the supreme body has stirred the world. Tales of it resonate throughout the universe. People can sense the turbulence in this cosmos as hidden currents surge. The tranquility of various domains and divine lands has been shattered, and formidable figures and terrifying deities have begun to emerge and take action. The world is astir. It can be said that throughout history, few have wielded such influence, drawing the attention of all the formidable sections. Yet now, it is indeed happening. The one who has incited all of this is merely a 20-year-old individual, rendering everything utterly astonishing. The heavens and the earth are truly on the brink of upheaval. As long as the supreme body remains unvanquished, the masters of the world shall find no peace. Such sighs resonate from all ancient stars of life. In the great Qian, at the Tang Manor, Qin Yun returned. And all was as usual. The sun shone warmly today, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air as Qin Yun reclined in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. It was a rare moment of leisure and tranquility, a delightful respite, though he pondered how long it could last. With his legs crossed, a bittersweet smile graced his lips as he leisurely sipped tea from time to time, embodying the demeanor of a carefree scion. "Brother, how is your health?" A shadow fell over Qin Yun, prompting him to open his eyes and behold the exquisite visage of Tang Yunli, her hair encircled by a halo of sunlight, bestowing upon her an ethereal aura. Qin Yun was taken aback by her inquiry, but quickly recalled the circumstances. During his journey to Mount Tai, he had left behind a puppet incarnation to maintain his identity within the Tang family. Initially, all seemed well, but as time passed, the puppet, being merely a construct, began to exhibit signs of decay and illness. Furthermore, Qin Yun found it increasingly difficult to manage both his actual self and the puppet while ensconced in Mount Tai. Thus, he had fabricated a tale of severe illness, claiming to be bedridden. It appeared that he would need to invest more time honing his skills in puppet manipulation. Although the technique was indeed profound, his understanding was still rudimentary, revealing several flaws. Qin Yun mused internally while responding, "I am quite well now." Tang Yunli nodded, her expression a tapestry of emotions, as she carefully poured him a cup of tea and extended it toward him. "Brother, perhaps I could teach you some cultivation techniques. You suffered a grievous injury, and though you have recovered, your body is not as it once was. I worry about you, fearing." She lowered her gaze, emanating a sense of vulnerability. Understanding the scarcity of kin within the Tang family, Qin Yun recognized her concern and reassured her, "There is no need for worry. I am truly better now. Furthermore, my physique is not suited for cultivation. I have tried countless times." In a gentle tone, Tang Yunli replied, "Brother, my sister returned the other day and imparted to me a form of imperial technique. Perhaps you could give it a try. The intricacies of the imperial method are boundless, and it may provide a pathway for you to embark upon cultivation." At this revelation, Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. The imperial technique she referred to was undoubtedly the legacy that Tang Guyao had obtained from that forbidden realm. The significance of such a transmission was immense, and it was clear that Tang Guyao had instructed her not to share it with others, as it was meant for presentation to the empress. However, Qin Yun was genuinely surprised that this girl wished to impart such knowledge to him without reservation, which warmed his heart somewhat. The two sisters indeed exhibited contrasting temperaments. From Tang Guyao, he sensed a warmth, yet he understood that it stemmed from his status as a supreme body. Had he not possessed such a physique, would she still refer to him as Brother Feng or walk alongside him? In contrast, Tang Yunli treated him with unwavering kindness, regardless of his mortal status. Although he held little interest in the imperial technique and was disinclined to pursue cultivation, he initially declined. However, Tang Yunli was quite persistent, and after several rounds of entreaty, Qin Yun ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Thus, the two individuals commenced their training in the courtyard. First this way, then that way. Tang Yunli, resembling a small teacher, attentively elucidated the intricacies of the training process, detailing even the minutiae to an extraordinary degree. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Yun feigned ignorance, scratching his head in confusion. "Brother, you are truly foolish." Even the amiable Tang Yunli found herself at a loss for words. As the little teacher stamped her foot in exasperation, sunlight cascading upon her like a playful sprite, charming and whimsical. "Recite the scriptures, cultivate wisdom." The little teacher reiterated time and again. "What scriptures?" Qin Yun appeared bewildered. "I've already explained it 8 times. Brother, recite the scriptures." "What scriptures?" Qin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother, you are indeed a simpleton, dear brother-in-law." Chapter 051. The Fruit of Enlightenment. Grim tidings in the tranquil courtyard of the Tang family. Harmony reigned, with sunlight cascading down, creating an aura of serenity. Ultimately, Tang Yunli relinquished all hope. His brother-in-law was indeed a fool, utterly oblivious to the path of cultivation. "Has your sister departed?" The two languished on their loungers, engaging in desultory chatter. "Yes." Tang Yunli's expression was somewhat complex as he nodded gently. After returning to the Great Qian, Tang Guyao naturally visited the Tang family first. Having met with Tang Yunli, She then proceeded to the imperial city to report back. Qin Yun was aware that this woman likely would not return. The empress would not treat her kindly. Should he slay the empress? Such a thought flitted through Qin Yun's mind. Given the current trajectory, it was only a matter of time before the empress sought to eliminate Tang Guiyao. Rather than repeatedly rushing to her rescue, it might be wiser to eradicate the source of the calamity. Yet, ultimately, Qin Yun shook his head. The great Qian was not at peace. The empress had allied with numerous formidable leaders to root him out. The risk of confronting the empress was too great. Moreover, he harbored knowledge of certain secrets regarding the empress. Even Tang Guiyao regarded her with trepidation, suggesting that this empress was, in fact, an ancient sage. Let us observe the unfolding events. For now, it would be prudent to take a few days to relax, Qin Yun mused. Ding. On the 69th day of marriage, reward, 1 fruit of enlightenment. As night fell, and the hour of Z approached, the familiar voice resonated within Qin Yun's mind. In the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. Recently, his efforts had been met with arduous cultivation. Yet, at this juncture of his journey, such toil seemed trivial. Cultivation required deeper understanding, especially when confronting the monumental barrier of becoming a sage. It necessitated profound insight into the great Tao and the laws of the universe. The daily grind of absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and cleansing oneself was merely the most fundamental and primitive method of cultivation. Before the significant threshold of semi-sage, such efforts appeared utterly insipid. The fruit of enlightenment, without a doubt, represented a most opportune foundation for Qin Yun. Absorb. As Qin Yun's voice resonated, a purple-hued fruit materialized in his divine sea. Enveloped in ethereal purple mist, it exuded an indescribable nobility, while endless laws unfurled around it, each principle visible, twirling gracefully, cascading like a waterfall. This fruit was not mere sustenance. It was a condensation and embodiment of the Tao. Immersing his consciousness within, Qin Yun felt as though he had entered a realm of the Tao. Laws. These 2 syllables stirred his emotions profoundly, for they represented the key to transcendence. Sages, transcending the mundane, were often referred to as ancient sages, possessing the ability to live effortlessly for a millennium or 2. It is worth noting that the lifespan of great beings barely reaches 500 years. Such a disparity is indeed terrifying. Although the gap between realms widens as one progresses further in cultivation, becoming a sage undoubtedly marks a critical juncture. Without achieving sagehood, one remains but an insignificant insect. This step has ensnared countless individuals. Those who attain sagehood are invariably exceptional talents, powerful figures like Tang Guiyao, and among the younger generation, those revered as saints. Talent varies. Yet ultimately all are constrained within this realm, which has historically represented a formidable barrier, underscoring the arduous nature of the journey. The power of the laws serves as the key to transcending the threshold of a sage. Below the sage, practitioners wield spiritual energy, while the sage embodies the very essence of the laws. The metamorphosis of power reveals a fundamental divergence. The might of a sage lies in their ability to harness the strength of the laws, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth. Their force and majesty akin to that of the divine. The laws are indeed pivotal for breaking through to sagehood. However, the comprehension of these laws is elusive. The cosmos enigmatic. How does one of great prowess come to fathom the laws of existence? This is destined to be a protracted journey, requiring incremental insights and meticulous contemplation. Countless prodigies, upon reaching the threshold of semi-sagehood, endure until the twilight of their lives before taking that final step. Now, with the emergence of this Tao fruit, it is as though the laws have been laid bare before Qin Yun. With but a thought, the power of the laws seamlessly merges with him, integrating into his memory and corporeal form, transforming into his strength. The obscurities and tribulations of the sage's path are non-existent for Qin Yun. As he sits cross-legged in his chamber, his raven hair gently sways. Within him, the spiritual energy undergoes a continuous metamorphosis, resonating with a thunderous hum that reverberates like tumultuous waves. As time passes, the Tao fruit gradually diminishes, while Qin Yun's mastery over the power of the laws expands exponentially. By the time the Tao fruit vanishes completely, he has absorbed a staggering 70% of the law's essence. At this juncture, the prospect of achieving sagehood is but a fleeting thought for Qin Yun. Yet, he refrains from ascending directly to sagehood, for there exists a hierarchy among sages. Beyond techniques, secret arts, talents, and physical constitution, a crucial determinant of a sage's strength is whether their understanding of the laws is complete. Some individuals grasp a fragment of the laws and immediately attain sagehood, possessing the Tao fruit, yet lacking the true power of a sage. Others opt for a period of accumulation, perfecting their comprehension of the laws, and when they finally ascend to sagehood, they can eclipse seasoned sages with ease. The former are often those whose lifespans are nearly spent, while the latter are typically prodigies. At merely 20 years of age, with a lengthy lifespan ahead and the advantage of a system, Qin Yun naturally opts against the former path. Though the ascent to sagehood may be slower, it establishes a more profound foundation, promising immense benefits for his future endeavors. As he introspects and surveys the laws within his spiritual ocean, a faint smile graces Qin Yun's lips. Although he has yet to enter the sage realm, his strength has undergone a transformative upheaval. Mastering the laws signifies a qualitative evolution. Surely, I need not fear any ancient sages now, Qin Yun muses. His deep-rooted foundation, formidable constitution, unparalleled heritage, top-tier secret arts, and profound understanding of the Tao all signify his qualification to defy the heavens. Nonetheless, Qin Yun has historically evaded encounters with ancient sages, wary of the risks involved. For without having traversed that realm, he lacked comprehension of its intricacies. However, with his newfound confidence, having grasped the laws, his power now parallels that of a sage. The only thing lacking is a Tao fruit. It is essential to understand that he did not merely comprehend the rule of 70%, rather, he absorbed and refined it. The distinction between grasping a concept and mastering it is profound. With just this rule of 70%, Qin Yun possesses the capability to overshadow countless sages across the realm. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the Tang residence. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Qin Yun succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Tang Yunli burst into the room in a state of panic, awakening Qin Yun with alarming news. Tang Guiyao has been sentenced to death. Chapter 052. The aspiration to regicide. Is Tang Guiyao sentenced to death? Upon hearing this news, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated that the female emperor would not spare Tang Guiyao, he was still surprised by her decisiveness and promptness. After all, Tang Guiyao had brought back an imperial legacy for her. Tang Guiyao was sentenced to death, imprisoned in Tianyuan to endure torment, and would face her demise in 3 days. Rather than executing her immediately, the female emperor chose to inflict punishment, the implications of which were unmistakable. Ultimately, the supreme being capable of rescuing Tang Guiyao from Mount Tai would undoubtedly venture to Tianyuan as well. The targeting of Tang Guiyao was but one aspect. The greater motive was directed at him. Qin Yun comprehended the entirety of the situation, his heart filled with a sense of complexity. Underneath the surface of the great Qian, turbulent undercurrents swirled, and in recent days, he had stealthily observed with his divine sense that numerous figures of saintly caliber had arrived, masters of the slain saint sons and saint daughters he had vanquished. Most likely, they intended to unite with the female emperor to eliminate him. Aware of the lurking dangers, he nonetheless felt compelled to tread forward into the lion's den. Qin Yun sighed. He could not simply allow Tang Guiyao to perish without intervention, as it had always been with Mount Tai, and so it remained. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun executed the silent movement technique, transforming his form into a wisp of smoke, swiftly drifting into the distance. In the depths of the great Qian's Tianyuan, a landscape of desolation and barrenness unfolded. Beneath the abyss lay a sea of corpses, a lingering aura of death extending for miles, engulfing mountains and rivers. Employing the silent movement technique, Qin Yun traversed beneath the Tianyuan, remaining hidden from view. He could sense the presence of several terrifying auras above the abyss, fearsome eyes constantly observing everything below. A mountain of bones signified this as a realm of death, the prison of the great Qian. As Qin Yun journeyed onward, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Though Tang Guiyao was not particularly endearing, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the great Qian, and it was lamentable that she had met such a tragic fate. Not lingering any longer, he advanced, transforming into an imperceptible beam of light, racing toward the horizon. In the distance, a stone platform loomed, surrounded by cliffs and precipices. Here, Qin Yun beheld Tang Guiyao. The woman now sealed of her powers, her body bound by chains of law, shrouded within a magical array, enduring the torment of its erosion. Simultaneously, the cries of eagles echoed through the heavens, diving down relentlessly to feast upon Tang Guiyao's flesh. Their sharp beaks savagely tore at her form, releasing clouds of blood mist. Drenched in crimson, Tang Guiyao sat quietly upon the stone platform, her long, raven hair cascading down as she allowed the hawks to ravage her, appearing somewhat haggard. The once bright spark in her eyes had faded, replaced by a profound despondency. There exists no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. Qin Yun could roughly fathom Tang Guiyao's current sentiments. He approached slowly, his feet gliding upon the silent movement technique, never revealing his form, until he stood before Tang Guiyao. "Are you all right?" In silence, a voice resonated within Tang Guiyao's mind, raspy yet familiar, causing her to startle in surprise. In that instant, her spirit was rejuvenated, her eyes rekindling with a glimmer of hope. She cast her gaze restlessly across the surrounding void, oblivious to the hidden whereabouts of the supreme body, unable to capture or sense the fluctuations of that space. "Brother Feng, I did not expect you to come to see me," Tang Guiyao conveyed telepathically, her expression laden with complexity. How she longed to reunite with the one who had bestowed great kindness upon her. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet never anticipated their meeting would occur in this abyss. Her life had been one of resilience, yet now she found herself in such disarray. Unwilling to reveal her frail state to Brother Feng. "To see you once more, I have no regrets," she said, ultimately finding solace, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with bitterness, yet also a sense of contentment. "There is no need for distress. I will take you away, far from the strife of Deqian," Qin Yun proposed. This was the only feasible solution he could conceive. As long as he ensured Tang Guiyao's safety, everything would be well, a task that was quite simple for him. With the unparalleled secret of the word, it could be said that as long as Qin Yun wished, no one could trace his presence or follow his trail. However, Tang Guiyao shook her head. "Brother Feng, you know me well. If I wished to leave, I would not have returned to Deqian in the first place," she replied. The Tang family's roots were deeply embedded in Deqian, a millennium-old lineage that had toiled for ages to carve out a realm for the empire. So too had Tang Guiyao devoted her life to Deqian. How could she ever consider leaving? "I have lived my life here, on this land, where my glory, friendships, and hardships reside. In the end, it is merely death. I wish to be buried in this very soil," she expressed softly. "Why must you do this?" Qin Yun sighed. He had already anticipated the outcome upon his arrival, yet he still wished to persuade her. He understood that Tang Guiyao was essentially seeking death. The Empress had left her heart cold, and there was no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. "Brother Feng, I ask but one thing of you. If I should perish and the Tang family falls, please protect Yunli. Take her away. Her nature is pure, and she should not have been born into the Tang family." This was Tang Guiyao's sole wish, the only thing she could not relinquish in her final moments. Yunli. "Very well," Qin Yun acquiesced, saying no more as he turned to leave. Yet, a terrifying thought began to surface in his mind: regicide. If he could not take Tang Guiyao away, then he must eliminate the Empress. She was the root of all calamity. Upon this thought's emergence, Qin Yun's emotions became exceedingly complex. Slaying the Empress was no trivial matter. The risks were immense. For now, various powers were allied with her. He would have to face not merely the Empress herself. Furthermore, should he succeed in slaying her, the bond between him and Tang Guiyao would inevitably sever. After all, Tang Guiyao had married him under the influence of that Empress. With her demise, their absurd union would reach its conclusion. A divorce for Tang Guiyao was merely a matter of time. Qin Yun's heart was in turmoil. He did not wish to reveal his identity to sway Tang Guiyao's thoughts. Neither did he desire to compromise further, nor to cling to the Tang family, nor to hold on to Tang Yunli. "I still require time to grow stronger. Perhaps, after vanquishing the Empress, I shall inevitably part ways with Deqian and temporarily separate from this woman." Qin Yun sighed. His form transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing in an instant. "When, brother?" Tang Guiyao softly called out as she sat there, but after receiving no response, a trace of bitterness crept across her face, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. After their brief acquaintance, had it ultimately culminated in this final farewell? Chapter 053. Puppet Technique. Not long after Qin Yun departed, a figure emerged from the abyss below, Tang Yunli, gazing at the stone platform where his sister, Tang Guiyao, endured the torment of the formation and the relentless pecking of the eagle. His vision blurred instantly. "Silly girl, do not weep." Tang Guiyao managed a helpless smile, her eyes brimming with affection. "Sister Yu," Tang Yunli cried out. In his heart, his sister was akin to a deity, formidable and untouchable, yet everything before him was steeped in sorrow. Her white dress stained with blood, and the eagle's cruel assault rendered him speechless, his gaze filled with desolation. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Yunli, and his pupils widened in shock. "Sister, do not worry. The esteemed elder of the supreme body will intervene. He will certainly rescue you again." He turned to leave, intent on seeking help, but Tang Guiyao stopped him. "No, he is merely a half-saint, not a match for the Empress. Moreover, the currents within the great Qian are tumultuous. Many formidable leaders are watching him, waiting for his action. Do not speak of forcing him. It would endanger him. He has done more than enough for our Tang family. Without becoming a saint, one remains an ant. The chasm between a half-saint and a true saint is insurmountable. Throughout history, no matter how extraordinary a prodigy, they could never defy the heavens to confront a saint. A saint is nearly synonymous with the Tao, while the half-saint represents a fundamental disparity in essence and life level, akin to the difference between a deity and an ant. How can such a gulf be bridged? The supreme body, while indeed astonishing and eclipsing all historical figures, possesses supreme techniques and legacies. Yet, such advantages manifest only within the same realm and cannot touch a saint. Tang Guiyao understood that this time, even the supreme body would be powerless. Otherwise, he would not have suggested taking her away. It was likely that he was truly at a loss. Tang Yunli wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. The overwhelming realization that even the supreme body could not save her extinguished his last hope, filling his heart with despair. Yunli, I have already entrusted that individual. After my death, he will take you away. With his protection, you should face no peril. Stay far from the great Qian. Your temperament is ill-suited for this place. Tang Guiyao spoke softly. Tang Yunli continued to weep profusely, yet nodded repeatedly. If one day you come to know the identity of that person, Yunli, remember to tell me at my grave. Tang Guiyao gazed up at the heavens, her eyes filled with endless bitterness. She did not fear death. After the supreme body promised to take Tang Yunli away, it fulfilled her final wish. Yet, she harbored an unshakable obsession to uncover the identity of the supreme body. This was a fixation so profound that even death could not sever it. A past defeat, the rescue from the forbidden zone, the benevolence of blood essence, their brief union. All these memories etched deeply in her mind, rendering them unforgettable. Stay close to him. If the future permits, repay my sister's kindness and the Tang family's gratitude. Tang Guiyao entrusted all to her brother. Tang Yunli nodded repeatedly, stifling her sobs and chokes, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tang Guiyao offered a wry smile. By the way, how is he? After a moment's pause, Tang Guiyao seemed to recall something and inquired. The pronoun he naturally referred to Qin Yun, her nominal husband. My brother has been gravely ill. For some time now, his condition has been quite peculiar. I attempted to guide him in cultivation, but he struggled to make any progress. Tang Yunli replied candidly. In the past, such words would have incited Tang Guiyao's wrath. However, after spending a fortnight in that humble village, her perspective on mortals had transformed significantly. The simplicity and warmth of human connections made her realize that mortals were not as pitiable as she had once imagined. Apart from their varying levels of cultivation, they were not fundamentally different from cultivators. In fact, in some respects, they were more trustworthy than those who practiced the arcane arts. This is a vial of divine liquid I acquired in the Forbidden Zone. There is plenty within. After you take some, please administer some to him as well. This divine liquid is extraordinary. It should help improve his constitution, allowing him to shed his mortal form and embark on the path of cultivation. A faint smile graced Tang Guiyao's lips as she tossed a vial of the divine liquid to Tang Yunli. Staring at the vial, Tang Yunli was momentarily taken aback, an array of surprise flashing across her eyes. Yunli, I must admit, I was wrong in the past. Mortals are capable of deep emotions and can be treated as family, although their lifespans barely reach a century, rendering their existence tragically brief compared to cultivators. The emotional investments we make with them often lead to an empty conclusion. Yet, all along, I should not have focused solely on the outcome. The journey itself holds immense significance. Tang Guiyao murmured to herself, her gaze reflecting profound contemplation. Tang Yunli's face bore an expression of astonishment as she realized that her sister had indeed changed. The words she spoke now would have been unimaginable in the past. However, she pondered, what could have influenced such a transformation in her sister's perspective? Cultivators often regarded mortals as lesser beings. This was not merely a flaw of her sister. It was a widespread attitude among all cultivators. The disparity in the essence of life dictated that the strong would seldom equate the weak with themselves, let alone seek to understand them. She had once endeavored to alter her sister's viewpoint, but that stubbornness had left her feeling utterly powerless. What could have possibly driven such a steadfast person to change so profoundly? The supreme body, perhaps? Tang Yunli mused, sensing that the supreme body held a significant place in her sister's heart. Having more family is certainly a blessing. His character is quite admirable. Once he embarks on the path of cultivation, he may even become a companion to you, Tang Guiyao whispered. Then, as if struck by a thought, she spoke again. By the way, you mentioned his condition was peculiar? What exactly do you mean by that? Upon hearing Tang Guiyao's inquiry, Tang Yunli found herself at a loss for words. It was an indescribable oddity. At that time, I felt as though my brother had transformed into an entirely different person. Although he still maintained his usual demeanor, tending to flowers, fishing, basking in the sun, and savoring tea daily, I could sense a profound emptiness within him. Tang Yunli pondered for a moment before responding. Upon hearing his words, Tang Guiyao's smile abruptly froze, and her pupils trembled with intensity. When did this peculiar sensation begin? Is it still present now? Tang Guiyao inquired, suddenly adopting a serious tone. It began about a month ago, but it has since improved, Tang Yunli replied. At that moment, Tang Guiyao was utterly taken aback, her face seemingly awash with astonishment, and her eyes glimmered with disbelief. Is this strangeness an indication of affection? Tang Guiyao spoke, her words disjointed and abrupt. However, upon hearing her, Tang Yunli was struck with a jolt, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. As for my elder brother, I find it challenging to articulate, yet it is indeed affection. Previously, he approached everything with an emotionless demeanor. When fishing, he exhibited no joy, nor did he display a languid posture beneath the sun. Although he would smile at me, there was always an underlying chill. Tang Yunli reflected. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Guiyao remained completely entranced, as if turned to stone. Puppet mastery. After an indeterminate passage of time, those 3 words escaped her lips, causing her hair to stand on end. Chapter 054. The sorrows of Tang Guiyao. The eagle soared through the sky, diving downwards, leaving a trail of crimson mist upon the figure clad in white. Yet, Tang Guiyao remained motionless, stunned into silence, unresponsive to Tang Yunli's calls, as if petrified. Puppet technique. This was a secret art to which Tang Guiyao was particularly sensitive, for it belonged to the demon clan and was among the most elite of arcane practices. Despite the plethora of talents in the world, few have mastered such a lineage, and even among the demon cultivators, only the most exceptional could wield this technique. Its manifestation in the present world was exceedingly rare. However, the supreme body had displayed it, and the strength and antiquity of its lineage left her profoundly astonished. The inheritance of the puppet technique had nearly become unseen in this era, with few adept in its intricacies. Yet, Tang Guiyao did not anticipate that after the supreme body, she would once again sense this lineage emanating from her nominal husband. She had witnessed the supreme body employ this secret art firsthand. Although the lineage was ancient, its shortcomings were conspicuous, namely, a deficiency in emotion. A puppet, after all, is merely a puppet, a lifeless entity, no matter how formidable the puppet technique. It could never transmute a puppet into a being indistinguishable from life itself. Tang Yunli's descriptions of Qin Yun's recent state struck her as eerily reminiscent of the puppets created through the puppet technique. Was it mere coincidence? Tang Guiyao shook her head in disbelief. Such mastery of the puppet technique was exceedingly rare in the world, let alone the simultaneous presence of both in her life. Someone had transformed Qin Yun into a puppet, or perhaps someone had crafted a puppet strikingly similar to him. This conjecture ignited a whirlwind of doubt within Tang Guiyao. Why? Why would someone, having created a puppet resembling an ordinary man like Qin Yun, leave it within the Tang family? The supreme body was by her side, unwilling to reveal himself, and he would surely attract no attention when traversing to Mount Tai, likely opting to create a puppet to masquerade as himself. With this thought, a thunderous revelation struck her mind, jolting her very soul. She remained in a state of petrification, her mouth slightly agape, her exquisite visage suffused with profound astonishment. Qin Yun. Indeed, the supreme body had departed from the Tang family. Whoever was the puppet was, in essence, the supreme body. This realization unleashed a tempest of emotions within her heart. What further solidified her conviction was the peculiar timing of Qin Yun's emergence coinciding almost perfectly with the supreme body's appearance at Mount Tai. It was he. Tang Guiyao stood transfixed, scarcely able to believe her own conjecture. It seemed utterly absurd. The two entities were worlds apart, one an ordinary being, deemed a failure in the eyes of the world, and the other a paragon of excellence, renowned across the lands, overpowering all adversaries with unparalleled might. How could these two possibly be intertwined? Yet, the more absurd it seemed, the more firmly she clung to her hypothesis. The supreme body, unwilling to reveal its identity, remains shrouded in secrecy, embodying an extraordinary level of discretion in the realm of reality. Qin Yun, an ordinary mortal, is virtually unnoticed, epitomizing humility to its fullest extent. His initial emergence was prompted by Yun Li's peril, with whom he has always shared a close bond. The notion of karmic reciprocity aptly applies here. The supreme body is merely in its 20s, just as the Tang family members are, and is intricately connected to us sisters. Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao stood frozen, utterly petrified. Her thoughts were in disarray as she recalled everything concerning the supreme body, yet inevitably, all paths led to a singular individual. For a long time, Tang Guiyao's impression of the supreme body had been nebulous, a figure cloaked in mist, a man concealed behind a handsome facade in the humble existence of Half Moon Village. However, at this moment, everything seemed to crystallize. The once obscured silhouette gradually sharpened, the indistinct visage transforming into that of a kind countenance. But why could the mortal Qin Yun ascend to the status of the supreme body? Ultimately, this perplexity lingered in Tang Guiyao's heart. Yet, considering the extraordinary nature of the supreme body, endowed with countless secrets and legacies that defy explanation, Tang Guiyao found herself compelled to accept this reality. Could it truly be him? At this juncture, her heart was a tempest of emotions. There had never been any profound bond between Qin Yun and herself. His act of rescuing Yun Li was entirely justifiable. Yet, what compelled him to venture into the forbidden zone to save her? Tang Guiyao's expression was tinged with bitterness. Strangely, she recalled a statement Qin Yun had made previously. It was during their audience with the Empress, upon exiting the palace, that he had uttered those words. Though I am but a pawn, I am also a man with my own stance. Having entered the Tang family, I am now a member. Upon first hearing this, Tang Guiyao's perception of him had dramatically shifted. Now, reflecting on those words struck her with the force of thunder, reverberating in her mind. Indeed, ever since their marriage, he had regarded himself as part of the Tang family. His defiance against the Empress stemmed from this conviction. His protection of Yun Li perhaps arose from the same rationale. And his willingness to rescue her from the forbidden zone might also be rooted in the bond of marriage. In that moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The only conceivable reason for Qin Yun's rescue was the nominal title of husband. Yet, she had never cherished such a title. In fact, her demeanor towards him had consistently been rather cold. Even when she believed she was facing death, she had sent a letter to Qian, seeking a divorce. That letter had been the embodiment of her last sentiments. Yet, she had inadvertently regarded Qin Yun as a blemish. What an affront it was for a woman on the brink of death to seek a divorce from a man. Nevertheless, despite this, he bore no grudges, crafting puppets and going to great lengths to extricate himself to save her. To extend my life with the most precious essence of my being, to seek the divine pool, to confront the primordial beings, to safeguard my path. At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was a tumult of complexity and bitterness. She finally comprehended why the supreme body had always regarded her with indifference and had been so resolute at their parting. How could her actions ever be worthy of such profound gratitude? Such decisiveness and determination ultimately softened towards her. Had it been anyone else? Would they not have held grudges against her disdain? Would they not have sought to harm her instead? I should have anticipated this. I should have deduced it was him. How foolish I have been. The thoughts of Tang Guiyao reflected a trace of sorrow in her gaze, filled with a profound melancholy. Within her heart, feelings of guilt and regret were ineffable. The one who had consistently occupied her thoughts, whom she yearned to meet and understand, had always been by her side. Yet, she had never truly taken the time to behold him. Chapter 055. The night before departure, sister, what is puppetry? Tang Yunli inquired. The complexity etched on Tang Guiyao's face was palpable, leaving Tang Yunli in a state of bewilderment. It wasn't until she heard her younger sibling's voice that Tang Guiyao finally regained her composure. She yearned to articulate everything, yet inexplicably, the words faltered on her lips. Lacking the courage to be spoken, she owed Qin Yun a debt far too great to fathom. Had it been in the past, she might have sought to rectify her previous transgressions. But now, having fallen to such depths, on the brink of demise, what could she possibly do? Should she burden Yunli with the task of repaying her debts and favors? It was all too late. Enlightenment had come too late. In the twilight of her life, despite understanding everything, she was destined to bear an eternal regret, with no means to amend it. Sighing softly, Tang Guiyao's breath seemed to echo through the ages, steeped in bitterness and desolation. It's nothing, Yunli. In the future, treat your brother-in-law with kindness, she said. Tang Yunli nodded. At this moment, she did not wish to oppose her sister in any regard, including the notion of distancing herself from the Dakian. Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at her heart. What had truly caused her sister to change? What was this puppetry, and why did it elicit such inexplicable behavior from her sister towards their elder brother? The term brother-in-law was one that had never before graced her sister's lips. Doubt lingered, yet there was no inclination to delve deeper. Tang Yunli sighed helplessly within. If only her sister had not been so resolute. When their family left Dakian, if only her sister had been a touch kinder to their brother. They could have lived harmoniously together in seclusion. How splendid that would have been. Go now, Tang Guiyao gestured dismissively. Tang Guiyao was sentenced to death. Imprisoned in Tianyuan, her life slowly eroded by the confines of the law, while the hawks circled ominously above. The impending fall of such a figure sent ripples through Daqian, igniting a storm of fervent discourse. Tang Guiyao, a legendary general whose illustrious achievements had reached the zenith, had garnered an unparalleled status within Daqian. The announcement of her death sentence sparked fervent discussions and disputes among the populace. It is undeniable that on this land, Tang Guiyao held an unimaginable position of influence. In the past, she had feared inciting the empress's suspicion and had deliberately suppressed her influence. However, with the news of her execution spreading, that influence could no longer be contained, erupting like a volcano, unleashing torrents of public opinion. This great dynasty owed its current standing, in no small part, to Tang Guiyao, whose legacy had nurtured countless lives. At this moment, a multitude of voices rose on her behalf, each contributing their modest efforts. Among the people, skilled individuals emerged, some infiltrating the imperial city, others delving into Tianyuan, all seeking ways to rescue Tang Guiyao. Down with the empress. Rebellion. The warriors in the army are even more domineering and decisive, leading their troops to incessantly seize cities, determined to march onward and breach the imperial palace. Aiming directly for the head of the empress. The realm is in turmoil, with dark currents surging beneath the surface. The prophecy foretold by the late Lord Wang has become a reality. The empress's audacious decision to execute Tang Guiyao will undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Although she strives to suppress this force, news of renowned generals falling in battle continues to emerge, yet the stability of the great Qian remains under threat. Executing Tang Guiyao is a mutually destructive act. Everyone understands that her death would inevitably lead to a regression of great Qian's status, erasing its former glory. However, only the discerning can perceive that the empress is genuinely cornered, left with no other recourse. Beyond the impulsiveness of her decision, it is largely a response to the dire circumstances. The supreme body and Tang Guiyao have already eliminated numerous prodigies, and the two share a profound connection. To force the supreme body's hand, only the execution of Tang Guiyao will suffice. Various sovereigns have arrived, demanding an explanation from Her Majesty. What can she do? The supreme body has caused the demise of many gifted individuals, leaving all the calamities to the empress. This individual is a harbinger of disaster. Such sentiments have begun to circulate among the populace, resonating with some degree of reason. Yet, whether this is a tactic employed by the empress to quell the unrest remains uncertain. Regardless, the upheaval in Great Qian is irrevocable and difficult to suppress. On the second day following Tang Guiyao's suppression, at the Tang residence, under the moonlit night, Tang Yunli lies inebriated, clutching a wine jar, laughing and crying in a pitiable manner. She has adhered to Tang Guiyao's wishes, refraining from seeking the supreme body's intervention, instead using alcohol to numb herself against the pain of losing a loved one. The enemy is too formidable. When resistance is futile, all that remains is to retreat. In the courtyard, Qin Yun gazes at this perpetually optimistic woman, his heart a tangle of complex emotions. The assassination of the empress has now become his next scheme. For the past 2 days, he has been plotting, needing to make ample preparations. Furthermore, after the empress's demise, he will need to depart from this place. Without the empress's oppression, Tang Guiyao will undoubtedly seek a separation from him. Qin Yun must leave, and the condition for his departure is to sever ties with the world, using these two sisters to draw out his intentions. Otherwise, if he leaves, the sisters will face endless peril due to him. Qin Yun must meticulously plan everything. Fortunately, all unfolds as he anticipated. Under the moonlit night, Qin Yun gently approaches, lifting the inebriated young girl sprawled on the floor, and carries her back to her room. Gazing at the girl's slightly flushed face, he cannot help but feel a twinge of sentimentality. Departing from Great Qian holds little significance for him. In his eyes, it matters not where he is, for he feels a diminished sense of belonging in this world. Yet, the only person capable of stirring his emotions is this young girl. Having traversed through time, this little girl is the sole individual who regards him as family. Her affection is not a mere pretense. It is a genuine sentiment that flows authentically. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Yun is willing to protect her and take action on her behalf. You must act with caution and prudence in the future, he gently admonishes, resembling an elder brother advising his younger sister, regardless of whether Tang Yunli can hear him. After speaking, Qin Yun carefully lays her down on the bed and prepares to depart. Brother, unexpectedly calls the little girl in a soft voice. Her gaze is hazy, eyes filled with bloodshot sorrow. It is just the two of us now. Yunli no longer has a sister. Her words evoke profound sadness, as she speaks in a drunken haze, not knowing whether her utterances stem from intoxication or dreams. What is the art of puppetry, brother? When I confided in my sister after you fell ill, she uttered these 3 words. What was she truly thinking? What burdens does she still carry? Tang Yunli murmurs deliriously from her bed. However, Qin Yun is left stunned, frozen in place. His identity has been revealed. Chapter 056. The Fury of a Common Man. The world in mourning. Tang Yunli's words left Qin Yun in a state of shock. He realized that Tang Guiyao must have discovered his true identity. Tang Yunli had articulated his previous condition, and the mere fact that Tang Guiyao could utter those 3 words was sufficient to confirm everything. At that moment, Qin Yun's heart was filled with complexity. After hiding for so long, he had never anticipated that the first person to uncover his identity would be that woman. Tang Guiyao was astute, perhaps to an extraordinary degree, unlike Tang Yunli, who could employ minor tactics to evade suspicion even if Qin Yun revealed a flaw. However, that woman, once she determined a matter, she would not easily relent. It seemed evident to Qin Yun that he could no longer remain in the Deqian. He sighed softly. He had intended to leave. Perhaps after learning his identity, Tang Guiyao would no longer wish to pursue a divorce. Yet, he still felt compelled to depart. He did not wish for his identity to influence her attitude toward him. Moreover, from Qin Yun's perspective, whether that woman desired a divorce was of little consequence. He had never contemplated a future with her. Their marriage was ultimately fraught with ulterior motives, and when everything lay bare before them, there was no longer any necessity to sustain it. Take care, my little sister. I shall ensure everything is settled, Qin Yun murmured softly, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Tang Yunli as he gently caressed the girl's fair forehead. Subsequently, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, gradually dissipating into the night. Boom. Qin Yun had made his move. Though he concealed his true appearance, he did not mask his presence, making a grand entrance. From his chest, the supreme bone radiated divine light, releasing an endless stream of tiny characters that vanished into the void. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and the sound of flowing water resounded through the heavens and the earth. A towering supreme emerged from the river of time and space, reigning over all, surveying the multitude with a disdainful gaze. This was a terrifying phenomenon that stretched for thousands of miles. The majestic form of the Supreme shrouding the sky and the earth. Everyone was left astonished. The Supreme Body had manifested? Was he about to make a move once more? This time, what would be the catalyst for his intervention? Was it still for the sake of the Tang sisters? The tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered, plunging the entire Deqian into chaos as all cultivators awakened in an instant. Each time the Supreme Body made a move, it would evoke a tremendous uproar in the world. Although people were unaware of his current intentions, they could foresee that another storm was brewing. Today's action would undoubtedly incite future upheaval in this realm. The Supreme Body was shrouded in mystery. Each of his interventions turned established beliefs upside down, shattering preconceived notions. What secrets would be revealed this time? The earth was alive with commotion as many rushed toward the void. Yet, the scene before them left everyone in awe. The supreme phenomenon blotted out the sun, but this time it was different from before. In the past, when such a phenomenon appeared, people could never discern its origin. However, today, yet the people discerned it clearly. That supreme phenomenon intertwined with an individual, merging into one, each movement encapsulating a profound sense of resonance. It was a figure shrouded in black mist, whose identity and visage eluded all perception. Nevertheless, an exuberant vitality emanated from him. He advanced step by step, and the entire realm reverberated with a thunderous roar, as if resonating in unison with him. Such a formidable aura, a terrifying fluctuation, descended upon the scene, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of many, compelling numerous onlookers to kneel in submission. He was a youthful sovereign, though not yet fully realized. Yet his astounding potential and manifestation of the Tao had reached an astonishing level of mastery. This truly was the body of a sovereign, astonishingly. He was merely 20 years of age. Many were left in stunned silence. For many, it was the first encounter with the body of a sovereign on this land. Although he did not reveal his appearance or identity, all could sense that this man was undoubtedly the embodiment of a sovereign. This was his inaugural display before the world, leaving many awestruck. The rumors were indeed true. The sovereign body was genuinely only 20 years old. This revelation was nearly unbelievable. Although whispers of his age had circulated widely, even among notable figures, no one was willing to accept it as truth. In the eyes of many, someone in their 20s could hardly be considered a junior, but rather merely a child, an inexperienced youth. How could one possess such earth-shattering might? Yet, with the rumors confirmed and the sovereign bones standing before the populace. That vibrant vitality could not be concealed. The essence of youth was undeniable. No one was unshaken. Had it not been for his tangible presence, few would have dared to believe in such a miracle. Why did the sovereign body choose to reveal himself so ostentatiously today? This question arose in the hearts of all. The world knew that the sovereign body was typically cautious and reserved, reluctant to unveil his true identity. In the past, each appearance of the sovereign bones phenomenon had been necessitated by the emergence of formidable foes. Yet today, he chose to expose himself willingly. What was his intent? In the distant skies, many were left in a daze, perplexed by the sovereign body's motives. Among them were many unparalleled masters, powerful figures from various domains, who had come to Qin to investigate the identity of the sovereign body. Yet now, the sovereign stood before them, granting them the opportunity to unveil his identity. However, not a single soul dared to step forward. The overwhelming presence of the sovereign instilled a sense of unease and profound trepidation within each heart. With deliberate strides, Qin Yun advanced, maintaining an ostentatious demeanor, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Behind him trailed an innumerable throng of cultivators, eager to discern his destination. They dared not intrude, opting instead to follow from a distance. Was he headed for the imperial city? Gradually, as time passed, the direction of the sovereign's march became evident. And then all were left in astonishment. Tang Guiyao had been sentenced to death, a fact well known amidst the turmoil of Qin, a storm of great magnitude. At this moment, the supreme body made its appearance, proceeding to the imperial city with great fanfare, its intentions intriguing. Under the reign of Emperor Qianming, for 3 years, Tang Guiyao held steadfast at Wangyun Pass, single-handedly defending the city and repelling the barbarian forces. After 10 years of Qianming's rule, when the barbarians launched a surprise attack, Tang Guiyao stood alone in their path, slaying their leader and achieving remarkable feats. Before the imperial city, Qin Yun slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. One after another, tales of Tang Guiyao's valor came to mind. Among the crowd, some felt their eyes well up, recalling the great deeds of the war god of the great Qian. They had once been deeply indignant at the empress's orders to execute Tang Guiyao, yet their voices were feeble, and they felt powerless to act. Now, however, a figure had emerged to stand against such tyranny. In the 15th year of Qianming's reign, Tang Guiyao personally led the army southward, decisively quelling the barbarian threat and resolving the age-old woes of the great Qian. Qin Yun's voice continued to resonate. At this juncture, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd as they gradually grasped Qin Yun's intentions. He sought to leverage the might of the supreme body to sway public opinion, urging the empress to reconsider her intent to eliminate Tang Guiyao. Speculation arose among the onlookers, some nodding in quiet agreement. This individual was indeed wise, adept at guiding the narrative, aiming for a bloodless resolution that would transform peril into safety for Tang Guiyao. The empress was a formidable force, particularly with alliances among the princes, making this an astute strategy. At this moment, Qin Yun's voice fell silent as he gazed toward the Tang family, a hint of sentiment in his eyes. His purpose was not merely to incite public sentiment. The grand display was indeed meant to draw attention, but ultimately, he aimed to bolster Tang Guiyao's standing in the hearts of the people, paving the way for her eventual ascension to the throne. Assisting others to the very end was perhaps the least Qin Yun could do for that young lady from the Tang family. After all, following the empress's demise, the court would descend into chaos, and the Tang family would be embroiled in endless strife. This course of action served their interests well. Otherwise, he could have opted for a more discreet approach, directly storming the palace to eliminate the empress. Many among the crowd quietly nodded, appreciating the supreme body's intentions. Yet, in the next breath, all were rendered speechless. The ruler lacks virtue, forsaking the heavenly mandate, harming the loyal. Today, I come to slay the monarch. This proclamation left all present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Yun spoke, standing amidst the heavens, his white garments billowing and black hair dancing wildly, an unparalleled figure radiating ephemeral brilliance. His voice thundered, each word pronounced with intent. When a common man is enraged, the world dons mourning attire. Chapter 057. Stepping into a dead end in a fit of rage, a mere mortal could shake the world. The voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating across the land, causing the very earth to tremble. All were left in shock. The supreme body's ostentatious display did not serve to rally support for Tang Guiyao or to pressure the empress through popular sentiment. Rather, it aimed to commit regicide. The words regicide struck like two bolts of lightning, crashing down upon all present. instilling a profound sense of dread. The Empress, exalted and untouchable, had held the throne of Daqian unchallenged through the ages. In the hearts of the people, she was akin to a deity who would dare utter the words of regicide. Such treasonous proclamations were not only blasphemous, but also utterly insane. The audacity of it all left everyone astounded. How could he dare to entertain such thoughts? The imperial city was teeming with formidable experts, and the Empress had already ascended to the realm of the divine. Furthermore, numerous saints allied with her. How could he even contemplate regicide, let alone achieve it? A mere half-saint could not possibly defy the heavens and challenge a saint. It is well known that saints are beyond reproach, and all beneath them are but ants. For eons, no matter how exceptional one's talents, no one has ever shattered this ironclad law, especially in the presence of so many saints. Everyone was struck by disbelief. The Supreme Body's intentions were utterly unexpected. He must have been driven to madness, for his connection with Tang Guiyao ran deep. No other explanation sufficed for such fervor. Who was he to her? Willing to forsake his future and sever all prospects for a woman? It was understood that he was destined to achieve greatness, an unparalleled supreme body of this generation. Expressions of horror adorned the faces of all present, unable to comprehend that a prodigy would willingly tread a path of no return. Nevertheless, the unimaginable unfolded. As Qin Yun prepared to speak the words of regicide, the gates of the imperial city slammed shut, and a fearsome national defense array was activated. Yet, Qin Yun pressed forward, his dark hair billowing behind him, moving with the swiftness of lightning. He shattered the city gates, effortlessly dismantling the formidable array and charging into the heart of the imperial city. Rebels, halt! 12 generals emerged to obstruct Qin Yun's advance, each exuding an imposing aura befitting their half-saint status. Each was a towering figure, their murderous intent palpable, wielding weapons glinting with deadly intent. These were blood-stained instruments of war, and each general was a top-tier expert, protectors of the imperial city. However, in that moment, facing Qin Yun, the 12 generals were devoid of the will to confront him. Their thoughts of resistance faded in the face of his overwhelming might. His presence was so formidable that even the scions of the sacred lands could not withstand him, let alone they. Even if Tang Guiyao herself were to arrive, she might not be able to impede his advance. Withdraw. It is not too late to avoid slaughter. One general stepped forward, bound by duty and unable to retreat, yet all could see the tremor of fear coursing through him. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yun spared him the burden of conflict, sending him on his way. Boom! The Heavenly Emperor's fist struck forth, unleashing 12 imprints that surged forward. Qin Yun did not pause, continuing his relentless march, not once glancing back. Behind him erupted 12 waves of crimson, splattering blood upon the imposing city walls. In a realm devoid of virtue, today I shall slay the sovereign. Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise. With this singular declaration, Qin Yun halted the advancing generals from the distant horizon, who, upon hearing these words, dared not approach. Within the grand palace of Daqian, masters of unparalleled skill were indeed abundant, yet the prospect of facing Qin Yun instilled in them a profound sense of impotence, rendering them hesitant to intervene. At this moment, many stood in stunned silence. They had followed the Supreme Body into the imperial city, and upon witnessing the Supreme Body effortlessly vanquish 12 half-saints, a chill gripped their hearts, leaving them utterly speechless. The Supreme Body exuded an overwhelming strength, unrivaled among peers, and even when he had slain 19 holy sons and holy maidens, he had not unleashed his full power. Such tales had circulated in the world, yet few had witnessed them firsthand. Now, seeing the Supreme Body dispatch 12 half-saints with ease, the veracity of the rumors became apparent, revealing that this prodigy was far more fearsome than the whispers suggested. At last, the Empress made her appearance, adorned in imperial robes, radiating unparalleled authority. Accompanied by 14 holy lords, their auras intertwined, they emerged from the celestial palace, manifesting an unparalleled killing intent that enveloped the heavens and earth, effectively severing the Supreme Body's path of retreat. I anticipated your willingness to defend Tang Guiyao, yet I did not foresee your descent into such madness. It seems you truly share an intimate bond with her. The Empress spoke, her voice laced with a smile, but her gaze remained laced with scorn. While the Supreme Body was indeed astonishingly remarkable, it was a quality that shone only among his contemporaries. As a saint, and with the support of 14 holy lords, she harbored no fear. Supreme Body, return my disciple's life. You have slain my holy son. His life must be repaid. Having come here today, you shall not leave. I shall drink your blood and excavate your bones to quench my hatred. The 14 holy lords, all elders of the former holy sons and holy maidens, had long been lying in wait within Qin, poised to eliminate the supreme body upon his emergence. Such a formidable assembly instilled terror across the land, causing every heart to tremble in fear. The supreme body's demise was inevitable, and there was no doubt. He had entered a path of no return. Within the crowd, a collective sigh resonated. Chapter 58. Come, refine me in the majestic imperial city. An atmosphere of foreboding hung heavily in the air, as a chilling intent of slaughter swept through like a wintry gale, piercing to the bone. It felt as though one had suddenly plunged into the depths of winter, with the earth frozen and a frost of murderous intent settling ominously. The onlookers could only sigh in dismay. The contemporary supreme body was nothing short of breathtaking and resplendent, having previously vanquished 19 holy sons and daughters, a feat unparalleled throughout history, resonating through the ages. Yet now, it had willingly ventured onto a path of certain demise. The 14 holy lords, each a formidable sovereign and a ruler of their respective realms, faced a being that was merely a half-saint. Against even one of them, victory was impossible, let alone when they joined forces. This was an inevitable slaughter, and the fall of the supreme body could not be altered. Many lamented their fate. The 14 holy lords gazed intently at the supreme body, each brimming with anticipation. It was widely understood that perhaps this time, the Empress need not intervene. The 14 holy lords would eagerly vie to claim the kill. The supreme body represented a tremendous opportunity, bearing an abundance of legacies. Even disregarding those mysterious inheritances, the supreme blood and bones alone were enough to drive anyone mad with desire. Suddenly, in the face of the 14 lords and the Empress, Qin Yun took decisive action, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As he stepped forward, the void fractured, and endless Tao patterns emanated from beneath his feet, tearing through the oppressive aura of slaughter and reaching into the boundless expanse beyond. The obscure Tao patterns exuded an ancient and profound aura, filling the sky and rendering attempts to halt their spread futile. This was the secret of the walking character. The 14 holy lords were taken aback. Though they were well versed in the world, none had witnessed the wonders of the walking character's secret in this lifetime. However, when the unparalleled legacy of the 9 secrets was unleashed, the extraordinary Tao essence it embodied left no room for doubt. Such a phenomenon could only be imparted by the 9 secrets, invoking a profound spiritual resonance. A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. The 9 secrets were shrouded in mystery, long lost to the ages, and unseen in the present day. People had only heard rumors of such esoteric arts, and now, witnessing the intricate Tao patterns before their eyes, how could they remain unmoved? Indeed, Qin Yun confirmed, and those 2 words left everyone in a state of shock. Although there had been prior speculation, the moment this prodigy acknowledged it, the reality struck a different chord. How did you come by this? Is this truly the walking character secret? Who was your master? The emergence of the walking character secret was nothing short of earth-shattering, transforming the expressions of all present and unleashing a torrent of inquiries, eager to trace the origins and delve deeper. Yet, Qin Yun naturally could not reveal that his use of the walking character secret was not for ostentation, but a means to instill awe across the realm. The walking character secret was insurmountable by any worldly force. By taking the initiative to deploy it, he positioned himself to both attack and retreat. This was the confidence that emboldened him to come to the imperial city and challenge the monarch, the holy lords, each a dominant force within their domain and possessing formidable legacies, united as a bouquet of blossoms. Yet Qin Yun had not yet entered the realm of saints and lacked the assurance to confront them all. It was only through the walking character secret that he could instill fear and compel them to measure their own strength. This was not a conspiracy, but a bold and overt strategy. The 14 sovereigns discerned the situation, yet they continued to regard Qin Yun with disdain. Do they wish to instill fear in us? Ultimately, you remain merely a semi-saint. Even with the secret of the Qin character, we are confident in our ability to eradicate you, to stifle you in your infancy. How dare a youth of such esteemed stature act with impunity? So Navi, the sovereign scoffed, showing no concern. Instead, their eyes gleamed with avarice. As one of the sovereigns boldly declared, we shall refine him. I desire to extract his memories and study everything about him. All the sovereigns revealed fierce intent. The crowd erupted in uproar, bewildered by the supreme body's unusual behavior. This was far too ostentatious, a display that starkly contrasted with his previously reserved demeanor. Even possessing the secret of the Qin character should not warrant such exposure. It ought to be a hidden trump card, allowing for a chance of escape. The supreme body had truly lost his senses, entangled in schemes both dark and light, utterly self-deceiving. While the secret of the Qin character could indeed dominate the world, he currently lacked the corresponding strength. In the face of absolute power, any secret technique is but a mere trick. An endless clamor resonated through the crowd. Yet, amidst the tumult, Qin Yun stood serene beneath the heavens, his dark hair billowing like an ethereal immortal. He remained tranquil, his exquisite visage devoid of any trace of joy or anger beneath the chaotic mist. And now, Qin Yun suddenly spoke, taking another step forward. The void fractured, and endless lines of Tao emerged, chains of rules, chains of order, spreading from beneath his feet, merging with the surrounding emptiness. The power of the laws. If the manifestation of the secret of the Qin character had caused astonishment, now, all present were utterly transformed by the emergence of this law power. Sovereigns and overlords alike, who would remain unfazed even in the face of a collapsing mountain, now bore expressions of shock akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. How could you wield the power of the laws? A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the imperial city. Some sovereigns spoke up, while others among the crowd's elite inquired urgently. Many in the throng appeared bewildered, failing to comprehend why the sovereigns were so astonished. Yet, anyone whose strength had reached the level of a great power could only display sheer horror. The power of the laws. This is the key to becoming a saint. Great powers must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth to experience the strength of these cosmic rules. Yet, this is merely a process of understanding, not mastery. But now, with a mere step, the supreme body summoned forth boundless order of the laws beneath his feet. How could this not shake the very foundations of reality? How could a great power possibly master the power of the laws? No one could fathom this. Such strength is meant to be wielded by saints. In the minds of the people, saints and great powers are fundamentally distinct. Those who grasp the laws are saints. Yet Qin Yun, a mere semi-saint, commanded the power of the laws, shattering the conventional understanding of what it means to be a saint and the very concept of cultivation. Why the astonishment? What is it about the power of the laws? Some cultivators of lesser skill remained utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the reasons behind the turmoil. The power of the laws is the foundation of the sage. A formidable being, having mastered this power, remains at the level of a mighty entity. Yet, one might ponder, is he truly a sage or merely a powerful being? This seems implausible. A mighty entity is just that. How could one wield the power of a sage? If he possesses such strength, why has his realm not ascended? As people unraveled their confusion, astonishment ensued, concurrently giving rise to further inquiries. The sequence of ascension to sagehood traditionally dictates that one must first attain sage status to wield the power of the laws. However, Qin Yun has acquired this power prior to becoming a sage, thus shattering conventional beliefs. He is in a state of accumulation, deliberately suppressing his realm. His aim is to become a flawless sage. A sage lord spoke, igniting a spark of realization within everyone's hearts. Numerous sovereigns present could sense the profound power of the laws emanating from the supreme body, which was nearing perfection. Such an individual could achieve sagehood with but a thought. Even without attaining sagehood, in terms of the laws, he could undoubtedly surpass many traditional sages. This generation's supreme body is truly breathtaking, a mighty being comprehending such power. Cultivating the laws while at the mighty entity level, seeks to attain perfection in the laws before making a decisive breakthrough. His ambitions are immense. Even if it leads to universal opposition, he remains unwilling to compromise his foundation in the slightest. Such a person is exceedingly formidable. Just moments ago, all the sage lords, previously restless, now bore expressions of trepidation. In the void, Qin Yun remained composed. He turned his gaze toward the sage lord who had proclaimed intentions to refine him, extract his memories, and study his secret arts. His voice thundered, deliberate and resolute. Come, refine me. Chapter 059. The king's apprehension. A commanding voice resonated, plunging the world into silence. The expression of the holy master was one of profound embarrassment, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering another word. The supreme body, possessing the secret of the Qin character, was not to be underestimated. With such formidable power and mastery of the laws, it was something the people could just about accept. However, the true terror lay in the fusion of these two elements. Though a sage is not invincible across the realm, they can act with impunity. Just as the great Qian has become a formidable nation, resisting the encroachment of the sacred lands, it is because it boasts a sage among its ranks. While great Qian may not contend directly with the sacred lands, should any of those lands seek to annihilate it, the vengeance of a sage would be profoundly fearsome. To attain sagehood, one must possess extraordinary means, making them exceedingly difficult to vanquish. And how many among such figures lack a lineage or disciples? Should one of them wreak havoc within the confines of a supreme lineage, it would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow. At this moment, the supreme body embodied such a threat. With mastery over the laws, his true strength remained inscrutable. The Qin character's secrets could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Should he be provoked to the point of vengeance, he could withdraw using its power. The repercussions for the sacred lands would be dire indeed. It turned out that his tumultuous actions and the intent to usurp the throne were not born of madness. He had his reasons. Just as his venture to Mount Tai appeared to be a quest for demise, he had his assurances. The supreme body had indeed reached a level that could not be ignored, instilling trepidation among all rulers of the realm. In the imperial city, silence reigned supreme, an oppressive aura emanating that caused every ambitious leader to feel a tremor of unease. Let us not forget, this individual has slain your disciples. This moment presents the optimal opportunity to eliminate him. Should we miss it, who knows when another chance may arise? The Empress spoke, her previous disdain replaced by palpable pressure stemming from the supreme body's might. While others might retreat, she could not afford to, thus urging the sacred masters to unite with her. All 14 sacred masters were swayed, yet in the end, they all shook their heads. Despite their grievances against the supreme body, attacking him today would alter the stakes entirely. Should he escape, the threat he posed would be monumental. Even the strongest of sacred masters, in the face of such a prodigy, found themselves compelled to swallow their pride. They had suffered losses among their sons and daughters, yet none had been irreparably harmed. In a few hundred years, they could cultivate another. However, should they provoke this aberration, it would spell disaster. The matters of the Ming Emperor are best left to him, one of the sacred masters remarked, arms crossed, adopting an air of indifference. Such an attitude darkened the Empress's countenance, rendering it as grim as the bottom of a cauldron. Meanwhile, a smile crept upon Qin Yun's lips. His objectives had been met, precisely as he desired. Facing a united front of 14 sacred masters was beyond his confidence. Yet if it were merely the Empress, come, let us battle. In the depths of Great Qian, the abyss awaited. Beneath the quiet abyss, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted, the rallying cry of rescue the general resonating powerfully. Echoing incessantly in the depths, the thunderous footfalls transitioned from a distant murmur to a clear and imminent presence. With a sharp twang of a bowstring, a majestic eagle fell, its blood staining the valley floor. On the stone platform, Tang Guiyao stood frozen, gazing at the throng of rescuers approaching her, an assembly of nearly 50 formidable generals, each face strikingly familiar. How dare you? Tang Guiyao's voice trembled with fury. Are you not courting death? She was oblivious to the events unfolding beyond her confinement, where she was utterly sealed off, her powers suppressed. Do not worry, General. Brother Xingu has taken action. He has already breached the imperial city, aiming straight for the Empress's life. Upon hearing this, Tang Guiyao felt as if she had turned to stone. That man was truly audacious, instigating a rebellion to alter the course of the dynasty. By heavens, when a man is enraged, the world grieves. Those words struck deep within her heart. The surrounding generals clamored, their spirits ignited, relentlessly assaulting the formation in a bid to shatter it. The formation roared, and the skilled practitioners suppressing the abyss found their power waning now that they had returned to the imperial city, leading to a swift breach. Yet, Tang Guiyao remained rooted in place. What merit do I possess to warrant such peril on your part? At that moment, a torrent of complex emotions surged within her. She could hardly fathom that the man she had overlooked, never casting him a second glance, would go to such lengths for her. Was it merely for the sake of the bond of marriage? A deep sense of shame welled within her. Let us assist him. This time, she hesitated not. The notions of empress and loyalty were cast aside. All that mattered was her hope for his safety, a desperate wish that she would not be left with regret. To stand beside him in battle, even unto death, would bring her fulfillment. You must return safely. Otherwise, what purpose would my existence serve? Tang Guiyao whispered silently in her heart. In the imperial city, the empress smiled, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable malice. I am genuinely curious. What manner of bond do you share with Tang Guiyao that would compel you to such lengths? What manner? Qin Yun replied coldly. To slay one such as you, who relies on fortune to attain sanctity, I need not even invoke the supreme bone. Fortune to attain sanctity. At Qin Yun's current level, he had become capable of perceiving all that lay before him. He sensed that the Empress's ascendance to sainthood was founded upon the great fortune of the Deqian, marking her as the weakest among the saints. This confirmed his earlier suspicions. Tang Guiyao and the Empress were of similar age, and Tang Guiyao's talents were by no means lacking, despite one being a warrior on the battlefield and the other a recluse in the palace. The disparity between them was vast. The reason for this was clear. aside from the existence of a saintly law within the Qin. The Empress's sanctity was derived from her fortuitous circumstances. Thus, Tang Guiyao's failure to attain sainthood was not due to a lack of talent, but because her path had been obstructed, the methods of ascension had not been bestowed upon her. It was no wonder that the Empress sought to suppress Tang Guiyao. Her concerns were indeed understandable. After all, Tang Guiyao merely severed her cultivation method, whereas you have lost your innate talent. Should Tang Guiyao encounter a fortuitous opportunity, it is inevitable that one day you shall completely acknowledge her superiority. Qin Yun spoke, having had no substantial interaction with the Empress. Yet his desire to eliminate her remained undeterred. His grievances were trivial, for if not for this Empress, he would not find himself compelled to act so frequently. It could be said that his unrest stemmed solely from her presence. Enough. The Empress was truly incensed. For Qin Yun had struck at her vulnerable spot. Does a mighty being dare to show me such disrespect? The clash of battle loomed ominously on the horizon. Chapter 060. The defiance against the sacred. The Empress, adorned in her resplendent royal robe, gracefully waved her delicate hand, manifesting the very order of the cosmos that swirled around her. What laws govern you? The saints are the fruits of the Tao. Those who attain the Tao are saints. Do you truly believe you can defy the heavens? Her eyes blazed with a fervent intensity, the formidable power of the laws surging like two radiant suns embedded within, casting an overwhelming brilliance. Qin Yun, without uttering a word, merely smiled and launched his attack. Boom! The battle erupted, and in the instant of their clash, the imperial city was razed to the ground. The terrifying shockwaves instilled a sense of dread. Indeed, numerous powerful figures were present to suppress the chaos. Yet many were still toppled to the ground. The dreadful turbulence and ominous aura shook the very foundations of the imperial city, as if the heavens themselves were poised to be overturned. A holy war. Every heart was filled with astonishment. Such a grand conflict had not been witnessed in countless years. Or rather, for the people of this land, it had never been witnessed at all. The saints, unparalleled masters, each held a status that towered above the rest. It was certain that they would not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Yet, today, a holy war had truly ignited, a struggle of life and death, with murderous intent echoing across the mountains and rivers. The two combatants unleashed their boundless techniques, engaging in a fierce battle that was a collision of paths within the heavens. Regrettably, the level of their conflict was far too elevated. Aside from a few saints, there were scarcely any who could perceive the spectacle. People could only vaguely sense the clash of two formidable auras, akin to two colossal dragons of the Tao entangled in combat. Was the supreme body truly to defy the heavens? To slay a saint was an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. Could today witness the birth of a new miracle? Saints were not to be trifled with, and this was an undeniable truth. Even though the Empress possessed the fruit of the Tao, that single fruit was beyond the reach of ordinary powerful beings. These were two entirely different realms, two life forms of vastly different levels. Throughout the ages, countless prodigies had arisen, yet none had ever surpassed this threshold, and the supreme body was no exception. A clamor erupted among the spectators, each engaging in fervent discussions about the unfolding battle. Only the 10 or so saint-level figures remained silent, their faces etched with gravitas and astonishment. Although they refrained from intervening, they did not depart, eager to witness the prowess of the supreme body and to seize the opportunity to strike if possible. However, the power exhibited by the supreme body left everyone in awe, compelling them to relinquish any thoughts of eliminating him. Although the supreme body had yet to attain sainthood, it would be no easy task for a saint to extinguish his life. This revelation instilled an unfathomable dread within each observer. A powerful being, relying solely on their inherent strength rather than their realm, wielded such formidable combat prowess. Only the saints understood the true brilliance and radiance of this supreme being. Boom. The battle escalated further, as Qin Yun persistently unleashed his strikes, employing a grand and forceful approach. His fists, imbued with the essence of the laws, rained down in a relentless barrage. The Empress, however, maintained an air of extraordinary grace. Her attack speed was unhurried, yet she effortlessly blocked Qin Yun's relentless onslaught. It can be said that she is extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a fairy descending amidst falling blossoms, exuding elegance and tranquility. Yet, beneath this serene facade, her heart is tumultuous, stirred by overwhelming waves of anxiety. This supreme form she possesses weighs heavily upon her, instilling a sense of foreboding. You must be a member of my grand dynasty, are you not? Do you truly wish to rebel and become a treacherous rogue? What is the nature of your relationship with Tang Guiyao? I assure you, what Tang Guiyao can offer, I can equally provide. Moreover, If you agree to remain by my side as my protector, I am willing to forgive and spare Tang Guiyao's life." The Empress's voice resonated. Upon sensing the might of the supreme form, she chose to take a step back. Haha. Qin Yun laughed heartily, yet he did not relent. At this moment, the secret art of Jie was activated, amplifying the laws within him tenfold, enhancing his attack power, speed, spirit, and perception, all of which transcended to an unprecedented level. Boom. Qin Yun surged forward, his fist radiating brilliance, transforming into an immortal ray of calamity that illuminated the heavens and the earth as he struck. The Empress's expression turned to one of horror. With a graceful wave of her hand, a miniature world materialized before her. The symphony of birds and the fragrance of flowers created a breathtaking scene. This small world hovered, serving as a barrier between the two, to fend off the terrifying fist's radiance. Bang! Yet, the miniature world shattered instantly, crumbling before their eyes. The Empress coughed up blood, propelled backward. All present were stunned. A sage, formidable and inviolable, could conjure a realm of rules with but a wave of her hand. A feat akin to that of a deity. Yet, before the supreme form, it appeared as fragile as parchment. A single punch sent a sage flying. What kind of terrifying power was this? Everyone was struck with astonishment. Even the 10 or so sages displayed a hint of horror upon their faces. That single blow, if delivered to any of them, would surely exact a grievous toll. Could this truly still be considered a great power? A chill ran through the hearts of all the sages, mingled with a sense of relief that they had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, it would have brought catastrophic consequences to their own doctrines. The Empress, no longer the epitome of nobility, her hair disheveled, her royal robes stained with blood, appeared utterly disheveled. With a long, anguished cry, she seemed on the brink of madness. A sage, being so utterly overpowered, marked a historical first. This would undoubtedly etch her name in the annals of time. The supreme form had created a miracle, and she would become an enormous jest, a sage. For the first time in history, vanquished. The Empress, in her frenzy, howled to the heavens, striving to eliminate Qin Yun in a fit of desperation. Boom. However, her defeat was evident. She was no match for Qin Yun. He struck downwards, his form a blur as he descended with great swiftness. With one foot, he directly crushed the Empress from the sky to the ground. Everyone stood in shock. A sage, renowned and unparalleled, the ruler of the realm, now found herself overpowered. That individual, descending from the heavens, had forced an ancient sage down to the earth. What kind of overwhelming might and invincible presence was this? Everyone was left in awe. Even the revered saints are no exception. In their eyes, even the supreme body, defying the heavens, should not encounter such a disparity in battle. At the very least, it ought to be a contest of equal prowess, a fierce and perilous clash of divine warriors. Yet, who could have anticipated such an effortless and decisive outcome? The holy war concluded with astonishing ease, revealing a clear victor and vanquished. A saint, not only being overthrown but also displaying such signs of defeat. A living saint subdued beneath the feet of a mighty being. How profoundly shocking is this revelation. Chapter 061. The killing of heart and soul. Silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. The scene plunged into an eerie stillness. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, mouths agape. Even the sovereigns wore expressions of disbelief, frozen in place. A saint had been vanquished. How utterly inconceivable. To be trampled down from the celestial realm to the mortal plane. What a spectacle of supreme grandeur. It was indeed a defiance of the heavens, a miraculous achievement unprecedented in history. The supreme body transcended the natural order, shattering the ironclad rules that forbade any transgression against the saints. If such prowess could be displayed by a being of his caliber, what might the future hold? After a few moments of stunned silence, a cacophony erupted from the crowd. They understood that this battle would echo through the annals of time, unleashing endless turmoil across the realms. A mighty being had opposed a saint, utterly overwhelming him. This was a phenomenon never witnessed in the chronicles of the past or present. The inviolability of saints had been breached. He had truly accomplished the unthinkable. Even the great emperor, in his youth, had not showcased such astounding feats. He shone brightly across the ages, becoming the first legend of all time. The crowd roared, their discussions surging like a torrential flood, reverberating through the cosmos. All the sovereigns remained rooted in place, speechless. What more could be said at this moment? The formidable presence of the supreme body had overturned everyone's understanding, dismantling their perceptions of the realm of power. It was clear to all that such a being was extraordinarily formidable, destined to emerge as a colossal force in the future. If he was not eliminated now, his path of dominance would be insurmountable, and the unease among the kings deepened. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to act. Standing before such a harbinger of doom would surely invite catastrophic repercussions. The terrifying consequences compelled them to exercise utmost caution. "Go ahead and end it yourself," Qin Yun proclaimed. Standing amidst the void, gazing down at the empress, there was no deep-seated enmity. Thus, he extended to her the final courtesy befitting an emperor. "You." The empress uttered a single word, her exquisite visage etched with complexity. Kneeling there, she was enveloped in profound sorrow. Defeated, truly defeated. The loss was absolute. Devoid of any suspense, delivering a blow to her resolve like never before. The first saint in history to be vanquished, the supreme body had stepped upon her name, forging an unparalleled legend, while she would become a source of ridicule. All of this is because of Tang Guiyao. All of it. The empress nearly lost her sanity, attributing her misfortune solely to Tang Guiyao. What had she given you that compelled you to serve her so devotedly? Anything she could offer, I could provide as well. After all, I am the sovereign of Deqian. The once exalted empress had lost her former regal demeanor, reduced to a pitiable state, her hair disheveled, and her body marred by numerous cracks. Qin Yun's might had nearly obliterated her essence. Why was it, from a tender age, I could never measure up to her? Even when crowned, you would still choose to stand by her side. Am I truly so unworthy? In her final outburst, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Qin Yun, aware of certain truths, reflected on her words, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within him. He understood. In the beginning, the empress and Tang Guiyao were inseparable sisters, growing up and cultivating together. However, the brilliance of Tang Guiyao shone too brightly, casting a shadow even over the empress, who was, after all, an emperor. She could not allow her radiance to be obscured. The once pure friendship between them began to sour, perhaps after her ascension to the throne, or perhaps when Tang Guiyao gained renown throughout the realm and was hailed as a military empress. It was precisely for this reason that the subsequent humiliation of a forced marriage ensued. The empress sat there, shrouded in despondency, her face a canvas of infinite bewilderment. "Just end it." Qin Yun uttered these words, cold and unfeeling, turning his back. "I am the ancient emperor." The empress cried out in defiance. Unwilling to resign herself to despair, in her final moments, she chose to fight back. A blood-red spear soared skyward, piercing the void. Its chilling light aimed to penetrate Qin Yun's body. Yet, with merely 2 fingers, Qin Yun halted the spear's advance, exerting force to seize the entire weapon, and thrusting it forward. The empress's body was pierced, a torrent of crimson cascading down, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. At this moment, her face bore little fear. Instead, there was a sense of release, mingled with confusion. "I have come to personally see you on your way," Qin Yun proclaimed, driving the spear into the empress's flesh. "Who are you truly? When did Guiyao forge a bond with you? I do not comprehend, nor do I understand why you chose her over me." In her final moments, the empress's face was etched with desperation. This was her last obsession, unafraid of death yet unable to grasp why she had lost to Tang Guiyao. This was not a threat, but a plea, a request for understanding. "Your Majesty, is this not all your design?" Qin Yun spoke softly, communicating telepathically. "If it were not for your arrangement of the marriage, I could never have become a member of the Tang family. In truth, I owe you my gratitude." Upon hearing this, the empress's pupils contracted sharply. Her expression shifted from stupor to shock, and then to fear, astonishment gripping her. "It is you." Her voice erupted in disbelief, a piercing cry laden with incredulity. She recalled Qin Yun, remembering the day he entered the palace to meet her. A mere mortal dared to defy her. Such audacity, it dawned on her that the signs had always been there. Yet in her fury, she had been too apathetic to confront him. The empress fixed her gaze intently on Qin Yun, desperate to utter those 2 words that would proclaim to the world. She could not accept it. Who would have thought that the useless individual she had bestowed upon Tang Guiyao would evolve into the guardian of the Tang family, and that she would ultimately meet her demise at his hands? Such a benign figure, devoid of any apparent menace, concealed depths so profound that they instilled fear even in the empress. In her last moments, receiving such a revelation was akin to a dagger to the heart. The empress felt an urgent need to reveal everything, to warn the world. However, Qin Yun would afford her no such opportunity. With a powerful thrust of the spear, the empress was instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood, meeting her demise on the spot, utterly reduced to sanguine mire, dissipating into the cosmos. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Thus, the empress fell. In the vast expanse of the world, a great nation that had endured for millennia underwent a sudden change of regime, as a supreme empress was vanquished and fell lifeless to the ground. no heart remained unshaken. The ancient sage was immensely powerful, nearly impervious to being so easily cast aside and slain in the void. Yet this improbable event had indeed transpired. A youthful powerhouse had extinguished the life of an ancient sage. Who could he possibly be? Reflecting upon the Empress's final words, a tremor coursed through the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. The Empress was undeniably familiar with the Supreme Body. This individual's identity had even taken her by surprise. But who could he truly be? Why did the Empress exhibit such an unusual expression? No one could fathom the answer. Yet her last cry pierced the hearts of all, igniting an unsettling itch within, akin to a thorn lodged in their throats. Chapter 062. Farewell Letter. After vanquishing the Empress, Qin Yun departed without returning to the Tang family, employing the art of silent movement to vanish into the distant sky. Within the imperial city, many stood in stunned silence, watching his departure, yet daring not to pursue him. The overwhelming presence of the Supreme Body instilled a deep fear in all, quelling any thoughts of unmasking his identity. A formidable figure had slain a saint, an act that sent tremors throughout the realm, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Days later, as anticipated by the populace, the world was set ablaze with tumult. The tale of the Supreme Body defying the heavens and slaying a saint reverberated across all domains, causing widespread uproar. No one dared to believe it. A saint, an exalted ancient being. Though the Dacian Empress's ascension was somewhat dubious, she was undeniably a true saint. To be so brazenly defeated was nothing short of a miracle, shaking the foundations of history itself. For the first time, the notion of a mighty being slaying a saint was heard, an idea that seemed utterly implausible, shattering the ironclad laws of the world. Across the lands, a cacophony ensued. The phrase defying heaven to slay a saint bore an impact so profound that it would surely be etched into the annals of history. People began to reassess their understanding of saints. They were not beyond reproach. Although immensely powerful, they could indeed be challenged. However, no one doubted the might of the saints. It was clear that throughout history, the emergence of a prodigious entity like the Supreme Body was an anomaly, his strength surpassing all norms, enabling him to bridge the chasm between himself and the saints. A formidable being could indeed defy heaven and slay a saint. What then would transpire when he himself ascended to that rank? Undoubtedly, the mere mention of this question sent shivers through the leaders of all domains. No one could fathom the extent of power the Supreme Body would wield upon becoming a saint. At that juncture, it would not merely be a matter of suppressing prodigies. Rather, it seemed that only the Supreme Body would remain, dominating all in his path. Yet, as it stands, the Supreme Body possesses an unparalleled inheritance, and his strength has already reached an impressive level. How many can truly impede his ascent? The rulers of the world found themselves in turmoil. The speed of his growth was astonishing. Remarkably, he had not even tapped into the divine effects of the Supreme Bone this time. The shock of his defiance against the saint was overwhelming, and in the aftermath, people belatedly recognized the sheer magnitude of the Supreme Body's growth. Since his battle against Tang Guiyao, he had seldom utilized the Supreme Bone, yet each display of strength marked a terrifying escalation. Such a rate of advancement undeniably added to the astonishment of the kings. Even without the Supreme Bone, seasoned saints would hesitate to claim victory over him. The true extent of his combat prowess remained a mystery, though merely a formidable being, who would dare regard him as such? Even ancient saints felt trepidation in his presence. His actual combat ability was inscrutable. This individual has truly reached a critical juncture. From his meteoric rise to fame to the present, merely a few months have passed. Yet he stands capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with all the saints. His identity remains elusive, his mastery of movement unparalleled. On this path of ascension, who could possibly obstruct him? Could it be that in this era, a fully realized supreme being is destined to emerge? In a relentless pursuit across myriad realms, striving towards the path of imperial ascendance, there emerges a figure of unparalleled brilliance, a celestial prodigy destined for greatness. The overwhelming presence of the Supreme Body can no longer be overlooked. Soon, the heavens and earth shall tremble, and the formidable doctrines from various domains will undoubtedly mobilize to confront this Supreme Body. Such influence is terrifying, for throughout history, few have posed an immediate threat to these daunting doctrines. Who, then, is the true identity of the Supreme Body? As long as it remains concealed, countless individuals may find themselves in peril. It is clear that impending turmoil will engulf this realm, as the formidable doctrines will relentlessly seek the whereabouts of the Supreme Body. All young prodigies under 20 from these doctrines will be scrutinized, and many may meet untimely ends. The threat posed by the Supreme Body is immense. These fearsome doctrines will show no mercy, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than allow any potential threat to escape. What is lamentable, however, is the elusiveness of the supreme body's identity. This phenomenon is unprecedented. Historically, even the most clandestine prodigies would reveal traces of their lineage and arcane arts. Yet, despite multiple displays of power, the origins of the supreme body's legacy and secret techniques remain unfathomable. This is truly alarming. The unknown breeds curiosity. Many speculate that the supreme body harbors profound secrets, and when unveiled, it shall undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval. Yet, the timing of such a revelation remains shrouded in mystery. In the Great Qin dynasty, the news of the empress's demise reached Tang Guiyao and her entourage in haste, leaving her momentarily stunned and nearly petrified. Like all others, this unparalleled warrior could not fathom how a half-saint supreme body could vanquish the empress. In that instant, a torrent of emotions surged within her, an exhilarating release of pressure intertwined with a sorrowful acknowledgement of the empress's fall. Ultimately, as Qin Yun had anticipated, Tang Guiyao took a decisive step forward to ascend to the throne. Amidst the chaos of the Great Qin dynasty, a sovereign was needed to restore order, and whether by will or sentiment, Tang Guiyao found herself compelled to tread the path that Qin Yun had laid before her. Her ascension to the throne seemed almost inevitable, given her esteemed position within both military and civilian spheres. Naturally, the transition of power was not without its challenges. However, bolstered by the supreme body's formidable presence and Tang Guiyao's own decisive tactics, her rise to power unfolded with greater ease than Qin Yun had anticipated. Thus, a new empress emerged, completing the transition of dynasties in just a few short days, adopting the title of Feng, a choice that invites contemplation. In the aftermath, Tang Guiyao returned to the Tang family at the earliest possible moment. She did not seek out Tang Yunli, but instead proceeded directly to the central courtyard. There was an imperative task she needed to undertake, one that she deemed even more significant than her ascension to the throne. However, standing before her own chamber, the supreme empress of the Great Wind dynasty wore a countenance marred by hesitation. The world remained oblivious to the true identity of the supreme body, yet Tang Guiyao understood. Though lacking in concrete evidence, she harbored an unwavering conviction. The mere thought of that individual dispelled any lingering doubts. To withdraw meant to seek validation. Yet, as she lingered at the threshold, her features were clouded with uncertainty. She grappled with how to confront that man, the one she had once deemed unworthy of her gaze. The mere recollection of him now sent tremors through her heart. Throughout her life, Tang Guiyao believed she owed nothing to anyone, but in the presence of that man, she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. She pondered how she would face him once her true identity was unveiled. After a moment of hesitation, she inhaled deeply and resolutely pushed open the door. All debts must eventually be confronted, and guilt must be repaid. Inside the room, an emptiness pervaded. Simple yet tidy. Adorned with a few antique calligraphies, it retained the charm she had once cherished. Everything remained unchanged. However, as Tang Guiyao traversed from the outer chamber to the inner sanctum, she found no trace of the man. It was as if he had never graced the space. The room bore little evidence of his presence or preferences. The small bed nestled in the corner was meticulously made, yet only a solitary letter lay quietly upon it. Tang Guiyao paused, seated herself upon the small bed, and extracted the letter from its envelope. The handwriting was robust and vigorous. However, upon reading the first two words, her pupils dilated in shock, and she found herself utterly frozen in place. He had departed. Chapter 063. At that time, it was only ordinary. The moonlight draped over the night, casting a serene ambience. Within the confines of her room, Tang Guiyao sat upon her bed, silently gazing at the envelope in her hands, her eyes shimmering with a tumultuous complexity. You have departed. Surely, you can now deduce my identity? In our union as husband and wife, I find myself at a loss for how to address you, for now. I shall refer to you as General Tang. Although we are bound by marriage, there exists no bond of affection between us. This so-called union is nothing but a tragic farce for us both. Thus, I understand your initial proposal for separation. My inability to respond then compels me to reply here. I, Qin Yun, consent to your request. However, in these turbulent times of the supreme bone incident that engulfs the realm, your sister and you may become pawns in the hands of the kings who seek to strike against me. I must rectify this situation, for it is all a consequence of my actions, and I cannot allow you two to be embroiled in this chaos. Therefore, I must take my leave, requiring time to resolve these matters. It may take a year, perhaps two. I cannot say for certain. Nevertheless, I assure you, I shall return to formally part ways with you, General Tang, ensuring that you do not bear further shame due to my presence. I wish to conclude this relationship with a sense of closure, offering you a proper explanation. As for my younger sister, please take care of yourself. As a legitimate child of the Qin family, I have endured the scorn of others since my youth, never having felt the warmth of family. Upon arriving at the Tang household, you were the first to bestow upon me a glimpse of kindness in this world. I hope you do not view me through a lens of prejudice. Yet, your sister spoke the truth. Ultimately, I am an outsider. The affection you offer can only end in futility, concluding in tragedy, rendering the outcome devoid of meaning and unworthy of pursuit. Whether as Qin Yun of the mortal realm or as the supreme Qin Yun, should you wish to call me brother, know that regardless of the time or place, you shall always remain my cherished younger sister. Take care. Qin Yun bids you farewell. The moonlight flowed like water, enveloping the room in tranquility. Tang Guiyao quietly finished reading the letter, then set the envelope down, leaning back against the bed, her eyes vacant, her entire being seemingly frozen in time. In the silence, a solitary tear descended, tracing a path down her delicate cheek. Qin Yun, do you understand? Each word and phrase pierces my heart like thorns. Tang Guiyao offered a bitter smile, her tears falling silently. She buried her head in her knees, her body trembling lightly. General Tang. What a frigid appellation. A letter filled with hundreds of words brimming with reluctance towards Tang Yunli, yet when faced with her, only an air of calm and coldness prevailed. Tang Guiyao recognized her indebtedness to Qin Yun. Indeed, she had erred in her past treatment of him. Her current visit was motivated by a desire to repay and mend the rift. She had contemplated the possibility that Qin Yun might harbor resentment towards her, making forgiveness elusive. She had prepared herself for this eventuality, yet she did not expect Qin Yun to remain so composed. He was as tranquil as on their wedding night, devoid of any tumult. The sentiments conveyed in his words bore little emotional resonance. Even a hint of hatred would have sufficed, yet there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Is it true that the fleeting moments of our world have left you utterly unmoved? Tang Guiyao forced a bitter smile, her eyes brimming with sorrow. This was an emotion she had never experienced before. Qin Yun had departed, leaving behind only a letter, a farewell that left her heart feeling desolate and empty. A profound loneliness enveloped her, rendering her powerless to pursue or to make amends. Beneath the moonlit sky, Tang Guiyao sat quietly on her small bed, absorbing the remnants of that man's presence within the room. A chill settled in her heart. If he felt no affection for me, why then did he venture into the forbidden zone to rescue me? Tang Guiyao was perplexed, yet ultimately shook her head, revealing a self-deprecating smile. She had never regarded Qin Yun with any real attention, so how could she ever expect him to harbor feelings for her? All the blame fell upon me. I was too proud, too dismissive of everything. She sighed softly. The entire night passed as she clutched the letter, sitting in silence, tears flowing silently until the dawn of a new day. As the sunlight poured in and a gentle breeze swept through, Tang Guiyao finally stepped outside. She did not chase after Qin Yun, despite her longing to seek him out. She understood that no one could find that man in this world. Like a wisp of smoke, he appeared and vanished silently, leaving not a trace behind. Today, the sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the courtyard with a golden hue. The flowers bloomed vibrantly, and numerous fish swam in the lotus pond. This was one of the few remnants left by that man in this estate. He would often sit in that lounge chair, sipping tea and admiring the flowers, occasionally fishing. The flowers remained bright, the fish continued to swim, and the lounge chair still stood, yet the man's figure was forever absent. Tang Guiyao was lost in thought. She recalled that day vividly. When she learned of Tang Yunli's descent into madness and hurried back, that man had been seated in the lounge chair. The sun was radiant, and the breeze gentle. Much like today. Remembering this, an overwhelming sorrow welled up in her eyes. At that moment, she had thought it was merely ordinary. I know I am unworthy, yet I cannot simply relinquish my hopes. Your kindness toward me must afford me the chance to repay it. Tang Guiyao murmured, gazing skyward. Clad in a white dress, she appeared almost ethereal beneath the sunlight, her long dark hair cascading loosely behind her, embodying a disheveled beauty, a celestial figure deserving of reverence. Yet her exquisite visage was marred by melancholy. He has departed. At the summit of a secluded mountain, Qin Yun gazed toward the direction of Deqian, murmuring softly, a smile gracing his lips. A separation was indeed necessary. However, it was not the right time. His departure was tinged with a hint of selfishness. He required time to grow stronger. Leaving could also be seen as an evasion, a desire not to let his identity dictate the woman's intentions. Such a marriage was lamentable. Certainly, he wished not to owe her anything. In his leaving, aside from the letter, he also bestowed upon her a sacred method of cultivation. Although Tang Guiyao has acquired a portion of the Imperial Dao inheritance within the Forbidden Zone, it bears no relation to her cultivation realm. It is merely a fragment of secret techniques. Tang Guiyao possesses no sanctified pathway, effectively severing her prospects. A complete method for achieving sanctification could be considered a compensation for her and her eventual separation. Thus, in the future, when they part ways, it seems they would no longer be beholden to one another. With a long exhale, Qin Yun inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, he did not hasten to depart. Before leaving, he had one more matter to attend to. That was to extinguish the ambitions of the world's powerful rulers who sought to force the appearance of the Tang sisters. Chapter 064. The secret of the character Zhe. As the seventh day of marriage approached, a wondrous reward was bestowed, the secret of the character Zhe. Under the vast night sky, the mountain winds howled. Qin Yun sat atop a peak, and as the hour of the midnight bell arrived, a melodious voice from the system resonated in his ears. The three simple characters of Zhe nearly caused Qin Yun to leap with astonishment. It was one of the 9 secrets. Like the Jie and Xing secrets, the Zhe secret was among these revered 9, recognized as the pinnacle of healing arts. When cultivated to perfection, it was said that one could achieve rebirth with a single drop of blood intact. Even in the early stages of practice, it served as a divine technique for healing, capable of mending severed limbs and curing even the gravest of injuries, a truly miraculous art. Having gathered 3 of the unparalleled techniques from the 9 secrets, Qin Yun pondered, his heart stirred. The 9 secrets, powerful beyond measure, had long been lost to the annals of time, making it nearly impossible to find any trace of these arcane arts. Yet, he had grasped 3 of them, bringing him one step closer to the ultimate mastery and invincibility. It could be said that few, if any, could amalgamate 3 of the 9 secrets. Even during the era when the 9 secrets flourished, each technique was a closely guarded treasure, impossible to disseminate, let alone master multiple forms. To possess even 2 was to forge a legacy through the ages. How much more remarkable was it that he now commanded 3 complete techniques? With a sense of urgency to absorb this newfound wisdom, Qin Yun quelled his excitement and commenced his practice. Much like the Xing and Jie secrets, the incantation of the Jie secret was succinct, comprising only a few hundred characters, yet it was immensely intricate. Each character wove together to form an esoteric and profoundly mysterious sacred art. Boom. Sitting cross-legged atop the mountain, Qin Yun felt a tumult within, as if his bloodlines surged like an army in full charge. In that moment, the Xing and Jie secrets began to operate autonomously in silence. The 9 secrets stemmed from a common source. Once one delved into any of them, the prior practices would also experience rapid enhancement. Boom. In his ears, the sound was akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, a grand symphony of the celestial path vibrating resoundingly. Qin Yun found himself entranced, unable to extricate himself. The 9 secrets were exceedingly complex. It could be asserted that even the mightiest could not master them within a brief period. However, thanks to the system, Qin Yun's assimilation was remarkably swift. In a short span, he comprehended the entirety of the Jie secret. This did not imply he had perfected the technique, but rather that he understood how to cultivate and refine it in the future. The Jie secret was particularly unique, harboring the mystery of longevity. Upon grasping its essence, Qin Yun's emotions surged. Longevity. These 2 characters encapsulated all that cultivators pursue. Even the most formidable sovereigns tirelessly chased this elusive goal. Yet, the quest for longevity was fraught with challenges. Throughout history, many emperors had sought it, but none had truly attained that coveted state. Now, however, Qin Yun had glimpsed a thread of this secret of longevity through the profound mysteries of the Jie secret. If one could cultivate the essence of the Jie character to its zenith, it would undoubtedly assist me in deciphering the path to eternal life in the future. Qin Yun murmured. It is not to imply that mastering the Jie character will grant immortality. Rather, the sacred healing methods within it are inherently linked to the art of longevity. Should he ascend to the imperial realm in the future, possessing this secret technique will surely enhance his prospects of unraveling the road to immortality. Although the Jie character does not predominantly focus on combat, it undoubtedly ranks among the most invaluable of the 9 secrets. Qin Yun lamented. The notion of eternal life is irreplaceable. Merely these 2 words suffice to illustrate the sheer terror of the Jie character's secret. Its miraculous efficacy is extraordinary. As long as one's flesh remains intact, rebirth is possible, a divine art that defies the heavens. Though it does not primarily engage in offensive capabilities, practicing this secret equates to possessing numerous life-saving elixirs. Its effects are unparalleled. Seated atop that mountain peak, Qin Yun remained motionless throughout the night, absorbing the wonders of the Jie character. even purposefully injuring himself to experience the healing process it offered. Only when dawn broke the following day did he awaken from his meditation. With the Jie character's guidance, my plans can become bolder, Qin Yun remarked, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. He departed from the Tang family, yet chose not to leave the confines of the great Qian realm. His reason was to thwart any aspiring overlords from targeting the Tang sisters, thereby drawing them out. Previously, Qin Yun had devised a plan, lying in wait in the shadows. However, the advent of the Jie character has allowed his strategy to become more seamless and fraught with fewer dangers. It is time to carefully plot my next move, Qin Yun quietly mused before vanishing from the mountaintop in an instant. In the days that followed, Qin Yun frequently traversed the bustling marketplace. Although he did not reveal the extraordinary manifestations of his supreme body, he did not conceal his identity. His defiance against the sacred and his presence in this realm had reached a crescendo, rendering any deliberate efforts unnecessary. Even the slightest hint of his essence was sufficient to capture the attention of cultivators across the land. The supreme body has re-emerged. Many noticed him. Though none dared to interrupt, all eyes remained fixated upon him. This unparalleled prodigy had become the target of countless formidable forces, and the reasons behind his conspicuous appearance left everyone in utter curiosity. What could he possibly intend? Such ostentation is uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Could it be that after vanquishing a saint, he believes himself invincible? Observing the supreme body's brazen display, many silently shook their heads. The supreme body is excessively inflated. While his defiance against the sacred may be inscribed in ancient history, echoing through time, he is currently far too ostentatious. It is crucial to remember that beyond the sacred grounds, the true terrors lie within the ancient powers that have endured since antiquity, their foundations immeasurably profound. Those entities are the genuine lords of this realm. While the sacred grounds may indeed fear to provoke him, should he continue in his arrogance, these ancient powers will not hesitate to extinguish him. Whispers of discussion ensued among the crowd. Certainly, there are those who aspire to forge connections with the supreme body. However, whenever such thoughts arise, they are swiftly met with disapproval. The supreme body is currently regarded as a pariah by the world. Despite his unparalleled strength and astonishing prowess that transcends both ancient and modern times, drawing too close to him is undoubtedly unwise. In recent days, Qin Yun has made quite a spectacle of himself, frequently venturing into bustling marketplaces. Soon, the ensuing commotion captured the attention of the entire realm. He has consistently been a figure of immense interest. Whatever actions he undertakes are nothing short of earth-shattering, rendering him impossible to overlook. Before long, the populace began to sense a resurgence of turbulence in the world, as the supreme body made several appearances, stirring the depths of the land with an undercurrent of unrest. Chapter 065. Qin Yun, am I truly lost to madness? Atop the mountain peak, Qin Yun sat in serene meditation, his consciousness extending outward to survey the vast expanse of the heavens. Since departing from the Deqian realm, he had ceased to conceal his presence, and all the while, several formidable auras had remained fixated upon him. Though these auras were subtle, his possession of the Jie Zi Secret ensured that no hidden essence could elude his detection. In recent days, he had openly traversed through the world, intentionally provoking these individuals to reveal themselves. Yet, he had not anticipated that such fearsome presences could exhibit such restraint. Very well. Let me provide you with a reason. With a deep breath, Qin Yun continued his cultivation, exhaling a profound energy that resonated like the roar of a dragon, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the divine essence spilling across the sky and staining his white robes. A sight both shocking and poignant. In that instant, his vitality waned significantly, presenting the unmistakable signs of madness. The path to sanctity is indeed fraught with difficulty. Sitting there, he sighed, his voice not loud, yet carrying across great distances, imbued with a sense of resignation. However, beneath the obscuring veil of chaotic mist, his gaze remained fixed upon the firmament above. As anticipated, at a certain moment, the skies rippled, and two terrifying figures emerged from the void. Cloaked in black mist, their faces obscured, they radiated a malevolent aura, exuding an ancient and profound essence that evoked a sense of the passage of time. These were two supreme ancient saints, magical clan cultivators, lurking in wait for this very moment. The time for the demise of the supreme body has come. The two ancient saints of the demon clan spoke, their laughter tinged with malice. They had been dispatched by their dark master to eradicate the supreme body, obliterate its essence, and return its corporeal form to the demon clan. Having concealed themselves for days, they aimed to deliver a fatal blow. The supreme body was indeed formidable. Despite being of the great ability realm, it instilled trepidation in the two pursuers, compelling them to follow without striking. Yet, they could not have foreseen that fortune would arrive so swiftly. A generation's supreme body, endowed with unparalleled talent, had succumbed to madness during its cultivation. Truly, a fortuitous opportunity. Demon Clan, have I ever wronged you? Qin Yun, fully aware of the situation, inquired nonetheless. What need is there for words? In the end, the victors are kings. And strength dictates respect. What reason is required to slay you? The two Demon Clan cultivators were decisive and unwavering in their approach, exhibiting a malevolent nature unlike that of certain cultivators from the Taoist sect, who often sought justifications for their actions. Boom. The battle erupted forthwith. Qin Yun unleashed his powers, revealing the extraordinary manifestation of the supreme bone, as his descent into madness rendered any further concealment unnecessary. Boom. The supreme manifestation stained the sky, his vitality erupting forth, suffusing the land for miles around, as the extraordinary presence resonated throughout the heavens. In recent days, the supreme body's frequent appearances in this realm had naturally drawn attention. In the void, shadows flickered, and a multitude of figures appeared, among them several of sovereign stature. Indeed, the supreme body has drawn attention, attracting formidable foes. The practitioners of the Demon Clan are exceptionally powerful. A commotion erupted among the crowd, for they had long anticipated this day. The supreme body's recent conduct had been excessively ostentatious, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Many believed he would inevitably invite calamity, yet none expected it to arrive so swiftly. Taking advantage of my moment of madness to strike. Is this the modus operandi of your Demon Clan? Qin Yun exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. As the heavenly emperor fist surged through him, he unleashed a torrent of punches, engaging in fierce combat with the two ancient saints of the Demon Clan. Upon hearing the supreme body's words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The supreme body has succumbed to madness? This revelation astonished many, for his innate talent was unparalleled. However, considering that attaining the sacred fruit is no trivial feat, and given the supreme body's rapid cultivation speed, his unstable foundation made his fall into madness almost inevitable. After a brief moment of astonishment, expressions of excitement began to emerge on the faces of many. The supreme body, once immensely powerful, now in a state of madness, presented a divine opportunity. The Demon Clan practitioners, whose cultivation methods are peculiar and sinister, had reached an extraordinary level as ancient saints, inherently stronger than their peers. Now, with the supreme body in disarray, he is certainly no match for these two ancient demons. A wave of chatter swept through the crowd. The supreme body is destined to fall. His arrogance has led him to believe he is invincible. Indeed, he has summoned formidable enemies, and in his moment of madness, fate seems to conspire against him. Those who defy heaven will be met by heavenly retribution. The demise of the supreme body appears inevitable. Many sighed softly, while some powerful lords wore smiles of anticipation. A few among them even contemplated taking action, showing no reluctance to strike at the supreme body in his vulnerable state. Yet, the brutality of the Demon Clan dissuaded them from joining forces with such a faction. My current strength barely reaches 50% of its potential. Do you seek to overpower the weak? Qin Yun bellowed, gazing at the distant, indistinct figures. It was as if he were challenging them to come forth in unison. The two ancient saints, hearing his words, could not help but express their excitement. The supreme body had reached the pinnacle of strength, his lineage shrouded in mystery. Were it not for his current state of madness, they would have approached him with caution, even relying on their superior realms. However, hearing the supreme body's proclamation, their resolve solidified. Naively, you think you can alter our customary ways, but today, your demise is assured. The two ancient saints howled, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious as they sought to swiftly eliminate the supreme body to avert further disasters. Battle! Qin Yun roared, charging towards the heavens, the surrounding laws swirling with fervor. Instantly, the two sides clashed in a perilous melee, a collision of paths. Yet, as the battle raged, the ancient saints grew increasingly alarmed. For even in his madness, they found it challenging to suppress this semi-saint, feeling themselves being pushed back instead. Boom! Qin Yun, with fists that struck like a dragon, unleashed the secret of the Xing character before an ancient saint. The radiance of his punch shimmered, transforming into an eternal ray of calamity as he delivered a devastating blow. The ancient saint let out a mournful wail, sent sprawling as black blood gushed forth. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all rendered speechless. No one could have anticipated that the supreme body, in a state of madness, could possess such formidable combat prowess. The supreme body truly shone with extraordinary brilliance, a half-saint, ensnared in madness, yet able to contend against two ancient saints to this extent, evoked a tremor in the hearts of all. No one remained unaffected, their faces betraying sheer disbelief. Yet, this also confirmed that the supreme body had indeed reached a dead end. The more formidable it became, the more desperate its plight. Resembling a ferocious beast trapped in an inescapable abyss, left with no choice but to fight with utmost desperation. In this state, the supreme body unleashed its full power, which was only to be expected. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Amidst their astonishment, they discerned the profound despair of the supreme body at that moment. This was the final gamble, a culmination of all its strength. Though terrifying, it was sufficient to demonstrate that the supreme body had ventured to the brink of annihilation. A fleeting moment of brilliance, the last bloom. Chapter 66. The Supreme at the End of the Road Boom. The clash of titans reverberated through the heavens and earth, as billows of demonic energy swirled, obscuring the sun and casting vast shadows. The overwhelming force descended, capable of collapsing mountains and rivers. Everyone was struck dumb by the spectacle. This was a life-and-death struggle between saints, an event unseen for countless years, with a power that could obliterate the world, rendering it exceedingly perilous. The two ancient saints of the demon clan exhibited an unfathomable might. Their bizarre and cunning techniques, coupled with intricate and obscure incantations, left onlookers in awe. Qin Yun ultimately found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to madness, unable to contend with the two ancient demon saints. Suddenly, ripples erupted beneath his feet, and intricate patterns of Tao emerged, spreading across the void towards the distant sky. The secret of movement. A voice cried out from the crowd. It was unclear who the speaker was, but undoubtedly, they were a figure of great renown, alerting the two ancient demon saints. The most fearsome aspect of the supreme body lay in this variability. Although his strength was formidable, he was not invincible. It was his mastery of this divine technique that inspired trepidation. Should he escape, like a dragon returning to the sea, any attempts to hinder him would require careful consideration of the consequences. However, as the Tao patterns unfurled across the heavens, they were abruptly severed by a piercing cold light. Boom! A thunderous sound shattered the void, and two crimson beams of light appeared, piercing directly through Qin Yun's form with unparalleled speed. His white robe swayed perilously, and two gaping wounds appeared upon his chest, blood gushing forth, the divine blood of the supreme body illuminating the skies. Then, two more powerful figures, shrouded in dark energy, emerged within that realm. The crowd was rendered speechless. They had not anticipated such a hidden tactic from the ancient demon saints. The intent to slay the supreme body was not merely the work of two, but rather four ancient saints. The latter two were exceptionally adept at assassination, lying in wait amidst the heavens for this very moment. With such cunning maneuvering, the ancient demon saints had summoned four formidable entities. It seemed the supreme body was truly doomed this time. He was merely a half-saint, perhaps barely able to contend with a seasoned saint, let alone four. Furthermore, having already succumbed to madness and now suffering severe injuries, he found himself utterly powerless. Murmurs of dismay coursed through the crowd, as many faces displayed a mixture of pity and regret. The supreme body's overwhelming prowess had indeed instilled fear. Yet witnessing such a formidable prodigy cornered in a dire predicament evoked a collective sigh. A once-in-an-eternity genius. His brilliance was such that few could rival him throughout the annals of ancient history, yet now, he had fallen to such depths. The mightiest heroes often meet the most tragic ends, and the supreme body would be no exception. His demise now seemed inevitable. Many lamented softly. Boom. The four ancient demon saints stood at the four corners, encircling Qin Yun. A sinister energy surged around his body. At this juncture, the two wounds on his chest would not claim his life, yet the malevolent energy was lethal, eroding his flesh and threatening to extinguish his very essence. The terror of the demon clan cultivators manifests in their formidable soldiers, forged from the blood of living beings, specializing in assaulting the souls of practitioners with remarkable efficacy. The four ancient saints stood majestically in the heavens, finally revealing a hint of a smile. At this moment, victory was within their grasp. Surrender your struggle. I may allow you a complete corpse, for defeat is inevitable, no matter how you defy fate. One ancient saint sneered coldly. You wish to eradicate me entirely? Very well. Then let us both perish. Qin Yun declared solemnly. He remained silent, clad in white as pure as snow, his black hair billowing, etching fist imprints in the vast sky. The four ancient saints remained unfazed, their malice consuming them. By now, They had little faith that the supreme body could achieve anything further. However, moments later, the phenomena surrounding the supreme bones intensified beyond previous manifestations. In the boundless firmament, the towering figure of the ancient supreme seemed to awaken, his blood-red eyes brimming with battle intent, exuding overwhelming pressure. Boom! Qin Yun struck, shaking everyone to the core. No one could have anticipated that a cornered supreme could unleash such overwhelming force, daring to confront the four ancient saints head-on. Crash! The very fabric of the realm shattered as Qin Yun almost instantaneously appeared before one of the ancient saints. The sheer momentum sent shockwaves through the ancient saint's heart. This individual was the weakest among them, having barely withstood a punch from Qin Yun earlier, suffering irreparable damage. To now find himself targeted by the supreme body, appearing before him like a wraith, nearly sent his soul fleeing in terror. Without hesitation, he turned to retreat. Yet, despite Qin Yun's strength being suppressed, the secret technique was still a secret technique. He reappeared before the ancient saint in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a punch. Boom! The fist radiated light, producing a muffled sound as vast waves rippled like a waterfall, shaking the very mountains and rivers. Whoosh! A torrent of blood surged forth, staining the sky, as the ancient saint was obliterated on the spot, reduced to a mere puddle of blood, his remains scattered far and wide, without any doubt. Everyone was struck dumb by this scene, their scalps tingling, hearts trembling. No one could have imagined that a severely wounded, desperate supreme could still unleash such combat prowess. The phrase "let the fish die" and the net break was not mere bravado. Was this truly the supreme body? Its might had reached unparalleled heights. No humiliation could be tolerated by the supreme. Though he had not yet achieved full mastery, he already possessed an undeniable majesty. The crowd was in turmoil, none unaffected by the shock. An ancient saint, having labored for over a millennium to reach such heights, was reduced to blood and gore by a single punch. What an impactful spectacle. It was truly inconceivable how powerful the supreme body must be in its prime. All hearts quaked with tumultuous emotion. Even a cornered supreme should not be underestimated. He unleashed his full strength to swiftly annihilate his foes. The three ancient saints of the demon clan were momentarily taken aback, yet none of them were weaklings. They quickly regained their composure and immediately launched their attacks against the supreme body. The Black River materialized, embodying the divine will of an ancient sage. This individual had cultivated for a millennium, honing the art of mental assault. Such a technique is profoundly terrifying. The mind's essence is formless, capable of extinguishing life from a distance of 1,000 miles in an instant. Its destructive power is truly formidable. However, with a decisive strike, Qin Yun's fist shattered that boundless expanse into countless fragments. He then strode upon the turbulent waves, advancing directly into the heart of the ocean. Alas, yet another ancient sage has fallen, without exception. Having endured Qin Yun's blow, he was obliterated on the spot, reduced to mere remnants of flesh. Chapter 067. The abyss. The night was shrouded in darkness, yet the figure in white stood out with an extraordinary brilliance. Silence enveloped the world, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Another ancient sage had fallen, reduced to mere blood and flesh by a single blow. Such terrifying power was unfathomable. How could he still possess such combat prowess? Hearts trembled in confusion, as no one could comprehend this phenomenon. The supreme body, having plunged into madness, was severely wounded. The malevolent energy surged within, rendering him incapable of fully utilizing his secret techniques, leaving him in an almost debilitated state. Yet what lay before them was utterly inconceivable. In this weakened state, the supreme body still had the capacity to slay two ancient sages. In the night sky, the two ancient sages of the demon race stood resolute, refraining from making a move, their gazes fixated on the figure in white, their pupils filled with dread. This individual truly resembled an unfathomable abyss. Though visibly teetering on the brink of collapse, the power he unleashed still sent shivers down their spines. Having traversed countless life and death situations, these ancient sages were not easily intimidated. Yet, in the face of a critically injured half-saint, a deep-seated wariness took root in their hearts. With a sudden cough, Qin Yun finally faltered, his body swaying as he expelled another mouthful of divine blood, which glimmered ominously in the darkness. This served as a signal, reigniting the battle fervor within the two ancient sages. He was on the verge of collapse, and they resolved to strike together and eliminate him. The urgency to resolve the matter was palpable. The secrets surrounding the supreme body were far too numerous, and any delay would inevitably lead to turmoil. In unison, the two ancient sages voiced their conviction, and together they launched their assault. Boom. A crimson banner and a skeletal standard were simultaneously summoned, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that obscured the heavens. Countless demonic soldiers surged forth. Under the night sky, the firmament shimmered with shadows, as the wails of demonic souls filled the air, creating a deafening cacophony of despair. The cries intertwined, forming a chilling melody that knocked many to the ground, blood seeping from their orifices. In the distance, several prominent figures revealed expressions of alarm, promptly retreating while alerting the masses. This was the demonic banner, forged from the blood of living beings, exuding an aura of extreme danger that could obliterate souls. Despite the sage's immediate warning, many fell victim to the onslaught, their anguished cries resonating throughout the area. The arcane techniques of the demon race were thus, once unleashed, they wrought devastation upon the world akin to a hellish inferno. The sages furrowed their brows yet refrained from engaging. Such potent demonic secrets evoked a sense of trepidation even in them, as they specialized in targeting the primordial spirit. Few secrets of this nature existed in the world, and even fewer could withstand such onslaughts. No one possessed the confidence to counteract this demonic art. With a resigned sigh, the sages acknowledged the inevitability of the supreme body's demise. His fall was certain, and no surprises awaited. The wails echoed through the heavens, the demonic melody reverberating, filled with the chilling cries of tormented souls that shook the very essence of life, inflicting a profound anguish that felt as if it would tear one asunder. In the void, the figure in white swayed, continuously spitting blood. At this moment, a blood-red spear surged forth, piercing through his body and leaving a brilliant bloom of crimson upon his white robe. Die! The ancient demon lord cackled, shaking the blood-colored spear with the intent to obliterate him on the spot. The blood-stained white attire was a sight to behold. Yet at that instant, Qin Yun's eyes abruptly opened, the heavenly emperor's scripture activated, dispelling all methods against him. One force shatters myriad laws. The ancient demon lord, witnessing this scene, felt as though he had encountered a specter, his very being bristling in terror as he retreated frantically. But it was too late. In the fleeting moment he contemplated fleeing, a radiant iron fist hurtled towards him. Bang! The ancient lord, unable even to emit a cry of despair, was struck down in an instant, lifeless upon the ground. All were left in a stupor. The supreme body was extraordinarily unique, its lineage unparalleled and terrifying, impervious even to the demon clan's arcane techniques, capable of clarifying the mind and inflicting a heavy loss upon this ancient lord. In the blink of an eye, 3 ancient demon lords had perished, leaving the last one frozen in disbelief. Who could have envisioned such a conclusion? The 4 ancient lords, united, could easily have roamed unchecked, lying in wait for the supreme body to falter, having seemingly secured their victory. They had severely wounded the supreme body, gaining every advantage. Yet now, 3 of the 4 ancient lords were dead. Before them stood a being seemingly at the brink of collapse, yet exuding such formidable power. Each strike was earth-shattering, instilling fear and trepidation. How could one possibly engage? Without a moment's hesitation, despite Qin Yun's apparent weakened state, the ancient lord turned to retreat. This supreme body was too fearsome. The supreme must not be provoked. A cornered supreme is even more so. The fleeting brilliance of a moment, a brief blossoming, sent shivers through the heart. You shall not escape. However, Qin Yun's murderous intent was boundless. He employed the walking secret, appearing like a wisp of smoke in the far sky. The ancient lord's soul felt as if it had been cast into a void of terror. Spare my life, he cried out. An ancient figure, having lived for over a millennium, with a status of utmost nobility, now found himself begging Qin Yun, his invincible resolve shattered by the overwhelming might of this individual. Yet Qin Yun remained cold and merciless, advancing with the blood-red spear, piercing through the ancient lord's form and lifting him with a force that reduced him to a mist of blood. Holy blood filled the void. The world fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. All were frozen in place. The 4 ancient lords had perished, slain by the desperate supreme. How could this be possible? How could one individual possess such vast potential, teetering on the brink of death, yet capable of vanquishing 4 ancient lords? Everyone stood dumbfounded, the distant sovereign figures petrified in shock. They had intended to seize this opportunity to annihilate the supreme body. Yet now, the supreme body's overwhelming presence instilled fear in all, leaving them trembling, as if confronting an unfathomable abyss, the depths of his potential beyond comprehension. Such a supreme entity is utterly terrifying, having reached a dead end and prepared for a desperate struggle. Should a confrontation arise, if they fail to vanquish it, they will surely harbor deep resentment. Who else dares to challenge me? Standing resolutely in the void, Qin Yun gazed imperiously in all directions, proclaiming thus. His voice resonated like thunder, as if the very laws of the universe were echoing in harmony with him, causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. For ancient saints had perished, and the populace understood that this supreme being had entered a path of no return, regardless of who approached. They would surely pay a grievous price. The supreme must not be provoked, and a cornered supreme should be approached with utmost caution. The heavens and earth fell silent. Despite the presence of numerous sovereign figures, none dared to respond. With a single utterance, Qin Yun dismissed all would-be challengers as mere trifles, instilling doubt in the hearts of all who contemplated action. Chapter 68. The True Dragon's Archenemy. Gu Zhantian amidst the twinkling stars and the resplendent moonlit night. A figure clad in white swayed precariously in the void, as if on the brink of plummeting to the ground. An ominous aura enveloped him, and at that moment, a fresh bloom of crimson emerged from the corner of his mouth, strikingly vibrant and alarming. The supreme body was on the verge of annihilation. He was truly at his limit. This once illustrious youth, a supreme being whose brilliance had transcended the ages, shone brightly for but a fleeting moment. Yet his brief existence had the power to resonate throughout the annals of cultivation history. Now, however, he was destined to succumb here, marking an irreplaceable sorrow in the fabric of the universe. In the ethereal expanse, a murmur of lament echoed, perceptible to all. Everyone could sense the vitality of this formidable young supreme waning silently, approaching the end of his life. Suddenly, the white-clad figure unfurled, and beneath Qin Yun's feet, endless runes sprang forth, unfurling towards the horizon as he swiftly made his escape. However, his speed was noticeably diminished, far slower than during his prime. The supreme body sought to find his own burial site, a grand resting place for himself. Some discerned his intentions and immediately followed suit. The supreme body was replete with treasures. His blood and bones constituted rare divine materials, and people yearned to claim a share of his remains. Several mighty rulers also pursued him, not only coveting the supreme body's essence, but desiring to witness his demise firsthand. The supreme body was exceedingly powerful, harboring countless unparalleled legacies and secrets, inciting unease among the onlookers. No ruler could find peace without witnessing his death. "Should you wish to strike at me, come forth," Qin Yun proclaimed, sensing the gathering presence behind him. His voice resonated across the land, silencing all in attendance. Everyone halted, yet as the supreme body advanced, they resumed their pursuit, resembling a swarm of flies fixated on their prey. At this moment, unnoticed by anyone, a subtle smile crept across the corners of Qin Yun's lips. He proceeded steadily, step by step, towards Mount Tai. He had chosen this very place for his burial. A stir rose among the crowd. Some rulers were poised to act. Mount Tai was a forbidden zone, fraught with peril. Should the supreme body enter, it was unlikely they would ever find his remains again, prompting some rulers to attempt to impede him, seizing the opportunity for all that he represented. Yet, recalling the supreme body's formidable nature, a wave of trepidation washed over them. Though the youthful supreme had reached the twilight of his life, none could ascertain how much fighting spirit he still possessed. He was like an unfathomable abyss. When he struck, the earth trembled, and even ancient saints could not withstand his might. In such overwhelming strength, who would dare approach? Boom! At that very moment, a terrifying roar reverberated from the distant skies, akin to the thunderous charge of 1,000 armies. It was a magnificent ancient war chariot, thundering through the heavens, resonating with a grand sound. Upon this chariot stood an imposing figure, a supreme general, clad in golden armor. His long hair billowed behind him, and his blazing eyes, akin to boundless oceans, radiated a fearsome luminescence. As he stood atop the ancient war chariot, his presence was astonishing and extraordinarily potent. At the moment of his appearance, boundless wonders unfolded. Flashes of lightning and thunder resounded, accompanied by the echo of a dragon's roar, while several colossal dragon figures danced in the vast void. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, for the aura emanating from this individual was simply astonishing. It was not a deliberate display, but rather an embodiment of latent power, a manifestation of the potential of the Great Path. It was Gu Zhantian of the true dragon lineage. Among the throngs, some recognized the identity of the newcomer, and a wave of murmurs cascaded through the assembly. In an instant, the sea of people fell silent, their faces paling in unison. Gu Zhantian, could it truly be him, the new master of the true dragon lineage? Under the night sky, a few gentle sighs resonated. Gu Zhantian, true to his name, exuded an overwhelming force, holding immense prestige in this realm. Originating from the true dragon lineage, an ancient and illustrious clan that stands alongside the most venerable of families throughout history. Gu Zhantian's heritage is remarkable. Over countless eons, numerous masters who have reached the pinnacle of humanity emerged from the true dragon lineage. It is said that those of the true dragon lineage possess the blood of true dragons flowing within them, one of the most formidable physiques on earth, rivaling even that of the supreme bone. Beyond his illustrious background, Gu Zhantian is an exceptional prodigy, a rarity even within the true dragon lineage. He stands as one of the youngest ancient saints of today, having already matched the older generation centuries ago, demonstrating prowess on par with some of the supreme figures. Now, after several centuries, it is evident that Gu Zhantian has grown even stronger. His comprehension of the Great Path has reached unfathomable depths. To be acknowledged as the new master of the true dragon lineage is a testament to his formidable strength. Legends tell that the true dragon lineage is the sworn enemy of the supreme body. Eons ago, the two factions clashed repeatedly, each experiencing victories and defeats. However, as the supreme lineage gradually waned, the true dragon lineage emerged as the sole dominant force, a stark contrast to the past. The blood of the supreme body possesses miraculous effects on the true dragon bone, which explains why even Gu Zhantian would come forth. The crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment, their minds racing with ancient legends, their faces reflecting their disbelief. Gu Zhantian is undoubtedly a legendary sage, a hero of myth whose path to prominence is strewn with extraordinary deeds. The arrival of such a figure cast a shadow over many supreme beings, for it was clear that any aspirations to seize the blood and bones of the supreme body were utterly futile. Few dared to claim themselves as his rivals. At that moment, as Gu Zhantian manifested, Qin Yun felt the supreme bone within him involuntarily begin to radiate its own extraordinary effects. This transformation startled even Qin Yun himself. Is this the effect of a nemesis? He pondered, furrowing his brow. The so-called nemesis implies a profound karmic bond between the two. The instant the true dragon phenomenon revealed itself, his supreme bone responded, erupting with a surge of combat intent. Qin Yun understood that this was undoubtedly his nemesis, a significant obstacle on his path. Through the ages, the supreme and true dragon lineages have perpetually contended. Yet only one has emerged victorious. The rise and fall of families has remained a constant theme throughout the ages, existing in a delicate balance. However, in recent years, the once mighty supreme lineage has withered, while the true dragon lineage has ascended to unparalleled dominance. Now, the supreme lineage reemerges, facing an inevitable fate, to either vanquish the true dragon lineage or be utterly crushed beneath its might. This outcome seems destined. Some individuals, once they make their entrance, are left with an unyielding struggle, devoid of any contradictions. The term archenemy encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. Boom. The extraordinary manifestation of the Supreme once again reveals itself. As the grand river of the great Tao materializes, and a towering Supreme appears within the boundless void. With a gaze that surveys all beings, it radiates resplendent brilliance of the Tao, standing defiantly against the extraordinary phenomenon of the true dragon, splitting the infinite void in two. Chapter 069, Re-entering Mount Tai. Boom. The heavens and the earth resounded, and the ground trembled. Two divine bodies manifested, casting terrifying phenomena that obscured the sun and the moon, their radiance overwhelming, collapsing the sky. The celestial bodies became invisible, and the stars roared, shattering into fragments. A dreadful pressure descended, akin to the weight of the cosmos, creating a shocking wave that compelled many to their knees, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. A divine battle. Such a scene existed only in legends. In the most ancient epics, where two forces clashed in one of the most magnificent confrontations of that era, it was truly unexpected that this legendary divine conflict would extend to the present day. The confrontation between the Supreme Bone and the true Dragon Tao Bone was indeed a sight rarely witnessed throughout the ages. Many elders sighed, gazing at the spectacle before them, their hearts filled with infinite shock. This kind of confrontation resided solely in myth, recounted by the ancients and recorded in ancient texts, leaving people unable to fathom that this day would truly arrive. It was an eternal tableau, one that people understood would be hard to witness again in the future. A divine miracle deeply etched in their souls. Alas, the contemporary supreme body had not yet matured. Even at its zenith, it might not have been a match for ancient battle heaven, let alone now when it found itself at a dead end. Amidst the astonishment, a wave of regret swept through the crowd. Although both manifestations could stand against each other, it was clear that their strengths were not on the same level. Had the supreme body broken through to sainthood, perhaps this divine battle would have been extraordinarily spectacular, reverberating through the ages, but sadly. Such regret, sighs echoed through the void, for the supreme body was already a rarity in the world, perhaps never to rise again. People understood that they might never witness the clash of these two legendary physiques again. The last supreme was indeed a sorrowful fate. Upon the war chariot, ancient battle heaven's black hair danced wildly, his gaze fierce as he uttered a lament. It was neither mockery nor disdain, but rather a reflection on the circumstances. The two formidable physiques stood nearly equal in their standing within the universe. Witnessing the demise of the supreme body, ancient battle heaven could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. He understood all too well the arduous path for such a physique to grow. If one day, the lineage of the true dragon were to fade, and a being emerged millennia later, perhaps it would share this same sorrow. Regrettably, I cannot allow you to thrive. Our fates are destined for eternal conflict. Ancient battle heaven spoke little more, raising his hand to summon a massive halberd, pointing forward. Today, I shall drink your divine blood. Very well, I too shall drink your dragon blood. Qin Yun replied, his countenance pale, releasing a long howl that resonated with a sense of desolation. Boom! The battle erupted. No elaborate justification was needed. The two divine bodies were inherently incompatible, destined for a fight to the death. Swish! Ancient battle heaven charged forth with overwhelming force, wielding the halberd and striking downwards. Though his speed was not particularly swift, it contained an indescribable essence of the Tao, as if he were parting the heavens. The halberd descended, causing the void to shatter, as countless stars in the boundless cosmos fragmented, unable to withstand such tremendous pressure. Thud! Qin Yun, fierce and unyielding, unleashed the heavenly emperor fist to meet the oncoming challenge, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the very fabric of the universe to shatter. With stars exploding in the aftermath, all present stood in stunned silence. Ancient battle heaven was expected to be this formidable, yet the latent potential of the waning supreme body was still enough to instill a sense of dread in the hearts of many. It felt as though one had been transported back to the primordial ages, witnessing the clash of two great divine bodies. The supreme body, at its twilight, displayed such overwhelming might that it sent shivers through the onlookers. Many mighty leaders felt a flicker of relief at this moment, grateful they had not intervened. For the godly power unleashed by both ancient battle heaven and the supreme body was simply too terrifying. To engage would surely incur a heavy toll. A resounding roar echoed as the heavens and earth shook and the divine battle erupted. Both combatants possessed unparalleled physiques, being the pinnacle of prodigies, and this clash would undoubtedly reverberate across the realms. Yet, it was also evident that the supreme body was nearing its limit. Its once vibrant vitality was now nearly extinguished. Despite its fearsome offensive capabilities, its energy was waning, being overwhelmed by ancient battle heaven. The outcome was all but certain. The brilliant supreme body would ultimately meet its demise. A chorus of sighs filled the air, for all knew that the fate was sealed the moment ancient battle heaven had appeared. The fall of the supreme body had become inevitable. However, the supreme body's tenacity still astonished everyone as it dared to confront the mighty halberd without retreat, its white garb stained with blood, a sight both shocking and poignant. In this final battle, all would be elevated to a sublime climax, destined to conclude in a blaze of glory, marking the end of its legendary existence. Supreme body, you are no match for me. Choose to end your own life with dignity. Ancient battle heaven declared, proud and formidable, unwilling to strike down such a supreme body. With an imposing presence, he coldly proclaimed, a supreme at its twilight is a tragedy that ought not to exist. Cease your futile struggles. These words caused Qin Yun's brow to furrow slightly. Such an air of arrogance was all too familiar to him. Was this the hallmark of a transcendent prodigy? Without uttering a word, Qin Yun's white robes billowed as endless runes emerged beneath his feet, spreading forth into the distance. In an instant, he vanished. Moving towards Mount Tai, the supreme body aimed to enter the forbidden zone, seeking refuge within its dangers to protect its blood and bones. The crowd discerned the intent of the supreme body, their expressions shifting. Still resisting, still lost in delusion? Very well, I shall bring an end to your sorrowful existence. Ancient battle heaven murmured, as his war chariot roared to life, surging forward. The lineage of the true dragon, with its profound heritage, naturally possessed remarkable speed, enabling it to pursue Qin Yun. The two raced into the vast mountains, Mount Tai looming ahead. Suddenly, ancient battle heaven appeared silently, his gaze cold and merciless, as he struck down with his halberd. However, this blow met only empty air, as Qin Yun's speed surged unexpectedly, momentarily stunning ancient battle heaven. It was precisely during this lapse that Qin Yun managed to penetrate into Mount Tai. Supreme Body, do you truly believe that the life-restricting zone can safeguard you? Mount Tai, shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril, is a place where few dare to tread. Yet, against all odds, Guzhan Tian boldly pursued his path, delving deep into the heart of the mountain. Alas, the crowd, despite their hurried efforts, could not catch up to the two figures and halted at the mountain's threshold. This realm, a sanctuary of life and death, houses the tomb of the emperor, where few would dare to intrude. It is lamentable that they could not witness the demise of the supreme being with their own eyes. Standing at this juncture, the onlookers sighed in unison. The emperor is beyond reproach. In this sacred space, even the mere thought of divine intention is stifled, for such audacity would invoke the wrath of imperial authority, rendering all present blind to the unfolding events. Regardless of the circumstances, the supreme being shall not return. His already fragile existence stands no chance against Guzhan Tian's relentless pursuit. A generation's supremacy has ultimately dissipated into nothingness. A fleeting life, remarkable in the annals of cultivation, finds its conclusion upon Mount Tai, marking the end of a legendary journey. At the foot of the mountain, a chorus of lamentation arose among the gathered crowd. Meanwhile, within the mountain's depths, Qin Yun stood resolutely, gazing at the approaching Guzhan Tian with a hint of enigmatic amusement curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 070. The Great Escape. Atop the majestic Mount Tai, on an ancient jade platform, Qin Yun sat in serene contemplation, a subtle smile gracing his features. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, heralding the arrival of Guzhan Tian, whose formidable presence sent tremors through the very fabric of the world. He advanced with immense power, his gaze ablaze, his long hair billowing behind him, wielding a colossal halberd like a supreme war deity. Yet, upon seeing the smile that adorned Qin Yun's face, Guzhan Tian momentarily faltered, as if struck by a revelation. Have you finally come to terms with your fate, knowing you cannot escape? Guzhan Tian's voice, though low, resonated with a terrifying intensity capable of shattering stars. Sigh, as a descendant of the true dragon lineage, I have faced no worthy opponent since my emergence into this world. Yet, I am met today with the resurgence of a supreme body. Tragically, you are not my equal. With that, Guzhan Tian sheathed his halberd, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. End it yourself. I find no satisfaction in slaying you. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yun could not help but smile gently. Dear brother Gu, would you truly wish to witness my ascent? To traverse the world, how lonesome it is. I hope that one day you may stand against me. Yet, we both know this is impossible. You have suffered grievous injuries and will not survive beyond today. My purpose here is to harness your divine blood to aid me on my path to enlightenment. Guzhan Tian responded, to traverse the world does not imply invincibility, but rather dominion over one's realm. Indeed, Guzhan Tian was a name that echoed strength and valor, yet the might of the true dragon lineage rendered him nearly invulnerable. With few rivals existing in the same realm, his path, though marked by conquest, was tinged with solitude. The emergence of a supreme body stirred a sense of kinship within him. Lamentably, the current supreme body was at its end, compelling him to relinquish his pride and seize the blood and bones of the supreme body to prepare for future ascendance. Very well. I shall honor Brother Gu with a grand battle, Qin Yun proclaimed, his expression weary, yet a benign smile lingered upon his lips. What nonsense is this? Guzhan Tian exclaimed, bewildered and unwilling to engage further with the supreme body. He lunged forward with his halberd, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Yet in the next instant, he found himself immobilized. A mysterious and potent energy radiated from Qin Yun, as two esoteric patterns of the Tao intertwined silently, akin to the convergence of yin and yang, crafting an extraordinary trace of the Tao. The Jie Secrets activated simultaneously, amplifying the healing efficacy of the Jie character manifold, causing Qin Yun's injuries to vanish in an instant. Is this what you wish to witness, Brother Gu? Qin Yun smiled, appearing innocuous. At that moment, Guzhan Tian stood utterly stunned, nearly petrified, his mind reeling. He could perceive that Qin Yun's injuries had healed instantaneously, an astonishing feat that shattered his understanding of the possible. In his worldview, such grievous wounds could only be mended by the rarest of divine herbs, and even the presence of a celestial being would struggle to effect a cure. Yet the supreme body had regained its pinnacle in an instant. The Jie character secret. Guzhan Tian was left in disbelief, his mouth agape, his pupils dilated, staring incredulously at Qin Yun. When these three words were uttered, it became evident that he had already arrived at an answer within his heart. The obscure aura and intricate traces of the Tao were capable of delivering a profound spiritual impact that only the Nine Secrets could provide. No other mystical arts or divine powers could ever substitute for it. Yet, this revelation left Gu Zhantian in a state of shock. It is widely acknowledged that the Supreme Body harbors two of the Nine Secrets, the character secret and the action secret. The Nine Secrets have largely been lost to the annals of time, scattered across various locales, rendering most of them inaccessible. The ability to master even two of them is already beyond the comprehension of the common populace. However, Gu Zhantian could never have anticipated that the Supreme Body possessed mastery over three of these unparalleled secret techniques. How could this be possible? How could one individual wield three of the Nine Secrets? Even in the most ancient times, during the height of the Nine Secrets' prominence, it was inconceivable for such mastery to reside in a single person. Gu Zhantian's expression was one of astonishment, his large pupils filled with incredulity. He could not fathom the origins of the Supreme Body, nor could he dare to imagine the implications of possessing three of the Nine Secrets. Such a feat would echo throughout history. Who could possibly achieve it? Simultaneously, a profound doubt began to stir within him. The bearer of the character secret should not be significantly affected by such a grievous injury. Why then, did he feign a state of near death? Why had he come to Mount Tai, revealing everything before him? At that moment, Gu Zhantian, facing Qin Yun, found himself gripped by an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Qin Yun slowly rose, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, and smiled at the unusually pale Gu Zhantian. This was precisely what he desired. It was the only method he could conceive to sever the ambitions of the world's powerful and compel the two sisters of the Tang family to draw him into action. Only with the demise of the Supreme Body would the people abandon their intentions of forcing him into the limelight. A brilliant escape, suffering from madness and grievous wounds. All of it was by design. As for the necessity of slaying the four ancient saints of the demon race, it was all part of the act. Authenticity was paramount. After all, the fall of a supreme being could not be trivialized. The more formidable the Fade, the more convincing the performance. Thus, the narrative of the Supreme Body's desperate struggle against the four saints was crafted to leave a lingering sense of loss following its display of strength in the hearts of the people. Yet, from Qin Yun's perspective, this was still insufficient, lacking the necessary authenticity. Consequently, he provoked Gu Zhantian, leading him to the forbidden zone of Mount Tai. The emergence of Gu Zhantian rendered his death a foregone conclusion. After all, the true dragon lineage was on par with the Supreme Body, and even at its zenith, it would find it challenging to contend with Gu Zhantian, let alone the fallen Supreme. The forbidden zone concealed the gaze of the world. It was inconceivable that he could truly perish here. The life-forbidden zone, where the Emperor slumbers, is a realm that none dare to tread for countless ages. This land has harbored innumerable secrets. Likewise, it would allow him to escape, obscuring the truth of the Supreme Body's demise. You deliberately orchestrated this, drawing me here. After a moment of stunned silence, Gu Zhantian swiftly comprehended everything. After all, he had cultivated for several centuries. He was no mere child, and his mental acuity had reached a formidable level. In an instant, he grasped the intentions of the Supreme Body. Yet, this revelation also filled him with dread. The Supreme Body's scheme was undoubtedly a perilous gambit. The notion of becoming ensnared in one's own fervor is indeed true. And suffering severe setbacks under the onslaught of malevolent energy, while simultaneously endeavoring to vanquish four ancient saints, is an arduous task for him, let alone for a mere half-saint. How dare you take such a reckless risk? Ancient Battle Heaven felt a surge of trepidation. He understood the true might of the Supreme Body, which transcends mere strength, embodying boundless potential. It can be said that such extraordinary individuals possess an infinite future, rendering them unlikely to engage in reckless ventures. Yet, the Supreme Body dares to contrive such a scheme. What audacity! Even he felt a chill of fear at such a plan. You wish to invert the world's attention towards you through death. However, you have miscalculated one crucial step, and that is me. Ancient Battle Heaven declared, well aware that even he had become a pawn in the Supreme Body's game, igniting a fire of fury within him. Did you not say you would wait for my growth, Brother Gu? On the day I attain sanctity, I shall seek you out for a duel. Qin Yun replied with a smile. No, I shall end your life today. Ancient Battle Heaven asserted. All notions of loneliness after unchecked dominance and the solitude of encountering no worthy adversaries evaporated in an instant. The aura of the Supreme Body instilled an overwhelming dread within him, a legacy marked by the third of the Nine Secrets, both terrifying and mysterious. And such a scheme revealed a mind of formidable cunning. This was undoubtedly a formidable foe, extinguishing ancient battle heaven's belief in rivalry. He recognized that should such a being reach maturity, he would be crushed. If he did not seize this moment to eliminate him, the future would only bring endless regret. You are not my enemy. It would be better for you to end your own life. Yet, Qin Yun merely smiled faintly, returning the sentiment in kind. Chapter 071. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The words of the Supreme Body sent a tremor through Gu Zhantian, who then erupted into a series of booming laughter. Do you truly believe you can defy me? Our physiques stand side by side within the heavens and the earth, contending for millennia with no clear victor. Not to mention, I hold a significant advantage over you. How dare you speak so brazenly? Gu Zhantian's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with a terrifying penetrative quality that exuded an aura of dread and authority, shaking the very core of one's being. I brought you here for this very reason. Do you think I would reveal the 9 secrets before you without confidence in my ability to vanquish you? Qin Yun interjected, his voice equally thunderous, invoking a cacophony from the heavens. In 3 moves, I shall slay you. At this moment, Gu Zhantian was utterly incensed. A sage cannot be trifled with. Although the individual before him had once defied the heavens and challenged a saint, exhibiting an extraordinary audacity and strength, Gu Zhantian did not regard himself as an ordinary sage. To challenge him was a profound insult. He had always been the one to crush others, becoming their nightmare, and he would never allow himself to be overthrown. Boom! Gu Zhantian's entire being radiated divine light, his golden battle armor blinding to behold, resembling a war deity, forged from gold. His great halberd thundered, tearing through the firmament, embodying a force that threatened to split Qin Yun in two. Boom! Qin Yun met the attack with the Heavenly Emperor's fist, his form majestic and unmatched, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a deity. He surged forward, his fist echoing with thunder, the radiance of his strike splitting the sky, unleashing all his might. Dong! A tremendous shockwave rattled Mount Tai, causing this boundless sacred mountain to tremble violently. As an infinite radiance erupted from its depths, a manifestation of imperial prowess and Tao patterns ignited in a display of fearsome might. The earth quaked, the ripples extending for thousands of miles. Outside, all eyes were fixated anxiously, knowing they could not enter Mount Tai, yet sensing the monumental waves emanating from its depths. The populace understood that a cataclysmic battle was unfolding, a confrontation between the Supreme Body and the true Dragon Tao Body. However, they were equally astonished, believing the conflict should not have escalated to such intensity. The Supreme Body is indeed difficult to slay. It still possesses such formidable strength. Ultimately, it is a desperate struggle, unable to defy the heavens. Death is inevitable, merely a question of time. Whispers circulated. No one knew the true state of the battle, but they could surmise its general course, believing this tempest would soon be quelled. And indeed, as anticipated, the clash within Mount Tai concluded swiftly. Yet, it was Gu Zhantian who faced defeat. Gu Zhantian was sent reeling, his golden armor shattered by a single punch, blood pouring from his body. The might of the Supreme Body left him in utter disbelief, its destructive power astonishing him to the utmost. How could you possess such terrifying strength? Gu Zhantian was perplexed. Both beings shared comparable physiques, ranked among the pinnacle of existence. He held a significant advantage over Qin Yun, and even if he were to be bested, such a comprehensive defeat was unfathomable. The Supreme Bone is one of my advantages, but that is merely one facet. Do you think my ability to defy the heavens and challenge saints relies solely on the Supreme Body? Qin Yun spoke calmly, standing tall amidst the vast sky, and declared, "It is not my physique that defines my strength, but rather my essence. Even if I am not of the Supreme Body, I can still vanquish you." Such words left Gu Zhantian momentarily stunned. To regard a peak physique as inconsequential, what audacity! This was inconceivable. Gu Zhantian shouted in disbelief, unwilling to accept defeat, and once more charged forward, seeking to shatter the heart's demons before him. Yet, despair enveloped him entirely. Once again, a single punch sent him flying, nearly causing his true spirit to disintegrate, obliterating both form and essence. Why? Why? Gu Zhantian cried out, realizing he had lost, truly lost, without a hint of suspense. The person before him was terrifyingly formidable. A single blow was sufficient to dismantle everything he had. Gu Zhantian understood that even if given a second chance, the outcome would remain unchanged. The chasm between them was insurmountable, as if he had been but a half-saint, and the disparity was too vast to bridge. This left him in a state of bewilderment. Throughout his life, he had been invincible among his peers, even nurturing a profound sense of loneliness in his supremacy. He had always been the nightmare of others, Yet now he found himself facing the unimaginable, a defeat at the hands of a half-saint, casting a shadow over his heart. Gu Zhantian desperately sought to comprehend where he had faltered. "End it," Qin Yun said, offering no response, only speaking with tranquility. As he had stated, the supreme body was one of his advantages, yet not his sole asset. After mastering the secret texts, he had attained a terrifying enhancement through dual mysteries. Though his realm remained unchanged, his strength had evolved beyond recognition. Why? Why indeed? Gu Zhantian, unafraid of death, found himself ensnared by an insatiable curiosity, an obsession to uncover the truth behind his defeat. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun furrowed his brow. He could not reveal everything. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "My entire life has been devoted to arduous cultivation, which serves as the foundation of my invincibility." What? Gu Zhantian was utterly taken aback. This revelation was beyond his comprehension, a response that defied belief. The individual before him was so youthful. How could he have reached such heights solely through relentless toil? In that moment, Gu Zhantian's resolve began to crumble. Everything about this person shattered his understanding of cultivation and diminished his reverence for it. How can someone like you exist in this world? Gu Zhantian sighed deeply, resigning himself to his fate as he settled upon the stone platform, beginning his meditation. He recognized that he had met his match. The individual before him was overwhelmingly powerful and utterly unconquerable. As rivals, there was no possibility of escape. What secrets lie behind you? He mused. With a heavy sigh, the new master of the true dragon lineage sat in meditation, his fate sealed. In the end, only a profound sigh escaped his lips, filled with unending discontent and profound desolation. A life of strength concluded in such a manner, his brilliance extinguished upon encountering the supreme body. He had anticipated an overwhelming victory, viewing it as the lament of an unripe opponent. Yet he had not foreseen such a complete and utter defeat. To be vanquished by the heavens themselves, his very heart was on the verge of shattering. There is no greater sorrow than a deadened heart. Nothing compares to such despair. Chapter 072. The demise of the supreme body. Silence enveloped the heavens and the earth as the tumult within Mount Tai gradually subsided. Yet, within the hearts of the people, tumultuous waves surged forth. They understood that the great battle had reached its conclusion, though the scenes within Mount Tai remained shrouded from view. The profound sense of melancholy permeated the atmosphere. This was an extraordinary phenomenon that manifested with the fall of a prodigy who defied the heavens. A lamentation from the very fabric of the universe. The feeling of sorrow emanated from Mount Tai, sweeping across the vast expanse of the world. Indeed, the supreme body could not escape its fate of demise. The celestial signs heralded the passing of a remarkable being, now rendered naught but smoke and ash. How regrettable, indeed. At merely 20 years of age, he had accomplished an astounding array of miracles, reaching an unparalleled zenith. Although his life was fleeting, it was resplendent in its brilliance, and none in the future would be able to rival his legacy. Many faces bore expressions of grief as the heavens wept alongside them, the sorrow sinking deep into their souls. The more one challenged the heavens, the harsher their end. This generation's supreme body was a marvel. His fall was a tremendous loss. Had all aspects of the supreme body remained undisclosed? Who was he truly? What dreadful legacies coursed through his veins? Amidst the sorrow, the mysteries surrounding the supreme body resurfaced in the minds of the people. His identity and origins were shrouded in secrecy, a grand enigma that sparked curiosity akin to that which one might feel towards an emperor. Perhaps only Gu Zhantian held the key to all these mysteries. As the terminator of the supreme body, even if the latter had revealed nothing, Gu Zhantian would undoubtedly possess some knowledge. Such discussions circulated among the people. The monumental battle had conclusively ended with the death of the supreme body. While this incited a profound sense of compassion, it also elicited a measure of relief within their hearts. The prodigious figure could not endure. Without his demise, none could find solace. Yet, outside Mount Tai, no one chose to depart. They awaited Gu Zhantian's return, yearning to glean every detail of the supreme body from his lips. However, this was destined to remain unfulfilled. As days passed, the people continued to await Gu Zhantian. Had he absorbed the supreme divine blood and begun to confront challenges within the Forbidden Zone? Or had he ultimately acquired the secrets of the Qin character, venturing into the depths of Mount Tai? Such speculations arose within their minds, leaving a lingering sense of regret. They understood the likelihood of such possibilities. Mount Tai had always been enigmatic, and even the most formidable individuals dared not delve too deeply. Countless top-tier experts had perished within its confines over the ages. Only the supreme body, possessing the Qin character secret, could traverse it unimpeded. Gu Zhantian, exuding immense strength and confidence, was highly likely to have embarked on an exploration of Mount Tai after acquiring the Qin character secret. With these thoughts, many gradually departed, recognizing that it would be quite some time before Gu Zhantian reappeared. Whether to absorb the blood and bones of the supreme body or to explore Mount Tai was a task that could not be accomplished in haste. In the following days, tremors reverberated across the realms. The news of the demise of the supreme body sent shockwaves throughout all realms, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment and disbelief. How could such a formidable prodigy, who had just made a name for himself, vanish so abruptly? Was the supreme body truly dead? Could anyone lay eyes upon his lifeless form? Initially, this response ignited intense discussions among the populace. Due to the supreme body's overwhelming prowess, there was a palpable fear of unforeseen developments, a dread that this might simply be a case of misplaced hope. However, the answers that emerged gradually assuaged the collective anxiety. The supreme body had succumbed to madness, struck down by 4 ancient saints of the demonic race. In a display of sheer might, he had gravely wounded these 4 ancient beings before meeting his end. Ultimately, he entered Mount Tai, and although no one witnessed his demise firsthand, he faced the formidable enemy, ancient Battle Heaven, of the true dragon lineage. This narrative resonated with the masses, for the name Ancient Battle Heaven carried immense weight, both in terms of heritage and personal strength, devoid of any controversy. Additionally, many had borne witness to the grievous injuries sustained by the supreme body. The details were too vivid to dispute: madness, severe injury, and a final desperate counterattack. Every aspect of this tale rang with authenticity. His demise was inevitable. There could be no unforeseen circumstances. Ancient Battle Heaven stormed into Mount Tai with no intention of sparing him, ultimately heralding a celestial phenomenon, the fall of the Supreme Being. Upon receiving this information, the populace finally accepted the reality of the Supreme Body's demise, their anxious hearts gradually finding solace. Yet, simultaneously, soft sighs echoed throughout the lands. While the Supreme Body lived, he was regarded as a threat, with many wishing to personally strike him down. However, upon his passing, a profound sense of sorrow and lamentation arose within each heart. His overwhelming strength suggested that had he not perished so prematurely, his future achievements would have been unfathomable. In his brief existence, he illuminated the entire history of cultivation, a figure unmatched by any past or future. His death truly evokes profound grief. In the Hokkaido realm, an enchanting beauty shook her head gently, revealing a bittersweet smile as she sighed deeply. It seemed unlikely that such an extraordinary talent would grace the world again. On the ancient divine mountain, 2 elders poured wine in tribute. How dazzling he was, yet his brilliance fell into shadow, never to be encountered, never to be rivaled. This was a lamentable fate. The death of the Supreme Body is a sorrow for the heavens and the earth. In the western desert, the old monk in tattered robes found himself in the eastern lands, carrying a bundle as he stood beneath the vast sky, releasing a long wail. It is too late. Too late. Oh, young Supreme, why could you not wait for this humble monk? The old monk sighed deeply, standing amidst the elements, lamenting, "This child is fated to be beyond my reach, beyond my reach." The fall of the Supreme Body should have been a time of jubilation, a celebration across the realms. Yet, in stark contrast, many heroes fell into despondency, and countless extraordinary individuals were left heartbroken. Of course, there were those who genuinely rejoiced, and among the happiest were the youth from various domains. The Supreme Body is immortal. When will they ever have their day? A mere 20-year-old, scarcely considered part of the younger generation, merely a novice, yet his brilliance is overwhelmingly radiant, eclipsing all his youthful peers and even challenging the venerable figures of the past. During the reign of the Supreme Body, these prodigies, these divine beings, were reduced to a status inferior to that of mere dogs. They are not of the older generation and do not harbor any nostalgia. Instead, there is only a celebration, a clinking of cups and joyous revelry. Our era has arrived. With the demise of the Supreme Body, this universe will once again belong to us. Such voices resonate within the sacred lands and the ancient courts. Chapter 073. The chill of the Tang Manor. In the wake of a tumultuous change of dynasties, the once great Qin should have been plunged into a protracted turmoil. Its standing diminished. Yet, within mere days, everything reverted to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. The transition of a dynasty seemed as simple as merely changing a name or a sovereign. The reason for this remarkable continuity lay in the formidable influence wielded by Tang Guiyao, both in the military and among the populace, coupled with the power of the Supreme Body. Indeed, the current Defeng dynasty held a status that surpassed even that of the erstwhile Qin. Although this empress's strength had not yet reached the level of a sage, and was far from that of the illustrious Qianming Emperor, it was well known that a terrifying presence stood beside her, capable of defying the heavens and vanquishing the sacred. Who would dare to provoke such power? In the royal city, the grand palace loomed majestically amidst the void. Within its halls, the empress sat in serene contemplation, clad in resplendent imperial robes. Tang Guiyao exuded an air of majesty and sanctity, impervious to insult or desecration. Below her, ministers stood in a vast assembly, stretching far beyond sight. Your Majesty, the threat from Jiangzhou has been eradicated. Your Majesty, all taxes from the 6 lords have been waived. Your Majesty, the Dalan dynasty has sent gifts of homage. A chorus of voices echoed in the chamber. Observing the empress's commanding presence, many elder statesmen nodded in silent approval. The empress, as the sovereign of the nation, was expected to prioritize cultivation and bask in the tranquility of the world. However, this empress was different. Internally, she reduced taxes and fostered recovery. Externally, she vanquished foes and forged alliances. Her diligence, tax exemptions, and diplomatic outreach were indeed rare virtues, whether in her assertive foreign policy, her strategic maneuvers, or her compassion for the common folk. All of these qualities far exceeded those of her predecessor. Seated upon her throne, she radiated unparalleled authority, a presence that inspired genuine admiration rather than fear. In the hearts of the people, she resembled a deity, evoking reverence. Tang Guiyao approached state affairs with unwavering diligence, attending to every detail, great and small. Your Majesty, there is one more matter to address, a voice announced. The empress's commanding tone resonated through the hall. Rumors had circulated that the supreme body had perished at Mount Tai. As this proclamation echoed, a profound silence enveloped the chamber, a stillness akin to death. Observers noted that the once mighty empress, who had deftly governed the Defeng in mere days, now bore an expression of profound melancholy in her gaze. In an instant, she seemed petrified, her spirit waning, seated there devoid of the imposing presence she once commanded, stripped of her divine aura. The court adjourned. How much time passed? None could tell, until those 2 words escaped the empress's lips, laden with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Tang Guiyao moved forward, shedding her royal robes as she made her way toward the Tang family estate. She appeared almost numb, her eyes void of life. The news of the supreme body's demise at Mount Tai struck her like a thunderclap, threatening to shatter her very soul. This cannot be true. Tang Guiyao shook her head, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the Tang residence. When she returned to her chamber, she was met with the hysterics of Tang Yunli. The fall of the supreme body had sent shockwaves across the world. Though Tang Yunli was not fond of venturing outside, he had still heard of the turmoil. Is my elder brother truly dead? The bright young girl, no more than 16 or 17, gazed at her elder sister with a face marred by endless despair. No, it is impossible for him to be dead. He possesses the secret of the Qin character. No one in this world could hinder him. Tang Guiyao responded in a manner that bordered on the stoic. Indeed, he bore the secret of the Qin character, yet I have heard whispers that he fell into madness, severely wounded by demonic cultivators, and subsequently faced a formidable foe, perishing in the depths of Mount Tai. Tears shimmered in Tang Yunli's eyes. These are mere rumors. He cannot have fallen. Such strength your brother-in-law once claimed he would return. Tang Guiyao maintained her impassive demeanor, betraying little emotion. Are you still unwilling to accept the truth? Suddenly, Tang Yunli erupted with anger, a frenzy that was entirely uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. She had always been respectful and gentle, but today she was anything but. He will return. He cannot possibly be dead. Tang Guiyao regarded her younger sister, a flicker of anger emerging within her, a reflection of her own strength. Yet, Tang Yunli did not avert her gaze, meeting that piercing look head-on. You owe him. You will forever owe him. I once urged you to treat him kindly, but you refused to listen. Tang Yunli's voice was hoarse, akin to a wounded creature, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why could you not have treated him better? Why could you not have regarded him as family? He has always sheltered us, exerting every ounce of his strength. With that, Tang Yunli bowed her head and stumbled out into the world. Outside, the wind suddenly intensified, thunder rumbled with urgency, and rain poured down in torrents. A chill enveloped her. The raindrops were frigid. Tang Yunli ran without a clear destination, her body drenched as water streamed through her hair and trickled down her cheeks, staining her pristine dress. The rain mingled with her tears, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was sorrow or rainwater. With a sudden slip, the young girl fell, muddying herself as the earth splattered against her fair face. She had always cherished cleanliness, yet now she was unconcerned, appearing quite disheveled. Oh, she lay on the ground, voicelessly wailing, her hoarse cries escalating into loud sobs, her slender form trembling in the downpour. Brother. Tang Yunli curled up in the mud, resembling a forsaken creature. She no longer had a brother. He was gone forever. Brother, she murmured, surrendering to the rain, clutching her chest. For reasons unknown, it ached deeply, as if a piece of her had been severed. A profound emptiness enveloped her. The rain poured heavily, and the wind howled fiercely. The fierce wind rattled the windows, producing a jarring clamor. Tang Guiyao stood there, quietly gazing at the torrential rain. He will return, he promised, to reconcile with me, to provide an explanation. He cannot be dead. How could such a formidable person, possessing the secret of the written word, possibly have a rival? With this thought, Tang Guiyao smiled, the corners of her lips curling upward. The rumors are false. Yes, undoubtedly false. Yet, inexplicably, she felt something hot streaming down her cheeks. And as she reached up to touch her face, she discovered it was drenched in tears. In that moment, Tang Guiyao could no longer hold back. Silent sobs erupted, ultimately culminating in a torrent of tears. We are not yet separated. Grant me an explanation. Qin Yun, please return, she whispered softly, beseeching the heavens. Leaning against the window, her head bowed. Her tear-filled eyes blurred her vision, her lips trembled, and her soft cries were choked with emotion. As she wept, her body bent over in sorrow. Chapter 074. The path beneath my feet on a majestic peak of Mount Tai. Qin Yun sat, as the sun gradually intensified, cascading its radiant light upon the landscape, presenting an untouched beauty that was ineffably enchanting. With a deep exhale, Qin Yun experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. The supreme body had perished, and now he could finally cultivate in peace, unencumbered by the constraints imposed by the Tang sisters. Nor would he be plagued by the incessant troubles brought about by the world's gaze upon him. Henceforth, he would soar freely like a bird in the sky and leap like a fish in the vast ocean. Under the sun's warm embrace, a faint smile graced Qin Yun's lips. Clad in white as pure as snow, his features were strikingly handsome and remarkably refined. Yet, he pondered silently. How long could this blissful state endure? He could only hope that Tang Guiyao would not hasten to remarry. Reclining upon the peak, he murmured softly. Although his death had been announced, the bond of marriage still lingered, for he had not truly perished. As long as Tang Guiyao remained unmarried, the system would not dissipate, and he would continue to receive uninterrupted rewards. However, it was likely that the proud woman would not rush into matrimony, for her lofty aspirations and exceptional standards left few suitors in her esteem worthy of being chosen as a husband. At the very least, the prospect of her marrying within the next few years, or even decades, seemed improbable. For Qin Yun, this was more than sufficient. There was no need for years or decades. Perhaps in just a year or two, he could ascend to an astonishing level of power. By that time, he might not need to rely on any external assistance. At present, the most pressing concern was to select an appropriate sanctuary for seclusion. Qin Yun murmured to himself as he gazed towards Mount Tai. This land, though historically not devoid of explorers, was fraught with peril, a veritable zone of death. If he could utilize the secret of the walking character and venture to the deepest recesses of Mount Tai, it would undoubtedly serve as an ideal refuge, with the mountain's dangers acting as a protective barrier. Yet, upon contemplating this, Qin Yun shook his head. The aura of Mount Tai was overwhelmingly daunting, reminiscent of an emperor's tomb. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but within this terrain, he consistently sensed an ominous presence, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. This sensation was unsettling, and its origins were elusive. Nevertheless, having reached his current state, a cultivator's perception was acutely refined, akin to a premonition or omen. After deliberation, Qin Yun ultimately decided to depart from Mount Tai. Rising with a smile, he uttered 2 words, I leave. Casting a glance towards the direction of the Great Wind Dynasty, he imagined that the young girl would be heartbroken at this moment. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. In comparison to the looming threat of universal enmity, sorrow was but a trifling and inconsequential price to pay. It would eventually pass. The path ahead was vast and uncertain. What could ever be eternal? Even the most profound moments were merely fleeting vistas along the journey of life. And when measured against the length of existence, such ephemeral landscapes were insignificant. Time, after all, has the power to dilute all. I merely hope that one day in the future, when I stand before you, dear sister, you will still address me as your elder brother. These murmured words linger in the air, and with a resolute heart, Qin Yun turns away, traversing the void. In the realm of the true dragon, the vast ocean stretches endlessly, with scant land amidst the boundless waters. Countless beings reside within this maritime expanse. Beneath the surface lies an ancient palace of unmatched grandeur. Adorned with intricately carved dragon-headed stone statues, its walls are etched with the forms of colossal dragons, exuding an ancient charm steeped in the passage of time. It stands as a dragon palace, enduring for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, within the palace, a venerable elder radiates an aura of authority, his expression ablaze with fury. Where has Zhang Tian vanished to? Why has not a whisper of news reached us? Even if he intended to venture into the forbidden zone, he ought to have consulted us first. How dare he act so recklessly? The elder's wrath reverberates, shaking the ancient palace. His voice possesses a terrifying resonance, capable of shattering stars, echoing like that of a deity. All present bow their heads, daunted by the elder's fury. The clan leader reflects. Zhang Tian has always been proud and arrogant. Having severed his supreme body and obtained the secret of Xing, he must have ventured into the forbidden zone. For he has long harbored such intentions. There is no need for concern. With the secret of Xing in his possession, he should encounter no misfortune. Perhaps his delay in returning indicates he has found numerous opportunities within the forbidden zone. An elder with a long beard trailing to the ground speaks softly. No. The clan leader shakes his head, worry flickering in his weathered eyes. For reasons unknown, I feel an unsettling anxiety. Just last night, I dreamt a vivid dream of Zhang Tian, witnessing his fall upon Mount Tai, unable to close his eyes in death. Such words leave all present in stunned silence. Cultivators, after all, require no sleep. At such a level, the sixth sense and dreams often harbor profound omens. Is Zhang Tian truly dead? They ponder, only to shake their heads in disbelief. This is utterly impossible. How could a cornered supreme threaten our new master? Elder clan leader, you are overly concerned. Zhang Tian is imbued with boundless fortune and will surely come to no harm, one elder advises. Perhaps, the elder concedes. Yet his gaze scans the surroundings as he coldly commands, investigate. Spare no effort. Even if it means entering Mount Tai, we must locate Zhang Tian. Until I see him, my heart remains restless. What path should I take now? After leaving Mount Tai, gazing upon the limitless world, Qin Yun is enveloped in a profound sense of uncertainty. This world is vast, immensely so without bounds. The cosmos is divided into myriad realms, and the Great Wind Dynasty, along with the land beneath his feet, is but one domain among many. Qin Yun pressed onward, yet with each step forward, he found himself increasingly adrift. This world, to him, offered little in the way of belonging. After departing from the Tang family, he truly felt as though he had lost his way. He pondered, where does the path lie? The path lies beneath my feet. I ought not to be entangled by the outcome or preoccupied with my destination. The beauty resides in the journey itself. Qin Yun mused, and in this contemplation, his spirit became clear. He ceased to concern himself with where he was headed. Instead, he embraced wherever his feet might take him. He sought to behold the splendid wonders of the world and to experience the limitless vistas of the realm of cultivation. After altering his perspective, indeed, his soul became considerably more ethereal. Chapter 075. In the realm of the 9 provinces with a heart full of resolve, Qin Yun journeyed westward, embracing the philosophy of moving forward without questioning the future. He sought to observe and appreciate the world, reveling in its breathtaking landscapes. Along the way, he often reflected on the ancients of his previous life, understanding their fondness for wandering through mountains and rivers. The marvels of nature and the wonders of the universe indeed inspire tranquility and captivation. The world is vast, with each realm presenting a unique and boundless scenery. As Qin Yun navigated rivers and ascended mountains, he experienced an unprecedented sense of serenity. Ding! On the 90th day of marriage, reward, 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Ding! On the 100th day of marriage, reward, 2,000 years of arduous cultivation. On the 100th day of his marriage, Qin Yun arrived at a domain, standing atop a snowy peak. The accumulation of his cultivation during these days had finally led him to the perfection of the laws, achieving the state of sainthood. Sainthood. This marks a significant milestone for any cultivator. Yet, Qin Yun's ascent to this state was devoid of any tumult. It was a natural progression, akin to water flowing effortlessly to its destination. He felt little excitement or joy, for his recent travels had fostered a peculiar transformation within his heart. Standing at the summit, he observed the swirling winds and the rising and setting sun, with the vast expanse of land beneath him. His understanding of the Tao underwent an imperceptible metamorphosis. This shift in his mindset, while unrelated to strength, was intricately connected to the Tao. In that moment, Qin Yun realized that his comprehension of the Tao had become increasingly profound. For a long time, he had lacked a certain insight into the Tao, But now, his journeys had filled that void. After attaining sainthood, Qin Yun continued onward. Ding. On the 120th day of marriage, reward, a layer of fist intent. By a river, Qin Yun transformed into an elderly figure, fishing in the rain. The arrival of this layer of fist intent, upon absorption, further refined his understanding of the Tao. The Tao, much like the realms of cultivation, possesses distinct levels, yet lacks a definitive upper limit. With each enhancement, his strength underwent a profound transformation. At this juncture, few in the world could rival Qin Yun's understanding of the Tao, as the paths of Tao comprehension and personal cultivation are entirely separate, with few dedicating themselves to this pursuit. Ding. On the 130th day of marriage. Reward, a fragment of the law. Laws are the key to attaining sainthood and ascending to a higher state of being. The realm of saints is likewise divided into 9 tiers, each representing a significant distinction, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The intricacies of the cosmos make the laws elusive. Yet, this fragment of law surged into Qin Yun's being, enhancing his great path. Lines of law and order emerged within his sea of Tao, intertwining with the heavens and the earth. In that moment, he was able to connect with the world around him through the laws contained within his body, commanding the forces of nature with a mere gesture. The strength of a saint lies in this very capability. In the vast expanse of existence, the living beings are ultimately insignificant in the eyes of the cosmos. It is only upon entering the sacred realm that one can transform into the Tao, becoming a world unto itself. This explains why, throughout the ages, few prodigies have dared to challenge the divine or confront the sanctified. Once a sage ascends to the 9th heaven, they attain mastery over the powers of this realm to an extraordinary degree. Presently, Qin Yun has merely begun his journey. A fragment of law has augmented the order of laws within him by nearly 100, thereby elevating his realm to the 3rd stage of sagehood. The 9th stage of sagehood is not far from reach. Qin Yun reflects on the realms that follow sagehood. Beyond the sage, there exists the sage king. And beyond the sage king, the great sage. The great sage epitomizes the consummation of the sacred realm, representing the pinnacle of sanctity. Further transformation leads to the imperial realm, the realm of the quasi-emperor. Such individuals are exceedingly rare throughout the eons, and once they step into this realm, they are destined to be inscribed in the annals of cultivation history due to the immense difficulty of such an achievement. Perhaps only one emerges every few epochs. The supreme being at this stage is essentially a formidable quasi-emperor. Upon reaching this juncture, one is not merely a ruler of this realm, they are nearly unrivaled. Beyond the quasi-emperor lies the great emperor, representing the culmination of human cultivation and an undisputed sovereign of the universe. Such beings possess an overwhelming might, bordering on omnipotence. Yet their sole shortcoming is the difficulty of attaining longevity. The path of cultivation is endless, and true longevity remains the eternal aspiration. The journey is forged by human endeavor. Yet few can achieve immortality. The ancient texts declare that those who attain such longevity are deemed immortals. Upon entering the sage realm, Qin Yun has begun to grasp the profound mysteries of advanced cultivation, feeling the weight of responsibility upon him and refraining from becoming complacent. This world is vast, teeming with unknown masters. He recognizes the necessity of further deepening his understanding. Qin Yun murmurs to himself as he continues onward. Along his path, he has encountered myriad landscapes, each imbued with the essence of natural Tao and the principles of the grand Tao. However, he has also witnessed an abundance of slaughter. The realm of cultivation possesses an undeniable beauty, one that is ineffably exquisite, yet atrocities and bloodshed are equally unimaginable. Life is as trivial as grass, with the weak reduced to mere ants. In this world, there exists little need for survival laws. Strength reigns supreme, and the mighty command respect. Slaughter and rivalry perpetually unfold along his journey. Whether traversing ancient celestial paths or the sanctified lands of deities, wherever life exists, so too does bloodshed. Qin Yun observes, but does not halt his stride, continually seeking the tranquility that belongs to him. On one particular day, he unexpectedly arrives at a remarkably peculiar domain known as the 9 Provinces. The name evokes a sense of familiarity within Qin Yun. This domain is extraordinary because he encounters an abundance of mortals. The common folk almost dominate this realm, occupying the majority, their presence evident across mountains and plains alike. This revelation brings a glimmer of surprise to Qin Yun's countenance. In truth, mortals are not uncommon. They exist in great Qian, albeit in scarce numbers. As most people are cultivators, this pattern is consistent across various locales. Due to the environment, it is ill-suited for mortals to dwell, In this realm, the status of mortals is inconceivably feeble, akin to that of an ant. Yet, astonishingly, this domain is inhabited by an abundance of mortals, resembling a primordial land of humanity. Qin Yun descended from the starry expanse, landing upon this vast earth to observe and contemplate. Although mortals are frail, conflicts are seldom witnessed. The populace is predominantly amiable, embodying the intricacies of human relationships and the vicissitudes of emotion. This place resembles an enlarged version of the quaint village where Qin Yun once resided. Perhaps it is time for a pause, Qin Yun mused softly. Throughout his journey, he has experienced boundless vistas and infinite beauty. However, he does not intend to halt, merely to behold. Yet here among mortals, he discovers a profound tranquility of the soul, a sensation that brings comfort and evokes an inexplicable sense of belonging. Chapter 76. The Secret of the Nine Mysteries. Wandering across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, one becomes enveloped in an ethereal aura of spiritual energy. This realm, in comparison to others, boasts a richness of vitality that is unparalleled. Yet, it is rare to encounter eminent cultivators or the traces of sects and traditions. Here lies a paradise for mortals, where they engage in hunting, farming, and nurturing life, a rare glimpse into the mundane world. However, as Qin Yun traverses this land, he is confronted with violence. Although mortals are not inclined to strife, they fall prey to the onslaught of demonic beings and voracious monsters. The brutality is stark. One demon can annihilate hundreds of villages, and a single beast can claim thousands of lives. Witnessing such scenes, Qin Yun's brow furrows in contemplation. The human race is the most populous group in this world, with mortals comprising the vast majority. This raises a question in his mind. Why is there an absence of powerful guardians among the human race to protect these innocents? It is worth noting that many cultivators of the human lineage have emerged, some even establishing sacred lands and ancient dynasties, achieving remarkable feats. Why then have they abandoned these mortals to their fate? As he journeys onward, Qin Yun encounters an abundance of injustice and slaughter. Each time he witnesses such atrocities, he chooses to intervene. Yet, the sheer volume of violence is overwhelming. One person's strength is ultimately limited. The inherent weakness of the human race is a fundamental sin. He is but one individual, destined to be unable to effect any significant change. As he continues his path, Qin Yun eventually arrives at the summit of a mountain, where an ancient temple stands resolutely. It is neither grand nor opulent. Rather, it resembles a modest shrine, solitary atop the peak, characterized by its simplicity. The walls are constructed of earth and stone, bearing the scars of time, as if they might crumble at any moment. Yet, the inscription upon the temple sends a jolt through Qin Yun's very soul, ancestral temple of the human race. These 4 characters strike like thunderbolts against his spirit. The significance of ancestral temple is profound, especially for the human lineage, which comprises the majority of the world's population, nearly 70%. Cultivators are human, sovereigns are human, and so too are mortals. The implications of the phrase ancestral temple of the human race are staggering. Yet, this ancient edifice appears so weathered and humble. Could it be that the 9 provinces truly represent the birthplace of humanity, hence the presence of such a temple? Qin Yun's thoughts drift to ancient Chinese legends. The term 9 provinces carries great weight, symbolizing the earliest roots of humanity. The ancestral temple, steeped in the essence of time, eludes precise dating or origin. Gazing upon the ancient structure, Qin Yun senses traces of fortune intertwined with the human race. Indeed, every sacred land, every ancient dynasty, every tradition and race possesses its own fortune, and here, amidst this ancestral temple, lies the fortune of humanity itself. It is abundant yet ephemeral, hovering between the temple and the peak, difficult to materialize. Contemplating this, Qin Yun feels an overwhelming desire to enter the ancestral temple of the human race and glimpse its secrets. However, as he stood before the ancient temple, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. The will of the realm of humanity? A shift occurred in Qin Yun's heart, prompting an immediate decision to retreat. He harbored a foreboding intuition that should he dare to push open the grand doors of that ancestral temple, calamity would surely ensue. It was a pressure emanating from the realm of humanity, a force akin to the will of heaven and earth, truly terrifying. The vast lands of Zheozhou were anything but ordinary. The dilapidated ancestral temple harbored the essence of humanity's will. Qin Yun sighed, abandoning his curiosity, and left the nameless peak. Subsequently, he chose to seclude himself within the lands of Zheozhou. The strong presence of humanity here instilled in him a sense of belonging, prompting his decision to withdraw from the world. As for the tribulations and bloodshed faced by the human race, Qin Yun had witnessed far too much, leading to a gradual desensitization. He realized he could effect no change. The strength of one individual was ultimately limited, and what could he possibly achieve? Furthermore, he had traversed from another realm, and he was no longer an ordinary person. He was a cultivator, a sage. And although the memories of his past were deeply etched in his mind, this place was no longer that world. Out of sight, out of mind. Thus, Qin Yun secluded himself deep within the mountains, constructing a thatched cottage, leading a life of seclusion. He transformed into an ordinary person of the mortal realm, suppressing his cultivation to the qi refining stage, which corresponded with his current age. Without resources for cultivation or a lineage to guide him, even those with a modicum of talent found themselves still within this domain. Presenting himself in his true form, aside from suppressing his cultivation, he made no further alterations. One day, after 140 days of marriage, he received a reward, the Jie Zi Secret. Life in the secluded mountains was serene, and Qin Yun chose a spot by a small stream, surrounded by mountains and water, spending his days sipping tea and fishing, enjoying a tranquil yet joyful existence. On this particular day, he acquired the fourth secret of the 9 secrets, the Jie Zi Secret. The Jie Zi Secret, also known as the battle victory technique, is, as its name suggests, centered around offense. It is an extremely powerful offensive treasure technique that can evolve all means and all offensive divine abilities. To master the Jie Zi Secret is akin to becoming proficient in a multitude of techniques. It embodies the essence of change, with the essence being the very core of the Jie Zi Secret. Though the Heavenly Emperor Fist possesses a domineering and fierce approach, it is somewhat monotonous. The Jie Zi Secret compensates for the deficiencies in my offensive style. Furthermore, possessing this secret technique allows for better concealment of my identity. Even when I act, I need not fear exposure. Qin Yun murmured, reflecting on this. Should he master the Jie Zi Secret, he could transform his fist intent into the intent of any domain, be it sword intent, blade intent, spear intent, and so forth. The strength of the Jie Zi Secret lies herein. It is an ultimate offensive divine art, and once one grasps its fundamentals, one can achieve boundless transformations. Previously, any action he took would inevitably reveal his fist intent. The moment the Heavenly Emperor Fist was unleashed, its fierce and domineering essence was nearly impossible to conceal. However, with the presence of the Jie Zi Secret, he can strike without restraining himself, remaining unnoticed by others. Absorb. Thus, Qin Yun began to comprehend the fourth secret of the 9 secrets. This revelation is profoundly astonishing. Throughout history, those who have practiced any one of the 9 secrets have gained immense renown. Mastering 2 secrets is sufficient to overturn conventional perspectives, let alone 4. It can be said that, throughout history, no individual has ever possessed all 4 of the 9 secrets. Qin Yun has now grasped nearly half of the 9 mystical arts, and the path to uniting the 9 secrets and achieving invincibility in the world is no longer far off. Chapter 77. The Old Beggar in the Mountains. After practicing the Jie Zi Secret, Qin Yun experienced a formidable enhancement in his 3 secrets of Sheng, Jie, and Jia. The improvement in the Jie character secret was particularly pronounced, amplifying effects up to 15-fold, reaching a truly terrifying level. Ding. On the 150th day of marriage, reward, a piece of enlightenment tea. Ding. On the 160th day of marriage, reward, a vial of divine liquid. As he progressed further in his cultivation, the intensity of his arduous training began to wane, and the system aptly provided Qin Yun with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, allowing his cultivation speed to steadily advance. Nearly a month later, his strength ascended from the 3rd layer of the sage realm to the 5th layer. Although the pace was slow, it was consistently progressive. However, compared to his previous state, anyone before him would be utterly crushed. In the sage realm, how many can break through to the next layer without a century of tempering and accumulation? If I can reach the Sage King realm, I shall roam freely. If I attain the great sage realm, I shall be truly unrestrained. Qin Yun murmured softly. In this world, ancient traditions abound, far surpassing holy lands and ancient dynasties, with a depth that is astonishingly profound. Among these ancient traditions, the mightiest warriors are the sage kings and great sages. This is an era devoid of emperors. One cannot even hear of a quasi-emperor. The title of great sage has now become a modest aspiration for him. The journey ahead is long and arduous. The sun shone brightly, casting golden rays into the valley, where the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers created a serene atmosphere. Qin Yun reclined in a chaise lounge, basking in the sunlight while sipping tea, a fishing rod in his right hand. Before long, the rod quivered slightly. and he pulled upward with vigor. A magnificent golden carp leapt into the air. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Qin Yun's face, a genuine smile. The joy of a fisherman that few can truly comprehend. My young friend, today's catch is quite substantial. An elderly voice resonated from above the valley. Looking up, he saw a white-haired old man clad in simple garments, with firewood on his back and an axe in hand, gazing at Qin Yun with a beaming smile. This man was a neighbor of Qin Yun's. In this remote mountain, where human presence is scarce, Qin Yun had only met the elder after residing there for half a month. Like him, the old man was also a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, living a secluded life. My young friend, I must say, at such a young age, why do you not focus on your cultivation? You seem languid and lacking in vitality. If you were to apply yourself diligently, in a few decades, you could become a venerable ancestor of the foundation establishment. Would that not be delightful? The elder lectured, leisurely descending the small path from the valley above. With an ancient air about him, he radiated an aura of decline, a testament to his waning days. The hardest truth to disguise is age. The marks left by time are indelible. Limited by my innate talents, my qualifications are insufficient, Qin Yun replied. It is not that I lack the will to strive. Rather, I find myself devoid of the qualifications, Qin Yun remarked with a wry smile. The elder's name was unknown to Qin Yun, and given the elder's choice to live in seclusion, Qin Yun had not inquired further. The two had always addressed each other as old friend and young friend. Being both practitioners residing in this mountainous region, they had encountered one another several times and had thus grown familiar, forming a bond akin to that of elder and youth. Interestingly, this elder was not merely a foundation-building ancestor, but, in fact, a genuine sage. Qin Yun, possessing the secret of the, could detect any fluctuation of breath. And although the elder endeavored to conceal and suppress his true essence, it was impossible to evade Qin Yun's discerning gaze. In the realm of cultivation, a sage holds a significant position, and such beings are exceedingly rare in the mortal realm. Initially, upon meeting this elder, Qin Yun harbored suspicions and maintained a degree of vigilance. However, upon realizing the elder bore no ill intentions, he relaxed his guard. A sage, dwelling in obscurity, masquerading as a foundation-building elder to avoid attracting attention? And here he was, another sage, concealing his true identity as a chi-refining practitioner in a similar pursuit of discretion. One cannot help but acknowledge the serendipity of their meeting, two souls entwined in the pursuit of survival. Thus, Qin Yun found joy in listening to the elder's teachings. Quietly observing the performance of this foundation-building ancestor, it provided a welcome distraction from the tedium that often accompanied life in the mountains. Ah, indeed. Your innate talent does seem somewhat lacking, the elder remarked bluntly, reflecting the superiority one might expect of a foundation-building ancestor. A sage, having traversed countless years and witnessed myriad prodigies, would hardly regard Qin Yun, a mere chi-refining novice, with esteem. Nevertheless, this was not meant as disparagement, but rather as playful banter between friends. In the valley, the elder settled onto a stone, casually picking up his battered axe, propping his leg upon the other, and tending to his unkempt feet. Would you like some firewood, young friend? He inquired, eyeing the golden carp Qin Yun had caught. Let us share a meal, Qin Yun generously invited. The elderly beggar's delight was palpable. Rest assured, I shan't take advantage of you, young cultivator, the elder chuckled, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. From his basket, he extracted 2 splintered pieces of wood. Frugal, unkempt, and somewhat boastful, this was the image of the old man. Were it not for Qin Yun's possession of the secret, who would ever suspect that this seemingly unremarkable figure was a sage? Qin Yun silently watched his antics. Choosing not to expose the truth, he mused to himself, let him play his part. Who could outshine him in this charade? Life in the valley was remarkably tranquil. Collecting rewards, enhancing his cultivation, basking in the sun, and fishing comprised Qin Yun's daily routine. Occasionally, the woodcutter would visit his valley. Though the mountain life was pleasant, it could also grow tiresome, and Qin Yun was quite content to listen to the elder boast daily. Underneath a grand waterfall, Qin Yun practiced swordplay, his bare arms glistening in the sunlight. His sword forms were slow, with peculiar movements, exuding an unremarkable simplicity. This was a sword technique, a recent acquisition of Qin Yun's endeavors. He intends to delve deeply into the art of kendo, for after mastering the secret of the Dao technique, he can entirely utilize the essence of his fists as if they were the spirit of the sword, focusing on offensive prowess, which greatly appeals to Qin Yun. Should the day arise when he is compelled to take action, this skill would serve to conceal his identity, preventing the world from associating him with the supreme body. With leisure time at hand, it is the perfect opportunity for practice. My young friend, Why does your swordplay send chills down my spine, leaving me with goosebumps? The woodcutter, who had come here seeking a meal, was taken aback by the scene before him. A product of an exceptional system, this swordplay is indeed formidable to the highest degree. The concept of returning to simplicity could not be more fitting. Initially, even Qin Yun nearly mistook it for a rudimentary technique due to its seemingly mundane nature. Yet the deeper one delves, the more one can appreciate the exquisite beauty of pure swordsmanship. The woodcutter, being a sage, naturally discerned certain nuances from Qin Yun's peculiar movements. Yesterday's idle reflections have brought me to this understanding. Teach me, that I may offer you some guidance. The old man, unabashed, continued. The art is not to be shared lightly. I shall exchange my swordplay for yours. Chapter 078. Sufficiently low-key in response to the swordsmanship proposed by the woodcutter, Qin Yun naturally remained indifferent. Not only was he a venerable Foundation establishment ancestor, but even if he were to reveal profound sword techniques, Qin Yun would still lack interest. I must say, you truly are a stubborn fool, he remarked. Behold, this set of sword techniques is unparalleled. The woodcutter sought to conquer Qin Yun through sheer prowess. Before Qin Yun could utter a word, the elder promptly demonstrated his skills. Clutching a tattered axe, he advanced. Clad in coarse linen garments that made him appear as a disheveled beggar, his filthy silver hair billowing in the wind. With the axe in hand, he looked somewhat comical. Yet, inexplicably, there was an ethereal quality to his movements. His techniques were swift and incisive, devoid of any superfluous motions, each action flowing naturally, as if illustrating the principles of the great Tao in motion. Saintly swordsmanship? Qin Yun furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. This old beggar had concealed himself to the utmost, masquerading as a Foundation establishment ancestor, yet here he was, inexplicably revealing a set of saintly sword techniques. Did he truly wish to exchange his swordsmanship for mine? Qin Yun shook his head, unable to decipher the elder's intentions. His own sword techniques, though intricate and cleverly concealed, appeared utterly crude without knowledge of their underlying principles. Even a saint, though extraordinary, would find it difficult to discern any essence within. Why was this old fellow so generous? Did he wish to take me as his disciple? A thought crossed Qin Yun's mind. An old saint, reclusive in the deep mountains, avoiding all social interaction, occasionally visiting his valley for sustenance. Could it be that he had genuinely developed an affection for me, seeking to take me as his pupil? This scenario seemed plausible, as tales of fated individuals encountering hidden masters in the mountains, receiving their admiration and inheriting their teachings, were not uncommon in such a fantastical world. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. With his lackluster talent, even if the elder admired him, it was improbable that he would bestow his legacy upon him. Most likely, the elder believed he could not perceive the saintly sword techniques. After all, a Qi refining practitioner would indeed struggle to recognize their profundity, Qin Yun mused. How is it? Soon, the elder completed his demonstration, reverting to his disheveled demeanor, gazing at Qin Yun with a beaming smile. His expression exuded confidence and satisfaction, as if he had already secured Qin Yun's admiration. However, the young man's response left the elder momentarily stunned. In the elder's eyes, even if a Qi refining practitioner could not discern the intricacies, they should nonetheless sense the profound nature of the swordsmanship, feeling deeply moved and captivated. They might even kneel in supplication, imploring him to impart this art. Yet, the nonchalant demeanor of this young man was entirely unexpected. You truly are beyond hope. The elder stammered, struggling for words, before finally letting out a long sigh. It is merely the Foundation establishment sword technique. When I reach your age, I shall naturally break through to Foundation establishment as well. This sword technique, I will inevitably comprehend in due time, Qin Yun stated. You are truly a fool. The elder was left utterly speechless. Before the sword techniques of a sage, this young man failed to perceive anything. He was indeed hopelessly foolish. Ultimately, the elder reined in his thoughts and departed in a huff. Does this old beggar truly intend to take me as his disciple? Qin Yun pondered as he observed the elder's retreating figure. The subsequent days further solidified this suspicion, as the elder visited almost daily, demonstrating the sacred techniques, secret arts, divine powers, swordsmanship, and Taoist intentions before him, much like a lustful female monkey enticing a worthy mate. Qin Yun, however, remained indifferent, feigning ignorance and merely offering the perfunctory remark that it was mediocre. The elder was infuriated, nearly cursing after several attempts. Old senior, do you intend to take me as your disciple? Qin Yun finally expressed his impatience and directly inquired. Indeed, the elder replied with surprising straightforwardness. As my lifespan wanes and I have no disciples to inherit my legacy, I cannot bear to see my knowledge go to waste. Hence, I wish to impart it to you. Once I reach 80, I will naturally achieve enlightenment in the foundation establishment realm. I have no desire to become a disciple. Qin Yun feigned disinterest, probing to see if the elder would reveal his true capabilities. You are beyond saving. The elder retorted in fury. Do you truly believe my teachings are so inferior? However, he faltered, his face reddening as he hesitated before adding, in any case, I cannot divulge everything to you now. One day, you will understand. Becoming my disciple will undoubtedly bring no harm and could be the greatest opportunity of your life. Seeing the elder unwilling to disclose his true identity, Qin Yun decided to stop teasing him. Why do you wish to take me as your disciple? He asked, genuinely perplexed. After all, he was merely a minor practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, in his 20s, possessing slightly better talents than an ordinary person, yet vastly inferior compared to true cultivators. The legacy of a sage is of immense significance, sought after even by the most gifted. Why must it be bestowed upon him? A mere novice? Was it simply because he was the only young person in the elder's vicinity? This left Qin Yun baffled. Although your aptitude is rather poor, with numerous shortcomings in your cultivation, you possess one critical advantage, the elder mused. What advantage? Qin Yun inquired curiously. The elder pondered for a moment, hesitating, but ultimately gritted his teeth and revealed 4 words, sufficiently low profile. The current youth are excessively impetuous, filled with arrogance, at your age. It is exceedingly rare to find someone who chooses to seclude themselves in the mountains, unbothered by worldly affairs. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Yun was struck with clarity. In the pursuit of disciples, the essence of selection lies in the character go. Yet, I find myself devoid of any interest in such a proposition. Qin Yun spoke candidly, rejecting the offer outright. The legacy of a sage is one he does not covet. The elder is a commendable individual, and Qin Yun does not wish to see him misplace his trust. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, the elder has reached this pinnacle, a culmination of 1,000 years of dedication. Passing it on to him would yield little benefit. It would be far more prudent to bestow it upon a worthy successor. After the elder's passing, the legacy could continue to shine and thrive. And Qin Yun believes that this is precisely the elder's intention in seeking a disciple, even without a desire to learn. The elder wishes to rely on the sage's formidable prowess. Qin Yun feels a sense of helplessness in this regard, for he is merely a novice in the Qi refining stage, incapable of resistance. Recite with me. Traverse the 100 convergences, pass through the spirit palace. What convergence? Traverse the 100 convergences, pass through the spirit palace. What 100? Your innate talent truly vexes the ancestors. Chapter 079. Unyielding effort of venerable sage. Intent on forcibly accepting a disciple, found that the modest cultivator Qin Yun could not simply refuse. However, Qin Yun's utter indifference and obstinacy greatly vexed the old man. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. Such calamity. The valleys often echoed with the old man's frustrated roars. Yet, despite his exasperation, the sage remained undeterred, tirelessly imparting his wisdom and methods, genuinely aiming to cultivate Qin Yun as his successor, much to Qin Yun's dismay. As time swiftly passed, half a month slipped by unnoticed. Qin Yun's daily routine now included accompanying the old beggar in his spiritual practice. It was undeniably frustrating, yet there was a peculiar joy in it, amidst the mountain's monotony. Amusing an eccentric sage became a source of delight. During this period, Qin Yun's prowess steadily advanced, reaching the 6th layer of sagehood, marking his entry into the later stages of sage cultivation, thus qualifying him as a seasoned sage. Additionally, he acquired 2 layers of Dao insight, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities, rendering him fearsome in strength. While Qin Yun reveled in this leisurely existence, turmoil brewed in the realm of humanity across the 9 provinces. A cataclysm was quietly approaching, an unending slaughter. This calamity was far more terrifying than previous skirmishes, threatening the very foundation of the human race in the 9 provinces. In the distance, demonic flames surged, and a colossal demonic formation loomed ominously in the skies. On the mountain ridge, Qin Yun stood side by side with the woodcutter, gazing into the horizon. This massacre had even stirred the 2 of them. The overwhelming stench of blood saturated the air, painting the entire sky of the 9 provinces a deep crimson. This was the first time Qin Yun had witnessed such a scene, a cataclysmic end. The air thick with a sense of impending doom. Demonic ancient saints, the woodcutter uttered gravely, his expression mirroring the weight of the moment. The earth had always been thus. Every millennium, it faced a great calamity, a bloodbath instigated by the demonic ancient saints, who sought to enhance their power and longevity by slaughtering the souls of mortals. The path of cultivation was fraught with cruelty. Immortality was elusive, yet life itself was the most wondrous miracle in existence. Although mortals were frail, they harbored within them the seeds of cosmic wonders. The demons plundered their souls, powerful cultivators drained their blood, and monstrous beasts feasted upon their flesh. This was the very essence of existence in the 9 provinces. The woodcutter's words stirred profound emotions within Qin Yun. Previously, he had been perplexed by the existence of this realm of mortals, but now clarity dawned upon him. Why, amidst the many exceptional talents among humanity, had no one risen to protect this place? Qin Yun voiced this confusion, a question that had long troubled him. The woodcutter's gaze flickered, revealing a complexity of emotions within his eyes. Mortals are weak, as insignificant as ants. When a person embarks on the path of cultivation and attains power, do they still regard themselves as one of the common folk? The cultivators perceive themselves as deities, relentlessly growing stronger, establishing families, and nurturing their descendants, who, in turn, are no longer mere mortals. Over time, they have completely diverged from humanity. The practitioners vie against the heavens, the earth, and their fellow beings, perpetually struggling and defying fate, forging ahead relentlessly. Yet how many among them ever glance back? How many reflect upon their origins? The old man spoke softly, a trace of sorrow evident in his demeanor. This is indeed a harsh reality. The human race boasts numerous remarkable individuals, collectively regarded as the foremost clan in the world. However, the ordinary mortals, sharing the same lineage, find themselves subjected to such a fate, neglected and unheeded. Such is the nature of the world. Few cultivators regard mortals as their kin, viewing them as insignificant as ants, a prevailing sentiment among all. Thus, when Qin Yun first entered the Tang family, he was met with disdain from Tang Guiyao, and it was for this reason that the empress bestowed upon him a marriage decree, binding him to her. In the sacred mountains, where prodigies gather, the same disregard prevails. To avoid disturbance, they ruthlessly slaughter entire villages, dismissing it as a trivial matter, merely eliminating a group of inconsequential ants, no more, no less. Qin Yun felt a profound sorrow. Among the mortals, he glimpsed fragments of his former self. It was precisely these reflections that compelled him to seek refuge here, to dwell among them, rather than merely passing by like a fleeting landscape, never to linger. Confronted with the calamities of the mortal realm, Qin Yun felt a stirring within him. Yet it was merely that. He had painstakingly shed the identity of the supreme body and wished to avoid further turmoil. Humanity, after all, is a selfish creature. Should he one day attain unparalleled strength, he might consider sheltering the human race here, but for now, he lacked the power to shake the heavens. Moreover, this life was not his previous one. In this incarnation, he was born into the great Qian, intertwined with mortals, lacking significant karmic ties. Even the cultivators who ventured beyond the human realm remained indifferent, allowing the rise and fall of the 9 provinces to unfold as it may. What could he possibly do? It is indeed tragic, profoundly tragic. The woodcutter lamented, a bitter smile crossing his lips. The mortal realm of the 9 provinces resembles a flock of sheep under confinement. Mortals have short lifespans, yet they can reproduce by the age of 10. Within a few hundred years, their numbers can achieve a qualitative leap. As long as the demon clans, the ferocious beasts, and the divine races do not obliterate this place, it remains an inexhaustible source of divine herbs. The old man murmured, a hint of sorrow in his expression. Thus, they continue to exist, yet the plight of mortals is lamentable. They remain blissfully unaware, striving to live merely to serve as elixirs for the longevity of the kings of the world. Is it not futile to strive for life, when the alternative is death? Undeniably, the hearts of mortals are indeed narrow, constrained by their brief century of existence. Yet such is the essence of life, to strive unceasingly. Qin Yun murmured to himself. His past life reflected that of the present mortals, toiling to survive. But what can one truly attain after a lifetime of effort? Yet even in the face of futility, one must persist in the struggle for existence, to strive tirelessly. The old man paused, gazing at Qin Yun, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yet he uttered not a word, choosing instead to descend the mountain in solitude. Let us go and behold, for it may be a considerable span of time before we witness the bustling splendor of mortal life once more. Thus, the elder and the youth proceeded down the slopes in succession. Standing amidst the towering peaks, they gazed down upon the world below, where the figures of common folk toiled tirelessly. In the fields, individuals labored, their brows drenched with sweat. Within the woods, some wrestled with wild beasts, risking their lives for a mere morsel of sustenance. From dawn to dusk, day after day, year after year, The so-called mortal existence is scarcely less arduous than the trials of ascetic practice. Chapter 080. The essence of humanity. Let us engage in this battle. You and I, one at the foundation stage and the other at the chi refining stage. What does this calamity have to do with us? Murmured the old woodcutter. As the two ventured into the mortal realm, they were met with a scene drenched in blood, a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of crimson. It was a cataclysm unprecedented in history, the brutality of which was profoundly unsettling. Qin Yun offered no response, yet he discerned flickers of emotion from the old man's demeanor. He understood that the woodcutter had lingered on this land for an extensive period, seemingly having reached the pinnacle of sagehood here. His attachment to this land ran deep. However, Qin Yun also recognized that the old man would take no action. He was a rather selfish figure, often coming to his valley for sustenance, refusing to spare even a few extra bundles of firewood, an embodiment of a truly self-serving sage. The term self-serving carries a complex connotation, and to have advanced to this point fueled by such a trait is no small feat with friends and family lost, and all kin perished. One can only imagine the burdens he bore. The title of self-serving sage is a testament to the heartache and suffering endured. Now that he had attained sagehood, having persevered through the years, how could he suddenly act on impulse? As Qin Yun and the old man continued their journey, they arrived at a tranquil place. In stark contrast to the distant bloodshed, this locale exuded serenity. The villages thrived in harmony. The common folk, devoid of the cultivator's foresight, remained oblivious to the impending peril, diligently tending to their fields. On the narrow path, children frolicked, clad in simple garments, joyfully running about. Beneath a grand locust tree, a few elderly men sought shade while women and children engaged in needlework, their faces adorned with smiles as they conversed amiably. As the two walked along the path, they garnered curious glances. The village was modest, and even the large yellow dog was a familiar sight. Thus, the unfamiliar faces of the two travelers naturally drew attention. Passing by a farmhouse, they were greeted by a lively atmosphere. A vibrant red lantern hung high, the sound of Swana music filled the air, and a crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. A newlywed couple was at the center of this celebration, drawing many guests to the small courtyard. The bride, though not conventionally beautiful and somewhat portly, bore the marks of hard labor on her hands, yet displayed a shy demeanor typical of young women. The groom, radiant with joy on his wedding day, was flushed from having consumed copious amounts of wine. Ah, look how easily mortals find contentment, merely marrying and procreating. What is there to be joyous about? The old woodcutter scoffed. Qin Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Cultivators often fail to comprehend the simple joys of mortals, particularly the significance of marriage and family. The groom likely amassed a considerable dowry, depleting his family's resources to wed the woman he adored. Meanwhile, the bride must have endured many trials in her chamber, patiently awaiting the arrival of the man she cherished, with ample reasons to accept his proposal. All joy springs from hard-earned struggles. How can one dismiss it as merely the continuation of lineage? Qin Yun remained silent, standing outside the courtyard, delighting in the festive atmosphere. He cherished such celebratory scenes, both in his past life and the present. This rich essence of humanity brought him comfort. Just as he was about to depart, a middle-aged man emerged. It was the father of the groom. "Do not leave, old beggar," the man remarked as he stepped outside. The term old beggar raised the eyebrows of the woodcutter, while Qin Yun stifled a laugh nearby. Although the woodcutter appeared unkempt, he was, after all, a sage. And to be called an old beggar by a mere mortal was a profound insult. Yet, he found himself unable to retort, choosing instead to disregard the mortal's comments. "You, young man, I am not chiding you, but look at your attire. It is anything but ordinary. How could you allow your father to fall into such a state?" The man said, casting a disapproving gaze at Qin Yun, clearly viewing him as an unfilial son. This left Qin Yun momentarily speechless, while the woodcutter chuckled heartily beside him. The man bore no malice. He merely wished to invite the woodcutter and Qin Yun to share a meal, having observed the woodcutter's pitiful appearance. "We are strangers to one another," the woodcutter replied. "Today's visitor is a guest." The groom's father extended a generous invitation. Ultimately, a throng of villagers emerged from the courtyard, surrounding the two and ushering them inside. "Old sir, my father lacks education and should not address you in such a manner." The groom apologized as he and the bride came to toast the woodcutter. Though the villagers may not have been well educated, their words and demeanor were undeniably simple and sincere. This authenticity, a unique aspect of the common folk, radiated warmth and humanity, which was irreplaceable. Seated at the table, Qin Yun and the woodcutter savored the scene, delighting in the hearty wine and modest dishes. experiencing a genuine essence of kindness and simplicity that belonged to the mortal realm. "Uncle, you are truly handsome," a small girl, no more than 3 years old, peered shyly at Qin Yun from behind an adult. "Am I not handsome, little one?" the woodcutter teased, raising an eyebrow. "Not handsome," the little girl replied innocently, devoid of pretense. Her candidness drew a hearty laugh from the woodcutter, who then magically produced a handful of candies for her delight. "You are so kind, Grandpa," the little girl beamed, revealing a row of neat little teeth. The pure laughter melted the woodcutter's heart. "Stay with us," the villagers implored as the two prepared to depart. They wished for the pair to settle in the village, no longer wandering aimlessly. Some even offered to teach Qin Yun skills to support his old father. What genuine simplicity, the woodcutter reflected. In a world of deceit and cunning among cultivators, these strangers extended such kindness to a newcomer. As they left, the woodcutter expressed a quiet sentiment, his aged gaze revealing a tapestry of complex emotions. Qin Yun, too, felt a stir of intricate feelings within him. "Let us go," he finally said, and the two departed towards a more distant and prosperous world. Yet, calamity truly descended. In a single night, chaos erupted, and a wave of slaughter swept through the realms, making it nearly impossible to find any semblance of peace once more. The colossal magical formation grew increasingly solid, enveloping the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. This was a soul-gathering array, once fully realized. It would have the capacity to siphon the souls of mortals. Within a mere few days, this land would witness a calamity where the casualties would amount to at least half of the populace. Furthermore, demonic cultivators were ruthlessly slaughtering humanity, seizing this opportunity to replenish their own strength. This was a great tribulation for mankind, yet a day of celebration for the demon race. The brutality was merciless, evoking a sense of outrage. The elderly woodcutter, upon witnessing the tragic events unfolding in the human realm, felt a profound sorrow and anger, his eyes reddening with rage. Yet, ultimately, he let out a soft sigh, choosing not to utter another word, and returned to the depths of the mountains. Chapter 081. I shall no longer conceal my true self. Upon retracing my steps and returning to the village where I once lingered, I found it devoid of its former vibrancy and warmth. A scene of desolation unfolded before me, corpses piled like mountains, an ocean of blood. This village, too, had not escaped the brutal massacre. Standing outside the home of a newlywed couple, the elderly woodcutter gazed blankly at the grim tableau in the courtyard, momentarily frozen in disbelief. His expression was one of utter vacancy, his eyes devoid of life. Within the yard lay many lifeless bodies, their blood saturating the ground. The uneducated middle-aged man, who had once referred to the woodcutter as the old beggar, was now reduced to nothing more than a severed head resting in a pool of crimson. The woman, who had recently married and was not particularly beautiful but radiated a shy, blissful smile, now lay cold and lifeless, her eyes slightly ajar, her face etched with terror. Outside the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through, mingling with the overpowering stench of blood. The bright red lantern still hung high, yet it appeared glaringly out of place in the night's shadows. A rustling sound echoed from afar, snapping the dazed woodcutter back to reality, prompting him to rush inside the house. Beneath the heap of bodies, a few children were concealed, some having suffocated, their faces pale. However, one little girl had survived, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the horror surrounding her. "Come here, my dear, let Grandpa hold you," the woodcutter urged, mustering a tender smile. This little girl was the same innocent toddler from before, yet now she seemed devoid of her former innocence, almost like a statue frozen in time. The woodcutter lifted the girl onto his shoulder, and it was only then that she responded, softly murmuring, "Grandpa." Those two syllables struck the woodcutter like a bolt of lightning. By heavens, oh heavens! In that moment, he resembled a frenzied beast, his hoarse cries echoing with anguish, his eyes aflame with sorrow, as tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. "From now on, Grandpa will be your family. Come back to the mountain with me." The elderly man, shrouded in grief and solitude, cradled the girl on his shoulder, wordlessly making his way into the mountains, his grip on her hand unyielding. For 2 consecutive days, Qin Yun did not catch a glimpse of the woodcutter. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the elder reappeared, accompanied by the girl. Upon seeing the woodcutter again, Qin Yun was astonished to discover a sharp brilliance illuminating the elderly man's once weary eyes, exuding an unexpected vigor. "Very well, I shall no longer disguise my true self. Today, I shall reveal a secret to you. I am, in truth, a sage," declared the woodcutter as he stood before Qin Yun. His aged face radiated a newfound pride, a sentiment he had never displayed before. Centuries of endurance and silent suffering seemed to have erupted in that singular moment. shedding the weight of despair as if he had regained centuries of youth. With those words spoken, the elderly man silently observed the expression on Qin Yun's face. However, he unexpectedly discovered that Qin Yun remained remarkably calm and composed, which left him momentarily speechless. After all, he was a sage. In the elder's perspective, revealing such a secret should have been earth-shattering, enough to drop the young man's jaw in astonishment. Yet, how could he be so unfazed? Surely, you are aware of what a sage is, aren't you? The elder felt a twinge of awkwardness, akin to a lustful female monkey enticing with her rear, only to attract an unfortunate solitude. In his pretentious display, who would have imagined that this young man was utterly unappreciative of the moment? You wish to intervene for mortals? Qin Yun did not respond to the elder's inquiry, but instead posed a question, revealing the elder's true realm, which undoubtedly had its reasons. Indeed, the elder's reply was resolute and unequivocal. I was born of this earth and have existed upon it for millennia, enduring in silence. Yet today I refuse to endure any longer, not in the slightest. Having emerged from this world, my cultivation is rooted in this very land, and thus it shall return to it. The lumberjack spoke with conviction, his gaze sharp and fierce, unparalleled in its intensity. Did you not say that the grand array was set by the ancient saints of the demon clan? Do you possess the means to resolve the crisis of the mortals? Qin Yun inquired, his demeanor remaining consistently tranquil. The lumberjack shook his head. No. But what of it? Death is but a result. I seek to engage in a fierce battle, to kill mercilessly. The elder's eyes blazed with fervor, infused with a deep-seated hatred. At this moment, his aura could no longer be concealed. The terrifying cultivation of the sacred path erupted, creating a shocking disturbance in the world around him. His stooped figure transformed into something majestic, his tattered garments replaced by a resplendent white robe. With spirited vigor, clad in snow white, he stood tall and imposing, unmatched in presence. Even the rusty, chipped axe now radiated brilliance, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, landing in the palm of the elder's hand. Young man, my journey is likely one of no return, yet there exists one matter I cannot relinquish. Our encounter must not be dismissed. Take good care of the little girl, treating her as the descendant of the elder. Though he ventured forth to meet his demise, fully aware of his fate, he could not let go of this little girl. After speaking, he ascended toward the heavens, climbing a rocky precipice to gather numerous sour jujubes. Little one, could you call me grandfather once more? The elder gazed gently at the little girl, squatting before her with warmth. Grandfather. The child's voice was bright and pure. This brought joy to the lumberjack, who affectionately brushed the girl's forehead. Then, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light racing into the distance. Young man, the elder has left you some belongings at my abode. Do go and take a look. I did not deceive you. It is the greatest opportunity of your life. The elder's figure had long since vanished, yet a distant echo resonated through the vast skies. Little one. Qin Yun offered a resigned smile to the little girl before lifting her onto his shoulder and stepping forward. The mountains and rivers shifted, and he directly arrived at the elder's dwelling. In the heart of the valley lay a multitude of meticulously arranged stone walls. Upon the surface, an array of mystical inscriptions shimmered with ethereal radiance. Observing this, a faint wry smile escaped Qin Yun's lips. This was the legacy of the elder, the essence of his lifelong cultivation, the very foundation of his existence. We are but fleeting encounters in the vastness of time. Why must this inheritance be entrusted to me? A tangle of emotions stirred within Qin Yun. He understood that the elder regarded him as a disciple, bestowing his entire legacy without reservation, a testament to the elder's unwavering faith in him. At the base of the stone tablet, Qin Yun discerned an inscription. Young one, your intellect may be lacking, yet if you can comprehend even a fraction of my legacy, your future shall be boundless. Do not grow complacent, cultivate diligently. Furthermore, may I be honored with the title of master from your lips? Beneath the stone tablet lay a modest earthen grave, a sepulchre erected by the woodcutter for himself. Gazing at the words, Qin Yun's heart was a tempest of emotions. Old beggar, do you truly believe that such a meager inheritance could sway me? Ultimately, a serene smile graced Qin Yun's countenance. He gently shook his head, embodying grace and elegance, clad in garments as white as snow, unburdened by any lingering attachments. And with a single step, he transcended, transforming into a beam of light that surged towards the realms of the 9 provinces. Chapter 82. I shall no longer pretend the realm of humanity has transformed into a veritable hell. Great demons roam freely, wreaking havoc without restraint. The cacophony of anguished cries intertwines, forming a mournful melody that resonates through the heavens and the earth. Despite the presence of many outstanding figures among humanity, where are the saviors? An elderly man cries out in desperation, fervently praying to the heavens for assistance to rescue humanity from peril. The ancestral temple of humanity, a modest hill, trembles for reasons unknown. Blood flows from within, staining the summit a shocking crimson. The sight of corpses strewn across the land is ubiquitous, and as Qin Yun presses forward, his resolve intensifies. In this time of crisis, there are no heroes to emerge. The lofty saints and ancient emperors observe with cold indifference. Save for one old beggar. This beggar, a paragon of survival, has endured for centuries, retreating from the world for the sake of cultivation, and now rises in defiance, stirring something profound within Qin Yun. The old beggar may embody survival, yet he is not unworthy of the title of sage. If such a humble figure can rise to the occasion, what then of Qin Yun? In terms of his connection to mortals, Qin Yun cannot claim to have less depth than this beggar, irrespective of his past or present life. Although the mortals here differ from those in his previous world, does that truly signify a difference? The essence of simplicity and human connection remains constant. After all, he has only been a cultivator for a few months, and for over a decade prior, he too was a mere mortal. He comprehends the despair and helplessness that pervades this existence. Humans are inherently selfish. Qin Yun sees this reflected in himself, a modest cultivator lacking grand aspirations or altruism. To safeguard humanity holds little personal benefit for him and may even disrupt his tranquil life, exposing him to peril once more. Yet, some deeds must be undertaken even without apparent gain. Ultimately, one must not forget their roots. Mortals represent the culmination of his 40 years across 2 lives. With resolute steps, Qin Yun channels his inner strength, his gaze unwavering and confident, as he strides toward the dazzling light of the demons in the distance. Suddenly, the woodcutter makes his move, also advancing toward the demonic soul-gathering array. The number of demonic cultivators is overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to vanquish them all. And they are not the source of the true calamity. Should the soul-gathering array reach its full potential, it will siphon the very souls of this land's life, resulting in catastrophic losses numbering in the millions. If the array can be dismantled, immeasurable damage can be averted. Boom. The old man's figure appears in the distant sky, his axe swelling with power, transforming into a colossal weapon capable of splitting the heavens. Without uttering a word, the woodcutter brings down his axe with tremendous force. The thunderous sound captures the attention of the world's foremost experts. Instantly, several ancient demon saints rush forth to engage the old man in battle. You wretched creatures! Before you transformed into demons, you were once humans. The old man bellows, his voice hoarse yet unwavering, unafraid to face multiple ancient saints alone. However, for the sage of the path of survival, much of his life's toil and cunning have remained concealed in the shadows, rendering his fundamental prowess difficult to manifest amidst such brutal conflict. Several ancient sages swiftly suppressed him. Yet, simultaneously, this fierce battle astonished many. In the mortal realm of the 9 provinces, how could an unparalleled expert suddenly emerge, especially one of venerable status? Behold this blood-soaked land of the 9 provinces, the ancestral ground of humanity, the very origin of our race. You, who claim the title of sages, are unworthy to call yourselves of the human lineage. The woodcutter's eyes bulged with fury as he spoke sternly, his voice reverberating through the cosmos, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. His words were directed at the ancient sages of humanity. In truth, the bloodshed in the mortal realm was not solely perpetrated by the demonic race, but also involved the beast race, with several ancient sages among them. To them, the flesh and blood of humanity offered unimaginable benefits. Moreover, some human sages had also joined this grim endeavor. Life itself is the greatest miracle within this world, though mortals may appear as mere ants. They harbor the seeds of cosmic wonders within. Ancient sages of humanity, having exhausted their lifespans, were willing to collude with demonic and beast races to obtain the blood of mortals, seeking to extend their own existence. Humanity has never been defined solely by mortals. They are but a base swarm of ants, unworthy to stand alongside us. From the distant horizon, a voice emerged, cold and merciless, echoing with the weight of ages in response to the old beggar's proclamation. Your cultivation has not come easily, yet you seek recognition for mere mortals, truly foolish. Another voice resonated from the vast emptiness. Eliminate him. To win the hearts of the people and stand out for mortals, he must pay the price. As the chilling voice rang out, a massive purple hand descended from the void. Simultaneously, figures of ancient wisdom emerged from every corner of the starry sky, beast sages, demonic ancient ones, and human sages. These beings stood like deities in the dark cosmos, cold and unfeeling. Their silhouettes faint yet formidable, numbering over 20, representing the pinnacle of their respective paths, converging to partake in this bloody affair. How lamentable! The old man howled, his eyes filled with sorrow, rage igniting within him as boundless sage power erupted, leaving behind a lasting brilliance in the depths of the cosmic darkness. Boom! The colossal hand descended upon the heavens. An unstoppable force unleashing boundless killing intent upon the sky where the old man stood. The void was instantly shattered, riddled with wounds. However, with the sound of a crisp note, all menacing might vanished, the overwhelming threat dissipating in an instant. In that ravaged void, a figure clad in white stood serene, towering and majestic, his black hair billowing backward, exuding an ethereal charm akin to that of a deity. He advanced step by step, the mountains and rivers retreating beneath his feet, covering thousands of miles in an instant. The heavens and earth fell silent, save for the echo of his footsteps, resonating like the rhythm of the great Tao. He advanced step by step, unwavering and self-assured, radiating an indomitable brilliance that captivated all. His posture was striking, and his gaze was as profound as the vast ocean, dispelling all malevolence and subduing the ominous forces that pervaded the realm. At that moment, everyone stood transfixed. On the faces of the demons, the spirits, and the saints of the human race alike, a flicker of astonishment appeared. A saint. This was indeed another saint. Moreover, the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly potent, an intangible manifestation of profound potential that instilled a formidable sense of pressure. It was as if a mountain of darkness had descended. The instant he appeared, everyone felt a pang of trepidation. You kid. As Qin Yun's form and visage gradually came into focus, even the old woodcutter was left dumbfounded. He appeared almost petrified, his mouth agape, his eyes filled with astonishment. Since you have ceased to disguise yourself, I shall do the same. Qin Yun's calm voice resonated, a gentle and innocuous smile gracing his lips, imbued with warmth and serenity. Well then, in truth, I too am a saint. Chapter 083. A Supreme Being? What? Qin Yun's words left the woodcutter in a state of stunned disbelief, as if struck by lightning, nearly petrified. The young man before him, gentle and cultured, languid and carefree, had been perceived by the woodcutter as somewhat ineffectual, yet possessing a commendable disposition, which had led him to contemplate taking him as a disciple. Little did he expect that this youth's true identity was that of a sage. The contrast was staggering. In an unremarkable mountain, an old man and a young man, one at the foundation stage, the other at the Qi refining stage, were both revered sages, each more reclusive than the other. The woodcutter believed he had concealed his own identity deeply enough, yet at this moment, he was utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless. What was even more incomprehensible was how such a young individual could possibly possess such terrifying prowess. It was inconceivable. He could not be a sage. From afar, a voice echoed, imbued with formidable authority, yet laced with profound astonishment. This sentiment resonated within the hearts of all present, a question that remained unanswered. A sage could live for 3,000 years. To reach such a pinnacle required at least several hundred years, a span of time that even the most exceptional talents needed to invest. Countless sages had taken over a millennium to achieve this stage. Yet, the individual before them was strikingly youthful, brimming with vitality and vigor, an essence that could not be concealed. Everything indicated that this was merely a 20-year-old youth. Yet, the reality was utterly unbelievable. Boom. Suddenly, Qin Yun unleashed his aura, revealing his 6th-level sage power, a pressure that descended like a tidal wave, shaking the very heavens. The force of his presence was cataclysmic, shattering the void and causing stars to explode in succession. It was impossible to withstand such overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the world fell silent. All were rendered mute. The awe-inspiring might of this young sage extinguished all notions of doubt. The earlier apparition was no mere illusion. That heart-stopping sensation was palpably real, not a figment of imagination. The individual before them was genuinely formidable, instilling fear and causing involuntary tremors in all who beheld him. How could this be? Throughout history, no one had ever reached such a level at such a tender age. Even the emperors could not achieve this. How could you have done this? Dozens of ancient sages changed color, questioning the impossibility before them. The emperor was undeniably a benchmark, the epitome of excellence. Yet this young man shattered their preconceptions, dismantling their established beliefs. My young friend, even the woodcutter found it hard to believe, grappling with incredulity. He had devoted thousands of years to his cultivation, enduring countless trials and tribulations to arrive at his current stage. It was unfathomable for a 20-year-old to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This revelation shook his very foundation, igniting a fervent desire to understand the underlying reasons. Qin Yun gazed at the elderly woodcutter, a hint of helplessness gracing his lips. He possessed a system that allowed him to cultivate for a single day as though it were 1,000, yet he could never divulge the true reason behind his prowess. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with words reminiscent of a bygone era. "What is impossible? There is always a taller mountain beyond the one before." His voice, though soft, resonated with such intensity that it shook the heavens and earth, leaving all who heard it in astonishment. Witnessing their bewilderment, Qin Yun felt a profound sense of resignation. He never intended to boast, yet circumstances compelled him to reveal the depths of his abilities. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd as they struggled to articulate their disbelief. Here stood a mere 20-year-old who, through sheer diligence, had ascended to such heights, a tale so fantastical it seemed almost surreal. Yet, the undeniable reality of his formidable strength forced acceptance upon them. "My young friend, you conceal your true self too well," the woodcutter remarked, rendered speechless. In that instant, he comprehended why this young man exuded such an air of tranquility. It was a calmness that even this ancient sage found awe-inspiring, the very essence that drew him to consider taking Qin Yun as his disciple. The strength of his resolve was profound, leaving the elder perplexed as to how this novice could possess such an enlightened state of mind. Only today did he realize that he stood before a true sage. "Could it be that you were already aware of my identity?" The woodcutter was taken aback, his face flushing with a deep sense of embarrassment. The young man before him was more formidable than he had anticipated, yet he had contemplated passing on his entire legacy to him. Under different circumstances, this revelation might have merely been a surprise, but for the woodcutter, a master of caution, it was a moment of profound reckoning. He had maneuvered through life with utmost care, concealing his true nature, yet this youth had seen through him completely. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a significant miscalculation. "You are truly remarkable, my young friend," the elder could not help but exclaim. "Rest assured, I harbor no desire for your legacy. I have entrusted it to the young girl. I have assessed her constitution, and it seems promising. She should be capable of becoming your successor," Qin Yun replied. The legacy of a cultivator embodies their lifelong dedication, and the reluctance to interfere with the woodcutter's inheritance stemmed from a deep respect for its significance. However, upon hearing this, the woodcutter's expression grew increasingly complex. He felt a flicker of relief. The knowledge that his greatest secret would not be disseminated was comforting. Yet, an undercurrent of frustration surged within him. He understood that the presence of this young man was overwhelmingly powerful, a manifestation of the Tao itself. The absence of any interest in his legacy was likely due to a perception of its worthlessness. Suddenly, the void trembled as the array achieved its zenith, emanating a radiant glow, with symbols materializing, ready to be inscribed upon the formation. Qin Yun made a decisive move, unleashing a swift slash of his sword, sending a surge of sword energy soaring into the heavens. It was executed with such grace and tranquility, devoid of any hint of turmoil. Yet, it possessed an overwhelming terror. The sword energy cleaved through all, rendering the very heavens and earth, as well as the sun and moon, dim in comparison. With a forceful strike, it shattered the immense magic array into countless fragments of radiant light, ultimately dissipating into the void. This astonishing display took the ancient saints standing at a distance completely by surprise. For that magic array was no ordinary formation. It was rooted in an extremely ancient lineage. Initially fragile, it grew increasingly robust over time. Now nearing its pinnacle, few in the world could hope to dismantle it. Yet, the might of the individual before them was nothing short of extraordinary. With a single stroke of his sword, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality might rend apart. How could he possess such formidable strength? The combat prowess of this individual far surpassed the limitations of his realm. How could one person wield such an alarming level of destructive power? The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. As Qin Yun unleashed his sword energy, the very essence of his intent resonated throughout the space, sending shivers through the hearts of all witnesses. At that moment, a figure materialized in the minds of everyone present, equally youthful, equally terrifying in its power. Upon the emergence of this figure in their thoughts, the faces of the crowd transformed in astonishment. Could it be that he is the Supreme Body? Chapter 084. Solo confrontation with the saints. When such a thought emerged, a chill swept through the hearts of all present. The Supreme Body, a figure whose mere mention instills fear and evokes a tremor of emotion. Indeed, he was a marvel that dazzled an entire era. Though his rise was fleeting, lasting only a matter of months, a mere blink of an eye in the eyes of cultivators. This individual undoubtedly left an indelible mark throughout history. His brief existence adorned with countless miracles and legends. Throughout the ages, only one such prodigy has existed. Now, the young man in white before them compelled people to draw comparisons, as the similarities were striking. Both were remarkably youthful and overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, as this thought crossed their minds, a wave of denial washed over them. It was impossible. The supreme body had fallen, severely wounded, slain by the new master of the true dragon lineage, Zhan Tian, perishing atop Mount Tai. A generation's hero had ultimately turned to dust. Moreover, this individual's cultivation was far superior to that of the supreme body, who was merely a formidable force, while he had already ascended to the status of an established sage. In just a few months, even the supreme body could not have possibly achieved such heights. The ancient saints shook their heads in unison. While the current individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the supreme body, he could not possibly be the same. The demise of the supreme body atop Mount Tai was an indisputable fact. No matter how dazzling, he could never again grace the mortal realm. To eliminate him, this young contender had reached such a level of prowess at such a tender age. There must be a great secret behind it. Unveiling this mystery could very well lead to an extraordinary opportunity. The ancient saints spoke, their eyes glinting with sharpness and insatiable greed. Do you wish to fight? Come. I, the ancestral elder, shall strive to vanquish you all. The woodcutter elder laughed heartily, undeterred, craving a thrilling battle. He then turned to Qin Yun, saying, young friend, to fight alongside you would suffice for this old man's life. We shall live and die together. May we meet again on the road to the Yellow Springs. And in our next life, we shall toast to our camaraderie. What joy! The woodcutter elder, brimming with spirit, clasped Qin Yun's shoulder, unafraid, embodying a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. However, these words sent a shiver down Qin Yun's spine, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Old senior, your lifespan is limited. Do not squander your vitality. I alone am sufficient to vanquish them. You should take a moment to rest. Qin Yun replied, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yet, his words reverberated throughout the crowd, causing an uproar. The old beggar stood frozen in place, as Qin Yun's calm voice resonated with a thunderous echo, declaring that he alone could defeat them. What a display of overwhelming strength. What an aura of invincibility. How arrogant. Do you truly believe yourself to be the supreme body? A voice echoed from the dark cosmos, a cry from an ancient sage that shattered the mountains and rivers. The supremacy of the supreme body was indisputable. This individual had engaged in countless battles, never tasting defeat, his formidable presence etched into the hearts of all. Though he was merely at the level of a formidable being, he instilled a profound sense of threat among the saints of various realms. In the realm of the powerful, one can cleave through the sacred. The populace had long anticipated that once the supreme body attained sanctity, it would undoubtedly crush them without a shred of doubt. Yet, such a prodigy emerged only once in tens of millions of years. Although the individual before them achieved sanctity at the tender age of 20, an undeniable testament to his extraordinary talent, the onlookers did not regard him as comparable to the supreme body. Indeed, many believed he had consumed an excess of precious elixirs to reach such a level, merely possessing the facade of a lofty realm. It was inconceivable that such a freak of nature could exist in multiples. However, in a stunning turn of events, Qin Yun made his move, shocking the assembled crowd. They had not anticipated that such a youthful sage would dare to take the initiative, stepping forward into the throng. Young friend, you, the elderly woodcutter exclaimed, his face paling in alarm. Such an action, in his eyes, was tantamount to courting death. Over 20 sages, each a paragon of their respective realms, stood ready to unite in their formidable might, capable of vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike, leaving few able to obstruct their path. To engage them directly was to expose oneself to a multitude of vulnerabilities, leaving no room for survival. Yet, in the next moment, the woodcutter was left speechless, frozen in place. In the void, Qin Yun advanced with unmatched prowess, his gaze as profound as the ocean, his dark hair billowing behind him, devoid of joy or sorrow. Surrounding him was an endless surge of sword intent, all converging forward as if the very void had transformed into a sea of blades. Panic gripped the onlookers as they hastily retreated. The sword aura surged forth, swifter than a torrential flood, instantly engulfing all in its path. In a mere heartbeat, anguished cries erupted one after another. Qin Yun's ethereal form danced amidst a flurry of sword flowers, and in an instant, the void was stained crimson with the sacred blood of 4 sages, who were summarily executed before the crowd. Their heads flew from their bodies, severed by a single stroke. A flash of cold brilliance, and 4 sages met their demise, their severed heads ascending to the heavens, their necks spraying blood like columns. At that moment, the entire assembly was left in stunned silence. The sages, renowned for their formidable strength and distinguished status within their respective terrifying lineages, had been felled in an instant, 4 of them, dispatched in a heartbeat. The scene was as unsettling as a cultivator slaying mortals, akin to a mere human exterminating ants. How could he be so nonchalant in his actions? A chill coursed through everyone present. The ferocity of his assault was terrifyingly calm and natural, every movement imbued with profound Taoist essence. Who among the saints could truly claim to be weak? In the eyes of the spectators, it was inconceivable that any sage could perish so effortlessly. Was he truly the harbinger of the supreme body? The intensity of his presence bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the legendary aberration. A tremor of fear gripped their hearts, and they could not shake the thought that in Qin Yun, they glimpsed the shadow of the bygone supreme body, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Yet they cautioned themselves, he could not possibly be the supreme body. The supreme body fist is unparalleled, yet this individual is a practitioner of the sword. Their paths are fundamentally distinct, and they could never be the same person. A voice resonated through the void, offering a measure of solace to the onlookers. The supreme body is overwhelmingly powerful, rendering it invincible among its peers. Should he ascend to sainthood, the ancient sages would undoubtedly refrain from engaging him. For he is a prodigy of unparalleled caliber, the very embodiment of their inner demons, his renown echoing throughout the cosmos. Do not panic. This individual is indeed extraordinary. Yet we are nearly 20 strong. Can we truly fear a mere fledgling? At this moment, a commanding voice reverberated through the icy expanse of the starry sky, causing the vast void to tremble with its resonance. Upon the utterance of these words, the hearts of the gathered began to steady. 20, such a formidable number. While it is true that cultivation cannot be measured by quantity alone, it serves well to instill confidence in this moment. Clang. Suddenly, an inexplicable metallic sound pierced the air, akin to the resounding roar of a dragon, causing discomfort to all who heard it. A flash of brilliance erupted, unleashing a terrifying sword intent. Ah! A cry emanated from the distant void. The ancient sage who had just spoken was obliterated, consumed by an inexorable sword intent that reduced him to mere dust, leaving nothing in his wake, a disgrace to the ancient sages of humanity. In the boundless sky, Qin Yun stood tall, his eyes flashing like lightning, his dark hair billowing in the wind as he calmly spoke. Chapter 085. The Saintly Art of Combat in a Realm of Profound Silence. A chilling radiance pierced the heavens, and a palpable aura of death enveloped both the sky and the earth, sending a bone-chilling cold sweeping across the 9 provinces. No soul remained unshaken. An unparalleled ancient sage had perished, vanishing without a trace, leaving nothing in its wake. Such a method was utterly terrifying. This was the essence of the Tao, the pinnacle of cultivation manifesting in the art of killing without form, an immensely powerful intent. As the icy chill permeated the starry expanse, one individual spoke in a cold tone, causing everyone to freeze in astonishment. The terrifying nature of this person's Tao was astonishing. Their realm was so exalted that even their sword intent had reached such a formidable level. No one could remain unmoved. The Tao and the realm are 2 distinct paths, each requiring immense time and dedication to cultivate. Many focus solely on their realms, while only a few devote themselves to the Tao. Those who do, without exception, choose a single path and delve deeply into arduous practice, unlike the sword cultivator before them, who advanced on both fronts simultaneously. The supreme body is similarly constituted. Both realm and fist intent are being cultivated, making him strikingly similar to the supreme body. An ancient sage trembled at the thought of that fearsome being. Do not speak of it any further. It cannot possibly be that dreadful entity. Sword intent and fist intent are 2 divergent paths. Let us unite and slay him. He is but one person. Can he truly defy the heavens? A voice emerged from the ancient sages of the demon clan, exuding tremendous power and terror, shattering the clouds and capable of resonating across the cosmos. Boom. The battle was imminent, as nearly 20 ancient sages united in a formidable assault, unleashing terrifying Tao radiance. The shocking waves reverberated, stirring both the heavens and the earth, instilling a sense of dread in all who felt them. Such waves were unprecedented for countless years. The combined might of 20 ancient sages conjured images of apocalyptic destruction, causing the entire Tao domain to tremble and rumble. What has transpired? Why does such a wave resonate throughout the mortal realm of the 9 provinces? At this moment, numerous prominent figures were stirred, casting their gazes towards this realm. However, upon witnessing the spectacle within this Dao domain, all were left in a state of shock. The mortal realm of the 9 provinces, considered one of the least formidable domains in the universe, had unexpectedly given rise to such an extraordinary sword cultivator. So young, yet so formidable. Who exactly is this individual? In an instant, this thought surged in everyone's minds, becoming a shared enigma. Kill! The battle cry echoed through the starry skies, as the saints moved in unison, unleashing world-shaking waves and employing myriad techniques. The demon clan's demigods, the human clan's holy power, the demonic clan's manifestations. This was a battle of unprecedented scale, where the most fearsome legacies from various realms joined forces to unleash a terrifying calamity of light. Clang! Qin Yun stood resplendent, his black hair billowing, sword in hand, as he deflected or severed divine weapons, sacred artifacts, and demonic arms with ease. He advanced through the shattered void, his imposing figure clad in snow-white garments, embodying unparalleled grace and beauty. He regarded the highest-ranking figures as mere weeds, relentlessly striking forward with every swing of his blade. His steps were peculiar, reminiscent of a wisp of ethereal smoke, and his swordplay was both bizarre and extraordinary. Although it appeared clumsy at first glance, it possessed an unexpected grace. Each strike seemed to evolve the essence of the way, imbued with an air of natural ease. Qin Yun continuously navigated around the saints, traversing the void with his movements. Each slash of his sword never missed its target, claiming the lives of formidable leaders with every stroke. In an instant, 6 individuals fell to his blade. The sword technique. The old woodcutter, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of emotions, both stirred and shaken. He recognized this swordplay as the very style Qin Yun had practiced in the depths of the mountains. Back then, the elder had sensed its strangeness. It appeared utterly rudimentary, yet evoked a chilling sensation within him. Now, witnessing Qin Yun's grand and expansive display, he began to discern its profound subtleties. This was an exceedingly direct path, a method that distilled the essence of the way to its utmost simplicity, with every movement embodying the principles of the universe, as natural as the laws governing heaven and earth. The legacy of this individual's swordsmanship was exceedingly peculiar. With 6 saints dispatched, the ancient sages sensed the anomaly. Their minds were thrown into turmoil. Despite being revered as saints from the pinnacle of the Tao, having studied countless techniques throughout their lives, the spectacle before them eluded their comprehension, rendering them bewildered. The seemingly inept maneuvers concealed boundless mysteries, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, from the distant sky, a massive purple hand descended, eclipsing the heavens, resonating with the roar of the cosmos, shattering stars into fragments. This colossal hand sought to envelop Qin Yun, intending to extinguish his life on the spot. However, with a soft reprimand, Qin Yun invoked the battle saint law, liberating his combat from any constraints of form or force. A single syllable pierced through the heavens, transforming into a lethal sword. In an instant, the ancient sage's head erupted, the syllabic sword penetrating the monstrous hand, driving straight into his brow, unleashing an overwhelming intent to kill that subdued the elder amidst the starlit void. Blood of crimson and brain matter of white splattered in a gruesome display. In the distance, another dull thud echoed, the sound of death resonating, marking the fall of yet another ancient sage. Almost none witnessed how this sage met his demise, as if he had vanished without a trace. Only a handful noticed the glint of cold light in Qin Yun's eyes before the sage was consumed by a cloud of blood mist. Such prowess inspired a profound sense of dread among all present. The individual's methods were overwhelmingly potent and enigmatic. A mere sound of killing could transmute into sword energy, dispatching an ancient sage. This shattered preconceived notions and broke the boundaries of understanding. It was even more mysterious and bizarre than the secret arts of the demonic clans. Was this individual the embodiment of the Tao, unconstrained by any techniques or laws, acting with spontaneity, yet wielding an inexplicable strength? No one remained unaffected. To encapsulate it with a single word, Tao, formless and intangible, yet capricious and ever-changing. At this moment, Qin Yun embodied this essence. With the opening of the battle saint law, his killing intent could morph into sword energy, and a mere glance could transform into a beam of sword light. The character is vividly embodied. Just now, I sensed a chilling aura of Tao, reminiscent of the 9 secrets of that supreme entity, the malevolent star. Indeed, only the 9 secrets could evoke such a sensation. Could it be that this individual possesses the secret techniques among the nine? Chapter 086. The Slaying of the Saints. Boom. Qin Yun made his move, stepping forward and instantly appearing before the ancient saints. With grand gestures, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The battle saint technique surged within him, propelling his aura to unprecedented heights. As the sole pure offensive sacred art among the nine secrets, the lethality of the Do's secret was unparalleled. In that moment, the expressions of all present changed dramatically as they strived to withstand his might. Qin Yun's gaze flashed like lightning, his ebony hair swirling wildly. With every movement, he unleashed countless sword energies, causing the very fabric of the void to erupt, riddled with holes like a honeycomb, as an endless tide of chaotic energy surged downward. The ancient saints, exerting every ounce of strength, raised barrier after barrier in a desperate attempt to resist, utterly incapable of counterattacking. Bang! Yet, a barrier was pierced, and two saints fell, their lives extinguished beneath the deluge of sword rain, evaporating into clouds of crimson mist. Everyone was taken aback. The ferocity of this individual's assault was terrifying. Even their utmost efforts to defend were futile. Once he struck, the demise of an ancient saint was inevitable. Without a doubt, this was one of the nine secrets. This person, possessing such power akin to the supreme body of that notorious figure, wielded an extraordinary arcane art. At this juncture, people were nearly convinced of this undeniable truth. The aura of the nine secrets was overwhelmingly fearsome, imparting an irreplaceable shock to the soul. Once such a technique was unleashed, it exuded an invincible aura that seemed to stand unassailable. The nine secrets. Simultaneously, the woodcutter elder felt a stirring within, his heart profoundly moved. The nine secrets, supreme and unparalleled, represented the pinnacle of the strongest realms among the heavens and earth. For eons, there had been no dispute regarding its supremacy, as it transcended all other arcane arts by leaps and bounds. However, the nine secrets had long been lost to time, and the woodcutter elder never anticipated that he would witness the shadow of this ancient technique manifest in his young friend. Young friend, how many more secrets do you harbor? Boom. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, the starry sky, filled with tumultuous forces, as the very rules of the universe were disrupted. It was a divine conflict, a struggle that manipulated the laws of existence, with Qin Yun undoubtedly standing as a supreme deity amidst it all. His offensive power was utterly terrifying. No one should engage him recklessly. They must unite their strengths to suppress him. The ancient saints trembled with fear, evading Qin Yun's lethal brilliance. They needed to employ absolute might to subdue him. Boom. The ancient saints, seasoned by countless battles, possessed immense combat experience and immediately sprang into action. Hundreds of streams of sacred power surged forward, intertwining to form a terrifying cage that enveloped the heavens and earth, trapping Qin Yun within. Concurrently, various sacred artifacts were summoned, linked together to forge an unparalleled killing intent, piercing toward Qin Yun. Rumble. The entire world trembled as nearly 20 ancient saints joined forces. Such formidable power seemed capable of reversing the very essence of the cosmos. Many cultivators on the scene were thrown back, blood streaming from their orifices, utterly unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. Even the numerous celestial beings observing from afar were taken aback, their expressions shifting as 20 distinct forces surged forth, akin to 20 great paths resonating in unison. The sheer magnitude of this power astonished even them. One could only fear that should they dare to step into that cage, they would be obliterated in an instant. Young friend, exclaimed the woodcutter, his face paling as he returned to his senses, confronted by such a breathtaking spectacle. The might unleashed by the 20 or so sages could forge and refine the very heavens and earth. The overwhelming flow of these 20 powers could effortlessly pierce through the cosmos, creating a terrifying wave that instilled a profound sense of helplessness in all present. Yet, Qin Yun remained utterly composed, his expression unperturbed by joy or sorrow. With a mere gesture, he summoned the celestial energies that cascaded from the heavens, coalescing around him until they formed 12 magnificent heavenly swords. Their resplendent blades radiated brilliance, exuding a murderous intent that penetrated the very fabric of existence. With a clang, Qin Yun pointed forward, and one of the heavenly swords shot forth, igniting a cascade of vibrant sparks. The cage trembled, nearly shattering under the force. Clang! The second sword followed, unleashing a tremendous power that caused the cage to tremble once more, this time manifesting visible cracks. The ancient sages were struck with astonishment, never anticipating that this youthful sage could wield such formidable strength. Yet, before they could react, the third, fourth, and fifth heavenly swords unleashed in rapid succession, raining down like a storm. Boom. The cage could no longer withstand the onslaught and erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the realm, causing all to be flung outward. Some ancient sages perished on the spot, while others, though they survived, were left severely injured by the overwhelming force. This was a monstrous prodigy, far more terrifying than even the supreme bodies of legend. This being was undoubtedly an anomaly, surpassing the supreme forms in every conceivable way. Despite the assembly of over 20 ancient sages, a grand display of power, only fewer than 10 remained standing, instilling dread in the hearts of all. The individual before them was overwhelmingly powerful, and an ominous intuition whispered to them that this being was invincible. Such terrifying offensive capability extinguished any flicker of combat spirit within them. Retreat! A voice echoed, and without hesitation, the ancient sages surged away into the distance. In the vast expanse above, all the formidable figures watching were rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Over 20 ancient sages, each hailing from the pinnacle of worldly traditions and possessing fearsome legacies. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to declare that any one of them was a figure of utmost prominence in the present day, were now fleeing in terror from this young sage. The once mighty ancient sages found themselves stripped of their fighting spirit, their very souls seemingly frightened away. What a staggering spectacle this was. Clang. Yet, Qin Yun harbored no intention of holding back. Around him, 6 heavenly swords were unleashed simultaneously, shooting forth in all directions. Each sword bore greater might than the last, imbued with an overwhelming sense of celestial order and murderous intent. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, Qin Yun stood silently, his gaze as profound as the ocean, barely casting a glance at his surroundings, yet exuding an aura of effortless dominance. However, 6 celestial swords pierced through the heavens and the earth. Claiming the lives of all present, none escaped, leaving only bloodshed across the 9 provinces. Many were left in stunned silence by this scene. Who could have anticipated such a conclusion? More than 20 ancient saints, united, were a force formidable enough to challenge even divinity. Yet, in this inconspicuous realm of the universe, they encountered a singular prodigy and suffered a devastating defeat. Not a single soul survived. All were vanquished. What a display of invincibility this was. Indeed, many believed that this clash was nothing short of a thorough annihilation, and that the youthful saint had not even exerted his full strength. This is a harrowing truth. The demise of these 20 ancient saints has left their true combat prowess shrouded in mystery, an unfathomable enigma. The figure before them resembled an ancient, mysterious mountain of divinity, his battle capabilities impossible to gauge. It was evident that this incident would send shockwaves throughout the world. Ancient saints, each a paragon of strength, have rarely witnessed a single conflict resulting in such a staggering loss of life. Yet, in a single night, over 20 were felled by one individual. This will undoubtedly stir a tempest across all realms, shocking the hearts of the populace. As for the young saint, he would inevitably find himself at the center of attention, his legendary tale forged by the blood of more than 20 ancient saints. Chapter 087. The Anomaly of the Ancestral Temple. Who exactly is this individual? What is their origin? How can they be so overwhelmingly powerful? As the ancient saints fell one after another, this perplexity arose in the hearts of all. The land of Jiuzhou is exceedingly ordinary, arguably the weakest domain in existence. Yet, within such a realm, a formidable saint has emerged, inciting profound curiosity about their very essence. Those who attain sainthood are typically renowned leaders, impossible to exist without a trace of tumult or news. Yet, why has there never been any mention of this person's name? The emergence of Qin Yun has left everyone feeling incredulous, as if he has suddenly materialized from a bygone era, with no prior whispers of his existence. This individual possesses unmatched combat prowess, mastering both realm and sword intent to remarkable heights. At such a tender age, he has achieved such accomplishments. Bearing the 9 secrets and an unfathomable legacy, he bears an uncanny resemblance to the infamous Supreme Body. Could there be some connection between the two? The details of the battle have undoubtedly raised suspicions among some leaders. Despite Qin Yun wielding the secret of the combat character, which alters the essence of his combat capability, his age, the 9 secrets, and his realm inevitably evoke associations with the Supreme Body. The Supreme Body, a force that has reverberated through time, holds a terrifying influence in this realm. Any hint of connection, no matter how slight, stirs immense curiosity. Presently, Qin Yun's formidable display has intensified this intrigue, as the similarities to the Supreme Body are striking. Yet, it seems that all of this is destined to remain unanswered. Boom. On the ground, the demon army and monstrous soldiers retreated in disarray. Following the demise of the ancient saints, these lesser beings posed no threat, their courage shattered. Retreating like a receding tide from this domain, Qin Yun refrained from pursuit or attack, for annihilating them was an insurmountable task. There were simply too many, an astonishing number. Has this great calamity truly been quelled? In the distance, the woodcutter stood in stunned silence. Previously, he had come with a resolve to face death unflinchingly. Not anticipating the end of this catastrophe, he merely wished to contribute his share of strength, seeking to act with integrity. Yet now, the unfolding scene left him utterly shaken. The great calamity had indeed been suppressed. Over countless ages, Zhuzhou has faced turmoil time and again, with over 20 saints joining forces, none able to halt their march or will. Yet today, it was subdued by the strength of a single individual. Gazing at the distant figure of youth, the woodcutter's heart swelled with complex emotions. He felt an unfamiliar sensation, as the once lackadaisical person he had so wished to spur on had now grown powerful enough to inspire awe. Like a looming mountain of darkness, it instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. The land of Zhuzhou has seen countless casualties, yet at this moment, all eyes were raised towards the heavens, towards the starry sky, and the solitary figure clad in white. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you, celestial deity. Kneeling upon the ground, a multitude fervently worshipped. Their voices initially chaotic, yet gradually harmonizing into a monumental celestial resonance that reverberated throughout the entire realm. However, the manner in which they addressed him felt oddly dissonant. In truth, the people were at a loss for how to properly honor him. Immortal sovereign, exalted sage, divine being. Each title arose from the depths of their hearts, embodying the utmost reverence. Some even called him immortal, ancestral patriarch, or land deity. Qin Yun felt a sense of helplessness. This overwhelming emotion was an authentic manifestation of their feelings. For millennia, the realm of Zhuzhou had endured countless calamities, but now, with this singular catastrophe quelled, the people's emotions were beyond articulation. Boom. At this moment, from the distant reaches of the cosmos, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the starry expanse to tremble. The heavens and earth resounded with a dreadful upheaval. This disturbance emanated from a lowly mountain on the sacred grounds of the human ancestral temple. To everyone's astonishment, the temple doors swung wide open, and a beam of golden light erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Qin Yun. This spectacle filled the woodcutter's heart with dread. Young friend, quickly take cover. The ancestral temple harbors profound secrets, he urged anxiously. The woodcutter held an immense reverence for the human ancestral temple, as his long tenure in this land afforded him a deeper understanding of its mysteries than Qin Yun possessed. The human ancestral temple bore unique significance, symbolizing the very origins of humankind. The era of its construction remains shrouded in mystery, with the earliest ancient texts suggesting its existence since the dawn of time. Throughout the endless ages, countless mighty rulers had ascended that low mountain, yearning to uncover the temple's secrets. Yet most returned empty-handed, and those who dared to intrude upon the sacred grounds met with inexplicable demise. Legends speak of the temple containing the essence of human will, a burden no one could endure. It is said to harbor curses, and once disturbed, dire consequences would surely follow. The world is rife with tales regarding the human ancestral temple, yet without a doubt, all believe it conceals momentous secrets. Long ago, the woodcutter too had ventured upon that low mountain, unable to suppress his curiosity, aspiring to emulate the ancients in seeking the temple's truths. However, upon merely approaching the ancient edifice, he felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Having experienced this firsthand, his reverence deepened. Witnessing the inexplicable golden radiance erupting from the temple now sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Qin Yun, in response to the woodcutter's warning, appeared unfazed. For in that moment, he sensed no imminent danger. Rather, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped him. The golden beam descended from the heavens, eclipsing the sun, becoming the most resplendent light in existence. Reminiscent of the primordial brilliance of the universe, nearly blinding in its intensity. However, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving all in awe. The golden light did not pierce through Qin Yun. Instead, it lingered at his feet, forming a golden bridge between him and the ancestral temple. The gates of the ancestral temple swung wide open, revealing a golden pathway unfurling beneath his feet, as if to graciously welcome him. Qin Yun, undeterred, felt an instinctive assurance that the ancestral temple harbored no ill intentions towards him. In that moment, he focused his thoughts and proceeded towards the temple, while the golden road seemed to shorten, guiding him towards his destination. Ascension had been achieved, immortality attained. Many stood in awe, captivated by the spectacle, which resembled a celestial phenomenon. The ancestral temple of humanity opened its gates, casting forth a radiant golden avenue that beckoned him within. All gazed upon this scene, struggling to grasp the reality of it. Chapter 088. The Nine Provinces Cauldron. The Emperor of Humanity, the ancestral temple of the human race, stood with its grand doors flung open, a cascade of golden light pouring forth, enveloping the entire mountain peak. All eyes were drawn to the mysteries harbored within that sacred edifice. What secrets lay within the temple? This question ignited the curiosity of all present. The temple's existence transcended the annals of time, standing resolute for countless eons, shrouded in enigma. No one had ever entered its confines to unveil its secrets. Yet it now opened of its own accord, a miraculous phenomenon indeed. However, the brilliance of the golden light rendered the wonders within nearly invisible, almost blinding to the onlookers. Some practitioners attempted to force their way into the light, only to find their eyes streaming with blood. Yet, Qin Yun perceived everything with remarkable clarity. It was as if he found himself immersed in an infinite cosmos, where a grand river of the Tao flowed, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Countless faces materialized within this river, blurred and indistinct, yet innumerable as they swiftly passed before him, some bowing in respect, others nodding in acknowledgement, and a few offering warm, benevolent smiles. The will of humanity? Qin Yun felt a stirring within, acutely aware of the formidable essence of the human domain, eternal and indomitable, akin to a fortuitous fate. Yet not entirely so. It resembled a direct confrontation with the Tao itself, enveloping him and guiding him to absorb and embrace its essence. He sensed that with a mere nod, this consciousness would intertwine with his very being. This was an unparalleled opportunity, akin to possessing the Tao itself, a manifestation of the unyielding will of the powerful within the human realm throughout the ages. Yet, Qin Yun furrowed his brow, a flicker of conflict crossing his features. Suddenly, the golden light converged, and in an instant, a small cauldron appeared before him. The cauldron, ancient and adorned in hues of deep yellow, bore the marks of time, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of heaven and earth, harboring boundless mysteries. This small cauldron, an embodiment of the infinite golden radiance, appeared to possess a spirit of its own, swirling around Qin Yun, brushing against him as if seeking intimacy. This spectacle was witnessed by many. Although they could not glimpse the peculiar sights within the temple, they beheld the small cauldron that danced around Qin Yun. At that moment, many faces paled, including that of the woodcutter, who bore an expression of astonishment. The words "Nine Provinces Cauldron" echoed, reverberating through the world, plunging all into a profound silence, a deathly stillness. What is the Nine Provinces Cauldron? Some younger practitioners were oblivious to its significance, yet many of the elder generation stood frozen, their bodies trembling violently. Did the Nine Provinces Cauldron truly exist in this world? Legend has it that in the dawn of humanity, when it was frail and vulnerable, the emergence of the Nine Provinces Cauldron shielded the land, allowing humanity to cultivate and thrive, gradually rising to prominence among the myriad races. The Qishu Ding, steeped in enigma, is said to be a divine weapon, embodying the essence of the great Tao, and is revered as one of the most ancient artifacts of the cosmos. This legend, chronicled in ancient texts, raises the question, does the Qishu Ding truly exist? Across various regions, silence envelopes the populace. The tales surrounding the Qishu Ding are countless, each possessing the power to astonish, with its origins so extraordinary that few can articulate them, yet they remain shrouded in mystery, stirring profound emotions within all who hear them. The Qishu Ding is also known as the human sovereign Ding, and the one who wields it is deemed the human sovereign. Elderly figures whisper of it, their faces etched with astonishment. This is a whisper from the furthest reaches of the heavens. The origins of the Qishu Ding remain elusive, with endless rumors and varying interpretations. Yet the consensus that the holder of the Qishu Ding is the human sovereign is terrifyingly uniform. Nearly everyone has encountered such a tale. To possess the Qishu Ding is tantamount to becoming the human sovereign. The title of human sovereign is one of great dread. The human race is vast beyond measure, the largest lineage in existence, encompassing both mortals and cultivators, the majority belonging to humanity. The human sovereign is a recognition of the Tao by heaven and earth, transcending realms, symbolizing the emperor of the human race, the supreme ruler. The weight of these two characters is indeed formidable. Bow before the human sovereign. At this moment, countless mortals across the expanse of Qishu resonate with the call of the human sovereign. They pay their homage to Qin Yun, their voices rising in a crescendo. reverberating throughout the realm, causing the very universe to tremble. On the low mountain, the golden radiance intensified, nearly enveloping Qin Yun, rendering his form invisible, utterly consumed. At this very moment, in the distant skies, wave upon wave of terrifying presences emerged, descending from the heavens, exuding a dreadful aura of intent to kill. The human sovereign must not emerge. Such words echoed, shaking the starry skies. The significance of the human sovereign is immense. It is not merely the leader of a sect or a holy master. A holy master may be the ruler of a sacred land, but the human sovereign reigns over all humanity. For countless eons, cultivators have contended with the heavens, unbound by any constraints, and naturally, they would not wish to witness the rise of a human sovereign. Boom. Yet, on the low mountain, a colossal wave of power erupted, the will of humanity surging forth. As from within the Kyushu Ding emanated an aura of unparalleled terror, spreading throughout the realm. It barred all formidable beings from approaching. Any who dared to cross even a single step were reduced to dust without exception. Bow before the human sovereign. The fervor of voices across the Kyushu land swelled, akin to a tumultuous tide, overwhelming in its magnitude. Atop the low mountain, Qin Yun's gaze remained intricate. He could sense that accepting this role would bring great benefits to himself. However, simultaneously, it would bind him irrevocably to the human race of this land. In other words, the human sovereign bears the responsibility of protecting humanity. This, undoubtedly, is a shackle for him, perhaps even a burden. The title of human sovereign, though grand, casts a vast shadow, inevitably rendering him a target to many ambitious leaders of the human race, a thorn in their side. Does he not have enough troubles already? Yet, gazing upon the people below, listening to their fervent calls, and feeling the resolute will of the realm of humanity, the ancient sage's hopes resonate within him. At last, Qin Yun nodded with a resigned sigh. With his assent, a terrifying will surged into his being. The divine light of the 9 provinces cauldron radiated magnificently, its blinding brilliance spreading in all directions, akin to a resplendent sun, dazzling to the utmost degree. An inexplicable aura of profundity enveloped Qin Yun, as if the essence of the great Tao had embraced him, unfurling a path of golden light ahead, transforming into a wondrous manifestation of his journey. Throughout his entire form, extraordinary phenomena erupted, dragon energy surged forth, and the imperial aura permeated the air. Many were awestruck by this spectacle, witnessing the emergence of a supreme emperors of humanity, acknowledged by the heavens and earth, becoming the sovereign of the human race. In that moment, all of humanity, whether cultivators or mortals, felt a peculiar sensation, as if an unseen shackle had been added to the tapestry of their destinies. I am the emperor of humanity, tasked with protecting the realms of the 9 provinces. Those who dare to transgress shall face merciless retribution. The golden dragon energy enveloped him, and Qin Yun's gaze blazed with intensity as he stood before the ancestral temple of the human race, his raven hair swirling wildly, exuding boundless majesty and grace. Uttering these words that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Chapter 089. The anomaly of the Tang Mansion. The void trembled, resonating with a majestic voice that reverberated like thunder. A declaration of I am the Emperor of humanity rendered the heavens silent, and the cosmos fell into profound stillness. All present felt an unprecedented palpitation in their hearts. You are merely the emperor among mortals. How audacious for a sovereign of the 9 provinces to aspire to become the sovereign of the human race. To claim such an exalted title, you lack the qualifications. From the distant horizon, voices arose in succession, imbued with authority, booming throughout the universe as if echoing the rhythm of the great Tao. It was evident that the originator of this voice possessed a terrifying identity, surely a formidable overlord, unwilling to acknowledge the title of Emperor of humanity or bow before him. Inevitably, these figures regarded themselves as deities. How could they ever submit to a mere sage? To compel their allegiance, only the birth of an emperor would suffice. Nonetheless, a true emperor of humanity had indeed emerged, renowned and destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. His name would echo through time, marking the era with the advent of an emperor of humanity. Such a proclamation was monumental. The 9 provinces faced calamity, yet none paid heed. But with the emergence of the emperor of humanity, all could no longer remain indifferent. The embodiment of human will foretold a future where he would undoubtedly become the true emperor, who would not feel trepidation. At that very moment, numerous ambitious rulers stirred restlessly, contemplating the assassination of the emperor and the seizure of the 9 provinces tripod. Yet, as this thought surfaced, all shook their heads in unison. The emperor's reputation was too illustrious. and the Nine Provinces tripod was a legendary artifact of unfathomable power. Few possessed the audacity to defy the Emperor's majesty at such a time. This night was destined to be sleepless. Whether it was the slaying of over 20 sages or the name of the Emperor of Humanity, it propelled the youthful sage to the pinnacle of acclaim. Two pieces of news emerged, each more astonishing than the last, igniting a sensation across the cosmos and stirring waves in various realms. A sage at the age of 20. How could this be possible? Even the great emperors of yore did not achieve such feats at a tender age. To single-handedly vanquish more than 20 sages demonstrated an overwhelming prowess. How could such a paragon arise from the Nine Provinces? Discussions filled every domain, with all speculating about the identity and origins of Qin Yun. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Supreme Body. Inevitably, people drew parallels to the Supreme Body, setting aside the formidable combat prowess, the mysterious heritage, and the possession of 9 secrets. The mere fact of his youthful age aroused tremendous suspicion. Could it be that the Supreme Body had not perished? Yet, upon this thought, all shook their heads in disbelief. The Supreme Body could not possibly still be alive. Even at its zenith, it would not have been a match for the war god, let alone after sustaining grievous injuries. Moreover, achieving sainthood is a daunting endeavor. In just a few months, the Supreme Body could not transform from a half-saint into an established sage. Such a transition necessitates decades of accumulation. Ultimately, they dismissed this notion. There must be a connection between the Supreme Body and the Emperor of Humanity. Almost everyone was inclined to believe so. The formidable combat strength and the enigmatic legacy compelled them to associate the two. Of utmost significance were the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets have been lost to time for far too long. Throughout the ages, not a trace has ever been found. Yet now, following the Supreme Body, the Emperor of Humanity bears signs of these 9 secrets. If one were to assert that there is no connection between the two, how could anyone possibly believe it? These two figures may share the same lineage and origins. If one day the truths surrounding the Emperor of Humanity are unveiled, it stands to reason that all pertaining to the Supreme Body will also be revealed. Although the Supreme Body has perished, the world remains utterly ignorant of all that pertains to him, his origins, his background, and his legacy, all shrouded in profound curiosity. With the fall of the Supreme Body, this curiosity has turned to dust, as people consider it a historical regret that may never be resolved. However, the emergence of the Emperor of Humanity rekindles hope for the possibility of revelation. Once again, the allure of the mysterious legacy, the 9 secrets, takes hold. Yet this Emperor of Humanity is even more formidable than the Supreme Body. Having slain over 20 saints, what staggering might he wields? Even if the saints were to unite, they would likely suffer dire consequences. Few possess the power to quell him. Otherwise, when he ascended to the status of Emperor, someone would surely have intervened. He is a figure more challenging than the Supreme Body. The enigma surrounding the Emperor of Humanity captivates the populace. Yet the mere thought of his overwhelming power sends shivers down their spines. Alas, just as the Supreme Body has finally fallen, another Emperor of Humanity has emerged, blessed by the will of humanity, with a future of limitless potential. The rulers of the world are truly unsettled. Just as one wave subsides, another rises, each greater than the last. Many tremble at the thought, believing that this universe is destined for turmoil. The name of the Emperor of Humanity shines too brightly, and soon, a horrific calamity will surely descend upon the 9 provinces, potentially altering the fate of the entire realm. Turmoil is imminent. The appearance of the Emperor has shattered the tranquility that has prevailed for millennia under the dominance of various orthodoxies. Sighs echo in succession. In the Wen dynasty, within the Tang residence, the atmosphere has grown even colder. The once lively Tang family now exudes an air of desolation. Even the servants and maidens wear expressions devoid of joy, as the somber demeanor of their 2 masters has permeated the entire household. Since the passing of the son-in-law, the 2 sisters, once inseparable, now rarely communicate. This perplexes the servants within the Tang residence. While it is understandable for the second young lady to mourn the death of her seemingly worthless husband, given their amicable relationship, why does the eldest young lady frequently display signs of sorrow? Typically, she has always held disdain for her husband. Shouldn't his death have brought her liberation? Why then, does she often sigh? Why does she allow a memorial tablet for the deceased son-in-law to remain in the ancestral hall of the Tang family? In the ancestral hall of the Tang family, Tang Guiyao stands quietly adorned in simple garments. The hall is filled with numerous memorial tablets, most worn and faded, save for one newly inscribed tablet prominently bearing the name Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao is fully aware of Qin Yun's identity, yet she refrains from speaking of it. Upon the news of the demise of the Supreme Body at Mount Tai, Tang Guo organized a funeral, marking a closure for the disappearance of the Tang family's son-in-law. Qin Yun, serving as a guise to shield the truth. Gazing at the memorial tablet, Tang Guo felt a tumult of emotions within her heart. Tap, tap. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed, and the door swung open, revealing a delicate young maid, appearing to be around 17 or 18. Possessing a beauty akin to that of a refined jade, yet bearing an air of weariness. I am bound for the Jiuzhou Dao domain, Tang Yunli stated as he entered, his tone subdued. Chapter 090. Depleted and dimmed since the supreme body of the emperor fell upon Mount Tai. The two sisters had scarcely exchanged a word after a fierce quarrel. Today marked the first occasion that Tang Yunli addressed Tang Guo, yet it stirred a tumult of emotions within her heart. It is said that the emperor is but 20 years of age, similar in years to my elder brother. I wish to see if he is indeed my brother. Tang Yunli spoke with an air of remarkable calmness. You are not permitted to leave the Tang family. Tang Guo declared with a commanding and unyielding tone, rejecting him outright. The name of the emperor reverberates across the world. The realm of Jiuzhou is no longer the tranquil land it once was, rife with surging undercurrents, with countless ambitious leaders coveting its power. You, a mere foundational cultivator. How could you possibly venture into Jiuzhou? How could you meet the emperor? Tang Guo's voice was cold and cutting. Her tone caused Tang Yunli to furrow his elegant brows, a flicker of bitterness crossing his eyes. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must seek my brother. Even if it leads to my demise, it is far better than remaining idle like you. As he uttered these words, resentment glimmered in his gaze. Sister, do you truly feel no stirrings of emotion? Have you accepted our brother's death so readily in your heart? This struck Tang Guo, momentarily halting her. She turned her head, her eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of feelings. Hope, what does that even mean? Apart from age, what connection does this person have to your brother-in-law? One follows the path of martial arts, while the other is solely a swordsman. Their essences are fundamentally different. Your brother-in-law is always prudent, never exposing himself easily. Yet look at this person, how domineering and forceful his actions are, how glaringly conspicuous. Does that align with your brother-in-law's style? The world is vast, filled with extraordinary individuals. Must they all be your brother simply because they are 20 and dazzling? Tang Guo's words dripped with profound bitterness. Do you truly believe I am a heartless and unfeeling person? I will seek him, but not now, and not in the blind manner you propose. I am already striving to break through the holy threshold. Once I attain enlightenment, I shall journey to Mount Tai, searching for all that remains, alive or dead. Tang Guo declared with confidence and authority, her tone imbued with an unwavering gravitas that brooked no dissent. Huh. Tang Yunli responded with a shake of his head and a bitter smile. Mount Tai is a forbidden zone of life. Does one gain the right to breach it simply by being a sage? What of your search? You merely wish to provide yourself with an excuse. I fear you know deep down that you may find nothing at all. You only seek to alleviate your own conscience. This statement left Tang Guo utterly stunned, her expression a canvas of complexity. I have come to bid you farewell, not to seek your counsel. If you refuse to journey to Jiuzhou, I shall go alone. My life and death are of no concern to you. With that, Tang Yunli turned and stormed out. Tang Yunli, came Tang Guo's sharp command from behind. You shall not cross the threshold of the Tang family. In that instant, an unparalleled formation rose within the Tang residence, barring the passage of any living being. Sister, you truly are merciless. Standing amidst the courtyard, Tang Yunli's gaze bore a hint of resentment as he cast a lingering glance at Tang Guo before departing. Within the ancestral hall, Tang Guo's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. A soft sigh escaped her lips, echoing with profound melancholy and unending fatigue. Everything is for your own good. She delicately lifted the plaque, her alabaster fingers gently caressing the two characters of Qin Yun's name. Have you truly departed? Tang Guo's eyes brimmed with sorrow. My pursuit of the sacred barrier and my desire to ascend Mount Tai are not merely for my own justification or peace of mind. Rather, I seek the truth of your existence and a resolution. If I cannot find you, then let me perish upon Mount Tai, allowing all grievances to vanish. Her voice was weary, her gaze filled with despondency. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to feel, and this was no exception. Just months prior, Tang Guo could never have imagined that the languid mortal by her side would come to matter so deeply to her, caring for his life and yearning for his presence once more. Yet, even she recognized this as an extravagant wish. The supreme body had succumbed to madness, sustaining grave injuries after vanquishing 4 demon saints, only to be hunted by the heavens, fading amidst brilliance. She understood the slim chances of survival, but what else could she do? Her journey to Mount Tai was her final obsession, the belief that sustained her will to live. In the depths of the old forest of Jiuzhou, the woodcutter's body had weakened significantly since his return. His lifespan was nearly exhausted, and after this last exertion, a climax of the saint of survival, his spirit waned, leaving only an overwhelming sense of impending death. Old ancestor, I am truly at the end of my days. I have but a few left, my young friend. Please take care of Nyonyo. The woodcutter bid his final farewell. Qin Yun remained skeptical. As a saint of survival, do you truly possess no secret to preserve your life? He inquired. The old beggar had survived through extremes, and Qin Yun doubted he lacked some life-saving elixir. Such a being, who had integrated longevity into his very essence, would surely conceal his means of survival, not revealing them lightly. Alas, my young friend, despite our bond, you still question me as I approach the end. My heart aches. Life and death are paramount matters. Would the old ancestor jest about such things? The beggar lamented. It is a pity that I once intended to take you as my disciple, yet now you question my integrity. In the face of the old beggar's lamentations, Qin Yun remained unconvinced. Ultimately, the elder sighed. Do you know how long I have lived? Over 4,000 years. The weight of such a number astonished Qin Yun. He could sense the depth of the elder's age, yet he had not anticipated it to be so profound. The lifespan of an ordinary sage typically hovers around 2 millennia. Should one strive to the utmost, it is conceivable to extend that life to 3,000 years, provided one employs elixirs for nourishment. 3,000 years represents a significant milestone for sages. Throughout history, there are no accounts of a sage surpassing this temporal boundary. This limitation arises from the immutable nature of their enlightenment, subjected to the constraints of heaven and earth. Without a breakthrough, 3,000 years stands as the ultimate threshold. The old man, having lived for 4,000 years, indeed aligns with the practices of those who cling to the path of survival, and it appears that his vitality is nearing its end. 4,000 years is a compelling testament. Even Qin Yun, in this moment, cannot dismiss this reality. Chapter 091. Few abandon immortality. The world resents the calamity of immortality, yet how many actually forsake it? The woodcutter, with but a short time left, spent his final days in the valley of Qin Yun, accompanied by the young girl, often expressing such lamentations. Reflecting on the past, he reminisced fondly. Ah, my young friend, you are truly enviable. At merely 20, you have achieved such heights, with an infinite future ahead. Life is finite, be it for mortals or cultivators. There exists an ultimate limit. In the vastness of the cosmos, human existence is but a fleeting moment, while death remains eternal. Speak not of death lightly, for life is far more precious. Young friend, you must learn to cherish it. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, the old man murmured, imbued with a sense of twilight, akin to a flickering candle swaying in the breeze, with life ready to extinguish at any moment. I offer you my blood essence to prolong your days, enough to grant you a span of time. Ultimately, Qin Yun wished to use his supreme blood essence to extend the old man's life, unreservedly revealing his identity as a supreme being, for he truly did not wish to witness the old man's demise. However, the elder declined. I have accomplished little in my life, seeking immortality, yet finding only solitude. My talents are limited. I can progress no further in the realm of saints. I have lived cautiously, avoiding conflict, yet I have squandered 4,000 years. There is no need to extend my life. It holds no meaning, for I have endured enough of such an existence. The old man was resolute, refusing Qin Yun's blood essence, enveloped in a melancholic acceptance of death. Qin Yun, helpless, could only respect the elder's wishes. My young friend, we have shared a connection. May I inquire your name and origin? In his final moments, the old man turned to Qin Yun and asked, I am Nie Feng, a resident of Jingzhou. With 5 acres of fertile land, Qin Yun replied earnestly. The old beggar, in exasperation, spat blood. I am on the brink of death, yet you still refuse to treat me with sincerity? My heart aches. Elder, from where do you hail? What is your name? Qin Yun inquired. The old beggar, sincere, responded. I am Lin Yun, from the state of Jin, with an elderly mother of 80 at home. Elder, you jest, my heart aches as well. 2 figures, both of whom sought immortality, engaged in a subtle duel in their twilight, probing each other's depths. Yet, each time, they merely exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. They could sense each other's heartfelt sincerity, devoid of malice, yet remained strangers to one another. This was a marvelous friendship. Time passed swiftly, and half a month elapsed. Qin Yun remained skeptical regarding the woodcutter's lifespan, for he believed the elder must possess some hidden card to ensure his longevity. A figure of such stature could not simply fade away, could he? Yet, on this day, beneath the setting sun, the old man finally succumbed. Gazing at the twilight, frail and weary, he bore many regrets from a life lived. The once great seeker of immortality leaned against a grand tree, cradling the young girl, motionless. A faint smile graced his lips, and thus, life departed from him. The gentle smile belonged to Nyonyo, the little girl of this mortal realm, who bestowed upon the venerable Goshing an unprecedented warmth. Yet, upon his passing, the old man harbored regrets. He lamented the elusive path to immortality, reflecting on a life that ultimately failed to reach its pinnacle, a sentiment echoed by many great rulers at the time of their demise. In addition, he bore two significant sorrows. The first pertained to an extraordinary coffin nestled within the ancient sacred mountain, said to grant eternal life, impervious to the ravages of time, and capable of restoring youth. The elder lamented that he had never lain within it. This was his own admission of regret. The formidable heritage of the ancient sacred mountain, one of the most fearsome traditions of the age, was such that not even a single Goshing, nor 100 of his kind, could seize its miraculous essence. The second sorrow was akin to capsizing in a gutter. Throughout his life, the elder had lived with utmost caution. Yet he had laid bare his heart and entrusted everything to you. He remained preoccupied with Qin Yun, who, despite appearing merely as a qi refining practitioner, was entangled in matters of a saint, a burden he could never relinquish. This was not merely about the nature of their relationship, whether good or bad. The path of Goshing was defined by survival. Yet, in the presence of Qin Yun, he had exposed himself, failing to discern the true essence of the young man, which he regarded as the greatest disgrace of his life. This was a profound defeat, not one of battle or strength, but a loss of the way. The elder would forever be haunted by this. My young friend, you shall never have the opportunity to falter as I have in this lifetime. Perhaps in the next, I shall ensure you suffer a great loss upon my account, were the elder's own words. Thus, the era of Goshing concluded, marking the end of a life spanning over 4 millennia. Had he truly departed? Even at this juncture, Qin Yun remained somewhat skeptical. Yet he was compelled to accept the reality of the elder's death. As a saint endowed with numerous secret arts and formidable legacies, how could he not discern whether a person before him was alive or deceased? But the absence of vitality was unmistakable. A profound sense of solitude enveloped Qin Yun, as this was the first time he witnessed someone passing, not at the hands of an enemy, but claimed by the heavens, their lifespan exhausted, their innate talents rendered powerless against the forces of life. This instilled within Qin Yun a sense of helplessness. All lament the perils of longevity. Yet how many are willing to forsake it? Eternal life is elusive. One may spend a lifetime barely scraping its threshold. Yet how many are prepared to relinquish the relentless pursuit of power? Even Qin Yun was destined to drown in this quest, embarking on a path that would inevitably be long, during which countless individuals, no matter how unforgettable, would merely be scenery along his journey, seen, yet forever beyond his grasp. Sighing softly, he stood before the elder's grave, taking a few sips of wine, his heart tinged with an air of melancholy. A fleeting acquaintance, yet imbued with a profound mutual appreciation. The old man's demise left Qin Yun in a state of deep sorrow. Subsequently, he interred the elder and erected a stone tablet at the grave. However, in the end, Qin Yun found himself at a loss for words to inscribe on the epitaph. As he knew nothing of the elder's life, he settled on the 4 characters, grave of the virtuous, but soon erased them. To truly inscribe, it would betray the very essence of the term. Ultimately, the tablet remained stark and empty, standing solemnly before the grave, serving as a reminder that the prominent earthen mound was not a mere hillock, but a small tomb. A gentle breeze wafted through, accompanied by the rustling of pines, reminiscent of flowing water, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and naturalness that calmed the spirit. Qin Yun stood quietly before the grave, with the little girl perched upon his shoulder. A humble grave, a solitary tablet, and the life of a once virtuous soul, now rendered silent. Chapter 092, Initiating Disciples, Ding. On the 180th day of marriage. Reward, a layer of Tao intent. Ding. On the 190th day of marriage. Reward, a Kirin Tao seed. Ding. On the 200th day of marriage. Reward, a divine pool. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. During this month, Qin Yun's strength steadily ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the saint realm. The 9th heaven. Having arrived at this juncture signifies the attainment of complete mastery within the saint realm. The next step lies in achieving the status of a saint king. A saint king, as the name implies, is the sovereign among saints. While saints embody the Tao, a saint king commands the Tao, harnessing the laws of the cosmos for personal gain. At this stage, every gesture and utterance is imbued with Tao intent, with words manifesting as law. converging almost entirely with the order and rules of the universe. A saint king can endure for 6,000 years, marking a significant divide within the saint realm. The path of cultivation is fraught with barriers. The further one progresses, the greater the disparities become. A single saint king can safeguard a sacred land from decline. Their might capable of instilling awe across the world. When a saint king unleashes their fury, no lineage can withstand such a cost. This is one of the reasons for the exalted status of a saint king. Should I ascend to this rank, any sovereign in the world would be compelled to think twice before challenging me. Seated amidst the starry expanse of the 9 provinces, Qin Yun stood upon the 9 provinces cauldron, gazing into the distant void, his voice barely above a whisper. Suddenly, a ripple emerged in the far-off void, emanating a terrifying aura that surged towards the 9 provinces like a razor-sharp sword, its brilliance unmistakable. Those who trespass upon the 9 provinces shall face annihilation. The elegance on Qin Yun's face vanished, his dark hair flowing dramatically, his gaze deep as the ocean, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to consume the very mountains and rivers. With a resounding thud, the 9 provinces cauldron trembled, unleashing an infinite glow of mysterious yellow light, burning as fiercely as the sun. The terrifying order of the cosmos was unleashed, reverberating with formidable power, as the radiant light scattered into myriad strands, piercing through the boundless void. "Ah, forgive me, Emperor of Humanity." A mournful cry echoed, as a figure was hurled into the air, blood trailing behind, spilling into the void. Seeking death, Qin Yun's gaze turned icy, cold and merciless, as he reached downward with a decisive motion. An exalted figure was instantly reduced to mere blood and mud, disintegrating in the void, forever lost to the annals of history. This scene was witnessed by many, sending tremors of shock through all who beheld it. Another peerless figure had fallen. An exalted saint attempting to breach the 9 provinces was mercilessly erased by the Emperor of Humanity, leaving no trace of compassion. The might of the Emperor was not to be trifled with. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful, invincible within the saint realm. Any divine being daring to enter the 9 provinces would meet with obliteration. The potency of the Emperor's cauldron was unfathomable, with it in existence. This individual was nearly invincible in the realm. Whispers filled the air, laden with trepidation. It is widely acknowledged that the human emperor possesses an unparalleled might, bolstered by the 9 provinces cauldron, achieving a level of power that astounds all. Even the most formidable saints find themselves ill-equipped to confront him. What kind of dominion and invincibility does this entail? In the present day, unless an ancient being from the Saint King realm intervenes, no one can extinguish his flame of power. Such a day is not far off. They are currently probing the strength of the human emperor. Recently, several ancient Saint Kings have conspired to join forces and eliminate him. Individuals of the Saint King realm seldom act without cause, once they are compelled to engage. Only the essence of the Tao can capture their interest enough to expend their vitality. However, the Emperor's overwhelming presence poses a threat. If he is not subdued, countless lineages will inevitably be crushed underfoot. Moreover, he harbors numerous secrets. Who would not be intrigued by that? Rumors have emerged that the presence of the Buddhist sect has recently manifested in this realm. Significant figures privy to certain mysteries have divulged this news, sending shockwaves through all who heard it. The Buddhist sect is an indomitable force, transcending worldly concerns and commanding influence over the Western domains, unparalleled by any other lineage. It is safe to say that no other tradition instills such fear. The teachings of Buddhism are profoundly cohesive. The venerable monks of the sect traditionally remain secluded, immersed in rigorous meditation, detached from worldly affairs. How then could they be appearing now? This revelation is what truly astonishes the populace. The Buddhist sect stands independent of all traditions, rarely entangling itself with any other, and remains elusive even in times of great calamity, a pattern sustained throughout the ages. The influence of the human emperor is indeed formidable, compelling even the monks of the Buddhist sect to emerge. Are they also wary of him, seeking to extinguish his power? Their intentions may not be so sinister. In recent years, the Buddhist sect has not been tranquil, perhaps seeking to guide the emperor toward enlightenment instead. Esteemed figures privy to hidden truths have shared this information, leaving many in stunned silence. The emperor's overwhelming strength, if left unchecked, is a prospect few desire to witness. Yet, if the Buddhist sect were to attempt to enlighten him, given his might, they would surely see a resurgence of their own, a scenario that the masses would rather avoid. The alliance of kings sealing the emperor's fate seems inevitable. However, one can only hope that the emperor does not affiliate himself with the Buddhist sect, for he is fundamentally a practitioner of the Tao, harboring secrets that rightfully belong to the Taoist path. In the void of space, Qin Yun stands atop the cauldron, surveying the realm with fervent eyes, casting his gaze upon the horizon. In truth, there have been many instances like today when saints have sought to force their way into the 9 provinces, yet with the 9 provinces cauldron in place. All formidable foes are kept at bay. Daily, he traverses this land as if he were the heavenly emperor on a grand procession. Although I am the human emperor, tasked with the protection of this vast expanse, the rise and fall of humanity cannot solely rely on my strength. It is better to teach a man to fish than to merely provide him with fish. Qin Yun reflects softly, contemplating the establishment of a lineage here, one that rivals the sacred lands. He cannot remain eternally bound to this land, as it contradicts his nature. To avoid being tethered, he seeks to establish a lineage that empowers humanity, for this is the essence of remedying the frailty of humankind. However, such a transformation is destined to be a protracted journey. As the Emperor of Humanity, I hereby establish a doctrine named the Doctrine of Humanity, which is inclusive and open to all. Every member of the human race may come forth to heed the teachings. With a single thought, Qin Yun's voice resonated throughout the realm, echoing thunderously and unleashing a tremendous roar across the cosmos. Inclusivity is the pathway for mortals to rise swiftly. Given the inherent limitations of mortal aptitude, Qin Yun cannot confine his teachings solely to them, for this would restrict the strength of the doctrine. By embracing all, he aims to attract cultivators, enticing them to pursue his teachings, thereby subtly altering the perceptions of both practitioners and mortals, and ultimately securing the protection of the human race. He seeks to ignite a spark that will burn eternally, and it is he who shall kindle this flame. Chapter 093. The transmission of the teachings to the world with a thunderous roar, an unparalleled doctrine was established. Qin Yun, utilizing the resources at hand, meticulously carved out a sanctified realm, serving as the very foundation for the human sect. A myriad of individuals were left astounded by this development. The human sect. The mere notion of these 2 words instilled trepidation in the hearts of many. Throughout the annals of history, countless sages and heroes of the human race have emerged, some of whom have founded sacred lands and ancient dynasties. Yet, no sect has ever dared to place the word human at the forefront. The ambition encapsulated in the term human sect is immense. Could it be that they truly consider themselves to be the sovereigns of humanity? Many scoffed at this audacious claim, dismissing it as the folly of a mere regional leader. However, this skepticism could not quell the fervent desire of cultivators wishing to join the human sect. Sacred lands and ancient dynasties are not easily accessible. Entry into these esteemed lineages often requires not only exceptional talent, but also a considerable stroke of luck. In contrast, the human sect, characterized by its inclusivity, presents itself as a more appealing option for many aspirants. The essence of cultivation invariably revolves around the concept of the law. And in terms of the legacy of the sovereign of humanity, it is by no means inferior to any other tradition. The teachings of the sovereign of humanity captivated many. And on that very day, numerous cultivators arrived, eager to join the human sect. Qin Yun's open invitation to all talented individuals aimed to facilitate the rapid rise of this sect within the realm of mortals across the 9 provinces. As for the potential shortcomings of such inclusivity, there would be ample time in the future to impose constraints and instigate change. Qin Yun imparted the teachings, elucidating the path of cultivation from the initial stages to the realm of the sage, addressing every detail with precision. Many were profoundly moved. The ancient scriptures of the Heavenly Emperor were imbued with profound mysteries, distinct from the myriad traditional methods of the world. Whether they were regional leaders or cultivators, all who heard these teachings were visibly affected. Some leaders, stirred by the profundity of the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures, found themselves unable to sleep, their hearts racing with anticipation and longing. In this world, the notion that teachings should not be disseminated lightly is a tacit understanding. Yet, Qin Yun harbored no such concerns. He was untroubled by the prospect of his teachings being spread far and wide, fearing that others might surpass him. The origin of the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures lay with him. How could he possibly worry about being overshadowed? This confidence and dominance sent ripples of astonishment through all who witnessed it. This young man was indeed imparting the very essence of his legacy, demonstrating remarkable ambition. Many elders sighed in contemplation, their gazes toward the sovereign of humanity transformed. The ancient scriptures were exceedingly precious, forming the very foundation of all major doctrines, enduring through the ages as an eternal cornerstone. For as long as one possesses the ancient scriptures, they will perpetually attract prodigies. It could be said that the ancient scriptures embody everything. Yet now, Qin Yun was unreservedly sharing this treasure, causing a significant upheaval and stirring reactions across the lands. People remained oblivious to his origins, their curiosity about him reaching its zenith as they sought to uncover his true identity. Numerous individuals clandestinely infiltrated the human sect, intent on pilfering his teachings and scriptures. However, upon experiencing the grandeur of the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures, their intrigue only deepened. Whose craftsmanship had forged such extraordinary teachings? They were indeed unparalleled, transcending all that exists. The revelation of the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures sent shockwaves throughout the world, igniting a considerable uproar. This was a scripture that surpassed all worldly laws, brimming with boundless mysteries and the profound essence of the Tao. Everyone was consumed with an unquenchable longing, unable to find solace in the night. Even some extraordinarily powerful figures emerged, seeking to consult the ancient scripture. However, Qin Yun did not convey the entirety of the scripture. He imparted only the first half, sufficient for a practitioner to ascend to the realm of a sage. Once they attained this status, Qin Yun would evaluate their character before deciding whether to accept them as his direct disciples, continuing the transmission of the subsequent teachings. His ultimate aim was to elevate the common folk of the 9 provinces, and the first half of the scripture was already ample for this purpose. Yet, for certain esteemed individuals, possessing only the first half proved to be rather unsatisfactory, as their accomplishments had long surpassed the sage realm. No matter how profound the Heavenly Emperor's scripture might be, they lacked the audacity to abandon everything and start anew. The disdainful Emperor of humanity, they argued, should either refrain from sharing the teachings or convey them in their entirety. Why only share half of the scripture? The lack of completion left many elders restless through the night. Their sentiments were akin to reading an enthralling novel, only to discover that it abruptly ended without resolution. They felt an urge for vengeance. O Emperor of humanity, I implore you to share the subsequent teachings. I am willing to abandon my former path. I vow to protect the teachings of humanity. Please, bestow upon us the teachings. The allure of the Heavenly Emperor's scripture was immense, igniting a fervor in many. Some even contemplating the demise of the emperor, while others desperately pleaded for the continuation of the teachings. Most of these supplicants were beings of the sage realm. These figures, though among the most esteemed in this realm, were willing to humble themselves for the sake of a single doctrine, illustrating the profound allure of the Heavenly Emperor's scripture. At this juncture, it could be said that should Qin Yun merely nod, an overwhelming number of sages would rally to his side. This represented an astonishing influence, causing trepidation among the kings. Yet, in response, Qin Yun shook his head. These individuals, fixated on the teachings and the ancient scripture, would likely betray their sect upon receiving the scripture, easily shifting their allegiance from the human sect to others. Qin Yun had no desire to entangle himself with such duplicitous characters. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed. The human sect gradually found its footing, its disciples numbering beyond count. Qin Yun did not take in direct disciples. All who joined were considered external members. During this period, the land of the 9 provinces experienced relative tranquility, with few formidable foes daring to invade. However, Qin Yun sensed that this calmness seemed to herald the approach of a tempest. Nevertheless, situated in the 9 provinces, safeguarded by the 9 provinces cauldron, he feared no opposing doctrines. If truly pushed to his limits, he would not hesitate to stir chaos among those doctrines, ensuring that none would find peace. In the valley, tranquility reigned supreme. The gentle flow of water and the rustling of mulberry trees filled the air. Amidst the ancient woods, a rabbit beast frolicked through the underbrush, its nose twitching as it stood upright, gazing intently at a distant thicket. With its crimson eyes, it remained vigilant for an extended period before finally leaping into the undergrowth. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the thicket, startling birds and beasts alike, causing the rabbit beast to flee in haste. Yet, its body was riddled with small daggers, venom seeping from them, hissing ominously. The rabbit beast emitted a mournful wail, filled with anguish, as it hastily fled. However, at a turn, it encountered a blunt object that struck its head, rendering it dazed and causing it to collapse. A young girl suddenly leaped from behind a tree, her expression devoid of surprise, and prodded the creature's body with a stick. With a fierce growl, the rabbit beast, fierce by nature and endowed with tenacity, lunged at the girl, sending her sprawling several meters away. Enraged, it bared its teeth and kicked at the girl, only to depart after ensuring she was lifeless. Yet, just a few paces away, a small flying dagger pierced its body. Turning around, the girl, no more than 2 or 3 years old, wore an innocent smile, gazing apologetically at the creature as she withdrew the dagger, silently watching it succumb. This girl was none other than the little Nyonyo, Qin Yun's silent arrival brought a sense of helplessness as he beheld the scene. Nyo seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning to face him, her expression devoid of emotion. Since you have witnessed my act of violence, I cannot allow you to live. Her gaze turned icy, fierce yet innocent. But upon recognizing Qin Yun, her demeanor softened. However, since you are my master's uncle, you are spared. Qin Yun sighed, feeling quite exasperated. Come here, master uncle. The little girl exclaimed in a sweet, childlike voice, stumbling towards him and promptly climbing onto his shoulder. Chapter 94. The Great Calamity approaches Nyo. Would you like your master to teach you some martial arts and sword techniques? Can they be hidden in the shadows? Why must they be concealed? Is it not better to be forthright? Your current methods are rather unseemly. I refuse to learn. Hearing the little girl's voice, Qin Yun felt an increasing sense of helplessness. In truth, he did not wish for the child to adopt the dubious ways of survival. He was concerned that it might tarnish her pure heart. After all, as someone from a future generation, he placed significant importance on character development in children. If the teachings of dubious survival were to mold her into a person of grim disposition, it would not bode well, particularly since she was a little girl who could benefit from a more innocent and romantic outlook. If she were a boy, he might have chosen a more laissez-faire approach. However, it seemed he was being overly cautious. This girl did not appear to reject the dubious ways. Rather, she was incredibly enthusiastic, studying various techniques that all revolved around that very concept. Far from cultivating a dark personality, the deeper she delved into this path, the more joy she seemed to derive from it. Qin Yun found this perplexing. How was it that the old beggar, who had spent far less time with her than he had managed to imprint his character so profoundly upon her, while she bore no trace of his own charm? What spell had the old beggar cast upon this child? Ultimately, Qin Yun decided not to intervene further. At times, one must surrender to the whims of fate. The old beggar, having lived a life of solitude, had unexpectedly encountered such a delightful little girl in his twilight years, and she had inherited his dubious teachings. Truly, there was a certain serendipity to it. Perhaps it was best to allow her to grow wild and free. A pure and radiant little girl, raised by an ancient master of dubious survival, seemed rather appealing upon reflection. Yet, the fact that the child bore the old beggar's essence left Qin Yun feeling somewhat disheartened. He often found himself wishing to pry open the old beggar's coffin, as he genuinely believed the old man was scheming against him. Yet the truth was that the old beggar lay still in his coffin, his face nearly marked by the signs of death. Had he truly passed away? Even so, Qin Yun remained half convinced otherwise. In the stone walls of the old beggar's valley, he discovered traces of his life, chronicling his teachings and experiences. However, one wall bore a section that had been forcibly erased, an act undoubtedly executed upon the old beggar's return. What had been removed? Qin Yun could not know, as he had only cast a cursory glance, without prying into the old beggar's legacy. Perhaps it had something to do with a feigned death? He speculated thus. But as the old beggar did not rise from his grave, Qin Yun reluctantly accepted the reality of his demise. Tonight, they would feast on roasted rabbit. Picking up the lifeless rabbit from the ground, little Nyo beamed with delight. Can we eat it? It's covered in venom. Qin Yun replied helplessly. Of course. As long as we expel the poison from our bodies within an hour after eating, we will be fine. In the tranquil and leisurely days amidst the mountains, the presence of the little girl brought an innocent joy and laughter, adding a touch of delight to Qin Yun's serene existence. Yet, the beauty of such moments is fleeting. One fateful day, a terrifying presence infiltrated this valley, a powerful and formidable divine consciousness. Seeking death, are we? Qin Yun's calm voice resonated, tinged with a hint of anger. These individuals buzzed around him incessantly, much like persistent flies, growing increasingly bothersome, and now they dared to invade his dwelling, crossing a line he would not tolerate. Emperor of humanity, do you not bear the responsibility to protect the human race? Come to the Kanglin Dao domain. I have prepared a grand gift for you. The voice echoed from the distant void, rumbling ominously, shaking the very fabric of the universe with a terrifying authority that threatened to rend the heavens apart. The divine consciousness swiftly receded like a tide. Standing in the celestial realm of the 9 provinces, Qin Yun cast his gaze forward, penetrating the distant firmament. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. It was evident that his tribulation had arrived, long in the making, and it seemed these adversaries possessed a certain confidence to provoke him. The so-called grand gift likely referred to mortals. Mortals were scattered throughout the world. Beyond the 9 provinces, every Dao domain bore their traces. These individuals sought to leverage mortals as a means of coercion against him, a task made all too simple. Had a few sacred kings arrived to embolden them? A faint smile graced Qin Yun's lips, as he began to piece together the situation. It was likely that there were indeed sacred kings involved, and certainly not just one. Otherwise, they would not have possessed such audacity. Sacred kings are capable of shaking the world, each one an unparalleled figure of their time. And he was curious to uncover which factions were behind this. Without hesitation, Qin Yun, as the Emperor of Humanity, embraced the will of humanity, a responsibility he could not shirk. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Kanglin Dao domain. In the Kanglin Dao domain, dark clouds loomed ominously, threatening to obliterate the city. Despite it being daytime, sunlight was nearly obscured as ominous clouds rolled and the winds shifted tumultuously. A chilling aura enveloped the realm, silencing all living beings. A dreadful pressure pervaded from the heavens to the earth, causing everyone to tremble, evoking a sense of impending doom reminiscent of the apocalypse. What transpired? Many cultivators were startled, their gazes turned towards the sky, filled with trepidation. On the vast, boundless wasteland, countless mortals were being transported here, as the sky split open, with figures of mortals plummeting downwards. The kings united, intending to use mortals as bait to lure the Emperor of Humanity here. The fearsome might of the 9 provinces astonished the world. The kings lacked the courage to invade the 9 provinces, hence their plan to draw the Emperor here for his demise. Those privy to certain insider information revealed such news, creating a seismic stir. While the impending battle had long been anticipated, few expected it to arrive so swiftly. In the void, shadows flicker, high above in the boundless heavens. Chaotic mists swirl. Several figures emerge, indistinct yet terrifying, each one towering and formidable, their presence overwhelming enough to shake mountains and rivers, exuding an unparalleled majesty. How many holy kings have arrived? Many faces turned pale, as the combined pressure of the kings threatened to rend the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Their might astonishing, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to raise their heads. With such a grand display, would the Emperor of Humanity still make an appearance? This question lingered in the hearts of all. The spectacle of the kings was too fearsome, with each peerless powerhouse exuding a ferocious aura that seemed to shake the cosmos itself. People doubted that the Emperor of Humanity would risk himself in such peril. Mortals, frail as ants, who would willingly perish for such a race. The Emperor stands as an indomitable force with boundless prospects, and is certainly not one to gamble with his safety. The reason for his protection of the mortals of the 9 provinces is merely to uphold the will of humanity in the 9 provinces cauldron. Do they truly believe that the Emperor would safeguard mere mortals? Regardless, the schemes of the kings will bear no ill consequences. Should the Emperor choose not to appear, it would deal a significant blow to his declaration. Chapter 095. The Protector of Humanity. A chilling aura engulfed the world. The universe resonated with a thunderous roar, and the starry sky trembled ominously. Countless members of the human race lay prostrate, utterly unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, as feelings of helplessness and panic permeated the air. What were they truly planning? Why had they brought us here? To provoke the Emperor of Humanity into action? Yet, the Emperor of Humanity is merely the sovereign of the 9 provinces. How could he possibly concern himself with us? With only one emperor to defend the realm of the 9 provinces, it is already a formidable task. How could he extend his care to the entirety of humanity? The voices of despair echoed widely. The cries of children resonated across the land, while adults exhibited boundless anxiety. In the face of cultivators, mortals stood no chance of resistance, especially against the united might of kings, each a formidable sacred king capable of instilling fear across the world. Even beings of the sacred Lord caliber were filled with trepidation, let alone mere mortals. Many understood that only death awaited them. Perhaps those great figures needed only a fleeting glance to shatter the eternal heavens. Hatred brewed, for they regarded human lives as trifles, betraying the very essence of humanity. Sorrow enveloped the weak mortals, akin to ants, their lives and deaths beyond their control. An elderly man, consumed by grief, gazed skyward and let out a hoarse wail, his cries resonating with a profound sense of helplessness. This was indeed a lamentable plight. A throng of powerless mortals, utterly at the mercy of cultivators, who could extinguish their lives without a second thought, devoid of any guilt. Now, they had become pawns in a game, used to hinder the Emperor of Humanity. One could only lament not being born within the 9 provinces. Had there been the Emperor's protection, we might have lived in peace. Tears streamed down the faces of many mortals. In truth, the Emperor's emergence wielded tremendous influence among the common folk, with individuals from various realms yearning to flock to the 9 provinces, seeking solace in that tranquil land. Yet, The world is vast, and cultivators struggle to traverse from one domain to another. How could a mere collective of mortals ever hope to do so? The emperor belongs to the 9 provinces, and we are but distant spectators awaiting our demise. The emperor will not appear. He is but one man, incapable of shouldering the weight of the world and safeguarding all mortals. Many sighed deeply, yet not a whisper of resentment escaped their lips. They understood that although the emperor was immensely powerful, he had not attained invincibility. Even his strength had its limits. The outcome of this gathering would surely be dire. Many even wished for the emperor to remain absent, for his appearance would undoubtedly herald a tragedy. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested before them. A golden radiance cascaded across the heavens, forming a resplendent golden path that tore through the darkness and oppressive atmosphere, cleaving the ancient firmament. Could it be? He truly has arrived. The countenance of the gathered cultivators shifted dramatically. Although the emperor had not yet arrived, the very essence of his will surged forth, unyielding and eternal, akin to the arrival of the Tao itself, sending reverberations throughout the grand cosmos, causing the entire realm to tremble. Even among the exalted sacred kings high above the heavens, expressions of astonishment marked their faces. This will was overwhelmingly potent, causing their hearts to quiver, a manifestation of the inherent potential of the Tao, radiating brilliance as if to rend the starry sky and illuminate the universe. Upon the golden path, a figure clad in white advanced step by step, radiating an incandescent glow, enveloped in a divine luminosity. It was as if a celestial emperor were making his grand entrance, transcending the ordinary. That figure suddenly captured the attention of all, stirring a profound reaction among the populace of the human realm. Countless individuals, feeling as small as ants, experienced an overwhelming sense of frustration as their lives were trampled upon and disregarded. Yet, amidst their despair, this singular presence emerged, willing to stand for them. With a youthful visage, an elegant demeanor, and striking handsomeness, clad in robes whiter than snow, he traversed the void, appearing dreamlike and surreal, evoking an almost otherworldly sensation. The human emperor. At that moment, many could not help but exclaim, their hearts ignited with a desire to worship this figure. This was not merely the effect of intimidation. It was an eruption of fervent emotion, with tears streaming down the faces of many. Even some cultivators felt a deep reverence in his presence. The coalition of kings may have seemed an insurmountable threat, yet the human emperor arrived undaunted, determined to protect the mortals beneath him. This unwavering conviction resonated deeply with all. The human emperor, indeed, he is the guardian of our kind. A thunderous cheer erupted, as many were stirred to tears. For the human emperor's return shone like a ray of dawn piercing through darkness. Clad in white, exuding unmatched brilliance, he evoked a sense of invincibility, akin to a majestic mountain capable of touching the heavens, instilling a newfound strength in the hearts of mortals. It was as if a pillar supporting the sky had emerged, allowing everything to withstand the trials ahead. The surroundings fell into an unparalleled silence, broken only by the sound of his footsteps, growing clearer and louder. Each step resonating in the hearts of the people, echoing the rhythm of the great path, rekindling their hopes. You truly dare to come. Even the exalted figures among the celestial kings were taken aback by such a commanding voice. Calm, yet capable of piercing the very soul. Why should I not dare? You all hesitate to venture into the 9 provinces. Thus, I shall come to meet you. Qin Yun's voice resounded with supreme authority, embodying the dignity of the human emperor, shedding the impetuosity of youth. His presence was now gravitas and majesty, garbed in white, with hair flowing like night, radiating an unparalleled charisma. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the cosmos. Such confidence was awe-inspiring, leaving many to ponder the means and strength the human emperor possessed. All eyes fell upon him, eager to decipher his essence. Fear not, I have not brought the human emperor's cauldron. Qin Yun spoke softly, fully aware of their concerns. The human emperor's cauldron, said to be an ancient artifact birthed from the very fabric of the universe, possessed unmatched power, especially upon the soil of the 9 provinces, where it bore the will of ancestral temples, capable of unleashing its might to a terrifying extent. What these individuals feared was indeed the human emperor's cauldron. For days, they had dispatched saints to the 9 provinces in a bid to test its strength, yet none could ascertain the true extent of the cauldron's power. They dared not provoke the majesty of such an ancient artifact, which compelled Qin Yun to step beyond the boundaries of the 9 provinces. Yet, it was a necessity he could not evade. The emperor's cauldron possesses extraordinary efficacy in the 9 provinces, capable of suppressing the very fortune of the realm. Should it be wielded externally, it would undoubtedly disrupt the fundamental essence of the 9 provinces. This is precisely why Qin Yun chose not to bring the emperor's cauldron with him. Upon hearing these words, the exalted figures in the heavens above seemed to exhale in relief. Emperor, your arrogance knows no bounds. You are aware of our presence, yet still dare to approach. A resounding and formidable voice echoed through the cosmos. In an instant, the chaotic mist began to dissipate. Within the swirling chaos, 9 formidable silhouettes gradually emerged, exuding an aura that was both terrifying and ancient, as if they had stood the test of time itself. Each figure possessed a might that could engulf mountains and rivers, radiating an unparalleled divine authority. Now, upon witnessing the emperor's arrival, the 9 sacred kings finally revealed themselves, no longer concealed, intent on subduing the emperor right then and there. Chapter 096. The 9 kings stand united. 9 majestic figures loomed in the starry expanse, resembling deities of immense stature. The breath of ages resonated around them, a disturbing wave of profound intensity that evoked a sense of ancient time, as if the very fabric of reality had shifted. The onlookers, both mortals and cultivators alike, were nearly petrified. They understood that the emperor of humanity was at the pinnacle of strength. And with the alliance of kings and the gathering of figures of the sacred king level, the spectacle promised to be monumental. Yet, the sheer number of sacred kings appearing before them sent a shiver through the crowd. 9 sacred kings. This was a sight seldom seen throughout the annals of history. Any event involving even a single sacred king was destined to be momentous due to their exalted status. While proving oneself as a sage was arduous, the number of sages in existence was not insubstantial. In every sacred ground and dynasty, one could always find the presence of a sage. However, sacred kings were exceedingly rare. In the contemporary world, the known figures who maintained dominion over their clans could be counted on 2 hands. The emergence of 9 sacred kings was a profound source of astonishment and trepidation. 9. This number itself was daunting, steeped in mysticism. The ancients believed that 9 represented completeness, resonating with the cosmic principles of the universe. Hence the realms were divided into 9 tiers, the 9 heavens. Now, with the appearance of 9 sacred kings, the weight of this number was felt acutely. The oppressive aura they exuded was overwhelming. With such formidable beings joining forces, how many could dare to resist? They were truly capable of obliterating any opposition, as if gods were to confront gods, and Buddhas were to confront Buddhas. Nothing could hinder their advance. The demise of the emperor of humanity seemed inevitable, a legendary figure whose reign was unparalleled in its might, now poised to draw the curtain on his saga. Who could rival the 9 sacred kings? The death of the emperor was a foregone conclusion. Many cultivators sighed deeply, aware that the outcome was predetermined. The simultaneous appearance of the 9 sacred kings promised no unforeseen developments. Even the common folk murmured in hushed tones, their voices hoarse and eyes glistening with unshed tears. They too felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The enemy numbers were too great, each adversary brimmed with godlike power. How could one possibly engage in battle? Some even shouted for the emperor to retreat, as the earth bore witness to their despair. Emperor, surrender the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor, and I may spare your life, cried one. Hand over the 9 secrets, or I shall reduce you to ashes, proclaimed another. Reveal your identity and origins, or I shall crush you where you stand. The sacred kings remained composed, standing resolutely in the boundless sky, their voices echoing ominously through the cosmos. Each utterance was terrifying, capable of shattering the very stars and instilling profound dread among the cultivators. It was evident that these sacred kings did not regard the emperor of humanity as a worthy adversary, nor did they take him seriously. The chasm between sacred kings and sages was indeed monumental. The multitude of sacred kings present was only partially due to the emperor's formidable nature. The greater reason lay in the multitude of secrets surrounding him. The ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor have emerged, stirring a significant uproar in this realm, capturing the attention even of sovereign figures. Moreover, there exist 9 profound secrets. Such unparalleled arcane arts are capable of inciting commotion in any era. A mere hint of them is sufficient to send a host of extraordinary individuals into a frenzy. How audacious it is for a band of ancient fiends, whose lifespans are nearly spent, to dare to challenge me. I shall undoubtedly pay a visit to their descendants in due time. Qin Yun spoke, unperturbed by the taunts and mockery of the kings. His demeanor exuded calmness, yet was imbued with an authoritative presence, every gesture reflecting the rare composure and dominance befitting an emperor. However, his words caused the kings to pale, for they struck at the very core of their deepest fears. Most of them were nearing the end of their lives. Without fortuitous circumstances, they would soon succumb. In contrast, the human emperor was youthful and vigorous. Should the day arise when he fully matured, their current actions might spell immense calamity for their progeny. Alas, you shall not see that day. Today, you shall perish here. How dare you remain arrogant without the human emperor's cauldron? The only thing that instilled fear in the sovereigns was the human emperor's cauldron. Upon hearing Qin Yun's proclamation, their murderous intent intensified, and they immediately launched their attack. Let us subdue him and uncover the secrets he harbors. A sovereign roared, unleashing a tremendous celestial sound that reverberated, deafening many and causing several to perish on the spot. The might of a sovereign is not to be trifled with. In their wrath, the heavens trembled. Suddenly, a crimson torrent surged forth, blotting out the sky, a tumultuous wave of energy. This formidable divine intent sought to invade Qin Yun's consciousness, forcefully prying open the secrets within him, showcasing an unparalleled arrogance. Yet, at that moment, a golden radiance erupted from the center of Qin Yun's brow. A vast sea of divine intent surged forth, a golden tide unfurling ahead. With a resounding crash, the blood-red torrent was shattered into fragments, disintegrating in the void. A howl of despair escaped the elder as he tumbled downwards. How can your divine intent be so powerful? He cried out, bewildered. Divine intent, though inherently fragile, possesses tremendous offensive power. This elder had devoted countless eons to mastering divine intent, achieving an extraordinary level of proficiency. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the sovereigns of the world was a testament to his prowess. Yet, he never anticipated such a significant setback. Encountering an indomitable force in the domain where he excelled, a realization that eluded him for millennia. The 9 secrets. Nevertheless, several sovereigns present discerned a glimmer of understanding. Is it the secret of combat? One inquired. It is said that this secret can transform all techniques into lethal divine arts, rendering its wielder invulnerable. Imbued with divine efficacy across various fields, capable of effortless conversion, a sovereign figure exclaimed, his voice resonating with awe. The emergence of the 9 secrets brings forth an irreplaceable aura, leaving an indelible impact on the soul, a sensation that can only be evoked by the 9 secrets, truly unparalleled. Although many have not delved into the study or comprehension of the 9 secrets, the essence of each one is almost universally familiar. The words approach, soldier, battle resonate deeply in the collective memory of humanity. Even without formal learning, countless individuals grasp the significance behind each character and its true power. This is precisely what renders the 9 secrets so unique. Though few comprehend them fully, the general understanding is profound, and the legends surrounding them are immensely vibrant. The 9 secrets shine brilliantly, regarded as the foremost marvel throughout history, unmatched by anything else. Hence, when the Holy King spoke the 3 characters of battle secret, it was merely his conjecture. After all, rumors are just that, rumors. No one has experienced it firsthand. Indeed, the combat victory technique. Qin Yun spoke calmly, directly acknowledging it, which sent shockwaves across the realm, painting astonishment on every face. Chapter 97. The 9 secrets stirred a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although speculations had circulated, to receive confirmation from Qin Yun's lips was an entirely different matter. Could it truly be the 9 secrets? After being lost to time for countless ages, from whence did you acquire such knowledge? The ancient arcane arts, indeed resurrected? No one remained untouched by the tremors of this revelation. The reemergence of the 9 secrets sent shockwaves through the heavens and the earth. Even the expressions of the kings transformed dramatically. In that expanse of starry sky, a vast turbulence arose, mirroring the inner turmoil of the kings, who were far from as serene as they appeared. Surrender the secret of the duel. A chilling cry reverberated through the cosmos, aiming to pierce the very souls of those present. What need was there for further discourse? They sought to probe his consciousness. Was it possible that so many could not subdue him? The direct course was to annihilate him, leaving only a fragment of his spirit. For within his mind lay profound secrets. The 9 revered monarchs could no longer maintain their composure. The name of the 9 secrets echoed throughout the realm, yet had remained lost for far too long. They had only heard whispers of those 9 words and legends, distant and elusive, but now they felt them tantalizingly close for the first time. Who could remain calm? Boom! A cataclysmic battle erupted, with all 9 monarchs springing into action to seize the secret of the duel at the earliest moment. The heavens quaked, and terrifying ripples surged forth, as if the very fabric of reality were about to reverse. Each individual felt a shiver of trepidation. The 9 monarchs acted in unison. A display of might unprecedented across countless eras, a movement destined to be etched into history. Bang! From the depths of the universe, It seemed an explosion had occurred. As myriad orders surged forth, waves of power crashing down, threatening to collapse the ancient blue sky. The first manifestation was a blinding flash of calamity, resplendent and fearsome in its brilliance. It pierced through Qin Yun's form with unmatched force, utterly insurmountable. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Qin Yun's white attire became stained. A sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. A gaping wound appeared upon his chest, runes flickering ominously, corroding his blood and bones. Yet, before he could react, a massive halberd descended, severing his arm. In an instant, a figure materialized behind him, leaving a ghastly scar upon his back. Then, a colossal plaque fell, blood splattering everywhere, as if it sought to reduce Qin Yun to mere pulp. Alas, witnessing this scene, everyone sighed in despair. They understood that the outcome was all but inevitable. The chasm between the sage and the sovereign was far too vast. As one advanced in cultivation, the struggle to transcend boundaries grew increasingly arduous. Beyond the sage lay a watershed moment, with each divide growing larger and more insurmountable. The 9 monarchs represented an absolute dominance. There would be no exceptions. The emperor of humanity. In the blood-soaked void, anguished cries erupted from the earth, as many mortals wept uncontrollably. The battle was too harrowing to behold. In a fleeting moment, the emperor was nearly reduced to a mere smear of blood, an image too painful to confront. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, and the emperor, though fierce, stood alone and vulnerable. What could he possibly achieve against such might? Alas, a generation of prodigies has achieved the revered status of saints. Yet they remain unable to escape the fate of untimely demise. Many lament this fate, unwilling to witness such a scene. It is drenched in blood, devoid of any resistance. The 9 esteemed kings are overwhelmingly powerful, embodying the pinnacle of mastery, a force that cannot be countered. Child, yield the supreme battle method. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Qin Yun has transformed into a figure of blood, ensnared by an elder whose gaze radiates brilliant light, illuminating the depths of his consciousness. Without the imperial cauldron, in our eyes, you are but an ant. Do not struggle. More figures appear, employing astonishing methods to uncover all of Qin Yun's secrets. Suddenly, a surge of verdant light envelopes Qin Yun's entire being. This hue, resplendent and flawless, resembles the purest radiance of the universe. It pulses with vitality, ancient and enigmatic. With a crack, Qin Yun's shattered bones are reborn in an instant, the green light flickering as he is restored to his former self. This scene causes all to change color in shock. In a flash of brilliance, a being on the verge of death revives, instilling an unreal sensation in all, akin to a dream. Has he consumed a divine elixir? Many are perplexed, even the kings displaying expressions of confusion. In the collective understanding, such grievous injuries could only be healed instantly by a few rare divine herbs. Yet, divine herbs are elusive, and they have not witnessed Qin Yun ingesting any. It is still the 9 mysteries. Soon, some deduce the source of the aura of the 9 mysteries, their faces reflecting boundless astonishment. The secret of the word of the One. All eyes gleam with excitement, radiating endless brilliance. It must be the secret of the word of the One. Only this secret can harbor such divine efficacy. In that instant, people almost reach a consensus, yet their expressions grow even more astonished. How could one individual possibly master 2 forms of the 9 mysteries? The universe seems to fall into silence at this moment. All gazes fixated on the figure clad in white amidst the void, rendered motionless in disbelief. This overturns their understanding. The 9 mysteries are unattainable, long lost, and severed. To master even one is a tremendous cosmic fortune, let alone 2. From whence did you acquire 2 forms of the 9 mysteries? Everyone stands transfixed, an image surfacing in their minds. It is a similarly young figure, exuding overwhelming strength, possessing an invincible physique. It is indeed the supreme body. At this moment, the shadow of the supreme body emerges in the minds of nearly all present. For the 2 are strikingly alike, both youthful, both formidable, both wielding 2 forms of the 9 mysteries. Were it not for the differing domains of their respective 9 mysteries, one might truly believe the person before them is that fearsome star. In a flourish, Qin Yun manifests the supreme battle method, his entire form enveloped in sword light, shattering the colossal hand and surging forth unimpeded. He stands tall amidst the heavens, his gaze fiercely radiant, his white garments billowing, and his black hair flowing, confronting the 9 esteemed kings with an unparalleled grace. The old man finally comprehended why you rushed to engage us in battle. Is the secret of the characters your ultimate card? Such a voice articulated this inquiry. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had come to an understanding. Indeed, The emperor had arrived with a hidden advantage, one of the 9 secrets. Otherwise, he would never dare to confront 9 sacred kings alone. But do you truly believe that possessing the secret of Jie allows you to contend with us? The secret of Jie serves as a healing art, rendering it difficult for us to slay you. However, you are far from possessing the power to shake our might. An elderly sacred king declared thus. Beside him, another sacred king's gaze burned fiercely, akin to 2 blazing suns, as he charged forward. Surrender the secret of Jie at once. His tone bore a commanding urgency, and everyone could sense the turmoil within him. A figure of the sacred king's caliber, having cultivated to this stage, typically enjoys an exceptionally tranquil state of mind. Yet now he appeared distinctly agitated. The reason was simple. The secret of Jie is extraordinarily unique. It harbors a characteristic that none of the other 9 secrets possess: immortality. For such an ancient prodigy, this glimmer of opportunity is undoubtedly more precious than anything else. Do you truly think I am as malleable as clay? At this juncture, Qin Yun felt a surge of anger. After being relentlessly belittled and suppressed, he could no longer restrain himself. Gazing at the old figure rushing towards him, Qin Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity. In the silence, the secret of Jie began to operate. Chapter 098. Fortunately, no secret of the characters with a resonant thud. The void was pierced, and the infinite order of heaven and earth surged forth like a tidal wave. A saint king stood resolute, akin to the progenitor of myriad paths. He charged towards Qin Yun, intent on extinguishing his life on the spot, demanding the secret of the characters. The old saint king, exhibiting immense force, extended his great hand, seeking to forcibly draw Qin Yun into his grasp. Yet in an instant, Qin Yun's aura surged exponentially, shattering the surrounding void. Countless traces of the sword path swirled around him, coalescing into an unparalleled heavenly sword. With a thunderous crash, the magnificent sword descended, its speed unhurried, yet imbued with a profound rhythm of the Tao, as if it were cleaving the very heavens, rending the ancient azure sky asunder. The old Saint King instinctively sensed a hint of peril, a foreboding realization that struck deep within, a comprehension of the Tao that was terrifyingly palpable. However, he could not fathom the origin of this sense of crisis. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the sword struck down without a hint of hesitation, cleaving the old Saint King in twain. Not a single cry of anguish escaped his lips. He simply fell, split in two amidst a rain of blood, plummeting from the heavens above. This scene was profoundly shocking. An exalted Saint King had perished, bisected by a single sword strike. It left all present in a state of stupefaction. How could this be? The world fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere froze. And astonishment painted the faces of all witnesses. A preeminent Saint King had engaged a mere sage, and the outcome should have been predictable. Yet, an unexpected fate unfolded. Slain by a single sword, his centuries of mastery rendered utterly inconsequential. What kind of overwhelming force was this? How had his power transformed into something so formidable? Everyone was rendered speechless, their gazes drawn to the figure clad in white on the field. In that moment, they could almost perceive an enigmatic aura emanating from Qin Yun, and as this essence manifested, his presence grew immeasurably more profound. This revelation was unforeseen by all. In the realm of existence, such transcendent secret arts were not uncommon, yet none could be as outrageous as this, powerful enough to shatter the very soul. Was it yet another of the 9 secrets? One voice trembled, questioning the secret of the characters. This query was tinged with uncertainty. Yet within the heart of the Saint King, an answer began to crystallize. For in this world, only the 9 secrets possessed the capacity to achieve such feats, and only the universal secret could yield such results. But the realization of this truth only deepened the terror within him. You possess the universal secret as well. This revelation sent shockwaves through the world. For an individual to attain even one of the 9 secrets was already a monumental fortune. Yet, the person before them not only commanded the art of combat and the secret of characters, but also wielded the universal secret. The fusion of these 3 secret arts shattered conventional understanding, even in the most distant past, during the zenith of the 9 secrets. It was inconceivable for a single person to master 3 of them simultaneously. Each form exudes an unparalleled strength, reserved for the most formidable individuals, regarded as treasures that must never be divulged. Yet, a remarkable spectacle has emerged. All 3 of the 9 secrets have manifested, astonishing the world and presenting an unprecedented marvel in history. Everyone stood in awe, as the might displayed by the Emperor of Humanity was far from the superficial pallor it appeared to possess, resembling an infinite divine mountain, concealing countless secrets within. The Supreme Body also possesses the secret of all. What connection does this individual have with the Supreme Body? Following this revelation, a collective thought arose among the onlookers regarding the Supreme Body. This inevitably sparked suspicion. Both young and equally powerful, many had previously speculated a connection between the two. Yet the differences in their paths were apparent. However, with the emergence of the secret of all, thoughts inevitably returned to the Supreme Body. This individual is undeniably intertwined with the Supreme Body. The 9 secrets represent the pinnacle of esoteric arts, singular and unique. The secret of all cannot simultaneously reside within 2 individuals. Astonishment washed over the crowd. Their gazes grew profound, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of Qin Yun. What connection do you share with the Supreme Body? A prominent figure could not help but inquire aloud. The Supreme Body, though fleeting in existence, casts a radiance that illuminates the entirety of ancient history. Initially, it was believed that the emergence of the Supreme Body was merely a miracle within the vast river of time. Yet, one could not have anticipated that a miracle would reappear, the individual before them, more formidable than the Supreme Body, wielding mastery over 3 forms of the 9 secrets, with a lineage and legacy so powerful that it eludes comprehension. Moreover, the 2 share an uncanny resemblance, igniting curiosity regarding his origins. However, all of this is destined to remain unanswered, for Qin Yun would never reveal it. A coalition of ancient beings seeks to vanquish me? As the Emperor of Humanity, I shall eradicate all foes. In the void, Qin Yun stood resolute, his white garments billowing, articulating these words. His voice, though calm, possessed a terrifying penetrative power, capable of shattering the starry expanse, leaving all present in a state of tumult. It conveyed a profound confidence, a conviction that sent shivers through the hearts of those who heard it. Previously, had the Emperor of Humanity uttered such sentiments, no one would have felt pressure, deeming him arrogant and youthful, unaware of the vastness of the world. Yet now, the circumstances had transformed entirely. The Emperor of Humanity, in this moment, did not bear the imperial cauldron, relying solely on the secrets of the One and All. No one could ascertain the depth of the secrets he harbored. He was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a mysterious divine mountain, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation in those who faced him. The ability to slay a holy king with a single strike was ample proof of his might. He possessed the qualifications to declare such words. Thankfully, he did not wield the secret of motion. The complexity of the Supreme Body lay therein. Had he also mastered the secret of motion, then to extinguish his life would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. At this moment, among the kings, some, in the midst of their astonishment, felt a flicker of relief. The profound influence of the Supreme Body is largely attributed to the enigmatic Jie Zi Secret, which is simply unparalleled. Once unleashed, it renders one invincible in swift movement, causing considerable distress among all. Had it not been for the Supreme Body's reckless pursuit of power, leading to its tragic downfall, one might wonder if such a fate could have been avoided. Hence, there is a sense of relief among the populace at this moment. Although the Jie Zi Secret is immensely powerful and possesses terrifying amplification effects, it pales in comparison to the Jie Zi Secret. The Emperor, in all his formidable glory, would be deemed invincible under heaven if he were to master the Jie Zi Secret. No one would dare confront him, for to attempt his demise would spell catastrophic repercussions for their own future lineage. While he remains without mastery of the Jie Zi Secret, all remains manageable. After all, it is improbable for one individual to transcend such limits. No matter how formidable, every being possesses vulnerabilities and cannot surpass us. We must unite our strength to eliminate him, for he is a threat that cannot be allowed to persist. I sense an unsettling aura emanating from him. At this moment, a figure of regal stature whispers in quiet deliberation. Chapter 099. The Inescapable Killing Trap. The 8 Holy Kings, each a pinnacle figure of the cosmos, bear the weight of a lineage capable of shaking the heavens. Such beings, with their transcendent status, seldom unite. Yet, unprecedentedly, they have come together to eliminate the Emperor of Humanity and to seize the Heavenly Emperor as scriptures and the 9 secrets. Their combined might could be likened to gods slaying gods, and Buddhas slaying Buddhas, rampaging forth, unimpeded by any force. However, in the presence of the current Emperor of Humanity, a wave of unease washed over all. This individual, merely in his 20s, harbored secrets too vast to fathom, having already revealed 3 of the 9 secret techniques. His accomplishments at such a young age eclipsed the combined lifeworks of numerous ancient prodigies, shattering preconceived notions. He must perish today. This youth could contend for the imperial throne in the future and must not be allowed to live. The resolve to kill among the 8 holy kings intensified. A chill enveloped the starry sky as if a gust of autumn wind had swept through, instilling an instant frost across the world. The intent to kill surged ominously. Boom. The battle erupted, devoid of excessive dialogue. The 8 holy kings launched a simultaneous assault, unleashing a formidable power that could shake the very foundations of the world. Boom. Yet, Qin Yun also took action, startling everyone present. In the face of the kings, he advanced proactively, stepping into the fray with an air of sovereign authority that commanded respect. Before a host of unparalleled masters, he felt no trepidation, exuding a divine majesty befitting a ruler. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of sword lights erupted around Qin Yun, dense as rain, surging forth with relentless vigor. The void shattered like a honeycomb under their onslaught. Thousands of forces converged, and myriad sword energies surged, sending ripples of order cascading into the cosmos, with countless celestial bodies exploding and mountains crumbling into dust. Amidst the shattered void, Qin Yun moved with ease, his path unimpeded, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. The characters of the Secret of Words and the Secret of Combat intertwined, amplifying his combat prowess to a terrifying zenith. With the protective shield of the character's secret safeguarding him, he faced the onslaught without fear. As long as he remained unscathed, he could instantly regain his peak combat strength, leaving him free from any worries. Many were left in awe. The current Emperor of Humanity radiated overwhelming strength. His unparalleled might resonated with all. The simultaneous activation of the 3 secrets of the 9 was nothing short of miraculous, a spectacle indelibly etched in the hearts of the onlookers. For such a sight had never before graced their eyes, nor may it ever again. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the sky fractured, with stars exploding one after another. An endless torrent of order cascaded down like a galaxy, emanating from the ocean of the path of an ancient holy king. Akin to a vast river of the great Tao, just a single drop of this ocean was sufficient to crush countless mountains. Crack! Qin Yun met the oncoming wave with his sword, his striking power astonishingly formidable, cleaving the ocean of the path into fragments, causing it to burst apart in the heavens. His gaze flashed like lightning, and a beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the brow of the ancient holy king. Such an assault, intricate and unpredictable, lay beyond the expectations of the venerable beings. Upon witnessing the emergence of that blinding sword light, he spun around and retreated, exerting every ounce of his strength to fend off the attack. Yet, his head sustained a grievous blow, half of it obliterated. The old holy king was struck with terror, immediately withdrawing, for the recent strike had instilled a profound dread within him. Had he been a moment slower, he would have surely been reduced to ashes, giving rise to an endless fear in his heart. Be cautious. This young man possesses the supreme combat technique, capable of transmuting all forms of power into lethal sacred arts. A voice resonated, alerting everyone. Although the human emperor's offensive prowess was astounding, he remained merely at the saint level. Everything was within his control, save for his capricious methods. One could easily suffer catastrophic losses, leading to death and obliteration. At this moment, the true power of the supreme combat technique was fully manifested. Qin Yun unleashed his skills, transforming various techniques into devastating sacred arts. An endless array of spells and boundless lethal sacred arts. The strikes fell like a torrential rain, relentlessly advancing with an indomitable spirit, radiating divine might. The assembly of holy kings was deeply alarmed, as they found themselves in an unprecedented situation. 8 holy kings joined forces, yet they felt an overwhelming sense of suppression, engendering a profound sense of frustration in each of their hearts. One of the holy kings bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, his killing intent sharp as a blade. In that instant, a wave of sound rippled outward, cleaving through mountains and rivers, rendering anything in its path utterly defenseless. Amidst the dense barrage of Qin Yun's sword rain, the assault continued to erode and resist his onslaught, crafting an excellent opportunity for the remaining holy kings. However, in response, Qin Yun also released a wave of sound, echoing with a similar resonance to that of the holy king, yet enhanced by the secret of the word all. This sound wave was even more potent, sweeping across the cosmos, fracturing the very heavens. The unfortunate holy king was caught at the forefront, directly struck by Qin Yun's blow, reduced to mere dust. He shattered in the void, transforming into a mist of blood that stained the starry sky. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. Yet another pinnacle holy king had fallen, vanquished in a single strike, lost to the annals of history. If the previous holy king's demise was a matter of carelessness and underestimation, what could be said of this moment? The might of this individual's attack was truly incomprehensible. Many cultivators were left speechless. Even the formidable holy kings swallowed hard. acutely aware of the overwhelming force behind that strike. They clearly sensed the terrifying might and understood that facing it would lead to no favorable outcome, only to death and obliteration. Eliminate him. Yet, simultaneously, 3 holy kings surged forth. The fallen holy king had unwittingly provided them with a splendid opportunity. All 3 holy kings excelled in offensive power, having honed their skills into the most formidable killing techniques of the world. At this moment, they pierced through the starry sky, approaching the human emperor, fully unleashing their profound prowess. One soared like an immortal, hurtling through the air, raising an arm to direct a glimmering cold light toward the very heart of Qin Yun. One individual launched an attack aimed at Qin Yun's head, their palm emanating an eerie violet glow that instilled a sense of foreboding. Another surged towards Qin Yun's heart, wielding a formidable halberd with lethal intent. The 3 extraordinary masters, fully aware of the emperor's possession of the secret character, dared not underestimate him. They sought to determine life and death with a single strike, targeting the most vital points of Qin Yun's being. Each strike, it could be said, if successful, would render even the secret character's protection ineffective, making instantaneous recovery exceedingly difficult. In confrontations among experts, the fleeting dynamics of a moment could dictate the outcome, and a momentary suppression was sufficient to utterly vanquish Qin Yun. The emperor. At this juncture, all eyes converged upon this scene, each visage reflecting a tumult of complex emotions. It was understood that this was a lethal trap, an inescapable death trap. The demise of the emperor had become an inevitable fate. Did they truly believe that sheer numbers could overpower me? Qin Yun's gaze flashed like lightning, yet within, he felt an overwhelming sigh of resignation. The holy kings were, after all, overwhelmingly powerful, and the chasm between them and the saints was daunting, especially considering the collaboration of 8 holy kings. Each had endured countless battles, well-versed in the strengths and weaknesses of myriad techniques, and could be regarded as ancient prodigies. Their combat experience and wisdom had propelled their prowess to a terrifying zenith. Engaging with such figures while holding back would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Alas, a long, sorrowful sigh escaped, laden with complexity. Everyone could empathize with that sense of helplessness, believing this to be the emperor's final lament. Yet, following that sigh, Qin Yun's gaze ignited with fervor. Beneath him, an infinite array of path traces unfurled, enveloping the heavens and connecting to the furthest reaches of the cosmos. At this moment, the secret character was unleashed. Chapter 100, A Forceful Assault. Boom. Beneath Qin Yun's feet, the intricate patterns of the Tao unfolded like ripples, surging forth in a magnificent display, their enigmatic traces quickly enveloping the entire starry expanse. Simultaneously, Qin Yun's form began to take on an ethereal quality. In this state, the 3 secrets operated seamlessly, enhancing his mastery of the movement technique to a terrifying degree. He transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing instantaneously into the void. The 3 holy kings found their attacks rendered futile, their expressions momentarily frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, the void before one of the holy kings imploded, and a figure clad in white materialized above him, delivering a swift kick. The holy king's countenance changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Qin Yun's agility could be so uncanny, and he turned to flee. However, Qin Yun was unparalleled in speed, as a colossal foot descended upon the top of his head in an instant. In that moment, boundless Tao power surged forth, flooding into the holy king's body. Boom. Another extraordinary holy king met his demise. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sight, unable to comprehend the reality before them. The prowess of a holy king, whether in youth or now, was indeed formidable to the extreme. Yet, here lay the undeniable fact that one had perished, becoming mere wisps of history. This was profoundly unsettling. One must acknowledge the sheer combat prowess and experience required to reach such a level. Yet, the scene unfolded as if a mere foot had crushed an ant. All were immobilized by the spectacle. Even the other holy kings briefly lost their composure, their expressions betraying a flicker of astonishment. The first to regain their wits were the 2 holy kings closest to Qin Yun. Together, they launched an attack against him, mere inches apart. Witnessing firsthand his capabilities and experiencing the weight of his might. Retreat. The 2 immediately snapped out of their shock, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation, having keenly sensed the terrifying aura of death locking onto them. Their hair stood on end, as if confronted by a specter. Boom. Behind them, a figure surged forth, and they could almost feel the fabric of the void being torn asunder. Fear gripped their hearts as they realized Qin Yun was pursuing them. Buzz. In that instant, the 2 did not even dare to glance back, retreating frantically. The earlier scene had been too horrifying, extinguishing any thought of resistance. In the mortal realm, there is a saying, when you encounter a fearsome beast, you do not need to outrun the beast, only your companions. At this moment, the two seasoned holy kings were consumed by this very thought, fully aware that they could not hope to match such speed. Thud. Yet, Qin Yun's Tao patterns permeated the heavens and the earth. Once the movement technique was activated, his form became as swift as a phantom. Coupled with the supreme combat prowess he wielded, his attacks required no pause. With a sweeping gesture, he obscured the sun, capturing one of the elder holy kings in an instant. Do not kill me. Spare me, Emperor of humanity. The sound of desperate pleas echoed forth, emanating from an ancient holy king, a figure capable of instilling fear across the realm. Yet in this moment, his voice trembled with trepidation. All were rendered speechless by this scene. The unparalleled prowess of the combatant, defying the heavens, could even subdue a holy king in his grasp. What an embodiment of tyranny and defiance against fate was this! With a sharp crack, the ominous sound of death reverberated. Qin Yun's countenance remained calm, his gaze icy and devoid of mercy, as he made a decisive gesture. A cascade of blood blossoms erupted in the void, and the holy king was instantly reduced to a puddle of sanguine remnants, dissipating into the ether. Another extraordinary sovereign had fallen, sending tremors of dread through the hearts of every holy king present. Despite their might, they too could not withstand a single strike from the Emperor of humanity. The sheer terror of such destructive power weighed heavily upon all souls gathered. In the distance, that holy king ultimately dodged a calamity. Listening to the anguished cries behind him, he felt a shiver of fear mixed with a flicker of gratitude. He understood that the fallen king had perished in his stead. Had the emperor directed his wrath towards him moments ago, it would have been he who now existed as mere vapor. Now that he had retreated a considerable distance, a sense of security began to blossom within him, compelling him to glance back. Yet, to his horror, he found Qin Yun's south figure alarmingly close, even perceiving the slight smile curling upon Qin Yun's lips. The very essence of this holy king's soul threatened to flee in terror as he retreated in haste. He possessed a swiftness unparalleled, a gift inherited through his lineage, making him one of the few capable of rivaling speed itself across the land. However, before the secretive art of movement, all his efforts appeared futile and insipid. Qin Yun traversed the shattered void with ease, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space, appearing before the holy king in an instant. This was a truly horrifying technique, not merely a form of spatial traversal, but a serene and natural manifestation devoid of any hint of mortal struggle. May your journey be swift. The voice, cold and devoid of compassion, resonated with a deathly finality. In the face of the holy king's petrified gaze, Qin Yun extended his hand and struck downward with tremendous force. With a resounding hum, the void quaked and collapsed. The speed of his assault deceptively unhurried, yet the power behind it was unfathomable. I shall fight you to the end. The holy king, understanding the merciless nature of Qin Yun, resolved to engage him in a fierce battle, igniting the flames of his own ferocity as he sought a path to survival. Bang! In the realm of such exalted beings, when retreat was no longer an option, their tenacity became fearsome. One could say that this elder was fighting for his life. And in such moments, all would instinctively yield to him, for the price of confrontation would be steep indeed. A massive hand thrust forth, colliding with Qin Yun's, unleashing ripples visible to the naked eye, not merely a display of power, but the embodiment of Tao itself, terrifying and potent, capable of annihilating worlds with but a whisper. In an instant, blood erupted forth, an unending cascade of sacred energy surged like a torrential waterfall. The elderly holy king was obliterated on the spot, leaving no trace of his existence, reduced to mere dust, dissipating into the annals of history. A collective gasp of shock filled the air, as all present felt their hearts race with dread. The ferocity of the assailants before them was truly terrifying. Even the mightiest among them found it exceedingly difficult to withstand a single blow. Their power reached an unparalleled zenith, leaving one to ponder how to confront such overwhelming force. The remaining few Saint Kings were engulfed by an almost palpable sense of despair and dread, a sentiment they had never encountered throughout the eons of their ascendance. In a tumultuous clash, Qin Yun suffered a grievous injury. The sheer ferocity of a Saint King fighting for their life was undeniably formidable. In the wake of such a cataclysmic impact, even he found half of his body reduced to mere sanguine remnants. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a verdant luminescence enveloped him, and an enigmatic aura emerged, allowing his form to restore itself to its original state instantaneously. The secret art of the character Jie. No one could remain unshaken. The adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful and possessed a divine secret technique. After laboriously inflicting a severe wound upon them, a glimmer of hope arose, only to dissipate in an instant. How then could they continue the fight? How could they summon the will to battle? Chapter 101. Kill me, Emperor of Humanity. Across the vast expanse of the earth, the clamorous voices rose like a tsunami, reverberating through the heavens. It was the fervent cries of the common folk. Some who witnessed this scene were unable to contain their tears, while others leaped in excitement, shouting in exhilaration. The slaying of 4 holy kings had finally unveiled a glimmer of hope, an invincible aura that deeply resonated within each soul. In stark contrast to the mortals, the cultivators remained notably silent. The starry sky was eerily still. Even the remaining 5 holy kings shared this silence. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? The 9 holy kings had united, a force formidable enough to vanquish gods and Buddhas alike, luring the Emperor of Humanity out of the 9 provinces, rendering him incapable of utilizing the imperial cauldron. It seemed that victory was assured. Yet, the unexpected truly transpired. The Emperor of Humanity unleashed his overwhelming strength, decapitating 4 holy kings in swift succession. Who would not feel a chill? Who would not tremble in fear? Was this the secret of the Qin character? Qin Yun's rapid slaying of 3 kings unfolded in a flash, and as the stunned populace regained their senses, they were once more struck by astonishment. It was indeed the secret of the Qin character, for only such a secret could manifest in this manner. This secret was soon recognized. On one hand, the aura of the 9 secrets was enigmatic, and once unleashed, it delivered an irreplaceable shock to the spirit. On the other hand, the Supreme Body had previously employed this arcane technique, and many in the realm had first-hand experience of its might. When this secret emerged, no one harbored doubts. He had actually mastered 4 of the 9 secrets, for distinct arcane techniques. At this realization, a wave of dread washed over everyone. The sheer magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, akin to celestial thunder striking the very soul, shattering their understanding of reality. The 9 secrets had been lost to the annals of time, the era of their existence long past, rendering them irretrievable. Throughout the ages, countless seekers had searched in vain, unable to find even a trace of one among the 9 secrets or any derivative techniques. Many believed that the 9 secrets were too defiant of the heavens, thus forbidden from manifesting in the world. Yet, in this era, the 9 secrets had begun to reappear, a miraculous occurrence that could stir the past and present. Even more terrifying was the fact that all emanated from a singular individual. For arcane techniques, nearly half of the 9 secrets belonged to him. How profoundly unsettling this was. Why did he possess the 9 secrets, and from whence did they come? This question lingered in the minds of many, but at this moment, the sense of uncertainty intensified, more potent than ever before. What connection did he share with the Supreme Body? The Jie character secret, the Qin character secret, all originated from the hands of the Supreme Body. As the Qin character secret was unveiled, people could not help but draw parallels to the Supreme Body. In that moment, the profound resemblance between the two became undeniable. The current Emperor of Humanity appeared as a fortified version of the Supreme Body. Could it be that the Supreme Body had never truly perished? Had he escaped from Mount Tai and come to the 9 provinces to assume the mantle of Emperor of Humanity? Many began to speculate in this vein. Yet, upon considering this, all were left shaking their heads. The Supreme Body, having succumbed to madness and suffered grievous wounds, found itself relentlessly pursued by the war god. How could it possibly survive? Moreover, the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. While the Supreme Body possessed the capability to slay saints, its realm ultimately remained that of a formidable being, whereas the figure before it was a saint of the 9th heaven, a chasm of terrifying proportions. This was a gap that could only be bridged over millennia, making it implausible for the Supreme Body to undergo such a monumental transformation in mere months. Could it be that the Supreme Body had initially concealed its true power? Such thoughts lingered in the minds of some, especially since the body of the Supreme Body had never been discovered, and even the war god had vanished, an enduring enigma. Yet, as this notion took hold, many quickly shook their heads in disbelief. If the Supreme Body truly possessed such power, why would it need to feign weakness? It could effortlessly dominate all, without the necessity of confronting the 4 saints of the demon race in a severely weakened state. Furthermore, throughout its fleeting existence, the Supreme Body had revealed too many signs of merely being a formidable being. Had it been a saint, its methods would have been far more sophisticated. At this moment, many found themselves ensnared in a mental loop, a deadlock that was nearly impossible to unravel. Regardless, an undeniable connection existed between the two. The secret scripts of In could not merely be coincidentally possessed by both individuals. Ultimately, the public reached a consensus. This was a hypothesis they could confidently assert. Were they foes or allies? Yet, this inquiry birthed further questions. If they were allies, had they cultivated their powers together? Were they of the same sect? Was it the case that the human emperor had rescued the supreme body on Mount Tai, and that the war goddess' disappearance was due to being vanquished by the human emperor? Conversely, if they were adversaries, could it be that it was not the war god who had slain the supreme body, but rather the human emperor himself? Seizing the war god's opportunity and acquiring the secret scripts of it, in that moment, a multitude of ideas surged within the hearts of the observers. Many began to lean towards the latter theory, believing that the human emperor had obtained the supreme body's secrets on Mount Tai and had subsequently killed the war god, which also explained the latter's disappearance. Yet, regardless of the conjectures, they remained mere speculations. The people were aware that the war god was likely dead, and the supreme body had vanished. The events of Mount Tai were perhaps known only to the human emperor standing before them. The universe fell into a profound silence as the onlookers pondered. In the void of the starry sky, the sovereigns harbored fewer thoughts, for the presence of the human emperor cast a formidable weight upon their hearts, akin to an oppressive mountain, inducing a sense of suffocation. Human emperor, you are utterly treacherous. At a certain moment, a loud voice resonated from the distant cosmos, where shadows danced. Every individual standing beneath that celestial expanse emanated an aura of terrifying strength. These were the descendants of the 9 Saint Kings, united in their quest to seize the 9 secrets and the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor, fully aware that a great slaughter would ensue after the human emperor was vanquished. Thus, they had arranged for their descendants to be prepared to transmit the 9 secrets and the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, the one who shouted vehemently was a young man, a paragon of unparalleled excellence. Among the 3 sacred kings that Qin Yun had just slain, one was indeed their ancestor. The young man was ablaze with fury, yearning to charge forward and demand redress for his forebear, but was restrained by others. The term insidious aptly described the emperor of humanity in the minds of the kings. It could not be more fitting. To them, had the emperor not concealed his secret strategies, the 3 sacred kings would not have suffered such a significant defeat. This ignited a deep-seated animosity towards the emperor among the kings and their respective sections. The 3 sacred kings were undoubtedly figures of ancestral stature, and yet they had faced a grievous loss at the hands of the emperor, leaving everyone with an overwhelming sense of frustration. What talk of insidiousness is this? Can you threaten me with the lives of mere mortals? Am I not entitled to employ a few cunning tactics? Standing firm in the cosmic void, Qin Yun spoke calmly, refraining from attacking the young man. Having reached his level of mastery, such provocations no longer stirred any emotion within him. The starry expanse fell silent. Qin Yun stood alone in the cosmic realm, an aura of dread surrounding him. He surveyed the kings with a disdainful gaze. Was it not their intent to seize my 9 secrets, to snatch my ancient texts, to probe my sea of consciousness? Qin Yun's eyes blazed with intensity as he turned his gaze to the remaining 5 sacred kings, his voice tranquil, yet capable of shattering the very fabric of the cosmos. Come, kill me. Chapter 102. A fight to the death beneath the starry expanse. A calm voice resonated, reverberating within the hearts of all present like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through their beings. This was undeniably a declaration of defiance, a lone sage confronting the arrogance of 5 sovereign kings. Yet, none could muster a rebuttal. Even the kings found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. The presence before them was overwhelmingly formidable, instilling a sense of foreboding that shattered their once unyielding confidence. What to do? At this juncture, among the sovereigns, some began to entertain thoughts of retreat, no longer wishing to engage in battle. This individual was simply too powerful. With an unparalleled offensive capability, once he struck, death would surely follow. The 9 secrets. He had acquired 4 of them, a feat unprecedented in history, augmenting his combat prowess to a terrifying degree. He was indeed an extraordinary prodigy, more potent than the emperor in his youth. Should the conflict continue, the consequences would be dire. Not only one, but many harbored thoughts of retreat, their hearts pounding in trepidation. Heaven knows how many trump cards he still possesses. What if he hides more of the 9 secrets? Some were so frightened they were rendered paralyzed. This was an unprecedented sentiment. Sovereign kings could instill awe across the realm. In this era devoid of the emperor, such figures were nearly unrivaled in strength, truly traversing the world without equal. Yet, at this moment, they were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. The emperor stood like a divine mountain, enigmatic and vast, even after the fall of 4 mighty sovereigns. His true nature remained shrouded in mystery. The kings understood that this individual had yet to exert his full strength. His genuine combat capabilities were undoubtedly far more terrifying than what had thus far been revealed. Indeed, he was formidable, but did we truly have a path of retreat? At this moment, an elder sovereign spoke, his expression tinged with bitterness. Between us and him, it has now become a matter of life and death. We could depart, but what of the legacies we carry behind us? This individual is immensely powerful. He will undoubtedly ascend to the throne of emperor. If we fail to eradicate him, our legacies will inevitably face his reckoning in the future. This is a harsh reality. Sovereign kings almost always possess a grand legacy. For such individuals require vast resources and a profound heritage to rise to prominence, attributes that only a grand legacy can provide. Upon hearing these words, the sovereigns turned to gaze behind them. Beneath the starry sky, shadowy figures emerged, the faces of their descendants and progeny. A profound sense of bitterness enveloped the sovereigns. They had come together to seize ancient scriptures and the 9 secrets. Yet who could have anticipated such an outcome? The emperor's overwhelming strength had cornered them into this predicament, threatening their legacies and foundations, an eventuality they had never envisioned. An immense opportunity had swiftly morphed into calamity, an unprecedented disaster. If given another chance, I would never choose to oppose him. The sovereigns sighed in unison, but after this collective lamentation, their gazes hardened with resolve. These individuals had lived for far too long, nurturing an unthinkable attachment to their legacies, which represented the culmination of their lives, more precious than their very existence. To slay, one must carve a path through blood. Only by eliminating this individual can we, the guardians of the doctrine, rest easy. Though formidable, he is but a sage. And even the most profound of secrets are merely techniques, trivial in nature. If we muster our full strength, it is not beyond our capability to vanquish him. At this moment, the aura of the 5 sacred kings unfurled, intertwining and enveloping the vast expanse of the starry sky. The intent to kill surged like a chilling wind, piercing to the bone. In the celestial realm, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Endless traces of the Tao surged forth, akin to tumultuous oceans in motion beneath our feet. All present felt a tremor in their spirits. They understood that the sacred kings were prepared to fight to the last. This was a terrifying prospect, as the might of 5 sacred kings could easily shake the heavens and the earth. No one could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this point, with a sovereign of the sage realm forcing 9 sacred kings into such a dire situation. This impending battle brimmed with suspense, rendering it difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. The sovereign possessed the secret of the Qin character. Even if he were to falter, he could still escape, placing the odds unfavorably against the kings. Yet, the mortals represented the king's means to restrain the sovereign, who could not easily retreat. Both sides found themselves with little room for retreat. At this moment, all perceptions of the sovereign transformed. He was no longer underestimated or scorned. The deaths of the 4 sacred kings affirmed the sovereign's formidable and unassailable position. Amidst the starry sky, Qin Yun stood still. His gaze was devoid of ripples, reflecting serene calmness, resembling a tranquil deep pool, undisturbed by emotion. His aura radiated outward, the sage's pressure extending to the heavens and the earth. The traces of the Qin secret unfurled into the distance, positioning him in an invincible state, capable of both offense and retreat, with no one able to impede his progress. Simultaneously, the Jie, Do, and Jie secrets operated fervently, optimizing his condition to its zenith. With no turning back, they prepared for a decisive battle. A resounding roar shattered the starry sky. The sound waves sliced through the cosmos, causing the stars to explode, their brilliance ravaging the void, as one brilliant star after another disintegrated into dust. The battle commenced, with the 5 sacred kings springing into action, their energies entwining to forge a fearsome force. In that celestial expanse, the power of the Tao surged to unfathomable heights. As the kings advanced, their Tao rhythms crashing forward like an unstoppable tide, nothing could stand in their way. Boom! In that instant, the 5 sacred kings unleashed their boundless techniques, manifesting the most terrifying order of heaven and earth. The void shattered instantaneously, akin to countless volcanoes erupting simultaneously. A cataclysmic force that was palpable to all. The very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed on the verge of reversal, inducing tremors of fear in every heart. Many fell to their knees, utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, Qin Yun made his move. The Tao patterns at his feet flickered, and he instantaneously appeared in the distance, stepping directly into the midst of the 5 sacred kings. As ever, he was formidable, sweeping through with unyielding strength, wholly unafraid. His gaze unperturbed, regarding the 5 supreme rulers as mere insects. Boom. The battle proved far more fearsome than anticipated. The brilliance of the heavens blazed fiercely, transforming into a vast sea of Tao radiance, rendering everything invisible. Many attempted to extend their consciousness to glimpse the unfolding conflict, only to be met with piercing agony, blood and tears flowing freely. Such a level of conflict transcends ordinary battles. Even figures of the Saint Lord caliber find themselves unable to perceive much. This is no longer a mere clash of wills, but rather a collision of profound paths. The resounding explosions echo relentlessly, each more intense than the last, with terrifying waves of energy descending that could shatter the very sky of eternity with just a whisper. The two sides engage in a fierce struggle, truly descending into madness, employing every tactic without reservation, fighting as if their lives depended on it. Chapter 103. The Unparalleled 9 Secrets. Bang. The Kanglan Dao domain was in complete turmoil. As both sides engaged in fierce combat, the power of their Dao surged like an ocean, though they sought to avoid the earth. Even having leaped to great heights and traveled far, the waves still reverberated downwards. The entire region was shrouded in an apocalyptic atmosphere, leaving everyone in a state of horror. They could sense the overwhelming aura, causing even the mightiest of beings, those at the level of sovereigns, to tremble. This was the ferocity of the holy kings in battle. Their power could indeed devastate the heavens and the earth. Should a few of them act recklessly, this Dao domain would undoubtedly shatter. The reason why a holy king can instill fear throughout the world is precisely this. A single holy king can nearly obliterate an entire Dao domain. Who would dare provoke such an entity lightly? Boom. Qin Yun unleashed a relentless assault, the ancient scriptures of the heavenly emperor operating at their utmost potential. Employing the techniques of the battle victory method, he manifested various divine offensive arts, further empowered by the secret of the all-character, striking forth with tremendous force. The 5 holy kings were filled with trepidation. The human emperor's offensive prowess was astonishing, and none dared to confront him directly, all exerting their utmost to defend. Buzz. With the exhibition of the action character secret, Qin Yun's speed became unparalleled, piercing through the firmament, charging directly before the 2 holy kings. The battle victory method materialized 2 celestial swords, launching an immediate assault. The celestial swords were unmatched, their sharpness evident, unleashing a formidable attack. Let us unite our strength. The 5 holy kings, at this moment, displayed an unusual solidarity. Hailing from disparate factions, they had come together out of necessity, each with their own ulterior motives. Typically, they were incompatible, embroiled in schemes and rivalries. However, they were now compelled to stand united, for they understood that with the loss of one, their collective strength would diminish. The human emperor's might had reached its zenith. Only by consolidating their power could they hope to vanquish him. Whoosh. In a flash, the several holy kings did not retreat. They all advanced, unleashing a tremendous force to counter the might of the 2 celestial swords. United, the 5 holy kings generated a force capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. The celestial swords, though unmatched, had their limits and were ultimately shattered by their combined might. Everyone, hold nothing back. The human emperor's offensive power was at its peak, having been suppressed for too long. He would inevitably fall, and there would come a time when he could no longer endure. Let us strike together with all our strength. A venerable holy king roared, leading the charge with a fearless resolve. They understood that to slay the human emperor would not come easily. Some measure of sacrifice was inevitable. If each individual hesitated out of fear, they would surely regret it. Only through fearless bravery could they carve out a sliver of hope. Boom. The starry sky was directly crushed as a grand bell descended upon Qin Yun, radiating golden light and bearing the weight of immense power, instilling a profound sense of the immovable nature of the Tao. This was the weapon forged by the venerable holy king over a lifetime. He seldom wielded it, for each use would deplete the profound truths it contained. At such a realm, no one was significantly weaker than another. The victor would be determined by the depth of their foundation. Yet at this moment, there was no time to consider such matters. The human emperor's overwhelming strength could not be underestimated. Holding back was tantamount to certain death. Boom. However, as the great bell descended, Qin Yun remained undaunted. With a flicker of his gaze, 12 celestial swords materialized around him, soaring upwards with determination. The resounding clash of brilliance erupted, the celestial swords igniting a cascade of dazzling sparks, shaking the great bell to its core. Kill. Simultaneously, others unleashed their most treasured weapons, intertwining myriad laws to form a terrifying aura of lethal intent, descending upon Qin Yun like towering mountains. Yet, Qin Yun was unafraid, defiantly ascending against the tide. The 12 long swords shot forth, each strike sending tremors through the great bell. With a thunderous crack, the heavens quaked. Despite the bell's formidable nature, it could not withstand the ferocity of Qin Yun's assault, ultimately shattering into pieces. Golden shards flew in every direction, resembling a spectacular shower of fireworks. As Qin Yun obliterated the great bell, he executed the secret of the character, instantly appearing before the elder Saint King, pointing a finger. The elder let out a blood-curdling scream, blood oozing from his brow, as if he were a mere scarecrow, sent flying by Qin Yun's might. Everyone stood in shock, lamenting the loss of an unparalleled monarch. Even with their combined strength, they were powerless against Qin Yun, which instilled a profound sense of helplessness in all present. Kill. The 4 Saint Kings, their eyes aflame with fury, were on the brink of madness. The 2 Supreme Saint Kings charged forth first, weapon in hand, intent on slaying Qin Yun. Their weapons radiated with terrifying power, advancing from either side simultaneously. Yet, Qin Yun extended his hands, each palm towering over the heavens, reducing everything beneath to mere dust. A chill swept through the crowd. The emperor's power was truly fearsome. These divine weapons, nurtured for years, were akin to unyielding boulders of the Tao, immensely robust and powerful. Yet, they crumbled to dust beneath the emperor's single strike. If such divine weapons fell so easily, what chance did mere mortals have? The 2 Saint Kings exchanged a glance, filled with despair. But it was too late. After obliterating their weapons, Qin Yun reached out once more, capturing the 2 elders within his grasp. With a resounding crack, the sound of death echoed, and torrents of blood erupted forth. The 2 elders dissipating into the annals of history, vanishing into the ether. Emperor, your time of reckoning has arrived. Suddenly, from the shadows of the void, a figure emerged. This elder was exceptionally skilled at concealing himself, a master of assassination. Seizing the moment while Qin Yun dispatched the 2 Saint Kings, he revealed himself to deliver a fatal blow. This was his final opportunity. Just as he had anticipated, a massive halberd thrust forth, piercing directly into Qin Yun's brow. Despite possessing the secret of the character, after slaying the 2 Saint Kings, Qin Yun found it challenging to evade this lethal strike. Blood trickled from his brow, a sight that was harrowing, causing his pupils to flicker with a momentary daze. Emperor, the outcome is sealed. A smile crept across the elder's face, but it froze almost instantaneously. As Qin Yun's secret of the character activated, the injury on his brow healed in an instant. I may err countless times, but you shall have but one chance. The voice of Qin Yun emerged, cold and merciless, as he swept his hand upward, unleashing an inexhaustible divine power. The elderly figure sought to evade, only to find his body bound, as if branded, firmly ensnared in the void, engendering an overwhelming sense of despair within him. You, Emperor. The old man sensed the breath of death closing in, yet he felt little fear. His eyes blazed with intensity, his head radiating light. Resolved to drag Qin Yun down with him into the grave. Even in death, he was unwilling to allow Qin Yun to continue living. Self-detonation. Such a dreadful tactic. Especially from one of his stature, a self-detonation would bring the entire realm to mourn alongside him. With a sharp admonition, Qin Yun unleashed a sword beam that pierced the old man's head, momentarily stalling the accumulation of divine power within him. Yet, the proximity between them was perilously close. The catastrophic force of the explosion engulfed Qin Yun, propelling him through the air in an instant. The starry sky, stained with blood, was a shocking sight. In that fleeting moment, his body shattered, much of it utterly obliterated, reduced to a mere puddle of crimson. However, with the operation of the dual secrets, he restored himself in an instant. Standing there, his white garments stained with blood, his gaze reflected a terrifying resolve as he regained his peak condition. In the distance, the last remaining holy king stood in stunned silence. Such a method, unable to bring about Qin Yun's demise, extinguished any lingering hopes he harbored. A collective sigh arose from the onlookers. The convergence of the 9 secrets rendered one invincible. Now, merely revealing 4 secrets had already proven to be so formidable and unyielding. The people recognized that the legend of the invincibility of the 9 secrets was not unfounded. Even the exhibition of 4 secrets was sufficient to ensure no weaknesses across various domains. How then could they fight? How could they contend? Come. It is now just you remaining. Qin Yun spoke, gazing towards the final holy king suspended in the void. Chapter 104. Cosmic tremors amidst the star-speckled firmament. An eerie stillness enveloped the heavens and the earth. A figure clad in white stood motionless against the backdrop of the cosmos, his garments stained with the crimson of battle. Though his body remained unscathed, his attire bore the marks of conflict, a testament to his disheveled state. Yet, the intensity of his gaze was profoundly captivating, suffused with an unwavering resolve that seemed capable of piercing the very soul of any who dared obstruct his path, ready to be crushed beneath his might. Emperor of humanity, grant me reprieve. I shall not set foot in the 9 provinces to oppose you again. Let this confrontation cease. I am willing to forfeit my legacy as an apology. Spoke the aged holy king from the other side of the starry expanse, his voice laced with insurmountable weariness and resignation. He truly longed for an end to the conflict. The emperor's overwhelming dominance had led to the demise of 8 out of the 9 revered holy kings, plunging the elder into despair. With the fall of these 8, how could he muster the will to continue the fight? The stature of a holy king is unparalleled, yet now, he found himself bowing his noble head in defeat. The inevitability of their downfall was apparent. Even those of such exalted rank could not maintain their pride when faced with the absence of hope. You sought my life, and you ought to have anticipated this outcome. Qin Yun's voice was calm, devoid of compassion, as he summoned countless strands of sword light around him, clearly indicating no intention of allowing the elder to escape. Emperor, do you truly not fear the prospect of our mutual destruction? The elder holy king retorted, his eyes blazing crimson, his tone laced with urgency. With a swift motion, Qin Yun offered no reply. At this juncture, he was impervious to threats. Each step he took resonated like thunder, shaking the very foundations of existence, a force that could not be countered. Emperor, the elder holy king bellowed, attempting to hinder Qin Yun's advance. Yet, the latter's resolve was too formidable. Each stride felt as though it crushed the very essence of the elder's spirit, leaving him chilled to the bone. In a moment of desperation, the elder holy king surged forward, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the vastness of the sky. He understood well that the emperor wielded the secret of the Qin character, with Dao patterns etched across the void, rendering escape impossible. Still, he chose to flee. The emperor's might was overwhelming, extinguishing any flicker of combativeness within him. Faced with the specter of death, he was paralyzed by fear, unwilling to confront such an adversary. Any moment of survival was a precious gift. The conclusion unfolded without surprise. Qin Yun's form expanded, vanishing into thin air. In the distant heavens, a tremendous disturbance erupted, soon succumbing to silence, the celestial blood painting the void. A profound silence fell over the multitude. It was evident that the elder holy king had ultimately perished, unable to evade the emperor's pursuit. Such was the grim finale. In the far reaches of the sky, numerous cultivators stood in silence, their figures flickering in the twilight. Among them were many of noble stature. Yet not a single word escaped their lips, rendering the atmosphere terrifyingly quiet. Who could have fathomed such a conclusion? The 9 holy kings, so formidable in their union. How many could stand against them? Yet, an unforeseen reality unfolded. The true might of the emperor sent shivers through the heart. They were all dead, none survived. One singular sage had vanquished 9 holy kings. What magnificence this showcased! What astonishing grandeur! In the realm of Kanglin, all cultivators were left in awe. The demise of the 9 revered sacred kings sent ripples throughout the world, an unprecedented cataclysm in the annals of history. The sheer number of fallen kings was staggering, yet they were vanquished by a solitary sage, a feat that was nothing short of monumental, truly stirring the hearts of many. A profound silence enveloped the world, shadows dancing in the dim light. Countless individuals rushed forth, eager to disseminate this earth-shattering news at the earliest opportunity. Others stood rooted in place, gazing at the figure clad in white amidst the void, releasing a chorus of sighs. The ascension of the Emperor of Humanity was now undeniably unstoppable. With the fall of the 9 sacred kings, what force could possibly hinder his advance towards imperial supremacy? Should anyone dare to threaten him with the lives of mortals, they would be met with consequences. Under the starry sky, this whisper resonated, shaking the very foundations of existence. Qin Yun cast a tranquil glance back at the gathered cultivators before departing without a backward glance. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The emperor's words served as a stark warning to the world. His methods were ruthless, and mortals represented his threshold. To dare cross that line would invite ruin, as even an ancient sacred king, having lived through countless ages, would find no mercy. The people understood that from this day forth, the status of mortals would irrevocably change. Their fates were intertwined with that of the emperor. Any intent to harm them would necessitate careful consideration of his might. He had truly attained the title of emperor, single-handedly safeguarding all mortals. Many exceptional masters lamented in the night, acknowledging that while mortals were once as insignificant as ants, their standing would now be transformed. The capacity of one individual's imagination had reached a terrifying zenith, sending shivers through the hearts of the populace. The name of the Emperor of Humanity had been solidified. Previously, he was merely a cultivator who had acquired the Emperor's cauldron, his reputation lacking credibility. However, following this battle, the blood of the 9 sacred kings had forged his supreme status. Sighs echoed across the lands, as the realization dawned that the path of the Emperor's rise was now unstoppable. In the future, all major sects would inevitably be crushed. This engendered a sense of frustration and helplessness. This night was destined to be sleepless. No soul could remain tranquil. The Emperor's act of slaying 9 sacred kings had created a spectacle that stirred the emotions of every individual. Cultivators fled in disarray. The news swiftly spread with an unprecedented velocity, reaching various realms with astonishing rapidity. Undoubtedly, the entire universe was shaken, generating immense waves of upheaval. No one remained untouched by the shock. The assembly of the 9 sacred kings, intent on coercing the emperor to relinquish ancient scriptures and 9 secrets, had been utterly annihilated. This was nothing short of a fantastical tale, and upon its revelation, disbelief permeated the air. Everyone was astounded, their shock palpable. Fear gripped the hearts of all its sects. Schools and religious leaders alike trembled. The emperor alone had instigated such a terrifying upheaval, leaving every cultivator in a state of dread. Truly, this was an event that defied the heavens. Having slain over 20 saints and 9 holy kings, the achievements are increasingly astonishing. The name of the human emperor has barely emerged, yet it has already ascended to such heights, truly sending shivers down one's spine. Many fell silent upon hearing the news, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Throughout history, few have risen with such rapidity, their renown manifested, propelling them directly to the pinnacle of power. Each individual typically must strive and fight, gradually amassing prestige. Even emperors require nearly a millennium to achieve their stature. Yet the human emperor, with barely a flicker of prominence, has already reached such an exalted position, resembling a majestic divine mountain that leaves one breathless. A weight that threatens to shatter the spirit and renders one unable to gaze upon it. A mere youth, a veritable fledgling, yet possessing such formidable influence. The future he holds is truly unfathomable. He has indeed shaken the ancient and the modern alike, reverberating throughout the entire history of cultivation. Henceforth, the title of emperor shall no longer serve as the benchmark for excellence. The human emperor stands as the ultimate zenith of cultivation. Yet, who among the world can surpass such singularity? In the endless expanse of time to come, it may be exceedingly difficult to witness the rise of another such individual. Chapter 105. The Supreme Body is you. The human emperor is also you. The term human emperor has caused a tremendous uproar in the world, sparking widespread discussion and speculation. It has descended upon us like a thunderous shock, unprecedented in its magnitude. No one remains unshaken. The emergence of the human emperor is as striking as a lightning bolt, swift and resplendent, instantly rising to become an insurmountable mountain in the realm. Curiosity about his origins is palpable. What manner of background does he possess? The public has been abuzz with inquiries, despite previous intrigue surrounding the human emperor's lineage. The curiosity has now reached a fever pitch following the demise of the 9 sacred kings. What astonishes and shocks the populace even more than Qin Yun's slaying of the 9 sacred kings is the revelation of the 4 secrets of the 9 mysteries. For distinct secret arts, unparalleled and unprecedented, never before has anyone condensed all 4. From whence did he acquire such power? The manifestation of these 4 secrets has instilled fear across the land. The influence of the 9 mysteries is profoundly terrifying, and thus, when Qin Yun displayed the 4 secrets, it was impossible to conceal. The discourse among the people has reached a pinnacle of curiosity. Some speculate that the human emperor does not belong to this era, but is rather a divine progeny or imperial descendant from ancient times. Such a rationale, albeit tenuous, is the only plausible explanation for his mastery over the 4 secrets. Yet, even this conjecture seems fantastical and far-fetched. The true answer remains shrouded in mystery, with no one destined to uncover it. The Supreme Body also harbors the secrets of the character all and the character walk. What connection exists between it and the human emperor? The similarities between the two are striking. Some believe that the Supreme Body is, in fact, the human emperor and that it has not perished. Others contend that the human emperor vanquished the Supreme Body upon Mount Tai, acquiring 2 of the 9 mysteries in the process. Furthermore, some assert that the human emperor and the Supreme Body shared a close bond, perhaps as dear friends or even kin, and that the Supreme Body did not die but was saved by the human emperor on Mount Tai, now concealed within the lands of the 9 provinces. Amidst this cacophony of speculation, 3 mainstream narratives dominate. The discourse surrounding the connection between the supreme body and the human emperor has become the most captivating subject of the era. In the face of such inquiries, the most agitated voices belong to the practitioners of the true dragon lineage. For regardless of the conjectures, it appears to bode ill for their new master, Zhan Tian. Previously, the true dragon clan speculated that Zhan Tian, after acquiring the two secrets of Wak, ventured deep into Mount Tai in search of imperial fate, consistent with his nature. Yet, in recent days, every practitioner of the true dragon lineage has tirelessly scoured Mount Tai, suffering countless casualties, yet yielding no trace of clues. Particularly now, with the news of the human emperor possessing the secrets of Wak circulating. If it is indeed true that the human emperor obtained these secrets from the supreme body, then regardless of whether they are enemies or allies, it is undeniable that their Zhan Tian faces grave peril. My grandson, my grandson. At this moment, within the depths of this maritime realm, the cries echo with heart-wrenching sorrow. Zhan Tian, an unparalleled prodigy, embodies the hope of the true dragon lineage and serves as a formidable sword on the path to imperial supremacy. The true dragon lineage has endowed him with boundless aspirations. However, the recent arrival of dire news has left none able to accept it. Do not grieve, Ancestor King. All is merely speculation and rumor. Zhan Tian's fortune is celestial, and he shall surely endure. Beneath him, several venerable figures spoke in unison to offer solace. At the head of the assembly, an elder shook his head, his gaze heavy with sorrow. No, I can feel that Tian has departed this world. Recently, I have been plagued by dreams of him, drenched in blood. A tragic finale fading into oblivion. Despite the absence of any confirmed news of his demise, I cannot shake this ominous premonition. It is a deep-seated intuition, perhaps inherited through bloodlines, that stirs this dreadful feeling within me, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at my heart, making it painful to breathe. I truly sense that my grandson has perished. Yet, one must see the living to believe, and the dead must be found. What tormented him further was the inability to locate even a trace of his body amidst the vastness of Mount Tai, plunging him into an abyss of despair. I shall seek the Emperor of Humanity. He must possess knowledge of what has transpired, and whether Tian still draws breath. The elder declared, his eyes alight with an unusual resolve. We must command the realms and seek clarity on this matter. The rise of the Emperor of Humanity is now an unstoppable force, possessing the secret of the Xing character, rendering him nearly invincible. Should he escape and unleash chaos upon the Dao domain, it would spell disaster. Ancestor King, think carefully. Below, the kneeling throng implored with desperate cries. The Emperor's might is formidable, and while he is yet to achieve absolute invincibility, the influence of the Xing secret makes the world wary of him, a terrifying power indeed. Ancestor King, should the Emperor form ties with the Supreme Body, he will undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to the fall of the Great Wind Dynasty. The two young maidens of the Great Wind Dynasty are linked to the Supreme Body, are they not? Perhaps they could provide some insight into Zhan Tian's whereabouts. At that moment, such dialogues and scenes unfolded across various orthodoxies. Rumors circulated that the Supreme Body had not perished, and its connections with the Emperor of Humanity drew the public's gaze back to the two maidens of the Great Wind Dynasty. Everyone was aware of the inexplicable bond between the two Tang sisters and the Supreme Body. Initially, following the demise of the Supreme Body, attention had shifted away from them. Yet now, the connection between the Emperor and the Supreme Body rekindled interest in these two women. If the Supreme Body still lived, the maidens could surely compel its emergence, or even draw out the Emperor, presenting an opportunity to restrain him. Let us direct our forces towards the Great Wind. In a single night, nearly every orthodox faction sprang into action, with one master after another advancing towards the Great Wind Dynasty. The external world is tumultuous, yet within the Tang residence, tranquility prevails. In the courtyard adorned with blossoms, a few playful puppies frolic while several languorous kittens bask in the sunlight atop the eaves. Tang Yunli sits quietly in the courtyard, gazing intently at the distant sky. The secrets of the 9 mysteries remain elusive, and the ages have yet to hear of them. Yet, how is it that you possess the secret arts of my elder brother? A complex expression crosses Tang Yunli's face as she murmurs softly, Sovereign of Humanity, what profound connection exists between you and my brother? As this thought crosses her mind, Tang Yunli's eyelashes flutter. At the tender age of 20, with comparable strength and similar arcane skills, she cannot help but draw parallels. While the world perceives mortals as mere insects, Sovereign of Humanity, you are a paragon of your generation, destined for the vast expanse of the sky and the limitless vistas it offers. Why then, do you cast your gaze upon the common folk beneath you? Could it be that there once existed a bond between you and humanity? This thought sends a tremor through Tang Yunli's heart. Mortals, it seems she has grasped the crux of the matter, causing a jolt within her. Brother, you are not truly dead, are you? The light in her eyes shifts, revealing an indescribable complexity as she softly murmurs, her voice ethereal and extraordinary, imbued with a trace of excitement and astonishment. She stands there, frozen for a long moment, as if turned to stone. The supreme body is you, and the sovereign of humanity is also you. Chapter 106. The legacy of the puppet and the thoughts of separation regardless of the circumstances. I must journey to the 9 provinces to meet the human sovereign. Under the cloak of night, Tang Yunli stood still, softly murmuring to herself, her gaze imbued with a sense of determination. She understood that the hope for her brother's survival was exceedingly faint. Yet, an insatiable desire to see him compelled her forward. The overwhelming similarities between them made it increasingly difficult for her to suppress her emotions, igniting a fervent quest for answers and the urgent need to unveil the truth. In the stillness of the night, her graceful silhouette lingered for a moment. Tang Yunli penned a letter, then hoisted her satchel upon her back, leaping into the abyss of darkness, vanishing in an instant. As one flower withers, another blooms. Is it truly possible for 2 flowers of such resemblance to exist in this world? In the frigid palace of the Great Wind Dynasty, adorned in royal robes, Tang Guiyao gazed at the heavens, her expression equally complex. Protecting mortals, this does indeed echo your character. What transpired atop Mount Tai? And why has your legacy manifested in the human sovereign? Tang Guiyao whispered, her eyes shimmering with myriad reflections. Perhaps I too should embark on a journey to the 9 provinces. Yet, she shook her head. The path to sanctification awaits, and all shall be determined post-enlightenment. At that time, whether it be Mount Tai or the 9 provinces, I shall possess a greater assurance. My beloved, regardless of life or death, wait for me. In the realm of the 9 provinces, Qin Yun languidly reclined in a valley, basking in the sun, the rays perfectly warm, and a gentle breeze caressing him. The blossoms swayed in the valley, releasing fragrant aromas that invigorated the senses. With a fishing rod in hand, Qin Yun focused intently on the expansive lake before him. In a fleeting moment, the rod twitched. With a decisive pull, a dragon eel leaped into the air. Witnessing this, a smile unfurled at the corners of Qin Yun's lips. It was a genuine smile, emanating pure joy. Even as the human sovereign, he too was afforded moments of childlike innocence. In the distance, the little girl, Nyonyo, perched upon a stone, drenched in sweat, her hands suspended in the air, mysterious energies emanating between her palms. Beneath her feet, a few small creatures, a rabbit, a snake, and a hedgehog, sat obediently. At her command, a host of tiny beasts responded to her directives, gathering the dragon eel from the ground to roast. Nyonyo's lips curled into an innocent, radiant smile. Master Uncle, this technique is truly remarkable. Nyonyo adores it. This technique, indeed, originated from Qin Yun's own mastery. It was the sole method he imparted to Nyonyo, the art of puppetry. It was not that Qin Yun was stingy. Rather, he found that Nyonyo lacked enthusiasm for the myriad techniques he had taught her. After much contemplation, he settled upon this puppetry art, which resonated deeply with her. Remarkably, Nyonyo took to it with great delight. Though this secret art was but a minor technique, it possessed the potential to be pursued as a profound path. When cultivated to advanced levels, even figures of saintly stature could manipulate it, crafting puppets indistinguishable from ordinary beings, defying the heavens themselves. Initially, Qin Yun had only mastered this secret art without delving deeply into it, for he possessed 9 mysteries and could not afford to immerse himself in a singular technique. Today, I bestow this secret art upon Nyonyo, hoping it will shine brightly through her, preserving this extraordinary legacy. Should she partake in a medicinal bath? Go swiftly. Qin Yun urged the young girl, truly regarding her as a half-disciple. The so-called medicinal bath refers to the divine pool from the system, an unparalleled marvel. It possesses the power to enhance one's constitution. Even a mortal, by immersing themselves, may find hope in embarking upon the path of cultivation. As for Nyonyo, she already possesses innate talent for cultivation. Should she bathe regularly, her future constitution would rival that of the world's most esteemed sons and daughters of the sacred. All right. Nyonyo beamed sweetly, obediently. Watching her diminutive figure retreat, Qin Yun revealed a hint of helplessness in his smile. How enviable it is. The times have changed, and children are fortunate to experience such an era. With resources, legacies, and secret arts flourishing, they truly embody the essence of the next generation of cultivators. Unlike him, who has endured a lifetime of hardship, relying solely on arduous training. Reclining back into his chair, Qin Yun found himself somewhat listless, his thoughts drifting to Tangue Yao. The recent battle against the 9 sovereign kings had unveiled too many secrets. He understood that the world's gaze would inevitably turn towards the 2 sisters of the Tang family. The resurgence of the Supreme Body's legacy would undoubtedly draw attention to those 2 women connected to it. Perhaps it is time to return to the Great Wen dynasty and clarify his identity. Divorce. Qin Yun whispered, the word bringing a tinge of bitterness to his countenance. All his cultivation stemmed from the system, yet now, he felt compelled to prioritize the matter of divorce. With his current prowess, though not invincible, he could certainly intimidate the myriad kings. He no longer wished to prolong their marriage. Although he held no affection for that woman, his strength was closely tied to her influence. Qin Yun did not desire to owe her anything. He was content with his advancement in cultivation and wished to avoid any further indebtedness to her. After all, he harbored no feelings for her. The divorce would sever the ties of causation between them and clarify his identity, sparing the sisters from becoming targets of scrutiny due to him. The intention of divorce had long been contemplated by Qin Yun. Initially, he intended to take this step upon reaching a further level of strength. The status of a sage, while not low, is hardly exalted. If he could ascend to the realm of the sage king, in this era where saints are rare, a great sage would be invincible. Yet, should he attain the sage king level, even if he could not contend with a great sage, such beings would certainly hesitate to confront him recklessly. Alas, the threshold of the sage king realm is exceedingly difficult to traverse. Qin Yun felt acutely that this realm posed a formidable tribulation for him. Generally, cultivators face heavenly tribulations upon becoming saints, while only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals encounter tribulations when breaking through to the Sage King level. Heavenly tribulation is a test from the heavens, a significant shackling force for cultivators. In the present day, Qin Yun finds himself ensnared in a predicament. Though he has ascended to the 9th level of sainthood, with one foot poised on the threshold of becoming a Saint King, the elusive opportunity remains just out of reach. In recent days, he has received numerous rewards, yet this realm resembles an abyss, insatiable and unfillable, regardless of his efforts. The transformation from saint to Saint King necessitates a fortuitous moment, one that cannot be sought but must be encountered, and all must unfold in due course. However, time is not on his side. He is afforded little opportunity to break through to the realm of the Saint King. Qin Yun sighed. Suddenly, a ripple emerged in the distant sky. 2 figures descended from the heavens, arriving above the valley. Respected teacher, there are those from beyond the realm seeking an audience. Chapter 107. The Demon Emperor by Tiao. The individuals approaching from above the valley were disciples of the human sect, specifically 2 of its guardians. Their cultivation was modest, only reaching the realm of great power. In any other context, they would be regarded as formidable generals of a nation. Their assignment to protect and instruct mortals in their cultivation seemed somewhat beneath their capabilities. However, they harbored no dissatisfaction with their positions, for it could be said without exaggeration that the guardians of the human sect were comparable to the saints of sacred lands. The current influence of the human sect was immense. Everyone understood that barring any unforeseen circumstances, this sect was destined to rise at an extraordinarily rapid pace. This phenomenon was not merely a result of the sect's profound heritage. It was primarily attributed to the refined and gentle man before them. A woman approached, seeking an audience with the sect leader. The 2 guardians performed a respectful bow, filled with reverence. A woman? The words of the guardians momentarily startled Qin Yun, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yet, he quickly nodded and stepped out of the valley. At the foot of the undulating mountains, Qin Yun beheld the woman the guardians had mentioned. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, radiating an ethereal charm, her skin as delicate as jade, her demeanor exuding an innate elegance. Her beauty was nearly flawless, devoid of any blemish. The woman appeared to be around 20 years of age, reminiscent of a budding flower, yet her gaze held a hint of allure, resembling a captivating beauty of unparalleled grace. Such a blend of diverse qualities coalesced within a single individual, creating a unique and mesmerizing charm. The Demon Emperor? Qin Yun was taken aback, recognizing this woman. Behind her, 9 fox tails swayed gracefully. Her true form was that of a Qingqiu spirit fox, and there existed only one 9-tailed Qingqiu spirit fox in the world. She was the Demon Emperor of the Northern Domain, a figure of the Saint King realm. The Demon Emperor stood elegantly in the valley, delicately admiring the blooming flowers, a smile gracing her lips. Her silken hair danced in the air, and her white garments flowed gracefully, seemingly untouched by the mortal world. She resembled an innocent girl, a stark contrast to her identity as a Demon Emperor. The demon clans by Tiao had encountered the human emperor. Upon seeing Qin Yun, The demon emperor softly bowed, her exquisite visage adorned with a radiant smile, embodying unparalleled beauty. Bai Tiao, a rather peculiar name. While few knew her as the demon emperor, the world referred to her by that title. Her revelation of her name to Qin Yun left him somewhat perplexed regarding her intentions. Qin Yun maintained a calm demeanor. He was no naive youth. The woman before him was indeed extraordinary, her every smile and frown captivating, a quintessential enchantress. Yet, as the human emperor, he could not allow himself to be ensnared by such allure, losing his sense of direction. The 9 provinces were not welcoming to other clans. Qin Yun responded coolly, gazing indifferently at the woman before him. There was no connection between him and the demon emperor, although he had previously vanquished numerous demon clan saints. The demons were as fragmented as the human race, each king ruling over their own territory. The title of demon emperor was merely a hollow notion, holding substantial prestige in the northern domain. But as Qin Yun knew, there were no fewer than 4 beings bearing the title of demon emperor among the demon clan. Though he has ties to the demon clan, they bear no relevance to this particular demon emperor. Otherwise, had the lord of the demon clan arrived, Qin Yun would not hesitate to summon the human emperor's cauldron and act directly. My purpose here is not to scheme, but merely to foster goodwill with a fellow practitioner. Bai Tiao softly spoke, her words gentle and soothing, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Qin Yun was somewhat taken aback by this. The person before him was a generation's demon emperor, a figure of the sacred king realm, undeniably a dominant force. She was entirely different from the previous 9 sacred kings, possessing a formidable legacy behind her, placing her on an entirely different echelon from those former rulers. The appearance of such an individual instilled a sense of vigilance within him. If the demon emperor sought neither his legacy nor the 9 secrets, what then was her intent? Qin Yun found it difficult to grasp the motives of this demon emperor. I have traveled a great distance to the 9 provinces. Does the human emperor not invite me to sit? Bai Tiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, exhibiting a youthful shyness that was utterly captivating, every gesture enchanting the soul. Qin Yun understood that this woman was undoubtedly a source of calamity, an absolute femme fatale. Most of the Fox clan are similar, yet this demon emperor's allure was particularly pronounced, her every movement exquisitely showcasing her beauty. Even with his current state of mind, he needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into her trap. Naturally, he would not treat her lightly. Qin Yun acquiesced, having reached this stage. He feared no formidable rulers or threats. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the true purpose of this enchanting fox. The valley was tranquil, shaped irregularly like a bowl, adorned with blooming flowers that filled the air with fragrance, while fish leaped in the great lake and vegetables blossomed in the fertile fields. Within the valley, Bai Tiao gazed at her surroundings, secretly astonished. This place exhibited primal signs of nature. Aside from its charming scenery, it seemed to offer little of value. Yet, who would have imagined that this was the revered Taoist sanctuary of the human emperor, flourishing in the cosmos? Throughout history, there have been cultivators who preferred to reside in deep mountains, seeking solace in pristine natural surroundings. However, the individual before her was merely 20 years old. Those reclusive figures were often ancient, having lived for countless years, having seen the myriad facets of the world in pursuit of tranquility. Such a state of mind is typically the result of a lengthy existence. How could it manifest in a youth? The human emperor truly defies conventional understanding. Bai Tiao sighed inwardly, her gaze flickering as if pondering something profound. Qin Yun observed all of this, but refrained from inquiring further. Having arrived at this juncture, he was unafraid of any schemes or machinations. He too was curious about the true intentions of this demon emperor. The two sat by the lakeside, engaging in quiet discourse, akin to ordinary friends. To demonstrate her sincerity, the demon emperor shared portions of the demon emperor scriptures, along with insights into the practices and experiences of the demon clan. Such ancient texts were exceedingly precious. Having reached this stage of cultivation, most encountered formidable barriers, and consulting other ancient scriptures could prove beneficial. Qin Yun, seeing this, was also generous, sharing parts of the heavenly emperor scriptures. The two conversed with great delight. The demon emperor imparted to Qin Yun the profound insights of the Holy King, which proved immensely beneficial for his breakthrough into the realm of the Holy King, leaving him deeply enriched. Your Majesty, she beckoned, partake in our demon clan's aged brew. As the evening wore on, the two clinked their goblets, the sky darkening around them. They indulged in copious amounts of wine, gradually succumbing to the intoxicating effects. The demon emperor, Bai Tiao, adorned in a flowing white gown that scarcely concealed her enchanting figure, swayed gently in the breeze, her 9 fox tails dancing gracefully. A rosy hue graced her cheeks, adding an alluring charm to her presence. With a delicate wave of her hand, ethereal fox maidens materialized against the celestial backdrop, their melodious harmonies resonating in the air as a multitude of stunning fox maidens twirled elegantly beneath the night sky. After several rounds of drink, the atmosphere became thick with intoxication, and neither was aware of how much they had consumed, ultimately surrendering to the bliss of inebriation. "Your Majesty," Bai Tiao ventured, "I have a request to make." Chapter 108. The Beauties Pass. The heroes tuned the enchanting sovereign. Bai Tiao waved her delicate hand. In the sky, the melodious dance ceased, and the myriad of dancing fox maidens vanished. Before her, Bai Tiao stood elegantly in her flowing white attire, her dark tresses billowing in the wind, seemingly ready to soar away, untouched by the mundane world. As the queen of the demon race, her status was nearly unparalleled in this realm. What could compel me to serve her? Qin Yun spoke softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Bai Tiao shook her head with a gentle laugh. "Do not jest, my friend. Though the world may call me the Demon Empress, I cannot claim the title of the sovereign of the demon race. The likes of Kunpeng, Lu Wang, and Jinwu are all equally formidable." With a light chuckle, a hint of bitterness crossed her face as her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. In a tender voice, she implored, "Will you assist me? How shall I help?" Qin Yun feigned ignorance, though he had already surmised her intentions. The demon race, much like the human race, was fragmented. Numerous kings ruled their territories, each demon king possessing profound strength, alongside several figures of imperial stature. The demon emperors were often at odds with one another. Historically, to become the sovereign of the demon race was a prerequisite to claiming dominion over the cosmos. Bai Tiao was among the most influential of her kind, yet she was rumored to be weaker than her counterparts. This was largely due to her unique constitution. As the only female among them, many sought to dominate her, and it was only natural that she faced the combined opposition of several demon emperors. It was reasonable for her to seek his protection as she aspired to ascend. "Surely, you have mistaken your choice. What could a mere sage like me accomplish?" Qin Yun sighed, shaking his head, revealing a sense of helplessness. "Do not be so modest. My friend, your name resonates throughout the realm. Who does not recognize you as a dark horse on the path to imperial greatness? In this world, who does not regard you with trepidation? Your reluctance to assist me suggests otherwise. Do you harbor disdain for me?" Bai Tiao expressed sorrowfully. Bai Tiao, the demon empress, was a captivating enchantress, her ethereal beauty and exquisite grace rendering her one of the most stunning women in existence, the object of desire for countless cultivators. Discussions of her stirred admiration and awe. Presenting herself in such a vulnerable manner evoked a sense of tenderness. Qin Yun, being an ordinary man, was not immune to such charms. Were he still a youth in the future, upon hearing her words, he might have been ensnared by her allure. "How could I ever disdain such a renowned beauty?" Qin Yun replied with a smile. "That would be a falsehood." The delicate figure of Bai Tiao, with a playful pout and glimmering eyes, revealed a fleeting smile. Soon after, she sighed softly, her demeanor imbued with a sense of melancholy, akin to a celestial maiden from the moon palace, exuding a solitude that evokes sympathy. "You may not be aware," she began, "that the spirit fox of the Qingqiu lineage possesses a unique constitution. Once fully realized, it is equivalent to the revered supreme body of your. My form serves as the most exquisite elixir in existence, an indispensable opportunity on the path to emperorship for all kings. Thus, despite the formidable nature of my Qingqiu spirit fox, there have been few who have attained enlightenment over the ages. As for me, being a woman, the fate of those like myself is often dire. We either become stepping stones for others on the path to power or fall into the depths of the mortal realm, reduced to mere playthings." At this point, Bai Tiao sighed softly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "As a solitary woman, without the aid of others, my life is destined to conclude in tragedy." Qin Yun, sipping his wine, revealed a faint smile. "The demon emperor thinks too highly of me. I am no great sage. Ultimately, there can be only one victor on the path to emperorship. Assisting the demon emperor in attaining enlightenment would be tantamount to sacrificing my own prospects." Bai Tiao shook her head, a flicker of brilliance illuminating her gaze. "All I require is your assistance in achieving the status of a quasi-emperor. As for the path that follows, I shall tread it myself." With a playful smile, she teased, "Do you lack confidence in yourself, dear friend? Are you concerned that I might surpass you in the future? However, if you truly cherish Bai Tiao, I would be more than willing to take the position destined for enlightenment in your stead." Her playful provocation and feigned vulnerability were irresistibly charming. It must be said that Bai Tiao was truly enchanting. She instinctively understood how to engage with men, deftly grasping their thoughts. After all this, What benefit do I gain? Qin Yun inquired, his eyes sparkling as he regarded the exquisite woman before him, a teasing tone in his voice. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you, dear friend. Bai Tiao replied, lifting her head, her cheeks flushed and brimming with allure. I shall offer you my most treasured possession. Her voice carried an undercurrent of yearning, her gaze dreamy, exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, despite her plea as a young maiden, it was not at all grating or tiresome. There remained an air of authority befitting a demon emperor, a yearning that was not entirely devoid of pragmatism, a transaction of interests. Amidst the haze of allure, there lay a hint of clarity. Her plea for tenderness was intertwined with the nobility of a demon emperor, devoid of any semblance of disdain. Do not break Bai Tiao's heart, she implored softly, her voice fragile and delicate. Leaning closer, her white dress barely concealed her enchanting figure, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping the air. As she exhaled sweetly, Bai Tiao slowly closed her eyes, her luscious lips appearing as if they were ripe for the taking. Who could resist such a woman? One could fear that all cultivators under heaven would willingly prostrate themselves at her feet, succumbing to her charms. A beguiling enchantress, the most beautiful woman in the world. A demon emperor of the highest nobility. Her allure was simply irresistible. Qin Yun chuckled lightly, observing the alluring contours of her form. Acknowledging that to claim he was unmoved would be disingenuous, yet he ultimately chose to evade her advances. I must decline. Qin Yun stood in the valley, contemplating the enchanting woman before him. Though she was undeniably captivating, he was no longer the reckless youth he once was. In the past, he might have acted without a second thought, but now such impulsive behavior was untenable. To protect this woman was no trivial matter. She was undoubtedly a harbinger of calamity, a femme fatale. Her allure was akin to a divine elixir, drawing the admiration of all cultivators, representing a significant opportunity on the path of emperors. However, should he agree to safeguard her, he would inevitably find himself at odds with the entire world. Qin Yun was acutely aware of his own limitations. Was it truly worth it to incite universal enmity for the sake of beauty? In his view, this was fundamentally an unequal exchange. Should he commit, he might very well find himself stumbling into disaster. The allure of beauty often leads to the grave of heroes. Chapter 109. The Peril of the Dark Night. In response to Qin Yun's rejection, Bai Tiao opened her eyes. Within those starry orbs, there flickered traces of surprise, mingled with a hint of disappointment. Why? Could it be that you truly fear I may become a burden to you? With a fragrance that captivated the air, Bai Tiao remained tantalizingly close to Qin Yun, her lips curved in a faintly disdainful smile. Indeed, I genuinely fear you may encumber me. Faced with Bai Tiao's provocation, Qin Yun exhibited an unusual candor, stepping back with an air that subtly conveyed, "Dear lady, do maintain your dignity." Bai Tiao's expression froze. She was quite confident in her allure, and this confidence was not unfounded. It stemmed from the age-old reverence that humanity held for the ethereal foxes of Qingqiu. However, she had not anticipated that this man would be so resolute in his refusal. To be frank, she had considered the possibility of such an outcome before her arrival. Yet she could not have fathomed that this man would be so unyielding. "Little man, do you lack even this modicum of courage?" Bai Tiao continued her taunts. "Yes." Qin Yun nodded, his honesty strikingly clear. At that moment, the strikingly beautiful woman found herself utterly speechless. The man before her exhibited no semblance of hesitation. The concept of face held no value for him. In response to her provocations, he was candid, acknowledging his retreat without an ounce of psychological burden. Is this truly a young man? Bai Tiao pondered, as she had always perceived the younger generation as impulsive, overly concerned with their reputation. Yet this man before her, despite her disappointment and bewilderment, evoked an inexplicable admiration within her. Historically, those who achieve greatness seem to embody such traits, clarity of purpose and a serene heart. Perhaps it was for this reason that, amidst her disappointment, she felt little anger, more a sense of resignation. "Little man, I genuinely wish to employ the enchanting arts of my fox lineage to compel your submission, to discern whether your resolve is unwavering or if my innate secret arts are superior." Bai Tiao took a step back, revealing a bittersweet smile. "I suspect my fox lineage's arts will indeed prevail. However, should you truly resort to employing the fox arts to force my hand, I shall never concede to it afterwards, for I would be acting under duress, not out of genuine desire to protect you." Qin Yun softly replied. "Rascal." Bai Tiao was left utterly speechless, a hint of indignation crossing her features. "Ah!" Suddenly, the demon queen lunged forward, sinking her teeth into Qin Yun's shoulder. Even someone as formidable as Qin Yun could not evade this unexpected assault, letting out a cry of pain. What are you, a fox or a dog? Qin Yun lamented, gazing at the bite mark on his arm, feeling both vexed and incredulous. Must you hold a grudge so tenaciously? Humph. Bai Tiao scoffed, her alabaster hand wiping the corner of her mouth, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. With a flourish, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Little man, you underestimate this queen far too much. I am not as trifling as you presume. As the figure in the white dress recedes, it leaves behind a faint glimmer in the night, and amidst the stillness, a voice emerges, delicate and serene, yet tinged with a hint of indignation. What is this all about? Observing the distant silhouette, Qin Yun finds himself at a loss for words. However, moments later, he shakes his head with a wry smile, revealing a trace of resignation. This is rather intriguing. The demon queen, Bai Tiao, indeed challenges Qin Yun's perceptions. If one were to deem her as overwhelmingly imposing, it would not entirely capture her essence. Yet to label her as insignificant would be equally inaccurate. She is, in truth, a woman of intricate complexity. Nevertheless, Qin Yun harbors little animosity towards her. Compared to those who are arrogantly supreme and dismissive of all, this demon queen, Bai Tiao, is far more agreeable. Were it a saintess who approached him instead, had he refused her today, with Bai Tiao's prowess as a holy king, a fierce confrontation would likely ensue. And in the days to come, they would surely become adversaries. There are too many individuals of noble status in this world who embody such traits. Their dignity equates to everything, and they are self-righteous, never allowing others to defy their whims. Yet Bai Tiao, a legendary demon queen, possesses the grace to both hold tightly and let go. Her voluntary offering, though met with rejection, does not seem to harbor any resentment towards him, which comes as a surprise. Should I achieve the status of an emperor in the future, I would not hesitate to assist you. After all, who would refuse the presence of a bewitching fox adorned with 9 tails? Yet for now, I am merely a sage. Qin Yun gazes at the night sky, chuckling in resignation. Ding. On the 230th day of marriage, the reward of the yin-yang dual cultivation scripture is bestowed. At that moment, a melodious voice resonates within his mind, leaving Qin Yun momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Are you hinting at something, Brother Tongzi? Qin Yun feels somewhat speechless. Let alone the yin-yang scripture, even the secrets from the 9 secrets would not sway his resolve. A beautiful disaster. That woman truly embodies calamity. Meanwhile, in the purple state path domain, boundless mountains rise in majestic layers, shrouded in mist. Under the night sky, figures stand atop the peaks. With a whoosh, silhouettes appear in the heavens, each one formidable, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that seems capable of shaking the cosmos. Having witnessed the true dragon ancestor king, voices arise as an elder appears, his hair a silvery white, beard flowing to the ground, treading upon the void, imbued with the weight of ages. The visitor is none other than the current master of the true dragon lineage, the true dragon ancestor king. He acknowledges the presence of the Lu Emperor, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, the Kunping Emperor, and the ancient God King. The true dragon ancestor king stands resolute upon a mountain peak, bowing to the 4 corners. This is a grand spectacle, a magnificent tableau. Were anyone present, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for each individual is a paragon among the world's elite. All are beings of the 9th heaven within the Holy King realm, masters of the most formidable and terrifying Taoist lineages of the present age. Throughout history, few events have gathered such illustrious figures together, yet now it unfolds before the eyes, a scene of extraordinary wonder, a celestial panorama. Boom! In the vast expanse of the sky, a tremor reverberated, and malevolent clouds surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of sinister intent. A figure of unparalleled majesty emerged, shrouded in a veil of dark energy, appearing silently atop a mountain peak like a wisp of ethereal mist. The presence of this individual was profoundly captivating. Upon his arrival, the very heavens transformed. Bathed in a sanguine hue, reminiscent of the lord of a hellish domain, a blood-soaked Azura. At the sight of this being, the expressions of the gathered monarchs shifted subtly. They had encountered the demon sovereign before. In unison, the kings intoned a respectful greeting, their gestures calm and composed. Yet, beneath their tranquil exteriors, turmoil brewed within their hearts. The demon sovereign, an enigmatic and exalted entity, reigning as the supreme ruler of the demon race, had remained absent from the world for endless eons. The abyss of the demon realm is shrouded in profound mystery, serving as the stronghold of the demon lineage, where the air is thick with a terrifying malevolence, deterring any cultivator from daring to venture forth. Thus, the demon race is steeped in enigma, leaving no one able to articulate the true depth of their heritage. As for the sovereign of the demon race, his mysteries are even more profound, with no one privy to the extent of his insights into the demon path, leaving all to wonder just how far his understanding has reached. Chapter 110, The Ancient Dual King's Boom. In the distant heavens, a terrifying presence emerged once again. Beneath the night sky, a graceful figure appeared, draped in a flowing white gown, her silken hair dancing in the breeze, her visage exquisite and her aura profound. With eyes that shimmered like the flowing waters, petals fluttered around her, drifting gently as she stepped through the air, ethereal and serene. The moment she manifested, she captured the attention of the gathered kings, their expressions shifting subtly, their bodies responding with an uncontainable surge of blood vitality and restlessness. Among them, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, the Kunping Emperor, and the Demon Lord exhibited the most pronounced reactions. "Fair Empress, it is a pleasure to see you well," spoke the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome, robust features, adorned with a magnificent purple-gold solar crown that radiated nobility. "Greetings, esteemed friends," the White Empress replied, disregarding the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's overture, offering a calm nod to the others. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor, undeterred by her indifference, chuckled lightly. "I sense that the Empress is not quite herself of late. Has your cultivation encountered difficulties? Such a peerless beauty, akin to a celestial moon, need not toil so hard in her pursuits. Why not ally with me, and together we shall traverse the imperial path, where I may safeguard your journey towards enlightenment." His words dripped with condescension, his demeanor haughty, treating the Empress as a mere vessel for his ambitions, a sentiment that was starkly transparent. The White Empress, a figure of unrivaled grace, concealed her emotions beneath a tranquil facade, yet it was evident that a flicker of indignation danced in her eyes. To be subjected to such disdain and mockery ignited her ire, yet she refrained from erupting, offering only a cold smile. "Perhaps when you attain the great sage realm, you may speak so freely. Indeed, my dear Divine Emperor, it would serve you well to reflect upon your own worth before casting such judgments." At that moment, another voice rang out, belonging to the Kunping Emperor, who, though youthful in appearance, bore an aura steeped in ancient time. His eyes a tempest of experience and sharpness akin to a celestial sword. The gathered kings fell silent, acutely aware of the enduring discord between these two, a rivalry fueled not only by the coveted qualifications for enlightenment, but also by their shared admiration for the resplendent woman before them. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor turned to the Kunping Emperor, his expression devoid of anger, instead erupting in a long, hearty laugh. "Soon, that day will not be far off." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, transforming the atmosphere in an instant, causing the expressions of the kings to shift dramatically. The terrifying and potent energy that surged forth left them all shaken, as if a mountain had settled upon their hearts, inducing a sense of suffocation. The phrase "Great Sage" echoed in the minds of all present like a thunderclap, for though the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had yet to breach that realm, he was undeniably on the cusp, his essence teetering on the threshold of transcendence. It was clear to all that he was poised to elevate himself to that exalted state, creating an insurmountable divide between himself and the others. This is a staggering revelation. Throughout the ages, they have vied against their contemporaries, and in the end, only a few remain, truly the paragons of their era. Yet, unexpectedly, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor has transcended to such a realm before all others, surpassing everyone. Once he breaks through to the Great Sage realm in the future, he will stand utterly incomparable to his peers. Such is the nature of cultivation. Fall behind a single step, and one may find oneself perpetually lagging behind. Over countless epochs, they advanced in unison, overpowering their equals, only to find themselves on the brink of being overshadowed and surpassed, a heavy weight upon each heart. The Great Sage. In an age devoid of emperors, the Great Sage represents the pinnacle of existence, akin to the sovereign of the cosmos, with an influence beyond compare. At this moment, many fell into silence, rendered speechless. In Bai Tiao's clear gaze, there was a mix of astonishment and complexity, ultimately leading her to release a helpless sigh within her heart. The Kunping Emperor's eyes shimmered with turmoil, lost in a prolonged stupor. "Enough of this bickering, dear friends. We must attend to more pressing matters," spoke the true Dragon Ancestor King, shattering the stagnant atmosphere. "Today, we have gathered in the Purple Prefecture to discuss the newly ascended human emperor. I trust you all are aware of this. We, the elder generation, with the exception of the ancient Divine King, have nearly all departed. I wonder what your sentiments are regarding the human emperor," the true Dragon Ancestor King continued. "Where is the ancient Divine King, the Demon Lord, who had remained silent?" finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if echoing the wails of countless spirits, causing even the mightiest of kings to feel a twinge of pain in their souls. Upon hearing this, all the kings turned their gazes toward the ancient divine king, the ancient divine mountain, the sole sanctuary where two supreme sage kings presided, had witnessed the emergence of these two apex sovereigns in ancient times, one yin, one yang, who together reached the threshold of emperorhood, becoming the lords of the universe. Now, after countless ages, the ancient divine mountain has once again witnessed the grand spectacle of dual kings presiding. The profound legacy of the ancient divine mountain cannot be overlooked. It is said that the union of the two kings renders them invincible, naturally complementary, and once they achieve the threshold of emperorhood, they can rival the great emperors of the age. However, as the kings gather, the absence of the ancient divine king invites curiosity and boundless speculation. If it were to be revealed that the ancient divine king had entered a state of transcendence, it would indeed be a piece of good news. My brother is currently focused on breaking through to the great sage. He has been engaged in this endeavor and could not accept the invitation. The ancient divine king spoke softly, a serene smile gracing his lips, white beard and hair flowing gracefully. What? Upon hearing this, everyone stood stunned. This was yet another shocking announcement. Engaging in the breakthrough to the great sage. It is no wonder the ancient divine king sensed the aura of the golden crow divine emperor and had little to say. For the old divine king is undoubtedly further along than the golden crow divine emperor. He is poised to become the first among his contemporaries to reach the great sage realm. Many were left with tangled emotions. The great sage realm, having come this far, presents immense difficulty in progressing further. Yet, ultimately, there are those who have distanced themselves, destined to face overwhelming pressure in the future. Ancestor Wang, you have summoned us here for what purpose? Speak plainly, the ancient god king remarked. It is to vanquish the human emperor, the true dragon ancestor proclaimed. The human emperor defies the heavens, an unparalleled anomaly unseen throughout history, and has now ascended to the realm of the saints. Should he break through to the saint king in the future, we may not stand a chance against him. Moreover, he possesses the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor scriptures, rendering his potential immeasurable and presenting a significant threat to us all. No one present dared to refute these words. Compared to the news of the ancient old god king and the golden crow divine emperor striving to transcend the great saint, our immediate priority is to eliminate the human emperor. The old god king and the golden crow divine emperor, after all, belong to the same generation as us, inducing pressure but not despair. Yet the human emperor is a prodigy, unsettling to all, emerging with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 111, Before the Slaying. The spoils are divided under the moonlit night, the kings convened, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky, causing the very heavens of the purple state to tremble. Many cultivators across this land caught sight of this astonishing spectacle, their hearts filled with awe. For they understood that the presence of these sovereigns heralded discussions of a momentous event. The tranquility of this realm was destined to be shattered. The task of slaying the human emperor was far from simple. His might was unfathomable, and even if we joined forces to confront him in the 9 provinces, our chances of vanquishing him were slim. At this juncture, the Lu emperor spoke, a figure of elegance and refinement, imbued with a trace of innate purity as he remarked, "Unless we can lure him out of the 9 provinces, shall we emulate the previous holy monarchs?" The golden crow divine emperor scoffed, a hint of derision on his lips. Such a notion is exceedingly foolish. That brat possesses the secret of the word. Who among you can guarantee his demise? If we approach him as mere mortals and fail to deliver a fatal blow, he will undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Who among us can bear the consequences? The kings furrowed their brows in contemplation. The human emperor's cauldron and the secret of the word posed the gravest challenges, for each of them had families, descendants, and disciples, making it perilous to provoke the wrath of such a monstrous being. "I have a plan," the true dragon ancestor king declared, his voice steady. The human emperor shares an inexplicable connection with the supreme body. Moreover, the Tang family of the Great Wind dynasty, particularly those 2 women, holds a close relationship with the supreme body. I propose to use them to draw the human emperor out, alleviating our concerns regarding his cauldron. Furthermore, we have received reliable intelligence that the girl named Tang Guiyao from the Tang family is on the verge of breaking through to sainthood. As far as I know, the Tang family lacks the inheritance for such an ascension. Thus, her potential attainment of sainthood must stem from the remnants of the supreme body, perhaps even from certain heavenly emperor scriptures. Should the human emperor be connected to these 2 women, he is likely to act because of them. We can utilize these women as leverage against him, alleviating our fears of his escape through the secret of the word and his subsequent revenge upon our lineage. Listening to the words of the true dragon ancestor king, the other sovereigns nodded in silent agreement. If this were the case, the threats posed by the human emperor's cauldron and the secret of the word would cease to exist. Whether the human emperor would act due to these two women was of little consequence. It was merely a test. Even if they were unrelated, there would be no loss on their part. Moreover, if Tang Guiyao were to attain sainthood, it would undoubtedly involve a tremendous inheritance, making the endeavor worthwhile. Given the meticulous nature of the ancestor king's plan, why then invite us? Do you not possess the confidence to slay a mere human emperor? Spoke the Kunping emperor, his gaze cold and piercing. Do not mock me, esteemed emperor. It is well known that the human emperor is shrouded in mystery, wielding 4 of the 9 secret techniques. Who can ascertain if he possesses further hidden cards? I do not speak for myself alone. I ask you, my fellow cultivators, do you possess the certainty to kill him? My alliance with you all is to ensure a decisive blow, to eradicate him completely. I indeed have a personal vendetta against the human emperor, which concerns the new leader of my clan, but do you not share similar grievances? I implore you, let us refrain from idle banter at this moment and unite. Otherwise, the day will come when the human emperor will threaten you as well. The true dragon ancestor spoke thus, his long beard dancing in the night breeze, exuding an ethereal presence. All the kings fell into silence, contemplating deeply, for this decision bore great significance. Although the plan appeared meticulously crafted, it remained merely a plan. The emergence of the human emperor shattered conventional understanding, a prodigious being whose hidden cards were beyond comprehension. To oppose such an individual, one must first ponder the consequences. As for this matter, I shall not partake, declared the ancestor. Our Qingqiu lineage has historically shunned conflict. I shall take my leave first. At that moment, the demon emperor Bai Tiao broke the silence, decisively nodding to the true dragon ancestor before departing. Bai Tiao, the demon emperor, had always preferred to remain aloof from worldly disputes, a tendency linked to her nature. Many coveted her, and frequent involvement rendered her susceptible to schemes. Thus, her departure was understandable to the other kings. If she chooses not to engage, then neither shall I, remarked the Golden Crow Divine Emperor with a light chuckle, leaving all present astonished and bewildered. This was a being who had long reveled in competition, having battled the Kunping Emperor for countless eons, easily driven by fortune. Are you not stirred by the human emperor's possession of the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor's scripture? Inquired the true dragon ancestor, furrowing his brow. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor shook his head, stating, I am on the verge of a breakthrough and wish to avoid further turmoil. As for the ancient scriptures and the 9 secrets, should I achieve the status of a great sage in the future, they will be within my grasp. One mere human emperor, I could easily extinguish with a mere gesture, there is no doubt about it. With that proclamation, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor swiftly departed, his decision resolute and unwavering, causing all to frown. It was clear that he intended to withhold his efforts. However, as he had stated, once he ascended to great sage, everything would fall under his dominion. Not only the human emperor, but even they would inevitably be suppressed by the Golden Crow Divine Emperor in the future. I, too, must take my leave. Subsequently, the Kunping Emperor spoke, leaving everyone astonished. This individual had always been at odds with the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, and now, with the latter on the brink of becoming a great sage, he would undoubtedly be the first to be eradicated. At such a critical juncture, one would expect him to be swayed by the 9 secrets. How could he willingly depart? A sense of peculiarity enveloped the atmosphere. Yet words failed them as they watched the Kunping Emperor let out a long cry, transforming into a great rock and vanishing into the night sky. In the end, only the primordial divine king, the demon lord, the Lu Emperor, and the true dragon ancestor remained. Though only 4 were left, the resolve of the kings remained steadfast. The human emperor could slay the sage king, his combat prowess unmatched. Yet each individual present was an unparalleled figure, capable of standing against 100, not mere trifles. Their alliance was formed solely to enhance their chances of vanquishing the human emperor. I seek the secret of the character Jie, the demon lord proclaimed, decisively and dominantly. The secret of Jie was of paramount importance to cultivators at this stage, as it contained an essence of the path to immortality, should one comprehend it. It could yield tremendous benefits for the future. This uniqueness set it apart from the other 9 secrets, rendering it the most precious among the 4 secrets to a certain extent. I desire the secrets of Douyin Jie. The ancient god king spoke up, leaving everyone astonished. He boldly proposed 2 secret arts, which seemed rather audacious. It was widely understood that both arts were primarily offensive and aligned perfectly with the dual kings of antiquity. Should the two truly acquire these secret techniques, their future union would undoubtedly render them even more formidable and unrestrained. My brother may refrain from taking action, yet I shall bring forth an imperial weapon. It is reasonable, I believe, for the ancient divine mountain to seek these two secret arts. The ancient god king paused momentarily before continuing, leaving the other kings momentarily speechless. An imperial weapon. This represents the most magnificent armament in existence, the divine armament of emperors. The imperial weapons of this era are all immensely powerful, and there are but a few, each not to be wielded lightly. These weapons possess the ability to suppress fate, and it is said that those who bear an imperial weapon can endure through the ages. Yet once an imperial weapon is employed, the fortunes of their lineage may wane, potentially leading to unimaginable calamities. If the ancient god sovereign could indeed procure an imperial weapon, then demanding two secret arts would hardly be excessive, and it would significantly increase the likelihood of subduing the emperor of humanity. The kings contemplated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. I desire the movement secret art. At this moment, Emperor Liu also spoke up, as the movement secret art resonated deeply with his path. Moreover, it was a technique of mobility, mastery of which would equate to absolute freedom of movement. Even if faced with overwhelming strength in the future, he would remain unconcerned about life and death. Very well. The heavenly emperor scripture will be mine. Ultimately, the true dragon ancestral king sighed deeply. In comparison to the 9 secrets, the ancient scriptures appeared somewhat overshadowed here. Although the heavenly emperor scripture was powerful, each of those present possessed their own ancient scripture lineage, and when compared to other secret arts, its immediate amplification of strength was outweighed by the potential for calamity, especially when one lacked sufficient power and became the target of others. However, the true dragon ancestral king found himself at a loss. As the one leading this matter, his concern was not for the ancient scriptures or their legacies, but rather for his own grandson. What truly transpired within Mount Tai? Why had his grandson vanished? Only the emperor of humanity held the answers, and he was determined to seek clarity. Chapter 112. Return to the great wind, the realm of 9 provinces. Above the 9 heavens, the winds rise and the clouds stir. Qin Yun stands atop the imperial cauldron, arms crossed behind him, his consciousness extending outward, surveying all within the 9 provinces. The imperial cauldron hums softly, vibrating gently, emanating resplendent light, intertwining with the will of the ancestral temple, conveying a sense of joy to Qin Yun. What is the true origin of the imperial cauldron? Qin Yun muses, glancing back at the cauldron beneath him. Although he is the emperor of humanity, he remains entirely ignorant of its origins. Nevertheless, Qin Yun can sense the cauldron's immense power. It is undoubtedly a divine weapon. Its creation, shrouded in the mists of time, bears engravings of the order of heaven and earth, intricately woven with the principles of Tao. The patterns of Tao on it are exceedingly complex, comparable to the essence of a grand path. Moreover, the imperial cauldron seems to possess a spirit. Qin Yun can perceive its emotions at all times, challenging his prior beliefs. A sentient weapon is beyond comprehension. How could such a thing come into existence? Might it one day take form? The imperial cauldron is ancient. Birthed in the era when humanity first emerged, indeed one of the oldest weapons in existence. It is inextricably linked with humanity. When one flourishes, all flourish. And when one suffers, all suffer. Qin Yun reflects quietly, having delved into the Tao rhythms within the imperial cauldron over the past few days, gleaning such insights. Shaking his head, he decides to let go of his speculations. The cauldron's origins remain profoundly mysterious. Whether it was birthed by heaven and earth or forged by human hands is utterly unknown. Retracting his gaze, Qin Yun suddenly turns his attention to a mountainside in the realm of the 9 provinces. His brow furrows slightly, and he promptly descends. At the foot of that mountain, a multitude of mortals appear, nearly 10,000 weary souls who have traversed countless mountains and rivers, each looking remarkably disheveled. The 9 provinces serve as the ancestral land of humanity, a world of mortals. Yet, throughout the ages, mortals have spread across various Tao realms, leaving their footprints in nearly every domain. Now, with the protection of the Emperor of humanity, many mortals harbor the desire to return to their ancestral land. Indeed, in recent times, mortals from various realms have crossed mountains and rivers to flood into this land. However, never before has their number been so great. The Tao realms are vast. Even cultivators must pay spirit stones to traverse from one realm to another through the teleportation gates. For mortals, spirit stones are as precious as heavenly treasures, rendering the use of the gates nearly impossible. To reach the 9 provinces, only a few nearby Tao realms offer a slim chance. Yet, the sheer number of mortals raises Qin Yun's suspicions. Extending his consciousness, Qin Yun delves into the souls of the mortals, as a saint of the nine heavens. There are no secrets before him. However, the results astonish him. These individuals all hail from the Great Wind Dynasty. Some cultivators facilitated their passage through the realm gates to this place. The Empress of the Great Wind is on the verge of a breakthrough. The various kings have united to eliminate her and seize the fortuitous inheritance of her ascension. Qin Yun probes into the memories of these individuals, uncovering such information. Is Tang Guiyao about to attain sainthood? Qin Yun is taken aback, but soon realizes the implications. The path to sanctification is arduous, without the accumulation of centuries. If not millennia, such a feat is utterly impossible. However, Tang Guiyao, with her divine embryonic physique, possesses an extraordinary constitution. Coupled with the years of profound cultivation she has experienced in the semi-saint realm, her struggles with the absence of a path to sanctification have only intensified. After all, the method for achieving sanctification she left behind was likely intended to enable her to flourish rapidly, allowing her to reach such a remarkable state in a relatively short span of time. Calculating the passage of time, I realize I have been away from Deqian for nearly a year, and I wonder how my sister is faring. Even Tang Guiyao is on the cusp of achieving sanctification. A smile crept upon Qin Yun's lips as memories of those two women surfaced in his mind, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Reflecting on the past, when he entered the Tang family as a son-in-law, his status as a mere mortal had caused Tang Guiyao considerable displeasure. She imposed various rules upon him, and despite sharing the same roof, he was relegated to sleeping without even a bed. The legendary war god of Deqian married a mortal, which stirred quite a commotion at the time. Yet now, he has attained the status of a human emperor, revered as a teacher, and his strength has ascended to the 9th tier of the saintly realm, far surpassing Tang Guiyao. The chasm between the former mortal Qin Yun and his current self is nothing short of monumental. Observing the subjects of the Great Wind Dynasty, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to encountering long-lost neighbors. As Tang Guiyao approaches a critical juncture in her cultivation, I ponder whether anyone is concerned about her path to sanctification. Qin Yun mused, but suddenly he paused, struck by a realization. How could these mortals be aware that the sovereigns are plotting against Tang Guiyao? Who has brought them here? Are they here to relay a message to me? Qin Yun came to a sudden understanding. Clearly, their presence was orchestrated by someone, intended to convey information to him. Their pretense of concern for Tang Guiyao's sanctification was a ruse. It was his status as a human emperor that truly captured their interest. Are they testing my relationship with the Tang sisters? Qin Yun discerned that a saintly king must be orchestrating events from behind the scenes, and their power is undoubtedly formidable. This is not a mere conspiracy, it is a blatant maneuver. They aim to use Tang Guiyao as leverage to probe his identity and determine whether he would intervene. Qin Yun was not surprised. He had anticipated that following the demise of the 9 kings, there would be those who would turn their attention to the Tang sisters. Yet, he did not expect such developments to unfold so swiftly. Nevertheless, I had already resolved to part ways with Tang Guiyao, and now seems the opportune moment to return. It is also time to check on my sister. That girl is innocent by nature. My sudden departure and the news of my demise must have struck her hard, potentially hindering her future cultivation. It would be best to unveil the truth sooner rather than later. Qin Yun spoke softly, his thoughts entwined with complexity. Tang Guiyao's perilous situation arose from his actions. He could not stand idly by. This moment presents a chance to sever the ties of causality with Tang Guiyao. Subsequently, Qin Yun returned to the valley, imparted his instructions to Nyo, and then departed from the 9 provinces, setting his course toward the Great Wind Dynasty. Nyo, now a cultivator despite her tender age, is capable of fending for herself. In the 9 provinces, with guidance available, Qin Yun need not worry about her lack of care. Moreover, the young lady possesses an astute understanding of survival. Thus, attempting to impose harm upon her would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Qin Yun need not be concerned for her safety. With a resounding force, the landscape shifted, and as Qin Yun stepped forth, he traversed myriad mountains and rivers in a single stride. Upon reaching such a realm, the secret of movement attained an alarming level of mastery. Although the domain was vast and imposing, the distance was trivial in comparison to the capabilities of the secret of movement. He soared through the void, covering thousands of miles in an instant. This was not mere sorcery, but rather an extraordinarily natural technique, imbued with an ethereal grace, devoid of any mundane essence. It was akin to a divine being traversing the earth, a dragon gliding across the heavens, impervious to obstruction. Amidst a sprawling expanse of interwoven mountains, Qin Yun halted his advance, for he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. It was a woman of exquisite beauty, standing serenely by the lakeside, her radiant smile blooming like a flower as she gazed upon him. Chapter 113. The Proud Little Fox Girl, the Demon Empress? Upon seeing the woman, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback, for she was none other than the Demon Empress, by Tiaoer. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she had been waiting for him. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, the Demon Empress remarked, her brilliance as radiant as ever, exuding an inner charm that captivated the heart. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her luscious lips seemed to glisten, embodying an array of enchanting allure. Clad in a flowing white dress that danced with the wind, she appeared both ethereal and elegant, akin to a celestial maiden untouched by the world's mundane affairs, as if she might ascend to the skies at any moment. Yet, she possessed an irresistible allure, her voluptuous figure accentuated by 9 swaying fox tails, casting an enchanting spell. Qin Yun often found himself genuinely concerned that, upon encountering this woman again, he might lose his composure. Why was the Demon Empress here? If she truly wished to wait for him, why not do so in the 9 provinces? He chuckled lightly, harboring no feelings of animosity towards her. Going to the 9 provinces would make me seem overly eager, and I wouldn't want you to think less of me. The Demon Empress's words left Qin Yun momentarily speechless, as she still harbored a grudge from their past encounters. Indeed, women could be quite petty, regardless of their status. I have come to dissuade you from venturing into the great wind, she stated with a serious expression. Yet her gentle smile easily led one to misinterpret her intentions, exuding an irresistible charm. Are you here to obstruct my path? Qin Yun inquired calmly, suspecting that a holy king-level entity was orchestrating events behind the scenes, using Tang Guiyao to scheme against him. This level of manipulation undoubtedly involved a figure of the Demon Empress's caliber, prompting him to consider her potential involvement. I must say, little man, your misconceptions about me are rather profound, Bai Tiaoer replied, feigning a hurt expression. I traveled a great distance upon receiving certain news, solely to warn you. I hesitated to approach you directly for fear of being deemed insignificant. And now I find myself waiting here for quite some time while you suspect me of being your adversary. Little man, you truly wound my heart. We shared a night of wine and philosophy, enjoyed music and dance, and awoke from a drunken stupor. Do you truly feel nothing for me? Qin Yun was left utterly speechless by her words. This woman had a way of enchanting hearts, twisting every phrase to evoke deeper meanings. Wasn't it merely a night of drinking and discussing ideas? Yet she spoke as if something more significant had transpired. Seeing Qin Yun at a loss for words, the Demon Empress erupted into a delightful laugh. Very well, I shall cease my teasing. I have come to advise you against heading into the great wind. There are many powerful figures orchestrating this plot, all of whom are of considerable status, and your journey there may very well lead to your demise. Qin Yun nodded in serene acknowledgement. He was already well aware that those behind the scheme were not ordinary. They were formidable individuals, fully confident in their ability to deal with him. The manipulation involving Tang Guiyao was a deliberate attempt to lure him into a trap, showing no fear of his capabilities. Noticing Qin Yun's unyielding resolve, the Demon Empress shook her head in resignation. Do not think that just because you possess the 4 secrets, you can act with impunity. Your adversaries in this venture are unimaginably powerful and utterly invincible. Little man, do not walk into your own grave. Very well, I understand, Qin Yun replied, then turned to leave, his white robes billowing like snow in the breeze, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and nonchalance. The Demon Empress momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by Qin Yun's straightforwardness, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. This elicited a flicker of unusual emotion within her starry eyes. I've brought the matter to your attention. Whether you choose to face death is beyond my concern. The Demon Empress, somewhat vexed, stamped her foot in frustration. Subsequently, she called out towards the direction in which Qin Yun had departed. Hey, little man, consider this a favor owed to me. If you return safely, you must repay it in the future. Qin Yun, already anticipating this, felt no need for such reminders, let alone the concept of owing her a favor. His response was laced with a playful intent to tease the proud little fox maiden. Behind him, the woman was indeed incensed, summoning all her strength to curse, scoundrel. The echo reverberated through the void. Qin Yun waved his hand, steadfastly refusing to look back as he continued on his path, his steps resolute, swiftly vanishing into the vast heavens. By the lakeside, the woman ultimately managed a resigned smile, her eyes shimmering with unparalleled beauty. Even aware of the impending danger, she was determined to proceed. It seemed the relationship between the human emperor and those 2 women from the Great Wind dynasty was far from simple. The Demon Empress mused. her voice as melodious as silver bells, truly enchanting. Soon after, she too stepped forward, pursuing the direction in which Qin Yun had fled. It appeared that a spectacle was imminent. O human emperor, what connection do you have with those two women? In the Great Wind Dynasty, above the 9 heavens, the skies roiled with turmoil, thunder crashing as dark clouds loomed, threatening to obliterate the city. For supreme figures stood tall in the void, resembling deities. Their imposing forms dominating the depths of the heavens, each exuding an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, their might unparalleled. The atmosphere trembled, and the presence of these four was terrifying, their comprehension of the Tao unfathomable, having reached an extraordinary realm. Even a mere ripple from them was extraordinarily daunting, leaving one breathless. Who were they? Why had they appeared in our great wind? Below, many were bewildered, gazing upwards, their eyes filled with dread. The intimidation was overwhelming, as if the four figures merely needed to stamp their feet to reduce this kingdom to dust. Within the palace, even Tang Guiyao's face was etched with astonishment. The terrifying presence of the four figures left her feeling suffocated. She understood that these were undoubtedly the four most formidable individuals in the world. Standing at the 4 cardinal points, seemingly intent on suppressing the entire Dao domain. Inside the hall, Tang Guiyao ultimately found it unbearable. As she was on the verge of a breakthrough, she had not anticipated the appearance of such formidable figures. In the end, she stifled her instinct to transcend, stepping forth into the void outside the hall. What is your purpose? Tang Guiyao demanded coldly. Yet, in the 9 heavens, no one answered. The 4 figures stood as supreme and majestic as ever, surrounded by a swirling chaos that obscured their true appearances, rendering their aura and origins inscrutable. Tang Guiyao felt an overwhelming pressure. It was evident that they had come to seize the moment of her breakthrough. In the tempestuous skies above the imperial city, although no action was taken, the mere presence of the formidable figures unleashed an overwhelming aura that rendered Tang Guiyao utterly unable to focus on her task. The silence from the several sovereigns only intensified her anxiety, leaving her in a state of profound trepidation. What could their purpose be? Tang Guiyao pondered, her gaze laden with complexity as she whispered to herself. Was it in pursuit of the sacred legacy left by Qin Yun? As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. Although Qin Yun's inheritance was indeed powerful, it was merely a fragment of a holy legacy and not a complete ancient scripture. While it could attract saints, it was utterly incapable of summoning such extraordinary beings. The presence before her felt divine, as if she were but an insignificant insect. Her very existence held in the balance of another's whims. This instilled within Tang Guiyao a foreboding sense of dread. She feared that the ambitions of these 4 sovereigns extended far beyond the pursuit of Qin Yun's legacy. They were likely after something of far greater significance. What could it possibly be? Could it be the human emperor? Possessing an extraordinary intellect, Tang Guiyao naturally made the connection to such a lofty realm. Yet, this realization brought forth a wave of bitter complexity. The human emperor, unmatched and transcendent, ruling over the 9 provinces. How could she possibly be entwined with such a figure? Could it be that the human emperor might intervene on her behalf against these 4 sovereigns? A sense of despair and powerlessness enveloped her as she gazed at the 4 sovereigns. In the presence of such beings, she felt truly diminutive, as if they regarded her with utter disdain, exuding an air of invincibility that left her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 114. The Supreme Manifestation reappears within the Great Wind Dynasty. Chaos reigned supreme. The fierce winds howled, yellow dust obscured the sky, and thunderous lightning rumbled through the darkening clouds. The air was thick with a palpable aura of dread, as if the very mountains and rivers were on the verge of upheaval. Fear gripped the hearts of all present, be they cultivators or ordinary mortals, enveloping them in a shroud of despair, akin to witnessing the end of days. 4 supreme sovereigns stood tall in the heavens, exuding an aura reminiscent of deities, their presence sending tremors through the souls of those below, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious task. Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced the gloom. In the distant void, a brilliant radiance emerged, a cascade of golden luminescence sweeping across the expanse, akin to a multitude of golden meteors converging to form a radiant golden pathway. Astonishment fell upon the crowd as they gazed in disbelief at this celestial spectacle. The terrifying will of the realm of humanity materialized, akin to a vast river of providence, resonating with an overwhelming force. The Emperor of Humanity. At that moment, many cultivators on the ground gasped in astonishment. Though the Emperor had yet to arrive, the very essence of his domain had already enveloped them, heralding the unique and extraordinary manifestation of his presence. one that reverberated through the annals of time. On the golden pathway stood a figure clad in white robes. His dark hair flowed elegantly, and his attire billowed gracefully. With an air of refinement and tranquility, he embodied the essence of ethereal beauty and exceptional grace, descending upon the golden light like a god incarnate. The Emperor of Humanity had indeed materialized. This scene left the world in shock. The sudden appearance of the four sovereigns within the Great Wind dynasty confounded many. Speculation arose that perhaps it was connected to the Emperor, for only his influence could summon such beings. The populace conjectured that they were using Tang Guiyao as bait to compel the Emperor to reveal himself. However, many were puzzled. Tang Guiyao was an ocean away from the Emperor, and there had never been any connection between the Emperor and the Empress of the Great Wind dynasty. Why would the four ancient sovereigns use Tang Guiyao as a lure? Some began to associate this with the supreme body, pondering its potential relevance. Yet, such conjectures remained just that, speculations. However, the Emperor's appearance signified that the king's plots had not been in vain. Was he indeed connected to the supreme body? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to stand up for these two women. Legends spoke of the Emperor as the elder brother of the supreme body. Though the truth of this tale remained uncertain, there were also rumors suggesting that he had rescued the supreme body from peril on Mount Tai, slaying the war god. Debates ensued. In the void, illustrious figures emerged, ancient war chariots resounded, and shadows flitted about. Those who arrived were the prominent figures of the age, each a ruler of considerable stature, at the very least of the saintly sovereign level. The Emperor's influence was unparalleled. Every action he took drew the gaze of the masses, and even the slightest disturbance was enough to summon storms of intrigue. Within the imperial palace, Tang Guiyao's expression was a tapestry of complexity, her brilliant eyes filled with bewilderment. Why had the Emperor appeared because of her? Tang Guiyao murmured to herself, enveloped in confusion. However, in the next moment, she was struck motionless, as if turned to stone, frozen in place. In the void, a figure clad in white was enveloped in golden radiance. The surrounding realm shimmered with resplendent light, rendering even Tang Guiyao's keen eyesight incapable of discerning its true form. Yet that indistinct figure draped in white evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity within her. Could it be? Tang Guiyao's brilliant eyes widened involuntarily, her body feeling as though it had been struck by lightning, an inexplicable surge of excitement coursing through her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Suddenly, a cataclysmic battle erupted without a word exchanged. The moment Qin Yun manifested, the four sovereigns launched their assault, unleashing their most terrifying abilities. The air crackled with brilliance, resonating with a symphony of power, as the very fabric of the void began to collapse and shatter, stars exploding one after another. The might of the four sovereigns was truly earth-shattering, their onslaught resonating throughout the realm. Kill! A single command pierced the air, saturating the atmosphere with a chilling intent, a murderous aura that froze the hearts of all present. The demon lord moved with finesse, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through Qin Yun's body. Blood erupted forth, a crimson torrent, leaving a gaping wound in his form. With a swift motion, the Willow Emperor unleashed countless tendrils, cleaving through the void and striking Qin Yun's body into several fragments. The ancient god king released a beam of golden light from his brow, a manifestation of pure yang energy, unmatched in its ferocity, shattering Qin Yun's very essence. Your life is forfeit. The true dragon ancestor roared, his voice reverberating through the air, as his colossal hand descended, reducing Qin Yun to a mere puddle of blood. Boom. As the 9 secrets of Qin Yun activated, his form began to reconstruct, yet in an instant, it shattered once more. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The 4 supreme sovereigns were astonishingly powerful, each capable of contending with 100, launching an overwhelming assault that was both terrifying and relentless. Though the Emperor of Humanity was formidable, once capable of slaying 9 kings and possessing the secret of recovery, he was utterly crushed beneath their might. Under the relentless onslaught of the 4 sovereigns, the secret could only sustain his life by a thread, nothing more. Yet the secret was not invincible. There would come a time when its essence would be exhausted, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming power of the sovereigns. Is this truly all you are capable of? In the distance, the demon emperor Bai Tiao appeared, a flicker of disappointment gleaming in her eyes. She shook her head gently and sighed. If this is the case, I misjudged you. I truly believed you arrived with immense confidence. Boom. A terrifying aura loomed like an abyss, intertwining countless pathways of divine power, transforming the very realm into a colossal furnace. The 4 sovereigns displayed an endless array of techniques, intent on refining Qin Yun on the spot. His body continuously fractured and reformed, only to shatter once again. Many spectators turned away, unwilling to witness the gruesome brutality unfolding before them. A once great emperor has tragically descended into the depths of captivity, ensnared within a furnace and subjected to the frenzied refinement by four formidable sovereigns. You dare to come here, so audaciously disregarding us. The true dragon ancestor king, his countenance marred by fury since the emergence of Qin Yun, let out a prolonged roar. The radiance of the Tao surged, intensifying the power within the furnace, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The fluctuations of Tao energy were astonishing, repeatedly reorganizing and depleting Qin Yun's essence to an alarming degree. At this juncture, he found himself utterly suppressed. The miraculous efficacy of the secret character was waning, making it increasingly difficult for him to revive. Yet, at a pivotal moment, a resounding explosion erupted from Qin Yun's body, as a strand of divine light shot forth from his chest. In an instant, the winds and clouds transformed. The void reverberated with thunderous echoes, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water. From the unfathomable depths of chaos, a grand river of the Tao emerged, and a majestic supreme being stepped forth from its currents, gazing down upon the world and surveying all living beings. This left everyone in a state of astonishment. The supreme presence surveyed the ages, treading the river of time. This was an extraordinary manifestation of supremacy. Each individual stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief, their very scalps tingling. The supreme body, Tang Guiyao, was rendered motionless. Chapter 115. Already slain by me in the vastness of the void, a resounding roar echoed, as golden light pierced through the heavens and the earth. A majestic figure of supreme authority emerged, standing resolutely amidst the river of time, surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to overlook eternity itself. All were captivated by this awe-inspiring spectacle. Was this not the manifestation of the supreme body? How could it possibly materialize upon the human emperor? No one could maintain their composure. The supreme body was a rarity throughout the ages, appearing once in a million years, and had long been lost to time, extinguished before the ancient era. In the present day, only the contemporary supreme body existed. Yet, it had perished on Mount Tai, having succumbed to madness and suffered severe wounds. After vanquishing 4 ancient saints of the demonic race, it had ultimately exhausted its strength and was hunted down by the war god, meeting an irrevocable demise on Mount Tai. And yet, here it was. The manifestation of the supreme body had re-emerged, instilling a sense of foreboding in every heart. Each individual displayed a look of astonishment, conjuring a tremor-inducing conjecture. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Some mighty sovereigns stood frozen, their voices trembling with disbelief. Tang Guiyao was momentarily entranced, her complex emotions seemingly beyond her control at that moment. The demon emperor, Bai Tiao, appeared dazed, her mouth slightly agape in a cute manner. However, moments later, she broke into a radiant smile that dimmed the very heavens. Ah, little man, you have concealed such a grand secret. Is it that person? The cultivators of this land displayed palpable tension. The reappearance of the supreme manifestation ignited a surge of fervor within everyone. For the practitioners of this realm, the supreme body wielded an overwhelming influence. It was the cause of the decline of the Dacian, the emergence of the Great Wind, and the entire cycle of dynastic change, all due to him. Boom. At this moment, the divine light intensified, nearly enveloping the entire Tao domain. The towering figure of the supreme manifestation gradually opened its eyes, unleashing an extraordinary and terrifying divine power. The void trembled as a blinding radiance surged forth like pillars, breaking free from the confinement imposed by the 4 kings. As the light dimmed, a figure clad in white gradually became discernible. His countenance was handsomely refined, exuding an extraordinary elegance, his demeanor as graceful as jade and strikingly handsome. His long hair flowed freely behind him, tousled and wild, and his eyes were as profound as the ocean. He advanced forward, his face marked by determination, each step resonating through the vast universe, embodying an inexplicable aura. Qin Yun. At this moment, Tang Guiyao finally beheld the visage of the man. A face etched in her memory over the years, an image she could never forget. And now, he truly stood before her, clad in pristine white, untouched by dust. His hair dancing in the wind, radiating an unparalleled grace. Everything felt like a vivid dream. You are still alive. Farewell, Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao's emotions could no longer be contained as she rushed into the void, positioning herself before Qin Yun, scrutinizing his face with trepidation. Fearful it might all be but a dream. Yet, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, her voice trembling softly. oscillating between laughter and weeping as she stood before him. It was difficult to articulate the nature of her emotions. In this moment, the world felt eerily still, as if only the sound of Tang Guiyao remained. Her voice resonated with despair in the hearts of all sovereigns present. Is it not the case that the human emperor has seized the divine bones of the supreme body? As the extraordinary manifestation reappears, the populace clings to a faint glimmer of hope, believing that the human emperor has indeed taken the divine bones, thus allowing the talent to reveal the manifestation of the supreme body. Despite the overwhelming similarities that have emerged between the two, there remains a reluctance to accept that the human emperor is the supreme body. Such a notion seems far too incredulous to entertain. Yet, the manifestation of the supreme body is strikingly familiar, not a mere transplantation or transference, but a primordial display of uniqueness, irreplaceable. The words of Tang Guiyao have severed the last thread of speculation among the crowd. I said I would return to give you an explanation. Qin Yun stood poised in the void, speaking with a calm demeanor. As he gazed upon Tang Guiyao, he felt an inexplicable stir within him. This was the first time he had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state, for she had always exuded an aura of unyielding strength and superiority. Yet, at this moment, tears streamed down her face, touching a tender part of Qin Yun's heart. He raised his hand, intending to wipe away her tears, but paused mid-motion, ultimately refraining. Go forth. Face the trials. I shall shoulder everything. In the end, Qin Yun merely uttered these words. As Tang Guiyao prepared to confront the challenges ahead, he sensed her chaotic energy, which was now nearly impossible to contain. His words left Tang Guiyao momentarily speechless. A long-lost warmth flowed through her heart, reminiscent of his prior promise to protect her path. It pierced deep into her soul. All right. Despite the tear stains on her face, Tang Guiyao smiled gently. She offered no further words. This man always provided her with a sense of security, possessing a certain magic that made her willing to entrust everything to him. The atmosphere remained tranquil, with each person's expression vividly reflecting the moment. No one dared to disturb the fleeting reunion of the two. Such an outcome was not one anyone wished to accept. You are truly the supreme body. A voice of immense authority broke the silence, reverberating through the skies. It was the dragon ancestor king, his countenance dark and foreboding, eyes rimmed in red as he glared at Qin Yun, seemingly ready to unleash his fury. It is I. Qin Yun's response was concise and resolute. It resounded throughout the heavens, causing a tremor that shook the very earth. All who heard it shuddered. This was undeniably shocking news, stirring tumultuous waves within each heart. How could this be? How could it be? The supreme body had once succumbed to madness, suffered grievous wounds, and been hunted down by the war god. Having perished long ago on Mount Tai, how could he possibly be the supreme body? Furthermore, the supreme body was only at the level of a formidable being. How could he ascend to the ninth heaven of the sage realm in just a year? No one was willing to accept such a conclusion. Although the body of the supreme body had never been found, its demise was universally acknowledged, for no one could have survived in such dire circumstances. Moreover, the disparity in strength between the two was monumental. These two reasons elucidated why, despite the perceived similarities, the populace had never truly connected the two individuals. This is a shocking revelation. Whether it be the supreme body or the human emperor, both are extraordinarily formidable. And no one wishes to confront the possibility that they are one and the same person, for this fundamentally overturns our understanding of cultivation. If an individual can ascend from great strength to a saintly status in merely a year, then what of those prodigies and sovereigns who have dedicated centuries to their practice? Has all their toil been rendered futile? The notion that one's power could proliferate at such a staggering pace is utterly implausible. No one is willing to accept this. Incredulity is etched upon their faces. It is widely acknowledged that Qin Yun has traversed his path solely through arduous training and relentless effort. Yet now, confronted by a multitude of sovereigns demanding answers, Qin Yun refrains from responding. The truth is too astonishing, and he prefers not to reveal his true nature before others. Indeed, it is entirely impossible that they are the same individual. The supreme body has always exercised caution, never exposing itself, let alone boldly admitting its identity. The disparity between the supreme body and the human emperor is profound. One individual articulated a conjecture, clinging to a final vestige of hope. In the past, I was but a humble cultivator, naturally required to exercise discretion, concealing my identity and proceeding with care. However, now I stand as an ancient sage, a human emperor, unafraid of any threats. Why should I hide? Qin Yun spoke these words, sending shockwaves through the ranks of cultivators. Everyone was momentarily stunned, perceiving a terrifying conviction and an indomitable confidence emanating from him. At this juncture, the true dragon ancestor could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Like a venerable beast, his voice hoarse and his eyes reddened, he gazed intently at Qin Yun, shouting in a frenzy, "Where's my grandson? Where's my grandson?" Qin Yun lifted his gaze towards the elder, his eyes unwavering and devoid of any concealment. "He has long since been slain by me." Chapter 116. The uniqueness of the white stripe. What? Zhang Tian is dead? Upon receiving this news, all cultivators were profoundly shaken. Although there had long been speculation regarding Zhang Tian's demise, the revelation from Qin Yun rendered it almost unbelievable to all. The once supreme body had reached the brink of destruction, first succumbing to madness and then suffering grievous injuries. In such circumstances, how could one contend with Zhang Tian's relentless pursuit? To the onlookers, even at the height of his power, the supreme body would be no match for Zhang Tian, let alone in such a dire situation. When the true dragon ancestor king learned of this, his body trembled, nearly causing him to plummet from the void. He had also sensed the impending death of his grandson, yet at that moment, Qin Yun's words struck him like a thunderclap, shattering his very soul. The true dragon lineage, a rarity among the ancient prodigies, had bestowed upon him immense hope. His kin believed him to be a figure capable of contending for the throne of the emperor in this era, yet he had perished. Who could possibly accept such a fate? It was inconceivable, utterly unfathomable. My grandson was immensely powerful. At that time, you were merely at the great ability realm. How could you have slain him? Where could he have gone? Is he trapped within Mount Tai? The true dragon ancestor king roared, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse, resembling a venerable beast on the brink of collapse, evoking a sense of tragic pity. This was his last glimmer of hope, unwilling to accept his grandson's demise. He sought an answer he yearned for. Qin Yun remained calm and unperturbed, standing there with his white garments billowing, and slowly spoke. He is indeed dead. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. The true dragon ancestor king shuddered, bowing his head in acquiescence. He understood that Qin Yun's words were undoubtedly true. The foreboding of his grandson's death, coupled with the fruitless search over recent days at Mount Tai, confirmed for him the harsh reality. His grandson had truly passed away. At that moment, the elder's weathered eyes brimmed with sorrow. Qin Yun's pronouncement extinguished his final hope, leaving him in unbearable anguish. "What treachery did you employ to bring about my grandson's demise?" lamented the true dragon ancestor king, consumed by grief. To him, his grandson must have met an unjust fate, which deepened his sorrow and indignation. An emerging master, destined for greatness, had met with such a lamentable end. What a profound regret. Qin Yun regarded the elder with calm composure. At this juncture, there was nothing left unsaid. He harbored no fear of threats or machinations. There was no need for treachery. He ultimately transcended through self-realization, and it was not I who struck him down, Qin Yun asserted. What? Such a conclusion left everyone in astonishment, further causing the true dragon ancestor king's pupils to tremble with disbelief. He transcended himself. Those who understood Zhang Tian's character were aware of his overwhelming pride and strength, a force of nature in battle, yet the ultimate outcome was not a glorious death in combat, but rather a serene transcendence. One could only imagine the despair he must have faced in his final moments. It was clear to all that Zhang Tian had encountered an insurmountable defeat, a loss that tore at his very heart and cast a shadow upon his path of enlightenment. Thus, a person of such pride chose not to end his life in battle, but instead opted for a self-imposed demise. The overwhelming strength of his enemies rendered him powerless, shattering his conventional understanding of cultivation. It was undoubtedly a profound blow that led Zhang Tian to experience a despair greater than death itself. How could this be? Such a figure as Zhang Tian could not possibly choose such a tragic conclusion. Was everything merely a facade? Was his descent into madness false, his grievous injuries feigned, or even his hidden strength a ruse? At this moment, not only the true dragon ancestor king, but also other cultivators began to question their existence, suspecting that Qin Yun had concealed his true power. However, in those years, the supreme body did not appear to mask its strength or condition. The madness and grievous injuries seemed remarkably genuine, utterly impossible to fabricate. Naturally, all was true. It was only that I possessed a secret technique which, at the final moment, restored my power to its zenith. Subsequently, I fell to Zhang Tian. Everything was a matter of necessity. Too many wished to take my life. At that time, my cultivation was feeble, and I had no choice but to feign death and distance myself from this land. Qin Yun spoke thus, and his words left many present in silence. His recounting may have been understated, yet the audience could sense that the path he traversed had not been easy. Immersed in the fray, descending into madness, and suffering grievous injuries, he ultimately drew out Zhang Tian for a reasonable conclusion. This was undoubtedly a perilous gamble. Whether in the throes of madness or enduring grievous wounds, slaying the 4 saints of the demon race, and finally confronting Zhan Tian appeared exceedingly perilous. Akin to a dance with death, the young man before them had wagered his very life. Yet, what astonished and stirred their hearts was that he had truly accomplished it. He had deceived everyone, leading the world to believe the supreme body had perished. Now, a year later, he returned with the resounding reputation of an ancient sage and the identity of a human emperor, standing before all. This was no small feat. No one could fathom how he ascended from the realm of mighty beings to the 9th heaven of the sage realm in just 1 year. Moreover, no one could imagine the audacity required to devise such a soul-chilling stratagem. This was nothing short of a miracle. He had indeed achieved it, leaving others in awe and disbelief. In the semi-saint realm, he faced universal enmity, yet he was forced to feign death, fading from existence. Now, he returned with overwhelming strength, and merely 1 year later, he stood before the world as a human emperor. At this moment, revealing everything was enough to demonstrate that he feared nothing. He had truly reached an invincible state. Many fell silent, struggling to utter a word. To the onlookers, this was utterly staggering, almost mythical, yet it had indeed transpired, sending shivers through their souls. The world was enveloped in profound stillness. Even the 4 kings were ensnared in a long silence, unable to accept the reality that within a year, a mighty being had achieved the 9th heaven of the sage realm and returned with such force. Such a scheme, such audacity, left everyone in awe. Throughout history, there has never been a shortage of those with grand ambitions. Yet even the mightiest emperors in their youth seldom exhibited such commanding prowess, instilling a profound sense of dread. In the distant sky, the demon emperor Bai Tiao's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. It was unclear when she began to perceive this man as increasingly resplendent, radiating an almost blinding light. This was not merely a manifestation of strength, but rather an inexplicable surge of emotion. Since time immemorial, prodigies have often met untimely ends. If an individual lacks a formidable lineage, the more they shine, the more they seem destined for a tragic fate. The journey of growth is one that few can truly grasp, laden with heartache and helplessness. Countless heroes of the past have lamented the anguish of walking their path alone. Yet how many, like Qin Yun, can force themselves into a corner and emerge anew? Little man, I find myself increasingly inclined to bind my fate to yours. Not merely to have you safeguard my journey, Bai Tiao murmured softly, her gaze flickering as she stood within that vast expanse. At this juncture, the wrath of the true dragon ancestor king could no longer be contained. Within Qin Yun's intricate design, the ancestor king discerned that his grandson had been reduced to a mere pawn. This was an unbearable reality for him to accept. His grandson, once so formidable, backed by the mighty lineage of the true dragon, had always held the reins, toying with others and treating the masses as mere trifles. Never before had he been ensnared in such a scheme, becoming a crucial piece in another's grand strategy. This was not only a profound disgrace for his grandson, but an even greater affront to himself. Chapter 117, Legendary Splendor Boom. A colossal hand blotted out the sky, and chaotic mist surged forth, crashing down with the intent to subdue Qin Yun. In the distant skies, the other 3 sovereigns seized this moment to strike, unleashing terrifyingly formidable techniques that sent ripples of energy reverberating through the air. All present were momentarily stunned. The combined might of the 4 rulers was a sight to behold, shaking the very foundations of the world, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Quickly retreat. Figures flickered across the surroundings, retreating swiftly. Every cultivator hastened their steps, eager to distance themselves from this ominous ground to avoid the impending disaster. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yun's secret technique unfurled, propelling him skyward, soaring through the vast expanse of the starry river and entering a desolate cosmic void. Human Emperor, where do you think you can escape? The 4 holy kings appeared in an instant. You dared to kill my grandson, and now you wish to flee? Today shall mark your demise. The true dragon ancestor king emerged first, his eyes aflame with rage and sorrow as grief poured forth from his gaze. The news of his grandson's death had plunged him into despair. No one could fathom the weight of expectation he had placed upon the new master of the true dragon lineage. Though you possess great cunning, you have now been forced into action, compelled to reveal your hand before attaining an invincible state. Having come this far, there is no chance of your escape. The Lu Emperor proclaimed softly, resolute in his refusal to allow Qin Yun to depart. The depths of his strategy sent shivers through the hearts of all present. I have no intentions of fleeing now that I have made my appearance, Qin Yun replied, calm and poised, standing alone in the cosmos, unwavering before the 4 supreme figures. His arrival in this starry expanse was not for the purpose of evasion, but rather to prevent the might of the sovereigns from impacting the great wind. The power wielded by such individuals was too fearsome, and a clash on that land would certainly sink the entire Dao domain. Ha ha ha, young one, what gives you the confidence? I have set my sights upon your body. Surrender willingly to avoid suffering. The demon lord laughed heartily. In the distant skies, many powerful leaders returned. For such a confrontation was truly unprecedented. Every sage wished to witness it firsthand. The human emperor was ultimately compelled to reveal himself, not by choice. And he was not entirely invincible. Some lamented, distinguishing between voluntarily emerging and being forced to do so as entirely different concepts. Based on the human emperor's previous words and his customary conduct, he would never have appeared without certainty of victory. Yet now, he had emerged prematurely due to Tang Guiyao's influence. There existed a profound connection between him and Tang Guiyao, one that had been evident long before. People understood that the human emperor likely lacked absolute confidence in his victory. His emergence was a reluctant decision. Each of the four rulers held significant stature, being the progenitors of various formidable factions. Who could possibly contend with such an alliance? The human emperor was likely to fall. Regardless of his prodigious talent or possession of the 9 secrets, he would ultimately be hindered by Tang Guiyao. What bond could exist between him and Tang Guiyao that compelled him to emerge prematurely when he was on the verge of invincibility? At this moment, this question lingered in the minds of the sovereigns. Although Qin Yun's identity has been revealed, no one associates him with the son-in-law, for such a notion is too fantastical. Many still speculate about the relationship between Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao. In the distant sky, the demon empress Chunlinger, her eyes gleaming with intrigue, pondered the same question. She gazed at Qin Yun, then cast her gaze upon the great wind dynasty below, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Within the dynasty, Tang Guiyao was on the brink of a breakthrough, also looking into the void. In her brilliant eyes lay an intricate tapestry of emotions. The formidable might of her enemies instilled a profound despair alongside deep concern for that figure clad in white. Yet she did not linger, quickly channeling ancient texts to embark on her ascension to the sacred realm. Boom! From the far reaches of the void, a terrifying wave emanated, the sky resembling a vast, deep ocean, ripples visible to the naked eye. Gradually, the slow undulations intensified, akin to a volcanic eruption, unleashing a formidable force. Despite the distance, many were toppled, their bodies subjected to violent shock, blood seeping from their orifices. The battle had commenced. Regrettably, few bore witness to this clash of realms. The level of confrontation too elevated to be easily grasped. A resounding roar erupted from the true dragon ancestor king, reverberating with a celestial resonance, akin to a dragon's chant. Imbued with unfathomable power. In the heavens, a phantom of the true dragon materialized, astonishing all. The majestic dragon emanated an aura of supremacy, its eyes like divine lanterns, its scales shimmering mysteriously, a veritable miracle. The true dragon's physical manifestation approached a state of near perfection, a form that stood shoulder to shoulder with the supreme body. Millennia ago, battles were ceaseless, marked by victories and defeats. Now, was the contest between the true dragon body and the supreme body about to unfold anew? The human emperor, though frail, could still contend with the aid of the 9 secrets, perhaps offering a glimpse of the grandeur of ancient times. Beneath, many marveled, attentively observing the unfolding spectacle in the void, unwilling to miss a single moment. The clash between the supreme body and the true dragon body, once a legendary duel in the annals of time, stirred discussions of strength and weakness throughout history. Over the ages, the supreme body had gradually withered, yet the resurgence of their rivalry ignited hopes for a repeat of that glorious spectacle, a confrontation destined for the chronicles of legend, replete with aesthetic allure. Boom! Simultaneously, the manifestation of Qin Yun's supreme body surged forth. The void was nearly overwhelmed by these two extraordinary manifestations, which, while inherently illusory, began to engage in combat of their own accord. The supreme body traversed the celestial river, while the true dragon roared across the heavens. These two long-standing adversaries, rivals for eons, could not abide each other. As the battle between the supreme true dragon intensified, spectators could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of the two phenomena. However, it was evident that the supreme was still somewhat inexperienced, unable to contend with the true dragon, and was being suppressed in this manifestation. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Yun soared defiantly, his black hair billowing behind him as he unleashed the celestial emperor fist, striking the true dragon ancestor king far into the distance. With a swift strike of the fist, it was reduced to a mere puddle of blood and flesh, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. Chapter 118. Who can compete? The air was thick with swirling blood mist, akin to colossal waves crashing and fragmenting, only to coalesce once more. The true dragon ancestor king re-emerged, his blood essence soaring to the heavens. At this juncture, it was nearly impossible for anyone to slay him. Yet, the ancestor king, having reformed his true self, still expelled a mouthful of blood. The blow had inflicted damage upon his very essence, a wound of irreparable nature. His revival relied on his profound understanding of the Tao and the aid of secret elixirs. It was not something to be easily matched, devoid of any earthly aura. Nevertheless, this spectacle left the world in shock. The contention between the true dragon body and the supreme body has been a topic of heated debate since ancient times. When they clash, it invariably results in a cataclysmic battle. Now, the true dragon ancestor king's form was nearly perfected, yet after a mere encounter, he sustained such grievous injury. It could be said that this was an absolute crushing defeat. Boom. The demonic clouds surged ominously, a chilling malevolence permeating the air, sending tremors across the distant horizon. The formidable power of the Tao manifested as boundless black mist coalescing into a gargantuan black visage in the firmament. Spectral souls flickered, enveloped in dark radiance. The demon lord struck, and the ghostly face in the sky erupted with a harrowing wail. It was an excruciatingly haunting sound, shaking the very core of one's soul. Even those at a considerable distance found themselves fainting at the sheer terror of the resonance. Even the mightiest of figures, those of the saintly level, felt their hearts tremble, swiftly employing all their might to resist, for that roar threatened to rend their souls asunder. Buzz! The void shattered abruptly. Amidst the ravaged emptiness, Qin Yun advanced with quiet resolve, his gaze as profound as the ocean, imbued with unwavering determination. The demon lord, within this realm, he stood as the most enigmatic figure. No one could articulate his identity, nor could they trace his origins. All that was known was that long, long ago, he ascended to the throne of the demon race, commanding the entire demonic path, his comprehension of the dark arts reaching a terrifying echelon. His existence spanned far beyond that of others of comparable rank, almost beyond the reach of memory. Speculations abounded that his corporeal form had long since decayed, yet his spirit remained so potent that he defied death. Others claimed that the demon lord had consumed an overwhelming amount of life essence, drowning in his own bloodshed, ultimately entwined in karmic retribution, becoming a being of half demon, half ghost. Such narratives shattered the perceptions of many, narrating his mystique and might. And now, as he made his move, the world was left in awe. The frigid malice emanating from him felt as though it sought to engulf the very heavens and earth, compelling all beings to succumb to their darker natures with a single roar, resembling an unparalleled demon ancestor. With his every action, all cultivators trembled in fear. His roar reverberated through the cosmos, its waves slicing like daggers, the intent to kill sweeping like a tempest. Confronted by this overwhelming malice, Qin Yun's skin began to fissure, as if blades were raking across his flesh, leaving countless wounds. His flowing black hair and white robes danced like reeds in the wind, buffeted by this demonic force. At a certain moment, Qin Yun too let out a light reprimand. The secret of the character has been unveiled, merging countless powers into this syllable. The sound wave surged forth like a celestial sword, cleaving the mountains and rivers in half. In the heavens above, the towering Supreme One unleashed a thunderous roar, enveloping Qin Yun in a radiant golden light that suppressed all malevolence in the world. The two sound waves collided, obliterating everything in their path, causing the starry sky to collapse and countless stars to shatter, their light bursting forth like fireworks, both tragic and beautiful. In the distance, the demon lord let out a mournful wail, pierced by Qin Yun's sound wave sword, tumbling backward and falling far away, retreating hundreds of millions of miles. This scene left everyone in awe. The nemesis of the supreme body, the true dragon ancestor king, was severely injured by a single punch. Even the formidable demon lord was pierced by a sound wave, hurtling through the endless void. Such destructive power sent shivers down everyone's spine. Why had his might suddenly surged to such an extent? No one could remain composed. Qin Yun's attack reached a terrifying level. With a single blow, whether one was an unparalleled divine king or a revered ancestral figure, all would suffer. His strength bore an unstoppable momentum that shattered all laws. Do not engage him further. At this moment, both the demon lord and the true dragon ancestor king warned the ancient divine king and Emperor Lu, clearly sensing the sheer terror of his power. Though they had not lost their lives from Qin Yun's assault, they had momentarily been stripped of their combat capabilities. At this juncture, it was evident how formidable he had become. It could be said that neither had ever suffered such a significant setback. What had transpired? How had he suddenly grown so powerful? Even the ancient divine king and Emperor Lu were filled with bewilderment. Previously, they could suppress Qin Yun, but now, they found themselves lacking even the qualification to confront him, as his attack power had escalated to a horrifying level, defying all logic and leaving them incredulous. The four kings returned to the starry sky, standing in their respective positions, yet refrained from making another move. The figure before them was too terrifying. His striking power instilled a sense of foreboding. They regarded Qin Yun with vigilance, their eyes brimming with apprehension. In truth, Qin Yun's extraordinary strength stemmed entirely from his supreme body. This body constituted his foundation, encapsulating all secret techniques and profound depths. It could be said that when he fully unleashed the might of the supreme body, it was equivalent to augmenting his arsenal of secret arts. The secrets of, and had all been activated, propelling his strength to a shocking degree. The emergence of the supreme body was not a mere addition. It represented a multiplicative growth. It equated to the combination of the four secrets, the ancient scriptures of the heavenly emperor, and the supreme body. The implications of 9 secrets meant that every increment in his foundation resulted in a multiplicative enhancement of his power, which was the fundamental reason behind his ability to fight beyond his limits. The void was eerily silent, and the world beneath was no different. Everyone remained profoundly quiet. How could one individual attain such formidable strength? It is evident that the 4 supreme sovereigns seemed to be subdued by Qin Yun. This is a terrifying spectacle, an indelible moment that will forever be etched in the memories of those who witnessed it. The figure clad in white shall remain a lasting imprint on their hearts, unyielding to the passage of eons. Each of the 4 sovereigns embodies the essence of a formidable lineage, yet they collectively face such overwhelming suppression, even countless ages hence. The mere recollection of this encounter will undoubtedly stir profound emotions. With a thunderous roar, Qin Yun, in his flowing white attire, surged forward, effortlessly stepping into the throng. Regarding the 4 sovereigns as mere trifles, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world. Confronting 4 sovereigns single-handedly, he navigated through them as if traversing an uninhabited realm, inciting a retreat from all 4 in astonishment. What an extraordinary display of prowess! The Emperor of Humanity, grand and magnificent, wields unparalleled might, transcending the ordinary. Who can rival him? Chapter 119. Imperial Weapon. Enyang Bowl. The void shattered, the starry sky mottled, fissures appeared everywhere, and chaotic mists surged forth. Resplendent starlight continuously erupted, indicative of great stars fracturing. With each bloom, a star was reduced to cosmic dust. Amidst this fragmented void, Qin Yun traversed with an ease reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. His gaze as vast as the ocean, profoundly deep. His countenance remained tranquil, embodying the majesty of a celestial sovereign, exuding an aura of dominion over all. All present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Faced with 4 sovereigns, the Emperor of Humanity audaciously chose to strike first, plunging into the throng of adversaries. The 4 sovereigns, taken aback by such boldness, retreated in a frenzy. "Let us strike him together," they exclaimed. These 4 sacred kings, extraordinary beings in their own right, were well aware of Qin Yun's unparalleled offensive capabilities. Reluctant to engage him directly, they swiftly unleashed their myriad techniques, intent on suppressing him and rendering his assaults futile. Boom! The starry expanse reverberated with ceaseless explosions as layers of power surged forth like tumultuous waves. An atmosphere of dread enveloped all, for this was a battle of epic proportions, a clash unseen for countless years. The heavens trembled, the terrifying fluctuations resonated, each ripple threatening to collapse ancient mountains and rivers. Yet, the 4 sovereigns were unable to subdue Qin Yun. Despite their full array of techniques and ancestral legacies, Qin Yun remained undaunted. Fortified by the secret art of the Do character, born for combat. This secret technique was extraordinarily formidable, its offensive strategies unfathomable, offering an abundance of countermeasures. The battle raged on for but a brief moment. As the 4 sovereigns grew increasingly alarmed, Qin Yun, on the other hand, became ever more composed, instilling fear within their hearts. Boom! Upon shattering a massive palm strike, Qin Yun immediately employed the Xing character secret, materializing before one of the sovereigns, Emperor Lu. Upon seeing Qin Yun's sudden appearance, Lu was nearly paralyzed with shock and swiftly attempted to retreat, his speed comparable to the swiftest in the world. However, all of this paled in comparison to the Xing character technique. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun stood before him, delivering a crushing palm strike. Ah! Lu Emperor cried out in agony, his form hurtling backward. He barely evaded the strike, yet sustained grave injuries, the force nearly cleaving him in twain. As the palm descended, vast expanses of the starry sky shattered and collapsed, the destructive power stretching for thousands of miles. This scene instilled terror in Lu. As he acutely felt the specter of death traversing eons, it was the first time he sensed death so palpably. He realized that had he the chance to relive the moment, he might not evade the strike again and would surely perish on the spot. This left him haunted by lingering dread. Divine Monarch, will you not wield your imperial weapon? Lu Emperor bellowed in fury after narrowly escaping Qin Yun and retreating into the cosmos. The sentiments of the other sovereigns were not much better than his. Each of the four sovereigns possessed the ability to instill fear across the realm, unafraid of any formidable foes, their status nearly that of the most exalted in this world. Yet, in the presence of this impetuous youth, even a sage felt the looming threat of death, a shiver running down the spine, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. Boom! From the depths of chaos, a streak of purple brilliance soared, illuminating the universe in an instant. The radiance was blinding, the purple aura shrouded the heavens. In the far reaches of the cosmos, a shattered bowl emerged, no larger than a palm, utterly broken. Yet upon it lingered terrifying traces of the Tao, suffused with imperial energy, within which the yin-yang fish flowed, each cycle seemingly capable of reversing the very heavens and earth, emitting an astonishing wave of tremors. At that moment, an eerie sensation gripped everyone, with many collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the vibrations, imperial light cascading, imperial aura surging. A mere broken bowl, yet it exuded the divine might to obliterate the world, its mere appearance inducing a transformation in all beings, evoking visions of world annihilation. Imperial weapon. At this moment, all were rendered speechless. Even the formidable demon emperor, Bai Tiao, exhibited a drastic change in countenance, betraying a hint of terror. Could it truly be an imperial weapon? The armament of a great emperor? A cacophony of astonishment erupted. None remained unmoved. Even the other three sovereigns in the firmament stood frozen as the broken bowl was unveiled. Shattering the starry sky, devoid of any earthly essence, strikingly natural. It resembled a manifestation of the Tao, capable of subduing all, its offensive aura exceptionally fierce. The yin-yang bowl was indeed that weapon, not a mere imitation or fantasy, but a tangible imperial armament. The cosmos resonated with such clamor. Imperial weapon. Just hearing those two words sent shivers down the spines of cultivators. The weapon of a great emperor, possessing unfathomable might. Across the vast expanse of the earth, among a million dynasties and eons of time, only a handful of imperial weapons had been forged, not exceeding a mere few. These were held by the myriad orthodoxies of the world. Imperial weapons do not easily emerge. They are bound by the need to suppress fate. It is said that as long as an orthodoxy possesses an imperial weapon, it can achieve eternal immortality, impervious to any formidable foe that may arise. The occurrences of imperial weapons manifesting are limited, yet each instance is cataclysmic, each heralding a horrifying conflict. Yet now, it had appeared, stunning all. The weapon of the ancient great emperor, reputed to embody the principles of yin and yang. When the yin-yang bowl surfaces, it can reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. Cultivators were rife with trepidation. None faced that broken bowl without their complexion shifting. That was the weapon of the ancient great emperor, shrouded in enigma, harboring terrifying secrets, with countless legends surrounding it. No one truly understood the extent of this imperial weapon's might, but the aura of intimidation it radiated was indisputable. Even the mightiest sage would think twice before confronting an orthodoxy wielding an imperial weapon, illustrating its profound impact. Beneath the imperial weapon, all were mere ants. With its emergence, peace would reign across the realm. The emperor of humanity truly faced annihilation. The ancient divine monarch had summoned such a weapon, evidently unwilling to allow the emperor to escape. Historically, the emergence of an imperial weapon has never resulted in defeat. This is an ironclad rule, signifying the majesty of the emperor, a force not to be trifled with. Many sighed in resignation. For the moment the shattered bowl emerged, the outcome was already foreseen. Throughout the ages, the occurrences of imperial weapons have been scarce, yet each time, regardless of the strength of the adversary, they were subdued with overwhelming force. The majesty of the imperial weapon is not to be trifled with. This is not merely a tale from ancient sages, but rather an accumulation of centuries of might, a manifestation of invincibility. At this moment, even the radiant Bai Tiao, a woman of unparalleled beauty, underwent a transformation. Her exquisite visage turned ashen, betraying waves of panic. "Little man, I am sorry, I did not know. I did not foresee their invocation of the imperial weapon," Bai Qiao murmured, her voice trembling. Her eyes filled with a complexity that was difficult to articulate, whether it was guilt or something else entirely. Yet, now it was all too late. With the emergence of the imperial weapon, who could contend? It represented the dignity left by the great emperor in this world, a remnant of his authority that is simply not to be disrespected, capable of suppressing all arts and laws. Even the 9 secrets dimmed in this moment, overshadowed entirely by the brilliance of the imperial weapon. Chapter 120. Barehanded against the imperial weapon, the heavens trembled, and the stars collapsed, as one great celestial body after another disintegrated into dust, akin to the magnificent display of fireworks. The emergence of the imperial weapon astonished the world. Its fearsome reputation was only whispered about in legends, a rarity throughout the ages, for such a formidable relic seldom makes its appearance. With a thunderous roar, the void quaked violently, shattering instantaneously as myriad strands of celestial light cascaded down, accompanied by the swirling energies of yin and yang. Qin Yun felt an unprecedented pressure enveloping him. The yin-yang bowl, an inconspicuous and battered vessel, instilled within him an unshakable premonition. Under such overwhelming might, everything seemed diminutive by comparison. In the ancestral temple of the human race, the emperor's cauldron trembled intensely. Though Qin Yun stood thousands of miles away, he distinctly sensed the cauldron's yearning for battle, an appeal for his summoning. However, he refrained from invoking the emperor's cauldron. Its significance was profound, governing the fate of humanity. And he had an innate foreboding that once such an artifact was called upon, it might destabilize the very foundations of the human race. The repercussions could be immense. While he could not fathom the dreadful outcomes of such causality, he was acutely aware of its terrifying potential. Standing amidst the starry expanse, Qin Yun's gaze was as deep as the ocean, filled with unwavering resolve. The script of his secret art shimmered like a rainbow, as the will of humanity intertwined beneath his feet, forming a golden path that rendered him ethereal, akin to a deity. Yet he did not shy away, for evasion was futile. The imperial weapon's emergence was an unstoppable force that obliterated all in its path. With a resounding boom, Qin Yun took decisive action, soaring upwards, unleashing all 4 secrets as he executed the heavenly emperor's fist. The radiance of his fist was vast, its might astonishing as it struck upwards, causing a cacophony throughout the cosmos. This spectacle left onlookers in stunned silence, each person frozen in disbelief. He dared to confront the imperial weapon head-on. No one was unshaken by this audacity. The majesty of the imperial weapon was inviolable. For countless epochs, this reverence had remained unbroken, much like the emperor himself, a mythic figure, sovereign of the universe, unparalleled by any. Yet now, this extraordinary scene unfolded. Facing an imperial weapon that swept all before it, he strove valiantly. The heavenly emperor's fist resounded, piercing through the starry sky, its echoes reverberating throughout the universe, a deafening roar that shattered the firmament, causing ancient skies to fissure in an instant. The force of that punch was nearly insurmountable, embodying a divine prowess that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. With a thud, the yin-yang bowl trembled violently. Its already fractured surface bore numerous cracks, raising concerns that it might shatter entirely under the impending blow. Yet, that was where the matter ended. The imperial light radiated abundantly, veiling the heavens in a purple haze, rendering any direct confrontation impossible. Though the heavenly emperor's fist was indeed fierce and unparalleled in its offensive power, it sank into the depths like a cow into the sea, failing to stir any significant waves. Such a weapon was indeed beyond reproach. The emperor was powerful, yet what lay before him was an imperial weapon. Many at this moment lament, realizing that the wisdom of ancient sages is indeed profound. Today, they bear witness to the formidable power of the imperial weapon, which suppresses all and remains impervious to myriad laws. A resounding boom. The imperial weapon, imbued with spirit, appears to have been provoked by a strike from Qin Yun, as the yin-yang bowl spins, delineating a magnificent cosmic diagram. It resembles a grand taiji symbol, enveloping the starry sky, gradually descending as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. No one is unshaken. An overwhelming sense of despair floods their hearts. The imperial weapon, like the heavens, is an authority that cannot be challenged. In this vast universe, how can one dare to contend with the sky, to battle against the heavens? Emperor, your time has come. This scene stirs the hearts of the 4 kings, and the ancient divine monarch's gaze ignites with crimson fury, urging the yin-yang bowl to descend rapidly. Crack! The azure sky fractures, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupts, rendering it nearly impossible to withstand such monumental force. Everything crumbles, the imperial weapon sweeping through, obliterating all in its path. Yet at this moment, Qin Yun remains utterly composed, standing amidst the celestial expanse, his eyes like flashes of lightning, radiating brilliance. Beneath him, the golden path radiates with unparalleled splendor, shining with boundless light, reaching an apex of brilliance, as the figures of revered human ancestors seem to manifest, their fierce howls transforming into an overwhelming power that surges into Qin Yun's being. Boom! Qin Yun ascends towards the heavens, his black hair billowing, white garments fluttering. Exuding an infinite charisma, he extends his hands upward. Bang! In that instant, mountains and rivers shatter. The yin and yang energies surge forth unceasingly, the imperial aura swelling like an ocean. Countless strands of celestial light penetrate Qin Yun's form, rendering his body akin to a funnel, seeping forth the luminous essence of yin and yang. His body rapidly disintegrates, and in a heartbeat, Qin Yun becomes a figure of blood. Yet, the yin-yang cosmic diagram ultimately withstands the pressure, unable to descend further, held aloft in the void, regardless of how the yin-yang bowl attempts to unleash imperial might. It cannot impose the slightest descent. This scene astonishes all, instilling a chilling sensation within each observer. In the starry sky, the expressions of the four kings shift dramatically. In the distant sky, the demon emperor Bai Tiao is equally taken aback. And upon the mountains and rivers below, countless cultivators stand in a daze. The imperial weapon is not to be trifled with. This is the timeless wisdom passed down from ancient sages, the solemn reflections of countless prodigies and mighty rulers who had faced the imperial weapon, and today, they deeply comprehend its might. Yet, this scene unfolds before them. The human emperor defies the heavens, bracing with outstretched hands. Although his body bears cracks, on the brink of disintegration, he genuinely holds back the imperial weapon. To confront the imperial weapon with bare hands. This appears utterly surreal to the onlookers, akin to a miracle. For eons, none have survived under the presence of the imperial weapon, yet now it is resisted. This is an eternal tableau, forever etched in the hearts of the people. With garments billowing, hair wild, transcending the earthly realm, confronting the imperial weapon with bare hands. This is destined to resonate through the ages, reverberating across time, establishing a precedent unparalleled in history. Is this truly immortal? To confront the imperial weapon with bare hands, it has genuinely occurred. No one is unshaken. Draped in white, as pure as snow, she stands apart from the world, captivating the attention of all. With bare hands, she grasps the emperor's weapon, shaking the very foundations of existence with her unparalleled might. This spectacle is nothing short of dazzling, almost dreamlike in its ethereality. Yet, it does not belong to any individual. It is an extraordinary honor that belongs solely to her, the one clad in white, the foremost sage of antiquity. This act shall be etched into the annals of history, its brilliance undiminished even millennia hence. The emperor has truly forged a miracle, a pioneering epic. The earth trembles, and the clamor is ceaseless. The world understands that what follows will undoubtedly be a profound upheaval. For even the mere act of catching the emperor's weapon with bare hands is sufficient to ignite a sensation throughout the cosmos. Chapter 121. The origin of Qingqiu. A vast and imposing pressure reverberated throughout the world. The emperor, with hands raised high, supported the diagram of yin and yang, straining against it, forcefully pushing the Tao diagram back. This spectacle was profoundly unsettling, rendering everyone speechless. This was indeed an imperial weapon, capable of annihilating foes with ease. Its emergence spelled doom for adversaries, yet here it was, thwarted, its imperial might suppressed. Qin Yun let out a long, resonant cry, blood surging and vitality erupting forth. Within him, the divine light of his supreme bones radiated brilliantly, an overwhelming pressure cascading outward, his body erupting like a volcano, creating tumultuous waves. Break for me. Accompanying this cry, Qin Yun's fist shone with brilliance, one punch unleashed with tremendous force. The cosmos roared as stars erupted in succession. This single strike wrought devastation on an unimaginable scale, shaking the very heavens and earth. Everyone stood frozen, overwhelmed by a power beyond comprehension, their hearts trembling, nearly compelled to kneel in reverence. The emperor's fist, incredibly intense, radiating magnificent light, it struck the Tai Chi diagram, causing the shattered bowl suspended in the heavens to tremble incessantly, ultimately emitting a mournful wail as it was sent flying away. Though the imperial weapon remained intact, the might that commanded it dissipated, retreating thousands of miles. This astonished all onlookers. The power of the individual before them was terrifying, capable of contending with an imperial weapon, enough to pierce through the heavens and earth. Who could withstand such a blow? In the shattered starry sky, Qin Yun stood resolute. His body was drenched in blood, covered in a multitude of cracks, strange lights flickering. The essence of the character's secret flowed through him, yet recovery proved arduous. The imperial weapon was immensely powerful. Even he had suffered unbearable injuries. Despite the character's secret, defying fate was a daunting challenge. This was a wound of the Tao, a fierce manifestation of imperial might, difficult to quell. Standing amidst the celestial expanse, his supreme blood flowed, staining the starry sky, a sight both harrowing and poignant. Yet, despite knowing his current frail state, the four sovereigns refrained from acting rashly. To confront an imperial weapon head-on was terrifying, instilling fear in all. Even the four sovereigns were deeply awed by this scene. The figure before them resembled an endless divine mountain, mysterious and magnificent, leaving each heart engulfed in uncertainty, unable to fathom his true strength. Each of the four sovereigns harbored doubts, hesitant to strike, yet unwilling to retreat, fully aware there was no escape. Failure to defeat the emperor would lead them to follow in the footsteps of fallen saints. Kill. At a certain moment, a command to slay was issued. The true dragon ancestor king was the first to charge forward, wielding a massive halberd. As he brandished the black halberd, a dark dragon surged forth, lunging at Qin Yun. This individual bore the heaviest grudge against Qin Yun. This was not merely a chance encounter, but an act of vengeance, a relentless pursuit for retribution. The remaining sovereigns simultaneously joined the fray, advancing alongside the ancestor king. In the starry sky, Qin Yun appeared weak, yet his gaze remained resolute as he faced his formidable foes. The imperial weapon was inviolable. Though he had withstood it, the price paid was exceedingly steep. The secret of the character Jie can barely safeguard his mind and protect his essence from annihilation, making it arduous to restore his state to its optimal condition. At a certain moment, a soft pop resonated, akin to a droplet of dew merging into Qin Yun's body. This was an unknown liquid, possessing remarkable effects, capable of dissolving imperial energy. Under the enhancement of the dual secrets, his mangled form gradually began to reshape. "Little man, you must owe me a favor this time." A voice echoed in Qin Yun's mind, delicate and ethereal. Raising his gaze to the distant sky, he beheld the enchanting smile of the demon emperor, Bai Tiaoer, her alluring eyes exuding an indescribable beauty. Could it be the essence of Qingqiu? A conjecture unfurled in Qin Yun's thoughts. The nine-tailed spirit fox of Qingqiu. Its physique comparable to divine medicine, promised unimaginable benefits through dual cultivation, thus leading Qin Yun to this line of thought. However, time was not on his side. He directed his attention to the four sovereigns and charged forth. Boom. The heavenly emperor's fist collided with that dark dragon, and mysterious patterns emerged in the sky, revealing the marks of the Tao. In an instant, the void shattered like fragile paper. This was a clash of the Tao, immensely natural and powerful, devoid of any mundane essence, yet its offensive prowess was unparalleled. Bang! The two forces met with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the hearts of all present. Within that realm of the Tao, countless cultivators fell to their knees, offering no resistance. Even the mightiest of sovereigns trembled as if they were on the verge of asphyxiation from the overwhelming pressure. The true dragon ancestor king was sent flying by this punch, coughing blood as he was hurled away. He pierced through endless stars, landing in a chaotic mountain range. Embedded within, his very body rendered unrecognizable, his fate uncertain. Everyone was left in awe. The human emperor had only just withstood the imperial weapon, exhausting vast amounts of vitality and energy, yet now, the offensive power had returned to such a formidable level, truly heart-stirring. Was this still a human? Even the ancient divine king cursed vehemently, his aged eyes filled with astonishment. The Yin-Yang bowl was an imperial weapon of his own lineage, and he was all too aware of its potency. If anyone were to be most astonished by Qin Yun's ability to withstand the imperial weapon, it would undoubtedly be him. Clap. The divine king acted, manifesting the order of heaven and earth, a resplendent Tao seal coalescing in his hand, a Yang seal. A pure essence refined over countless ages, an embodiment of the great Tao. Its power was truly terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The brilliance of the Yang seal was a myriad of rays. Even a single strand falling upon a Saint King would obliterate them to ashes, capable of annihilating all existence. Boom. Yet, as Qin Yun unleashed the fighting secret, a Yang seal also appeared in his hand, embodying the art of combat, evolving all offensive techniques. The two yang seals struck simultaneously, colliding fiercely, as if countless stars were falling, emitting a million blinding rays. The eyes of all could scarcely open, as the relentless sound of explosions echoed through the boundless starry sky. There, absolute destruction reigned. Mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies were all reduced to mere dust. Oh, how could you possess such formidable power? In the fleeting moment when the divine light in the heavens vanished, the people heard the ancient god king's mournful wail and witnessed the scene of Qin Yun's colossal hand descending, shattering the deity's form into countless pieces. The ancient god king, emblematic of the sun, wielded his utmost might, with the term sun itself symbolizing unparalleled destructive force. It could be said that the ancient god king's assaults were extraordinarily formidable, with few in the world capable of matching him. To the observers, it seemed that even if he were to falter against Qin Yun, he should not succumb so utterly. Yet, this scene unfolded before their eyes. In the instant the mighty hand struck down, the ancient god king's body erupted, torn asunder, with remnants of his form scattering in all directions. Thus, the curtain fell on an unparalleled sovereign, leaving everyone in a state of shock, enveloped in an air of unreality, as if caught in a dream. Chapter 122. The Fall of the Four Kings. Thus, the curtain fell upon a monarch, leaving many with a sense of unreality. Among the assembly, even the most formidable figures of the Saint Lord class were but descendants of divine kings, having heard tales of their legendary prowess in their youth. The term ancient era resonated with awe and trepidation. The twin kings of antiquity, one embodying the essence of Yin and the other that of Yang, were born as complementary sovereigns, having forged countless legends in their youth, their names echoing throughout history. Unexpectedly, as the twin kings approached the pinnacle of their cultivation in their twilight years, when they should have basked in their glory, one of them was extinguished. This marked a poignant regret and the conclusion of an era. It represented a significant loss for the ancient sacred mountain, and for many years thereafter, the world would not witness the resurgence of such formidable twin kings capable of contending against emperors. In that instant of the divine king's demise, a resonant hum reverberated through the void, and from the distant horizon, a surge of purple energy surged forth, as the yin-yang bowl seemed poised to escape into the abyss. Many present instinctively reached out, eager to seize the imperial weapon, yearning to lay claim to the elusive yin-yang bowl. Such celestial artifacts were transcendent, captivating all who beheld them. Alas, it was all in vain. The yin-yang bowl soared away, vanishing into the domain of the ancient sacred mountain in the blink of an eye. Qin Yun had anticipated this outcome. He too was stirred by the allure of the imperial weapon. After all, possessing such a treasure would instill fear across the realm. Yet, he had foreseen this scenario and chose not to pursue it. What shall we do? In the distant skies, the demon lord and the Lu emperor stood frozen. The demise of a fellow sovereign of equal stature instilled a palpable sense of mortality within them. The individual before them radiated overwhelming power, unmatched in offensive capability, sending shivers down their spines. Their instincts warned them of the insurmountable strength of this being. To continue the battle would lead only to their demise. Even when we, the four revered kings, joined forces, we struggled to subdue him. Now, with the divine king fallen and the ancestral king's fate uncertain, what could we accomplish with just the two of us? The Lu emperor spoke, fear glimmering in his eyes, contemplating retreat. Yet, there was no escape. Having struck at him today, where could we flee? In time, he would undoubtedly seek us out, dismantling us one by one. Our only chance lies in unity. The emperor had first been wounded by the imperial weapon, and now with the divine king's demise, his strength must have waned significantly. This was our singular opportunity. The demon lord remained resolute, dark mists swirling ominously, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Agreed. The Lu emperor, recognizing the stakes, regained his resolve. Together, they advanced toward Qin Yun, one on each flank, unleashing a terrifying radiance of sacred light, their boundless power surging forth like a tempest, causing the very heavens to tremble. The onlookers were struck with dread. The sheer magnitude of this force was overwhelming, capable of annihilating all existence with mere ripples, let alone in a true confrontation. Many collapsed to the ground, feeling as if doomsday had arrived, trembling uncontrollably. Boom. Qin Yun had already discerned their intent. He took a step forward, his hands weaving intricate paths through the air, then descended to meet the two saintly kings. Bang! In the instant of their confrontation, the void trembled as the two supreme monarchs clashed, their celestial order shattered into fragments, disintegrating amidst the emptiness. Both warriors coughed blood and were sent hurtling backwards. Yet, Qin Yun did not relent. Two beams of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at the two. intending to cleave the starry sky. The resounding cry of the sword light echoed like a dragon's roar, deafening in its might. Such power was utterly unstoppable, piercing through the void as if it were paper. How could his offensive prowess remain so formidable? The supreme Tao body lived up to its reputation. Ultimately, even the demon lord felt a sense of despair. These two titans were the true powers within this universe, reigning without restraint, with few capable of instilling fear in them. However, as they faced Qin Yun, they encountered the undeniable sensation of striking a steel wall, a profound sense of helplessness. Before them stood a figure akin to a mysterious divine mountain, brimming with boundless strength, like an abyss whose depths were unfathomable. Even as they exerted their utmost effort to resist, they were still pierced by the two sword beams. The willow monarch exploded on the spot, revealing its true form as an ancient willow tree, immense and majestic, yet it was shattered into countless fragments, its branches soaring like blooming fireworks. The demon lord fared no better. The surrounding black mist surged forth like a tempest, its dark power rampaging as if its very essence had been breached. Qin Yun showed no mercy. He reached out his hand, capturing the demon lord. And with a forceful swipe, vast waves of dark mist erupted. The once mighty demon lord, who had dominated the world for nearly 10,000 years, was reduced to mere smoke. In that fleeting moment of the demon lord's body fracturing, tendrils of black mist poured forth, chilling the air and enveloping the entire realm of Tao, as if the gates of the underworld had swung wide open. This black mist possessed an uncanny nature, tainting the heavens, which began to crumble, and the mountains and rivers, which withered away. A pervasive sense of decay spread across the land. Whispers of the netherworld demon grass echoed among the astonished crowd. The fall of the demon lord seemed to awaken certain powerful beings, who recalled ancient texts. It was said that the abyss of demons, the dwelling of the demon race, was the first abode of malevolent energy in the world, nourished by endless dark qi, and every 10,000 years, a single netherworld demon grass would bloom. This herb, comparable to divine medicine, was fraught with extreme cold and countless drawbacks. Now, with the demon lord's demise and the outpouring of dark mist, many speculated that the netherworld demon grass might not be mere legend, but a tangible reality. The demon lord had persisted for eons, perhaps owing to this very herb. A profound silence enveloped the realm. Many stood in muted shock, unable to utter a word. 3 unparalleled monarchs, who had roamed the earth for countless ages, had been consecutively vanquished, a spectacle so breathtakingly terrifying that it left every heart racing. Boom. In the distant skies, the Chaos Mountain trembled, its mist swirling violently. The true dragon ancestor had not been entirely vanquished. That singular blow had inflicted unprecedented damage, leaving him momentarily incapacitated, yet now he began to regain his strength. The elderly man, consumed by profound sorrow and rage, did not retreat or depart. After breaking free from the Chaos Mountain, he let out a despairing roar. This thunderous cry scattered the ominous clouds and fractured the starry sky. All present could discern the sorrow and grief within that shout. While anger and murderous intent permeated the earth, yet it was suffused with a sense of helplessness and despair. The lineage of the true dragon was immensely potent. A new generation's sovereign had been slain by Qin Yun, and now, this true dragon ancestor had also been severely wounded, experiencing an unimaginable onslaught. This was a sorrow that pierced the heart. Emperor of humanity, I shall fight you to the bitter end. The elder bellowed, like a maddened beast, his eyes ablaze, his head radiating light, his entire being engulfed in flames. Burning Emperor's curse. With this exclamation, celestial melodies filled the air, and incantations danced throughout the heavens. This was an exceedingly dreadful technique, a true manifestation of the true dragon lineage's supreme essence, far more perilous than self-detonation. It was a future method to confront the imperial beings, now unleashed. This incantation was terrifying, drawing upon self-sacrifice to forge unimaginable devastation. Yet, Qin Yun merely raised a hand, and a symphony of birdsong and floral fragrance erupted in the void, creating a pure land adorned with falling blossoms. Everything fell into tranquility. The true dragon ancestor, already gravely injured and significantly weakened, could no longer pose a threat to Qin Yun. With a swift motion, Qin Yun pinned him in the void, rendering him immobile. And then his colossal hand descended upon him. Ancestor, I shall escort you to meet your grandson. Qin Yun spoke softly, his gaze calm, his expression serene, yet frigid and merciless. As his hand struck down, an overwhelming intent to kill poured forth. Thus, a once mighty ancestor was reduced to mere smoke, transformed into blood and mire. All present were left astonished by such a display of power. the victorious art of battle, transcending the heavens. Even such techniques could evolve, shattering every curse and dismantling the ultimate secret arts of a holy king, reaching an awe-inspiring magnitude. Chapter 123. Who in the world does not recognize you? They have perished. All of them, none have departed. The four supreme monarchs, once the unrivaled rulers, have thus dissipated into mist, destined to be inscribed into the annals of cultivation history this very night. The earth is rife with tumult, as all engage in fervent discourse. Each of these four unparalleled monarchs was a sovereign of this land, yet now they have all succumbed to history, vanquished by the emperor of humanity, a reality that profoundly shakes every soul present. The four monarchs united in their approach, yet they were all felled. Even the imperial weapons were summoned, but still could not shake the emperor of humanity. A stunned silence envelopes the crowd. This is nothing short of a cataclysmic event capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Indeed, it marks the conclusion of an era. From this moment forth, the demon clan, the monster clan, the true dragon lineage, and the ancient divine mountains, these four ancient and fearsome traditions, shall irrevocably descend from their exalted heights, experiencing an upheaval unprecedented in eons. His power has grown too formidable. Since his ascendance, anyone who has dared to confront him has seldom emerged alive. It has not been long since he dramatically severed the heavens and defeated the saints, and now he has returned with a vengeance, swiftly dispatching four monarchs in a single, earth-shattering display of might. No one remains unshaken. Discussions abound in every corner. Countless divine rainbows dart across the sky, as people strive to disseminate the news at the earliest opportunity. The Emperor of Humanity has returned, defying the odds and slaying the four supreme Saint Kings. This alone is enough to resonate across the realms. It is truly beyond containment. In the past, when he first revealed his prowess at the Convergence Sea, he was merely at the level of a formidable being, yet he has now ascended to such heights. Who in this world could possibly impede his advance? No one is untouched by the tremors of this revelation. Every cultivator feels a surge of fear and astonishment. The speed of the Emperor's rise surpasses all reason, exceeding the bounds of imagination. Never before has anyone ascended so swiftly, nor has anyone wielded such a terrifying influence within the ninth heaven of saints. To confront imperial weapons barehanded, he has indeed forged a new path, becoming akin to a miraculous phenomenon in this world. The clamor is incessant. An instinctive foreboding haunts the minds of the populace. The ascent of the Emperor of Humanity is now evidently unstoppable. It is but a matter of time before he conquers the path of emperors, emerging as a dark horse who will sweep away all adversaries, potentially slaying them all to become a great emperor of this age. The news spreads far and wide, soon echoing across all domains. The world quakes, whether through barehanded confrontation with imperial weapons or the audacious defeat of the four Saint Kings. Each detail has left an indelible mark on every heart. The sovereigns of the world are cast into shadows. For them, this is undoubtedly a dire portent. A singular genius has emerged, unbound by any faction, representing a monumental threat to all. For millennia, he has been the foremost in offensive prowess. This title reverberates throughout the realms, and the specifics of the Emperor's conquest over the four monarchs evoke trepidation in all who hear it. Engaging in battles that transcend borders, the Emperor has surpassed even the young emperors of yore, becoming a benchmark that none can hope to surpass. This night is destined to be sleepless. Tranquility eludes all. The supreme body re-emerges, heralding the rise of the renowned Emperor of Humanity, barehandedly shaking imperial weapons and defying the four monarchs. Every event has left the world in awe, igniting tremendous commotion across various realms. The name of the Emperor of Humanity resounds in the hearts of countless individuals. Qin Yun. These two characters have been indelibly etched in the minds of every sovereign, the unparalleled supreme being, the transcendent Emperor of Humanity, all embodied in a single individual, which has profoundly astonished everyone. The universe has been set ablaze. The name Qin Yun has indeed become well known to all. There exists an undeniable sensation of sovereign authority, where none in the realm remain unaware of the ruler's identity. Simultaneously, fervent discussions have arisen regarding this monumental battle. Initially, the true dragon ancestor king summoned various kings to gather in Zizhou, where 7 peak sovereigns materialized, yet only 4 ultimately took the stage. This has left the populace perplexed and bewildered, pondering whether the combined forces of the 7 kings could have vanquished the Emperor of Humanity. The ancient divine king is on the verge of breaking through to the grand sage level, while the golden crow divine emperor is also preparing for a breakthrough. 2 grand sages are poised to emerge. There is no secret that remains hidden. and the populace has come to learn the reasons behind the absence of these two supreme sovereigns. Might the world soon witness the rise of two grand sages? Perhaps. For the Emperor of Humanity, these two also represent a significant threat, as some speculate. There is no need to elaborate on the ancient divine king, who is a blood brother to the ancient god king. Their bond runs deeper than mere kinship, for their paths are intrinsically linked. The fall of the god king would undoubtedly be a colossal blow to the ancient divine king, compelling him to strike at the Emperor of Humanity once he achieves his breakthrough. As for the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, it is surmised that he would never idly watch the rise of the Emperor of Humanity, known for his valor and fierce disposition throughout the ages. Whenever a grand opportunity arises, his shadow is sure to follow. Had he not been delayed by his own breakthrough, he would undoubtedly have taken action. Alas, even the Divine Emperor could not have anticipated the substantial loss suffered by the four kings at the hands of the Emperor of Humanity. Many lament this turn of events while secretly anticipating the ensuing turbulence, believing that the emergence of the two grand sages will inevitably lead them to confront the Emperor of Humanity. The Demon Emperor, often perceived as aloof, did not engage despite the invitation from the Ancestor King. Nevertheless, it is rumored that the Demon Emperor shares a profound connection with the Emperor of Humanity, with some claiming to have witnessed the Demon Emperor spending the night in Jiuzhou. This astonishing news has spread, leaving the world in a state of disbelief. The Demon Emperor, the most beautiful being in the realm. Countless cultivators yearn for her companionship, dreaming of catching a glimpse of her enchanting visage. Yet now, such news has emerged. Cultivators, known for their purity, find themselves irresistibly drawn to the gossip surrounding the Demon Emperor. Did the Emperor of Humanity not once declare that those who step beyond Jiuzhou, save for the human race, would be met with merciless retribution? How could he possibly be entangled with the Demon Emperor? Doubts arise. It is said that the Demon Emperor approached him, and despite his repeated refusals, he could not turn her away. What? Upon hearing this news, countless individuals were left astonished. The realm's most exquisite beauty, a being of unparalleled grace and charm, is sought after by many. Yet no one anticipated that the Demon Emperor would actively seek to cultivate goodwill with the Emperor of Humanity. Ultimately, many could only sigh in helpless disbelief and shake their heads. The Emperor of Humanity and the Emperor of Demons are indeed a match of equal stature. Should any future events unfold, it would be entirely within reason. However, the gossip surrounding their relationship is a topic that people are eager to discuss. Although the Kunping Emperor did not intervene directly, he made his presence known on the battlefield, and when the Inyang Bull flew through the air, he had previously made a move that was recognized by others. This revelation has come to light. It has become clear to the masses that the Kunping Emperor sought to seize an opportunity from the shadows and reap the benefits of others' efforts. Unfortunately, his aspirations were in vain. His scheming ultimately led to naught. The Emperor of Humanity proved to be extraordinarily powerful, and the battle unfolded in a manner beyond anyone's expectations, leaving no chance for opportunity, let alone a chance for the Kunping Emperor to intercept. The Emperor and the Divine Monarch are at odds. Should the Divine Monarch attain the status of a great sage, his foremost task will undoubtedly be to eliminate the Kunping Emperor. It is no wonder, then, that he has plotted in secrecy. The populace finds this situation somewhat acceptable, yet they cannot help but feel a sense of lament, believing that the Kunping Emperor is destined for a tragic conclusion. Outside, the tumult is ceaseless, with rumors spreading far and wide. Yet, the Tang family remains remarkably tranquil. Qin Yun has returned, seated once more on the small bed in the corner that once was. The room, unchanged, retains its simple elegance, adorned with antique artifacts and paintings. Steeped in the charm of antiquity, Tang Guiyao has successfully broken through to become a sage. At this moment, she pours a cup of tea and gently presents it to Qin Yun. Their eyes meet, and silence envelopes them. The expression in Tang Guiyao's eyes is intricate. She stands there quietly, having once harbored many words to share, yet upon seeing Qin Yun and that familiar visage, she finds herself at a loss for words. Qin Yun sits upon the bed, his own feelings equally complex. His return is driven by two motives: to eliminate the four kings and to seek a divorce, to untangle the threads of fate that bind them. Yet, the transformation that has led him to become the Emperor of Humanity is intrinsically linked to the woman before him. Observing Tang Guiyao in this moment, he finds himself uncertain of how to broach the subject. By the way, where's my little sister? Qin Yun breaks the silence with a sip of tea, but the atmosphere grows even more tense. Tang Guiyao is momentarily stunned, her body frozen as if struck by lightning, and she stands there in silence for a prolonged period. For reasons unknown, Qin Yun perceives a sense of sorrow and loss etched upon her face. After a considerable pause, Tang Guiyao finally speaks, lifting her gaze, and an overwhelming sadness floods her exquisite features as she utters, Yunli has passed away. What? Qin Yun's body shudders in shock. Chapter 124. A divide between heaven and humanity. Qin Yun's body swayed, and he found himself in a secluded valley. It resembled an ethereal paradise, resplendent with lush greenery, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blooms. In the distance, the sound of flowing water from a lake could be heard, accompanied by gentle breezes and emerald waters, with cypress trees and verdant willows adding to the enchanting scenery. At the heart of this floral expanse stood a solitary grave. The mound was modest in size, marked by a stone tablet inscribed clearly with the name Tang Yunli. Petals drifted down, carried by the wind, showering the small grave in a riot of colors. Qin Yun stood before the grave, gazing at the cold stone, feeling an inexplicable chill enveloping him from head to toe. He found himself momentarily stunned, lost in thought, as an unparalleled sorrow washed over him. The image of that radiant young woman, her laughter and presence still vivid in his memory, felt achingly distant now. Her innocence and romantic spirit had vanished, leaving only the tragic reality of her demise. A chasm now separating them forever. What has transpired? Qin Yun's voice trembled. Merely a year had passed, a fleeting moment for a cultivator, yet upon his return, all he encountered was the icy gravestone, rendering him motionless before it. Tang Guiyao stood quietly behind Qin Yun, absorbing his words in silence for an extended period. Her face reflected an endless sorrow, her eyes a complex tapestry of emotions. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Yunli failed to breach the barrier, her mind unstable, succumbing to madness. What? Qin Yun's body quivered in shock. He had not anticipated that this woman would meet such a tragic end. Though her talents were not as formidable as Tang Guiyao's, she was still comparable to many prodigies. How could she falter within the foundational realm? Qin Yun stood in a daze, realizing that he was likely at fault. His abrupt departure, leaving only a letter behind, broadcast her death to the world. This innocent woman, so pure-hearted, must have suffered an unbearable blow, resulting in her failure and this desolate fate. Standing before the grave, Qin Yun felt an indescribable ache in his heart. He had never foreseen that his departure would inflict such pain and consequences upon this gentle soul. Guilt washed over him, rendering him speechless for a long while. Path of cultivation is inherently perilous, fraught with danger. Each individual bears their own destiny, and one cannot place blame upon oneself, Tang Guiyao gently reassured him. Standing steadfastly by his side, the floral sea swayed, the winds howled, as if weeping for the lonely grave, the fallen petals embodying an unspeakable melancholy. Qin Yun remained rooted, his heart heavy with grief. He vividly recalled when he first joined the Tang family as a son-in-law. Even the servants around Tang Guiyao treated him with disdain. Yet she alone had shown him kindness. She called him brother, honored him, cared for his meals, and accompanied him fishing in the afternoons. She filled his mundane days with laughter, alleviating his loneliness and offering a sense of familial warmth. She had been such a simple and radiant girl, once content to tend to flowers and feed cats, her kindness akin to that of a little bodhisattva, never having committed any wrongdoing. Yet now, she had met such a tragic fate. In just a year, everything had changed, leaving him to mourn the loss of what once was. Oh, the woman so vivid and pure, now reduced to a solitary grave, invoking deep pity. Separated by the realms of life and death, the chance of reunion has truly vanished. The wind stirs the flowers before the tomb, petals soaring into the void, only to descend in a flutter, creating a disordered scene upon the grave, laced with a touch of melancholy and hints of fragrance. Each petal, immaculate and luminous, mirrors that gentle soul, gracious and kind, untainted and radiant. Little sister, I have returned. Qin Yun spoke, yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him, bringing forth an unfamiliar weariness. What of supremacy or the title of emperor? He could not even protect the young girl beside him, leaving behind such regrets. Despite being unmatched in the world, what solace does that bring? Qin Yun was engulfed in an ineffable grief. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had begun to weep, a gentle drizzle cascading down, soaking the cold stone tablet and the pristine petals, infusing the air with a chill. A sea of flowers, a solitary grave, scattered blooms. A frigid monument. Rain fell as Qin Yun stood alone. What could he possibly say in this moment? Tang Yunli had departed, life withering like a flower, now buried beneath the earth, forever unreachable. Tang Guiyao had also vanished, leaving only Qin Yun in the valley, silently confronting the cold stone. The rain intensified, drenching him from head to toe, a chill not merely physical but resonating within his very soul. His keen vision pierced through the soil beneath him, revealing a crystal coffin within the grave. The woman lay there, cold and silent, her beauty unchanged, yet her essence had faded, resting quietly like a wilting flower, devoid of any vibrancy. So near, yet worlds apart. Is there truly no cycle of reincarnation? For 3 full days, Qin Yun remained motionless before the grave, vigilantly guarding it. The notion of reincarnation filled him with despair. Death is an irreversible truth, a law of the universe. This is far more challenging than attaining immortality. Reversing life and death is no trivial matter. The road ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, yet is there even a glimmer of opportunity to amend the regrets? Ultimately, Qin Yun clung to this singular hope, unwilling to relinquish it, unable to forget. 3 days later, he found himself in the humble abode of Tang Yunli. The room still brimmed with a delicate fragrance, steeped in antiquity. It was the essence of that small woman. At the window, several potted plants bloomed magnificently, their brilliance and perfection on display. Outside in the courtyard, playful puppies and kittens frolicked, leaping about joyfully. Everything remained unchanged, familiar. Yet the absence of that small woman filled Qin Yun with profound sorrow. In Tang Yunli's chamber, Qin Yun discovered a letter. The envelope bore the inscription, "To my dear brother," a message left for him by Tang Yunli. The room was immaculate, and as Qin Yun settled by the window and opened the envelope, elegant characters emerged, reminiscent of flowers in their beauty, natural and imbued with an almost ethereal grace. "Brother, please do not part ways with sister. I lost my parents at a tender age. That year, my father and mother fell victim to enemies, and it was my sister who, at great peril, rescued me from the cradle. She devoted herself to nurturing me, growing accustomed to bearing responsibilities alone, her strength largely stemming from my existence. Yet, she has undeniably transformed, no longer resembling her former self. I perceive her affection for you, and this union, perhaps initially a farce, may have indeed witnessed her past shortcomings towards you. However, she has come to realize her errors. Dear brother, I implore you not to part ways. Yunli does not wish to lose her family. I long for our family to be together, away from the tumult of Deqian and the clamor of the world, to live quietly in seclusion amidst the mountains, embracing a life of simplicity and tranquility. Where have you gone, dear brother? Can you see this letter? Shall I ever see you again? Today, I beheld a splendid flower. Yet my heart remains heavy with sorrow. Brother, have you truly perished on Mount Tai? I cannot bring myself to believe it. Must we truly be forever parted? As I ventured out today, I overheard cultivators returning from Mount Tai speak of the mountain. Yet regrettably, I glean no tidings of you. The envelope is uncertain in its date of writing, its pages yellowed with time. The essence of the letter encapsulates a small wish of Tang Yunli, which, when juxtaposed with the grand aspirations of cultivators aspiring to ascend to divinity, seems rather insignificant. After all, she is but a petite woman, and the world is small enough to contain merely the Tang family, a handful of souls. I dread the thought of separation. The contents of the letter are trivial, pinned over an unknown span of days. The final line reads, "Brother, can you still return? Yunli misses you dearly." Thus, the letter abruptly concludes. Between the lines flows an overwhelming yearning for Qin Yun, the ink stained with tears. As night deepens, Qin Yun sits quietly by the window, cradling the letter, rereading it, tracing the tear stains with her fingers, feeling the warmth of memories past. I should have returned sooner, Qin Yun sighs, not weeping loudly, but enveloped in profound sorrow. I truly wish to reverse the sands of time, to return to the moment this letter was penned, to see that little woman smile. Chapter 125. The ethereal demon her brother. Can you still return? I miss you dearly. Yun Li's sentiments echoed in his mind as Qin Yun silently gazed upon the final line of the letter, rendered speechless, his eyes dimmed with sorrow. His fingers traced the envelope, brushing against the faint traces of tears, an unfamiliar ache piercing his heart. Yet he remained unwilling to relinquish his memories of that young woman. For 3 days, he secluded himself within his chamber, absorbing the last vestiges of Tang Yunli's presence in this world, reluctant to depart. During this time, he was engulfed in despondency, his beard growing unchecked, losing the refined elegance he once possessed. Tang Guyao, concerned for him, ventured to check on him once, astonished by his disheveled state, but said nothing. Aware of the profound bond between Qin Yun and Tang Yunli, her death struck him as a devastating blow. I cannot succumb to this despair. There are many tales of reincarnation in this world. Perhaps there is hope to revive my sister. Qin Yun reassured himself. Yet the weight of grief remained palpable. He began fervently studying the intricacies of the Jie character secret, yearning to unlock the profound truths of immortality contained within it. A unique essence absent from other arcane arts. However, the concepts of immortality and defying death are fundamentally distinct, leading him deeper into confusion with each revelation. Immortality seems elusive. How could one speak of resurrecting the deceased? If I can become an immortal in the future, perhaps everything is possible, Qin Yun murmured. Yet, tranquility eluded him. The path to immortality was fraught with uncertainty. Many great emperors of antiquity failed to take that fateful step, and he dared not gamble on such a slender thread of hope. Unable to remain a passive observer, he longed to resurrect his sister immediately, to see that young woman standing before him once more. The ethereal demon herb might just be a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Qin Yun recalled the aura of the ethereal demon herb at the moment of the demon lord's demise, a substance shrouded in mystery, beyond his comprehension, steeped in enigma. Days later, Qin Yun stepped outside, ascending into the sky, setting forth towards the demon abyss in search of the ethereal demon herb. Tang Guyao witnessed this departure, wanting to voice her concerns, yet when she beheld the sorrowful depths of his eyes, her words faltered. She stood in the courtyard, silently watching him leave. With a rush, Qin Yun took flight, a golden pathway stretching across the heavens. He desired no concealment, his heart tumultuous. The will of humanity surged, illuminating every corner of time and space. Felt by all, awakening every formidable leader in an instant. This was the manifestation of the Emperor of Humanity's presence. What did that malevolent star intend? Everyone was taken aback. The Emperor of Humanity, having vanquished 4 sovereigns, had his influence reach a staggering magnitude. Each action was under scrutiny. Everyone sensed the strangeness. Since the Emperor's rise, he had maintained a calm and low profile. His interventions were only prompted by formidable foes, yet now, in a time of peace. Why this sudden shift? An extraordinary spectacle unfolded, with all perceiving the oddity. Soon, the destination of the Emperor of Humanity became known as the Golden Avenue unfurled, ultimately reflecting into the abyss of demons. Was the Emperor preparing to wage war against the demon clan? A shiver ran through everyone, for they had not anticipated that the Emperor, who had just slain 4 sovereigns, would cause such a commotion by directly entering the abyss. The various lineages of sovereigns were now engulfed in trepidation, giving rise to ominous premonitions. They feared that the Emperor's fury had not yet subsided, and that, after vanquishing 4 sovereigns, he would turn his wrath upon their lineages, chilling every heart. The most apprehensive among them was undoubtedly the current leader of the demon clan. At that moment, he stood above the abyss, gazing at the golden light piercing through layers of mist. As that man approached with a formidable and overwhelming presence that threatened to rend his very soul. Elder Yu, the leader of the demons, embodying youthful vigor, possessed an extraordinary grace akin to jade. His demeanor was strikingly refined, with clear, penetrating eyes that, if seen on the street, would not evoke thoughts of the demon clan. Yet, he was the most resplendent figure among them, the new sovereign of the demons. Following the former demon lord, he had ascended to become the new master of the clan. Such terrifying lineages have never lacked exceptional talents. When an old sovereign falls, a new one rises. Ensuring continuity, this is the very foundation of their claim to an immortal heritage. The current demon lord was also a holy king, yet he lacked the arrogance of his predecessor. Before Qin Yun, he displayed profound reverence, and as a holy king addressing a saint, the title of elder carried a bittersweet weight. Surrender the netherworld demon grass. Qin Yun appeared, standing resolutely above the abyss, uttering this single command with an unsettling calmness that exuded a chilling aura. Many were astonished. They had not expected the Emperor to make such a bold demand, akin to outright robbery. The netherworld demon grass, an exclusive treasure of the demon clan, held value comparable to the imperial weapons of the ancient divine mountain. To demand such a treasure right away was tantamount to a declaration of war. However, to everyone's astonishment, the current demon lord nodded without hesitation. His decisiveness left everyone speechless. A newly appointed leader typically seeks to assert authority, especially one of a clan, yet here he was, bowing to the Emperor who had just slain the former demon lord. How would he navigate the future? Yet, all could understand. The Emperor's current aura of intimidation was overwhelmingly fearsome. Particularly today, his demeanor was peculiar, his eyes filled with sorrow, leading no one to doubt that if the demon lord dared to refuse, the Emperor would strike without mercy. The unsettling presence of such a man instilled profound anxiety. The former demon lord had perished alongside several sovereigns. How could the current demon lord stand alone? Sighs of resignation filled the air as many contemplated the fate of their lineages, fearing they would all be crushed by the Emperor. save for the lineage of the ancient divine mountain. Qin Yun accompanied the demon lord into the abyss, where amidst the thick, eerie aura of the ancient grounds, he beheld the netherworld demon grass. Regrettably, the nether demon grass is exceedingly rare, flourishing only in places of extreme darkness and malevolence. Even among the demon race, it may take a millennium for a single specimen to appear. Unfortunately for Qin Yun, the one he encountered was still in its infancy, its effects minimal at best. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, yet he glimpsed a flicker of hope and was reluctant to relinquish it, fearing the potential misfortune that might befall this delicate plant in the future. Thus, he resolved to dwell within the abyss of demons, patiently awaiting the maturation of the grass. Senior, you may depart. I possess another specimen, initially intended for my own use. Please take it, he offered. The current demon lord, feeling quite helpless, observed Qin Yun's steadfast presence and his evident lack of intention to leave, which rendered him increasingly disconcerted. Ultimately, with great reluctance, he extracted the nether demon grass, his expression marred by a profound sorrow. Chapter 126. The cause of Tang Yunli's death. I must delve into everything regarding the netherworld demon grass. After acquiring the grass, Qin Yun spoke thus. This mystical herb possesses boundless efficacy, yet its drawbacks are glaringly apparent, and he sought to comprehend its advantages and disadvantages clearly. The demon clan has spent a millennium producing a single specimen of this herb, undoubtedly leading to profound research into its medicinal properties. The demon lord did not refuse. He decisively nodded and presented Qin Yun with several ancient tomes. Thus, Qin Yun commenced his study. However, the ultimate revelation left him despondent. The netherworld demon grass, being a substance of utmost een and malevolence, could prolong life, yet it transforms its user into a being that is half demon, half ghost, extremely fierce and savage, thriving on slaughter and sustained by blood. It is the creation of a puppet. What I desire is the once vibrant little sister, not a mere shell of flesh and a puppet. In the tranquil night, seated atop an endless peak, Qin Yun's gaze was filled with sorrow. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him. At one moment, a ripple emerged from the distant sky, and a figure clad in white stepped forth from the void. The human emperor, with great dominance, effortlessly seized the treasures of the demon clan. The visitor was the demon empress, by Tiaoer. She remained as enchanting as ever, exuding an unmatched allure, standing amidst the heavens, revealing a hint of a smile to Qin Yun. Without raising his head, Qin Yun waved his hand, wishing to depart from this place, reluctant to be disturbed. Human emperor, wait. I possess some information regarding your sister. Sensing Qin Yun's distress, the demon empress adopted a serious tone and spoke these words. Qin Yun halted his steps, turned around, and quietly regarded the woman. Tang Yunli did not perish due to madness. As far as I know, she did not fall within the Tang family. Rather, she left the Great Wind realm. When Tang Guiyao found her upon her return, she brought back nothing but a cold corpse, the demon empress revealed. What? Qin Yun stood frozen, the news striking him like a bolt from the blue. He could not fathom that his sister's death had other implications. Why had Tang Guiyao deceived him? Are you implying that my sister was murdered? Qin Yun's eyes sparkled like lightning, a murderous glint flashing across them. I did not state such, the demon empress replied, shaking her head. Yet, she indeed did not perish from madness. Rather, she met her end outside the Great Wind realm, most likely at the hands of a formidable foe. As for why she left the Great Wind, I believe only she knows. Qin Yun was momentarily dazed, his thoughts entangled. Tang Yunli had always led a reclusive life, seldom stepping beyond the threshold of the Tang family, let alone leaving the Great Wind. To venture 1,000 miles away, departing from the Great Wind, was likely in search of him. That must be the reason. Perhaps Tang Guiyao concealed the cause of death to prevent him from knowing that Tang Yunli had met her untimely demise while searching for him. Who could have harmed my sister? Qin Yun was nearly petrified, his gaze filled with turmoil. This was undoubtedly a grief too heavy for him to bear. Tang Yunli met an untimely demise while in pursuit of his path, a piece of news that rendered him speechless, unable to utter a single word. Such a vivid and remarkable woman, meeting such a tragic end. Upon his return, all that remained was a cold gravestone. What a profound sorrow this is. The intent to kill surged through the heavens, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the world, and boundless grief transformed into an insatiable desire for vengeance, seeking to pierce the very skies. Perhaps no one is aware of this, but I have already begun my investigation on your behalf. The demon emperor, by Tiaoer, spoke with a grave demeanor, devoid of her former enchanting allure. How could you know of these matters? Qin Yun, unwilling to overlook any clues, pressed on with his inquiries. At that time, Tang Guiyao was searching for Tang Yunli across various regions. Naturally, the commotion would not be insignificant. The demon emperor replied softly, "Our demon kin are spread far and wide across the world, and our intelligence is indeed among the finest." Qin Yun did not linger on the matter too long. The force behind this would not be Bai Tiao, for she would not reveal such information otherwise. Yet, who could it be that left him so bewildered? Throughout his life, he had amassed countless enemies, from the Holy Son to the Holy Master, and even the Sage Kings. The number of his foes was innumerable, with their respective doctrines unknown. At that time, the world believed the Supreme Body had perished. Who would act against my younger sister because of me? Qin Yun found himself perplexed. He even entertained the notion of visiting each of these doctrines, stepping through their domains in search of the true culprit behind the curtain. Though the consequences of such actions could be grave, he could never remain a passive observer, allowing that young woman to die without clarity. "Please, do not be this way. Your current demeanor is quite fearsome," the demon emperor remarked, furrowing her brow. "This matter will not sink into oblivion. Our demon kin are everywhere, and it cannot remain unknown." "Perhaps," the demon emperor began, only to hesitate mid-sentence. "What else do you know?" Qin Yun inquired, gazing intently at the demon emperor. She shook her head. "I cannot say anything further at this time. It is merely my conjecture, lacking foundation. The implications are significant. It is best if it does not come to fruition." "What is it?" Qin Yun pressed, determined not to miss any leads. The demon emperor shook her head, letting out a helpless sigh. "Dear man, please do not be so impatient. I have said this is merely speculation, without any basis. If I were to articulate it, and a certain doctrine were to suffer calamity, resulting in the bloodshed of countless lives, would that not be unjust for me? Leave everything to me. This matter will not fade into obscurity. I will provide you with an explanation, and it shall be swift." Qin Yun fell silent, ultimately nodding in agreement. The demon kin are ubiquitous, encompassing birds, fish, insects, and plants. All belong to the realm of demons, and their intelligence is indeed unparalleled. Venturing through the various domains may yield no results in uncovering the true perpetrator. Thus, patience is essential. He needed to uncover every truth surrounding Tang Yunli's demise. "Thank you. Consider this a debt of gratitude I owe you." Qin Yun reined in his emotions and sincerely expressed his thanks to the demon emperor. Regardless of her prior assistance against the four monarchs or the truth behind his sister's death, he owed this woman a debt of gratitude. "Very well," the demon emperor nodded, revealing a radiant smile, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, exuding an enchanting charm. "Dear companion, will you accompany me to Mount Tai? I am aware that within its bounds lies a divine herb, which might possess the potential to resurrect Tang Yunli." The demon emperor gazed at Qin Yun. "Divine herb?" The mere mention of those words startled Qin Yun. In the realm of cultivation, countless opportunities abound, with spiritual weapons and miraculous fruits. Undoubtedly, among the most coveted treasures in existence is the divine herb. While longevity remains elusive, the divine herb stands as the singular substance capable of extending one's life. Legends speak of its power to allow a person to defy death and embody boundless efficacy and transformation. Yet, its rarity renders it exceedingly difficult to obtain. Throughout history, innumerable emperors, after achieving dominion over the cosmos, have traversed mountains and rivers in search of the divine herb's traces. Emperors, the sovereigns of the universe, the mightiest beings in existence. Yet, even those of such stature find it challenging to uncover the herb's whereabouts. While many emperors exist, only a select few have succeeded in discovering the divine herb and living a life that defies the heavens. Qin Yun was genuinely astonished that the demon emperor, Bai Tiao, possessed knowledge of a lead regarding the divine herb. Should he truly manage to acquire one, there might be a glimmer of hope for reviving Tang Yunli. "I merely possess a few clues, and I cannot guarantee their validity. Should you ultimately return empty-handed, do not hold me accountable," the demon emperor remarked. "The divine herb is exceedingly rare. Even a single clue is a treasure beyond measure, shrouded in mystery and antiquity, and no one can offer certainties." Qin Yun understood this well and nodded gently. "Furthermore, my assistance to you comes at a price. I require your aid in retrieving an item from Mount Tai to assist me in attaining the path of the great sage. I have come to realize that men are unreliable. In the end, I must rely on myself. Consider this a repayment of a favor," he concluded. Chapter 127. Entering Mount Tai for the third time. Mount Tai, a vast expanse of mountains stretching endlessly. Qin Yun and Bai Tiao traversed the skies, gazing at the mountain range beneath them, filled with profound emotions. This land, to him, seemed to possess a certain enchantment. It was here that he had once rescued Tang Guiyao, only for her to vanish into this very terrain. Now, upon his return, revisiting familiar grounds. He found himself in a state of altered perception. In truth, he had always harbored a reluctance towards this land, never imagining that he would enter Mount Tai thrice. Mount Tai, boundless and majestic, resembled a primordial divine mountain, shrouded in a haze of chaos, with purple auras surging high into the heavens. It stood as the progenitor of mountains, encircled by the Milky Way, exuding an ineffable nobility. This place was extraordinary. As the ancients proclaimed, it held a peculiar essence, resonating with the cosmic rhythms, serving as a sanctuary for the Tao, encircled by dragons, concealing celestial gateways. Thus, throughout history, many great emperors were laid to rest here, and numerous figures of imperial caliber found their eternal repose within. Bai Tiaoer, despite her youthful appearance, had lived for eons, a living fossil in her own right as a holy king, possessing far more knowledge of this land than Qin Yun. The phrase celestial gateway startled Qin Yun. Could it be the door to immortality? In the distance, the purple aura surged like a vast ocean, Mount Tai towering incomparably, nearly obscured at its summit, exuding an indescribable grandeur. A glance evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. Strangely, Qin Yun felt a foreboding sensation, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the depths of Mount Tai, instilling a sense of dread within him. In the past, such premonitions had filled him with trepidation. Now, as a saint of the ninth heaven, that feeling was even more vivid, more terrifying. Do you sense it? Qin Yun inquired. What? Bai Tiaoer paused momentarily, shaking her head gently, an unusual glint appearing in her eyes. Our journey leads us to the deepest part of Mount Tai. Little man, are you perhaps afraid? That region is the true core of Mount Tai. I imagine you never ventured there during your previous visits. Qin Yun shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. To trespass into the depths of Mount Tai was akin to courting death. Many misinterpreted the dangers as lying within the mountainous belly, unaware that the core resided at its base. That area was one where no one had ever emerged alive, not even the mightiest of saints. Bai Tiaoer spoke contemplatively, her gaze imbued with a complexity that seemed to mourn and reminisce. Do you know why I invited you to Mount Tai? She turned to look at Qin Yun. After a brief moment, she continued softly. It is not solely because of the secret of the word Xing, but because you are the only one who has emerged alive from Mount Tai over the years. In her eyes, a captivating brilliance flickered, one that Qin Yun could not decipher. Let us proceed, Qin Yun replied, offering no further words. Having learned of the divine herb's whereabouts, he would not relinquish the quest, regardless of the peril or the likelihood of death. He must see it for himself. Soon, the two arrived at the summit of Mount Tai. In this realm, countless palaces and pavilions rise majestically, resembling a grand and ancient sanctuary, steeped in the passage of time. Although many structures appear dilapidated, they cannot conceal the overwhelming grandeur that once flourished here, allowing one to envision the splendor of yesteryears. The demon emperor speculated that this place was once a sanctuary for a great sovereign, though the identity of that sovereign remains elusive. When that emperor was unrivaled across the world, he sought refuge in Mount Tai to contemplate the mysteries of the celestial realm. The conclusion of his journey is shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the existence of such a sanctuary may serve to guard Mount Tai, or perhaps to caution future generations against entering its depths. For eons, those wishing to delve into the secrets of Mount Tai must traverse this sacred ground. Thus it bears the footprints of countless cultivators. The emperor's sanctuary has been breached, an occurrence almost unfathomable, for it is indeed the domain of an emperor, adorned with infinite imperial patterns, yet it has been truly penetrated. Mount Tai is steeped in enigma, and many have tread upon its soil, with the relentless passage of time carving a passageway through sheer determination. The two descended along this path and beheld a multitude of skeletal remains, nearly filling the passage, the ground covered with a thick layer of white dust, remnants of bones, a testament to the countless lives lost here. Those who ventured to explore Mount Tai's mysteries predominantly met their demise in this very spot, among them many prodigies, whose bones still radiate divine markings, attesting to their formidable physiques. As they ventured deeper, the remains became increasingly sparse, yet the sheer number was still astounding. Relying on the secret of the walking character, they navigated safely, gradually arriving at the heart of the mountain, the very site where Tang Guiyao once healed. Here, the skeletal remains vanished, and few cultivators had dared to tread. Before them stood an imposing imperial palace, which Qin Yun had previously explored, encountering numerous halls, one of which housed an unwithering divine pool, imbued with miraculous properties. Yet, this was merely a quasi-imperial tomb, and an empty one at that. The demon emperor's words astonished Qin Yun. He was aware that Mount Tai harbored many illustrious figures from various epochs, paragons of their realms. Yet he did not anticipate that even here lay a quasi-imperial tomb, a tomb shrouded in doubt. Upon reflection, he realized that during his earlier descent into this crypt, he had indeed not encountered any coffins, nor had he seen the remains of the tomb's master. It was no wonder that so many sought to explore Mount Tai. Even a tomb shrouded in uncertainty possessed a divine pool, while a true imperial tomb would undoubtedly hold unparalleled treasures. Qin Yun sighed in contemplation. He then turned to the demon emperor and inquired, "What precisely are you seeking?" His curiosity was piqued. At this juncture, the opportunities presented by the universe were seldom impactful. Great sage. Once one attains enlightenment, they become invincible in this world, for no emperor has yet arisen. The great sage is the pinnacle of existence. It is easy to fathom the difficulty of such attainment. A single thread of opportunity could lead to the realization of the great sage's path, a notion that stirs the imagination. A fragment of an emperor's bone, in that realm, could be considered merely a minor opportunity. The demon emperor chuckled softly. A fragment of an emperor's bone, a minor opportunity. This left Qin Yun momentarily speechless. If even an emperor's bone was deemed trivial, then what truly constituted a significant opportunity? The realm is beyond imagination. To my knowledge, there are no fewer than 10 imperial treasures, along with countless celestial garments and elixirs. The divine medicine you seek is among them. Young man, should you wish to venture there, you must be prepared to embrace the specter of death. The demon empress, with a charming smile, captivated countless spirits, enchanting them utterly. To convey such a grave topic with such demeanor left Qin Yun somewhat speechless. This woman is truly alluring to the very core. Chapter 128. The Demon Path Buddha in the dimly lit depths of the underground palace. As they ventured further in, the vista before them began to expand. No longer confined to a mere passageway, they had thoroughly entered the heart of Mount Tai, towering into the clouds. The mountain's immense volume defied measurement, rendering its interior akin to a vast realm, one that appeared to stretch infinitely. The two figures traversed the ancient path. Where the sight of even a single corpse had become a rarity, it seemed few had ever set foot in this place. The ancient route was fraught with peril, adorned with endless imperial inscriptions, where even the slightest trace could obliterate a soul. These inscriptions were densely interwoven, shrouding the entirety of Mount Tai's interior in an aura of danger. In the air, a peculiar substance pervaded, its nature elusive yet imparting a sense of clarity, reminiscent of abundant spiritual energy. The presence of so many emperors interred here undoubtedly rendered this region extraordinary, a sacred ground for enlightenment. As they delved deeper, this substance thickened, nearly coalescing into liquid form. In the distance, one could discern numerous divine pools, varying in size, some diminutive, others seemingly boundless. Within these pools, divine lotuses bloomed, their brilliance particularly striking under the dim night light, radiating a dazzling splendor. Each lotus represented at least a third-grade spiritual herb, and Qin Yun was taken aback by the sheer abundance. Countless lotuses adorned the divine pools. The third-grade ones were innumerable, and even first- and second-grade varieties were plentiful. It was well known that such high-quality spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. Once, Tang Guiyao had gifted him a third-grade spiritual herb, leaving the world in astonishment. Yet now, this place revealed such an overwhelming quantity. It was akin to paradise. Had the ancient monsters known of this sacred site, they would surely risk life and death for a chance to claim its treasures. Qin Yun sighed, aware of the rarity and value of these spiritual herbs, particularly those of this caliber. Each could potentially extend life significantly. A sage residing here for years could easily live to 7,000 or 8,000 years, an absolute certainty. He approached one of the divine pools, gazing into the water. The spiritual liquid was crystalline, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, while the bottom was layered with a thick sediment. Yet, even this sediment was remarkable, glimmering with purple light. Qin Yun sensed the abundant life-giving essence. This soil could undoubtedly nurture divine herbs. Not only the divine liquid and lotuses, but even this earth itself was a rare treasure, perhaps capable of reviving the deceased or granting longevity, allowing one to regenerate lost limbs. This, however, was merely a fragment of the forbidden zone of Mount Tai. The demon emperor, Bai Tiaoer, gazed at the divine pool and cautioned, "But do not take these items lightly. The tomb of an emperor and their accompanying treasures are not easily claimed." Bai Tiaoer spoke with an air of gravity. "Then would you dare take a piece of an emperor's skull?" Qin Yun retorted, rendered momentarily speechless. "The imperial tomb has a connection to me. Otherwise, I would not dare to tread so boldly," Bai Tiaoer replied, uttering a statement that sparked the imagination. Could it be that Bai Tiaoer's ancestors were among the sovereigns interred here? Otherwise, How could such a claim be made? Qin Yun was astonished, but refrained from probing further, choosing not to delve into origins. As for the opportunity presented here, he naturally remained indifferent. It was merely a reflection on the wonders of nature that had evoked his musings. Further along, the two encountered a grove of bamboo, an exquisite purple bamboo forest. Each stalk was remarkable, and the air was saturated with a palpable aura of Tao, the intricate patterns of its vibrations visible even from a distance, instilling a sense of clarity in one's spirit. However, upon seeing this grove, Bai Qiao was taken aback, her delicate features paling significantly. "We must leave quickly," she urged, her tone laden with apprehension, as if the forest instilled a profound fear within her. Gripped by trepidation, she hesitated to even breathe freely, pulling Qin Yun away in haste. Observing the fear in the demon emperor's demeanor, Qin Yun wasted no time. He invoked a silent technique and swiftly retreated from the grove. Fortunately, no dangers ensued, and he sensed nothing amiss. Once they distanced themselves from the purple bamboo grove, Bai Qiao finally exhaled deeply, her chest heaving dramatically. "We were likely traversing the very apex of an imperial tomb, that of an actual great emperor," she elucidated, her expression shifting to one of complexity. The mention of an imperial tomb piqued Qin Yun's curiosity. Within Mount Tai, there were numerous such tombs, so why did Bai Qiao regard this particular emperor with such reticence? Did she know the identity of the tomb's occupant? It is likely a great emperor of the Buddhist sect, one whose essence is intertwined with the purple bamboo path, she replied, her voice tinged with unease. The tales surrounding this emperor within the demon clan were numerous, and the ancestors of her kind harbored a deep-seated fear of him. For his life was nothing short of legendary. He was one of the founders of Buddhist teachings, having forcibly converted many, particularly favoring the Fox clan, and had instigated several large-scale demon slaughters, employing methods that were indeed terrifying. Bai Qiao spoke with lingering dread, her expression revealing a mix of fear and reverence for the emperor. "I never expected that individual to be interred here," she murmured, her features etched with trepidation. "A Buddhist emperor?" Qin Yun echoed, equally astonished. From what he understood, the most exalted masters of the Buddhist sect were not buried across various sacred lands. They harbored an obsession with the West, desiring to be laid to rest there, beneath the sacred Mount Sumeru. Buddhist practitioners believed that Mount Sumeru represented the Pure Land, a realm attainable after death, where one could ascend to the veneration of immortals and Buddhas. If one was not buried beneath Mount Sumeru, it was akin to not returning to one's roots, making it difficult to reach the Pure Land. The Taoist master emphasized the significance of fate in this life, while the Buddhist master spoke of cause and effect in the next. Buddhist practitioners held a considerable fixation on the afterlife, which explained why few would choose burial in various sacred soils. The notion of a Buddhist emperor being interred at Mount Tai was indeed peculiar. Could it be that this emperor believed that resting in Mount Tai offered a greater chance of achieving immortality than beneath Mount Sumeru? Qin Yun speculated, convinced there must be a reason for this choice. Mount Tai had long been shrouded in mystery, with multiple emperors buried there, suggesting a possibility of celestial significance. Even so, Bai Qiao remarked, there is no need for such trepidation. Even the mightiest of emperors have become naught but smoke. Can the living truly fear the dead? Qin Yun countered. The demeanor of Bai Qiao remains perpetually intricate. This individual's life has been nothing short of legendary and eccentric, and it is his methods that instill trepidation. Although he is a revered monk of the Buddhist order, his approach is entirely antithetical to the teachings of Buddhism. It can be said that his tactics are exceedingly fearsome, and during that era, few dared to confront him. He resembles more of a demon, prone to bloodshed within the realms of the Tao. My ancestors once speculated that this individual shares profound ties with demonic forces. It is said that beneath the abyss of demons lay a sacred object, a fragment of purple bamboo. Bai Qiao remarked, a great emperor who embodies both Buddhism and demonism, one who simultaneously pioneers the paths of both Buddha and demon. Qin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Buddhism and demonism represent two utterly opposing paths. If such a being truly exists, neither holy Buddha nor entirely demon, having ascended to the rank of an emperor, the mere thought is profoundly unsettling. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst countless traditions, there is indeed no shortage of extraordinary individuals. Qin Yun sighed in contemplation. Let us depart. I wish not to speak of him any further, for it leaves me exceedingly uneasy. Bai Qiao urged Qin Yun onward, seeking to distance themselves from the grove of purple bamboo, daring not even a glance back. The nature of the persecution their ancestors endured at the hands of that Buddha remains a mystery, yet one can only surmise that it was harrowing beyond imagination. Otherwise, A legendary demon emperor would not fear to such an extent. Chapter 129. The Imperial Tombs in the Tranquil Embrace of Night, within the heart of Mount Tai. One can distinctly perceive the celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars, despite being ensconced within the mountain's depths. The stone walls here seem to have undergone some extraordinary intervention, creating a natural realm that draws upon the forces of yin and yang. This phenomenon is not the result of arcane arts, but rather a profoundly natural occurrence, akin to the essence of the Tao, devoid of any earthly smoke and fire, resembling a wondrous spectacle of nature. As one ventures further, the expanse opens up, revealing a mountain range that stretches across the heavens. Qin Yun senses that they are descending, arriving at the very base of Mount Tai. The region indicated by the Demon Emperor lies here, the resting place of the Great Emperor. Ahead, amidst a grove of stone tablets, stood numerous stones, irregularly placed, seemingly not of natural origin. Approaching, one can discern inscriptions upon them. The great sage Chun had come to explore, the leader of the true dragon lineage. The ancient scholar had set foot here. The Taoist of the Purple Tenuity had visited this place. These inscriptions are imbued with a vigorous calligraphy, exuding an aura of hidden mysteries, as if the essence of deities flows through them. One can envision that these names belong to extraordinary individuals, each having reached this hallowed ground, undoubtedly the luminaries of their respective eras. Counting, Qin Yun discovers over 30 stone tablets, each etched with a name, many belonging to renowned ancient sages, some of whom graced the annals of history tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years ago. They left their marks to inform posterity of their presence here. Qin Yun surmises that most of these figures likely perished in this very region. Many ancient sages were once celebrated, yet subsequently faded into obscurity. Let us leave our names as well. The Demon Emperor chuckles lightly. To stand alongside these figures is a form of honor. Perhaps we too shall meet our end here, and future generations will see our names, ensuring we do not vanish into silence. With that, the Demon Emperor procures a stone tablet and inscribes the names of Qin Yun and Bai Tiaoer. Though Qin Yun harbors reservations about this act, perceiving it as akin to a final testament, he refrains from objecting. Let us proceed. Ahead, a colossal mountain looms, stretching for thousands of miles, resembling a great dragon in repose. The two ascend the peak to gaze downwards. On the other side of the mountain, a labyrinthine palace complex sprawls across the earth, each edifice grander than the last, a veritable imperial tomb. Now, without the need for Bai Tiaoer to prompt him, Qin Yun comprehends that these are indeed imperial tombs. The magnitude is terrifying, encircled by a galaxy of stars, exuding an awe-inspiring dominion over the land. What astonishes him further is the sight of nearly 100 imperial palaces, radiating a formidable aura of royal rivalry. How can there be so many imperial tombs? Are they possibly false graves? Qin Yun exclaims in astonishment. Not false graves, but genuine imperial tombs. Many belong to quasi-emperors, yet there are also numerous graves of great emperors. Bai Tiaoer replies, this revelation is astonishing. Over 100. This numeral may seem trivial when applied to others, yet when it pertains to an emperor, it evokes sheer terror. How many individuals in this world have reached such heights? Each era produces but a single emperor. Amidst the vast expanse of time, countless emperors have been interred here. While many among them may be near emperors, the sheer magnitude of their presence is overwhelmingly daunting. Descending from the mountaintop, a few imperial palaces ahead shimmer with a resplendent purple light, exuding imperial aura in abundance. Though merely a mausoleum, one can still sense the immense power that seems to engulf mountains and rivers, the oppressive force of a cosmic sovereign. Do not approach those palaces. They are the abodes of formidable figures. Bai Tiaoer was startled by Qin Yun's actions, her small face turning pale as she hastily grasped his arm. These palaces directly face the summit of Mount Tai, emanating an enigmatic and profound aura. They are exceedingly ancient, bearing the marks of nearly 1,000,000 years. It is not surprising. Many emperors have chosen to rest here, yet most merely emulate their predecessors. These mausoleums are among the earliest imperial tombs to grace the subterranean realm of Mount Tai, having unraveled its mysteries and claimed a strategic position, encircled by the tombs of myriad kings, reigning supreme among them. Such individuals are certainly not of ordinary caliber. Their early understanding of Mount Tai's peculiarities does not solely define their greatness. Bai Tiaoer appeared to discern Qin Yun's thoughts, stating, these locations are indeed extraordinary. Those who slumber within these tombs are certainly not the original owners. Their ostentation ultimately allowed later figures to ascend and forcibly usurp the original occupants' burial sites. Her words left Qin Yun momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, he discovered traces of prior visitors. He grasped Bai Tiao's implication. These imperial tombs, due to their unique positions, were forcibly claimed by later emperors, individuals of remarkable renown who could only have overthrown the original occupants' resting places. Across the vast expanse of time, nearly 100 emperors have graced these locations. Those who could claim them are undoubtedly extraordinary beings, not to be trifled with. Within these imperial tombs, it is likely that more than one emperor rests, often sharing a burial site, an exceedingly perilous situation. Should the celestial gates open in the future, these individuals would surely be the most likely candidates for ascension. Bai Tiao spoke cryptically, leading Qin Yun further away. Since setting foot on Mount Tai, Qin Yun had harbored a lingering curiosity, observing that Bai Tiao seemed intimately familiar with the terrain of this underground palace, even possessing knowledge of such secrets. Capable of navigating fortune and misfortune, steering clear of ominous locales. Have you been here before? Qin Yun inquired, intrigued. I possess a map of the imperial tombs, a legacy from my ancestors, detailing the rulers of each tomb, Bai Tiao revealed, astonishing all with the depth of her heritage. The existence of such a map implies that her ancestor must have been a figure of great stature, at the very least a near emperor. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for such a map to have been created and subsequently passed down to Bai Tiao. Did your ancestor also find rest here? Qin Yun gazed at Bai Tiao, seeking clarity. The white-haired elder shook his head and said, "It is not as you presume. My ancestor indeed rests within this imperial tomb, yet not in anticipation of the celestial gates opening, but rather to suppress certain entities. This place is steeped in ominous and arcane mysteries, and my ancestor has tirelessly endeavored to maintain tranquility. He once instructed his descendants to seek him out in 30,000 years, to retrieve his skull and uphold his will." Chapter 130. A living emperor. The imperial tombs loomed majestically, layered upon one another like insurmountable peaks, their dragon energy surging forth, colliding with the starry sky. As Qin Yun traversed this path, he encountered numerous imperial graves. Many tomb entrances lay shattered or damaged, with great serpents lying in repose, their bodies reminiscent of dragons, emanating a pungent stench that wafted through the air. Some tombs, though tightly sealed, oozed with blood, releasing a foul, acrid scent that assaulted the senses. Each emperor was formidable, having left behind astonishing methods to safeguard their tombs. Even an emperor must be prepared to face death should they dare to intrude upon another's resting place. Bai Tiao spoke, her understanding of this region profound, rivaling that of anyone in the present day. She possessed knowledge of which tombs were forbidden, skillfully avoiding them with great caution. Eventually, the two arrived before a grand imperial tomb, halting in their tracks. The colossal peak towered impossibly high, seemingly forged from chaotic stone, its divine radiance illuminating the night with brilliance. This tomb was far more expansive than the others, easily several times their size. Throughout their journey, Qin Yun had come across many such grand burial sites, gaining a measure of understanding. According to Bai Tiao, these expansive tombs were the final resting places of multiple emperors, housing an astonishing number of sovereigns within a single tomb. Thus, the original tombs expanded over time, resulting in such vastness. Yet, the tomb before them struck Qin Yun with awe, for in comparison to other grand tombs, this one was extravagantly immense, stretching for thousands of miles. How many emperors could possibly be interred here? Qin Yun mused. These were formidable figures, once subdued by my ancestors and confined here. It is not merely a burial site, but rather a prison, Bai Tiao replied, her words laden with meaning. Why did the ancestor of the demon emperor choose to imprison these individuals? Qin Yun inquired, puzzled, yet surmising that there must be profound reasons behind it. The mountains rose like dragons, reaching their zenith, adorned with shimmering, their imperial light enveloping the entirety of the landscape. This was an authentic imperial formation, completely shrouding the area. Before them stood a massive bronze door, its surface marred by rust and stained with blood, remnants of countless years gone by, yet still not dried. Terrifying patterns were etched upon it, ancient and mysterious, pulsating with the radiance of some divine essence. Bai Tiao stepped forward, her delicate hand resting against the bronze door as she began to chant complex incantations. These words were obscure, imbued with boundless profundity, and upon careful contemplation, they evoked a sense of dread, suggesting a form of forbidden art. With a resonating hum, the bronze door trembled violently, the upon it gradually dissipating. As if responding to her voice, Qin Yun sensed that this imperial formation was intertwined with Bai Tiao's aura, undoubtedly laid by the ancestor she referenced. However, invoking such forbidden arts appeared to exact a significant toll on Bai Tiao, necessitating time for recovery and nourishment. Each word she uttered became increasingly laborious. It took a full 3 days for the imperial formation to yield a small aperture, allowing the bronze door to creak open slowly. A powerful aura of malevolence surged forth, chilling to the bone and sending shivers down one's spine. After a prolonged wait, as the intensity of the dark energy diminished, the two finally stepped through the bronze door. Before them lay an extraordinary secret realm, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, shaded by lush trees. Were it not for the imposing ancient coffins standing in the distance, one might easily mistake this for a paradisiacal retreat rather than an imperial tomb. The air was thick with imperial energy, surging from all directions, accompanied by auspicious vapors and the emergence of golden lotuses from the ground. This locale was truly remarkable, brimming with life-sustaining essence, with the age of the weeds underfoot astonishingly ancient, comparable to the finest elixirs. In the heart of this land, a figure sat quietly in meditation. Upon sighting this silhouette, both Qin Yun and Bai Tiaoer were momentarily stunned. In a fleeting vision, Qin Yun beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty, radiating an ethereal grace. Standing amidst chaos, her gaze surveying the world and gazing down upon the ages. However, this seemed but a fleeting illusion. When Qin Yun blinked again, he was met only with a withered corpse, a female figure, her hair a ghostly white, resembling a desiccated tree, seated in stillness. Beneath her, chains of order stretched forth, sprawling into the distance and connecting to the massive ancient coffins. The corpse was enveloped in strands of divine light, reminiscent of the primordial radiance of heaven and earth, pure and immaculate, seemingly guarding her and sealing away all that she was. Life-sustaining essence emanated from her, spreading in all directions. Upon seeing this female corpse, Bai Tiaoer trembled, rushing forward to kneel behind her. Qin Yun, too, was taken aback. This corpse was extraordinary, emaciated and devoid of life. Yet it exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound sense of dread. Her flowing white hair danced in the air as if suppressing myriad forces, creating an unending suffocating sensation. An imperial corpse, perhaps. Qin Yun sighed. This was his first encounter with a great emperor, even in death. It left him profoundly shaken, the sovereign of the cosmos, a true emperor of a bygone era. The female corpse sat cold and silent, facing away from the two, showing no signs of movement. After all, the passage of time was unfathomably ancient, as Bai Tiaoer had mentioned. It had been 30,000 years. She could not possibly still be alive. What year is it now? Yet suddenly, a voice, laden with the weight of time, resonated, indistinguishable in gender. It carried the essence of ages past, echoing like a vast river of time. Ancient, obscure, weary, and profound, the voice was intermittent. Yet each utterance rang out like the celestial music of the cosmos, deafening in its resonance. In that moment, Qin Yun felt as though his very scalp might burst, for he distinctly sensed that the voice emanated from the corpse. Undoubtedly from that direction. This person was still alive. Qin Yun was truly astonished. The lifespan of an emperor was merely 10,000 years, yet after 30 millennia, this individual had survived. A living emperor? This was undeniably astounding. In this era, there were no emperors, not even quasi-emperors, a consensus acknowledged throughout the world. The aura of the emperor is utterly inescapable. Once one attains the Tao, they must suppress the existence of the entire universe. A single thread of Tao patterns can overshadow the ages, rendering all others inconspicuous. However, at this moment, Qin Yun distinctly perceives the vitality of that emperor. A great sovereign endures, not belonging to this era, having survived since 30,000 years ago until the present day. What a staggering revelation this is. Chapter 131. Seeking a divine herb, the 65th Lord of Qingqiu, Bai Tiao, pays homage to her ancestors. Bai Tiao kneels and bows her head in reverence. She is equally astounded, for no one understands the passage of time better than she does. The span of 30,000 years is indeed a formidable figure. Time flows swiftly, and 30 millennia have slipped away in the blink of an eye. A voice emanates from the imperial corpse, lacking some of its former majesty, yet imbued with a sense of desolation, filled with reflections on the passage of time. Nevertheless, the imperial corpse remains with its head bowed, showing no signs of movement. Ancestor Yu. Bai Tiao lifts her head, her eyes brimming with astonishment and joy, overwhelmed with countless questions. The existence of an emperor signifies immense implications. Should the Qingqiu lineage truly possess a living emperor, one can only imagine the esteemed status they would hold in the world. An emperor, vast as the heavens, would obliterate 100,000 legacies. I have severed my own fate, no longer an emperor, surviving through the long ages solely to quell the chaos of this era. The voice resonates again, as if it understands Bai Tiao's thoughts, responding to her. The words come forth in a fragmented manner. Despite their supreme authority, they are tinged with boundless weariness and fragility, as though the speaker is on the verge of eternal slumber. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yun finally comprehends the truth. Before him stands indeed an emperor, but one who has ceased to be. By severing his own fate, he relinquished the essence of his imperial status, thus leaving the world devoid of emperors. The absence of an emperor in this age is no mere rumor. Why would he choose to sever his own fate? Qin Yun is perplexed, recalling certain rumors. It is said that there exists a divine source in this world, capable of sealing oneself away, inducing a slumber that defies the passage of time. Such beings are referred to as living dead. This is a customary tactic employed by the most prestigious lineages, preserving their ultimate power for future generations, safeguarding their legacies and instilling awe across the realms. The terror of an immortal lineage stems from this fact. No one can ascertain how many such individuals are sealed within a lineage of immortality, and those who dare to strike against it face dire consequences. Should these beings awaken, their might would be utterly devastating. However, sealing an emperor with divine sources is a formidable challenge. An emperor is too powerful, having ascended to such heights. There exists no force capable of binding them. To endure, one must sever their own fate. This once great emperor before us likely resorted to self-sacrifice to achieve eternal existence, utilizing the divine source to survive to this day. The divine radiance that envelopes him is most likely the manifestation of that divine source's power. To sever one's own fate, to cling to life for 30,000 years, solely to suppress the chaos of this era? What does this chaos signify? Qin Yun listens in a daze. An emperor, having severed his own fate, endures for 30 millennia merely to quell chaos. An emperor, the sovereign of the cosmos, is nearly omnipotent. What could be beyond their reach? Must they truly sever themselves to suppress chaos for 3,000 years? Are formidable foes beyond their capacity to vanquish? Must they merely contain them? Such thoughts plague Qin Yun, but the answers he contemplates are profoundly unsettling. An emperor, nearly impossible to slay, can only be subdued. Perhaps it is only another emperor that poses such a threat. With this realization, Qin Yun cannot help but gaze into the distance, towards the row of coffins. Intuition whispered to him that the suppression of chaos spoken of by the figure before him was, in fact, a means to subdue these very individuals. Could it be that they were all emperors? Qin Yun found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ancestor Yu. Bai Tiao Air was equally beset by countless questions. She sought answers, yet silence enveloped her. It was not until a considerable time had passed that a voice finally emerged. My will has been fulfilled. It is time to depart. The voice resonated, intermittent and prolonged, far exceeding the previous intervals. Having endured for millennia, it was weakened by the passage of time. Despite possessing divine essence, 30,000 years had rendered her ancient beyond measure. This time, they waited a full 3 days before the voice finally broke the stillness. Step forward. A mere 4 words, succinct and seemingly bereft of strength. At that moment, the withered figure turned, beckoning Bai Tiao Air with a gesture. Understanding the unspoken command, she stepped forward without hesitation. The corpse, its white hair flowing yet almost desiccated, appeared as nothing more than a mere shell, tightly clinging to its bones. Gradually, she raised her parched hand and placed it upon her own crown. A radiant light shone forth, and a skull of an emperor was gently removed and laid in by Tiao Air's hands. After 30 millennia, the emperor's skull still bore the shimmering patterns of imperial insignia, remnants of the former emperor's essence. An emperor who, in times past, had encountered an insurmountable foe, could do naught but suppress, enduring for 30,000 years. Until all adversaries had dissipated into the ether, the emperor finally chose to depart from the mortal realm. Now, this skull served as a vestige of unfulfilled desires, bequeathed to the lineage of Qingxiu in hopes of one day manifesting another emperor from their bloodline. It was a precious heirloom, a legend left for the descendants. Thank you, ancestor. Bai Tiao Air's gaze was intricately woven with emotion as she cradled the emperor's skull, bowing gently in reverence. Her heart was a tumult of complexity, difficult to articulate. No one understood better than she the significance of this skull. 30 millennia ago, this ancestor had left a prophecy, instructing future generations to seek her out after 3 epochs, to claim her skull and forge a destiny. The imperial tomb map, the forbidden arts of the Bronze Gate, everything was inscribed by this ancestor's hand. For 30,000 years, countless souls had perished in pursuit of this legacy, and now it had finally fallen into her grasp. Even in death, the ancestor did not forget her descendants, wishing to leave them with opportunities. Should they achieve greatness as emperors, They must uphold her will, never to bring chaos upon the world. An emperor must quell the tumult of existence, perpetuate the teachings of the ancients, and usher in an era of peace for all generations to come. The imperial corpse articulated these profound words, laden with significance. Bai Tiao'er found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding in solemn agreement. Who are you? At that moment, the imperial corpse lifted its gaze, finally acknowledging Qin Yun, regarding him with intent. He is the emperor of humanity. My arrival here is solely due to his protection of my path. The corpse of the emperor let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, yet its head drooped once more. It was not until a long while later that it regained awareness, placing its palm against Bai Tiao'er's forehead. In that instant, she felt her memories spiraling back. An endless cascade of recollections, like images rewinding to replay. Emperor of humanity. This time, the voice of the emperor's corpse seemed tinged with a hint of astonishment, evidently having discerned something from Bai Tiao'er. In those hollow eyes, the imperial radiance burst forth in resplendent glory. After a long pause, the emperor's corpse let out a soft sigh, a bitter smile emerging. Born in an ill-fated era, alas for my Qingqiu. In this lifetime I shall not ascend to the throne. Qin Yun stood there, remarkably composed. Yet, these words stirred tumultuous waves in Bai Tiao'er's heart. Born in an ill-fated era. This clearly did not refer to Qin Yun. It was evident that the ancestor was speaking of her. The assertion that Qingqiu could not produce an emperor was an obvious reference to Qin Yun, the one destined for imperial greatness. This left her in a state of shock. Was it truly the first time the ancestor had encountered Qin Yun, and had thus bestowed such lofty praise and commendation? Though the world had long prophesied that Qin Yun would be a dark horse on the path to emperorship, to hear such words from a figure of imperial stature was an entirely different matter. Ancestor, I still wish to request a divine herb. As a token of gratitude for the protection bestowed upon me by my brother, the human emperor, Bai Tiao'er spoke. However, the emperor's corpse shook its head. How could a divine herb assist an outsider? If he were to ascend, accompanied by such a herb, when would my Qingqiu ever rise? The emperor's vision was unparalleled. While sensing that Qin Yun might one day claim the throne, he refrained from voicing any objections. A figure of such imperial caliber would not be threatened by Qin Yun. Ascending to the throne was one thing, but it would not permit the lineage to be stifled. This was the grandeur of the emperor's spirit. Nevertheless, it would not allow a divine herb to fall into Qin Yun's hands. Such a treasure belonged to Qingqiu and could not be entrusted to an outsider, aiding them in achieving longevity and eternal life. Chapter 132, Blood Red and Flawless. A divine herb bears immense significance. Perhaps it was not the emperor who discovered it, but rather the lineage of Qingqiu, which has long refrained from consuming it, preserving it until now. It can be regarded as one of the rarest treasures in the world, truly unparalleled. The emperor's corpse remained silent for an extended period, but eventually, he let out a soft sigh. Very well. Since my descendants of Qingqiu have promised to present you with the divine herb, I shall not go back on my word. As he spoke, the emperor's corpse slowly raised his hand and gently pointed. A true dragon surged into Qin Yun's sea of consciousness. It was a colossal dragon of genuine existence, exuding a radiant purple light, its value beyond compare, releasing a thunderous roar that reverberated through Qin Yun's mind. Is this the divine herb? Qin Yun felt a surge of astonishment. Legend has it that divine herbs are elusive due to their extraordinary nature. They have taken form and possess the ability to move autonomously, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. It appears that this legend holds true. This divine herb takes the shape of a true dragon, enveloped in purple mist, emanating an overwhelming vitality. The divine herb has the power to resurrect the deceased. At this moment, Qin Yun was overwhelmed with intense joy, as the vibrant life force suggested that the legends would indeed come to fruition. The divine herb could undoubtedly grant life against the odds. However, mere moments later, Qin Yun's joy faltered as he sensed something peculiar. Is this only half a divine herb? He stood in a daze, gazing at the emperor's corpse. The corpse slowly nodded. Indeed, it is merely half. If it were a complete herb, it would not have remained until now, and I would not have resorted to self-sacrifice, enduring 3 decades of torment. Qin Yun suddenly understood why the emperor's corpse was so unburdened in offering the divine herb. The emperor had reached the pinnacle of strength, impervious to any force that could confine him. While the divine herb could enable an emperor to defy death, half a herb lacks such miraculous efficacy. Thus, the emperor chose self-sacrifice to preserve the herb, for it likely held no value for him. Moreover, as Bai Tiao had already given his word, failing to honor it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Qingqiu lineage. Hence, he bestowed this divine herb upon Qin Yun. Had it been a complete herb, he would not have been so straightforward. The Emperor has gifted you the divine herb. I hope that in the future, you can ascend to the throne and protect the lineage of Qingqiu, the Emperor's corpse stated, his voice growing increasingly frail and intermittent. Qin Yun's emotions were complex. The divine herb could defy death, yet it was only half. Could it still revive his younger sister? After arduously tracing the herb's whereabouts and glimpsing hope for his sister's revival, the realization that there was only half left cast a shadow of despair over him, fearing that it might all be in vain. In the end, Qin Yun nodded. Thank you, esteemed elder. Regardless, this herb is a tremendous boon. Half a divine herb is still exceedingly rare, its potency extraordinarily formidable. The Emperor's corpse gently nodded, opening his eyes, gazing longingly at the world. He truly had little vitality left, gradually fading away. This was an emperor, once the most resplendent figure of an era, who had quelled chaos, enduring 3 decades of suffering. Now approaching his final curtain call, filled with deep affection and reluctance for this world. Boom. Yet, at this moment, a resounding roar shattered the tranquility as the Emperor's corpse was about to depart. The source of the sound emerged from an ancient coffin, which trembled with a dark aura surging forth, causing the very heavens and earth to quiver. The coffin seemed to pulse with the lifeblood of the universe, emitting terrifying waves. You are not dead. A flicker of astonishment ignited in the Emperor's corpse's gaze, leaving her momentarily speechless. A profound sorrow enveloped her, as if she had instantaneously transformed into a cold, lifeless body, enduring to this day, yet ultimately failing to emerge unblemished. This statement resonated with boundless regret. Who reigns as emperor in this world? The Emperor's corpse inquired, lifting her gaze towards Bai Tiao and Qin Yun. There is no emperor in this world, Bai Tiao replied. This response sent a tremor through the Emperor's corpse. Perhaps she had already anticipated such a revelation, for throughout many eras, the absence of an emperor was common, with epochs under the reign of great emperors being exceedingly rare in the vast annals of history. Yet, this answer still rendered the Emperor's corpse silent, unable to utter a single word. Will there be another great emperor to rise again? A question lingered in the air as the Emperor's corpse turned her gaze towards Qin Yun, her eyes brimming with unfathomable complexity. However, she soon shook her head and sighed deeply. It is too late. There is no time. With my final ounce of strength. Ultimately, the Emperor's corpse uttered these words. Her body swiftly disintegrated into fine powder, her bones scattering like grains of dust, each particle as heavy as a mountain, falling across the land towards the distant ancient coffins. At last, the ancient coffin ceased its tremors and settled into stillness. Buzz. In that instant, time and space seemed to contract, celestial bodies shifting as endless imperial patterns surged forth, forcefully propelling Qin Yun and Bai Tiao outwards. When they regained their senses, they found themselves outside the bronze door. The broken imperial patterns had been restored, and the imperial light shone brilliantly, enveloping the bronze door in a tight embrace. What has transpired? Bai Tiao was taken aback. Qin Yun mirrored her astonishment, as the scene before them was almost beyond belief. The being within the ancient coffin was still alive. Even as an emperor was on the verge of passing into nirvana, they had somehow persevered. There was no doubt that the suppression of chaos for an entire era, as stated by the Emperor's corpse, had failed. The enemy still lived, while she had perished completely. It required the presence of a great emperor to carry forth her will. The declaration of there is no emperor in this world struck her like a devastating blow. The entities within those coffins were not dead. Could it be that one day they would emerge with unparalleled might? Bai Tiao pondered. This was undeniably dire news. Those whom the Emperor's corpse could not vanquish, who had to endure 30,000 years of suppression until their adversaries perished, had ultimately failed. The emergence of such beings from their seals would undoubtedly cause an upheaval in the world. Who in the world can rival them when no great emperor arises? A question echoed in their minds. How long did the ancestors speak of? This query piqued their curiosity. The Emperor's corpse had ultimately sacrificed her very being to reinforce the seal, but it was merely a final effort, insufficient for permanence. Qin Yun understood that time was undeniably limited. Should the existence within the ancient coffin awaken without any hindrance, it would surely spell catastrophe for the world. Leaving Mount Tai, the two remained restless, unable to find peace. The encounter with the Emperor's corpse was profoundly impactful, both in the awe inspired by the Emperor himself and the formidable presence within the ancient coffin. Should this revelation be shared with the world? Should the people unite to resist this threat? The two were acutely aware that the entity within the ancient coffin posed an extreme danger and possessed overwhelming power. Its emergence would undoubtedly herald calamity for the realm. This realization sparked thoughts of rallying the strongest kings across the world to confront the menace. However, They soon shook their heads in dismay. In the current age, myriad races coexist, and even within a single race, discord is rampant. Without shared interests, who would expend their efforts? How many would even believe in the secrets lying beneath Mount Tai? Moreover, if even a singular emperor proves difficult to subdue, would uniting the strongest kings across all races truly yield any results? Ultimately, they chose to keep this matter to themselves, recognizing that speaking of it would only incite unrest among the populace and invite unnecessary complications. This was beyond their control. Even their ancestors had failed. Bai Tiao expressed a sense of helplessness, coupled with anxiety and unease. Yet, with time ahead, there remained hope. Living in the present was paramount, and there was no need for worry. Qin Yun, on the other hand, maintained a sense of calm. Rather than be consumed by fear for the future, he believed it wiser to let go of all concerns and savor the present. He did not dwell on trivialities, for, in his eyes, one matter eclipsed all others. Could a half-plant of divine medicine truly resurrect the dead? Chapter 133. The Divine Dragon Elixir. The divine elixir bore a flaw. Qin Yun had once contemplated remedying this shortcoming by harvesting the sacred mud from the Taishan Forbidden Zone to nurture its growth. However, after a series of attempts, he could only shake his head in resignation. The divine elixir, born of heaven and earth, could not be cultivated by any means. It was unique, a truly irreplaceable entity. Upon returning to the Great Wind Dynasty, Qin Yun stood before a solitary grave, entrusting all his hopes to the half-plant of the divine elixir. The valley was a picturesque scene, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, petals dancing gracefully in the air. In the distance, the Bai Tiao stood still, aware of ancient methods that could fully unleash the medicinal properties of the elixir without wasting a single bit. She had come to lend her assistance to Qin Yun. Not far from her, Tang Guiyao stood quietly, her gaze filled with infinite complexity. It was not only due to Tang Yunli, but also because of that radiant, captivating woman. The term added an endless bitterness to her heart. Once, she had looked down upon Qin Yun for his mortal status, deeming him unworthy of her. How could a mere mortal be matched with the foremost divine general of the great Qian? Yet now, everything had changed. That ordinary man had ascended to become an emperor of humanity, able to command respect across the land, revered by countless mortals, and possessing immense prestige in this world. Beside him stood a woman who was the very embodiment of a legendary figure, a spirit fox from Qingqiu. Her talent and status were exalted to the utmost. She was renowned among all cultivators as the most beautiful woman in the world. All these elements left Tang Guiyao in despair. How could she ever compare herself to her? Identity, status, beauty, strength, everything paled in comparison. The title of the foremost divine general was but a jest in the presence of such a woman. Tang Guiyao stood in silence, her eyes filled with turmoil. In the distance, that enchanting woman seemed to sense something, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Guiyao and revealing a smile, one that was decidedly aggressive. Tang Guiyao felt this instinctively. The woman's feelings for Qin Yun were undoubtedly profound. There had long been rumors suggesting that they had spent nights in the 9 provinces region. Whispers abounded, all concerning the relationship between Qin Yun and they. Yet, at this moment, Tang Guiyao lowered her head, unable to respond to the captivating woman. Although she was the nominal wife of Qin Yun, the empress of humanity, the only woman in his life, she felt utterly lacking in confidence when faced with such an extraordinary figure. This was a sorrowful realization, one that brought forth a sense of crisis Tang Guiyao had never experienced before. Bai Tiao instilled in her a disquieting feeling, truly making her sense a growing distance between herself and Qin Yun. Roar! Within the valley, the true dragon howled, a majestic purple dragon soaring through the skies, unleashing its powerful roars. Yet, it could not escape the confines of that realm, a place sealed off, where endless runes formed a cage. Beneath this cage lay the solitary grave. Before the grave, Qin Yun stood in silence. At a certain moment, he raised his hand, summoning the potent essence of the divine herb. This herb, imbued with unparalleled potency, compelled Qin Yun to extract only a fraction at a time, channeling it into the icy, silent figure within the crystal coffin. Subsequently, he would invoke the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor to assist Tang Yunli in refining the herb's essence. This intricate process was exceedingly draining, both physically and mentally. Thunder roared across the heavens, and the sky was illuminated by a torrent of terrifying lightning, an extraordinary manifestation of the divine herb. Born of heaven and earth, each specimen was a unique entity, a product of primal creation. It could be said that divine herbs were favored by the cosmos, carrying immense karmic weight. These herbs possessed consciousness, aware of their impending transformation into ethereal smoke, to be consumed as the temporal essence of others, thus harboring resentment. This phenomenon of thunder and lightning arose from such grievances. As Qin Yun summoned a wisp of the divine herb's essence, a true dragon emitted a mournful cry. Above, an enormous bolt of lightning descended, striking directly upon Qin Yun. Once a soul departs, resurrection is impossible, a tenet of cosmic law. Yet, in this moment, Qin Yun defied the natural order, embarking on a path of transgression against fate. The resentment of the divine herb, combined with the immutable laws of nature, forged this tribulation of thunder. Historically, only emperors possessed the strength to harness divine herbs. Beyond their formidable power, emperors alone could seek out these rare plants, perhaps due to the profound karmic ties they embodied. To borrow another 10,000 years from the heavens would undoubtedly be a formidable task. In the distance, Bai Tiao sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of concern. Meanwhile, Tang Guiyao wore a grave expression. Amidst the lightning, she discerned several violet beams, instilling within her a profound dread, reminiscent of an ominous legendary tribulation, the purple sky divine thunder. With each invocation of the divine herb's power, a new thunder tribulation would descend. The atmosphere grew thick with a solemn energy, a palpable pressure from the heavens that was suffocating. The thunder struck, causing Qin Yun's body to tremble violently. Yet he remained unfazed, his hands persistently drawing down the herb's essence, refining it through the ancient scriptures. The intensity of the tribulation escalated, saturating the realm with blinding lightning. A resounding clap of thunder echoed as myriad thunder dragons surged forth, their electric brilliance crashing against Qin Yun. The overwhelming will of the cosmos sent shivers down the spines of both Tang Guiyao and Bai Tiao. This is merely the beginning, and it is already so formidable. Qin Yun, you must cease this reckless pursuit. Refining the divine herb cannot be rushed. Patience is essential. Bai Tiao's voice resonated, the oppressive atmosphere igniting her foreboding instincts. Nevertheless, Qin Yun remained steadfast, undeterred, continuing to draw down the herb's essence, wisps cascading like rain into the grave, reviving the surroundings with an overwhelming creative force. With a thunderous boom, violet lightning erupted like a tempest. A colossal bolt descended, transforming Qin Yun into a charred figure, his body nearly desiccated in an instant. In that moment, the secret of Zhu activated, mending his wounds. However, in response, a far more formidable bolt of divine thunder erupted, emanating a terrifying will of heaven and earth, subduing the mystical effects of the character's secret. In an instant, it pierced through Qin Yun's corporeal form, shattering it into fragments. Roar! Above the heavens, the great purple dragon let out a long, piercing cry, a roar filled with wrath and unrestrained fury. Boom! The tribulation thunder descended once more, this time causing Qin Yun to cough up blood, his body swaying violently. In the struggle for survival, as a divine herb, it must bear the omen of one day being refined by another. Do not blame me, for it is merely a reflection of your insufficient strength, rendering you incapable of transforming and cultivating autonomously. Qin Yun murmured, sensing a trace of resentment and fury from the divine herb, and softly spoke. His hands remained in motion as he once again extracted a strand of medicinal essence from the true dragon. Chapter 134. Turbulent winds and clouds boom. Thunderous tribulations resounded endlessly. Violet radiance pierced the heavens, descending to the earth, the cacophony deafening, shattering all in its path, obliterating existence itself. Qin Yun staggered, yet remained steadfast, unyielding. From within his being surged an overwhelming and boundless will, golden light coalescing into myriad threads, weaving a resplendent path that hovered above his head. He stood firm against the might of heaven. This was the clash between the will of humanity and that of the celestial realm. Boom! The lightning intensified. Electric serpents surged forth, saturating the air with electric brilliance, causing the distant Bai Tiao and Tang Guiyao to pale, as they sensed an ominous force of destruction. Yet, no matter how fierce the thunderous tribulations raged, they could not breach the golden path. Before the grave, Qin Yun sat in serene stillness, resembling a deity, tranquil and ethereal, continuously channeling the power of divine herbs into Tang Yunli's body. In the crystal coffin, the cold and silent maiden exhibited a visible glimmer upon her exquisitely delicate visage. It appeared as though she were undergoing a reverse metamorphosis. Her emaciated form began to regain vitality, her countenance brightening, and her lips visibly reddening. Could she be resurrected against the heavens? Each heart tightened with trepidation. The miraculous efficacy of the divine herb was astounding, yet with only half a stalk remaining. A sense of despair enveloped everyone, fearing Qin Yun's efforts might ultimately yield naught. Such a conclusion would be utterly unbearable. However, the resolution of this matter was not to be hastened. Each time, Qin Yun could only draw forth a wisp of the herb's power, reluctant to squander any of its miraculous effects, pouring forth all his strength to refine it. As days turned into nights, the celestial bodies shifted. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this span, the world outside was in tumult. The ancient old god king had attained the status of a great saint. This news sent tremors throughout the realm. The emergence of a great saint heralded unimaginable implications. None could remain unmoved. The presence of a living great saint wielded a terrifying influence. Should they seek vengeance against the human emperor? Such a question permeated each mind. Yet, with this thought, a resolute determination took hold of all. They were certain this scene would unfold. The ancient twin kings were brothers of deep kinship. The ancient god king had been slain by the human emperor, and the ancient old god king, now a great saint, would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. Another cataclysmic battle loomed on the horizon. Many lamented this reality. However, as they contemplated, their heads shook in disbelief. The emergence of a great saint, with unprecedented might reaching a staggering level, coupled with the fact that the ancient divine mountain possessed imperial weapons, created an insurmountable chasm between the two forces. It would be a complete annihilation. The ancient old god king had only recently broken through to the realm of the great saint. Once he stabilized his position, he would surely challenge the human emperor to an earth-shattering conflict, perhaps leading to the downfall of the entire 9 provinces and the Great Wind dynasty. Who could withstand the wrath of a great saint? No soul remained unshaken. In this tranquil passage of time, all awaited with bated breath, already sensing the approach of this day. Yet, no one anticipated that mere days later, another earth-shattering revelation would emerge, shaking the very foundations of the world. Following the ancient old god king, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had also ascended to the status of a great saint. Once again, a great sage has emerged, irrevocably altering the course of this era. 2 illustrious sages, contemporaries of one another, yet now, their peers from yesteryears have largely fallen to the blade of the Emperor of humanity. In the future, a monumental clash is destined to transpire between the ancient divine mountain and the lineage of the Golden Crow as they navigate through endless epochs. Ultimately compelled to choose a singular monarch, discussions abound in every corner. These 2 sages attained enlightenment nearly simultaneously, sending ripples through the hearts of all. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor and the Kunping Sovereign have long been at odds. Would the Divine Emperor seek to eliminate this formidable rival from the past upon attaining sagehood? Such speculation began to take root in the minds of the populace. Indeed, it was not long before the Golden Crow Divine Emperor acted, leaving all in astonishment. None anticipated such decisiveness from him, striking at his erstwhile adversary immediately upon achieving sagehood. Such swiftness, not a moment's hesitation. Many were taken aback. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the Divine Emperor's rapid response was spurred not solely by past grievances. It was said that during his ascent to sagehood, while navigating the tribulations of thunder, he was obstructed by a peerless master, none other than the Kunping Sovereign himself. Alas, the interference failed, and thus, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor chose to confront the Kunping Sovereign at the earliest opportunity. The long-standing rivalry was destined to culminate in a definitive outcome. The outcome, it was understood, would bear no suspense. The weight of the title sage is far too formidable for anyone to question the prowess of a true sage. As anticipated, news soon spread that the Kunping Sovereign had been utterly defeated, vanquished without even parrying a single strike from his former foe, dissipating into the ether. A sage must not be trifled with. Even though the conclusion was foreseen, the swiftness of the battle's resolution took everyone by surprise, devoid of any suspense. Next, the 2 sages are poised to confront the Emperor of humanity, leading to a decisive battle. Who will emerge as the sovereign of this age? Many sense this impending confrontation. The influence of the Emperor of humanity is formidable, undoubtedly a stumbling block on the path of both sages. Neither can tolerate the existence of the Emperor. Outside, chaos reigns. Yet within the kingdom of the Great Wind, tranquility prevails. In the valleys, birds sing amidst fragrant blooms, a scene of exquisite beauty. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbles incessantly, cascading downwards, saturating the void with electric light. Yet, not all descends, thwarted by the will of the realm of humanity. Only a fraction of the tribulations might lands upon the figure clad in white. This is the imperial tribulation, a challenge to the living dead, an affront to the heavens. A burden only an emperor can bear. Although the will of the realm of humanity has absorbed much of the calamity's ferocity for Qin Yun, The remnants of that power still leave him awash in blood. At this moment, he has become a figure of blood, his visage rendered unrecognizable. Flesh and sinew a grotesque blur. His body bears ghastly fissures, appearing as though it might tear asunder. Fortunately, the efficacy of the divine elixir is nearing its conclusion, approaching its denouement. Come. Accompanied by the final guiding light, the last divine elixir, Xianhua, descended, and the true dragon became invisible, dissipating into the void. A thunderous roar erupted, terrifying in its intensity, cleaving through the golden light of the mortal realm and striking fiercely upon Qin Yun. The lightning engulfed his body, the searing heat filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. In an instant, Qin Yun was transformed into a mere cinder. With a thud, he collapsed, leaving the two women in the distance in stunned silence, as they sensed no trace of life emanating from him. Yet, against all odds, Qin Yun rose once more, coughing up blood as he resolutely persevered. He lifted his hand, guiding the last remnants of the elixir, which descended into Tang Yunli's body. Celestial rain fell in abundance, cascading down and awakening all of creation. Chapter 135, The Arrival of the Cauldron. A myriad of celestial lights intertwined like rain, cascading downwards. They seeped into the earth, penetrating the lowly grave. The essence of creation enveloped the surroundings as all things began to awaken. In the sky, the thunderous tribulations dissipated, and the blossoming valley, once ravaged by the storm, witnessed the flowers bloom once more. It was a scene of extraordinary wonder, as if time itself were reversing. Within the crystal coffin, the once cold and silent woman gradually regained her luster, her emaciated form filling out, as though she had returned to her former self. Could a miracle unfold? In the distance, Bai Tiao and Tang Guiyao wore expressions of tension, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the woman in the grave. Before the grave, Qin Yun stood in silent contemplation, his figure resembling blackened charcoal, slowly fracturing as the essence of creation permeated the air. The secret script of Jie activated autonomously, allowing his body to gradually awaken. The elegance of his past re-emerged as he remained motionless, gazing intently at the tomb. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. Every fleeting second passed. Yet everything here remained unchanged. Inside the crystal coffin, the woman shone radiantly, her beauty as vibrant as ever, yet she remained enveloped in silence. Sister. Qin Yun could not help but call out. The woman in the grave lay as if in slumber, serene and calm, resting quietly within her coffin. However, she offered no response to Qin Yun's entreaty. The celestial rain gradually ceased, the growth of all things halted, and the small woman in the grave lay still, tranquil and cold. Ultimately, fate did not reverse. Bai Tiao sighed deeply. Yunli. In the distance, Tang Guiyao stepped forward, earnestly attempting to discern any signs of life, but could not help shedding tears. It was a scene steeped in despair. Their loved ones were lost. And despite the arduous quest for the divine herb that had sparked hope, the conclusion was nothing but emptiness. The potency of the half-divine herb was limited, failing to defy the heavens. Qin Yun stood alone, nearly petrified, his palm pressed against the gravestone, tracing the name of Tang Yunli. Time slipped away, and he remained silent and motionless, fixated on the woman within the grave. In just a year's time, upon his return, he found only a cold gravestone, a lowly grave, and the woman who had treated him like family had departed from this world. Silently, and without a trace, he had returned with immense power, vanquishing formidable foes, yet all he faced was the chilling corpse of his beloved. Her visage unchanged, yet her spirit extinguished. How could his heart not shatter? How could he not feel profound sorrow? Alas! Qin Yun sighed deeply. The memories of the past were vivid. Her warm smile, her gentle words, such a radiant and kind-hearted woman. Regrettably, she would never awaken again, lying beneath the earth, her body cold, devoid of any warmth. Overcome by emotion, his heart aching, he gazed skyward, unwilling to accept this fate. Buzz! At that moment, the heavens and earth roared. An infinite torrent of celestial essence surged forth, flooding into the grave, enveloping the woman. The Jie Secret script activated, and the supreme bone manifested. An endless array of phenomena erupted, summoning the will of the heavens and earth, as Qin Yun stood firm, absorbing the essence from all directions, devouring the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, infusing it into the woman's body. The essence of heaven and earth surged forth like a vast torrent, overwhelming all in its path. Qin Yun's aura intensified, radiating brilliance from his entire being. He sought to wield the divine art that defies the heavens, to reverse the cycle of life and death. The celestial energies surged in waves, relentlessly pouring into the humble grave, while the entire universe resonated with a deafening roar. Alas, all efforts proved futile. Even as an emperor among men, there are moments of helplessness. Sister, Qin Yun's voice trembled. I can preserve your ageless beauty, yet I find it impossible to retain even a wisp of your fragrant soul. He stood in silence, leaning against the cold gravestone, his gaze devoid of its former brilliance. Death cannot be undone. Tang Guiyao sighed deeply, tears streaming as she stood before Qin Yun. Alas, mourn well. Bai Tiao sighed, wordlessly retreating into the distance. Who has wronged you? Qin Yun remained silent, unable to utter a single word, gazing quietly at the lifeless woman in the grave. For 3 whole days, he remained motionless. On the 3rd day, the demon emperor reappeared, finally bringing a sliver of news. Tang Yunli had indeed been murdered. This revelation sent a tremor through Qin Yun's heart. Although he had suspected as much, the truth struck him like a bolt from the blue. Who? His voice remained calm. Yet it sent shivers through Bai Tiao, who sensed a chilling intent for vengeance emanating from him. The ancient divine mountain. The demon emperor revealed these 4 words. The ancient god king had once been a formidable sage, yet his lifespan was finite, his essence depleted. To replenish himself, he had drained the life force of nearly 1 million cultivators from the Hangzhou domain, causing rivers of blood to flow, with Tang Yunli among the fallen. It was not death by your hand, but rather a tragic fate, joining the ranks of countless souls lost. Such words left Qin Yun in silence. Life is the greatest miracle of this universe. Mortals, though frail, harbor the seeds of wonder, prompting cultivators to slay them for their essence. The powerful drain the life force of the weaker, perpetuating a brutal hierarchy where the strong reign supreme, and the weak are like ants. The strong extract the source of life from the weak, while the even stronger prey upon the strong. This is a harsh reality. The ancient god king, Qin Yun murmured, those 5 words escaping his lips, his eyes glimmering with complex emotions. The demon emperor, standing afar, distinctly sensed his murderous intent. She realized what this man intended to do, but refrained from dissuading him. Despite the ancient god king's recent notoriety and formidable influence, she understood that this man would not be swayed by fear. From now on, we shall be clear of each other. Life and death shall be your choices. The demon emperor spoke that phrase solemnly before slowly departing. She had once held high hopes for Qin Yun and did not wish to see his demise. Yet she recognized the futility of her attempts to dissuade him. Stubbornness would inevitably lead to a dire end. Qin Yun sat quietly, and even as the demon emperor left, he remained silent. He consumed the liquor sip by sip, his eyes turning crimson like a beast on the brink of extinction. At a certain moment, the wine jar was emptied. Qin Yun slowly rose, his gaze filled with boundless sorrow. Looking back, he beheld the small grave, where petals danced in the air. A kaleidoscope of colors, the flawless petals were pure and translucent, reminiscent of that little woman. Qin Yun, lost in melancholy, felt as though he had once again encountered her. She appeared as radiant as ever, standing amidst the blossoms, her fingers delicately plucking flowers, casting a sweet smile in his direction. Brother, are you to depart again? Where shall you go this time? The woman furrowed her brow, reluctant to let him leave, her voice a gentle whisper of affection. Qin Yun was momentarily entranced. Yet the next moment reality snapped him back. The stone tablet remained cold, the petals fell like tears, and he could no longer see her. Silent, Qin Yun slowly turned and ascended into the heavens. This journey would be one of bloodshed. With a thunderous roar, a beam of golden light surged into the sky, piercing the cosmos and racing towards the distant horizon. This spectacle left all in awe. The golden path signified the emperor of humanity's departure, his aura unmasked, imbued with a sense of murderous intent. Where could the emperor be heading? Many were bewildered, yet soon the truth unfolded. The golden radiance ultimately descended upon the sacred grounds of the ancient divine mountain. This revelation left many astonished, their expressions tinged with horror. How could the emperor venture to the ancient divine mountain? He had slain the ancient divine king, and the old divine king had yet to seek retribution. How could he dare to arrive first? Confusion enveloped the crowd. On the golden path, Qin Yun stood with hands clasped behind his back, advancing with a serene demeanor. His eyes ablaze, akin to contained golden brilliance, radiating sharpness. With a single step, mountains and rivers receded beneath his feet, and he swiftly descended upon the ancient divine mountain. Gazing at the mountains below, Qin Yun remained calm and composed, his mind conjuring her tender visage once more. Overcome with sorrow, his boundless grief transformed into a towering intent for vengeance. Then, with a thunderous shout, he reverberated through the cosmos. Ding Lai. Chapter 136. The emperor of the extravagant son-in-law, a thunderous roar shattered the starry sky and scattered the clouds. From the distant horizon came a rumble, causing the earth to tremble and stones to fly. The buzzing sound drew closer, growing increasingly deafening with an unmatched velocity. Gradually, the universe erupted in a cacophony. The very heavens shook, and a terrifying wave emanated, as threads of golden light intertwined across the firmament. Before them appeared a colossal cauldron, its size almost surreal. Dominating the skies above, golden celestial radiance erupted, dazzling to the eyes, as wave after wave of energy cascaded down, reminiscent of a grand avenue trembling, bestowing down a formidable power. The Emperor's Cauldron. Everyone stood transfixed, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld the spectacle above, as if caught in a dream. This marked the first true unveiling of the Emperor's Cauldron. It manifested out of thin air, a magnificent display of countless strands of celestial light, slowly descending and shattering the ancient starry expanse. In the distant cosmos, a figure in white stood atop the cauldron, eyes ablaze like twin suns embedded within, resembling a deity. Clad in snow-white garments, he appeared otherworldly, instilling an uncanny sense of unreality. Every heart quaked. A tempest of emotions surged within them. What on earth did this harbinger of doom intend? The mere summoning of the Emperor's Cauldron sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Emperor's Cauldron, the most mysterious of ancient divine weapons, was unparalleled in its might. Its origins remained shrouded in mystery, yet it was known to possess the ability to suppress fate itself. Thus, despite the Emperor facing numerous crises, he had never resorted to utilizing the cauldron until now, which unsettled everyone. At that moment, the entire domain grew frigid, as if an ominous autumn wind had swept through, bringing forth a wintry chill. The heavens and earth quaked, chaos reigned, and murderous intent permeated the atmosphere. Tremors coursed through all present, some collapsing onto the ground, unable to discern whether the malevolent aura stemmed from the Emperor or the cauldron itself. The starry sky fractured. The world trembled, and an overwhelming ferocity filled this domain, rendering any resistance futile. Was the Emperor preparing to wage war against the ancient divine mountain? But for what reason? The ancient divine king had recently ascended to the great sage level, reaching the pinnacle of power, yet had not yet made a move against the Emperor, who now advanced with an astounding murderous intent. Everyone sensed the oddity. Discussions erupted everywhere, and the reasons remained elusive. Meanwhile, the ancient divine mountain, the focal point of this turmoil, was equally engulfed in confusion. In the cosmos, the ancient great sage emerged, the ancient divine king stepping forth from the starry expanse, his white robes and hair billowing. Behind him, the yin-yang bull hovered, indicating that even this venerable sage dared not underestimate the terrifying might of the Emperor's Cauldron. Hastily summoning the ancient imperial weapon. Emperor, what madness is this? I have yet to settle accounts with you, and you dare to approach. The ancient divine king roared in fury, revealing his overwhelming murderous intent. Yet, upon witnessing the soaring intent radiating from Qin Yun, who stood atop the cauldron, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within him. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was a crushing aura that overwhelmed. Do you recognize her? Qin Yun spoke. His eyes filled with sorrow, as he raised his hand towards the heavens, summoning forth the image of a youthful maiden. This was but an illusion, a wondrous apparition. The girl was serene and beautiful, resembling a celestial flower, enchanting and elegant, pure and sacred. Tang Yunli. Many present recognized the identity of Tang Yunli, for they had, to varying degrees, taken note of this young woman, who shared a profound connection with the Supreme Body. Each time the Supreme Body acted, it was invariably for her sake. In their investigations into the Supreme Body, it was only natural that they would take notice of her. Yet, even to this day, many remained perplexed about the relationship between this woman and the human emperor, the harbinger of calamity. Now, as the human emperor arrived bearing the cauldron, it was undeniably due to her. This heightened the curiosity within the hearts of the onlookers to an extreme degree. What is your connection with her? Inquired the ancient god king, who, of course, had no recollection of Tang Yunli. Having achieved the status of a great sage, with countless lives lost in battle, it was impossible for him to remember individual faces. However, as a great sage, his transcendent realm and profound understanding of the Tao allowed him to grasp the underlying causality in an instant, prompting his inquiry. She is my younger sister. Qin Yun replied in a solemn tone. What? Upon hearing this, many in attendance, including the ancient god king, were rendered speechless. In truth, even to this day, few understood the relationship between the human emperor and the two sisters of the Tang family. Qin Yun. The world knew the name of the human emperor. as well as the fact that the Tang family had a son-in-law named Qin Yun. Yet, very few had connected the two, for the disparity between them was vast. One was a renowned prodigy whose fame resonated throughout the world, while the other was merely an ordinary individual. Despite sharing the same name, many were reluctant to believe that they could be one and the same. However, today, the utterance of younger sister unveiled everything, evoking thoughts of that common man. Could it truly be the mundane Qin Yun? How could this be? Many fell into silence, struggling to articulate a single word, as a tempest of emotions surged within them. How could a mere mortal, born of the Qin family, possess such terrifying gifts? The supreme bone, the heavenly emperor scriptures, the 9 secrets. How could all of this belong to a mere illegitimate child of the Qin family? No one remained unmoved. The world speculated that the human emperor possessed an extraordinarily formidable background, for it was inconceivable that he could wield such a plethora of top-tier secrets and techniques. Numerous rumors suggested that Qin Yun was undoubtedly a descendant of an emperor, perhaps even a prince of an imperial clan. His origins were shrouded in mystery, and the tales surrounding him were endless, captivating the curiosity of all to an extreme degree. Yet, how could anyone have anticipated that the truth was so fantastical? The illustrious human emperor was, in fact, merely an illegitimate son of the Qin family. Could he truly be that son-in-law? The so-called worthless husband of Tang Guiyao? How could this possibly be? Such a formidable figure could not possibly be a mere son-in-law, a pitiable joke incapable of cultivation. It is said that the reason for the marriage between the two was the great empress of the Daqian dynasty's intention to suppress Tang Guiyao. If that is the case, what on earth was that empress orchestrating by bestowing a remarkable figure upon the Tang family? A sense of absurdity enveloped everyone present. The disparity between a son-in-law and a human emperor is monumental, leaving all in shock and disbelief. Yet now, the reality stands as it is. And what more can people say? The human emperor arrived with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, all for the sake of a woman named Tang Yunli, whom he referred to as his younger sister. There can be no mistaking this. The unparalleled human emperor, the one with the greatest prospects of achieving imperial greatness in this lifetime, is indeed a son-in-law. Such origins and background left many astounded, rendered speechless in the moment. Chapter 137. The might of the emperor's cauldron. At this moment, many had come to understand the intricate web of causality surrounding this conflict. Although the old god king did not openly acknowledge it, it was evident to all that Tang Yunli had perished due to his actions, inciting the emperor's wrath to the extent of deploying the emperor's cauldron. This was undoubtedly an unwise decision. The emperor had succumbed entirely to his fury. The god king, having ascended to the status of a great sage, wielded an influence unprecedented, especially with the support of imperial artifacts. How could a mere sage dare to provoke him? Many observers turned pale, believing the emperor had acted with reckless impulsivity. To approach at this juncture was tantamount to courting death. Had he exercised restraint, even if the old god king sought revenge for his brother's murder one day, the emperor could have navigated the situation with the secret of the word and avoided such a passive stance. This action was akin to stepping onto a path of no return. The emperor's rise had been fraught with challenges, facing foes the likes of which had never been encountered before, and he had persevered against all odds to reach this point. Yet now, in a moment of rashness, all his forbearance would amount to naught. Many sighed in lament, their expressions tinged with regret. In the distant sky, a graceful figure cloaked in white appeared silently. It was the demon emperor, by Tiaoer. She gazed upon the figure standing atop the cauldron, letting out a soft sigh. The demon emperor had high hopes for Qin Yun, and thus had offered her assistance on several occasions, even procuring a fragment of divine medicine from her ancestors, all to ensure that Qin Yun would owe her a favor, which she hoped would afford her some support when she ultimately sought enlightenment. However, Qin Yun's recent actions had led to her disappointment, as she foresaw an empty conclusion to this endeavor. The great sage was overwhelmingly powerful, and in this era devoid of emperors, few could stand against him. While the emperor shone brightly, he remained merely a sage, and the chasm between them was insurmountable, leaving her devoid of hope. Little man, I have come for your legacy. The 9 secrets are too formidable. If I do not strive, I shall inevitably be crushed by others. Our grievances are now settled, all due to your choices, compelling me to take action. A hint of bitterness graced the exquisitely flawless features of the demon emperor, and within her starry eyes, an intricate tapestry of emotions unfolded. Were it possible, she would not have chosen this path, for she had invested too much in this man. Yet, to refrain from contention was to accept defeat. Her actions were driven by necessity. Do not blame me, she spoke softly, her tone laced with sorrow. Yet, moments later, Her gaze hardened with renewed determination and icy resolve. The path to imperial ascension was merciless. To attain enlightenment, one must relinquish much. Sentimental attachments were but ephemeral illusions. In truth, many others, like the demon emperor by Tiaoer, harbored similar intentions. The number of sages was unfathomable, and even the golden crow god emperor had manifested, with countless distinguished figures emerging from the void. Without exception, they believed the emperor would fall, seeking to seize a fragment of fortune. The ancient divine mountain stood majestic and imposing, resembling a slumbering dragon, shrouded in chaotic mists that enveloped it in mystery, stretching endlessly across the heavens and the earth for thousands of miles. Within the sacred mountain, shadows linger, revealing the formidable cultivators of the ancient divine mountain, their gazes directed at Qin Yun, brimming with barely concealed fury. For the first time in countless eons, the ancient divine mountain has been confronted, and by a saint no less. Moreover, this saint had previously slain their divine lord. If one's gaze could kill, Qin Yun would have been pierced by the multitude of eyes from the ancient divine mountain 1,000,000 times over. Haha, do you feel the pain as well? At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed as the ancient god king, upon learning of the events surrounding Qin Yun's arrival, burst into joyous mirth. A glimmer of solace in his eyes. In the past, you took my brother's life. Now, you finally comprehend the excruciating pain, do you not? Come, let us settle this cause and avenge my brother's death. The ancient god king chuckled, filled with a sense of satisfaction. Your brother cannot be compared to my sister. Your brother deserved his fate, having coveted the opportunities that belonged to me, while my sister, innocent of any offense against you, perished unjustly at your hands. Qin Yun spoke softly, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and grief. The heavens trembled as, in that moment, profound sorrow transformed into a towering intent to kill, piercing through the gates of the ancient divine mountain. You, the ancient god king, upon hearing these words, was filled with rage. You seek death. Boom. The ancient god king unleashed his power, divine might surging forth. Above the 9 heavens, the yin-yang bowl spun rapidly, threads of yin and yang energy weaving a grand and magnificent taiji diagram, pressing down upon the firmament. An overwhelming force cascaded down, causing turmoil and collapse in all directions, leaving everyone in astonishment. The yin-yang bowl moved again. In such a brief moment, the imperial weapon displayed its might for the second time. However, all present could sense that the power of the yin-yang bowl in the hands of this great saint was magnitude stronger than when the ancient god king wielded it in times past. The very earth and skies seemed on the verge of reversing, instilling terror in all, prompting even the mighty saint kings to flee in haste. Such overwhelming force, should it strike a saint king, would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Could one dare to replicate the feat of barehandedly confronting an imperial weapon? Many recalled that unforgettable scene from days long gone. Yet, as they pondered, a collective shake of the head ensued. They believed such an occurrence was utterly implausible. For the current wielder of the imperial weapon was no longer the same, and would never sully the divine might of such a treasure. Boom. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Yun acted, summoning the human emperor cauldron, unleashing a terrifying wave, as the heavens transformed into a vast ocean, a myriad of celestial powers seemingly surging forth. Layer upon layer, the human emperor cauldron spun rapidly, radiating waves of energy, each more astounding than the last. The two dreadful forces collided, yet contrary to expectations. There was no cataclysmic destruction, nor the thunderous roar of an explosion. Instead, there was only a silent dissolution. What was being dissolved were the energies of yin and yang. The yin-yang bowl pinned immovably in the void, its imperial power immense, yet unable to disperse, completely overwhelmed and utterly subdued. Upon witnessing this scene, no one could remain composed. That was an imperial weapon. Many were acutely aware that the quality of the human emperor's cauldron would undoubtedly surpass that of any imperial weapon, for it is shrouded in mystery and possesses an extraordinary origin. While imperial weapons can be traced back through history, the past of the human emperor's cauldron remains inscrutable to all. Legends abound, claiming it to be a divine artifact birthed in the primordial age of the cosmos, not forged by human hands, but born of the heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, even so, people believe that in their clash, the yin-yang bowl, despite its inability to gain the upper hand, could never truly be crushed. They were destined to be adversaries of equal measure, entwined in a fierce struggle. Yet now, with the emergence of the human emperor's cauldron's might, one could palpably feel its overwhelming power. The yin-yang bowl was directly subdued, emitting a mournful wail. This sent shivers through every heart, as the great emperor's weapon was subjected to an unprecedented crushing force. Today, I shall sweep across this land, ensuring the ancient divine mountain ceases to exist, Qin Yun declared, his voice cold and merciless. The secret art of the characters was unleashed, propelling the human emperor's cauldron forward, its celestial radiance growing ever more intense. Bang! In the next moment, the yin-yang bowl seemed unable to endure any longer, resulting in a resounding explosion, shattering into fragments within the void. Thus, the imperial weapon lay in ruins. This left everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 138. The most agonizing sage in history, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the cosmos, deafening all who heard it. In the heavens above, the dual energies of yin and yang surged like an ink wash, enveloping the starry sky before eventually settling into tranquility. The boundless flow of these primal forces, the purest manifestations of universal laws, had once been captured by a great emperor of the ancient divine mountain and refined over endless epochs, only to dissipate in this moment. The yin-yang bowl crumbled, its energies scattering into the void of the cosmos. On the earth below, silence reigned as everyone stood in stunned disbelief. An imperial weapon had shattered, without the slightest hint of surprise, crushed under the weight of divine might. What a terrifying celestial power! How could the human emperor possess such strength? This was not the 9 provinces. The power of the human emperor's cauldron should have been diminished here, yet it managed to obliterate an imperial weapon. No one dared to believe their eyes. A mighty sage wielded the imperial weapon against another sage's armament, only to be utterly vanquished. This shattered the understanding of all present, fracturing their very souls. Everyone remained frozen in place. Even the demon emperor, Bai Tiao, was left speechless, his eyes filled with astonishment. The world lay in an unparalleled stillness, almost akin to deathly silence, as all gazes were fixated upon the figure clad in white, lost in a sea of confusion. In truth, Qin Yun's ability to shatter the imperial weapon was not merely due to the might of the human emperor's cauldron. It was also a consequence of the secret of the character Jie. Even if the cauldron were merely an imperial weapon, its power had been amplified several-fold, rendering it terrifyingly potent. Moreover, the augmentation at this moment transcended mere multiples. Qin Yun's strength, with his supreme bone, 9 secrets, and celestial emperor scriptures, was magnified many times over in an instant, further enhancing the already formidable human emperor's cauldron. One can easily imagine the sheer terror of such an amplification. At this stage, any additional weapon or technique he employed would result in an exaggerated enhancement of his power. This augmentation was even more formidable than that brought about by the elevation of realms. The human emperor had accomplished a monumental feat. A sage had shattered an imperial weapon, earning him the title of the first in ancient and modern times. No one was not struck with awe. All were profoundly shaken. An imperial weapon had been thus destroyed. Amidst the shock, a deeper sense of sorrow began to rise within many. In the vast cosmos, among the myriad lineages, the number of imperial weapons that had withstood the test of time was fewer than one could count on a single hand. To lose one in such a manner was heart-wrenching. While outsiders felt this loss, the holder of the imperial weapon, the old divine king, was driven nearly to madness. He soared into the heavens, relentlessly attempting to gather the swirling dual energies of yin and yang, collecting the fragments and remnants of the shattered yin-yang bowl, striving to restore this imperial weapon as best he could. For the ancient divine mountain, an imperial weapon was not merely a tool, it represented their dignity, a cherished heirloom bequeathed by their ancestors, and the very essence of the mountain itself. Now that it lay in ruin, how could one not be driven to despair? This was more painful than death itself. Alas, all efforts were in vain. An imperial weapon of such exquisite quality could hardly be restored with ease. The remnants of the yin-yang bowl have long since vanished, scattered across various lands, while the dual forces of yin and yang swirl chaotically, most having fled into the cosmic void, merging with the essence of heaven and earth. The elder, engulfed in despair, stands alone beneath the starry sky, howling in a frenzy. His murderous intent pierces the heavens, his rage reverberating through the cosmos. When a great sage is enraged, the very heavens tremble. All present felt a chilling dread seep deep into their bones, many collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. Emperor, you shall face divine retribution. The imperial weapons possess a spirit, resonating with the cosmos. Should you destroy one, the universe cannot forgive you. The elder's eyes burned crimson, as if he were about to unleash fiery wrath, releasing a long, mournful cry, filled with curses and reproaches, struggling to vent his fury. It is indeed true that imperial weapons are imbued with spirit. Yet, strength reigns supreme, such is the law of the universe. If there is a cause, it lies solely with you. All stems from your inadequacy, having destroyed an unparalleled artifact. Qin Yun spoke, his demeanor remarkably calm, like a deity standing tall upon a cauldron, exuding boundless grace. You. The elder god king was genuinely enraged at that moment, his hands moving with force, summoning wind and thunder as lightning crackled, unleashing a barrage of celestial laws aimed at Qin Yun. Yet, with a resounding clap, all was in vain. Qin Yun countered, invoking the emperor's cauldron, the 9 secrets in motion, unleashing a formidable might that crushed all resistance. The elder god king was sent sprawling, without a hint of surprise, crashing into the starry sea, shattering countless celestial bodies before tumbling into the chaotic wasteland. Everyone was left in stunned silence. In an era where emperors did not emerge, the great sages were invincible. Throughout history, the status of great sages has never been low. They commanded winds and rains, traversed the starry expanse, and could instill dread in all celestial factions, leaving every cultivator trembling in fear. Yet now, a great sage had been so utterly defeated. The defeat was complete, sent flying without a shred of hope for victory. To be vanquished by a mere sage was an extraordinary spectacle, verging on the theatrical. Never before had a great sage faced such humiliation. The might of the emperor's cauldron was terrifying, capable of annihilating an imperial weapon. What sheer destructive power! How could it be borne by mere mortals? None could remain unshaken. The emperor's cauldron's force surpassed all comprehension, shattering the very souls of all who beheld it. It was, without a doubt, a divine weapon. Once activated, it could obliterate all existence. At this moment, the world finally understood why, throughout history, numerous emperors and formidable leaders had been so intrigued by the ancestral temple of humanity. Longing to unveil its mysteries, it is feared that only a select few have glimpsed the profound secrets of the emperor's cauldron, a glimpse of the extraordinary. Thus, they sought every means to claim it for themselves. Alas, the emperor's cauldron had remained hidden for eons, despite the endless legends surrounding it. No one had ever laid claim to it. Yet, this unparalleled divine weapon, coveted by countless sovereigns, had now fallen into the hands of the emperor. Acknowledging him as its master, willing to follow him into battle. It was only today that humanity began to comprehend this truth. The term human emperor carries an immense weight of significance. Reflecting on the past, one can truly appreciate the extraordinary opportunity that befell Qin Yun when he ascended to this exalted title. Alas, the old divine king roared in frustration and suppression. The human emperor first executed his own brother, then obliterated an imperial weapon. Even he was crushed, despite having broken through to the great sage level, a state that should have rendered him unparalleled and capable of reigning supreme without fear, vanquishing all formidable foes. Yet, at the pinnacle of his power, he faced such overwhelming defeat. What a profound blow this was. I will bring you to ruin. The old divine king bellowed, disregarding life and death, determined to make Qin Yun pay a price. However, the outcome was far from unexpected. Qin Yun, standing invincible, exuded an unparalleled aura, repeatedly overpowering his adversary. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as if toying with an insignificant ant, watching as his foe fell time and time again at his feet. He remained composed, his face betraying neither joy nor anger, nor sorrow. His gaze was cold and merciless, silently observing a great sage being subjected to unprecedented humiliation. He appeared as tranquil as a mere bystander. The old divine king rose again and again, only to collapse repeatedly. Before him stood a chaotic divine mountain, an immovable force that rendered him powerless, instilling a sense of despair within him. Everyone trembled in fear, their eyelids quivering. The ancient divine king must surely be one of the most humiliated great sages in existence. Instead of soaring through the cosmos unrestrained, he found himself crushed by a mere saint, repeatedly falling at the feet of his adversary. Chapter 139, Annihilation of Lineage. Bloodlines run dry, the heavens and the earth fell into an eerie silence, a profound stillness enveloping everything. All were hushed, gazing skyward at the colossal figure of the great sage, crushed beneath the might of the saint. Not a soul dared to utter a word. The very mention of the title great sage sent shivers through one's being, invoking a reverence that left all trembling. Such an individual had nearly claimed dominion over this realm, yet now lay utterly vanquished. How staggering a sight this was. A living great sage, subjected to such degradation, unable even to rise in defiance. How could such an outcome arise? The emperor of humanity was truly unstoppable. With the emergence of the emperor's cauldron, even the great sage seemed insignificant in comparison. Who in the world could stand against him? The rulers of all lands were left despondent. The appearance of the Emperor's cauldron instilled genuine fear across the realm, augmenting the Emperor's prowess to a terrifying degree. Every practitioner trembled in dread. If even a great sage could be so easily subdued, what hope did they have? In the distant skies, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor stood resolute. Previously, his arrival had stirred considerable commotion, drawing many to offer their congratulations. With the emergence of a great sage, who would not wish to forge an alliance? Yet, before he could savor the sublime essence of such a realm, he was confronted with this harrowing spectacle. The expressions of those around him shifted to one of strangeness. Even he felt a sense of shame and frustration. If the ancient God King faced such fate, how much better would he fare under the Emperor's hand? This realm, which should have flourished without restraint, had encountered an unparalleled prodigy wielding the Emperor's cauldron, using the great sage as mere fodder. The desire to crush all beneath his foot was suffocating. The demon Emperor Bai Tiao remained equally mute, unable to articulate a single word. The expression on his face was peculiar and bitter. He had come seeking the 9 secrets, deliberated long, and ultimately made his choice. Yet no one could have predicted such an ending. That man seemed to possess an innate allure, a force that defied containment, a miracle capable of overturning everything. Boom! The cosmos reverberated with thunderous roars as the Emperor's cauldron struck relentlessly, becoming the sole sound resonating through the universe. The ancient God King was now a grotesque shadow of his former self, his body cracked and bloodied. Above, Qin Yun awaited in silence, refraining from delivering the final blow. A single rise had forced the once mighty figure to kneel. At this juncture, the ancient God King could barely stand, lying amidst the void, his visage etched with a myriad of complexities. Though I have been defeated, it is not at your hand, but rather due to the overwhelming might of the Emperor's cauldron. The divine weapon's unparalleled power leaves me without regret in death. Ultimately, the ancient God King ceased his struggles, recognizing the figure before him as an indomitable mountain of chaos. Powerful and invincible, no matter how many times he might rise again, the outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, he chose acceptance, acknowledging the supremacy of the Emperor's cauldron, yet refusing to concede to Qin Yun's strength. This was the final stubbornness of a great sage. Historically, you stand as the first great sage ever defeated by a saint. The Emperor's cauldron, whether powerful or defiant, will ultimately be remembered through the ages as the vessel that fell to a saint. Qin Yun spoke with an unparalleled calmness, provoking a resurgence of hatred and fury on the face of the old God King, who found such words to be utterly devastating. This marked the first instance in history where a great sage was vanquished by a saint. Such an occurrence was previously unheard of and is unlikely to ever repeat. It is indeed a farce, destined to be a source of eternal disgrace, a humiliation that the ancient divine mountain has never before endured. Show your strength and kill me. The old God King roared, acutely aware that Qin Yun's refusal to take his life was a means of tormenting him, a tactic that was undeniably effective, igniting within him a desperate desire for release from his shame. Little sister, Qin Yun stood alone in the cosmos, his eyes filled with sorrow as he remembered the radiant woman, a surge of murderous intent rising within him, only to be subdued once more. It is but a simple matter to take your life, a mere gesture of my hand. I have vowed to obliterate your lineage, to make you witness the extinction of your descendants, their bloodlines drained, a fate worse than death. Endless coldness filled Qin Yun's gaze. Abruptly turning, he focused on the towering portal of the divine mountain, and with a single thought, the Emperor's cauldron roared forth. Boom! The heavens trembled, the earth quaked, and the mountains shattered as boundless chaotic energy surged forth, scattering in disarray. The Emperor's cauldron emerged, shattering the impenetrable protective array surrounding the mountain and landing upon a peak, obliterating countless palaces. Emperor! The ancient divine mountain erupted with endless roars of despair and fury, the assembled experts overwhelmed with impotent rage. This scene left many in stunned silence, the murderous intent palpable, sending chills down the spines of all present. They had not anticipated that the Emperor would fulfill his threat, genuinely intending to raise the ancient divine mountain and erase its immortal legacy from existence. Such a murderous resolve sent tremors through every heart. The old God King's eyes widened in terror. He was genuinely frightened. He feared not death itself, but the actions of Qin Yun at this moment. He would rather face his own demise than witness the mountain drenched in blood. Do not let your wrath extend to the lineage. I would rather sever my own life before your eyes. The old God King bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Qin Yun, filled with sorrow, offered no response, once again invoking the secret words to summon the Emperor's cauldron. Boom! The cauldron roared, radiant celestial light bursting forth. intertwining countless threads of divine illumination, resembling a great sun plummeting from the sky. Bang! The heavens collapsed, the earth caved in. Such destructive power was undoubtedly terrifying. Witnesses beheld the boundless divine mountain rapidly succumbing to ruin, its palaces sinking into the ground. Countless disciples were buried amidst the thick smoke, losing their lives entirely. Boom! Within the mountain, endless brilliance surged skyward, and as the divine mountain crumbled, it resembled an anthill in collapse. Countless beams of light crisscrossed, and everyone was engulfed in fear, eager to flee the mountain and avoid the fate of being entombed. Buzz! However, as the emperor's cauldron trembled, it resonated with the essence of the Tao, instantly enveloping the entire ancient divine mountain in a binding seal. Once the supreme divine land, it has abruptly transformed into a hellish abyss. Countless souls surge forth, desperate to escape, yet their efforts are utterly futile. Does the Emperor of Humanity not fear the consequences of this? All present were struck dumb, realizing that the Emperor's intention to annihilate the ancient divine mountain was not mere rhetoric. Such a notion, however, is far too terrifying. The ancient divine mountain has stood for countless eons, birthing numerous emperors from its sacred lineage, its influence on the world immeasurable. To vanquish a couple of monarchs might be feasible, but who would dare to truly erase its existence? The Emperor of Humanity, the elder god king bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, hands clenching and unclenching as he prepared for a desperate struggle, yet he was still crushed, directly pinned in the void by the Emperor's divine cauldron, rendered immobile. Sister, I shall summon them to accompany you in your burial, Qin Yun whispered, his expression exceptionally gentle. Yet it swiftly turned frigid. With the heavenly Emperor's fist, he ascended to the heavens, unleashing an onslaught of countless fist imprints that shot downward with ferocity. The cacophony echoed endlessly. This place had irrevocably descended into hell. Qin Yun, like a harbinger of death, cold and merciless, suppressed all with the Emperor's divine cauldron, relentlessly striking to obliterate everything. Chapter 140. The Yin-Yang path coffin. The explosive sounds reverberated throughout the lands, as fists struck with thunderous force, shaking the vast universe and relentlessly bombarding the sacred earth below, unleashing a terrifying power of annihilation. Ancient structures crumbled, and the divine palaces became mere ruins. A profound silence enveloped everyone, rendering them speechless. The words ancient divine mountain carried a dreadful weight in this world, not only in the present age, but also in the annals of time. Over countless epochs, it stood as an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of people, the dwelling place of deities. Yet now, such devastation had befallen it, transforming it into a hellish landscape, where a malevolent force rampaged through the land, unstoppable and instilling a deep sense of dread. The cries of anguish and despair echoed across the fields. The ancient divine mountain, though it may sound like a mere hill, was indeed a magnificent and colossal expanse, a realm of supreme divinity. Over endless ages, it had nearly become a microcosm, teeming with life and countless cultivators, brimming with prodigious talents. But at this moment, they were reduced to mere ants, standing upon that land. Feeling the cataclysmic power that swept through, their faces etched with despair. The blood of the living soaked the ground, painting a scene of desolation. Men wept beside their deceased parents, crying out in rage toward the heavens. Women clutched their children, tears streaming down like rain. Young prodigies bled against the sky, while brave youths chose to dash themselves against the mountain in a tragic act of devotion. Such scenes unfolded across the regions, as merciless fist strikes wrought unparalleled destruction. Who among mortals can remain unfeeling? Indeed, Qin Yun had been moved. He paused, having once been weak, growing through trials and tribulations, understanding that heart-wrenching helplessness. Yet, thinking of that woman filled his heart with coldness and murderous intent. He felt pity for others, but who would pity that little woman? Kill. With that single word, Qin Yun transformed into a god of slaughter. Wherever he passed, countless cultivators and prodigies were either hurled away or crushed underfoot. At such a level, few could contend with him. Even the ancient divine mountain could not summon peak combatants in a short span of time. Emperor of Humanity. The ancient divine king roared, his eyes bulging with fury. He had suffered unbearable injuries and was now suppressed by the emperor's cauldron, unable to move. Forced to witness the bloodshed of countless lives, powerless to intervene. From the corners of his sunken eyes, blood tears fell, his silver hair billowing, evoking a moment of deep sorrow. You, great demon, wield your methods with extreme cruelty and brutality. The ancient king could only curse in rage. Were you not once like this? Millions of lives spilled their blood. Who shall repay their lives? Demon or emperor, I care not how the world perceives me. Standing alone in the starry sky, Qin Yun's gaze was profound, his black hair flowing, his countenance imbued with unyielding coldness. He declared, "I only know that if others respect me a foot, I shall reciprocate a yard. If anyone dares to harm those close to me, I shall annihilate their entire clan. For my little sister's life, I demand blood from the ancient divine mountain as recompense." With these words, tremors swept across the world. Everyone sensed the terrifying determination, a chilling intent to kill. The Emperor of Humanity has never been an amiable individual. It was well understood that this time, the old God King had truly crossed a line, provoking such a tyrannical retaliation. Many fell silent. Upon reflection, the old God King seemed somewhat innocent. He had no intention of targeting the Emperor, only seeking to confront the cultivators for the sake of breaking through, but unfortunately, Tang Yunli happened to be within that realm. Thus, he unwittingly instigated the calamity of today. People lamented, wondering if, had the old God King been aware of Tang Yunli's presence in that domain, he would have made the same choice. But now it was too late. There is no remedy for regret. Enough, enough, cease this. The old God King, tears streaming down his face, ultimately uttered these words in a pleading tone. "I know a way to make amends. Do not kill any further. My ancient divine mountain possesses a yin yang coffin, which holds the potential for resurrection." His proclamation sent shockwaves through the ranks of cultivators. The notion of reversing death is a defiance of heaven's will. Once life has departed, it cannot return, as dictated by the natural order. Who could possibly overturn such a truth? Yet, the old God King revealed this profound secret, indicating that the ancient divine mountain harbored such depth, leaving all in awe. In the starry expanse, even Qin Yun halted his slaughter, standing amidst the cosmos, gazing at the old God King. "Do you speak the truth?" At that moment, his breath quickened. He recalled having heard the woodcutter mention the ancient divine mountain possessing an ancient coffin, capable of yin-yang reincarnation, perhaps even enabling one to defy death. The old sage of the path had long sought to claim this coffin for himself. Initially, Qin Yun had dismissed such mythical objects as mere fables, but now, the old God King's revelation of the coffin stunned him, as if it had unveiled a glimmer of hope for his sister's revival. "Take me there." Qin Yun grasped the old God King as one might seize an ant. "First, you must promise that once you acquire the coffin, you will depart and no longer act against my ancient Tao lineage." This was the old God King's condition, seeking to negotiate. Should Qin Yun refuse, he would never lead him to the coffin. Very well. Qin Yun nodded without hesitation. The two traversed the desolate ruins, witnessing the once sacred land now reduced to such a pitiful state, filling the old God King's eyes with sorrow. Ultimately, he guided Qin Yun to the summit of an ancestral mountain, where the energies of yin and yang surged, and an ancient coffin lay quietly. A bronze coffin, its age unknown, bore the marks of time, its surface etched with a myriad of ancient characters, their meanings obscured. The legacy of the ancient divine mountain truly possessed the miraculous, as the mysteries of the yin-yang path were extraordinary. Perhaps its founders had indeed comprehended the essence of life and death, capable of reversing the finality of death after all. Qin Yun contemplated deeply. The principle of yin and yang has been shrouded in mystery since ancient times. Numerous ancient texts record that many sages believe the interplay of yin and yang epitomizes the profound essence of the universe, symbolizing life and death. Throughout history, countless practitioners have sought to comprehend this path, yet few have delved deeply into its mysteries. Only the primordial sacred mountain stands proud. Having mastered this doctrine to an astonishing degree, they possess a profound understanding of the yin and yang principle, achieving a remarkable level of mastery. It seems that Qin Yun has grasped a faint possibility of reviving his younger sister and is unwilling to overlook even the slightest hint. Chapter 141. The Enchantment of Words. How is this coffin to be utilized? Qin Yun inquired. The yin-yang coffin possessed extraordinary efficacy. However, Qin Yun did not believe that simply lying within it would suffice to awaken the deceased. Clearly, a certain method was required. The old divine king did not conceal the truth. Having reached this juncture, he merely hoped for Qin Yun's departure. Reluctant to engage in any further schemes that might provoke unforeseen complications, he led Qin Yun to a stone cliff adorned with ancient inscriptions. These inscriptions contained various ancient texts, insights, and instructions regarding the utilization of the ancient coffin, including accounts of individuals who had been resurrected by its means. The accounts narrated that 3 individuals had successfully returned to life through this coffin, all of whom were prodigious figures from the ancient divine mountain, managing to reclaim a life once lost. However, there were also numerous accounts of failure. Even the ancient divine mountain lacked absolute certainty in the art of resurrection. Qin Yun had anticipated this outcome, yet it still left him despondent. The cycle of life and death is irrevocable. He understood the formidable challenges inherent in such defiance of fate, akin to borrowing life from the heavens, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, he did not surrender. Even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Subsequently, Qin Yun seated himself beneath the stone cliff, immersing himself in contemplation. He was determined to operate the coffin himself, for he could not entrust such a critical task to the denizens of the ancient divine mountain. Thus, he endeavored to comprehend every detail concerning the ancient coffin and the essence of the yin-yang principle, fully grasping the implications of resurrecting through the yin-yang coffin. Should the coffin, akin to the netherworld demon grass, merely yield a lifeless puppet, he would rather relinquish the pursuit altogether. For a full 3 days, Qin Yun remained undisturbed, surrounded by swirling inscriptions that transformed the cliff into a sanctum of enlightenment, emanating a calming aura. All around, figures lingered. Their curiosity piqued about the fate of this calamity incarnate in the ancient divine mountain. They were equally intrigued by the cultivation of this formidable being. The Emperor of Humanity was known for his overwhelming prowess. The world recognized his unparalleled talent that enabled him to reach this remarkable stage at such a tender age. This was his inaugural public display of cultivation, igniting immense curiosity among onlookers eager to witness his insight and innate ability. Yet, in merely 3 days, Qin Yun had comprehended everything, leaving the spectators astounded. Though they knew this prodigious individual could not be measured by ordinary standards, they were still left in utter disbelief. The yin-yang coffin was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret of the ancient divine mountain, a core aspect of the yin-yang principle, the culmination of countless generations of formidable beings. While it might take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve such understanding, this calamity incarnate accomplished it in a mere 3 days, leaving all in awe. Many were compelled to express their admiration at this revelation. After 3 days, Qin Yun concluded his study of the Do character secret. His rapid comprehension was attributed to this very secret. The Do battle technique, by discarding all superfluous complexities, allows one to perceive the essence of matters, enabling the evolution of myriad offensive techniques. This is the essence of the 9 secrets. Its immense power, combined with its inherent advantages, is nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, it is feasible. My younger sister once consumed half a divine herb, and if she were to lie within this coffin, there is a 70% chance of revival. Qin Yun was elated to arrive at such a conclusion. The yin-yang coffin indeed possesses the power to seize the essence of heaven and earth, and coupled with the half-divine herb, what was once an insurmountable feat now appeared not so daunting. Subsequently, Qin Yun rose to his feet and forcefully lifted the coffin lid. Inside the yin-yang coffin lay a man of extraordinary grace, his visage strikingly handsome, his entire being enveloped in divine essence, peacefully slumbering within the coffin. A quasi-emperor? Upon seeing this man, all present were momentarily stunned. He was indeed a quasi-emperor, although sealed. The flicker of imperial light and the aura of an emperor flowed through him. Qin Yun was not taken aback upon encountering this individual. In truth, there are not few quasi-emperors in this world. Within the supreme doctrines of various factions, such figures are commonplace. However, all such individuals are sealed away. The unparalleled powerhouses who emerged in different eras, imprisoned within the divine essence to protect their respective doctrines in the future, instilling fear across the realm. The terror of the immortal doctrines lies in the fact that no one knows how many quasi-emperors are sealed within these powers. Should they all be unleashed, the devastation would be unimaginable, capable of obliterating everything in their path. Their existence serves to safeguard their own doctrines. Regrettably, the ancient divine mountain suffered a great calamity without any prior warning. Even when Qin Yun approached, people did not believe he could shake the ancient divine mountain. After all, a great sage was stationed there, bolstered by an imperial weapon. It could be said to be in an invincible state in the present age. Yet, it was indeed defeated, utterly crushed, shaking the very foundation. Reviving these individuals requires time. Even if they break free from the divine essence, it will take time to regain their sealed powers. It is lamentable that the ancient divine mountain, with such formidable beings to instill dread, was still ground down to such a degree. With a decisive strike, Qin Yun shattered the divine essence and hurled the man out, delivering a punch that obliterated him in the void. Little ancestor. The old divine king's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a roar, immediately kneeling on the ground. It is my inadequacy. He was filled with boundless rage. Yet at this moment, he could not unleash it. only hoping that this harbinger of calamity would distance himself from the Inyan coffin and cease to bring misfortune to the doctrines. A quasi-emperor. Even the hearts of the others bled for this loss. A quasi-emperor, in any era, is undoubtedly a supreme ruler, if not the sovereign of the universe. Countless resources and endless years were expended to reach such a pinnacle. Yet, here he lay, dead, sealed within the divine essence without ever being unbound. Slain by a mere saint. What a profound tragedy this is. On the other hand, it also demonstrates the ancient divine mountain's lamentable impotence in failing to protect this imperial seed. In truth, such a scenario is exceedingly rare. Although sealed, the powerful beings remain in the safest refuge of the immortal doctrines, where layers of prohibitions make entry exceedingly difficult. Yet, one cannot resist the current master of the divine mountain, who paves the way for its ascent. All is driven by the desire to preserve the lineage with minimal sacrifice, safeguarding its very essence. It is lamentable that a once great sovereign, who resonated through the ages and whose name echoed across eternity, has thus dissipated into nothingness. Will returning home revive the ancestors? At this moment, many formidable leaders of immortal lineages have contemplated such thoughts. They do not wish to suffer a loss akin to that of the ancient divine mountain, where an emperor-level figure lay dormant and perished in slumber. Such a fate is truly heart-wrenching. You may take your leave. At this juncture, the ancient divine king spoke, issuing an eviction order to Qin Yun. You claimed you could offer compensation, yet the Inyan coffin cannot guarantee my younger sister's revival. Qin Yun stood resolutely at the cliff's edge, articulating his words with conviction. This declaration momentarily stunned the ancient divine king, awakening a foreboding sense within him. What more do you desire? Anger surged within the divine king, his fury palpable. Qin Yun remained silent. Around him, countless sword auras abruptly manifested, surging forth like a torrential rain of blades, piercing towards every corner of the ancient divine mountain. This scene drove the old divine king to the brink of madness. Infused with despair, you have broken your promise. And what of it? Qin Yun's gaze sparkled with cold lightning, frigid and merciless. Did you not label me a demon? How can one trust a demon? Chapter 142. The imperial weapon should not be used lightly. Boom. An endless torrent of light surged from within Qin Yun, unleashing indiscriminate attacks that ravaged the land. Once again, this earth trembled, reduced to ruins, as lives were swept away like mere blades of grass, harvested in an instant. The ancient divine king felt a chill in his heart, his fury erupting as he advanced, determined to confront Qin Yun in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, with the human emperor's cauldron suppressing him, what strength could he truly muster? Qin Yun struck out, his finger landing squarely upon the brow of his opponent, cleaving the great sage in two, who then fell lifelessly to the ground. Thus, a once mighty ancient divine king, a formidable sage, was reduced to nothing but ephemeral mist. Buzz. The human emperor's cauldron resonated incessantly, emanating terrifying waves that cascaded down towards the ancient sacred mountain. The majestic peaks were violently struck, soaring into the clouds, and soon began to crumble. As the sound of the mountains collapsing echoed, the ancient sacred mountain was utterly leveled. Indeed, the ancient sacred mountain had been forcefully obliterated. This spectacle sent shivers through all who beheld it. Who could have anticipated such a conclusion? A single sage had truly slain a great sage and annihilated everything in this realm. An eternal lineage of the Tao had been so thoroughly vanquished, dissipating into the annals of history like smoke. The term immortal lineage is bestowed upon entities of immense strength. The ancient sacred mountain possessed an unfathomable depth. Its destruction seemed impossible unless provoked by a great emperor. Yet it had succumbed, obliterated by a mere sage, rendering this reality dreamlike. Its boundless heritage surely concealed several quasi-emperors. Yet they were stifled in their emergence, crushed within the confines of their seals. The dominion of the human emperor's cauldron was like a tempest, swiftly annihilating everything in its path, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. The ancient sacred mountain had suffered a catastrophic loss. Many lamented this fate. An unparalleled lineage had become but a wisp of smoke, invoking profound regret. The methods of the human emperor were excessively tyrannical, his actions alarmingly extreme. Truly, he was a harbinger of doom. In the void, numerous powerful figures gazed at Qin Yun, their expressions tinged with a flicker of trepidation. The notion of immortality, it seemed, could indeed wither, for the ancient sacred mountain's obliteration sent shockwaves through all esteemed immortal lineages, a profound impact that reverberated deeply. Swish! Qin Yun extended his form, standing atop the cauldron, reaching out with his consciousness to scour the void. He aimed to eradicate all life upon this land, leaving no trace of opportunity behind. The ancient sacred mountain's legacy was boundless. Should a quasi-emperor be overlooked, their resurgence would bring forth an unstoppable force of destruction. In the heavens, Qin Yun relentlessly unleashed his power, deploying the human emperor's cauldron to strike at the ancient mountains. His gaze crackled with cold fury, devoid of compassion. He had long questioned whether he was a villain, yet he was unequivocally no hero. Once he had taken action, there was no turning back. He would not commit the folly of merely severing the branches without uprooting the weeds. This night was destined for insomnia. No one could maintain calm. The ancient sacred mountain had become mere vapor, its influence terrifying. People could scarcely fathom the monumental upheaval that would arise in the wake of this night. In the sky, light flickered and intertwined. Numerous cultivators fled in haste, eager to disseminate this unprecedented news, for its ramifications were utterly astonishing. Even many formidable sovereigns chose to depart swiftly, fearful of inciting unwarranted calamities, anxious that the human emperor, with his capricious temperament, might target them after obliterating the ancient divine mountain. After all, these sects had not refrained from striking against the human emperor in the past. In the void, the countenance of the golden crow divine emperor darkened ominously, as if it were about to drip with gloom. Even he could not deny that, despite being a great sage, he felt a profound sense of intimidation. In an instant, the golden crow divine emperor retreated, unwilling to pursue the myriad secrets of the ancient divine mountain, lest he attract the gaze of Qin Yun. The news swiftly spread, soaring with an unmatched velocity as if it had sprouted wings, reaching every corner overnight. The heavens and earth trembled. Upon learning that the ancient divine mountain had been reduced to mere mist, unceremoniously vanquished by the human emperor, no one could maintain their composure. How could such an immortal lineage simply wither away? Initially, disbelief reigned. The ancient divine mountain had stood for hundreds of thousands of years, one of the pinnacle sects within this universe, wielding immense influence. In an era devoid of emperors, to be toppled overnight was nothing short of fantastical, and few dared to accept it as reality. Yet, once the truth settled in, all were left speechless, their hearts inundated with dread. The human emperor, a singular sage, had annihilated an immortal lineage, yielding such terrifying consequences that every cultivator shuddered in fear. The rise of the human emperor was now utterly unstoppable. If even the ancient divine mountain could be so easily dispatched, what might this foretell for an era bereft of emperors? None were unshaken, feeling the weight of an ominous influence. Initially regarded by many cultivators as a mere jest, the human emperor, often mockingly referred to as the mortal emperor, had swiftly solidified his reputation following the obliteration of an immortal lineage, instilling terror among all cultivators, who would dare to defy even a fragment of his authority. This marked the conclusion of an era. The ancient divine mountain had evaporated into nothingness. The path of yin and yang began to fade, supplanted by the mightier path of the human emperor, signaling a transition between epochs. The ensuing turbulence was far more terrifying and sensational than anticipated, continuing to ferment as all engaged in fervent discussions. The knowledge that the human emperor had single-handedly raised the ancient divine mountain stirred profound emotions, leaving many restless through the night. The ancient divine mountain suffered a grievous loss. Numerous sealed quasi-emperors failed to awaken in time, utterly crushed by the human emperor's relentless assault. This served as a clarion call to all immortal lineages. Immortality was not synonymous with invincibility, and the specter of downfall loomed large. Henceforth, should the human emperor arrive, the revival of the quasi-emperors must occur without delay. At this moment, many leaders of immortal lineages reached a consensus, wary of following the perilous path of the ancient divine mountain and incurring a similar catastrophic fate. Multiple quasi-emperors, once the dread of the world, had perished, dissolving into mere vapor. Is there a connection between the ancient divine mountain and the use of imperial weapons? People fervently engage in discussions, delving into the reasons behind the downfall of the ancient divine mountain. The notion that a single sage could obliterate it is nothing short of fantastical. Many believe that it may indeed be linked to the ancient divine mountain's previous employment of imperial weapons, which possess the power to suppress destiny. Once invoked, the very fabric of fate is inevitably disturbed. Perhaps this is precisely why such a formidable force as the ancient divine mountain was vanquished overnight. Regardless, the use of imperial weapons must be approached with utmost caution, reserved only for times of existential peril. Those sects that possess imperial weapons have now reached a consensus. The invocation of imperial weapons has long been shrouded in cautionary tales, yet it is only now that people have vividly experienced the terrifying and unbearable consequences. Chapter 143. A divergence of intentions aside from the news that the Emperor of Humanity single-handedly obliterated the ancient divine mountain overnight. Another piece of information has stirred vast waves across the world, even more terrifying than the former. The Emperor of Humanity, a scion of the Qin family from the Great Wind Dynasty, is wed to Tang Guiyao, serving as a son-in-law to the Tang family. This revelation, alongside the demise of the ancient divine mountain, spread far and wide. The term son-in-law left everyone in a state of shock, rooted to the spot in disbelief. A scion of the Qin family? How could this be possible? Is the news verified? The Emperor of Humanity boasts unparalleled talent, far surpassing that of the young emperors of old. With an extraordinary physique and a mysterious origin, possessing the 9 secrets, could he truly be a mere illegitimate child? Many were left speechless, struggling to accept this absurdity, which starkly contradicted their speculations regarding the emperor's origins. Rumors abound, asserting that he is the progeny of an emperor, endowed with powerful techniques. Others claim he hails from imperial lineage, inheriting the legacies of multiple emperors, which explains his possession of the 9 secrets. Some even speculate he is a divine son, a celestial being exiled from the realms of immortality. Countless tales surround him, all shrouded in mystique, seemingly the only explanation for the emperor's formidable life. However, few anticipated that he was merely an illegitimate child of the Qin family, rendering his already fantastical existence increasingly enigmatic. How could a scion of the Qin family possess such terrifying prowess? In stark contrast to the emperor's origins, the revelation of him being a son-in-law struck the populace like a thunderbolt. Many stood dumbfounded. The Emperor of Humanity, a figure of immense stature, has created countless miracles throughout his life, eclipsing the achievements of young emperors. Such a person should have no shortage of suitable partners. What worth does Tang Guiyao hold? In terms of talent, heritage, and combat prowess, the emperor shines across all domains. If he sought a companion, countless celestial maidens and royal daughters would eagerly vie for his attention. How many fairies would go to great lengths to forge a connection with him? Even a mere maid beside him would be the dream of countless extraordinary women. Could Tang Guiyao, a mere empress of the Great Wind, truly be worthy of the emperor as a husband? How could she possibly match his stature? The news incited widespread indignation, resonating across various regions. The name of the Emperor of Humanity reverberates through history, a beacon of brilliance, an enduring monument for countless extraordinary leaders to admire. Though many harbor jealousy towards him, a significant number also respect him, for his strength and achievements are undeniable, rendering it impossible to accept the blemish of being labeled a son-in-law. If mere mortals react thus, those within the realm of humanity, upon learning this news, went completely mad, their emotions reaching an unparalleled intensity. The emperor has repeatedly shielded the Tang sisters, bestowing immense grace upon the Tang family. How could Tang Guiyao dare to claim him as a husband? Does she truly consider herself the most beautiful woman in the universe? Even the demon emperor would be privileged to be associated with our emperor. What does Tang Guiyao amount to? Separation is imperative. It must be executed. The Emperor of Humanity, a figure of such stature, the sovereign of the human race, radiates brilliance and splendor. How could he bear the blemish of being a mere son-in-law? The human populace across the 9 provinces is utterly incensed. Their emotions are heightened to an extreme, unable to accept that such a powerful and relentless emperor bears such a stain. If Tang Guiyao possesses any self-awareness, she should voluntarily draft a letter of divorce and relinquish herself. The emperor, known for his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, should not be compelled to speak on this matter. If one wishes for the emperor to accept them as a son-in-law, they must first gaze into the mirror. The clamor of the world has become a great wave, sweeping across the land, naturally engulfing the Great Wind Dynasty. In this realm, many have fallen silent. Recalling the day of Tang Guiyao's wedding is still vivid. The entire nation was in an uproar, with countless scions of noble families lamenting. They believed that Qin Yun was utterly unworthy of Tang Guiyao. How could the husband of the national protector, a divine general, be an ordinary man? This left many feeling that Tang Guiyao deserved far better. Yet, who could have foreseen that within a mere year, Qin Yun's name would resonate across the realm? The title of Emperor of Humanity casts an imposing shadow, rendering the national protector and the Great Wind Empress insignificant in comparison. Indeed, separation is warranted. The emperor's status as a son-in-law to the Tang family is exceedingly inappropriate. It is hoped that the empress can be more magnanimous, avoiding entanglement and becoming a stain upon the emperor. Otherwise, our Great Wind Dynasty will find itself ensnared in a whirlwind of public opinion. Amidst the world's tumult, the ancient divine mountain remains remarkably tranquil. All the kings have retreated. The skies are empty, devoid of any figures. Qin Yun traverses the ancient divine mountain, seeking opportunities and legacies. The path of yin and yang is fundamental to this sacred place, and he wishes not to see it buried. In the void, a woman stands, unyielding and observant, gazing at the figure clad in white below. Her exquisitely refined visage is suffused with an overwhelming melancholy. How could one have anticipated such an outcome? She had come seeking Qin Yun's legacy to secure her own fortune, yet never did she imagine that the emperor's might would forge a miracle, truly obliterating this immortal lineage. This rendered the demon emperor speechless, unable to utter a single word, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Now that the demon emperor has arrived, why not reveal herself? The ancient divine mountain is rich in depth. Surely the demon emperor has come to see if there is something to her liking. Qin Yun speaks, extending a generous invitation. As ripples spread through the void, the demon emperor steps forth, yet her countenance is laden with profound bitterness. Their gazes lock, and they share an unspoken silence. What more can be said at this moment? Qin Yun comprehends all, fully aware of the demon emperor's intentions. He is no fool. He understands the earlier words of the demon emperor, "Let bygones be bygones. Life and death are your choices." Yet, he does not wish to dwell on the past. The demon emperor has aided him greatly along his journey, even once bestowing upon him half a divine herb, a treasure of immeasurable worth. It is only natural for one to seek their own fortune when facing demise, especially since she has not acted against him. Qin Yun understands everything but chooses not to hold grudges. He can pretend as if nothing has transpired. The demon emperor stood there, on the verge of uttering something, yet after a prolonged moment of hesitation, remained silent. Such a resplendent man, desired by countless individuals to forge a bond with him. And she, indeed, had succeeded. A journey to Mount Tai had elevated the connection between the two. Should she face great calamity in the future, a mere call of Brother Qin would surely elicit his unwavering support. However, she had made a choice that diverged from this expectation. Perhaps Qin Yun could overlook it, but she could not. She understood that this bond, which should have been pristine, was now marred by the chasm she created. This very rift might render them incapable of ever drawing close again. She, as the demon emperor, wished not to be regarded lightly by Qin Yun, nor to belittle herself. The demon emperor stood in silence, uncertain if it was regret or something else. Eventually, she shook her head and declared, "It's over. Our grievances are settled. We owe each other nothing." The demon emperor smiled, her brilliance undiminished. Yet she could not pretend that nothing had transpired. Guilt prevented her from facing this man with a clear conscience. "May we meet again on the imperial path. And I hope that in the future, I shall still possess the qualification to rival you, rather than being swiftly eliminated." The demon emperor's smile was radiant. Yet there lingered a shadow of melancholy. She ultimately said nothing more, her expression tinged with bitterness, and departed, traversing the void, her silhouette forlorn and desolate. On the ground, Qin Yun remained silent, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Such is the nature of the world. No gathering lasts forever, and often, even the closest of relationships will diverge on separate paths. Ultimately, everything is merely a matter of choice in a fleeting moment. Chapter 144, Tang Guiyao. Do you have feelings for me? In the 100 Flowers Valley, blossoms bloom in abundance, and petals flutter gracefully. At the center of the valley lies a bronze coffin. Qin Yun stands before it, his hands deftly weaving seals. With his left hand, he forms the Yang seal, while his right hand strikes the Yin seal, continuously unleashing powerful waves. The void trembles as a grand Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram materializes in the air, gradually expanding at a visible pace. In mere moments, the diagram envelopes the void, obscuring the sun above. The energies of Yin and Yang surge forth, dividing the sky into two, as if the entire cosmos is transformed into this duality. Yin and Yang represent the essence of heaven and earth, the order of all things, the progenitors of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the divine. Qin Yun murmurs softly, his tone unassuming, yet resonating like the celestial sound of the Tao, eliciting a response from all realms. The energies of Yin and Yang swirl, transforming the void into an ocean of duality. An endless influx of these energies cascading into the bronze coffin, entering the body of the petite woman within. At this moment, a celestial phenomenon occurs. From the distant depths of the void, a grinding wheel rises, embodying the cycles of life and death, reminiscent of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Buzz. In a fleeting moment, the celestial anomaly dissipates, and the boundless energies of Yin and Yang surge downward, merging with Tang Yunli's form. The world returns to its previous state. Yet upon Tang Yunli's brow, A miniature Tai Chi yin-yang diagram emerges, slowly rotating, connecting the energies of heaven and earth. With a deep breath, Qin Yun exhales, acknowledging the profound nature of the yin-yang path, which indeed harnesses the creation of heaven and earth, imbued with infinite mysteries. In the distance, a woman of ethereal elegance approaches, her presence as pure as jade. Clad in a white gown, untouched by dust, her hair flows gracefully over her shoulders, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the moon, exuding an aura of tranquility, purity, and otherworldliness, as if she might soar away on the winds at any moment. Does Yunli truly have a chance at rebirth? Tang Guiyao gently approaches, standing in silence as she gazes at the woman in the coffin, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. I cannot be certain. Yet the odds are not insubstantial. The hope for revival is significant. The divine elixir seizes the essence of heaven and earth, encapsulating the spirit of the cosmos. While the yin-yang coffin possesses the power to reverse life and death, with these two forces combined, anything is possible. Qin Yun speaks, his expression calm. I have done all that is necessary. What remains is merely time, and we must wait. Tang Guiyao nods, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Yet she refrains from further comment, turning her gaze to Qin Yun. Their eyes meet, a silent exchange ensues. The atmosphere thickens with unspoken words. I contemplate departing, returning to the 9 provinces. Moments later, Qin Yun breaks the silence. It is said that the ancient divine mountain faced destruction due to the misuse of imperial weaponry. This disturbance affected the fate of the land, striking at its very foundation. The concept of fate may seem ethereal, yet it undeniably exists. Many ancient warriors have left behind divine weapons to stabilize the fate of their lineage. The human emperor cauldron possesses effects akin to those of imperial weapons. Qin Yun sensed this when he ascended as the human emperor. It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. In this instance, as Qin Yun employed the emperor's cauldron, he found himself apprehensive about potential upheavals in the vast lands of the 9 provinces. Thus, he yearned to return promptly and personally oversee that domain. Are you leaving? Tang Guiyao was taken aback. Upon hearing his words, she remained speechless for quite some time. After a moment, she seemed to summon great resolve, mustering her courage to gaze at Qin Yun and say, Yunli has always harbored a desire to seek a secluded haven, away from the clamor of the world, to live a tranquil life. Now that the tempest has calmed and peace reigns across the seas, I often contemplate that if I were to abide by Yunli's wish, it might indeed be a splendid choice. Upon finishing her words, Tang Guiyao fixed her gaze on Qin Yun, seemingly intent on discerning his intentions at that very moment. As for the underlying implications in her words, Qin Yun could hardly be oblivious. It could scarcely be deemed a mere hint. It was an overt proposition. It is indeed no small feat to relinquish everything of the dynasty. However, should you wish to retreat into seclusion, I am acquainted with some serene locales that I could recommend. Qin Yun replied with a serene demeanor. Qin Yun, are you truly unable to comprehend? Or are you merely feigning ignorance? Tang Guiyao's expression revealed a hint of vexation, clearly recognizing that Qin Yun was evading the matter. Are you resenting me? After a brief pause, she regarded Qin Yun with a complex gaze. She stood gracefully in the void, her white dress dancing in the wind, outlining her enchanting silhouette. Reminiscent of an ethereal celestial being, graceful and elegant. One could hardly call it resentment. Qin Yun replied with a resigned smile. In the past, you indeed did not regard me highly, yet all things have their reasons. At that time, I was merely a mortal. It is quite natural for cultivators to look down upon mortals. Had I possessed such status and strength, I too might have hesitated to marry a mere mortal. Moreover, this marriage was born out of necessity. Your attitude towards me was, after all, to be expected. Qin Yun articulated these thoughts with little change in his emotional state. Yet they only deepened the bitterness etched upon Tang Guiyao's countenance. She would have preferred if Qin Yun harbored some resentment towards her, rather than witnessing his tranquil and composed demeanor, which rendered him akin to an observer, an outsider. This evoked a sense of helplessness within her, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Qin Yun, do you have feelings for me? After a long silence, Tang Guiyao posed this straightforward question. This candor momentarily left Qin Yun in a daze. This woman, typically assertive, rarely exhibited such vulnerability. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Feelings? Those words seemed alien to Qin Yun's own reflections. It was undeniable that this woman possessed great beauty, enough to captivate any man. However, during their time at the Tang family, she had not been kind to him. Under such circumstances, how could any feelings possibly have arisen? Moreover, Their subsequent interactions were all orchestrated by external forces, their rescue in the Forbidden Zone, their shared experiences in the mortal realm, rendering any notion of affection utterly absurd. Qin Yun understood this clearly. Yet perhaps all of this had led to a misunderstanding on her part. Otherwise, given her nature, she would not have been so entangled in these emotions. To be frank, Qin Yun truly did not know how to respond. To refuse this woman would be excessively cruel. Everything stems from his initial actions that led her to misunderstandings, and all that he possesses today is due to this woman and their marriage. Moreover, she has recently endured the profound sorrow of losing a loved one. Before his return, he had already contemplated this decision. Yet, despite having envisioned it countless times in his mind, uttering it now proves to be exceedingly difficult. He thought it best to wait until Yun Li was revived before addressing the matter. Qin Yun responded thus, unwilling to speak the words of separation at this moment. After all, Tang Yun Li's revival is not guaranteed, and he requires the existence of systematic rewards. To voice the separation now would indeed be ill-timed and far too harsh for this woman. In the future, upon Tang Yun Li's revival, he may find a more compassionate moment to broach the subject of separation. Chapter 145. Journey through the mortal realm in the enchanting Hundred Flowers Valley. A kaleidoscope of colors flourished, and vibrant butterflies danced through the air. The gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of blossoms, as petals floated down like a cascade of fireworks, creating an exquisitely beautiful scene. In the midst of this splendor stood Tang Guiyao, her lips pursed in silence, her expression tinged with bitterness. Struggling to utter a single word for an extended time, the person before her evoked a sense of helplessness. Despite their bond as husband and wife, they felt as if separated by vast distances, and no matter how close she approached, she could not shake the feeling of inadequacy. Before you depart, would you accompany me for a stroll? Tang Guiyao spoke softly, voicing her request. Qin Yun shook his head, initially inclined to refuse. Yet upon meeting her gaze, filled with hope and a hint of longing, he found himself unable to deny her. The two walked side by side, aimlessly traversing the ethereal expanse, taking in the majestic landscapes below and the breathtaking tapestry of the cultivation realm. The picturesque scenery was refreshing to the soul. They resembled a pair of young lovers, admiring the mountains and waters, reveling in the endless beauty surrounding them. In a bustling mortal city, they paused, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Or perhaps it was Tang Guiyao's intent that brought them here. Perhaps in her heart, the foundation of their friendship began in this very moment. During their journey through the Forbidden Zone, and her feelings for the Supreme being deepened inexplicably. Yet at that time, she was unable to articulate her emotions. For his illustrious reputation was overwhelming, and she dared not harbor any aspirations. It was only later, upon discovering that the Supreme Being was none other than Qin Yun, that a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, becoming impossible to suppress. Let us wander freely, Tang Guiyao suggested, her spirits seemingly lifted upon entering the mortal city. The tranquility of the mundane world, where men toiled and women wove, indeed fostered a peculiar sense of peace. The city bustled with life, the streets alive with throngs of people. Vendors called out their wares, and the laughter of mortals filled the air, embodying the essence of human warmth. My lady, would you care to purchase a painting? An amiable elderly man called out to Tang Guiyao as she passed a small stall. It was a painting booth where the old man diligently worked, while a young boy ground ink beside him, the stall animated with a gathering crowd. As Tang Guiyao approached, she was momentarily taken aback by a particular painting. It depicted a man of striking elegance, poised and graceful, clad in snow-white garments, standing confidently upon a golden path, suspended in the vast sky. This is the portrait of the Emperor of Humanity. It can ensure your safety, dear sister, the boy chimed sweetly, beaming with delight. The Emperor of Humanity protects mortals more effectively than any deity. Hanging this painting in one's home can invite good fortune and avert misfortune, warding off all malevolence, and even enhancing one's chances of childbirth. The old man extolled the painting's virtues with fervor. Strangely, many patrons at the stall believed wholeheartedly, willing to pay exorbitant prices for such artwork. Qin Yun stepped forward, equally astonished. He had not anticipated that his likeness would appear in such a manner. The name of the Emperor of Humanity indeed reverberated throughout the world. Yet, since mortals were not cultivators, those who had seen him were few and far between, making it remarkable that they could capture his visage so accurately. Tang Guiyao remained silent, fully aware that the reason for the mortal's remarkable depiction was rooted in the overwhelming reputation of Qin Yun. Even mere mortals are well aware of his visage, which speaks volumes of his formidable influence, rendering him nearly a household name. Suddenly, a young child exclaimed softly, holding the painting aloft, scrutinizing Qin Yun closely, repeatedly comparing. Grandfather. This person bears a striking resemblance to the Emperor of Humanity. As the crowd gradually turned their gaze toward Qin Yun, taking note of the exquisite celestial being by his side, they were all left in a state of astonishment. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a tidal wave. The Emperor of Humanity. This is indeed the Emperor of Humanity. Many individuals knelt in reverence, proclaiming that a celestial being had manifested. This scene left Qin Yun feeling quite helpless, and he quickly pulled Tang Guiyao away. Your influence is truly terrifying, Tang Guiyao remarked with resignation. For mortals, who are unable to cultivate and live in a world of ignorance, to render such a vivid likeness of Qin Yun is an undeniable testament to his influence, one that could rival that of the divine. Subsequently, the two ventured into an inn, seeking to indulge in some earthly delicacies. However, they did not anticipate encountering a storyteller within. With a resounding clap of the wooden board, the storyteller began, "Behold the Emperor of Humanity, draped in golden radiance, descending upon the ancient divine mountain, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, with the mountain bowing low in reverence." The storyteller's embellishments became increasingly extravagant, claiming that when the emperor appeared, the world itself was transformed, and with but a single gesture, he reduced the ancient divine mountain to mere dust. Ultimately, the two could not relish their meal in peace and hastily departed to avoid attracting undue attention. In this world, it is difficult to find a place for you, as rumors about you abound, and everyone is talking. Tang Guiyao murmured, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. It is indeed rare for anyone to achieve such stature. His renown could easily rival that of a contemporary sovereign. How dazzling and resplendent he is, radiating brilliance that casts shadows upon those who stand before him. Eventually, the two were compelled to alter their appearances to find some semblance of tranquility. In a distant city, joy abounded, and the throngs surged. A wedding was underway, grand in scale, drawing the entire populace. It was the daughter of the city lord who was to be wed. As they made their way, they learned of the bride's identity. It was the city lord's daughter, which explained the lavishness of the occasion. In the mortal realm, city lords are often cultivators, and such unions carry significant weight. The bride was a beauty of unparalleled grace and a gifted cultivator. Yet it was shocking to discover that her groom was but a mere mortal. How could a commoner stand beside the daughter of a city lord, whose status was so vastly superior? The disparity was stark, a mismatch of worlds, and many voiced their disapproval. These murmurs reached Tang Guiyao's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. This marriage bore a striking resemblance to their own. The man, a son-in-law, evoked memories of the past. In her own wedding, she had felt a profound sense of desolation. Little did she anticipate the societal resistance toward a son-in-law. What kind of scorn had Qin Yun faced when he wed her? In a city besieged by tempestuous winds and turbulent public opinion, the marriage of a lord's daughter is met with such scrutiny. What then of her illustrious status as the foremost divine general of the great Qian? What immense pressure did Qin Yun endure in those days? The term son-in-law had never before sounded so jarring to her ears. What of being a son-in-law? Do we not see that even the Emperor of Humanity has taken on such a role? Yet can this individual truly be compared to the Emperor? The name of the Emperor resonates throughout the realm, while son-in-law is but a blemish upon one's honor. What merit does Tang Guiyao possess to warrant the Emperor as her consort? This is an affront too great to bear. Indeed, the audacity of a mere empress to elevate the Emperor to the status of her husband is tantamount to waging war against all of humanity, an act of insubordination. The Emperor must seek a divorce, for a lifetime of wisdom should not be tarnished by such a disgrace. When the notion of a son-in-law is mentioned, many minds drift to the Emperor, and such discussions ripple through the crowd. Tang Guiyao stood frozen in place, her countenance pale, more so than ever before. As she gazed upon the newlywed couple before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Tang Guiyao distanced herself. Alas, Qin Yun sighed softly, taken aback by the words he had overheard, recognizing the futility in silencing the collective voice of the people. How could such a formidable woman endure such remarks? It was undoubtedly an unbearable blow. Chapter 146. Do you know how I have spent these 3 months? The news that the Emperor of Humanity has become a son-in-law has sparked an unprecedented wave of discussion across various regions. The most fervent debates arise from the realm of mortals. The Emperor has shown great benevolence to them. Yet the common folk are unwilling to let the Emperor bear such a stain on his reputation, their sentiments running high. Tang Guiyao has always cherished the tranquility found in mortal realms, believing such places offer a purification of the soul. However, upon her arrival in the mortal city this time, She was met with a cacophony of denunciations directed at her. Until now, she had been a woman of formidable strength, unfazed by the opinions and gazes of others. Yet this time, she found herself compelled to take heed. The emperor's illustrious name resonates powerfully, even among mortals who have heard of his deeds and possess his likeness, making his reputation nearly common knowledge. This realization cast a shadow over Tang Guiyao, leaving her feeling despondent and unworthy to accompany Qin Yun. The night was eerily quiet as Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao found refuge in an inn. While he lay in the outer room, his keen senses allowed him to discern the restless movements of the woman within. It was clear that his nominal wife was once again plagued by insomnia. He recalled the day of their marriage. Then, she had also struggled to find sleep, but the nature of their turmoil was now starkly different, reflecting two disparate states of mind. After an indeterminate time, a rustling sound arose from within, followed by the opening of a window. Qin Yun sensed that the woman had departed, having invited him to join her, but leaving without a word. Upon pushing open the door to the inner room, he discovered a letter quietly resting on the bed. The contents were succinct, comprising only a few lines. It is said that a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. Qin Yun, no matter what, I shall not relinquish this marriage. Since we are wed, we are partners, companions on the path. I am acutely aware of my transgressions and my debts to you. Thus, even if I must bear the world's scorn, I shall not surrender. Can you grant me a chance for atonement? As he read the letter, a bittersweet smile of resignation crept across Qin Yun's face. Why must you do this? He sighed softly, reflecting on the day of their wedding. That night, Tang Guiyao had uttered similar sentiments. Although they were wed, it was merely for appearances, with no need for any true connection. Yet now, the situation had shifted, leaving Qin Yun feeling somewhat helpless. This woman, once aloof and commanding, now displayed an obstinate devotion. He would have preferred her to maintain her previous demeanor, allowing for a calm dismissal of their union. What benefit could there possibly be in continuing this entanglement? Frankly, after hearing the words of the mortals, Qin Yun had anticipated that she would respond with anger and seek a divorce. He had not expected her to hold on to their bond with such tenacity. Beneath the night sky, Qin Yun stood in silence for a long while, unable to utter a single word. Ultimately, he waved his hand and departed from that place. The 9 provinces domain. As Qin Yun returned, the golden path stretched majestically towards the heavens. A host awaited to greet him, comprised of formidable figures from the human sect and numerous unfamiliar faces. The latter constituted the majority, standing respectfully alongside the familiar, bowing in deference to him. As Qin Yun approached, he discerned several powerful beings among them, including venerable sages of the 9th level of the Saint Realm, their prowess not inferior to his own. All present offered him profound reverence, and upon learning their intentions, Qin Yun found himself momentarily taken aback. They had come to join the human sect. Following the overwhelming victory at the ancient Divine Mountain, the name of the human emperor had reached unprecedented heights, drawing these individuals who sought to align themselves with the sect. After contemplation, Qin Yun ultimately chose not to refuse them. The human sect required growth, and mortals needed protection. Relying solely on his strength was insufficient. Their inclusion could expedite the sect's rise to formidable prominence. Although many were undoubtedly motivated by the allure of his legacy and personal gain, a significant number genuinely wished to become his followers. Qin Yun could not dismiss them all outright. The ascendance of the human sect was an inevitable tide of destiny, a pattern observed throughout history. As one sect declines, another flourishes. The fall of the ancient Divine Mountain had already positioned the human sect closer to becoming the preeminent doctrine in the realm. This shift was advantageous for both the sect and the mortals, outweighing any disadvantages. Qin Yun, preferring to align with the natural order, welcomed this new influx of followers. With nearly 20 beings of the saint level joining him, a force that could rival any holy ground. Upon returning and surveying the human sect, Qin Yun's first impulse was to return to the valley. Little Nyo remained there. The thought of her made him feel somewhat ashamed. He had initially believed his absence would only last a few days, yet it had stretched into months. For a 3-year-old child, such a separation was undeniably harsh. If the old beggar were to learn of this, he would surely spring from his grave in outrage. The valley was alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, with the spirit lake bubbling gently, dragon carps leaping, fertile fields thriving, and medicinal gardens lush. Upon his return to the valley, he was greeted by the sight of Nyo catching fish in the lake, while several large fish roasted on the shore. This girl had always possessed a hearty appetite. Nyo, Qin Yun called out, prompting her to pause, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed towards him. However, just a few steps in, she halted, crouched down, and turned her head away. Niu had no family. She was fiercely defiant, ignoring the human emperor, her small frame trembling with indignation as she resolved to distance herself from him. Qin Yun felt helpless. He had entrusted a few protectors from the human sect to look after her during his absence, ensuring her safety. Nevertheless, the lack of conversation had left her feeling lonely. Niu, he said, a smile breaking across his face as he gently poked her head with his finger. Niu shifted away, still refusing to acknowledge him, arms crossed defiantly, her expression grave. I have sworn never to speak to you again, she declared solemnly. Very well. I shall not betray your vow. Qin Yun teased her. The young girl was taken aback, crossing her arms defiantly, her irritation mounting. Qin Yun sat nearby, indulging in a roasted fish. The girl, feeling hunger pangs, was reluctant to eat anything but the rice, clinging to her last vestige of stubbornness. However, it wasn't long before her resolve faltered. With a carefree laugh, she leaped onto Qin Yun's shoulder, her eyes brimming with tears as she pouted, appearing both aggrieved and pitiable. Uncle Master, do you have any idea how I have spent these past 3 months? Chapter 147. The Passage of Eras, the arrival of the Imperial Path for 3 months. Niu had dwelled within the valley, surrounded by silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. In an effort to alleviate her solitude, Qin Yun took her on various excursions. During this time, he visited the valley where the old beggar had once resided. Everything remained unchanged, and before a modest grave stood an unmarked stone tablet. Old beggar, have you truly departed from this world? Qin Yun sighed, a profound melancholy washing over him. His keen eyesight allowed him to see through the earth to the coffin of the elderly man. His remains were uncorrupted, lying in serene repose, as though in slumber. Yet, the essence of death loomed heavily, an aura of decay pervading the air. He sat in front of the old man's grave, leaning against the cold stone, consuming cup after cup of wine. Gradually, he began to accept the old man's passing, feeling a delayed ache of sorrow. Old beggar, should you ever appear before me again, I shall not hesitate to act. Qin Yun's thoughts became hazy with intoxication. For several days, he lived in this unprecedented tranquility, free from both internal strife and external threats. Having arrived at this juncture, he feared no one. With the emperor's cauldron in hand, he stood invincible within the realm of the 9 provinces. This rare serenity imbued him with a sense of spiritual peace. During this time, he contemplated bringing Tang Yunli to the 9 provinces, eager to learn of her condition and when she might awaken. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea, recognizing that as the sister of Tang Guiyao, such an action would be inappropriate. Beyond this, he dedicated himself daily to the steady enhancement of his cultivation, reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the sage. He was on the brink of attaining the status of a sage king, yet he felt he was still lacking, just a fraction short. This realm resembled an abyss. No amount of foundation could fill it. While many commoners required nearly a millennium to break through, Qin Yun lamented, aware that his journey was far from complete and that he needed time for consolidation. Ding! On the 460th day of marriage, reward, the secret of the 9 characters. As Qin Yun endeavored to break through to the Sage King, one day, the voice of the system resonated. The secret of the 9 characters had arrived. For Qin Yun, this was undoubtedly a tremendous and unexpected joy. Lin, Bing, Dou, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lian, Xian, Xing. At this moment, he had already gathered 5 of the 9 secrets, a significant portion that kindled hope for their unification. Would the unification of the 9 secrets truly render him invincible in the world? Qin Yun mused. Undoubtedly, this assertion was not mere hyperbole. It had been passed down through the ages. As one who possessed 5 of these secret arts, he could keenly appreciate their advantages. Should the 9 secrets unite, irrespective of the realm, possessing all 9 would indeed signify true invincibility. Each of the 9 secrets was extraordinarily transcendent, the foremost secret art in the world. With no dispute throughout history, in the vast cosmos, amidst myriad techniques, the status of the 9 secrets had never wavered, underscoring their profound influence. The secret of the 9 characters. This too was an extraordinary secret art, somewhat akin to the concept of one chi transforming into 3 clears. Once this technique is invoked, it can summon 2 manifestations of the original essence, mirroring their battle prowess and attributes flawlessly. The presence of a single emperor is already a formidable challenge. How much more daunting would 3 be? One chi transforming into 3 clears is an ancient Taoist art, perhaps once known as a name during a mythic era, akin to the Daodi battle techniques of the Dou character secret. This represents a pinnacle of technique and a supreme path, embodying the very essence of the Tao. To master it to perfection would undoubtedly yield profound insights into the Tao. beyond its manifestation of combat strength. The extraordinary potential of the Nine Secrets lies in this very aspect, with boundless latent benefits. The arrival of the character Secret has liberated Qin Yun from the confines of his realm, redirecting his focus towards advancement. Breaking through to the Saint King realm is merely a matter of time. The introduction of the character Secret has amplified his combat capabilities to an extent that no mere Saint King could replicate. At this juncture, with the presence of the other Nine Secrets, any enhancement in any domain suffices to achieve a terrifying augmentation, with the manifestations being most pronounced in the Nine Secrets. It can be asserted that with the acquisition of the character Secret, Qin Yun could contend with a great sage even without employing the Emperor's Cauldron. Thus, he commenced profound exploration of the character Secret, continually experimenting and progressing, summoning two Taoist bodies, and incessantly researching and exploring various combat skill combinations. He even devised a formation based on this foundation. The character Secret is advancing rapidly, while the other Nine Secret techniques also experience swift enhancement. This is the essence of the Nine Secrets. They share a common origin, wherein the cultivation of one secret naturally promotes the others. Among them, the character Secret exhibits the most significant growth. It is the first secret Qin Yun acquired and thus possesses the deepest understanding. At this stage, the probability of triggering it has increased exponentially, and once invoked, it is nearly impossible to fail. Furthermore, the multiplicative growth in combat strength has surged phenomenally. As a month swiftly elapsed, although Qin Yun's realm saw little change, his combat prowess escalated to a staggering degree. In the tranquil realm of the Nine Provinces, external currents surged ominously. A shocking revelation emerged, a near resurrection of 5 quasi-emperor figures. While 5 quasi-emperors are the visible count, the hidden numbers remain unknown. Upon the announcement, the world was shaken, instilling profound trepidation in every practitioner, as the entire Taoist lineage quaked in fear. Undoubtedly, the awakening of these quasi-emperors is a consequence of the cataclysmic fall of the ancient divine mountain. The leading Taoist lineages, in a bid to avoid the same fate, have thus revived their quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors are typically unlikely to emerge unless the path to emperor is opened. Yet, they have manifested now. No one remains unshaken by this news. This revelation is indeed sufficient to stir the cosmos as a whole. It is indisputable that the emergence of the quasi-emperors is a countermeasure against the human emperor, both as a precaution and a means of balance. Presently, the human emperor's might is unstoppable, thus crafting such a monumental scene. Discussions abound across all regions. The significance of a quasi-emperor is profound. They are the imperial stars bequeathed by various eras, instrumental in waging battles along the imperial path and safeguarding their own lineage, instilling awe across the realm. Yet, today, their emergence is spurred by a single individual, a testament to an extraordinary influence. The name of the Emperor of Humanity resounds once more. Throughout history, few have wielded such formidable sway, capable of shaking the very foundations of ancient chronicles. The legendary life of the Emperor of Humanity now garners additional glory. The era devoid of emperors has concluded. The age of emperors has dawned. Indeed, it is through the agency of one that an entire epoch transitions. Discussions abound, and the clamor is incessant, reverberating throughout the cosmos. The simultaneous emergence of so many quasi-emperors raises the question, does this herald the opening of the imperial path? After all, it has been many years since the demise of that great emperor of the demon clan. Are these individuals poised to challenge the imperial path, seeking enlightenment before the Emperor of Humanity? Concurrently, many speculate. In the eons past, how many years have elapsed since the appearance of a great emperor? Now, as the celestial laws transform and the path of emperors wanes, many believe this could signify the heralding of the imperial path. Will a contemporary great emperor truly reemerge? For millennia, the remarkable figures of the cosmos have awaited this moment. The universe is vast, and heroes lie in dormancy, ready to engage in a grand contest as the imperial path opens. What splendor awaits? Will the Emperor of Humanity occupy that esteemed position? Regardless, he shall undoubtedly emerge as a dark horse on the imperial path, his talents and gifts unparalleled through the ages. The universe trembles, and all harbor this premonition. While turbulent currents swirl outside, tranquility reigns within the realm of the Nine Provinces. Standing resolutely in the void of the Nine Provinces, Qin Yun has naturally heard such news. Yet, he remains remarkably composed, save for one matter that stirs a complex sentiment within him: a wedding. Chapter 148. The Grand Wedding of the Golden Crow. News of a grand wedding swept across the realms, stirring the hearts of all the people. It can be said that throughout history, few weddings have been so monumental, resonating far and wide and creating such a commotion. The roar of the 9 dragons echoed. The 9 phoenixes soared through the heavens, the golden crow sang its resounding call, and the spirit fox leaped gracefully. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, radiating from the Fusang Path realm, leaving the world in awe. The celestial emperor of the golden crow was to wed, drawing the attention of multitudes, and the bride, the only Qingxiu 9-tailed spirit fox. The demon empress by Tiaoer made this event widely known. With the deaths of the Lu emperor and the Kunping emperor, the leadership of the demon race now rested solely with the celestial emperor and the demon empress. Little did anyone expect that these two would unite in marriage. The tumultuous demon race, which had been fragmented for eons, seemed poised for unification. Many sensed this impending change. Historically, the demon race has been fraught with unrest, with various kings ruling independently over their territories, not much different from the scattered human race. Among the most influential figures were the 4 demon saints, Lu Emperor, Kunping, Celestial Emperor, and Demon Empress. With the demise of the 2 demon saints, the power of the Celestial Emperor and the Demon Empress surged dramatically, shifting what was once a rivalry between 2 emperors into an unexpected alliance through marriage. Undoubtedly, this union would herald a complete unification of the demon race, wielding influence akin to that of a great demon emperor's emergence. No one remained unaffected. The prospect of a unified demon race was a monumental event, considering that their numbers had never been inferior to those of the human race. Should they unite, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to all other races. But why had news of their marriage surfaced so suddenly? Historically, the two had been at odds, with tales suggesting that the demon empress held a strong aversion to the celestial emperor. Could it be that the celestial emperor, leveraging his status as a great saint, sought to forcibly marry her? Speculation ran rampant, with many drawing connections to the human emperor. It was said that the human emperor shared a close bond with the demon empress, with rumors of their ambiguous relationship circulating. Some even claimed to have seen them together at Mount Tai. How could the celestial emperor dare to impose such a marriage? Did he not fear the might of the human emperor? The human emperor had once pushed aside the ancient divine mountains, achieving an influence that was nothing short of astonishing. People doubted that the celestial emperor would be bold enough to disregard the human emperor and forcibly claim the demon empress. Although the human emperor was merely a saint, should he arrive with his might, the celestial emperor would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. It was rumored that the human emperor and the demon empress had parted ways. In the past, when the human emperor had moved against the ancient divine mountains, the demon empress was seen in the vicinity, likely drawn there by the allure of the 9 secrets. The human emperor, known for his overwhelming dominance, would surely not tolerate any betrayal from the demon empress, leading them to diverge on his separate paths. This news sent shockwaves throughout the world. Alas, the two had wandered onto divergent paths, and such a formidable figure as the human emperor had compelled the demon empress into a grave miscalculation. One cannot blame her. With the human emperor's might to confront the ancient divine mountains, who could have perceived even a glimmer of hope? Should one refrain from action, in the future, others may seize the 9 secrets, and the demon emperor shall inevitably be crushed. Such is the nature of fate. A single moment of inaction leads to a gradual descent into obscurity. Regardless of the circumstances, the 2 individuals find themselves cornered. For the human emperor no longer extends his protection over her, which explains the audacity of the Golden Crow divine emperor. Many have sighed deeply, lamenting this turn of events. The human emperor and the demon emperor, in the eyes of countless onlookers, appear to be a splendid match. The demon emperor possesses extraordinary talent and noble lineage, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm, while the human emperor, a paragon of strength, is considered by many to be unmatched, save for the demon emperor herself. Indeed, after the news of the human emperor becoming a consort emerged, numerous admirers hoped for a union between him and the demon emperor, wishing to compel Tang Guiyao to divorce him. In this light, can it be said that this marriage is one of mutual consent? The demon emperor has long harbored disdain for the Golden Crow divine emperor, and it is highly probable that she is unwilling. However, she likely acquiesced to the marriage under pressure, as it has been the ancient desire of the demon clan's emperors to unify their kind and consolidate their fortunes. Even if reluctant, her ambition may drive her to seek advancement through this union, preparing for future battles along the path of imperial ascendance. Originally, she could have relied on the human emperor's protection to aid her in unifying the demon clan, yet her past choices have led her to this compromise. Many sigh in sorrow. Throughout history, beautiful women have often met with misfortune, and it is indeed poignant that this saying applies to the illustrious demon emperor. A woman embodying the essence of the world's beauty and the finest elements of nature must now endure such indignity, leaving the world with a sense of regret. Nevertheless, the grand wedding ultimately took place, marked by immense spectacle. Although the shadow of an emperor loomed over this era, it could not overshadow the influence of a great sage, particularly as the marriage of the two demon emperors garnered unparalleled attention. Many ancient kings of the demon clan were present: the Bat King, the Red Dragon King, the Rock King. Each formidable demon king stood before the masses, evoking an overwhelming sense of impending unity among the demon clan. In addition to the demons, numerous powerful figures from the human race and other species also attended. The grandeur of the event was unprecedented. Qingqiu Mountain. As one of the principal parties in this marriage, Qingqiu Mountain bore an air of oppression. The clansmen of the Qingqiu lineage displayed overt expressions of indignation. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor, seeking to forcibly wed our queen by trading the lives of our kin, employs despicable tactics. Our Qingqiu lineage embodies the essence of the sun and moon, and our queen is of unparalleled nobility. How can she endure such desecration? We would rather die than submit. Ready to wage war against the Golden Crow lineage. The cries of outrage reverberated throughout Qingqiu. Numerous Fox clan figures emerged, raising their forepaws in silent protest. Gazing at the distant colossal tree where a white silhouette stood, their eyes shimmering with boundless sorrow. At this juncture, what choices remained for me? Perched upon the tree, Bai Qiao donned a flowing white dress that cascaded gracefully down the trunk, her figure striking, skin as pale as snow, and beneath her gown, a pair of immaculate long legs radiated a sacred brilliance in the sunlight. I, a descendant of the Qingqiu lineage, possess a unique constitution, imbued with the essence of Qingqiu. Akin to a divine elixir, an indispensable opportunity for enlightenment. From birth, I am destined for sorrow. What can a mere woman accomplish? Bai Qiao gazed vacantly into the void, her eyes somewhat hollow. A smile graced her lips, yet it bore the weight of bitterness. Why lament? I am precisely this kind of woman, fated to descend into the mortal realm, am I not? She murmured softly, as if speaking to herself, a self-deprecating smile escaping her. Memories of her first encounter with the human emperor surfaced. At that time, did she not also intend to barter her body for something in return? Such is the fate of a Qingqiu woman. She has long since come to terms with reality. There is no need for lamentation. Her earlier assertiveness was merely a refusal to be passive. She desired to make her own choices. Even if sorrow is her destiny, she yearns to choose for herself. Thus, she sought out Qin Yun, hoping he would agree to safeguard her path in the future. A gamble, indeed. She had wagered wisely. The human emperor later proved to be immensely powerful, nearly invincible in the realm. Alas, at that time, the human emperor, lacking in sentiment, feared being burdened by her, and candidly rejected her, leaving her in a quandary of whether to feel anger or joy, rendered utterly speechless. Now, the outcome remains unchanged. It is merely a different person involved. The demon emperor murmured, attempting to console herself, yet the sorrow in her eyes remained unmasked. She lowered her head, akin to a flower wilting in an instant. Chapter 149. The Emperor of Humanity, Qin Yun. Ah, little man, if it is destined for me, a fox maiden of Qingqiu, to choose but one, how I wish that person were you. Yet, we have ultimately missed our chance, and all blame rests upon my past choices. I lament my own inability to face you with dignity. The demon empress sighed deeply, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Perched upon a tree branch, her figure was striking. Draped in a pure white gown, resembling a spirit of the forest, yet her gaze was filled with melancholy, evoking sympathy. The demon empress sighed, truly disheartened. But soon her expression hardened with resolve. As the empress of the demons, she knew that romantic entanglements were not her destiny. The path to enlightenment was her true pursuit. First, she must become the sovereign of her kind, and thereafter, ascend to the status of a cosmic ruler. This was the path of the demon emperor to transcendence. I have fallen into the mundane world, commanding the demon race, striving for supremacy. Should I achieve the title of emperor, I shall wash away all disgrace, eliminating anyone tied to my past. In comparison to enlightenment, nothing else holds value. The demon empress's eyes gleamed with an indomitable spirit. In the 9 provinces domain, Qin Yun stood upon a cauldron, elevated in the void of the 9 provinces, his gaze radiant. His consciousness extended toward the distant horizon, piercing the boundless starry expanse, where wondrous phenomena unfolded. Golden crows cried out, and spirit foxes serenaded. Have you truly made no choice? Qin Yun murmured, fully aware of the nature of that woman. Though she appeared enchanting and captivating, she was never one to willingly succumb to degradation or belittle herself. On the contrary, in his eyes, the demon empress Bai Tiao was fiercely ambitious, surpassing many women. Unless she had truly run out of options, she would not take such a decisive step lightly. I come now to inquire about your intentions, Qin Yun spoke softly. He found it impossible to remain a mere observer. The demon empress Bai Tiao had aided him greatly along his journey. She had secretly assisted him during his struggle against the imperial weapon and later provided him with a half of a divine herb, as well as investigated the cause of Tang Yunli's demise. Despite any past mistakes or erroneous choices, he could not bear to watch her descend into the mundane realm. In truth, he had always held a favorable impression of Bai Tiao, both in appearance and character. Qin Yun acknowledged that she was indeed a stunning woman. Captivating to the soul, he was no sage and could not escape the allure of her charm. This visit was to discern the woman's intentions. If she was resolute in her decision, he would not impose. However, if she was forced into this choice. Without further ado, Qin Yun transformed into a beam of divine light, vanishing instantaneously from the void of the 9 provinces. In the Fusang domain, the earth was ablaze, with magma surging forth. This land was one of the oldest domains, often referred to as an ancient land, shrouded in endless mystery. It is said that in ancient times, the great sun fell upon this earth, giving rise to such a spectacular scene. Everywhere one looked, there were volcanoes, and the very soil was a fiery red, barren of any vegetation. Upon entering this sacred domain, one cannot help but behold the towering hibiscus tree, which soars into the heavens with an awe-inspiring grandeur. Regardless of one's location within this realm, the majestic presence of the hibiscus tree remains visible. Its origins are equally enigmatic. Said to be a spiritual root transformed from the fallen essence of the great Japanese source, serving as the very foundation and lifeblood of this domain. For eons, the lineage of the Golden Crow has resided here, a place deemed inhospitable for most beings due to its harsh environment. Yet, for the Golden Crow, it is paradise. In the celestial expanse, the Golden Crow takes flight, its fiery divine flames illuminating every corner of this sacred land. From all directions, esteemed figures have arrived, their chariots rumbling and celestial ships soaring through the skies, accompanied by mythical beasts and iron steeds. A scene of vibrant activity unfolds. The demon race seeks unification, their fortunes merging, heralding the imminent birth of a new emperor, destined to shine as a star on the path to imperial ascendance. In this lifetime, a great emperor shall emerge from the Golden Crow lineage, destined to dominate the ebb and flow of the world. Prominent leaders among the demon clans have gathered, a tumultuous cloud of demonic energy enveloping the sky. Who can thwart the rise of the demon race? The unification of the demons shall revive the grandeur of the demon emperor's reign, ushering in an era of resurgence. Everywhere, discussions abound. Countless demons have flocked to the hibiscus domain, each filled with fervor and martial spirit. Boom! The hibiscus palace, perched atop the colossal hibiscus tree, resonates with a continuous roar as formidable beings arrive from all corners. Outside the palace, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, adorned in resplendent garments, greets esteemed guests with a radiant countenance. Within the hall, the Demon Empress, crowned in crimson and draped in vibrant attire, appears increasingly resplendent. Her fair complexion and weary expression reveal her unwavering gaze fixed upon the distant void, where hope flickers in her eyes. Congratulations to the Divine Emperor for embracing the ethereal essence of Qingqiu. The demon race's fortune is at hand, and soon the sacred barriers shall be breached, leading to the emergence of a quasi-emperor. The unparalleled Divine Emperor stands on the brink of ascendance. Amidst the chorus of boundless congratulations, the demeanor of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor grows ever more radiant. Though this may be flattery, it is nonetheless a truth. Since Qin Yun's formidable push against the ancient Divine Mountain, the status of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor has remained precarious. In this era devoid of imperial figures, a great sage ought to be invincible. Yet, witnessing the human emperor's overwhelming conquest of the ancient Divine Mountain has cast his heart into despair. Subsequently, many quasi-emperors have emerged, transforming this age beyond the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's control. Now, having embraced the ethereal essence of Qingqiu and cultivated alongside the nine-tailed spirit fox, his realm is undoubtedly on the cusp of great achievement. With the unification of the demon race, should the fortune of all demons converge upon him, he will undoubtedly aspire to swiftly surpass the threshold of quasi-emperor. This marks a second spring in his life. How could he not feel exhilaration? How could he not revel in joy? As the Divine Emperor approaches the brink of quasi-emperor, others ascend to imperial heights, becoming supreme sovereigns, rendering them fearless before any adversary. In that moment, the human emperor, and all who stand with him shall be crushed, their essence claimed by the divine emperor. Ultimately, what is the human emperor but one who has succumbed to the divine emperor? And what of the demon empress, renowned as the most beautiful in the realm? If not one who ultimately chose to align with the divine emperor? Many have been flattering, aware of the pain of the human emperor being overshadowed by the divine emperor. At this moment, they deliberately mock and suppress, seeking to ingratiate themselves with the golden crow divine emperor. Yet, these words are quite apt, bringing a smile to the face of the golden crow divine emperor. When others achieve the rank of quasi-emperor, they shall ascend to the 9 provinces and cleanse the world with blood. The diminutive human emperor shall inevitably fall beneath my blade. The golden crow divine emperor, indeed, is intoxicated with pride. He has poured forth his endless grievances and made such a vow, declaring his intent to slay the human emperor and rid the world of its scourge. Ha! What is the human emperor? Why wait until he becomes an emperor in the future? Today he is absent. Otherwise, my brother could easily eliminate him. With my kin present, even as the human emperor, what storms can he conjure? Does he dare to contend with my brother? A mere sage, not worthy of fear. At this moment, within the Golden Crow Great Hall, several voices echoed forth. The identities of the speakers were truly formidable. 8 golden crows, siblings of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, even more imposing than he. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from the distant horizon, unleashing a terrifying wave that surged through the vast universe, flooding into the Fusang Palace. Many present changed countenance. The aura was intense, even disturbing the imperial array upon Fusang, possessing a dreadful pervasiveness. Who approaches? Without the need for the master to speak, the various demon kings of the demon race stood up, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, shouting towards the distant sky. Human Emperor, Qin Yun. With these 4 words, the vast universe roared, the Fusang tree quaked violently, and within the grand palace, all faces transformed in shock. The 8 golden crow demon kings trembled simultaneously, shaking as if caught in a tempest. The human emperor has truly arrived. The bustling Fusang Palace fell into silence. Chapter 150, The Wedding Heist Boom. In the celestial expanse, endless golden rays interwove like a multitude of resplendent meteors, casting a brilliant golden hue across the sky. Subsequently, these luminescent strands formed a golden pathway, while the terrifying will of the human realm descended like an overwhelming tide, surging forth like a boundless sea. Upon this golden avenue, a man approached with measured steps, clad in garments as white as snow, embodying ephemeral beauty and unparalleled grace. Before the grand gates of the Fusang Palace, all stood in stunned silence. The Emperor of Humanity had indeed arrived. What was the purpose of his presence? Collectively, everyone's gaze turned towards the woman adorned in a phoenix crown and splendid robes within the hall, as many among the demon race felt an ominous premonition. Whispers had long circulated regarding the close relationship between the Emperor of Humanity and the Demon Emperor, leading many to believe that this visit bore significant implications. A shiver ran through the crowd. The Emperor of Humanity was undoubtedly a harbinger of calamity. Each of his interventions had historically triggered earth-shattering conflicts. With his previous act of forcefully dismantling the ancient divine mountain, leaving all in terror of his ruthless methods. Now, he reappeared on the day of the grand nuptials of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, and everyone sensed the impending storm. What brings you here? A low murmur resonated from deep within the Fusang Palace, possessing a haunting clarity that echoed with the weight of time. It was an ancient golden crow, a waning sage king, undoubtedly summoned by the wedding. Qin Yun spoke with an unwavering calm, akin to a still pond devoid of ripples. Our lineage of the Golden Crow did not invite you, Emperor of Humanity. You have intruded uninvited. Kindly take your leave. One of the Golden Crows, a brother to the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, who had previously boasted of slaying the Emperor of Humanity, now spoke with diminished bravado. As a guest, if you have come for the wedding, you are welcome to enter the palace and share a drink. Standing before the crowd, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor exuded an unspoken authority, his golden hair billowing, while his voice remained composed, yet his eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. Qin Yun did not respond, but instead turned his gaze towards the interior of the Fusang Palace. Where is the Demon Emperor? I have come to see her. This declaration caused an uproar among the demon clans. They were taken aback by the Emperor of Humanity's bluntness, his lack of pretense bold enough to disregard the presence of the demon kings. Anger began to swell amongst them. How dare you seek an audience with the Demon Emperor, who is on the verge of becoming the Demon Empress? One ancient demon king bellowed. Young friend, your actions are excessively impudent. If you come to celebrate, our lineage of the Golden Crow welcomes you. Yet, should your intentions differ, the old Golden Crow interjected, his words gentle, yet a daunting pressure emanated from him. Are you not afraid of becoming our public enemy? Ignoring the assemblage, Qin Yun propelled the golden pathway through the void, piercing directly into the Fusang Palace and shattering its barriers. Instantly, a striking figure clad in red emerged from within. Emperor of Humanity, the Demon Emperor Bai Tiao. Upon seeing Qin Yun, was taken aback, her emotions a mixture of surprise and inexplicable joy. It was unexpected for him to arrive. With a swift motion, she tore away the veil that concealed her face, revealing a delicate countenance that bore signs of weariness, as if she were about to rush towards him. However, she was halted by the various members of the demon clan. You are audacious, human emperor. The demon kings are truly enraged. The face of the golden crow god emperor darkened ominously. Did you not once ask me to guard your path? Now, why have you turned to another? The Fox clan is indeed a den of deceivers. Qin Yun disregarded the others, offering a serene smile as he gazed upon the demon emperor. Bai Tiao's body stiffened, her large eyes shimmering with a clarity akin to the sky, as disbelief washed over her. Do you truly still wish to guard my path? She trembled. Then would you still be willing to marry him? Qin Yun smiled at the demon emperor while pointing towards the golden crow god emperor. Of course not. The demon emperor finally smiled, her weariness fading, as her radiant smile dimmed the very heavens. Then let me take you away, and I shall guard your path henceforth. Qin Yun's voice was calm, yet imbued with a formidable conviction. Very well, the demon emperor nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet her smile became ever more brilliant and pure, as exquisite as a celestial blossom. At this moment, all present were taken aback. On the day of the golden crow god emperor's grand wedding, while the demon clan rejoiced, the human emperor arrived to claim the bride. Despite prior suspicions, they were still stunned. Enough. The golden crow god emperor finally erupted in fury, letting out a furious roar. The two of them disregarded everyone else, their actions appearing as flirtation in his eyes, a sight he could scarcely tolerate. Brother, do not act rashly. The human emperor wields the human emperor cauldron, capable of overpowering all. We are not his match. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The younger brother of the golden crow god emperor spoke, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from him. Demon Emperor, have you considered this thoroughly? This individual is not of our kind. His heart is surely different. If you leave with him now, it will surely divide our demon clan. Is this the price you wish to pay? An elder of the golden crow spoke up, clearly reluctant to confront Qin Yun, instead turning to advise the demon emperor. I have indeed made up my mind. I shall not marry, but will leave with him. Bai Tiao declared with a radiant smile and unwavering determination. The golden crow god emperor was ablaze with fury, his entire being engulfed in a searing divine flame, glaring at Qin Yun and Bai Tiao as if he might belch fire. Human emperor, do you truly believe that holding the human emperor cauldron makes you invincible? Without that cauldron, you are nothing. He growled, his voice resounding like thunder, capable of tearing through the fabric of reality. There is no need for such testing. I have come today without the cauldron, Qin Yun replied, gentle and cultured, his black hair flowing freely in the wind, his tall figure exuding an air of composure. This proclamation sent shockwaves through all present, leaving even the demon emperor Bai Tiao momentarily speechless. The human emperor cauldron possesses the power to suppress fate, akin to an imperial weapon, and must not be wielded lightly. The prior annihilation of the ancient divine mountain served as a dire warning to all factions holding imperial weapons. A sense of foreboding lingered. Perhaps the human emperor would refrain from recklessly utilizing the cauldron again. Thus, the golden crow god emperor had sought to probe. However, none had anticipated the human emperor's bluntness and candor in his response. Without the emperor's cauldron, how dare he provoke a great sage? What grants him such audacity? The emperor's cauldron is extraordinary, with unparalleled offensive power. What is the emperor without it? Although the emperor is formidable, it has only been a month. Could he truly have reached a level capable of contending with the great sage? All were momentarily stunned, perceiving the emperor's actions as akin to courting death. Arriving without the emperor's cauldron to seize a marriage is nothing short of a blatant affront to the myriad demon clans. Yet, even as the demon practitioners seethed with rage, a sense of trepidation filled their hearts. The emperor, in his overwhelming might, has crafted numerous miracles throughout his life and shattered countless impossibilities, instilling a sense of dread in those who encounter him. Now, he stands there, so candid and composed, acknowledging his lack of the cauldron, yet still exuding an oppressive aura that leaves others bewildered and unable to fathom his true strength. Chapter 151. The three sovereigns in the ethereal realm of Fusang Palace. Myriad demons congregated. There forms a chaotic medley, as ominous clouds of demonic energy enveloped the heavens. An inexhaustible tide of the demon race surged forth, each visage marred by palpable fury. The union of the Demon Emperor and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor signified the long-awaited unification of the demon clan, a moment of monumental significance for them. Yet, their celebration was marred by the audacity of one individual, who brazenly dared to disrupt the nuptials in front of the demon lords, a flagrant act of contempt. How dare he come unaccompanied by the imperial cauldron and display such arrogance? He clearly holds our kind in utter disdain. This cannot stand. He must be slain on the Fusang grounds. Merely a sage, yet so presumptuous and brazen. Whispers surged from every corner. Many believed that the arrival of the human emperor was tantamount to courting death, without the imperial cauldron. What chance did he have against a great sage and the demon lords? Yet, no one dared to make a move. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor, despite his mounting fury, remained rooted in place, paralyzed by the weight of his own apprehension. The human emperor had shattered countless legends throughout his life, looming like an insurmountable mountain over all. His current nonchalance only deepened the unease, casting a shadow of uncertainty that rendered all hesitant to act. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Little man, I believe in you. If you cannot take me away, then I shall not marry him, even if it means perishing here. The Demon Empress, by Tiao bestowed a captivating smile, uttering a vow of terrifying conviction. In her eyes, this man radiated a unique allure. Despite the odds being stacked against them, he inspired a sense of invincibility and safety. Having made a grave error in her past choice, she was resolute in not repeating it, no matter the cost. She would choose this path, even to the point of martyrdom. Upon hearing her declaration, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor trembled. This was his betrothed, and in the presence of their kin, he felt his dignity crumble. Cousin, will you not strike him down? What is there to fear from a human emperor without a cauldron? Urged the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's younger brother. Very well. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor resolved at last. The human emperor's calmness unsettled him, yet he understood that a confrontation was unavoidable. Allowing the two to leave unscathed would lead to a catastrophic decline in his clan's standing among the demon race, forever branding them a laughingstock. The only path to reclaiming prestige lay in vanquishing this man, stepping over the corpse of the human emperor to establish his illustrious renown, thus paving the way for the unification of the demon clan and the prospect of becoming a quasi-emperor. Human emperor, your rise has instilled fear in many. Yet I have never engaged you until now. But today, you have gone too far. I must slay you. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor declared, and in that instant, sacred energy surged forth, unleashing a torrent of profound laws. From the skies above, an extraordinary vision materialized, depicting a tableau of the mountains and rivers, with throngs of demons kneeling in reverence. A golden crow spread its wings, soaring majestically through the heavens, reminiscent of a sovereign emperor. The emergence of this vision sent shockwaves through the assembly. Such an omen was traditionally reserved for the most influential emperors of the demon race, and its appearance now was nothing short of astonishing. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor has only recently transcended to the great saint level, yet he has manifested such a vivid demon god image. Although it remains indistinct, merely a nascent form, it is sufficient to attest to the Emperor's astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. Is this phenomenon perhaps intertwined with the fortunes of the demon clan? Many speculate thus. Each generation of demon emperors first ascends to become the ruler of their race before claiming dominion over the cosmos. Numerous individuals believe that the remarkable progress of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor is undoubtedly due to the absorption of a portion of the demon clan's fortunes, particularly those of Kunping and Lu Huang. In the distant sky, Qin Yun gazes at the image, his brow slightly raised, feeling an undeniable sense of oppression. Though he has not brought the cauldron with him, this does not imply that he underestimates this divine emperor. Legends speak of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor as vengeful and combative, a being who revels in challenges. However, this certainly does not signify a lack of intellect. Previously, when various kings attempted to confront him, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor chose to retreat into seclusion, revealing a depth of character and cunning. I have not brought the cauldron. Hence I harbor no fear of you. You lack the qualifications to instill such in me. After a brief moment, Qin Yun spoke, his words sharp and confrontational. He stepped forward, advancing with deliberate strides, the terrifying will of humanity's domain resonating through the air, akin to an eternal and immortal celestial being, radiating brilliance and purity, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble with each step. In the outside world, beneath the sacred Fusang tree, a multitude of individuals stood. They were of lowly status, unable to enter the Fusang Palace, as those who ascended were all eminent figures, yet they could feel the overwhelming fluctuations emanating from the conflict. Everyone understood that the human emperor and the golden crow divine emperor were at war. No soul remained unmoved. Each strike by the human emperor was nothing short of earth-shattering, and the intervals between each strike were alarmingly brief. Now, the world had not anticipated that merely a month after the tumultuous conquest of the ancient divine mountain, the human emperor would stir such a monumental upheaval. Arriving in the Fusang Dao domain, with the intent of seizing a bride, ignited fervor in every heart. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves across all regions. The human emperor and the divine emperor are undoubtedly two of the most illustrious figures of recent times, both possessing immense prestige. The anticipation for this battle had long been palpable, and it was understood that an eruption was inevitable. Yet, no one expected it to occur so swiftly, especially with the human emperor arriving unaccompanied by the human emperor's cauldron. How could a sage contend with a great saint? This contentious issue left many despondent. Nevertheless, the human emperor's life has been marked by controversy. Since his rise, nearly every battle has sparked intense debate, which is why each of his actions invariably draws widespread attention. One can imagine that should the human emperor achieve a resounding victory over the divine emperor today, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the world, rivaling the earlier upheaval of the ancient divine mountain. The human emperor stands unparalleled. What can a great saint do against him? His record of extraordinary feats is not to be underestimated. A sage slaying a great saint would herald yet another marvel. Many from various factions are stirred, even feeling a surge of bloodlust. At this juncture, the human emperor, aside from his ever-increasing combat prowess, has seen his reputation skyrocket, amassing a legion of fiercely loyal followers. Boom! The battle erupted. The golden crow divine emperor, consumed by rage, was enveloped in flames of divine fire, bursting forth with such intensity that it affected many within the Fusang Palace. Amidst the anguished cries of many, individuals became engulfed in flames, with those of lesser cultivation reduced to ash in an instant. The golden crow divine emperor had utterly lost his reason. With a resounding impact, Qin Yun launched an offensive, countering with the heavenly emperor's fist, his entire being emanating an enigmatic and mysterious aura. Purple, clear, and green lights intertwined as various arcane techniques activated simultaneously. From his chest, an overwhelming radiance surged forth, the manifestation of his supreme bone. He did not overestimate his capabilities. After all, he faced a formidable great saint. A chasm of 2 major realms and 18 minor realms separating them, an insurmountable divide. With a thunderous roar, the flames soared into the sky, devouring the void and reducing the fist imprint to mere dust, relentlessly advancing toward Qin Yun. However, in an instant, the towering inferno receded, cascading back like the Milky Way into the Fuso Palace. The searing divine flames caused even some holy kings to experience a buzzing in their consciousness, their minds disoriented. Strangely, many beheld the appearance of 3 emperors in the sky. Chapter 152. The convergence of 5 secrets. The 5 mystical arts surged forth in unison, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered and glimmered with an ethereal purity, rendering Qin Yun akin to a celestial being. 3 sovereigns of humanity materialized from the void, standing majestically in the air like divine entities, their countenances serene and unwavering, emanating an overwhelming aura of cosmic resonance. Am I truly experiencing a moment of disorientation? How could I possibly behold 3 sovereigns of humanity? At this juncture, the naked eye is scarcely prone to error, yet many still rub their eyes in disbelief. Gradually, all present were rendered speechless. The 3 sovereigns stood side by side, their celestial essence astonishingly potent, releasing waves of profound energy that seemed to collapse the very fabric of the void around them. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle, indeed, throughout the annals of cultivation history. Similar techniques of manifestation have not been uncommon. However, these were not mere projections. It was palpable that these were 3 sovereigns of humanity, indistinguishable from one another, making it nearly impossible to discern which was the true entity. Their auras, their realms, all identical, and even the void bore 3 distinct manifestations of supremacy, overshadowing the entirety of the space. The secret of characters. As this secret unfurled, an enigmatic and ancient essence permeated the atmosphere, inevitably invoking thoughts of the secret of characters among the 9 secrets. Yet, the voice trembled, the tone quaked. The 5th of the 9 secrets. The world seemed to fall silent. Even the golden crow divine emperor stood in a daze. The 9 secrets are exceedingly rare and resplendent. Each one is a treasure to behold. To witness 5 mystical arts converging upon a single individual is an utterly staggering tableau. Even a great emperor would find it challenging to harness 5 mystical arts, yet here they were before them. The 5 secrets, Zhi, Xing, Jie, Lian, erupted in a cascade of brilliant beams, a conflation of obscurity and antiquity suffusing the skies above. Why? Why does he possess 5 of the 9 secrets? No one remained unmoved. All stood in stunned silence, speechless. The sovereign would reveal a single 9 secret intermittently, one after another. And now 5 had been unveiled. How could one not tremble at such a revelation? The sovereign stood as an endless divine mountain, his depth seemingly boundless. The more one delved into it, the more profound the astonishment. Did he recently acquire the secret of characters? Or has he always possessed these 5 mystical arts, concealing his true power? The emergence of these 5 mystical arts left no one capable of articulating their origins, nor could they fathom how he came to possess them. The former scenario is almost inconceivable. Why would such unparalleled fortunes converge upon him? The latter, however, is even more disconcerting. If 5 of the 9 secrets have manifested, could there be a 6th one yet to reveal itself? Both conjectures were increasingly disquieting. With nearly half of the 9 secrets unveiled, might it be that in this lifetime, all 9 secrets are destined to emerge? Is it truly possible that the unification of the 9 secrets, rendering one invincible, is imminent? In this moment, many began to harbor such premonitions, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The unification of the 9 secrets, an unparalleled dominion, never before witnessed, even the mightiest emperors could not achieve it. Yet today, they truly beheld a glimmer of this possibility. The 5th of the 9 secrets, could this truly be a mere son-in-law? Could he genuinely be a scion of the Qin family's lesser branch? He is truly shrouded in mystery. Everyone was left speechless. The emperor's profound heritage and origins do not align at all. How could a scion of the Qin family possess such an abundance of secret arts? His humble beginnings juxtaposed with astonishing depth render the emperor even more enigmatic and unfathomable. Thus, is the secret of the characters your reliance? At this moment, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor spoke, his gaze filled with complexity, surprise mingled with a hint of relief. The secret of the characters indeed instills awe. However, having discerned the emperor's reliance, he believed that no matter how formidable, it remains merely a secret art. The gap between them spans 2 significant realms, and he did not think a single secret could bridge such a disparity. Understanding the emperor's reliance brought him a measure of comfort amidst his astonishment. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. That composed emperor, should he not reveal a transcendent technique, left him feeling adrift. Not enough, Qin Yun remarked, a smile gracing his lips, and the other 2 emperors exchanged knowing glances. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor did not believe the secret of the characters could bridge the gap, for the disparity was indeed too vast. Yet, he refrained from making a move at this moment. The 5 secrets, historically unprecedented, when activated together. No one could predict the cataclysmic force they would unleash. In the outside world, the tumult spread swiftly. The emergence of the 5 secrets was undeniably monumental news. People could scarcely fathom the tremendous upheaval it would incite. Across various factions, expressions of exhilaration appeared on every face, their spirits stirred. The activation of the 5 secrets was undoubtedly a spectacle, one never witnessed before and possibly never to be seen again, a rare display of magnificence. Boom! The battle erupted once more. Before the Golden Crow Divine Emperor could act, Qin Yun chose to strike first. 3 figures moved in unison. The secret of the characters fully manifested, their speed unmatched. The sky was filled with fleeting afterimages, rendering even a Saint King incapable of discerning Qin Yun's location. Even the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was taken aback. Such unparalleled swiftness transcended the ordinary, nearly surpassing time itself, leaving even this great sage feeling insignificant. Boom! To the side. The Emperor of Heaven unleashed a mighty fist, and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor reacted swiftly, divine flames enveloping that expanse of void in an instant. Bang! From behind, the aura of the invincible combatant surged forth, revealing a formidable offensive prowess. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor, being a great sage, demonstrated his exceptional strength. The moment he unleashed the divine flames, he swiftly clawed at the void. Boom! Above, an unparalleled sword light descended. Crack! All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The void trembled, the starry river erupted, and onlookers clearly beheld a drop of divine blood falling. It was a drop of golden blood, utterly terrifying and awe-inspiring. In that moment, within the Fusang Palace, countless palatial structures collapsed under its weight, hinting at the immense power of its owner. However, people beheld the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's brow split open, golden divine blood flowing ominously, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. No one was left unmoved. The renown of the Nine Secrets was indeed formidable. Yet no one anticipated that the collaboration of the Five Secrets would defy the heavens to such an extent. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor suffered grievous wounds. This was a formidable great sage, yet his adversary was merely a saint. However, the onslaught was far from abating. It was more fearsome than anyone could have envisioned. A human emperor unleashed a torrential barrage of sword rain, transforming the void into a honeycomb of destruction. Another human emperor struck with a flurry of fist seals, a multitude of blows surging forward in unison. Meanwhile, yet another human emperor engaged in close combat. As the sacred battle techniques were unleashed, divine light erupted, plunging the conflict into chaos. Chapter 153. Exiled in the Starry Sky. The Golden Crow let out a piercing cry, a sound of unbridled fury. Here stands a mighty sage, yet he finds himself subdued by a single saint. What a profound indignity this is. The Divine Emperor roared, his golden claws tearing through the void, a resplendent purple light illuminating the surroundings. As it pierced through Qin Yun's form, showering the battlefield with crimson rain. However, the clash of sword light and the reverberation of fist marks struck the Golden Crow Emperor, leaving him grievously wounded, his body a tapestry of injuries, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. In the far distance, the figure of the human emperor appeared, invoking the secret of the character Jie, instantly restoring himself to his former state, unleashing the unparalleled prowess of the battle sage law, and charging forth once more. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. They could sense a palpable suppression. A great sage was utterly crushed by a saint. The three human emperors wielded extraordinary power, their attacks unmatched. Should the Golden Crow Emperor dare to unleash his full strength upon one, he would be incapable of fending off the assaults of the other two. Even if he managed to severely injure one human emperor, the existence of the Jie Secret would allow for swift recovery. This scenario seemed almost insurmountable, and many felt a twinge of despair for the Golden Crow Emperor. Such overwhelming might. Is this the manifestation of the Five Secrets in concert? The human emperor's offensive prowess is second to none. Even a mighty sage would struggle to endure such relentless assaults. The efficacy of the Jie Secret in healing is unparalleled, rendering the Divine Emperor's attacks nearly futile. The swiftness of the Hung Secret is extraordinary. To inflict substantial damage upon a human emperor is a daunting challenge. A shiver ran through the crowd. The convergence of the Five Secrets was beyond anyone's expectations, exhibiting an overwhelming strength. The unity of the Nine Secrets rendered them invincible, and now, witnessing the might of just five, the shadows of invincibility loomed large. The Nine Secrets are indeed fearsome, combining the essence of 9 realms into formidable techniques. A truly divine phenomenon. The human emperor's strength is well known, cultivated through relentless perseverance, thus achieving unparalleled combat prowess, further augmented by the secrets of the 9. The display of the Lie Secret was not merely a solitary endeavor. Facing 3 human emperors, how could one possibly contend? The spectators were filled with trepidation, their hearts gripped by icy dread. Boom! The battle raged on, the essence of the great Tao surging forth. The laws roaring as the two ascended from the Fusang Tao domain into the heavens, ultimately clashing within the starry expanse, leaving untold celestial bodies in ruin. Qin Yun was wholly consumed by the frenzy of battle. Since his rise, he had faced multitudes alone, yet now, with 3 against 1, he found a certain exhilarating satisfaction. The battle sage law unleashed in full, all manner of offensive techniques were employed, relentlessly bombarding the heavens. At this moment, the Golden Crow Emperor had been thoroughly reduced to a bloodied figure, his form a gruesome sight. Despite his transcendent realm and formidable strength, he could not withstand Qin Yun's relentless onslaught. It could be said that he had been utterly crushed, unable to unleash his true power. For he was not contending with a single human emperor, he was beset by 3, preventing him from focusing his mind and spirit. Every attempt to unleash his full strength was met with the frenzied onslaught of the other 2. Though revered as a great sage, he found himself unable to withstand the terrifying onslaught, a formidable combination of the secret arts of the characters and the unparalleled combat techniques, augmented by the ancient scriptures of the Heavenly Emperor and the blessings of the Supreme Bone. No one could fathom the extent of such power. As the battle raged on, his heart grew increasingly apprehensive. A great sage, reduced to this state by a sage, filled him with an indescribable humiliation. Emperor of humanity, strike! Roared the Divine Emperor, unleashing a transcendent force that reverberated through the void. Yet, without exception, every time he dared to unleash his might, he faced inevitable failure. suffering a corresponding backlash and grievous injury. The divine emperor trembled, on the brink of collapse. Blood flowed, saturating the starry expanse, a dazzling golden light blinding to behold. Were it not for the great sage's formidable vitality, he would surely have been drained of life by now. Is that enough? Qin Yun inquired, a smirk gracing his lips, inciting further wrath in the divine emperor. Kill. The golden crow stained the cosmos with blood, a dazzling glow mingled with torrents of crimson, launching forward relentlessly, determined to slay the emperor of humanity at any cost. However, when the characters unfolded, the golden crow divine emperor found himself utterly vacuous. In the next moment, 3 figures of the emperor of humanity simultaneously waved their hands, and in an instant, numerous shadows of the emperor materialized in the void. The puppet technique. This formidable sorcery, a pinnacle of the demon race, could refine living beings into puppets for manipulation. Its most significant power lay in its capacity for disguise. In such brutal combat, these puppets were nearly useless, yet they bore an uncanny resemblance to the emperor of humanity. With over 100 figures of the emperor appearing simultaneously, they charged forward to attack. Despite its flaws, discerning the true body required time, and the golden crow divine emperor, already on edge from the prolonged battle, felt a chill run down his spine with each advancing figure of the emperor. Such an unparalleled master was thoroughly constrained. Boom. The 3 emperors of humanity concealed among the crowd of emperors continuously struck out. This strategy proved remarkably effective, as nearly every attack connected. The combat techniques unleashed a barrage of assaults, and any opportunity to strike at the golden crow divine emperor was met with a deluge of hundreds, even thousands, of attacks. It was an unequivocal encirclement. Do you dare to engage my brother in a one-on-one duel? Is this the extent of your courage, resorting to such insidious tactics? You are unworthy of the title of emperor. The golden crow, drenched in blood, raged amidst the starry expanse, inciting every golden crow of Fusang Palace to madness, their roars echoing in the air. Such sounds reached Qin Yun's ears, not inciting anger, but rather delight. He acknowledged that he was presently incapable of facing the golden crow divine emperor in a direct confrontation. Yet, was not this entanglement and these tactics a manifestation of his own strength? What mattered was not the cleanliness of the methods employed, but their efficacy in achieving death. Boom. Ultimately, the golden crow divine emperor could no longer endure, revealing his true form. It was a colossal 3-legged golden crow, with obsidian claws and engulfed in divine flames, cascading downwards, igniting the void in a blaze of fiery intensity. The golden crow spread its wings, resembling an ancient divine beast, exuding majesty and overwhelming presence, its aura terrifying. Roar! The golden crow let out a piercing cry, shattering the starry sky. Within that vast, gaping maw, a resplendent golden radiance dazzled the eyes, gradually intensifying to an overwhelming brilliance, as if a great sun were enshrined within, expelled by its very being. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent sun emerged, representing the utmost secret techniques of the golden crow lineage. The celestial body blazed across the heavens, its scorching divine flames raining down upon every corner, capable of tearing apart the starry expanse, annihilating countless puppets in its wake. Such divine power was utterly unassailable, evoking a sensation of obliteration, shattering all laws with ease. Thousands of sovereigns were reduced to mere dust in an instant. Boom! The starry sky fractured, a colossal rift gaping open, chaos surging forth. Countless stars were drawn into its depths. That fissure resembled a vast abyss, akin to an endless chasm, a chaotic maw capable of devouring all. Banishment of the starry realm. The golden crow's shriek resonated with such force, its divine sound cleaving through the heavens. In that fleeting moment, 3 sovereign figures were engulfed by that boundless abyss, and then the rift sealed itself. This was a method of transcendent power, one that only a great sage could wield, a might so immense that it could sever the fabric of time and space, exiling insurmountable foes to the desolate chaos. The technique of banishment. In the lower realm, many were struck with astonishment. Even the demon sovereign Bai Tiao displayed a flicker of apprehension upon his visage. The chaos was boundless. Countless mighty beings throughout history had been cast into its depths, ultimately lost, and unable to find their way back. In chaos, there is neither time nor order, only darkness and cold. Without guidance, the inevitable fate is decay, an entire lifetime spent in fruitless search for return. One might say that encountering banishment is akin to receiving a death sentence. Had the sovereigns thus become mere wisps of smoke? The great sage, ultimately, is not to be trifled with, possessing a mastery of profound paths and laws, wielding unfathomable might. Though the 5 secret effects are boundless, they too are difficult to withstand. Chapter 154. The fall of the great sage. The void quivered, and after a fleeting tumult of chaos surged through, the expanse once again sealed itself, restoring its former tranquility. The figure of the Emperor of Humanity had vanished, eternally imprisoned within that boundless realm of time and space, leaving no trace of his presence. Was this truly how he would fade from existence? The Emperor, with unparalleled talent that astonished the ages, would meet such an end? Many found it hard to believe. Yet as time passed, acceptance of this reality began to settle in. Outside the Fusang Palace, a radiant and singular beauty now wore a veil of sorrow. Her head bowed in despair. To sever the heavens and reverse the flow of time was a forbidden art, a defiance against the heavens themselves. Countless souls had been cast into the infinite chaos and ultimately lost their way. It could be said that once this method was successfully employed, it could never be undone. In the boundless chaos, tumultuous currents surged backward, forcibly thrusting Qin Yun into an unfamiliar realm of time and space. His body swaying like a leaf upon the water. Utilizing the secret of movement, he steadied himself and charged in the direction from whence he came. Traversing the void was a formidable divine maneuver, executed with such natural grace, devoid of any trace of earthly warmth. Yet here in the boundless chaos, one found only cold darkness, where the existence of order was imperceptible. Time and space seemed to have vanished entirely. As Qin Yun employed the secret of movement, he traversed the void, drifting aimlessly, devoid of any glimmer of hope, akin to being lost in an ancient universe barren of life. Silence reigned as the eternal essence of this realm. Rather than succumbing to panic, Qin Yun chose to sit cross-legged in the void, embarking on a quest for enlightenment. The ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor flowed through him, as he sought to unravel the path he had traversed. Before him lay an expanse of nothingness, devoid of hope. Yet in that moment, Qin Yun sensed something, a presence of causality. The causality of the Emperor of Humanity beckoned him, drawing him toward the realm of humanity, where the manifestations of supreme power guided him toward the other shore. He felt the essence of Tang Guiyao and the Demon Emperor, as well as the faint trace of that little woman, Tang Yunli. These were remnants of his past existence in that world, the Tao and the laws intertwining, each person transforming into elusive threads of causality, leading him onward. With resolute eyes, Qin Yun stepped forward into the dark void, his resolve hardening with each stride. As he traversed the expanse, gradually, he beheld a glimmer of light, sensing the echoes of that world. Outside the Fusang Palace, a cacophony erupted. The Emperor of Humanity had vanished, exiled to the infinite chaos, and a myriad of emotions swirled amongst the people. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor had indeed wielded such a forbidden technique, severing time and space, shattering the order, truly an embodiment of imperial potential. Many were filled with awe. Such an enigmatic method, capable of transcending time and order, was no small feat, reminiscent of the ancient emperors. Our clan's brother possesses extraordinary talent. What of the Emperor of Humanity? In the end, he too was cast away. I have long proclaimed that if the Emperor of Humanity dared to come, my brother could slay him today. What now? Several brothers of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor spoke with beaming smiles. Below, the endless clamor of the demon clan resounded, marveling at the astonishing prowess of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. No one remained unaffected. A generation's emperor had thus become mere smoke, challenging the Golden Crow Divine Emperor on the eve of his grand nuptials. Despite revealing 5 extraordinary secret techniques, he still faced utter defeat. This further solidified the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's illustrious reputation and propelled him significantly closer to unifying the demon clan. The emperor had perished, yet he would undoubtedly rise again across the 9 provinces, seizing power and vanquishing all life. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor stood alone in the void, emitting a resounding roar, expelling boundless resentment as he gazed towards the woman outside the Fusang Palace. The Demon Empress, heartbroken, lowered her gaze, shedding tears. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor grinned wickedly. Play the music, pay your respects. However, in an instant, the void shattered, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth, shaking the cosmos. A white silhouette silently swept across, streaking through the sky, leaving a trail of golden blood in its wake. The Emperor had returned. You. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor trembled, astonished and fearful, slowly lowering his head to reveal a gaping wound in his chest, from which golden blood flowed. In the next moment, the Divine Emperor plummeted from the void. The universe seemed to fall silent, and everyone stood frozen. The smiles on the faces of several of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's brothers became rigid. How could this be? no one was unshaken. The emperor had returned from exile and delivered a crushing defeat to the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. What magnificence was this? How had he managed to return? The emperor possessed unparalleled talent and had ascended to this level solely through arduous cultivation. What was beyond his reach? He was a miracle, shattering legends and dismantling myths. Had he not accomplished such feats before? Heaven and earth trembled as the emperor defied fate, defeating a great sage with the demeanor of a saint, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Every cultivator felt their emotions surge. Once again, he defied the heavens. The emperor was indeed divine. The clamor reached a fever pitch. Shadows flickered from all directions, and light streaked wildly. People rushed to disseminate the news. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor had fallen. A great sage bested by a saint. The emperor had not wielded the emperor's cauldron, yet displayed such formidable strength that none could remain unmoved. This night would be sleepless. The world could not fathom the vast ripples that would ensue from this announcement. The news spread like wings, racing across domains, sweeping through the entire cosmos. The world trembled. Upon learning of the emperor's great defeat of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, no heart remained unshaken. Even though the emperor's influence in this world had nearly rivaled that of the sovereigns, reaching an unprecedented height, it was primarily due to the influence of the emperor's cauldron. That was a divine weapon, mightier than all imperial armaments, and much of the emperor's strength could be attributed to it. Yet, no one expected that the emperor, without employing the emperor's cauldron, could still achieve such a staggering victory over the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. This was undoubtedly a shocking revelation. Merely a month had passed since the emperor had pushed through the ancient divine mountain, and yet he had stirred such controversy once more. With a great sage defeated at his hands, it is already astonishing that a sage can slay a sovereign, but it is beyond imagination that even a great sage can be vanquished. The world is in an uproar. This upheaval is even more magnificent than the previous one that shook the ancient divine mountain. The last incident was due to the human sovereign cauldron, but today, the human sovereign relies solely on his own strength. This marks a qualitative difference. He truly stands at such an elevated height, capable of defeating a great sage single-handedly. One must ponder, aside from the emperors, how many can challenge him? People understand that the status of the human sovereign will be irrevocably altered. With his extraordinary prowess coupled with the prestige of the human sovereign cauldron, the influence after this battle will undergo a profound transformation. No one dares to believe it. The news strikes like thunder, as if it has struck the very souls of the people, leaving everyone trembling. Chapter 155. The personal matters of the human emperor at such a tender age, possessing such remarkable stature, with the human emperor's cauldron in hand. Who in the world could possibly rival him? The realm trembled as a great sage suffered defeat on the day of his grand wedding, thereby cementing the unparalleled renown of the human emperor. From ancient times to the present, scarcely has anyone achieved enlightenment at such a swift pace, nor has any sage wielded such formidable influence. A palpable sense of anticipation coursed through the masses. It seemed that, in due time, the human emperor would unite this vast cosmos. Despite the boundless expanse of the universe, the people glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the figure of the human emperor. With the emergence of the 5 secrets, could it be that the extraordinary spectacle of the 9 secrets uniting was truly at hand? The details of the great battle naturally spread like wildfire across the lands. Many speculated that perhaps in this era, the sight of the 9 secrets manifesting together would finally be witnessed. The simultaneous emergence of the 5 secrets was unprecedented in any age. The origins of the human emperor's 9 secrets piqued the curiosity of all, yet it was destined to remain an enigma, an inscrutable mystery. However, the successive appearance of the 5 secrets ignited hopes for the imminent arrival of the 9 secrets, with everyone eagerly anticipating their manifestation. The convergence of the 9 secrets was a dream, a vision of invincibility that echoed through the ages. The ancient adage regarding the might of the 9 secrets resonated deeply within every epoch. But though it had never materialized in past eras, hope now flickered anew. Was the human emperor truly to wed the demon emperor? Simultaneously, the gossip surrounding their relationship captivated the populace. Beyond the numerous ordinary cultivators, kings from various realms, and powerful sovereigns were all drawn to this tantalizing news. These individuals, akin to living relics, were seldom stirred by anything other than the path itself. Logically, they would not harbor curiosity for such rumors. Yet, the source of the gossip was none other than the human emperor, stirring the hearts of all. When the human emperor forcefully ascended the ancient divine mountain, the demon emperor had appeared, vying for a chance at destiny. The human emperor's willingness to overlook past grievances revealed his fondness for her. After this encounter, it seemed likely that the two would become partners on the path. The demon emperor once proclaimed that if the human emperor could not take her away, she would rather perish in Fusa, a testament to her heartfelt intentions. With the human emperor's celestial demeanor, few could be deemed worthy of his affections, yet the demon emperor, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, proved a fitting match. Should they become partners, it would foster harmony between the human and demon realms, a tale to be cherished for millennia to come. The discussions were relentless, reverberating throughout the lands. The human emperor's passionate fury for the sake of a beloved, crashing a wedding on the eve of the event, stirred profound emotions in all who heard the news. For many cultivators, it may merely have been idle gossip, yet for countless women in the world, the tale felt like a fantastical dream, a legendary romance where every maiden yearns for a day when an unparalleled man arrives to rescue her from peril. All awaited with bated breath to see how the relationship would unfold. If they were to become partners, how would the Great Wind Empress, Tang Guiyao, respond? Inevitably, the gaze of the crowd shifted towards the woman of the Great Wind, all awaiting her reaction. The Demon Empress undoubtedly surpassed Tang Guiyao in myriad ways. A holy king by birth and a descendant of the Great Emperor, she is the sovereign of the demon clan and the fairest maiden in the realm. How can Tang Guiyao even begin to compare with the Demon Empress? The mutual affection between the human emperor and the demon empress stands in stark contrast to Tang Guiyao's marriage, which was merely a union sanctioned by the empress. Separation was inevitable. No matter how much Tang Guiyao may resist, she must accept her fate. Compared to such a formidable woman, what dignity does she possess? The crowd eagerly anticipated the folly of the Empress of the Great Wind. Yet, it appeared they would be left disappointed. How could such a powerful woman possibly become the subject of ridicule? I am wed to Qin Yun. We have pledged ourselves before heaven and earth. Whether he is a supreme being or a human emperor, I remain his legitimate wife. Should there come a day when he takes another, that individual would only be worthy of the status of a concubine. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Guiyao responded with audacity. The world was taken aback, for she dared to utter such words in the face of the demon empress, suggesting that the empress become a concubine while she claims the title of the emperor's primary spouse. This was tantamount to declaring war upon the demon empress. Even Qin Yun was taken aback by her boldness. The public discourse surged like a torrent. This woman truly seemed unafraid of the scorn of the masses. One must understand that the vitriol of the crowd can be overwhelming. Qin Yun could only lament that this woman was oblivious to the tempest that lay ahead, having never experienced such a brutal backlash. Indeed, upon her declaration, the Great Wind became the epicenter of public scrutiny. What merit did Tang Guiyao possess to voice such claims? A woman lacking in virtue, daring to assert herself as the human emperor's primary wife? The human emperor had aided her multiple times solely due to their marital bond, and even her ascension as the empress of the Great Wind was facilitated by his support, driven by responsibility and camaraderie. Could she truly be so unaware of her standing? Once, she had compelled the human emperor to become a mere consort, and now she clung to him with such audacity. How utterly shameless. If she possessed even a shred of conscience, she should hasten to dissolve her marriage with the human emperor, lest she tarnish his reputation. The world was in uproar. Among the most fervent were the mortals. Qin Yun, initially regarded as the emperor among men, commanded great respect among his kind. Yet, her words ignited a fervor among the cultivators as well. They believed Tang Guiyao to be utterly ignorant of her position. The human emperor now stood at the zenith of power, and she, a mere empress of the Great Wind, not only wished to claim him as her husband, but also sought to overshadow the demon empress, inciting widespread indignation. The clamor of public opinion was overwhelming. Qin Yun could only sigh in resignation. At this juncture, his private affairs had ceased to be private, destined to wield significant influence over all. He felt a deep sense of helplessness, yet found himself powerless to alter the course of such worldly matters. Ultimately, he stepped forth, wishing to shield the Great Wind from the ensuing turmoil, imploring the public to refrain from meddling in his private life. The human emperor could command the respect of the world, yet in the face of this matter, his impact was scarcely felt. In a world where the multitude of voices cannot be silenced, the most fearsome force is indeed the power of human opinion. Words wield a terrifying influence that cannot simply be quelled by strength alone. Fortunately, the public is aware of his connection to the Tang family, and though there are murmurs of discontent, they ultimately lack any tangible repercussions, for they recognize that those two women are his Achilles heel, too perilous to provoke. In truth, upon learning that Qin Yun had absconded with her fiancé on the day of the grand wedding of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, how could Tang Guiyao maintain the calm she professed? Her husband, indifferent and frigid towards her, displayed a passionate fury for a woman far superior to herself. What woman could remain composed in such turmoil? Amidst the tempest, some witnessed the Empress of the Moon, sighing deeply as the storm returned. Others observed her in mourning, standing despondently before the tomb of Tang Yunli. Whispers suggest that within the Valley of 100 Flowers, one often spots a solitary figure in white, standing motionless like a statue stripped of its luster, alone in the valley, enveloped in solitude and melancholy. Chapter 156. Soul-stirring outside the Fusong Palace, a cacophony ensued. No one remained unshaken. A great sage had been soundly defeated by a saint, an event that could hardly fail to astonish. As the human emperor made his entrance, all present felt the weight of impending danger. The leaders of the demon clan wore expressions of palpable fear. However, Qin Yun refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He was not a man prone to bloodshed. He did not strike against the lineage of the Golden Crow, nor did he slay the gravely wounded Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Ultimately, there existed no deep-seated enmity between them. It was no small feat for a great sage to reach such heights, and Qin Yun did not wish to annihilate completely, departing with the Demon Emperor instead. At such a level of cultivation, he harbored no fear of retribution. The human emperor, as Qin Yun turned to leave. The gaze of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was fraught with complexity. This was more painful than death itself. The defeat inflicted upon him brought forth a heart-wrenching agony. He understood that even if he survived, the path to redemption would be fraught with difficulty. No matter how diligently he practiced, surpassing his opponent seemed an insurmountable task. To be vanquished by a saint was a humiliation of the highest order. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor felt his resolve shatter. After enduring countless years of arduous training only to be overthrown by a saint, what worth was there in his efforts? With a heavy heart, he gazed longingly at Qin Yun and the departing Demon Emperor, letting out a long sigh. Helpless and resigned, he recognized that his fate was sealed. He would forever be overshadowed by the human emperor, his defeat leaving him bereft of hope. In the Juzhou Dao domain, at the Human Emperor Valley, am I considered your wife now? Within the valley, where flowers bloomed vibrantly under the radiant sun, Qin Yun sat upon a stone, contemplating the Dao, while the Demon Emperor stood before him, her enchanting presence captivating. Upon hearing such a question, Qin Yun opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. Had the Demon Emperor misunderstood something? I have vowed to protect your path, but I have no intention of developing any relationship with you, he replied. Are you not willing to take responsibility for me? The Demon Emperor inquired, her charm undeniable. It is well known that you abducted me on the day of my grand wedding, yet now you refuse to acknowledge it? Qin Yun found himself at a loss for words. Dear Demon Emperor, my promise to guard your path was merely to repay a past kindness. I regard you as a friend. Why do you tempt me so? Are you truly unwilling? The Demon Emperor smiled sweetly, her delicate form exuding an irresistible allure as she leaped onto the stone, drawing closer to Qin Yun, ensnaring his senses. He could not deny that she was indeed a bewitching woman, capable of causing great turmoil. Demon Emperor, please conduct yourself with decorum. Qin Yun, a paragon of virtue, remained unmoved. Little man, are you truly intending to remain faithful to Tang Guiyao? She teased, leaning against his shoulder. To my knowledge, your relationship with her is far from harmonious. I am curious as to why you feel compelled to protect her, and even more curious as to why you do not seek a divorce. Previously, one could argue it was the Empress who held you back. Yet now there are no such constraints. Why not sever ties with her? Once married, the bond lasts 100 days. She is my wife, and thus I must protect her. As for the possibility of a divorce, there are reasons that must be considered. Qin Yun could never reveal the true reason. He indeed wished to part ways with Tang Guiyao, as he harbored not a shred of affection for her. However, he alone understood the immense role that woman had played in his rise to prominence. Now, with Tang Yunli deceased, and that woman facing monumental adversity while refusing to separate, how could he broach the subject? Are you truly intent on preserving your purity for her? The enchanting Demon Empress leaned against Qin Yun's shoulder, one hand caressing his back while the other played with his hair. Qin Yun remained speechless, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he retorted. Do you wish to become a concubine, subjected to Tang Guiyao's dominance? To his astonishment, the Demon Empress readily acquiesced, for she was the Demon Empress, potentially destined to unify the demon race. She leaned closer, playfully declaring, being your lover would indeed be delightful. However, whether I am a wife or a concubine is for the world to judge. There is no need for explanation. As the Demon Empress, I need not concern myself with titles. The world will grant me justice. Her words left Qin Yun at a loss for words. He brushed aside her long legs and said, Demon Empress, you need not go to such lengths. I have promised to protect your path, and I shall not go back on my word. There is no need to barter your body. What? The demon empress, momentarily incensed, bit down on Qin Yun's shoulder with fervor. What do you take me for? This is not a transaction of interests, but a matter of the heart. Do you truly perceive me as so frivolous? Her playful, yet slightly irate demeanor reflected her genuine feelings. Am I so difficult to understand? Are you truly so rigid? I do not mind. Why do you care? The small man, do not feign propriety. I refuse to believe my allure cannot conquer you. The demon empress resumed her captivating demeanor, her delicate white hands teasing Qin Yun's emotions. She was indeed a stunning beauty. One so extraordinary that even Qin Yun found it challenging to resist. He was certainly not a man of rigid principles. Coming from a future era, he could not fathom a woman with multiple husbands, yet he could accept a man with several wives. His reluctance stemmed not from rigidity, but from the intricate entanglements with Tang Guiyao. He truly wished to avoid involving himself with another woman, especially one as formidable as the Demon Empress. Demon Empress, should you not cease, do not blame me if I lose control. Qin Yun silently recited ancient scriptures to clear his mind. Yet, the Demon Empress only intensified her advances. All right, little man. I shall see how you manage to maintain your composure and whether you can demonstrate the demeanor of a sovereign. I advise you not to provoke me. Qin Yun was rendered utterly speechless as the Heavenly Emperor's ancient scriptures for tranquility surged within him. Simultaneously, a mysterious aura emanated from his being. The dual cultivation scriptures were in motion, creating a peculiar situation where his mind controlled his body. Qin Yun felt an overwhelming desire to subdue the enchanting demoness before him, battling through 700 rounds, intent on vanquishing the demon and upholding his principles. What abilities do you possess, little emperor? Do not disrupt my path. Ultimately, reason triumphed over instinct, reclaiming its elevated position. This was undoubtedly a source of misfortune. Reason cautioned him against any rash entanglements. Present circumstances remained relatively stable, and Qin Yun was unwilling to disrupt that balance. As the sky darkened and the night descended like a flowing stream, the enchantress finally departed, having encountered an unprecedented setback at the hands of the Emperor of Humanity. Chapter 157. The broken sage king. Time flows like water, and the years pass swiftly. The universe has descended into a long-awaited tranquility, a stillness pervading every corner. All the elite, sovereigns, and titans are diligently honing their skills, as if a tide of cultivation has suddenly swept across every sacred land overnight. A serene hush envelopes all realms, and amidst the vast cosmos, countless dynasties engage in little to no conflict. Everyone senses a subtle omen. The imperial path is about to unfold. Historically, it has always been thus. On the eve of the imperial ascent, the cosmos falls silent. All grudges and animosities are set aside during this period. Before the emperor, nothing holds significance. The term emperor carries immense weight, signifying the sovereign of the universe. For millennia, countless practitioners have devoted their lives in pursuit of this singular title. During this critical juncture, everyone fervently strives to elevate themselves, yearning to charge forth on the imperial path, to vanquish all opposition and emerge as the ultimate individual, one emperor for an entire era. This is an inexorable truth. Yet, in the face of the word emperor, all are driven to advance vigorously. The pre-emperor awakens, heralding a transformative era. No one dares to languish, unwilling to squander even a fleeting moment, grasping every opportunity to cultivate. For the contemporary elite, particularly the younger generation, this is destined to be a harsh reality. Their realms remain woefully insufficient, leaving them to watch helplessly as the imperial path opens before them. It is not a matter of lacking talent, but rather of time being limited. They find themselves suppressed in this life, unable to make their mark, a lamentable fate indeed. Among the youth, few possess the qualifications to contend on the imperial path, with only the supreme body standing out as a contender. During this period, the human emperor of the 9 provinces garners much attention, captivating countless gazes. The influence of the human teaching has reached unprecedented heights, with an increasing number of saints joining the ranks, even the emergence of sage kings. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, too, is seizing every moment to cultivate. However, outwardly, he still maintains his frivolous demeanor, indulging in fishing and tending to flowers. You are truly an enigma. With the imperial path about to commence, do you not feel any pressure? The demon emperor Bai Tiao expressed her confusion. Although the human emperor is undeniably formidable, his realm has yet to reach that pinnacle. Presently, the universe is silent, and all are preparing to erupt in a quiet storm, concealing their brilliance. Yet, the human emperor before her spends his days fishing and gardening, leaving the demon emperor utterly perplexed. Is your cultivation truly reliant solely on arduous training? Why have I never witnessed you engaging in such toil? The demon emperor posed this question, finding herself increasingly unable to fathom the human emperor. The closer she drew, the more inscrutable he became. His foundational strength is evidently profound, something unattainable without countless years of relentless effort. Yet he possesses such power at this young age. While she could begrudgingly accept that the human emperor cultivates diligently each day, it seems that he spends his time merely fishing and napping. A demon emperor, yet you linger here in my valley daily. Are you truly so attached to me? Qin Yun felt a sense of helplessness regarding the demon emperor's presence. Having such a captivating being by his side is indeed a torment. You vowed to protect my path. Now that the imperial road is about to open, will you break your promise? Evidently, the demon empress has fully attached herself to Qin Yun, wishing to remain in his valley, employing a rather fitting rationale. As she approaches the threshold of becoming a great sage, she indeed requires protection on her path. The ethereal essence of Qingqiu is extraordinarily unique. Truth be told, if one could seize my spirit, it would undoubtedly prove far more effective than arduous cultivation over countless years, propelling us both to significant advancements. At this critical juncture, making further progress brings us closer to the imperial realm. My dear man, are you truly unmoved? The demon empress, residing in the valley, still occasionally alludes to and entices him. Her persistence is unwavering. Despite her frequent disappointments, she reappears with renewed enthusiasm after a while. My dear man, you are rather rigid. Can I truly not sway you? Yet, without exception, she returns disheartened, seemingly trapped in a cycle. Meanwhile, Qin Yun remains true to his word. Having promised to assist the demon empress in achieving enlightenment, he dutifully honors his commitment. During this time, their encounters are frequent, rather than facing formidable foes. They unite the demon clans, conquering each ancient tribe with their might. The demon race is on the verge of unification. The two engage in battles across various territories, stirring considerable commotion in this era, creating vast waves of change. The demon populace is immense, and achieving unification is no fleeting endeavor. However, the visible aura of fortune is coalescing. On Qingqiu Mountain, several resplendent golden lotuses of destiny are blossoming. How does one attain the title of Sage King? During this period, Qin Yun seeks the demon empress's counsel. Though his power is extraordinary, he lacks profound insights into the path of the Sage King. Aspiring to achieve this, discussions with the demon empress prove immensely beneficial. My dear man, I shall not divulge my secrets unless you agree to my request today. Whenever Qin Yun expresses a desire, this woman seizes the opportunity, boldly making her demands. Yet ultimately, she has gained little and has been unable to refuse him. They often sit together to discuss the ancient scriptures of the demon race and various shortcuts to enlightenment. Humans and demons are destined to traverse entirely distinct paths, nonetheless. The journey to becoming a sage king bears certain similarities, and Qin Yun gains profound insights from their dialogues. Perhaps, this skull of the great emperor will greatly benefit you. The demon empress is exceedingly generous, freely sharing the skull she acquired from Mount Tai with Qin Yun. The skull, imbued with profound mysteries, serves as a repository of the great emperor's understanding. It embodies the essence of the body divine. Over time, it has transformed into a remarkable existence. The demon empress places the great emperor's skull atop Qin Yun's head, employing the secret arts of her race as a key to unlock the path of the emperor, enabling him to perceive the intricacies of the imperial way more clearly. Though only a skull remains, the vastness of the imperial path can still be sensed. As Qin Yun quiets his mind and focuses entirely on the skull, feeling the weight of a grand epic. It is as boundless as the cosmos, reminiscent of a chaotic expanse once exiled. That realm is cold and dark, while here, imperial energy surges forth, and the imperial path flows abundantly. Qin Yun attentively contemplates, aiming to utilize this experience to validate his path as a sage king. Having reached this point, it can be said that he stands merely a step away from the Sage King title, lacking only the slightest push. The missing fragment of insight rendered all his arduous training and serendipitous encounters as futile as a cow sinking into the sea. A mere glimmer of understanding cannot be deemed insignificant. The skull of the great emperor served as a beacon, illuminating his path amidst the enveloping darkness. With a resounding boom, the great emperor's skull indeed possessed extraordinary efficacy, enveloping Qin Yun in swirling violet light and imperial radiance. In that fleeting moment, the stagnant realm began to shift. This sensation was profoundly enchanting, akin to a colossal rock of the Tao shifting, granting Qin Yun a sudden clarity, as if he were clearing away the mists. Days later, An incomprehensible aura of antiquity enveloped him, accompanied by an enigmatic force of vast temporal magnitude. His entire being radiated divine light, and an unparalleled phenomenon stirred the cosmos. When these two essences manifested, the gates to Qin Yun's realm burst wide open, allowing him to seamlessly transcend into the sacred king realm. Ethereal brilliance surrounded him, heralding the birth of a sacred king, as all facets of Qin Yun began an imperceptible metamorphosis: his realm, roots, corporeal form, and primordial spirit. Even the ancient scriptures of the heavenly emperor welcomed a new chapter, and his mastery of the 9 secrets commenced a fervent ascent. Chapter 158. The Holy King Tribulation. From the grand scale of the physical body to the subtle essence of the soul. From divine thoughts to the intricacies of laws and secret techniques, all aspects experienced a fervent surge following the ascension to the Holy King. Qin Yun sat cross-legged, meticulously attuning himself to the transformations within his being after reaching this exalted state, simultaneously channeling the ancient scriptures of the heavenly emperor to stabilize his foundation and solidify his realm. The demon emperor observed this with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable mixture of excitement and exhilaration. During his time as the human emperor, he had already commanded respect across the realms. Now, having entered the realm of the Holy King, it was undoubtedly a sensational development. The demon emperor could scarcely fathom the tumult that would ensue should news of his breakthrough to the Holy King emerge in the world. Boom. As his realm became more stable, Qin Yun faced his impending tribulation, the Holy Tribulation. Thunder roared, reverberating through the cosmos, and flashes of lightning engulfed the starry sky. Even the earth trembled in resonance with the deafening clamor, as an overwhelming pressure from the heavenly Tao descended, a disturbance felt by all. The Holy King Tribulation. Eyes from all corners turned toward this spectacle, each pair reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Undoubtedly, the one achieving this status was the human emperor. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, there were but a few who had reached the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Only a being of such formidable prowess could elicit a tribulation of this magnitude. Could the human emperor truly be on the verge of becoming a holy king? The revelation sent shockwaves through the realm, igniting a tempest of speculation. In truth, many had anticipated this moment, fully aware of the human emperor's astonishing cultivation speed. With the path of the emperor now unfolding, his breakthrough was expected, though the rapidity of his ascent caught everyone off guard. While others had toiled for centuries to accumulate their strength, he had achieved this in a remarkably brief span. The world was in an uproar. This was indeed a momentous announcement. The human emperor, capable of slaying holy kings and defying the might of the great saints in his previous incarnation, was now on the brink of attaining the holy king status. It was impossible to predict the extent of his power after this advancement. Would he even be able to challenge the quasi-emperors? Many could not help but entertain such thoughts. In this era, as the path of the emperor opened, the world was undergoing a transformation, with quasi-emperors emerging continuously. If the human emperor could indeed defy them, would he not become truly invincible in the realm? The human emperor was a prodigy. His combat prowess was unfathomable. Should he truly be capable of challenging quasi-emperors, he might very well obliterate all sovereigns along the path of the emperor. The mere contemplation of such a possibility sent shivers down the spines of all. At such a tender age, merely in his 20s, should he ascend to emperor, how many years would he unify this universe? No one could escape the chill that accompanied the thought of being suppressed by such a young individual, unable to raise their heads in his presence, leaving all with a profoundly intricate mix of emotions. Yet, as they pondered further, many shook their heads in disbelief. This notion seemed implausible. Though the human emperor was indeed extraordinary, it was utterly unrealistic to expect him to challenge quasi-emperors. The title of quasi-emperor carried with it the weight of true transcendence, a power deeply ingrained in the hearts of all. Even this notion is more terrifying than the emperor himself. Although the emperor is singular and universally recognized as the supreme being, there have been many eras devoid of great emperors. Instead, it is the quasi-emperors who ascend to dominion over the cosmos. The populace is aware of the immense power wielded by the great emperors, yet their understanding remains scant, shrouded in an aura of mystery. In contrast, the quasi-emperors are extensively chronicled in ancient texts, their arts and laws documented in myriad tomes. The profundity of their path is unparalleled, representing a monumental leap between the holy and the imperial, a bridge to the emperor. This knowledge breeds a sense of impossibility. It is no mere folly to suggest that even a holy king, or a great sage, could reverse the tides against a quasi-emperor. Those who reach such heights are the unrivaled monarchs of their respective eras, unique among billions, the disparity is negligible. The occurrence of a rebellion against them is utterly implausible. The human sovereign, while dazzling, cannot transcend the bounds of reason unless he can truly wield the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets embody ultimate power. When unified, they render one invincible. It is believed that no one can oppose an emperor, save for the extraordinary case of the 9 secrets, which resonate profoundly within the hearts of men. Nevertheless, Qin Yun has undeniably ascended to the status of Holy King, taking a significant stride toward becoming an emperor. The people recognize that, even if he cannot confront the emperor directly, with the human sovereign-esque cauldron in hand, he remains undefeated by nature itself. No emperor can assert with certainty that they could vanquish him. This influence is undeniably formidable. It is worth noting that many contemporary emperors are relics of ancient times. Even the surviving great sages are of considerable age. Yet the human sovereign, at merely 20 years of age, stands shoulder to shoulder with these venerable beings, illustrating the magnitude of his impact. Boom! The thunderous roar grew ever more deafening, as violet light flickered through the ocean of clouds, piercing the darkness of the starry abyss. The divine thunder of the purple sky. Upon witnessing such a legendary tribulation, the world was not taken aback. It seemed as though this had been anticipated all along. The human sovereign, exhibiting overwhelming strength and astounding talent, reached such a formidable realm at such a young age. Had the tribulation been ordinary, it would have elicited surprise. However, this does not diminish the terror of the divine thunder of the purple sky. On the contrary, everyone felt the incredible might emanating from it, even from a distance. It sent chills down their spines, leaving them to ponder the unspeakable horrors the human sovereign now faced. The human sovereign, being immensely powerful, could not possibly falter. There is no reason to believe he would perish in the Holy King tribulation. Yet, a sense of foreboding still lingered among the people. The human sovereign-esque strength resonates deeply within the hearts of many, and although numerous holy kings have perished in their tribulations, indeed, they constitute the vast majority, the populace remains steadfast in their belief that such a thunderous trial poses no threat to the human sovereign-esque life. Compared to the cataclysmic battles he has faced, the odds of surviving this tribulation seem infinitely more favorable. How could the human sovereign, having triumphed over so many challenges, be thwarted by the Holy King tribulation? Moreover, with the demon emperor personally safeguarding his path, the possibility of an unforeseen calamity is negligible unless an emperor were to intervene at this moment. However, such a course of action is certainly unwise. In this present age, as the path to supremacy is unveiled, everyone is striving diligently to overcome challenges, strategizing for the impending battles on the imperial road. For each sovereign, it is imperative not only to advance with remarkable swiftness, but also to remain vigilant against one another. Every hidden card represents a glimmer of hope. Revealing it prematurely offers no advantages in the quest for dominance on the imperial road and may only lead to an untimely elimination. Moreover, the emperor has reached a point where he can no longer be restrained. Should he strike without certainty of victory, it would pose a significant threat, and few would dare to take such risks. Chapter 159. The secret of the character Imperial. The path to becoming an emperor is undeniably pivotal. No one would presume that anyone would strike during the moment of the emperor's ascension. In this critical phase, all past grievances are set aside, and every effort is directed towards the ascension, embodying the supreme allure of the character Imperial. Yet, as anticipated, the Holy King's tribulation, while exceedingly perilous, left Qin Yun battered and nearly reduced to a pool of blood. However, it did not threaten his very existence. After enduring 81 strikes of the purple cloud's divine thunder, he ultimately succeeded in his ascension, transforming into a genuine holy king. Nonetheless, an unexpected event unfolded. Just as the emperor was on the brink of ascension, someone dared to intervene, launching a lethal strike during his moment of vulnerability. The emperor's current influence was still underestimated. He was regarded as a dark horse on the path to imperial status. Although the imperial road had yet to be fully unveiled, it was inevitable that some would harbor ulterior motives. Coupled with the emperor's possession of the 9 secrets and the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor, he represented an extraordinary opportunity. With the imperial road about to open, how could these individuals resist such a magnificent chance? The assailant was undoubtedly a quasi-emperor. For at this stage, no great sage in the realm would dare to offend the emperor. Tragically, this clandestine assassination ultimately failed. The emperor was shielded by the 9 provinces cauldron, standing firm and undefeated. Even though a quasi-emperor arrived in the 9 provinces, their strength faced immense suppression, resulting in their failure. To obstruct another's path to transcendence is indeed a grievous offense, akin to the murder of one's parents. Otherwise, after the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's attempt to ascend to the Great Sage, he would not have swiftly rushed to the northern territories to slay the Kunping Emperor. The Emperor's actions were characterized by unparalleled dominance. He could not possibly endure humiliation. Immediately after his ascension, he set out to confront his adversary. A fierce battle erupted between the two among the stars, a veritable clash of emperors, sending shockwaves across the world during such a tranquil period. Yet, in the end, no victor emerged. Their conflict was earth-shattering, annihilating much and nearly shattering the world's tranquility, ultimately forcing a cessation. For to continue would surely result in the suffering of countless beings, and in this critical moment, a resolution between the two would likely demand a price of life and death, leading to mutual destruction and becoming fodder for others' opportunities. The emperor had fought a quasi-emperor to a standstill. Although he could not achieve a decisive victory this time, the outcome reverberated through every land, alarming the rulers of all races. A quasi-emperor, such a formidable figure, a newly ascended holy king, without even achieving the status of a great sage, had managed to reach a stalemate with a quasi-emperor. How profoundly astonishing is this? Given time, he may yet slay a quasi-emperor. The world was left in awe. The emperor's combat prowess had truly reached a staggering level, capable of challenging a quasi-emperor. What a magnificent display of strength. The emperor was indeed poised to advance along the imperial path, and none could impede his progress. Previously, many believed that perhaps the emperor's fate was destined for sorrow, as the emergence of a quasi-emperor signaled that the opening of the imperial road was not far off. Time might not be sufficient for the emperor to continue his cultivation. However, what people did not anticipate was the astonishingly rapid advancement of the human emperor's prowess. Having just stepped into the realm of the sacred king, he already displayed an overwhelming might. Whose quasi-emperor was it? Speculation abounded regarding the identity of the quasi-emperor who executed the ambush under the cover of night. Yet, the answer remained elusive, as the individual concealed their identity, evidently unwilling to reveal themselves. One reason was their wariness of the kings on the path of the emperor, and another was their reluctance to provoke the human emperor, a formidable force. At this level, no one could kill him, should anyone offend him. The consequences for their lineage would be dire. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that a great battle between the two will inevitably unfold in the future, as they traverse the emperor's path, employing every means at their disposal, leaving no room for identity to remain hidden. The human emperor would surely not let him escape then. A sense of foreboding had already taken root among the people. Although the outcome of this conflict remained undecided, and even with the human emperor wielding the emperor's cauldron, many anticipated the ultimate fate of that mysterious quasi-emperor. The human emperor's training progressed at an extraordinary pace, and as the path of the emperor opened anew, he would undoubtedly make significant strides. At that time, regardless of how remarkable the opponent might be, the conclusion would inevitably be one of crushing defeat. The human emperor achieved the sacred king status, and on the day of his breakthrough, he fought to a standstill with a quasi-emperor. This, without a doubt, further elevated the human emperor's renown. The human sect grew increasingly powerful, with even sacred king-level beings beginning to join and follow the human emperor. The confrontation between the sacred king and the quasi-emperor can only be described as miraculous, as the human emperor's charisma thoroughly captivated a loyal following. Today, the influence of the human sect has reached unprecedented heights, far surpassing any contemporary lineage or power. Millions of dynasties and countless sects were compelled to acknowledge this undeniable reality. A sacred king of the present could contend with a quasi-emperor, a testament to the immense influence wielded. The human sect has risen triumphantly, much like the journey of the human emperor himself, in the vast cosmos. Across the endless expanse of time, no other power has managed to ascend in such a brief period. As most have taken hundreds of thousands of years to evolve from minor sects into formidable forces, gradually producing numerous experts, growing stronger bit by bit until they transformed into an immortal lineage of great magnitude. Yet, the human sect has achieved this remarkable rise in a mere fraction of that time, leaping to prominence as a major teaching within the universe, a true miracle. Ding. On the 700th day of marriage, reward, the secret of array characters. In tranquil times, the world enjoyed peace. On a certain day, Qin Yun acquired yet another secret, the secret of array characters. As the name suggests, the domain of the secret of array characters pertains to formations, a vast field that has long captivated many practitioners. Among the myriad of worldly teachings, one can always observe the presence of formations, protective mountain arrays, spirit gathering arrays, killing arrays, confinement arrays. The concept of array is far more intricate than other fields. it can be regarded as a profound discipline. Ordinary individuals, even if they dedicate their entire lives to it, find it challenging to achieve significant accomplishments within. The secret of array characters can manifest all formations in the world and dismantle any array encountered. When cultivated to its zenith, one can even wield the forces of heaven and earth as an array, empowering oneself to a degree that rivals the very cosmos, rendering one impervious to all formidable foes. The secret of array characters is indeed exceedingly unique. Other secret arts, to varying degrees, serve merely as enhancements, while the array secret art distinctly opens a novel realm. Among the 9 secrets, which epitomize the exquisite art of combination, the array secret art appears, somewhat inexplicably, as an anomaly. After mastering the array secret art, Qin Yun murmured softly, reflecting on its significance. It is akin to introducing a path of swordsmanship, weaponry, or even alchemy within the 9 secrets. Throughout, Qin Yun has sensed a profound similarity between the array path and these other domains. It does not merely function as a supplementary treasure, but resembles a genuine martial discipline. However, upon further contemplation, Qin Yun's mind became illuminated. The essence of the array lies in being the greatest enhancement in existence. For a cultivator seeking to challenge a formidable adversary, their most formidable reliance is a lethal array formation. Array formations can compensate for everything. With sufficient celestial materials and earthly treasures, one can elevate a mortal body to rival the divine. Thus, it becomes evident that the array secret art may indeed be the most formidable enhancement among the 9 secret arts. Chapter 160. The Visit of Tang Guiyao. This undoubtedly represents a profoundly significant domain within the realm of cultivation. It has been classified as one of the 9 mysteries, standing alongside the other 8 supreme secret arts. Upon acquiring the secrets of the formation, Qin Yun devoted himself to diligent practice, delving deeply into this knowledge, nurturing his potential and preparing for the future challenges of the imperial path. The Demon Emperor, Bai Tiaoer, followed a similar trajectory. With the aid of the Great Emperor's skull, she ultimately attained the status of a great sage. This was, after all, an opportunity bequeathed to her by her ancestors, rendering the benefits far more substantial than those afforded to Qin Yun. The emergence of a great sage sent ripples of astonishment throughout the land, heralding the arrival of a figure of immense influence. Speculations arose that the imperial path might soon witness the rise of yet another woman. Little man, in the past, I overshadowed you, and it remains so. Bai Tiaoer openly flaunted her newfound prowess to Qin Yun, displaying no hint of modesty. Indeed, in certain respects, being able to overshadow a human emperor was a source of genuine delight. However, upon reflecting on the combat prowess of the human emperor, Bai Tiaoer felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, that was a sacred king bold enough to challenge the quasi-emperors. Such formidable achievements inevitably diminished her sense of superiority. Having reached this juncture, her reverence for the emperors deepened. The more she learned, the more astounded she became, truly understanding the formidable potential of a sacred king who could rival a quasi-emperor. Even before fully realizing her supreme form, she could already contend with quasi-emperors. Might there come a day when she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors? Such thoughts danced in her mind, envisioning a future in which such a scenario could indeed materialize. The great emperor reigns as the sovereign of the universe, unmatched in combat prowess. This is beyond dispute. It can be said that upon achieving the status of an emperor, one fears no one. No matter how dazzling one may be, before an emperor, all are but insignificant insects. Yet, at this moment, the demon emperor found herself harboring such thoughts, even contemplating their likelihood. The extraordinary strength of the individual before her transcended conventional reasoning, suggesting the possibility of a confrontation with an emperor. And the term battle here signifies far more than a mere challenge to an emperor's authority. In this tranquil passage of time, the two found themselves within the Jiuzhou Dao domain, where, aside from their focused cultivation, they were engaged in the monumental task of unifying the demon race. This endeavor was destined to be a protracted process. The demon race was vast and widespread, and achieving complete unification would not be a simple feat ultimately. The human sect also joined their efforts. At this stage, the influence of the human sect had transformed dramatically. With 3 sacred kings and a multitude of 40 to 50 saints, their involvement allowed the two to conserve significant time. Upon Qingqiu Mountain, several golden lotuses of fortune were rapidly coalescing, with an ethereal dragon of fortune faintly visible, albeit still insubstantial, a mere shadow. Prior to the opening of the imperial path, unifying the demon race might not be feasible. Without quasi-emperor level combat strength, one would inevitably fade into obscurity. Little man, we must devise an alternative route. one that is swift and audacious. Bai Tiaoer, now restless, desired to advance toward the imperial path as a great sage, though she recognized her relative inexperience. Quasi-emperors represent the threshold of entry into the imperial path. Only by reaching the quasi-emperor realm does one earn the right to contend with the prodigies from across the cosmos for the opportunity to attain enlightenment. What omens herald the opening of the imperial path? Inquired Qin Yun. He was uncertain about the precise moment of its complete unveiling and remained oblivious to the nature of the competition involved. Regarding the ascension to emperorhood, he possessed scant knowledge, as his realm and vision were far from adequate. A mere Saint King, the chasm between him and an emperor, let alone a quasi-emperor, loomed vast. Moreover, hailing from the Daqian dynasty, where the pinnacle of martial prowess was a solitary saint, discussions of emperors left many in bewilderment. For such matters remained secrets only comprehensible to those at the highest echelons. Becoming an emperor was not merely a matter of arduous cultivation. It was a singular phenomenon, one emperor per era, there might akin to that of the very heavens. To attain the status of a great emperor, one must acquire the heavenly heart seal and merge with it as one. The so-called competition pertained to this very seal, which, after an emperor's demise, would gradually dissipate over countless millennia, only to re-emerge as the prelude to the birth of a new emperor. The demon empress elucidated these concepts for Qin Yun, illuminating many aspects of this intricate reality. The heavenly heart seal, likened to the cosmic brand, bestows unparalleled strength upon the emperor, rendering them the sovereign of the universe. Qin Yun found himself pondering the figures of the mythic age, especially Hong Jun, the embodiment of heavenly Tao, sensing an uncanny resemblance between their roles. Little man, did you not once profess your intent to assist me on my path? Shall you now retract your words? The demon empress, with her enchanting allure and sparkling eyes, gazed at him with playful insistence. Qin Yun, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What do you mean? With my current pace, I certainly lack the qualifications to contend on the imperial path. I must forge an alternative route. The Qingqiu spirit essence is akin to a divine elixir, awaiting activation." The demon empress, her eyes glistening like silk, her lips a tender pink, continued to weave her enchantment. At this juncture, Qin Yun comprehended that this bewitching creature was once again expressing her desires for him. Recently, the demon empress had persistently engaged in subtle flirtations and insinuations. Though Qin Yun felt a sense of helplessness, he recognized the truth in her words. The significance of the Qingqiu spirit essence appeared to lie in its potential to erupt on the final stretch of the imperial path, propelling one forward to seize the opportunity to contend for the imperial throne. Little man, will you truly go back on your word? Did you not vow to assist me in achieving enlightenment? The time has come, do not falter now. The demon empress, adorned in a flowing white gown that danced upon the ground, showcased her graceful form, her beauty akin to purest jade, accentuated by her alluring physique that captivated the soul. Qin Yun, feeling increasingly exasperated, replied, "I did indeed pledge to aid you in your journey, but not in this manner. As for whether you can attain quasi-emperor status before the imperial path opens, it is of no concern to me." Though the demon empress possessed undeniable charm, Qin Yun was resolute in preserving their current relationship, entangled as he was with Tang Guiyao, unwilling to invite further complications. The Qingqiu spirit essence, undeniably a great opportunity, held little allure for him. He had never contemplated leveraging it to advance his cultivation or draw nearer to the imperial path. Opportunities, after all, are but external factors. Would such rapid advancement not jeopardize his foundational strength? It is well known that Qin Yun's journey had been one of relentless toil, given the choice. He would prefer the slow and steady path of arduous cultivation rather than such a perilous surge. Little man, you truly leave me at a loss for words. Am I truly devoid of allure? The demon empress, overwhelmed by a profound sense of melancholy, lowered her head in sorrow. Qin Yun remained speechless. This woman possessed an extraordinary talent for feigning innocence, and it was entirely possible she might act impulsively one day, unable to restrain herself. "We come to pay our respects to the master." At this moment, a figure emerged from beyond the valley, swiftly approaching. "I report to the master. There is someone seeking an audience below the mountain." The demon empress clearly exhibited signs of displeasure, disturbed by the interruption. It was a woman who introduced herself as Tang Guiyao. As the youthful figure spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao? The previously dim light in the demon empress's eyes suddenly ignited, her gaze shifting to Qin Yun, revealing a hint of a smile. Chapter 161. The Battle of Azuras. I too wish to meet Miss Tang. Surely the Emperor of Humans will not object? If my presence is deemed a hindrance to your reunion, I shall withdraw. as it would be rude of me. The demon emperor spoke, revealing a hint of a smile, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Qin Yun shot her a glare, choosing silence as he turned to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment of departure, the demon emperor smirked and followed suit. At the foot of the mountain, lush greenery flourished, with winding paths interspersed amidst the melodious chirping of birds echoing through the wilderness. On that path, Qin Yun beheld Tang Guiyao, standing quietly. Clad in a pristine white dress that shimmered like untouched snow, she swayed gently in the wind, gazing serenely into the distance, her back turned towards him, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. "Why have you come?" Qin Yun inquired, his unease palpable at her unexpected arrival. This woman was typically assertive. Even in the face of insurmountable peril, she would seldom seek his aid. Her appearance now stirred thoughts of Tang Yunli. Had something befallen his sister? Yet, upon witnessing the brightness of Tang Guiyao's visage and a flicker of joy in her expression, Qin Yun realized his apprehensions were unfounded. "I have come to share good news with you," she declared. Though Yunli has yet to awaken, she is breathing. The revelation she offered was undoubtedly a beacon of hope for Qin Yun. After enduring countless trials, they finally glimpsed a semblance of hope. The revival of Tang Yunli's breath was akin to resurrection. How could he not feel exhilarated? The divine herb and the yin-yang coffin had indeed summoned the essence of creation, and their combined efforts promised unimaginable benefits. Qin Yun sighed, recognizing that events had unfolded as he had anticipated. This was a positive development. In his calculations, the first step had been precisely this, reviving the body first, followed by the soul, culminating in true rebirth. With Tang Yunli's breath restored, it could be asserted that her miraculous revival was virtually assured, leaving little room for unforeseen complications. The future was destined to unfold anew. Tang Guiyao nodded, her own delight evident. The joy she felt upon receiving this news was palpable as she rushed to share it with Qin Yun. "I came," she began softly, but her gaze faltered, and her words abruptly ceased. In the distance, a graceful figure had appeared unbeknownst to them. The demon emperor stood beneath a tree, her radiant smile directed at the two. Upon noticing Tang Guiyao's glance towards her, the demon emperor was momentarily taken aback, apologizing. "I had taken sufficient care, yet I did not anticipate intruding upon your moment." She then stepped forward, gracefully traversing the air. "Brother Yun mentioned your arrival, so I came to welcome you," she proclaimed, exuding an air of authority. Instantly, Tang Guiyao's demeanor turned icy as she regarded the demon emperor, ultimately diverting her gaze back to Qin Yun, falling silent. Qin Yun felt as though the tension in the air could ignite. The term sister was uttered, and while it was naturally appropriate given Tang Guiyao's relative youth, it was nonetheless a condescending remark in this context. Tang Guiyao had previously asserted her position as the legitimate wife, with the demon emperor as a concubine. Thus, this address was unmistakably an attempt to belittle Tang Guiyao. Qin Yun sensed the palpable tension thickening in the atmosphere, echoing the impending conflict. "Is this what you refer to as indifference to status? Demon Empress, please refrain from causing trouble." Qin Yun silently conveyed his thoughts to the demon empress, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Between him and the demon empress, there was nothing at all, yet the world was rife with endless rumors. Only he and the demon empress were fully aware of the truth, and now, such words were spoken, leaving his innocence irreparably tarnished. The demon empress stood quietly to the side, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, responding to Qin Yun with a mere heh. Qin Yun shook his head, feeling quite exasperated, and turned to Tang Guiyao, asking, "What were you about to say?" After a moment of hesitation, Tang Guiyao suddenly broke into a smile, albeit one that appeared distinctly awkward. "I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a Dao partner with the demon empress. However, we are at least nominally married, so even if you were to bring her home, you ought to let me be present for a toast at your wedding." Her words were laced with sarcasm, hinting at the demon empress, filled with hostility, showing no signs of yielding despite their differences in realm. Qin Yun could discern this easily, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. This was undoubtedly a battlefield. The conflict between two women was the most formidable, yet he found himself ensnared in the crossfire. "I am merely a friend of the demon empress," Qin Yun explained calmly, not wishing to elaborate further, feeling it unnecessary since they were, after all, only nominal spouses. "Is that so, human emperor?" Tang Guiyao's smile was stiff, addressing him with the title human emperor. "You both live together, yet nothing has occurred? Who in the world is unaware that you interrupted the wedding of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor out of rage for a beautiful woman? Not to mention, human emperor, you have attained the status of Saint King, while the demon empress has reached the great saint level. The spirit essence of Qingxiu is akin to divine medicine. If nothing had transpired, would you two be advancing in your cultivation so swiftly?" Tang Guiyao chuckled lightly, masking her emotions, yet her eyes were filled with sorrow. The Demon Empress, with her unparalleled beauty and noble status, indeed made a fitting pair with him. However, we are at least nominally married. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. A hint of self-mockery tinged her words, yet it could not disguise the underlying anger and sadness. This caused Qin Yun to furrow his brows, recalling the past when this woman had been similarly accusatory. He had nothing with the Demon Empress. Why was this woman directing her ire at him? What did it mean that his advancement to Saint King was merely due to having absorbed the essence of Qingqiu? Qin Yun opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from offering any explanations. After a moment of hesitation, he stated, I have nothing with the Demon Empress. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. It concerns me not, and I have no obligation to explain anything to you. His tone was rather flat, even carrying a hint of coldness. The circumstances had changed. He no longer needed to compromise, nor did he need to dwell in the shadows of the Tang family, sleeping in the cold corners. There was no need to concern himself with this woman's expressions. Furthermore, he had never harbored any feelings for her, and she was well aware of his stance. What right did she have to be angry and question him? Upon hearing his words, Tang Guiyao stood there in a daze, her gaze complex, leaving her momentarily speechless. Indeed, I have nothing with Brother Qin. Do not overthink it, sister, the Demon Empress interjected, relishing the unfolding drama. Tang Guiyao's anger was evidently more pronounced. She gazed at Qin Yun, her expression laden with bitterness and self-mockery. Indeed, you have no obligation to explain anything to me. We are merely a nominal couple. In the past, I did not treat you kindly, and today, you need not concern yourself with my demeanor. Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao looked at him with a complicated gaze, parting her lips. In that moment, her heart felt as though it were pierced by countless thorns. Qin Yun understood what Tang Guiyao intended to convey. He even harbored a flicker of hope, wishing to grasp the essence of their entangled fate and bring it to a close, thus parting ways on divergent paths from henceforth. Yet ultimately, Tang Guiyao refrained from uttering those two words, stating simply, you know best what you have done. As long as you remain true to yourself, that is enough. With that, Tang Guiyao turned and departed, never having uttered a single word to the Demon Emperor. Chapter 162. A bloodbath. What have I done? Qin Yun stood in a daze, gazing at the departing figure of Tang Guiyao, while the Demon Empress chuckled softly beside him. What is this all about? She stormed in and unleashed a torrent of words upon him. Had he offended her in any way? It was akin to taking a bath on his wedding day, merely a bath, so what could be construed from that? Yet, this woman had not afforded him the chance to speak, launching straight into a scolding. And now, with his ascension to the Holy King, it was as if he had crossed paths with the Demon Empress in a dual cultivation. Shaking his head, Qin Yun found himself at a loss for words. Having reached this juncture, he had grown weary of offering explanations. Observing the Demon Empress, whose spirits were evidently high and whose smile radiated warmth, he lifted his gaze and remarked, you seem to revel in the chaos, do you not? The Demon Empress raised her hands and feigned innocence. What have I said? I merely called her sister, which was a sign of respect, and did I not mention that we share nothing? Qin Yun could only shake his head in silence. The Demon Empress was genuinely inciting trouble. The more she spoke, the more chaotic the situation became, or else that woman would not have been so enraged. You are truly intent on causing me distress, Qin Yun muttered before retreating to the valley, settling by the lake to indulge in a drink. The Demon Empress followed behind, asking, are you truly so afraid of Tang Guiyao? Afraid she might misinterpret our relationship? This does not align with your character. Qin Yun, feeling somewhat vexed, responded, please do not provoke me further. At this stage, do you truly think I would hesitate to consume you? Would you dare? The Demon Empress replied, feigning disdain. Her figure alluring like that of a beautiful serpent, her celestial form elongated, waist slender, and curves enchanting, with long hair cascading down her back and eyes shimmering like water. Do you realize you are playing with fire? Qin Yun said coldly. Hee. The Demon Empress laughed enticingly, sitting beside Qin Yun and dipping her delicate, fair foot into the water. Are you fire? Would you like to test it? Qin Yun spoke, is that so? The Demon Empress's smile was beguiling, possessing a charm that could captivate souls. She pinched Qin Yun's cheek and teased, just a little man. What waves could you possibly stir? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yun suddenly displayed an innocent smile. In that case, I have nothing to fear. Rather than allow the world to misconstrue my intentions, I might as well take action, as everyone has already formed their opinions. To remain passive would indeed be a loss. At this moment, Qin Yun felt wholly liberated. With Tang Guiyao's outburst, he no longer held back. The die was cast, and he resolved to act decisively. The Demon Empress was undeniably captivating, and he chose to follow his heart. Upon hearing these words, the demon empress was momentarily taken aback, her eyes trembling slightly, and she seemed to falter, yet she maintained her bravado, saying, "I only fear you might not dare. What is there to fear? Let the bloodshed commence," Qin Yun declared, wrapping his arm around the demon empress's neck. She clearly became flustered, though her bravado was evident. Her body instinctively recoiled. "Little man, you!" Qin Yun, undeterred, plunged headlong into the impending bloodbath. He was never a gentleman, and today, there is no longer any need for restraint. To refuse what is offered is indeed more beastly than human. The demon emperor, taken aback, struggles with all her might. Yet, the human emperor exerts overwhelming force, charging forth with grandiosity, leaving no room for resistance, unveiling an array of boundless strategies. Ultimately, the demon emperor ceases her struggles, her body gradually acclimates, and she begins to gain the upper hand. The vixen is indeed a vixen, undeniably a demoness capable of bringing calamity to nations, and the depth of Qingqiu is truly remarkable, causing Qin Yun to be increasingly suppressed. On this night, the moonlight is dim, devoid of stars, with only the gentle murmurs of the spirit lake, the occasional trill of night birds, and an overarching tranquility. If Tang Guiyao were to learn that she aided us in advancing further, what thoughts would occupy her mind? In the obscured darkness of the night, the voice of the demon emperor emerges, enchanting and melodious, more delightful than any sound. It is not her doing. It is you who compel me to unleash a massacre. Haha. The dialogue is brief, with both the human emperor and the demon emperor resorting to their utmost force, engaging in a frenzy of violence. Ultimately, the night descends into complete silence. Boundless divine light erupts, illuminating the entire valley in an instant. The essence of Qingqiu, a verdant radiance envelopes the heavens and the earth, resplendent like a river of stars, with the ethereal silhouette of the fox spirit drifting through the air, not truly present, merely a fleeting illusion. This light casts upon the body of the demon emperor as well as upon Qin Yun. Beneath the night sky, Qin Yun sits cross-legged, sensing a vast power surging within him, as deep and boundless as an ocean, akin to a volcanic eruption in its intensity. This power is unparalleled, akin to the purest essence of heaven and earth, overwhelmingly majestic. Boom. Within Qin Yun's body, various ancient scriptures and secret techniques whirl chaotically, not through deliberate effort, but driven by instinct. The ancient scripture of the Celestial Emperor, the dual cultivation classic of yin and yang. Ultimately, even the supreme bone radiates divine light, spontaneously activated, casting forth a formidable phantom. The divine energy of the supreme bone circulates, its extraordinary runes permeating every fiber of his being, seemingly enhancing his physique. The essence of Qingqiu is indeed like a divine elixir, astonishing in its efficacy. Qin Yun is astounded. The essence of Qingqiu is truly not mere words. This power is exceptionally refined and pure, just as the demon emperor claimed. A divine medicine for cultivators, representing a significant opportunity on the path of emperors. It promises a profound metamorphosis in realms, techniques, and physique. The benefits are too numerous to articulate, with advancements resonating across various domains. This sensation is peculiar. Qin Yun can only assert that one must experience it to comprehend it. Swish. Like the long-awaited rain after a drought, both Qin Yun and the demon emperor reap immense benefits. However, the advantages for Qin Yun are even more substantial. The essence of Qingqiu holds extraordinary effects for the other party, while for the demon emperor herself, it leans more towards potential. This is likely why the Qingqiu spirit fox is so rare. Boom. In the valley, the roar continues, energies soaring skyward, laws quaking, and the very surroundings tremble, leading any unknowing observer to believe that a cataclysmic battle is unfolding. Ultimately, Qin Yun summoned the emperor's cauldron to suppress the extraordinary phenomena, desiring to remain inconspicuous. This breakthrough was indeed a personal affair. The thunderous roars grew increasingly deafening, each resonation signifying a remarkable advancement. Both the demon emperor and Qin Yun were progressing with astonishing momentum, a pace that instilled awe, surpassing the speed of any form of cultivation. It was akin to a celestial accolade, infusing the most unadulterated power into the being's corporeal forms, with laws and principles rapidly attaining perfection. This was profoundly exhilarating. One must recognize that having reached their current stature, the treasures of the world could only offer limited enhancement to their capabilities. After all, they were not mere nascent cultivators. Yet now, their progress was so swift, revealing the sheer might of the primordial essence of Qingqiu. Chapter 163, Braving the Rapids. Advancing or regressing, the aura of creation enveloped the valley, suffusing the air with an indescribable essence, an essence of longevity. Indeed, it was a substance akin to eternal life, enhancing everything within this realm. The melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers underwent a remarkable transformation. Even the fish in the lake emerged to the surface, opening their mouths to absorb and exhale the revitalizing energy. The spirit of Qingqiu possessed an almost miraculous quality, a divine gift from the heavens to this race. Embodying boundless efficacy, the two individuals surged forward, their cultivation levels skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket, rapidly expanding in power. However, this period of advancement was destined to be lengthy, as the profundity of their current realms demanded several days for the valley to gradually settle. Ultimately, the Demon Emperor's strength ascended to the third tier of the Great Sage, comparable to 3 millennia of arduous cultivation. Upon reaching this pinnacle, the Demon Emperor opened her eyes, only to find Qin Yun still engrossed in his training. The level of his cultivation left her utterly astonished. He had astonishingly reached the 9th tier of the Saint King realm. This revelation was nothing short of staggering, a velocity of progress that was almost unfathomable for the Demon Emperor. The benefits of the spirit of Qingqiu indeed favored those who possessed it. Yet such a rapid advancement was beyond belief. It was important to note that Qin Yun had only recently broken through to the Saint King realm, and to achieve the 9th tier so swiftly was utterly incredulous. Moreover, Qin Yun's cultivation speed continued to escalate, showing no signs of abating. How could this be? The Demon Emperor, perplexed, wore an expression of bewilderment upon her exquisite visage. Yet, she soon detected an unusual presence, an ethereal trace of the Yin-Yang Dao surrounding Qin Yun. Was this a technique better suited for absorbing the spirit of Qingqiu? The Demon Emperor was taken aback. She could sense that this technique was shrouded in mystery and obscurity, exuding an ancient aura, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the dawn of creation. In truth, this technique was far more formidable and profound than the Yin-Yang Dao of the ancient divine mountain she had previously encountered, sending tremors through her heart. The Celestial Emperor's ancient scriptures were already the pinnacle of cultivation methods, filled with esoteric and enigmatic arts. However, the Demon Emperor had never anticipated that Qin Yun possessed such a top-tier technique. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that this technique was akin to an ancient scripture, capable of conjuring a great sage realm from thin air. And indeed, this was the case. Qin Yun's cultivation achievement in reaching the 9th tier of the Saint King realm was attributable not only to the spirit of Qingqiu, but also to this dual cultivation of yin and yang. As its name suggests, it is a comprehensive compendium of the yin-yang path, a profound art of mastery. However, due to the excessively stringent cultivation conditions, which Qin Yun found displeasing, he had refrained from practicing it until now. Unexpectedly, it revealed such unfathomable power. Could this allow him to breach the Great Sage threshold? At a certain moment, upon sensing the Great Sage barrier, Qin Yun awakened. In that instant of joy, a sudden alarm rang in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Advancing recklessly was not a favorable course, especially concerning the stability of one's foundation. Even the ethereal essence of the Qingqiu can be perceived thus. No matter how pure or flawless it may be, it remains a forced elevation of one's realm, fundamentally distinct from arduous cultivation. Qin Yun pondered deeply for a moment, then closed his eyes once more. His realm began to stagnate, ceasing to rise, and astonishingly, it began to plummet rapidly. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the Demon Emperor beside him, who instinctively felt a tinge of horror. The greatest fear in cultivation is such regression. The possibility of falling into madness looms ominously. But what could be the cause? Qin Yun possessed extraordinary talent, leaving no reason for a sudden decline in his cultivation or signs of losing control. Could it be that this ancient scripture was imperfect? The Demon Emperor considered this. Yet she quickly shook her head. This scripture seizes the very essence of heaven and earth, articulating the principles of yin and yang with remarkable clarity. Its aura profoundly ancient, there should be no issue. It is neither due to talent nor the scripture itself. Why then this regression? Could it be? At this thought, the Demon Emperor shuddered, her cheeks betraying an endless fear. Everything was a deliberate act on his part. Being extraordinarily astute, the Demon Emperor instantly discerned the intention of the human emperor. He was intentionally suppressing his realm to solidify his foundation, preventing his potential from being exhausted, and instead, allowing for a gradual accumulation of strength. However, knowing this rendered the Demon Emperor's emotions exceedingly complex. At such a level, whether in the Sacred King or Great Sage realm, advancing even an inch is extraordinarily arduous. often consuming boundless opportunities without yielding progress. Were one to advance, it would not matter if the essence of Qingqiu was inherently pure. Even unrefined power would attract countless seekers vying for it. Yet, she truly did not anticipate that after Qin Yun's ascent, he would forcibly suppress his realm, aiming to consolidate his foundation and accumulate strength for a future breakthrough. Such a scenario is virtually unheard of. Even the most exceptional prodigies only refine their realm and solidify their foundation in the initial stages. It is rare for anyone to reach this juncture and still choose to constrain themselves. The difficulty of further advancement is so great that if one fails to seize the opportunity, they may remain stuck at this level for life. Yet, she had not foreseen the magnitude of Qin Yun's ambition. In that moment, she gazed at the man before her, filled with a myriad of complex emotions, yet also witnessing an extraordinary brilliance flickering within him, a presence perhaps unparalleled throughout history, with a heart so resolute. The human emperor once declared that a lifetime hinges on relentless cultivation. Could it truly be so? Otherwise, why would he suppress the realm bestowed upon him by the ethereal essence of Qingqiu? The demon emperor fell into silence once more. As a fellow sovereign and a peerless prodigy, she was a descendant of the great emperor, yet compared to Qin Yun, a mere scion of the Qin family from the Qin dynasty, even she felt overshadowed. His strength transcended all norms, and the more she understood, the more alarmed she became, enveloping her heart in a thread of despair. With such a solid foundation, and still in the process of refinement, how could one compete with him in the future, even if they were to occupy the same realm? Moreover, the speed at which the demon emperor cultivates is renowned across the world, and it is only a matter of time before he surpasses her. The tale of one emperor per lifetime is destined to be a lamentable saga. The demon emperor understands that perhaps the prophecy foretold by her ancestors is indeed coming to fruition. Her lineage may never ascend to the throne, and she may have to relinquish it to the man before her. A shadow of sorrow envelopes her. The futility of competing for imperial glory becomes painfully apparent. As she acutely senses the weight of being overshadowed by the human emperor, this sentiment is a profound sorrow not only for her, but for any exceptional prodigy in the realm. Yet, moments later, a hint of a smile graces her lips. To share such an intimate bond with a man of his caliber is, in truth, a significant fortune in her life. Chapter 164. The first manifestation of the heavenly heart seal. Ultimately, Qin Yun's cultivation reached the 5th level of the Saint King realm. This achievement was the result of his utmost efforts to suppress his progress, refining his essence to an unparalleled degree. At this juncture, should he encounter that enigmatic quasi-emperor again, the outcome would be entirely different. Qin Yun reflected on this with a sense of contemplation. He then turned his gaze towards the woman beside him, Qingqiu Lingyun, who was indeed extraordinary, with boundless potential. Qingqiu Lingyun resembled a divine herb, yet it could not be fully harvested in a single attempt. The initial benefits were merely the most significant. The demon empress smiled softly, her charm captivating, as she donned a sheer veil that accentuated her alluring figure, saying, "Little man, your rewards will be commensurate with your efforts." She was undeniably a bewitching beauty, with 9 swaying foxtails, a fair visage, a delicate neck, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and enchanting eyes reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, all of which were utterly mesmerizing. "I am here to assist you on your path to transcendence. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Once a path is forged, it becomes a route to follow." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. During this period, Qin Yun, through diligent effort and unwavering commitment to his cultivation, ascended to the 9th level of the Saint King realm, now merely a step away from the great saint. For cultivators, a year is not a significant duration. However, for Qin Yun, the transformation was nothing short of monumental. The 9th level of the Saint King realm. This pace was astonishing in the eyes of the demon empress. Even with Qingqiu Lingyun's assistance, such a rate of progress exceeded all expectations. Moreover, the demon empress sensed that what was most formidable about Qin Yun was his combat prowess. At this point, even she felt a sense of suffocation from the aura he emanated, akin to confronting a quasi-emperor. That aura was profoundly captivating, not a deliberate display, but rather a manifestation of inherent restraint, a subtle overflow of his potential in comprehending the great Tao. All of this left the demon empress astounded, giving rise to a terrifying conjecture within her mind. Perhaps this little man now possessed combat capabilities that were on par with the quasi-emperor. The thought stirred her emotions. A mere Saint King could stand shoulder to shoulder with a quasi-emperor, even overpowering one. Such a notion was utterly revolutionary. She understood that this was indeed earth-shattering news. Should the word spread that the human emperor could already suppress a quasi-emperor after merely a year, it would undoubtedly cause tremendous upheaval in the world. The universe fell into silence, as if entering a wondrous state. The once dominant kings and titans of the past were seldom seen, and major conflicts had become a rarity, reminiscent of a golden era in decline. Yet, all were aware that this was a time of transformation. The kings were not fading, but rather preparing to erupt in silence, keeping pace with the evolving times. The greater the stillness of the universe, the more splendid the future of the imperial path would be. Boom! The vast cosmos finally resonated with a cataclysmic wave. A heavenly seal emerged, bearing the imposing weight of celestial authority, appearing in the most distant depths of chaos, casting down strands of primordial brilliance. A violet aura penetrates the starry expanse, unfurling a pathway to the heavens, leading directly to the celestial seal, the imprint of the heavens. At this moment, the universe is in an uproar, a cacophony erupting from every corner. The path of the emperors has indeed manifested. Though the celestial seal has not fully materialized, its initial form is gradually taking shape, coalescing the myriad laws of the cosmos. Merely a glimpse has set the world ablaze with excitement. The phrase Emperor's Tao fruit evokes an overwhelming surge of emotion. Undoubtedly, the path of the emperors is poised to emerge. In this era, who shall preside over the rise and fall of the world? In the vast cosmos, among countless dynasties and myriad beings, who will rise above the rest? The denizens of the realms gaze into the deepest recesses of the universe, expressing their profound reflections. It is a well-known secret that those who bear the imprint of the heavens are destined to become the great emperors of this age. Yet, few have beheld it. Scarcely anyone in this era has witnessed it, and many yearn for a glimpse of the celestial heart, eager to unveil the mysteries it holds. However, upon stepping onto the path of the emperors, a tempest of lightning descends, instantly reducing countless beings to mere dust. Although the imprint of the heavens has emerged, it has not yet truly come into being. It is in the process of absorbing the laws of the universe and maturing. During this period, no one can catch a glimpse of the secrets of the celestial heart. The time is not yet ripe. For now, one can only say that the path of the emperors has just begun to open, not fully unfurled, and it is not yet the time for contention. The imprint of the heavens is still in its formative stages. Only when it reaches full maturity will the path of the emperors truly be unlocked. Many remain silent. The imprint signifies the emperor's Tao fruit, and those who attain it may ascend to become emperors. Presently, this Tao fruit lies before them, suspended in the void, yet remains unattainable, an irresistible temptation. Violet light surges and shimmers. A heart imprint hovers, radiating the supreme celestial brilliance of the emperor, while beings across the lands gaze longingly, filled with an insatiable yearning. Many sigh deeply, aware that this celestial seal is utterly unrelated to their fates. They are out of sync with the times, lacking the realm and strength, still mired in their insignificance, with no time to wait for them. Their future is destined to be devoid of the opportunity to tread the path of the emperors and vie for supremacy. To become an emperor. This is the aspiration of countless souls, yet now it is fated to remain unfulfilled, akin to severing the path ahead. A fate more despairing than the absence of techniques or innate talent. For those lacking techniques or talent may still strive through diligent practice, seeking chances and fortuity. However, to become an emperor, there can only be one. In thousands of years, only one emperor reigns, a singular glory for one, and a lament for all. At this moment, the great rulers in seclusion awaken, yet they do not take action. Instead, they hastily retreat into seclusion once more. A fragment of the celestial heart has revealed itself, and the day of the complete emergence of the heavenly imprint is surely not far off. All are seizing every moment to cultivate, preparing for the impending battles on the path of the emperors. In the realm of the 9 provinces, Qin Yun and the Demon Emperor find themselves in a similar situation, making their final preparations. They are among the rare few who stand out in this era, possessing the qualifications to step upon the path of the emperors. Although there remains a considerable gap between the two and the realm of the semi-emperor, a glimmer of hope persists, preventing them from succumbing to despair. As the heavenly heart mark materializes, Qin Yun ascends into the void, eager to unveil its profound secrets. However, upon experiencing a wave of trepidation, he resolutely abandons his pursuit. The bearer of the heavenly heart mark is destined to become an emperor, shielded by the very essence of heaven and earth. Such mysteries are undeniably beyond the reach of prior exploration. To defy the natural order is to invite certain demise. After all, this is an opportunity capable of forging a true emperor. Chapter 165. The secret of the character Ling, the appearance of the Heavenly Heart seal, has caused a global sensation. Yet, amidst this moment of widespread attention, a thunderous roar seized everyone's gaze. It emanated from Mount Tai. Upon realizing the source of the sound, an expression of profound astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. Mount Tai, a life-restricting zone, the tomb of emperors, has long been shrouded in mystery, harboring boundless opportunities that countless cultivators have sought to explore. Now, from within such an enigmatic and revered forbidden realm, an extraordinary sound emerged, stirring an undeniable commotion. The deafening noise reverberated throughout the cosmos, shaking the very domain of the Tao with terrifying fluctuations, akin to a long-sealed barrier being breached. An ancient aura pervaded the realm surrounding Mount Tai. Such phenomena naturally drew the attention of the world. Was there a great opportunity manifesting within Mount Tai? Many speculated thus, for such occurrences are not uncommon. Ancient seals left behind by bygone eras gradually lose their potency over time, breaking apart and releasing the divine entities they once contained. Their presence imbued with an aura that is both obscure and timeless. Mount Tai has never been devoid of treasures, and thus, when the strange noise resonated, it instantly attracted a multitude of cultivators, including several saint kings and beings of the great saint realm. This period is exceptionally unique. As the path of the emperors is about to be unveiled, should Mount Tai harbor significant opportunities, possessing them could grant one the qualification to contend on the emperor's path. No one wished to miss out on such a chance. Numerous prominent figures emerged, each possessing formidable identities that sent shockwaves across the realms. However, as the exploration ensued, no discoveries surfaced. Mount Tai remained unchanged. Were it not for the lingering aura of antiquity enveloping the area, many would have concluded that the strange noise was merely an auditory illusion. Some bold souls ventured deep into Mount Tai, yet they vanished without a trace. Akin to a cow sinking into the sea, their fates unknown. In recent days, a multitude of cultivators has gathered around Mount Tai, for this land is extraordinarily special. Even in the absence of discoveries, they were unwilling to leave empty-handed. Qin Yun, too, sensed the anomaly surrounding Mount Tai. Accompanied by the demon emperor, he hastened to the site, concerned that some malevolent entity might have emerged from the depths of Mount Tai. Long ago, the ancestor of the demon emperor sacrificed himself to seal the divine source, enduring 30,000 years of torment solely to suppress a few ancient coffins. Qin Yun surmised that the master of those coffins must be an extraordinary being, otherwise, a great emperor could not have been vanquished. Moreover, the ancestor of the demon emperor had once remarked that those individuals had not been entirely eradicated. Qin Yun feared that these beings might have resurfaced. Upon arriving at Mount Tai, he was met with a throng of people. Upon sighting the human emperor, all present bowed in reverence, some even prostrating themselves before him. At this juncture, the human emperor wielded an unimaginable influence over the world. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many imploring the human emperor to delve deeper into Mount Tai to investigate. Throughout history, apart from the human emperor, few have emerged alive from the depths of Mount Tai, while he himself had ventured there several times. Yet, Qin Yun did not acquiesce to their requests, reluctant to delve deeper into Mount Tai. Especially upon learning that those few monstrous beings had not perished, Qin Yun felt an intensified trepidation. These were undoubtedly figures who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors of old. It would not be unfounded to suggest that they might even be among the ancient emperors themselves, beings so formidable that even the progenitor of the demon sovereign could do naught against them. A mere holy king facing such entities would find himself with no path but death. Qin Yun was acutely aware of the perilous nature of Mount Tai. Beneath its surface lay hundreds of imperial tombs, a veritable forest of imperial palaces, a secret known only to him and the demon sovereign, unknown to the rest of the world. Standing beneath the celestial canopy of Mount Tai, he extended his consciousness to probe the source of the strange sounds. Employing the 9 mysteries technique in conjunction with the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor. Yet, he gleaned little. The aura of the ancient emperors permeated the area, obstructing all divine awareness. Were it not for his formidable techniques, daring to investigate would surely have resulted in the tearing apart of his very soul. Nonetheless, he did acquire useful information. The source of the peculiar sounds did not emanate from those ancient beings. Their auras differed, although each was profoundly ancient. Qin Yun had encountered those coffins before, and their presence was far more terrifying. Could it be that some quasi-emperors were concealed within Mount Tai? Such was the conjecture shared between Qin Yun and the demon sovereign. The imperial palaces, resembling a dense forest, suggested that if any had survived within, it indicated that this was not a realm of death, Perhaps other formidable beings had also relied on divine sources to endure until now. The basis for their speculation lay in the unique nature of the current era, with the imperial path about to open. If those quasi-emperors had sealed Mount Tai and had not perished, it was highly likely they would emerge to contest the imperial road. Yet, conjecture remained mere supposition, and the truth was known to none. Ultimately, the two returned to the realm of the 9 provinces. Time flew swiftly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. On the 1170th day of their union, Qin Yun received another secret, the secret of the word Lin. The word Lin signifies the gathering of warriors, the formation of ranks, and the advance of troops. Among the 9 secrets, Qin Yun had now mastered 7. The arrival of the secret of Lin brought him immense joy. The fusion of 7 secrets was a rarity in antiquity. Should he acquire 2 more, the invincible spectacle of the 9 secrets united would surely be realized once more. The 9 secrets are characterized not by strength or weakness, as each possesses its own unique qualities, representing the pinnacle of techniques across 9 distinct domains. However, the secret of Lin rightfully holds the foremost position. This secret is primarily offensive, a technique that embodies the utmost state of combat. Once activated and deployed, it instantaneously grants entry into the realm of the forbidden, wherein one's combat prowess is significantly amplified. This is a wondrous state, surpassing even the most fearsome of battle techniques. It is said that unparalleled prodigies, when confronted with the direst of circumstances or in the midst of a fierce struggle, can momentarily enter this state, unleashing unimaginable power and revealing their terrifying capabilities. The strength of the emperors, it is said, emanates from their ability to dwell within this realm. This forbidden domain is truly remarkable, difficult to articulate, and no one has experienced it firsthand. It is a miraculous technique that transcends boundaries in combat. The power manifested within such a realm defies conventional logic, no longer adhering to the constraints of the natural order. Thus, the secret of Lin. In simple terms, it is a state that, once activated, equates to the perpetual combat readiness of a sovereign. While this may seem unremarkable, its efficacy is undeniably formidable. Qin Yun contemplated silently. The incantation of the Lin character secret was similarly concise, comprising merely a few hundred characters, yet it was exceedingly obscure, akin to the other 9 secrets. As he delved into the Lin character secret, the remaining 9 secrets were fervently operating, continuously refining and enhancing themselves. At this juncture, the Jie character secret had nearly reached a state of mastery, and the other 9 secrets also experienced significant advancements. Ultimately, Qin Yun fully grasped the essence of it. The extraordinary effects of the Lin character secret left him momentarily speechless. The domain of taboo, the forbidden arts, unveiled, he murmured, his face awash with astonishment. In his eyes, this was undoubtedly a divine art, a transcendent skill that could rival the ancient sovereigns. The sovereigns were deemed untouchable precisely because they resided perpetually within such realms, and now, he too had acquired the means to enter this forbidden domain. Chapter 166. The 5 movements of Mount Tai. Time flows like water, and the years pass serenely. Yet, a sudden, ominous sound reverberates through the cosmos. As the vast power of time surges forth from the direction of Mount Tai, spreading its influence in all directions, the world trembles. Another strange sound emerges from Mount Tai, even more terrifying than the last. The ancient aura of time, filled with the divine power of the laws, engulfs the realm like an ocean. No one remains unaffected. While the previous anomaly could be dismissed, this time, curiosity can no longer be contained. What has emerged from within Mount Tai? A multitude of individuals, drawn by the allure of the majestic mountain, flock to its vicinity, yet none dare to tread upon its perilous paths. What has transpired? Whispers abound as masters of unparalleled skill converge upon Mount Tai, where imperial energy surges and overwhelming pressure pervades the air, nearly materializing into a barrier of laws, adorned with runes that fill the void. The last group of elite masters who ventured into Mount Tai failed to return, and now, another ominous sound has been heard. What lies within the mountain? What has triggered this phenomenon? Could it be connected to the previously vanished masters? Numerous questions remain unanswered, leading to various speculations. Some suggest that the current anomaly may share a common origin with the last, possibly indicating that the elite masters who entered Mount Tai discovered something significant. However, a shocking revelation emerges. All the elite masters who entered Mount Tai have perished. This news, conveyed by the sovereign of the primordial sacred land, carries immense weight and credibility. The elder of the primordial sacred land, having risked his life to deliver this warning, cautions against further incursions into Mount Tai. Yet, what truly lies within remains undisclosed. The announcement sends shockwaves throughout the world. Fear grips the hearts of all. Panic reaches unprecedented heights. Mount Tai is shrouded in mystery, and it is well known that exploration of this land comes with great peril. Yet, the last group of explorers comprised the most formidable of beings. Individuals revered as the highest echelon of this realm. At the very least, they were characters of the Saint King caliber, akin to living fossils. Such a coalition could be likened to a divine force, capable of vanquishing any foe. Even if they encountered dire threats within Mount Tai, total annihilation seemed implausible, let alone the notion of returning with scant results. What has transpired within Mount Tai? Could it be a malevolent force that has slain the kings? Speculation runs rampant. The demise of numerous prominent figures has entangled various lineages. In the mountain ranges of Tai, shadows flit across the heavens, each face bearing a grave expression, with some still contemplating a foray into the depths of the mountain. Yet, upon recalling the fate of the fallen kings, the courage to pursue such thoughts dissipates. In the Jiuzhou domain, Qin Yun also receives word of the events. The human religion now stands as the foremost sect in the world, and such news cannot be contained. Following the emergence of the anomaly from Mount Tai, many elite masters have arrived in Jiuzhou, seeking Qin Yun's assistance to retrieve the bodies of the deceased masters, while others wish for him to investigate the mysteries of Mount Tai. In the heart of Mount Tai, Qin Yun had come to grasp a significant revelation. It was likely the emergence of a quasi-emperor from ancient times. He had sensed that overwhelming aura, the imperial presence that spanned countless miles, a sensation unique to a quasi-emperor. The advent of such a being undoubtedly heralded a tumultuous path towards imperial conquest. Yet, this matter bore no relevance to Qin Yun. He was no great sage, incapable of seeking out the remains of those formidable individuals, especially considering the enmities he had harbored with many, some of whom had once participated in his own hunting. Ultimately, Qin Yun declined the summons of the sovereigns and chose to remain in seclusion, devoted to his cultivation. Time flowed inexorably onward. The mark of Tianqing grew increasingly tangible, suspended in the deepest recesses of the cosmos. No matter the observer's orientation, as long as their realm and vision were sufficiently profound, they could behold that emblem of Tianqing, even perceiving the laws and patterns inscribed upon it. A purplish light enveloped the space. The imperial path surged forth, standing as a beacon amidst the infinite stars, outshining all celestial bodies, illuminating a vast purplish avenue. This was the so-called Imperial Road. Many understood that the great emperor was indeed on the verge of emergence. It would not be long before a mighty emperor graced the world. However, this tranquil period did not endure for long. Another unusual sound erupted from Mount Tai, marking its third occurrence. The intervals between this and the previous sounds were significantly shorter, almost a mere few days apart, and the ensuing vibrations were even more profound. Subsequently, there followed a fourth and a fifth sound, with the gaps between each not exceeding half a month. Each resonance was more astonishing than the last, culminating in a final reverberation that nearly shook the cosmos, causing the very earth and mountains to tremble. As the fifth sound echoed, the populace could no longer contain their trepidation. A wave of panic spread across the land, as many anticipated the emergence of a formidable entity, one capable of annihilating a throng of living fossils. The appearance of 5 such beings would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. The atmosphere around Mount Tai grew charged with an impending storm, as more and more individuals arrived, emboldened by the unfolding events. No one dared to overlook the gravity of the situation. Across the realm, numerous powerful figures converged in the 9 provinces, seeking an audience with the human sovereign. Their intentions were unmistakable, with some even rumored to propose a joint expedition with the human sovereign into Mount Tai for exploration. Yet, Qin Yun ultimately remained unresponsive, choosing not to meet with these visitors. The world was abuzz with excitement. The 5 unusual sounds reverberated throughout the land, causing widespread upheaval. Qin Yun, too, was gripped by an ominous premonition, not merely due to the prospect of additional emperors on the imperial path, but rather an unsettling intuition that something dire was afoot. The land of Mount Tai was steeped in mystery, reputed as a sanctuary for celestial beings. Those emperors concealed within harbored grand ambitions. And now that the path to imperial glory had opened, while the great emperor had yet to materialize, the quasi-emperor had indeed revived. Upon emerging, he ruthlessly obliterated the sovereigns without a trace of mercy, leaving many to ponder if this heralded a disaster. Yet, ultimately, all of this was inconsequential to Qin Yun. As the human sovereign, his duty was to safeguard the 9 provinces and protect this expanse of land. And indeed, events unfolded as Qin Yun had foreseen. The 5 unusual sounds signified the emergence of 5 formidable beings. On that fateful day, witnesses beheld a main peak of Mount Tai fissure open, unleashing a terrifying imperial force that surged forth, accompanied by an endless torrent of blood energy, painting the heavens crimson in an instant. Stars detonated one after another, rendering any resistance to such formidable power utterly futile. Ominous substances permeated every inch of space and time, transforming the realm into a veritable hellscape. Celestial bodies shattered, galaxies ebbed and flowed, and bloodlust surged like a tidal wave. The malevolent aura startled the heavens, reverberating throughout the universe, as cultivators across the lands sensed the overwhelming malice. As anticipated, the emergence of this extraordinary calamity was not a matter of fortune, but rather a harbinger of great disaster. Chapter 167. The 5 tyrants. A malevolent aura enveloped the heavens, and an imperial essence surged forth, shattering the summit of Mount Tai. A murky mist erupted upwards, as if the very firmament had been rent asunder. The 5 sovereigns emerged, exuding an ancient presence akin to that of 5 decayed corpses, their ages indeterminate. Clad in garments that belonged to a bygone era, steeped in antiquity, the world gasped in astonishment as the ethereal charm of Mount Tai converged, creating an endless radiance that sparked profound curiosity in all onlookers. They approached, scrutinizing the 5 figures, unmistakably imperial beings, possessing an undeniable quasi-emperor status. Each deliberate step resonated with countless pathways, causing the cosmos to tremble and the azure sky to quake, igniting an instinctive impulse to kneel in reverence. This was not merely the weight of power, it was a profound sense of awe and respect. The word emperor itself reverberated like thunder, capable of shattering one's very soul. They had returned. Indeed, they had come back. The 5 quasi-emperors stood tall above the collapsed summit, their entire beings cloaked in an overwhelming dark aura. As they spread their arms wide, seemingly embracing the sky, uttering a lament of sorts. No one could ascertain how long they had slumbered, perhaps millennia, or even hundreds of thousands of years. The quality of their divine essence was uncertain, with the highest tier referred to as celestial essence, making such an extended dormancy plausible. An ancient essence permeated the atmosphere, and the presence of the 5 sovereigns surged forth like a cataclysmic flood, enveloping the entire universe upon their awakening. All gazed in hushed reverence and trepidation. Their visages were indistinct, appearing as if they had rotted away. Even the annals of ancient history could scarcely convey their true forms. This was the consequence of being sealed within the abyss for too long, and judging by their condition, the force of time they bore was truly formidable. To encounter an emperor without bowing is to forfeit one's fate. Suddenly, a pair of imperial eyes gazed forward, piercing the heavens and rending the starlit sky, landing upon an expanse of boundless time and space. In an instant, the sky was drenched in crimson. A multitude perished in an eruption of blood, vivid and grotesque. As living beings were reduced to mere wisps of smoke, the sanguine explosion sent bodies spiraling like rain, scattering across the land. A chill ran through all, for the means of the emperor were terrifying. A mere glance could extinguish countless lives, their methods akin to those of deities. Such a spectacle was profoundly disconcerting. It must be noted that within that realm existed numerous saints, individuals who had cultivated for millennia, a span of time that was unfathomably long. Yet, with a single gaze, they were turned to vapor, without a shred of resistance possible. In comparison to their might, their methods instilled a deeper dread, viewing life as mere fodder. They subverted humanity's perceptions of emperors, who were traditionally seen as the protectors of all beings in the cosmos. Clearly, the 5 quasi-emperors before them deviated significantly from this established notion. As the corpses soared, many departed without uttering a single word, fading away quietly, like a mournful breeze passing through, rendering everything so eerily natural, murderous yet intangible. The sky was drenched in a cascade of blood, staining the heavens, which then intertwined and coalesced into a crimson river, ultimately surging into the body of the quasi-emperor. Before the naked eye, the decaying form of the quasi-emperor began to regenerate, as the essence of blood eradicated its own corruption. In that moment, the people finally realized the impending danger and retreated in a frenzy. The light of escape intertwined with wails that echoed across the vast expanse, as terror and shouts reverberated through the skies. Yet, it was too late. The 5 emperors simultaneously acted, assimilating the blood essence to replenish themselves. In an instant, the world fell silent, and countless beings perished. None could escape the presence of the emperor, and the realm was engulfed in stillness. The 5 quasi-emperors advanced step by step, drawing from the celestial blood essence as if traversing against the flow of time, each step making them increasingly youthful until they finally revealed their former majestic selves, with towering figures and flowing black hair. Subsequently, the 5 quasi-emperors surged forth in 5 directions. Wherever they went, no one could impede them. Any living being beneath their shadow was either flung aside or shattered into fragments. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Ultimately, the tumult swiftly reached every corner of the land. The 5 quasi-emperors awakened in the Time Mountain, their blood-soaked rampage absorbing the essence of life, defying the heavens to resurrect. The news sent shockwaves throughout the realms, instilling a pervasive sense of panic across the universe. The emperors were immensely powerful. For many ages, the absence of a great emperor made the quasi-emperors the true rulers of the cosmos. Now, the 5 quasi-emperors, each more ferocious than the last, offered no protection to the common folk. Instead, they consumed the blood essence of the world to replenish their waning lifespans, heralding a catastrophic disaster. Who could thwart the 5 quasi-emperors? The world was in uproar. All cultivators trembled, and the myriad sects and powerful leaders were filled with dread. The influence of the emperors was terrifying, and the united front of the 5 quasi-emperors birthed an overwhelming sense of despair. In the land of the 9 provinces, Qin Yun also sensed the brewing storm. This time, there was no need for any reports. He felt the terrifying imperial aura distinctly. It enveloped the universe, strong enough to make the cosmos tremble beneath its weight. Was it truly as he feared? Qin Yun sighed deeply. In fact, he had long harbored a foreboding premonition. The emergence of the 5 quasi-emperors, who annihilated a group of peak monarchs upon their arrival, had only intensified his unease. Now, with the news of bloodshed across the million mountains of Time Mountain, his apprehension solidified. The 5 quasi-emperors were undeniably ruthless. Indeed, throughout ancient history, there have been numerous accounts of such emperors. When an emperor reaches unfathomable power, they become the sovereign of the universe, capable of deciding good and evil with a mere thought. Life, the greatest miracle of this universe, remains elusive even for emperors. Naturally, some may resort to bloodshed to fulfill their desires. This is especially true for such emperors, who, confined for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, display an insatiable yearning for survival. They have long abandoned the dignity befitting an emperor and would commit any heinous act to continue their existence. The emperor reigns as the sovereign of the cosmos, a benevolent deity who shelters the universe, heralding fortune for the era. In stark contrast, a malevolent emperor embodies the lament of an entire age, for all living beings become sustenance for his insatiable hunger. Throughout history, such tyrannical rulers have emerged with notable frequency, driven by the instinct for survival, a reflection of human nature. Few possess the noble spirit of the ancestral demon emperor who protected the masses, sacrificing himself and enduring 3 decades of suffering solely to vanquish an invincible foe. Qin Yun sighed, extending his divine sense to perceive the auras of the 5 emperors, yet refrained from engaging them. His power was limited. It would be perilous to confront the 5 quasi-emperors in a bid to safeguard the populace. As the emperor of humanity, his duty was to guard the 9 provinces, and the extent of his protection could only encompass this land. With a thunderous roar, the human emperor cauldron materialized instantaneously, enveloping the entire Dao domain of the 9 provinces. From the distant cosmos, one could behold the vast domain, where the ethereal silhouette of a great cauldron emerged, sealing off this realm. Simultaneously, all factions reacted similarly. In the face of the united might of the 5 emperors, none dared to harbor thoughts of resistance. All sought to survive, invoking imperial arrays and divine runes in hopes of preserving themselves amidst the impending calamity. Chapter 168, The Awakening of Divine Weapons. The emergence of anomalies with an unparalleled velocity, 5 sovereigns surged into the starry expanse, descending upon the domain teeming with life. In an instant, a cascade of crimson erupted, painting the heavens with blood. The air was thick with boundless lamentations and anguished cries. The majority of beings and cultivators possessed no means of defense. Even the most formidable protective formations crumbled before the might of the sovereigns, who left no time for resistance. Bodies shattered in an instant, blood drawn from their forms, creating a scene of carnage, despair, and towering piles of bones. Their wails echoed through the heavens and the earth, filled with hopelessness. Across the lands, beings gazed upon that domain with sheer terror, whether they were minor cultivators or mighty saints. In the eyes of the sovereigns, there existed no distinction. With a mere thought, the heavens would shatter and the earth would quake. All that remained was the hope that these 5 quasi-emperors would cease their onslaught after claiming a few domains, sparing the rest from their gaze. A pall of oppression hung over the world. Only a handful of esteemed sects possessed the means to safeguard themselves, be it through the presence of quasi-emperors or ancient, unparalleled formations left by sages, rendering them impervious to the assaults of quasi-emperors. Yet, such individuals were but a minority. Quasi-emperors, on the verge of enlightenment, wield immense power. How many could dare to resist them? In the Jiuzhou domain, Qin Yun stood resolutely, elevated above the cosmos, his feet resting upon the human emperor cauldron, from which surged a radiant glow that enveloped the land, sealing the heavens and earth, forbidding entry or exit. The 5 fierce emperors represented a cataclysm for the world. Jiuzhou was one of the few domains with the fortitude to withstand this calamity. Yet, the crisis erupted nonetheless. A quasi-emperor had set his sights on Jiuzhou, advancing with an ominous presence. The universe roared, and the very fabric of existence trembled, though his pace appeared unhurried. Each step unleashed a terrifying force capable of causing innumerable collapses and widespread devastation. Upon encountering the human emperor, the quasi-emperor uttered not a single word, his status far too exalted to regard a mere saint-king. Instead, he cast a lingering gaze upon the human emperor cauldron, clearly recognizing its significance. This cauldron, ancient beyond measure, was said to be the first divine weapon to exist, and a quasi-emperor, often a sovereign of the cosmos, could not possibly be unaware of it. He may have even sought to seize it in the past. A flicker of astonishment illuminated the quasi-emperor's eyes. Had this cauldron truly emerged into the world? He whispered to himself, and without warning, a finger imbued with divine and demonic power shot forth, intent on crushing the human emperor and claiming the cauldron. In the Jiuzhou domain, many gasped in shock, the kings of the human race paling in fear. Though the human emperor was immensely powerful, his current realm was woefully inadequate to contend with one on the verge of enlightenment. Though he had once engaged in battle with a mysterious quasi-emperor, it had never escalated to a life-and-death struggle. The current threat was vastly different, coming to slaughter Jiuzhou and seize the human emperor cauldron. Once he struck, the outcome would be one of relentless annihilation, especially with 4 other quasi-emperors joining forces with him. Every heart tightened with dread, fearing for the safety of the human emperor. He rose through the ranks, his path remarkable in its defiance of fate, yet fraught with immense hardship. His journey, marked by relentless battles, was more arduous and perilous than that of any other seeker of the Tao. While others still had time, the Emperor of Humanity faced an insurmountable challenge. Without rapid growth, he would inevitably meet a bitter end. The people were acutely aware of the tribulations he had endured and did not wish to witness his impending invincibility thwarted by such a calamity. With a thunderous roar, the confrontation began. To their astonishment, the Emperor of Humanity showed no fear in the face of an approaching quasi-emperor, boldly confronting him. The clash reverberated like a thunderous bell, unleashing an endless tide of laws that rippled through the cosmos, as if reality itself were about to reverse. The collision of divine force shattered the very fabric of the attack, obliterating the boundless laws in an instant, leaving no room for suspense. The imposing visage of the quasi-emperor now betrayed a flicker of surprise. Such a figure exists in the world, deep within the confines of the Taishan Forbidden Zone. Where news was tightly sealed, this quasi-emperor, having awakened from an unknown slumber, could not possibly have heard of the Emperor of Humanity. Thus, he was astonished, feeling that facing a saintly king should not evoke such a response, stirring within him an unfamiliar sensation. Below, the hearts of the people sank into despair. The battle had erupted. Although the quasi-emperor did not gain any advantage in their first encounter, this news was far from reassuring. The Emperor's cauldron, imbued with extraordinary powers throughout the 9 provinces, amplified his might to a terrifying degree. It was anticipated that he could engage in combat with a quasi-emperor. However, the people were haunted by the specter of life and death, unable to foresee the outcome. Moreover, the presence of 4 other quasi-emperors loomed ominously. Would the Emperor of Humanity wielding the divine cauldron face a coordinated assault from all 5? If so, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare. How could this be? The Emperor of Humanity had finally reached a state of unparalleled invincibility, unchallenged by any. How could such a formidable adversary arise? Having struggled to reach this pinnacle, how could he attract such a dire enemy? Did fate truly conspire to challenge the Emperor of Humanity? Across the 9 provinces, sorrow enveloped the land. Boom. Meanwhile, the outside world sensed the cataclysmic waves of the imperial clash. It was undoubtedly a confrontation between the Emperor of Humanity and a quasi-emperor from Taishan. While this event may not hold significance for the universe at large, It was exceedingly rare for the other 4 quasi-emperors. The universe was indeed filled with miracles. Had such a person truly come into existence? Was the emergence of the 9 provinces cauldron somehow linked to him? For a saintly king to contend with a quasi-emperor was a sight unseen for eons, a transformation from vast oceans to mulberry fields after countless years. The quasi-emperors murmured in quiet awe, their eyes filled with an extraordinary light. The divine weapon awakened, heralding an anomaly, as the Taishan imperial tomb transformed into an ethereal gateway. Could it be? One quasi-emperor stood resolutely beneath the celestial expanse of a realm, whispering to himself, yet unlike the others, he seemed to grasp something profound, and a look of astonishment flickered in his gaze. With a resounding roar, the great battle erupted, and words became unnecessary as the 2 adversaries clashed directly. One sought to fill his own being with the blood of the myriad creatures of the 9 provinces to seize the imperial cauldron, while the other aimed to protect the citizens of this realm. There was no need for further discourse. Their divergent ideologies destined them for a fierce confrontation. The imperial aura enveloped the heavens, and the imperial path surged forth, elevating the conflict to an unimaginable level. One was an esteemed ancient emperor, the other a contemporary sage king. This was not merely a clash of positions, but a monumental confrontation between the ancient and the modern, laden with profound significance that resonated deeply within the hearts of all observers. Chapter 169. The Imperial Battle. Fortunately, the other 4 quasi-emperors refrained from intervening, continuously siphoning the life force from beings across various realms while observing this spectacle with cold detachment. After all, they were emperors, and confronting a single sacred king required no assistance. To intervene would constitute a grave insult. Boom! The 2 clashed, ascending towards the heavens, piercing through the infinite starry expanse, obliterating countless celestial bodies in their wake. Ultimately, the cosmos dimmed, and all that remained was the overwhelming power of the Tao surging forth. That place had transformed into a vast ocean of the Tao. The terrifying laws surged like a tempest, creating a realm so perilous that even the merest attempt to enter would result in being mercilessly torn apart. This battle had reached a level unseen by mortals. Besides a few quasi-emperors, scarcely anyone possessed the qualification to witness such a confrontation. Boom! The heavenly emperor's fist roared, its imprint shaking the heavens, and as the battle unfolded, Qin Yun's offensive prowess reached its zenith. Yet, the quasi-emperor did not retreat, nor did he shy away from the onslaught. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. This was a manifestation of the dignity of those destined for transcendence, and retreat was not an option. At such heights, the difference between them was negligible. The quasi-emperor, possessing an abundance of secret techniques, unleashed ancient arts that filled the sky with the essence of the Tao. As the winds and clouds shifted, the heavens and earth transformed. This battle was terrifying, its might shaking the very foundations of the world, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire domain of the Tao. It was a true imperial battle. While it may not be the highest level of confrontation in the grand annals of the universe, it was undoubtedly close. At this moment, within the various immortal lineages, quasi-emperors emerged from their seclusion, not to target the 4 fearsome emperors, but to witness this grand conflict. At such a level, this battle offered immense benefits to every quasi-emperor, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Boom! The fierce combat escalated. Qin Yun's heavenly emperor fist was unparalleled in its dominance. Although the quasi-emperor possessed boundless depth, such offensive techniques were rare. Moreover, with the emperor's cauldron augmenting him, Qin Yun's assault reached a horrifying intensity. His gaze sparkled with cold electricity, frigid and merciless. His white garments billowed, and his black hair danced wildly as he unleashed terrifying attacks against the void, each strike devastatingly powerful. The quasi-emperor mirrored this, revealing a myriad of secret techniques and intricate Tao patterns, captivating in their display. Although it appeared that the 2 were evenly matched, only the quasi-emperor understood the growing trepidation within himself. The individual before him was astonishingly remarkable, overturning his very conception of cultivation, a prodigy and an anomaly. Such prowess had never been witnessed throughout the ages, nor had it emerged in the ancient histories, even if he was reluctant to admit it. The overwhelming offensive capability left him reeling, and gradually he recognized that he was at a disadvantage, increasingly suppressed by this sacred king before him. Once the sovereign of the universe, now awakened after eons of slumber, everything had changed. To be subdued by a sacred king was an unbearable humiliation. Boom! The tyrannical emperor unleashed his full power, engaging in a frenzied battle, his hair billowing wildly, emanating an ominous aura that was both indefinable and potent. akin to a formidable force or perhaps a seal of sorts. The clash was undeniably a life-and-death struggle, for without wagering their very lives, achieving a decisive outcome was destined to be futile. The reverberations of their combat echoed through the cosmos, as myriad energies trembled violently. Both sides were consumed by rage, their paths colliding in a relentless onslaught, employing unparalleled techniques devoid of any pretense. Each was acutely aware of the other's formidable strength. Thus, they unleashed various forbidden arts right from the outset. Cough. Qin Yun coughed up blood, his body swaying as vibrant blossoms of crimson erupted from his chest, a harrowing sight. The quasi-emperor howled in agony, his own imperial blood spilling forth, not red, but a faint purple, imbued with terrifying order and rules. A cascade of this purple essence shattered the vast sky, ultimately landing upon a grand planet, which exploded upon impact. Everyone stood in shock. The emperor was supreme, and the quasi-emperor had already manifested that regal demeanor, his blood akin to that of a deity. The two continued their fierce confrontation, a brutal exchange of blood, with no clear victor in sight. At such a juncture, to inflict severe damage upon the other would come at a grievous cost. Those who once shared the same realm were no longer his foes. Even ascending to quasi-emperor would be crushed beneath him. Boy, what are you? Yet the quasi-emperor did not revel in this clash. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He had faced formidable adversaries from his era without experiencing such indignity. To attain the title of emperor, or even to ultimately perish on Mount Tai, leaving behind a legacy of bones rather than being replaced, was a testament to his brilliance. Yet now, he found himself battling a holy king, imperial blood splattering and his body sustaining wounds, an occurrence that had not transpired for countless years. Qin Yun paid no heed to his adversary, relentlessly striking with overwhelming force, while his divine consciousness scanned the surroundings, wary of the other four quasi-emperors lurking to ambush him. Uncertain of their affiliations, should all 5 quasi-emperors converge upon him, it would spell disaster for the 9 provinces. Boom. The sky was shrouded in darkness, as if the sun and moon had both fallen. The light of the emperor shone brightly, becoming the eternal essence of this universe. Time flowed, yet the battle raged on, gradually transforming both combatants beyond recognition. The quasi-emperor was nearly vanquished, reduced to a mere head, yet it radiated an intense brilliance, impossible to suppress, gleaming with unparalleled sharpness like a divine weapon. Meanwhile, Qin Yun had become a puddle of blood, his battle essence scattering in all directions. At last, the secret of the character unfolded, and Qin Yun restored himself to his former state. The quasi-emperor, however, opened his mouth and devoured, causing distant star systems to wither, a manifestation of a domain of the Tao. In an instant, silence fell, as all life was consumed in a single gulp by the quasi-emperor. Everyone was astonished. The might of a quasi-emperor was truly unfathomable, capable of assimilating countless life essences, rejuvenating himself with the surging energies of heaven and earth. How could such a being be slain? The secret of the character? Just how many arcane arts do you possess? The quasi-emperor, restored to his former glory, refrained from rushing into battle once more. Instead, he remained poised amidst the shattered cosmos, his eyes reflecting boundless astonishment and suspicion. Qin Yun had displayed the 9 secrets numerous times during combat, initially leading him to believe that these were not the legendary 9 secrets, but rather techniques of comparable caliber devised by later generations. After all, the 9 secrets were exceedingly rare, deemed intolerable by the heavens. In times past, a member of his clan, an enlightened being, had spent a lifetime searching, only to predict that the 9 secrets could never again grace this world. He held this belief with unwavering conviction, fueled by his deep respect for that enlightened individual. Yet now, that prophecy lay shattered. The 9 secrets had not only emerged, but had culminated in an exceptionally rare occurrence. Several arcane techniques had converged within a single individual. It was no wonder that such formidable strength resided within him. The possession of the 9 secrets was indeed a defiance of fate. At this moment, the quasi-emperor found himself contemplating retreat, fabricating a justifiable rationale for his withdrawal. He lacked the unparalleled techniques of the 9 secrets. Even if he were to recover from severe injuries, he possessed scant means to counter such power. The individual before him, adorned with the character of these secrets, was virtually indestructible. Such a person was exceedingly troublesome. Engaging in a protracted struggle with him would not be a prudent choice. Moreover, the man exhibited countless unfathomable skills, many of which he had never encountered, causing him to suffer silently. He remained uncertain of the extent of this person's hidden cards, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. compelling him to abandon the notion of further combat. Chapter 170. The slaughter of the Emperor. Though I may not slay you now, you shall find it equally challenging to vanquish me. In the days to come, when I return, and the path to the Emperor is unfurled, I shall assuredly claim your life. The quasi-Emperor spoke, unwilling to engage in battle, yet not retreating, transforming into a fleeting beam of light as he departed, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Standing alone amidst the vastness of the cosmos, Qin Yun felt his hair dance in the ether. He understood that he had become a thorn in the side of this quasi-emperor, destined to face retribution, a calamity without bounds. Without hesitation, he invoked the secret of the walking character and pursued, withholding no effort. All 7 secrets were unveiled. This marked the first manifestation of the secret of the walking character in the world, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. As if a thunderous dragon had engulfed the starry expanse, transforming it into a vast sea of thunder, with overwhelming pressure radiating forth. This force spread across every corner of the universe, and all felt it, a transcendent aura unlike any other. The Emperor of Humanity grew increasingly formidable, standing alone in the stellar void like a great sovereign, exuding an unmatched, invincible presence, surrounded by an intensely rich aura of taboo. Even the quasi-emperor, let alone the sovereigns of the world who understood the Emperor of Humanity, were momentarily stunned. Yet again, it was one of the 9 secrets. The secret of the walking character. The might of the 9 secrets stirred the world. Its obscure essence could not be concealed from the masses. For the essence of the 9 secrets was undeniably unique. All were left in a state of astonishment. Following the revelation of the 6 secrets, the Emperor of Humanity unveiled yet another, 7 secrets unified. This was undoubtedly a revelation that would reverberate throughout the realm. All 7 of the 9 secrets were now manifest in the world, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that illuminated every corner of the cosmos. The 9 secrets were indeed poised to re-emerge. The Emperor of Humanity had unveiled yet another, 7 secrets amalgamated. To what terrifying extent would his battle prowess escalate? A tremor gripped the hearts of all. Any cultivator witnessing this scene felt an undeniable chill. The Emperor of Humanity, with his extraordinary talents, could indeed continue to reveal the techniques of the 9 secrets. People understood that perhaps the union of the 9 secrets would truly grace the world once more. In the sage realm, he had wielded the 6 secrets to slay a great sage. Now, with 7 techniques, could he defy fate and slay an emperor? At this moment, an instinctive foreboding arose within everyone. They realized that perhaps the quasi-emperor was no longer an invincible entity. The Emperor of Humanity was exceedingly brilliant. With the 6 techniques, he had defeated an ultimate great sage without relying on the Emperor's cauldron, solely with his sage form. With the addition of the 7 techniques, he undoubtedly had the potential to slay a quasi-emperor. Boom! The heavens and the earth quaked as if an ancient primordial ancestor had broken free from his seal. His might shaking the cosmos, capable of resounding through mountains and rivers, effortlessly disturbing the sun and moon. The aura of taboo permeated every space. In the distance, the expression of the quasi-emperor changed dramatically. Great Emperor. He uttered those 2 words, not suggesting that he believed Qin Yun had attained the status of an emperor, but rather that he sensed an overwhelming aura of imperial oppression emanating from Qin Yun. In days of yore, he had felt such a presence before his ancestor, when he was still weak. Now, having ascended to the status of a quasi-emperor, this sense of oppression had not diminished in the slightest, causing his very soul to tremble. This is not merely a display of power, but rather an overwhelming sense of oppression, an invincible aura that compels one to bow in submission. The 7 secrets converge. The quasi-emperor gazed intently, his expression graver than ever before, and then he turned decisively to retreat. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of time. A quasi-emperor, faced with an adversary weaker than himself, had never before retreated with such resolute determination. It marked the first instance in his life where he departed with such decisiveness. Previously, it was his foes who had retreated before him. Now, however, he encountered a nightmare that cast a shadow over his very soul. The quasi-emperor understood that the individual before him was not someone he could vanquish. It was a premonition, a subtle indication bestowed by the heavens after reaching a certain understanding of the Tao. Boom. Yet, regardless of the quasi-emperor's unmatched speed, how could he outpace the word secret? Qin Yun advanced, taking a step that caused mountains and rivers to wildly recede beneath his feet. Each stride spanned a millennium, as if traversing through the fabric of time itself, freezing moments in place. With a single step, he appeared directly before the quasi-emperor, devoid of any residual smoke or fire. his unparalleled secret technique resonating with the essence of nature. A forbidden aura enveloped every corner of the space, sealing off all realms. The quasi-emperor was struck with terror, experiencing fear for the first time in eons, as he distinctly sensed the threat of death looming before him. His instincts warned him that this individual could indeed slay him, a formidable foe unlike any he had ever faced in his lifetime. Crack! Qin Yun spoke little, unleashing the 7 secrets and elevating his power to a terrifying zenith. He struck down with a powerful palm. The divine demon palm descended like a mountain, devoid of any residual energy, and was utterly unavoidable. The forbidden essence cloaked every inch, leaving only the option to confront it head-on. The quasi-emperor cried out, summoning every ounce of his strength in that moment, desperately pushing against the colossal hand, engaging in a fierce struggle. Imperial might surged forth, the laws of the emperor cascading like a torrential galaxy, inundating the very fabric of existence. Crack! The quasi-emperor's body resonated with sharp, crisp sounds as his imperial bones shattered. The imperial bone, a formidable divine artifact, rivaling the strength of Dao weapons, was renowned for its resilience. Yet now, it crumbled like paper, emitting crackling sounds throughout his being. All were rendered speechless. The Emperor of the 7 Secrets had indeed become overwhelmingly stronger, transcending the bounds of reason. What kind of unparalleled might was this? Capable of pressing down upon a quasi-emperor? Was it truly possible to challenge a quasi-emperor head-on? Witnessing this scene, beings from all realms were stirred, sensing that a monumental event, one that would resonate throughout history, was on the verge of unfolding. The quasi-emperor howled in anguish. Not only were his imperial bones fracturing, but at this moment, he was losing his humanity, his body resembling a cracked porcelain vase, countless fissures appearing as purple blood flowed forth, a sight both shocking and distressing. Save me. Ultimately, the quasi-emperor found it increasingly difficult to endure, relinquishing the dignity of a would-be enlightened one. He let out a tremendous shout that resonated with terrifying clarity, reverberating across the vast expanse of the cosmos. The other quasi-emperors indeed turned their gazes towards this direction, harboring intentions to intervene. However, everything transpired in an instant. Qin Yun showed no mercy whatsoever. The force of his hand suddenly intensified, crashing down with overwhelming might. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a mountain range was reduced to ruins, billowing clouds of dust rising into the air. Everyone felt the impact, as if everything on this land were to be thrown into disarray. In that fleeting moment when the hand descended, onlookers beheld the splatter of imperial blood, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. As the colossal hand slowly lifted, an immense palm imprint was revealed, perfectly defined. With at its center a pool of sanguine mud, almost resembling a congealed mass of blood. Even the remnants of bone were nearly impossible to discern. One could barely make out the vague semblance of a human form within that sanguinary mire. Thus, the life of that quasi-emperor was irrevocably frozen at that moment. Chapter 171. The disturbance of the celestial balance. At this moment, the universe lay in profound silence. No voice dared to utter a word. The sovereign emperor had truly been vanquished, his form reduced to mere blood and mud. Although many had foreseen this calamity, the reality of it struck the hearts of all with a profound impact. Boom! The cosmos reverberated, and from the farthest reaches of the chaotic abyss came an endless wailing, followed by an unexpected deluge of rain. However, this rain was a haunting crimson, as if the heavens themselves wept blood. The sovereign emperor had attained a Tao fruit recognized by heaven and earth. To reach such a pinnacle was no small feat once favored by the cosmos. His unparalleled might had defined an entire era. Only the fall of such a prodigy could evoke tears from the heavens. The blood-red rain fell upon every corner of existence. People stood in silence, drenched in the sanguine downpour, many rendered motionless, devoid of reaction. It was not until a considerable time had passed that the clamor finally erupted. And subsequently, the news spread across the lands with astonishing speed. The human emperor had slain the sovereign emperor. The world was set ablaze with excitement, a terrifying fervor igniting in every region. This was undeniably exhilarating news. The human emperor had defied the heavens to slay a sovereign emperor, stirring the hearts of all living beings who heard it. Throughout history, no one had ever dared to confront an emperor. Their overwhelming strength had shocked the world. To bear the title of emperor was to be revered as a deity in the hearts of the people. Such figures, save for those of equal standing, were virtually invincible. This was an immutable law, upheld since the dawn of the universe. Yet now, the human emperor had achieved the unimaginable, leaving many in disbelief. What kind of might was this? Everyone stood frozen, the term Slayer of Emperors resonating with an unsettling power. They understood that an unparalleled hero had emerged. The human emperor had ascended to a position even loftier than that of a sovereign emperor. Who among them could dare to challenge him? Silence enveloped the crowd. Words failed them. Throughout history, no one had ever moved with such speed, nor had anyone, merely as a holy king, been able to slay an emperor. The human emperor had unequivocally become the pinnacle of existence. Boom. From all directions, terrifying gazes fixed upon this scene, piercing through the fabric of reality and fracturing the laws and order of the cosmos. Without question, this was a reaction from the other four sovereign emperors. The death of an ally had instilled within them a profound sense of threat. Human emperor, we have etched your name into our memories. We, in comparison to you, will not provoke you. You may safeguard your 9 provinces, and we shall not disturb you. The 4 sovereign emperors refrained from attacking the human emperor, instead expressing such sentiments. With the path to imperial ascendance about to open, they needed time to replenish their lifespans and wished to avoid conflict with the human emperor, seeking a separation of interests. That overwhelming presence gradually dissipated, vanishing from the skies of the 9 provinces. In the starry expanse, Qin Yun stood alone, a monumental figure against the backdrop of the 9 provinces, resembling a deity protecting this land. In the distant skies, a blood-red glow suffused the air, carnage reigned, and countless lives had perished in the chaos. Once a figure of quasi-emperor status makes their move, entire realms are destined for ruin. Few traditions can endure their formidable prowess. O Emperor of humanity, we beseech you to intervene and rescue us. At this very moment, cries of desperation resonate from all quarters, as the foremost sovereigns of various domains turn to Qin Yun for salvation. Having vanquished a quasi-emperor, the Emperor of humanity has ignited a flicker of hope, compelling the populace to implore him to extricate them from peril. The cries of the suffering echo through the land. This is a cataclysm of unprecedented scale. For quasi-emperors, wielding terrifying power, instill a profound sense of despair among countless beings. How can mere mortals withstand such divine wrath? Blood stains the earth, the heavens are shrouded in gloom, and mountains of corpses accumulate as one realm after another succumbs to desolation, swiftly transforming into lifeless voids. The intent to kill knows no bounds, affecting every inch of land. While countless souls cry out, invoking blood magic and pleading for the emperor's intervention. Alas, in the end, Qin Yun heaves a deep sigh, realizing he cannot remain a mere bystander. He has always viewed himself as a humble cultivator, one who acts in self-interest. Yet the anguished wails of the masses stir his resolve. As the Emperor of humanity, it is my duty to safeguard the world. With these words, Qin Yun steps forth, his voice resonating throughout the cosmos, calm yet crystal clear, echoing in every ear. Upon hearing such a declaration, many are brought to tears, overwhelmed by an urge to weep. The title of Emperor of humanity, never before so thunderous, evokes not merely the essence of a ruler, but embodies the sovereign of all humanity. The Emperor of the realm of mortals. What does it mean to be the Emperor of humanity? This is the essence of it. With a thunderous presence, Qin Yun emerges, graceful and extraordinary, clad in robes as white as snow, his dark hair billowing. A golden path unfurls across the heavens, dazzling with brilliance, seemingly eternal. Forever etched in the hearts of the people. Emperor of humanity. Many, upon witnessing his silhouette, are rendered speechless with excitement. Indeed, the Emperor has taken action. This unparalleled hero, the greatest of all time, appears when despair looms largest. No one anticipated that in humanity's darkest hour, it would be this young man who would illuminate a glimmer of hope amidst the abyss. Emperor of humanity, we pay homage to you. Many shed tears. It is not a matter of intimidation, but rather a flood of emotion, as they behold that figure materialize in the dark expanse of the universe. No words can encapsulate the feelings stirred within. On the earth, numerous sacred places and sovereigns of empires cry out, shedding the veneer of former grandeur. Their roars reach a fever pitch, yearning to ascend to the heavens, to immediately pay homage to the emperor, expressing their sincerest reverence. In this most somber of epochs, prayers to the heavens yield no response, and supplications to the earth find no avenue. Calls to the deities and demons echo in silence, as the path to supremacy opens. The quasi-emperors of all realms, unwilling to deplete their strength, remain aloof, coldly observing the carnage unfolding across the world. All parties are engaged in self-preservation, coldly observing the world drenched in bloodshed. Yet the Emperor of humanity has emerged, clad in garments as white as snow, radiating ephemeral beauty and unparalleled grace. How can one not feel stirred? Many are moved to tears, crying out and releasing the pent-up frustrations within, hoping that the emperor can restore balance to the chaos and bring peace to the realm. However, a sense of guilt lingers in the hearts of many. The emperor, having displayed immense strength throughout his life, gained renown across the lands in his 20s, harboring countless secrets that instilled trepidation in many. Numerous sovereigns have attempted to conspire against him, joining forces with others to plot his downfall on several occasions. Despite the emperor's formidable prowess in overcoming adversity, few cultivators are willing to acknowledge his status as the emperor of humanity. They derogatorily refer to him as a mere mortal, unworthy of such a title. Among these voices, those of the holy lords and imperial lords resonate the loudest, which is indeed a source of embarrassment. Once, they longed to personally vanquish the emperor, yet now, as calamity looms, all celestial beings and demons observe with indifference, while only the emperor steps forth, putting aside past grievances to save them from peril. How can one find the courage to face him, to approach with humility? Chapter 172. I am the Emperor of Humanity. The proclamation of the Emperor of Humanity reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. As the figure of the emperor made his departure, radiating golden light into the distance, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Numerous powerful beings ascended into the void, calling out fervently, beseeching the emperor to halt his advance. The emperor's journey was one that none dared obstruct. All fell to their knees in the distant starry sky, imploring him to stay. They understood the perilous nature of the impending battle. While the emperor had the strength to vanquish the quasi-emperors, it did not guarantee his ability to confront 4 formidable foes. Moreover, once the emperor departed from the 9 provinces, devoid of the domain's fortuitous energies, his formidable presence would undoubtedly diminish. They pleaded for the emperor to refrain from embarking on this perilous path. Their voices rose in fervor, a tumult of emotions swirling within them. They recognized the arduous journey the emperor had endured. Many sovereigns of the present age struggled to contend with him, and it was only after facing near-death encounters that he had reached this stage. They wished to shield him from danger, desiring that he not engage in battle for the sake of others. Yet, the emperor's will was unwavering. He merely cast a serene smile towards the demon emperor before swiftly vanishing into the void. Alas, the demon emperor sighed deeply, filled with a sense of melancholy, yet remained silent, fully aware of this man's determination and not wishing to impede his progress. Standing quietly amidst the stars, she hoped for the emperor's return. Boom! Across the lands, countless gazes were fixed upon the emperor. Those immortal lineages who had preserved their safety during the calamity now rallied their spirits, even the quasi-emperors directing their attention towards him. These individuals did not wish to see the emperor rise to prominence. His overwhelming strength evoked trepidation, and his future path to imperial conquest left everyone uncertain. This was a figure capable of defying quasi-emperors even as a saint king, who could stand in his way on the road to emperorship. People harbored the hope that the emperor would ultimately perish, perhaps bringing an end to this great calamity, allowing for mutual destruction and fewer obstacles on the imperial path. Boom! The golden light intertwined, ultimately piercing through atop a majestic peak. Within this domain, a quasi-emperor slowly lifted his gaze towards Qin Yun. He was a youthful man, his raven hair flowing, and his eyes bright. One could even describe him as a boy, though his presence was suffused with an overwhelming aura of dusk, starkly contrasting with his youthful visage. He had regained a terrifying level of power, having absorbed the lifeblood of countless beings. Emperor of Humanity, why must you come here? Before us, all sentient beings are but ants. Is it truly worth your while to confront a mere swarm of insects? I harbor no desire to engage in battle with you. The path to emperorship is imminent, and there is no need for you to squander your strength for these lives, as it would yield more loss than gain. The young quasi-emperor spoke with an ethereal quality, devoid of sorrow or joy, exhibiting remarkable tranquility. Should you wish to protect the lives here, I am willing to grant you a favor. Leave at once. But I implore you not to obstruct me further. The quasi-emperor's words indicated a concession. He was not about to allow the emperor to traverse this domain without purpose. He sought to spare the lives of its inhabitants and extend a measure of respect to the emperor. To treat such a formidable adversary with caution speaks volumes about the emperor's standing in the eyes of these beings. I am the Emperor of Humanity, and thus it shall remain. Qin Yun spoke, his demeanor remarkably calm, devoid of any anger or sorrow, and he did not resort to immediate violence. For he was the Emperor of Humanity, bound by duty. Good. The young sovereign did not utter another word, helplessly shaking his head with a smile. Subsequently, the void around them was swiftly sealed, myriad runes swirling in the air. The laws seemed to pulse, manifesting the order of heaven and earth. And then a cataclysmic destruction unfolded, aiming to confine the Emperor of Humanity within its explosive grasp. Bang! However, as the secret technique unfolded, Qin Yun emerged from the tumultuous realm without a trace of earthly turmoil, stepping into the shattered void. Boom! The young sovereign exhibited little emotional response, extending a massive hand, mirroring Qin Yun's actions. As the battle unfolded, he unleashed a divine technique, responding in kind. Bang! The intertwining laws ignited a blazing order as two colossal hands clashed in the void, resulting in a terrifying cataclysm. The starry sky shattered, splitting in two, as onlookers witnessed the heaven and earth seemingly tearing apart. It was akin to the dawn of creation, a new Genesis. Emperor of Humanity Yu. This time, the young sovereign was bereft of his earlier tranquility, having distinctly sensed the might of the Emperor's attack. He understood that the power wielded by the Emperor was extraordinarily formidable. Having previously vanquished a being of equal stature, not to mention the enhancement from 9 secrets, rendering his assault undeniably potent. Yet, at this moment, everything was beyond his expectations. Such an offensive transcended logic, akin to a great emperor unleashing his power, exuding a calm, yet overwhelming dominance capable of annihilating the cosmos. Cough! In the next instant, a colossal hand shattered, bursting forth like fireworks, dazzling and radiant, disintegrating in the void, a spectacle of immense beauty. The young sovereign coughed blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Swish! Swish! Simultaneously, 3 formidable presences emerged, piercing through the heavens and splitting the starry expanse, appearing abruptly on the battlefield, where no one dared to approach. Stirring not a ripple in the air. Boom! In the distance, the figure of the young sovereign reappeared, having just endured a grievous blow, yet now he had remarkably recovered. Though it was evident that his vitality had diminished, he had evidently paid a significant price. Anger smoldered faintly upon his countenance. Emperor of Humanity, why must you escalate matters so? Let us cease hostilities. We do not seek to become your foes. However, this does not imply that we fear you. We merely wish to avoid a cataclysmic battle on the eve of the imperial path's opening, squandering our hard-won vitality. For sovereigns materialized, confronting the emperor. Yet none dared to strike directly. This demonstrated the emperor's formidable status and influence. The atmosphere remained one of negotiation. Even the young sovereign, who had just suffered the emperor's strike, suppressed his anger and refrained from acting out, genuinely not wishing to become adversaries of the emperor. They understood that even if he were to fall, the 4 would incur immense losses. I am the Emperor of Humanity, Qin Yun declared, uttering only these 4 words. His voice was serene yet radiated an overwhelming, invincible aura, an inherent dominance and unassailable resolve that resonated deeply, stirring emotions and igniting fervor within the hearts of those present. I am the Emperor of Humanity, is all that is needed. This is not merely an elevation of the spirit, but a transcendence of the Tao itself. The Emperor of Humanity is not merely the sovereign of a singular being. Rather, he embodies the pinnacle of the human realm. Indeed, Emperor, you are worthy of reverence. But is it truly worth it for the sake of these beings? The aspiring emperor spoke little, and this was his final utterance, tinged with a hint of inquiry. The assessment from such a formidable adversary speaks volumes about the character of the emperor. In this moment, many felt a profound sense of guilt. Unable to face that imposing figure, lowering their gazes. In former years, they had exhausted every effort to vanquish the emperor, resorting even to despicable methods. Yet now, as the world stands on the brink of crisis, in this most desperate hour, who is it that stands sentinel over them? Qin Yun remained composed, standing alone amidst the cosmos, raising his hand to summon the emperor's cauldron. Standing upon the cauldron, he declared, "Let us engage in battle." The emperor uttered nothing more than this singular proclamation. No elaborate words were necessary. The brevity of "let us engage" sufficed to attest to the emperor's resolve at this moment. There was no need for further elaboration. A battle was all that was required. Chapter 173. Unstoppable. Very well. Since you insist on this course, we are left with no choice but to absorb your life force. The 4 semi-emperors are resolute, unwilling to yield any further. The Emperor of Humanity possesses an unwavering conviction. They all understand that no concession, no matter how significant, can avert the impending conflict. This realization cast a heavy pall over their hearts as they prepared for a brutal clash, their eyes fixed menacingly upon the Emperor's vital energy. Such words rendered the assembly speechless. Aware that these 4 individuals had set their sights on the Emperor's life force, it became apparent that the Emperor had crossed their threshold, leaving no room for compromise. After all, he was merely a sacred king. Did he truly believe we would hesitate to act against him? Such sentiments stirred anxiety within the hearts of many, forcing them to confront a stark reality. The Emperor of Humanity was ultimately just a sacred king. Outside the 9 provinces, his strength would suffer a considerable decline. Having vanquished one semi-emperor, how much of his power would remain? Despite the emperor's formidable prowess, his adversaries were indeed semi-emperors. Historically, encounters with such formidable foes seldom resulted in a clear victory. They often culminated in mutual devastation. Although the previous battle concluded swiftly, no one could ascertain how much strength the emperor could still muster. After all, he was not in his prime. Moreover, it had been said that while the 9 secrets were powerful, they could not be employed indefinitely. Faced now with 4 semi-emperors, what chance did the emperor truly have? In this moment, many on the land fell silent, lowering their heads, uncertain of what to say. Boom. Yet, the great battle erupted nonetheless. The emperor showed no hesitation. He launched into action, unleashing the secret of the characters, moving with unparalleled swiftness, transforming into a fleeting light. In an instant, he vanished from their sight, exhibiting a terrifying speed that defied reason. With a single step, he plunged into the throng, unleashing boundless laws of order around him, launching indiscriminate assaults upon all present. This was the Emperor of Humanity, unstoppable, dismissing even the most exalted figures as mere weeds, showing no regard for the 4 who were on the cusp of enlightenment. Charging directly into the fray, he radiated an aura of invincible dominance. This unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Darkness descended, and despair enveloped the world. The calamity was so dreadful that it engendered an endless sense of bewilderment, devoid of any glimmer of hope. The celestial deities and demons remained silent, paralyzed by trepidation, unwilling to intervene. Heaven and earth faced cataclysm. Entire domains withered away. Such unprecedented devastation had never been witnessed throughout history, stirring every heart and threatening the very existence of all. In this dire moment, only the emperor took action. Alone, he faced 4 semi-emperors, unstoppable, deploying infinite strategies amidst the starry expanse, entirely unafraid. This spectacle stirred the hearts of all, etching the moment indelibly in their memories. Even as years turned into decades, it would remain unforgettable. Even after eons, tales of this battle would endure, recounting the splendor of the Emperor of Humanity. Qin Yun truly embodies the title of Emperor of Humanity. Many lamented in awe. Below, all domains are resounding with fervent cries, yearning to ascend towards the heavens, to pay homage to the sovereign of humanity, to lend their strength to him. The vastness of heaven and earth swells with an infinite surge of thought energy, cascading into the body of the sovereign. Yet, all seems elusive, rendering any assistance to the sovereign seemingly futile. Boom. The sovereign's cauldron trembles violently, clashing against 4 formidable weapons, unleashing a dazzling blaze of light. The clangor of weapons reverberates incessantly, a deafening sound that shatters the void with each echo. This is indeed a battle of emperors, a might that sweeps across the world, traversing every inch of land. All can feel the terrifying aura, its ripples leaving behind indelible marks throughout the ages. Heaven and earth sway, the entire universe quakes. Such imperial battles have occurred only a handful of times throughout history. Yet, never before has there been an instance of one confronting multiple sovereigns on the path to enlightenment. This is a first in history, concerning the safety of beings across the realms, stirring the hearts of all. Crash! Qin Yun strikes with unmatched ferocity, stabilizing the starry sky with the sovereign's cauldron, ensuring the might of those fearsome weapons remains unyielding. These are 4 unparalleled weapons, renowned throughout history, bearing a fearsome reputation, having once dominated an era. Each weapon's legendary tale could fill tomes as thick as a small mountain. With a flourish, the secret of movement unfolds, and Qin Yun's figure vanishes, only to reappear directly above a weakened quasi-emperor. This individual had previously endured a strike from Qin Yun, and, although revived, was far from his former vitality. Upon witnessing Qin Yun's sudden appearance, his soul nearly fled in terror. This fear stems not only from his prior experience with the sovereign's might, but also from the dread of the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets have never been witnessed throughout history, shrouded in mystery and immense power, recognized worldwide as legendary techniques across 9 domains, without dispute for millennia. In many eras, people believed the 9 secrets to be mere myth, too extraordinary to exist, each transcending the bounds of human creation. Yet today, they witness the resurgence of the 9 secrets through Qin Yun, manifesting in a series of techniques. This fills every heart with trepidation. Even those strong enough feel a profound fear when confronted with the amalgamation of 7 secrets. The young quasi-emperor, paralyzed by fear, refrains from engaging and swiftly retreats. Displaying remarkable decisiveness, a strand of violet light ascends, and in an instant, the young quasi-emperor finds himself 1,000 feet away. Such speed is terrifying, unparalleled in the world. However, Qin Yun's swiftness surpasses even that. With the secret of movement in play, the quasi-emperor's speed pales in comparison, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Yun appears before him. The young quasi-emperor's eyes are filled with horror as he desperately attempts to strike. Yet, the outcome is devoid of any surprise. Qin Yun's unparalleled attack power ensures that once targeted, the conclusion is all but predetermined. The young quasi-emperor wishes to act, only to find himself seemingly pinned in the void. Like an illustration upon a canvas, unable to stir even a fraction. An endless surge of murderous intent cascaded into his being, reducing the young quasi-emperor to mere dust. All present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. A quasi-emperor, how formidable indeed. Bearing the title of emperor. Such a figure could be regarded as an absolute sovereign of the universe, one who had undeniably dominated an era. In times when emperors did not emerge, the quasi-emperor stood as the pinnacle of existence in this world. Yet now, even as the path to emperorhood unfurls and quasi-emperors continuously emerge, such individuals remain exceedingly rare. In the entirety of the world, there are but a handful. Yet, he has now become nothing more than a wisp of smoke, dismissed so lightly. Everyone was left in shock, utterly astonished, including the other 3 quasi-emperors. Even as the strongest among them, they understood the true extent of their power, realizing that such a being could scarcely be utterly defeated, let alone meet such a dramatic end. After nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, to become but a mere footnote in the annals of history, what a profound irony. What kind of terrifying power does the assailant possess? Chapter 174, Supreme Grace. In that moment, the 3 quasi-emperors were utterly stunned. The individual before them was terrifyingly powerful, a mere saint king, yet exhibiting strength that transcended all reason. Even beings as formidable as they were could not withstand a single strike from this person. What kind of horrifying offensive power was this? A chill of dread surged within their hearts, a rare sentiment that had not been felt across the ages, typically reserved for encounters with a true emperor. Yet now, in the presence of a saint king, such feelings arose. This instilled a sense of foreboding in each of them. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Without uttering a word, they turned and retreated in 3 separate directions, resolute and decisive. Their instincts warned them that this individual was invincible. To engage further would only lead to their own demise. This scene left the world in awe, as it was almost unimaginable. How could quasi-emperors, known for their dominance and power, flee in such a manner? Each of them had once been a ruler of the cosmos, imposing their will upon heaven and earth. Yet here they were, retreating in disarray. Clad in garments as white as snow, the oppressive force reverberated through the heavens, compelling the 3 quasi-emperors to scatter. What an unparalleled display of invincibility. The human emperor had truly reached an astonishing pinnacle of terror, merely a saint king. No one could foresee the potential that lay ahead for the human emperor. If the prowess displayed at the saint king level was already this formidable, one could only shudder to think of what horrors awaited should he ascend to the great saint or quasi-emperor realm. Was he destined to challenge an emperor directly? Boom. The void trembled violently as the 3 quasi-emperors vanished in an instant, shattering the surrounding space. The chaotic energy surged inwards, and fierce winds howled, deterring all but the most courageous from daring to tread upon that fractured void. The secret technique of the word of the array could defy all. Yet in the face of 3 quasi-emperors, it found itself somewhat impotent. After all, they were 3 imperial beings, their speed rivaling that of divine beings, making it nearly impossible to slay all 3 simultaneously. However, Qin Yun remained motionless, standing alone in the shattered void, his gaze cold and detached, allowing the 3 quasi-emperors to escape unimpeded. Yet, a scene that filled the 3 quasi-emperors with despair unfolded. In the distant void, a thunderous sound erupted, and layers of intricate patterns illuminated the space. These patterns were exceedingly fearsome, obscured and forbidden, enveloping every layer of the cosmos. This was a terrifying array, each thread of energy infused with the essence of nature, all paths leading to an inevitable conclusion. The array technique. The 3 quasi-emperors were rendered speechless. In the silence, the ability to transform the world into an array could only stem from that legendary secret art. With a mere thought, the cosmos became a formation. This was an exceedingly forbidden and terrifying technique. Having witnessed this, the 3 quasi-emperors recognized the method immediately. Simultaneously, their hearts sank. For once the array technique was activated, escape would be nearly impossible, a dire predicament that entailed confronting not merely a single formation, but an infinite expanse of arrays. Even if you possess formidable strength capable of shattering the grand formation, the moment your adversary stirs, the array can be instantaneously re-established, rendering escape impossible. Emperor of Humanity, do you truly fear not the prospect of our mutual destruction? The trio chose not to engage with the ethereal sigils, but instead retraced their steps, returning to the starry expanse to confront the Emperor of Humanity once more. Each of the three bore expressions of deep malevolence, embodying the very essence of fury. The alliance of three quasi-emperors ought not to have found themselves in such dire straits, unable even to flee. The Emperor harbored grand ambitions, employing arcane inscriptions, evidently unwilling to permit any of them to depart, instilling both despair and rage. To disregard three quasi-emperors, what an audacious affront. History has shown that those who dare to belittle sovereigns seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path to the bitter end? One of the quasi-emperors spoke, his threat unmistakable. The combined might of the three quasi-emperors could shatter the heavens and the earth, overwhelming all in their path. Yet, in this moment, such confidence was eclipsed by a sense of bitterness and helplessness. Yet, Qin Yun remained unresponsive, exuding an air of indifference and tranquility. A resounding boom erupted, as celestial brilliance exploded forth from his being, unveiling the secret of the inscriptions. Three emperors materialized once more. The trio of emperors stood shoulder to shoulder, casting a serene yet formidable gaze upon their three formidable foes, remaining silent before decisively launching their assault. This left the three quasi-emperors utterly at a loss. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from the emperor, who exhibited not a hint of hesitation, clearly regarding them with disdain. This attitude was both heart-stirring and infuriating. When had quasi-emperors endured such sacrilege? Strike him down. Each of the three quasi-emperors, having reached this juncture, were no weaklings. They understood the emperor's murderous intent and thus held nothing back, unleashing their full might in defiance. They were determined to eliminate the emperor, to expend every ounce of energy in a fight to the death. A cataclysmic battle erupted as the three quasi-emperors charged toward the three emperors. The essence of combat surged forth, their offensive will resonating with tremendous fervor, the myriad laws intertwining, overwhelming all in a torrent. The sheer force of it rendered all spectators awestruck. The three emperors, each embodying a distinct martial principle, unleashed an aura so potent. It seemed capable of inverting the very fabric of reality, threatening to annihilate the world and reshape the cosmos. With a swift motion, the seventh secret was unveiled, and Qin Yun's presence could no longer be concealed. He anchored the void with the emperor's authority, subduing the strength of the three quasi-emperors, while relentlessly executing his maneuvers, harmonizing the inscription of actions with the arcane formations to achieve unparalleled speed. It was as if he had transformed into a deity, rendering himself an invincible force within this realm. Although quasi-emperor level assaults were indeed formidable, they struggled to inflict genuine harm upon the emperor. The unparalleled inscription rendered him nearly impervious to death. With each devastating strike, the emperor would be reborn anew. The three emperors remained undefeated. Blood of the sovereign stained the void, and the very heavens erupted in chaos. A myriad of celestial radiance surged forth from the blood of the emperors, illuminating the world, leaving all who witnessed this spectacle in a state of awe. In that expanse of the universe, the ethereal glow was resplendent, as one after another, quasi-emperors erupted within it, vanishing amidst the brilliance, gradually fading in their utmost splendor. The emperor's might was unparalleled, his assaults utterly unstoppable. With each strike, imperial blood was shed, ultimately leading to the demise of all three quasi-emperors, their spirits departing into the starry void. The imperial brilliance dimmed, the emperor's stars fell from grace, and the heavens mourned. As torrential blood rain fell, clad in white, radiant like a beacon, dancing with the chaotic winds, stepping upon the time-space stained with imperial blood, what an extraordinary display of grandeur this was. Chapter 175. The Resurgence of Tang. Yunli. The world fell into a profound silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. The five quasi-emperors, the masters of 5 eras, dissipated like smoke, evoking a sense of awe that was impossible to ignore. This night was destined to be sleepless. Tranquility was a luxury none could afford. In the tumultuous darkness, the 5 quasi-emperors launched a formidable assault, their passage marked by the decay of realms and the demise of countless beings. This was nothing short of a cataclysm, a divine slaughter where no one could stand in their way. Yet, the human emperor, relying solely on his own strength, severed the 5 quasi-emperors. Any cultivator who heard of such an achievement felt their hearts swell with fervor. No one remained unshaken, unable to fathom the ripples that would ensue across the cosmos after this night. The news spread like wildfire, reaching all corners of existence with unparalleled speed, causing a seismic reaction. The human emperor had indeed become unstoppable. To have slain 5 quasi-emperors, who in the world could contend with him? The heavens trembled, and chaos reigned. Upon learning of this news, composure was a luxury no one could maintain. Was the world truly on the brink of invincibility? In this era where no great emperors emerged, who could rival him? After this battle, the human emperor's name shone brighter than ever, his influence rivaling that of a living emperor, unmatched in the universe. With myriad paths to mastery, historically, only an emperor could truly embody such grandeur. Yet now, this crown and glory belonged to the human emperor. It seemed as though there was no formidable adversary left to impede his advance. Once merely a holy king, he had ascended to such formidable prowess. As people contemplated this, a sense of despondency enveloped them. While many great saints and quasi-emperors existed in the world, witnessing their premature defeat was utterly disheartening. The human emperor stood like a colossal divine mountain, powerful and invincible, instilling despair in the hearts of those who dared to challenge him. If he were to advance further, what terror would he unleash? Undoubtedly, the human emperor had become truly unstoppable. With the path to emperorship opening before him, he would emerge as a dark horse, poised to traverse the entire imperial road, unmatched by any challenger. At this moment, a shared premonition gripped the hearts of all. The imperial path had always been a spectacle of grandeur, attracting powerful beings from various realms, ancient stars, and hidden places, all quasi-emperors emerging from their seals. It could be said that there had never been an opportunity in history that allowed so many strong contenders to rise and vie for supremacy. The imperial road was fraught with uncertainty and unpredictability. Before its opening, no one could anticipate how many masters or hidden powers would emerge. Even the most exceptional among them could not be entirely confident in their ability to conquer the imperial road and ultimately attain enlightenment. Yet now, the human emperor's overwhelming strength inspired a belief that he stood alone beneath the starry sky, exuding an air of invincibility and supremacy. And indeed, this was the truth. In this moment, how many quasi-emperors sighed deeply, reflecting on how close they all were to reaching this pinnacle? The emperor of humanity has achieved the astonishing feat of vanquishing 5 quasi-emperors, leaving many in a state of despair. They understand that even if they were in that position, they would be unable to withstand a single blow from this monstrous figure, destined to meet a bitter end like the 5 fierce emperors before them. The heavens and earth unite in their strength, yet heroes find themselves unfree in their fate. At this moment, countless quasi-emperors undoubtedly express such lamentations. Once the favored children of an era, having ascended to such heights, who among them was not dazzling in their splendor? In their youth, they overshadowed their contemporaries. In their middle age, they defied ancient kings, and in their twilight years, they claimed dominion over the universe. They once believed themselves to be the darlings of fate. But now, witnessing the overwhelming strength of the emperor of humanity, they are engulfed in profound melancholy, feeling the desolation of being forsaken by the very fabric of existence. The name Emperor of Humanity resonates throughout the land, accompanied by deep sighs, prompting several quasi-emperors to choose to seal themselves away. They refuse to contest with the emperor, for the outcome is too despairing, offering no glimmer of hope. They resolve to evade him, to seal themselves for another lifetime, awaiting the moment when the emperor fades from existence to once again pursue the path of emperorship. The emperor of humanity has indeed reached a point where none dare to claim supremacy over him. In the silence of the universe, an eerie stillness prevails, and all can feel the helplessness of the various orthodoxies, an overwhelming influence that exudes a profound sense of oppression. In this vast universe, it is clear that no one dares to challenge the emperor. A holy king has reached such extraordinary heights, and any cultivator contemplating this is filled with trepidation. Will the 9 secrets truly reemerge? Concurrently, the populace pays particular attention to this tantalizing news. The 9 secrets, regarded with reverence for countless ages, are 9 celestial techniques of unparalleled prowess. Their unification would render one invincible. This notion, once a mere rumor, has nearly solidified into an unbreakable law. The ancient sages, after witnessing the 9 secrets, all rendered such evaluations. Now, as the prospect of witnessing the full manifestation of the 9 secrets looms, how can one not hope for this extraordinary miracle of the cosmos? If one could bear witness, it would present an immense opportunity for all. There exists a strong possibility, however, In response to such inquiries, the voices of the world are resolutely domineering and straightforward. It has been but a brief time, and already the 7 secrets have been unveiled. The unification of the 9 secrets is undoubtedly within reach. The Emperor is, in essence, a living legend, shrouded in mystery. Each of his strikes delivers an unparalleled shock, with each subsequent attack amplifying his might. People believe that if this continues, it will not be long before the 9 secrets are fully revealed. The unification of the 9 secrets raises the question of whether it can contend with the might of the great emperors. A glimmer of hope emerges in many hearts. The unification of the 9 secrets would render one invincible, and the title of Great Emperor embodies the essence of supreme dominance. A clash between the two would undoubtedly be captivating. If the 9 secrets cannot rival the great emperors to determine who is superior, it would indeed be a lamentable outcome. Yet, it is understood that such a scenario is nearly impossible. The emperor is far too formidable, even though the path to emperorship has yet to open. He is already virtually invincible in this era. Who, under his watchful gaze, can seize the heavenly seal and ultimately ascend to become an emperor? This appears almost unachievable. The 9 secrets, the great emperor, perhaps all shall converge into the human sovereign. The fusion of these two is beyond the imagination of mortals. In this era, the ruler of the universe, the human sovereign, shall possess a terrifying power of unimaginable magnitude. The world is abuzz with fervent discussions and speculations. Amidst the vastness of the starry sky, Qin Yun stands alone, gazing into the distance, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease, unrivaled in the world. Though he has not truly reached such a realm, his influence is already substantial, bringing him solace in his arduous journey to this point. After all, it is well known that the path of the human sovereign has been paved solely through relentless cultivation. A smile graces Qin Yun's lips, revealing a hint of joy. In the distance, a figure clad in ethereal white appears silently, a woman, appearing to be in her 20s, exquisite and flawless, like a celestial blossom. She radiates a crystalline brilliance, as if imbued with the light of the heavens. As she traverses the void, her enchanting smile surpasses the beauty of any earthly scenery, accompanied by a gentle call. "Brother." Under the starry expanse, Qin Yun stands in a stupor, scarcely able to believe that he has truly encountered this woman once more. He strides through the void, swiftly arriving at her side, gazing intently at the familiar visage, unable to grasp the reality of the moment. He raises his hand, tenderly caressing her face, feeling an incredibly palpable warmth. Qin Yun's lips tremble. "Little sister." Chapter 176. The great wind preaching the tumultuous upheaval in the starry sky erupted, with the imperial blood splattering and shattering the void, an unparalleled display of beauty akin to a cascade of fireworks. The dual energies of yin and yang intertwined within the mottled heavens, ultimately coalescing into an ancient coffin. A stunning maiden stood upon the coffin, revealing to Qin Yun an exquisite smile that was the epitome of earthly beauty. "Brother, I knew you could not be dead. How could you possibly fall?" The girl spoke with an innocent and romantic demeanor, her words laced with a hint of pride, stirring bittersweet memories within Qin Yun's heart. He recalled the time when Tang Yunli had sought him in the 9 provinces, only to meet an untimely demise along the way. Now, resurrected against all odds, her first words were still a concern for his safety, never mentioning the hardships and dangers of the past, which left him feeling a pang of sorrow. "From this day forth, no one shall dare to harm us siblings," Qin Yun declared, his demeanor brimming with confidence. This was a promise, a vow forged from a powerful and steadfast belief. Once unable to make such commitments, he now spoke these words without a trace of arrogance. "All right." The young woman said nothing further, merely lowering her head to offer a sweet smile, embodying a serene beauty that spoke of tranquil times. She then leaped into Qin Yun's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, playfully pounding his chest as if in reproach or delight. Beneath the starry sky, the two embraced, their reunion after the separation of yin and yang requiring no further words. A single hug sufficed, transcending mere kinship to a bond far deeper. "Shall we go home, brother?" The resurrection of Tang Yunli was undoubtedly splendid news for Qin Yun, a delight unmatched by any other. He did not refuse the little woman's suggestion, for he understood her yearning for a warm place, and he wished not to deny her. Qin Yun returned with Tang Yunli, creating a sensation throughout the great wind. The Emperor of Humanity had slain 5 quasi-emperors, quelling the greatest turmoil in history, an achievement that reverberated across the world. "Sister, will you still make your husband sleep in the corner?" Upon seeing Tang Guiyao, this whimsical girl spoke such words. She could finally address Qin Yun as brother-in-law. In the past, She had refrained from being overly familiar, acutely aware that the title brother-in-law was a sensitive matter for her sister. However, now all reservations were cast aside, and she fully grasped her sister's feelings at this moment. Yet, such words left Tang Guiyao momentarily speechless, her composure faltering. Why bring up old matters? She chuckled. Qin Yun, observing Tang Guiyao's reaction, could not help but smile. The resurrection of Tang Yunli had truly uplifted his spirits, even making Tang Guiyao seem more agreeable, especially with Tang Yunli, whose whimsical nature clung to his arm, voicing grievances about past injustices, showing her heart not just in words but in how she nestled closer to Qin Yun. How could he not feel joy? Greetings to the Emperor of Humanity. The great wind erupted in a frenzy, the void rumbling as figures of high stature emerged from the ether. The tranquility that the young woman longed for was, alas, ultimately shattered. Upon learning of the Emperor's return to the great wind, all factions gathered to pay their respects. 5 would-be sovereigns emerged from the shadows, plunging the world into chaos and darkness. The earth was stained with blood, the heavens shrouded in sorrowful clouds, corpses piled high. One domain after another fell into silence. Prayers to the heavens proved futile, and calls to the divine yielded no response. Only the Emperor took action, shedding blood across the cosmos, single-handedly resolving the crisis besetting all living beings. What a monumental achievement. A true benefactor to the masses. It is for this reason that leaders from all corners approached with reverence, not harboring ulterior motives, but driven by genuine piety, eager to behold the Emperor, even if it were only to express their gratitude in person. Among the throng were those who had once opposed the Emperor, now they stood at a distance, hesitant to draw near. Nevertheless, Qin Yun extended an invitation to all to enter the Great Wind Palace, finding it difficult to refuse the heartfelt overtures of the populace. Past grievances faded into insignificance, many of them no longer warranted entanglement. Within the palace, Qin Yun expounded on the profound mysteries of the universe, elucidating the myriad truths of the Tao, enlightening many to profound realizations. For an entire week, he sat in solemn meditation, his presence akin to that of a divine emperor. His recitations resonating throughout the heavens and the earth, captivating all who heard. As the week drew to a close, many had gained immensely, with some achieving breakthroughs in their realms, while others grasped secret arts and divine powers. The legacy of the emperor was awe-inspiring. To be present to hear his teachings was indeed a rare opportunity. Word of the emperor's discourse spread across the land with remarkable swiftness, attracting an ever-growing multitude to the great wind, until nearly the entire realm was filled with eager souls. The holy sovereign and various cultivators found themselves amidst the crowd. A rather theatrical scene, yet no conflict arose. All collectively subdued their identities, humbly adopting the role of students. Many sighed in resignation. The emperor's realm had transcended their aspirations. Defeating would-be sovereigns was a feat only accomplished by true emperors in history. Speculation abounded that the emperor was not far from attaining such a status himself. Once the heavenly seal manifested, his ascension to emperor would be inevitable, with no force capable of impeding his path. In a corner of the gathering, the great wind empress, Tang Guiyao, stood silently, her eyes filled with a sense of disorientation. The man she once scorned now wielded such formidable power. In terms of strength, even a holy sovereign would traverse great distances to sit at his feet and absorb his teachings. In terms of influence, as the emperor, his power had only magnified in the wake of the ensuing turmoil. I find myself drifting further away from you, unable to keep pace with your strides. Tang Guiyao lamented, realizing that her stubbornness and obsession seemed utterly trivial in this moment. The nature of their relationship required no words. Reality had proven everything, revealing a chasm of disparity beyond imagination. Young Emperor, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd as the discourse concluded. An elderly tone dared to address the emperor as youngster, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly towards him. He was merely a sage, yet he dared to show such disrespect towards the emperor of humanity, truly startling the onlookers. Was this old beggar courting death? The crowd had already anticipated his fate. There was no need for the emperor to intervene. To offend the emperor at this moment was folly enough. For a mere spit from each sage across the realm could easily drown this old fool. However, the spectators were taken aback. Upon seeing the old beggar, the emperor revealed a flicker of excitement. Old beggar, you have indeed survived. Qin Yun gazed at the elderly man with a mix of exhilaration, resignation, and a profound sense of speechlessness. This old beggar could only be the woodcutter from his past. Chapter 177, Invincible. Loneliness like snow, final chapter. Gazing at the disheveled and unkempt elder before him, Qin Yun found himself at a loss for words. In the past, He had harbored suspicions regarding the elder's demise. Knowing this venerable figure, he could hardly believe that he lacked a life-preserving trump card, merely departing this world in an unremarkable manner. Yet, despite his numerous inquiries, he ultimately gleaned no results, perceiving not a glimmer of hope. Little did he anticipate that today he would encounter the elder, evoking an indescribable silence within him. My young friend, you once caused this old man to falter in the depths of despair, exposing all my secrets. Today, I can declare that I have triumphed over you at last. The woodcutter's spirits were soaring as he stood there laughing heartily. For him, this was indeed a momentous occasion. In a broader sense, it pertained to the way. The essence of survival, after all, hinges on the notion of endurance. Previously, he had laid bare everything before Qin Yun, earnestly attempting to take him as a disciple, revealing his innermost thoughts, only to find himself ensnared in a trap of his own making. This had dealt an unprecedented blow to his heart of Tao. Now, having returned to life, he evoked a sense of incredulity among the emperor, yet it also allowed for the reformation of his Tao heart. The individual standing before him was none other than the emperor, a man who had never faced defeat in his lifetime. And now he had been bested by him. This would surely be a tale worth recounting for ages to come. Old beggar, I truly did not expect to see you at this moment, Qin Yun remarked, speechless. To him, it seemed that the elder had successfully concealed his true self and ought to have made a grand entrance at a momentous occasion rather than appearing now. Ha ha ha. A victory is a victory, and whether it be a minor or major triumph is no longer significant. Besides, this is your glorious hour, my young friend. How could I possibly be absent? The elder's words brought a measure of comfort to Qin Yun. Should this event transpire again after he ascends to the throne, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Very well, let us toast and revel together. Qin Yun forced a smile, but as the elder approached joyfully, he swiftly extended a finger, sending the elder flying away with a flick. He transformed into a speck of dust, scattering into the void, where fireworks erupted, shattering countless celestial bodies before descending into the chaotic abyss. The emperor would not renege on his word. He had promised that upon seeing the elder again, he would administer a beating, and now he was merely fulfilling that vow. Following the conclusion of their discourse, a grand feast was held, filled with song and dance. The emperor, regarded as the foremost figure of both ancient and modern times, was destined to ascend as emperor, yet he remained a mere son-in-law, which seemed rather inappropriate. Indeed, it was rather unseemly. How could the emperor be relegated to the status of a son-in-law? History had never recorded a great emperor in such a position. Was this not a source of eternal ridicule? As the populace beheld Tang Guiyao, they could not help but engage in such discussions. At this juncture, the emperor was no longer merely an emperor. He had garnered a multitude of followers. Presently, he had conferred great blessings upon all beings, and none could endure the thought of the emperor being labeled as a son-in-law. However, when faced with the emperor, the people fell silent. This was a matter of the emperor's personal affairs, and few dared to voice their opinions. It is indeed inappropriate. My brother the emperor possesses the bearing of a great ruler. Lady Tang, if you have any sense of decency, please cease your entanglement with my brother. Yet still, such sentiments emerged, rendering the host, Tang Guiyao, exceedingly uncomfortable. The speaker, an elderly woodcutter who has returned from the starry skies, shares a profound bond with the emperor, thus daring to voice such sentiments. My young friend, my appearance at this moment is of utmost importance. We must part ways. How can one bear such a stain? The old beggar proclaimed, standing resolutely. The woodcutter had come to uphold the emperor's dignity, and although Qin Yun hesitated to tarnish Tang Guiyao's reputation at such a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was inappropriate. The emperor could not be a son-in-law. As the woodcutter stepped forward, more individuals followed suit, their voices rising to the heavens, drowning the grand palace in a wave of fervor. The people's resolve was unwavering. They demanded the emperor's separation, for this matter had long been a thorn in their hearts and an eyesore. Although it had been frequently mentioned, a suitable moment had never arisen until now, with the woodcutter leading the charge, compelling the matter towards resolution. Brother, just follow your heart, sighed Tang Yun lightly, feeling a sense of regret but refraining from saying more. Not wishing to place Qin Yun in a difficult position or morally bind him, she was also acutely aware that her sister had, in fact, treated her brother poorly in the past. Enough. Ultimately, the emperor's words quelled the clamor, casting a silence over the world. The emperor's authority was such that none dared to challenge him. Qin Yun felt a bitter pang. The relationship with Tang Guiyao remained overly complex, too intricate to be resolved with mere words, especially not at such a critical juncture. Eventually, the matter could only be set aside. Time passed swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. During this period, Qin Yun transcended to the Saint King realm, emerging as a great saint. On that day, the world erupted in fervor. A mere elevation in realm should not have incited such an uproar, yet it did, for the emperor was their master. And they understood that his combat prowess would soon experience a terrifying enhancement. The path to imperial ascendance was opening. It seemed he was truly about to forge ahead. The people prophesied eagerly, awaiting the commencement of the imperial journey. A year later, Qin Yun obtained yet another secret, the military secret. Thus, the 8 secrets converged, alongside the 9, rendering him invincible, with only one final secret remaining. At such a critical juncture, the heavenly heart mark finally revealed itself in its entirety. In the vast expanse of chaotic deep space, the heavenly heart mark appeared to nearly envelop everything, scattering countless orders that intertwined into a magnificent brilliance. The path to imperial ascendance had commenced. This era's imperial journey would undoubtedly lack some spectacle, for the emperor was exceedingly formidable, prompting many to wisely steer clear of him. This had long been foretold by the people. Nevertheless, the imperial path remained the imperial path. Its opening still drew attention from all quarters. Would the emperor ascend to become an emperor? The suspense lingered. Yet, what no one anticipated was that this era's imperial contest would be terrifyingly fierce. Even more so than in the past. On the starry imperial road, an overwhelming number of prodigies emerged, each possessing formidable backgrounds. The Holy Spirit Prince of the Holy Spirit lineage, the Tao Master of the Qilin lineage, and the Buddhist maiden, Lung Qianxiu. Across the realms, prodigious talents emerged, astonishing the world in an instant. No one anticipated the sheer abundance and formidable nature of such extraordinary beings in this era. Each individual, sealed away through divine sources, was an unparalleled genius, nearly all descendants of emperors, possessing terrifying physiques. In any other age, they would undoubtedly reign supreme on the path to emperorship, destined for greatness. Yet, they all converged in this singular epoch. The ancient prodigies met, vying for supremacy on the emperor's road. The world trembled, and the clamor reverberated far and wide. The scale of this confrontation was unprecedented, leaving everyone in awe of the resplendent spectacle unfolding in this age of competition for dominance. It was understood that if there were no emperor in this era, the throne would be forever out of reach for contemporary prodigies, destined to be claimed by ancient figures, a profound sorrow for this age. However, even with an emperor present, speculation abounded. The emperor was not necessarily the ultimate contender for supremacy. It was recognized that the path to emperorship would undoubtedly be fraught with unforeseen events, leaving no one able to predict who would ultimately ascend as the great emperor. The contest for emperorship commenced. Surprisingly, despite the fierce competition, the emperor showcased immense strength. Displaying unparalleled imperial potential, he initially swept through the challenges posed by various contenders, ultimately dominating the entire path to emperorship. Advancing towards the heart of heaven mark with unstoppable momentum. A grand sage revealed such might, and although there had been forewarnings of the emperor's terrifying ascent, none could have foreseen the extent of his power, completely eliminating any challengers on the road to emperorship. The heart of heaven mark was nearly within his grasp, and his reputation on the path to emperorship became unassailable. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Mount Tai trembled. The imperial graves erupted, and terrifying emperors reappeared, unleashing the most dreadful dark turmoil in history, intent on siphoning the blood of the living to restore their peak imperial strength. Undoubtedly, they sought the emperor's mark to rejuvenate themselves, striving for transcendence to attain the emperor's realm and seize the heart of heaven mark. The world was engulfed in panic. This dark turmoil was even more terrifying than 4 years prior, as all the contemporary heroes had ventured onto the path to emperorship, leaving no supreme experts in the realm. In the hour of utmost despair, the emperor ultimately returned. With his singular might, he quelled the dark upheaval. The emperor's strength had reached such heights that few could withstand his strike, rendering unexpected outcomes virtually impossible. However, the price of quelling the chaos was the forfeiture of the emperor's throne. A new emperor was born, a figure of the sacred spirit lineage. This individual achieved enlightenment through a sacred weapon, possessing an utterly formidable physique, and upon becoming an emperor, he became invincible across the land. Emperor, your time has come. No sooner had this sacred spirit emperor ascended than he directed his force against the original emperor, seeking to subdue him with the weight of his imperial authority. Such a confrontation seemed almost implausible. What elevates an emperor to greatness is an unparalleled pride and strength, a uniqueness that renders them incapable of viewing others as rivals. Historically, it is always the lesser beings who dare to challenge the emperor, while the emperor rarely takes the initiative to strike. Yet, in contemporary times, a remarkable shift has occurred. It is not that the Holy Spirit Emperor lacks pride. Rather, the might of the human sovereign is fearsome beyond compare. During their clash for supremacy, the Holy Spirit Emperor was nearly brought to the brink of death, unable to withstand even a single blow from the human sovereign. The ensuing chaos was quelled with astonishing swiftness, inciting trepidation across the realms. Should the human sovereign ascend to the status of a quasi-emperor? Could he indeed pose a genuine threat to the emperor? This remains uncertain. Consequently, the Holy Spirit Emperor took action, unleashing his imperial might upon the human sovereign. Alas, the human sovereign never acquired the 9 secrets. In his quest to protect the myriad souls of the world, he forsook the throne, leaving a lingering sense of regret. Now, faced with the relentless pursuit of a formidable emperor, despair envelopes him. Had he possessed the 9 secrets, he might have stood a chance against the emperor. Yet, lacking one of the secrets, he could not muster that invincible momentum. Surprisingly, despite possessing only 8 secrets and being merely a great sage, the Holy Spirit Emperor still faltered, failing to vanquish the human sovereign. Their battle raged for many years without a decisive victor. Can a mere great sage truly contend with an emperor? In this era, the emperor encountered an unexpectedly formidable adversary in his first battle after ascension, sending ripples throughout the cosmos and shaking the ancient stars of life. 3 years later, Qin Yun ascended to the status of a quasi-emperor. This time, no unforeseen events would intervene. The Holy Spirit Emperor faced a devastating defeat, nearly being cast down from the imperial realm, a humiliation unprecedented in history. An emperor, the sovereign of the universe, should have no rivals, yet in this lifetime, a flawless emperor was forcibly brought to defeat, shattering the very essence of imperial will. As time sped by, another year passed. Qin Yun finally obtained the last of the secret arts, the preceding character secret. With the 9 secrets united, he became unmatched in the world. Although he remained a quasi-emperor, his strength surged immensely after the unification of the secrets. Once more, he ascended the Holy Spirit Mountain to confront the Holy Spirit Emperor. In a world devoid of adversaries, the weight of the person before him was sufficient to compel him to urgently verify the might of the united 9 secrets. Human sovereign, do not overstep your bounds. I am the emperor of this era. The Holy Spirit Emperor felt deeply constrained, having only struck at the human sovereign once, yet finding himself twice confronted at his own doorstep. Without a doubt, another fierce battle erupted. This time, the human sovereign employed but a single technique to deliver a devastating blow to the Holy Spirit Emperor, his imperial blood splattering across the chaotic starry sky. Thus, the human sovereign emerged utterly invincible. In just a century, the Holy Spirit Emperor succumbed to his fate. He was not slain by the human sovereign, who spared his life. Yet he reigned for merely a century, the shortest-lived emperor in history. Traditionally, emperors enjoy longevity, gazing down upon the universe and dominating the world for millennia. Yet the Holy Spirit Emperor was grievously wounded by the human sovereign, shattering his imperial heart. Ultimately, he passed away in quiet despair, having lived a mere century, an outcome that evokes deep reflection and lamentation. Undoubtedly, in this lifetime, the Emperor of humanity is destined to ascend to the throne, with no unforeseen circumstances to alter this course. When the heavenly heart mark re-emerged, there was no one contesting the Emperor's claim. However, in the face of the heavenly heart mark, the Emperor refrained from absorbing its power, plagued by a premonition that merging with the mark would not only fail to enhance his strength, but could instead lead to his subjugation. The essence of the heavenly heart mark lies in the forces of heaven and earth, and now, as the culmination of 9 secrets, he seemed to stand equal to such might. Ultimately, the Emperor once again relinquished the heavenly heart mark. Although the intentions of the Emperor remained unclear to the world, the reopening of the imperial path reignited hope among beings who had reached the threshold of quasi-emperorship. Just as the Emperor pondered how to attain the imperial title without relying on the heavenly heart mark, another great emperor emerged, a demon emperor known as the Tsang Emperor. Upon his ascension, the Tsang Emperor did not exhibit the reckless tyranny of the Holy Spirit Emperor, nor did he direct his wrath towards the Emperor of humanity. Nevertheless, the Emperor sought him out for a duel, wishing to comprehend the essence of the Emperor's path. Alas, this flawless emperor became merely a challenger for the Emperor of humanity. Without a doubt, the Tsang Emperor was defeated. This battle proved immensely beneficial for Qin Yun, propelling him from the 3rd tier of quasi-emperorship to the 5th. In the subsequent years, he persistently sought encounters for sparring. Initially, the Tsang Emperor shut his doors to visitors, but after provoking Qin Yun, he directly besieged his imperial estate, igniting a fierce conflict. Ultimately, the Song Emperor's reign did not exceed 200 years, following the previous Holy Spirit Emperor, marking yet another miracle, the second emperor to meet a tragic end. To share the same era as the Emperor of Humanity was indeed a lamentable fate. The untimely demise of the two emperors served as a solemn warning to the quasi-emperors of the world. The Emperor of Humanity was undeniably ruthless, mercilessly bringing about the downfall of great emperors. Hence, when the heavenly heart mark appeared once more, the imperial path lost much of its allure. Many chose to seal their fates rather than tread the imperial path again, for even success would lead to oppression, possibly worse than that of quasi-emperors. At this juncture, the Emperor of Humanity had reached the 9th tier of quasi-emperorship, and at this level, any engagement with an emperor would yield little in terms of substantial gains. However, what took many by surprise was that the emperor of this era was a woman, a flawless embodiment of chaos. The Chaos Empress, in her overwhelming might, swept through the imperial path, and upon achieving her status, boldly challenged the Emperor of Humanity. This empress, brimming with confidence, refused to believe she would follow in the footsteps of the two emperors who met their tragic ends. She sought to vanquish the emperor and preserve the dignity of the emperors. At this point, the Emperor of Humanity, feeling a profound solitude akin to snow, yearned for a challenge and readily accepted the duel. The Chaos Empress was indeed unparalleled, her combat prowess astonishing and extraordinary, surpassing even the strength exhibited during the reigns of the two emperors. Yet, lamentably, Qin Yun had undergone a remarkable transformation. With the 9 secrets embodied within him and standing at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, he encountered no unexpected challenges. The Chaos Empress was ultimately defeated, and her defeat was resounding, crushed beneath the weight of a single finger from the emperor. Following that battle, the Chaos Empress faded into obscurity, her presence never to grace the world again. Subsequently, the Emperor of Humanity began his seclusion. A century later, having ascended to unprecedented heights, he has emerged as a formidable emperor. At this juncture, he stands unrivaled, both in heaven and on earth. One day, a letter gracefully descended from the cosmos, drifting beside Qin Yun. Upon opening it, he beheld elegant strokes of calligraphy. "Brother, it has been a year since your last visit. I am nearing the status of a sage. Recently, my sister has been incessantly urging me to choose a suitor for my marriage. Many have come to propose, including notable descendants of esteemed generals and several figures of saintly caliber. Yet, to my eyes, they all seem rather ordinary. My sister is quite bothersome, insisting that I must comply. I have made it clear to her that if I were to marry, it would be someone of your stature. Did she not once declare her desire to wed a supreme being? If I am to marry, it shall be an emperor." Upon hearing this, my sister ceased her insistence. "Brother, when will you return? I have some questions I wish to discuss with you." Beneath the starry sky, Qin Yun smiled, a bashful visage emerging in his thoughts. He gazed into the heavens, overlooking the chaos, where coldness and darkness coalesced, evoking a profound sense of solitude. Invincibility breeds loneliness akin to snow. Qin Yun shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips, before vanishing in a fleeting moment. Homeward bound,